Volume 2, Chapter 1. Of the interview the curate and the barber had with Don Quixote about his malady. Cide Hamete Benengeli, in the second part of this history and third sally of Don Quixote, says that the curate and the barber remained nearly a month without seeing him, lest they should recall or bring back to his recollection what had taken place. They did not, however, omit to visit his niece and housekeeper, and charge them to be careful to treat him with attention, and give him comforting things to eat, and such as were good for the heart and the brain, whence it was plain to see all his misfortune proceeded. The niece and housekeeper replied that they did so, and meant to do so with all possible care and assiduity, for they could perceive that their master was now and then beginning to show signs of being in his right mind. This gave great satisfaction to the curate and the barber, for they concluded they had taken the right course in carrying him off, enchanted on the ox-cart, as has been described in the first part of this great as well as accurate history, in the last chapter thereof. So they resolved to pay him a visit, and test the improvement in his condition, although they thought it almost impossible that there could be any, and they agreed not to touch upon any point connected with knight-errantry, so as not to run the risk of reopening wounds which were still so tender. They came to see him, consequently, and found him sitting up in bed in a green baize waistcoat and a red Toledo cap, and so withered and dried up that he looked as if he had been turned into a mummy. They were very cordially received by him. They asked him after his health, and he talked to them about himself very naturally and in very well-chosen language. In the course of their conversation they fell to discussing what they call statecraft and systems of government, correcting this abuse and condemning that, reforming one practice and abolishing another, each of the three setting up for a new legislator, a modern Lycurgus or a brand new Solon, and so completely did they remodel the state that they seemed to have thrust it into a furnace and taken out something quite different from what they had put in. And on all the subjects they dealt with, Don Quixote spoke with such good sense that the pair of examiners were fully convinced that he was quite recovered and in his full senses. The niece and housekeeper were present at the conversation, and could not find words enough to express their thanks to God at seeing their master so clear in his mind. The curate, however, changing his original plan, which was to avoid touching upon matters of chivalry, resolved to test Don Quixote's recovery thoroughly, and see whether it were genuine or not. And so, from one subject to another, he came at last to talk of the news that had come from the capital, and among other things he said it was considered certain that the Turk was coming down with a powerful fleet, and that no one knew what his purpose was, or when the great storm would burst, and that all Christendom was in apprehension of this, which almost every year calls us to arms, and that his Majesty had made provision for the security of the coasts of Naples and Sicily and the island of Malta. To this Don Quixote replied, "His Majesty has acted like a prudent warrior in providing for the safety of his realms in time, so that the enemy may not find him unprepared. But if my advice were taken, I would recommend him to adopt a measure which at present, no doubt, his Majesty is very far from thinking of." The moment the curate heard this, he said to himself, "God keep thee in his hand, poor Don Quixote, for it seems to me thou art precipitating thyself from the height of thy madness into the profound abyss of thy simplicity." But the barber, who had the same suspicion as the curate, asked Don Quixote what would be his advice as to the measure that he said ought to be adopted, for perhaps it might prove to be one that would have to be added to the list of the many impertinent suggestions that people were in the habit of offering to princes. "Mine, Master Shaver," said Don Quixote, "will not be impertinent, but on the contrary, pertinent." "I don't mean that," said the barber, "but that experience has shown that all or most of the expedients which are proposed to his Majesty are either impossible or absurd, or injurious to the king and to the kingdom." "Mine, however," replied Don Quixote, "is neither impossible nor absurd, but the easiest, the most reasonable, the readiest, and most expeditious that could suggest itself to any projector's mind." "You take a long time to tell it, Señor Don Quixote," said the curate. "I don't choose to tell it here now," said Don Quixote, "and have it reach the ears of the lords of the council tomorrow morning, and some other carry off the thanks and rewards of my trouble. "For my part," said the barber, "I give my word here and before God that I will not repeat what your worship says to king, rook, or earthly man, an oath I learned from the ballad of the curate, who, in the prelude, told the king of the thief who had robbed him of the 100 gold crowns and his pacing mule." "I am not versed in stories," said Don Quixote, "but I know the oath is a good one, because I know the barber to be an honest fellow." "Even if he were not," said the curate, "I will go bail and answer for him that in this matter he will be as silent as a dummy, under pain of paying any penalty that may be pronounced." "And who will be security for you, Señor Curate?" said Don Quixote. "My profession," replied the curate, "which is to keep secrets." "Odds body," said Don Quixote at this, "what more has his majesty to do but to command, by public proclamation, all the knights errant that are scattered over Spain to assemble on a fixed day in the capital? For even if no more than half a dozen come, there may be one among them who alone will suffice to destroy the entire might of the Turk. Give me your attention and follow me. Is it, pray, any new thing for a single knight-errant to demolish an army of 200,000 men, as if they all had but one throat, or were made of sugar paste? Nay, tell me, how many histories are there filled with these marvels? If only, in an evil hour for me, I don't speak for anyone else, the famous Don Bellianus were alive now, or any one of the innumerable progeny of Amadis of Gaul. If any of these were alive today, and were to come face to face with the Turk, by my faith I would not give much for the Turk's chance. But God will have regard for his people, and will provide someone who, if not so valiant as the knights-errant of yore, at least will not be inferior to them in spirit. But God knows what I mean, and I say no more." "Alas," exclaimed the niece at this, "may I die if my master does not want to turn knight-errant again." To which Don Quixote replied, "A knight-errant I shall die, and let the Turk come down or go up where he likes, and in as strong force as he can. Once more I say, God knows what I mean." But here the barber said, "I ask your worship to give me leave to tell a short story of something that happened in Seville, which comes so pat to the purpose just now that I should like greatly to tell it." Don Quixote gave him leave, and the rest prepared to listen, and he began thus. In the madhouse at Seville there was a man whom his relations had placed there as being out of his mind. He was a graduate of Osuna in canon law, but even if he had been of Salamanca, it was the opinion of most people that he would have been mad all the same. This graduate, after some years of confinement, took it into his head that he was sane and in his full senses, and under this impression wrote to the Archbishop, entreating him earnestly, and in very correct language, to have him released from the misery in which he was living, for by God's mercy he had now recovered his lost reason, though his relations, in order to enjoy his property, kept him there, and in spite of the truth would make him out to be mad until his dying day. The Archbishop, moved by repeated, sensible, well-written letters, directed one of his chaplains to make inquiry of the madhouse as to the truth of the licentiate's statements, and to have an interview with the madman himself, and, if it should appear that he was in his senses, to take him out and restore him to liberty. The chaplain did so, and the governor assured him that the man was still mad, and that though he often spoke like a highly intelligent person, he would, in the end, break out into nonsense that in quantity and quality counterbalanced all the sensible things he had said before, as might be easily tested by talking to him. The chaplain resolved to try the experiment, and obtaining access to the madman, conversed with him for an hour or more, during the whole of which time he never uttered a word that was incoherent or absurd, but, on the contrary, spoke so rationally that the chaplain was compelled to believe him to be sane. Among other things, he said the governor was against him, not to lose the presents his relations made him for reporting him still mad but with lucid intervals, and that the worst foe he had in his misfortune was his large property, for in order to enjoy it his enemies disparaged and threw doubts upon the mercy our Lord had shown him in turning him from a brute beast into a man. In short, he spoke in such a way that he cast suspicion on the governor, and made his relations appear covetous and heartless, and himself so rational that the chaplain determined to take him away with him, that the Archbishop might see him, and ascertain for himself the truth of the matter. Yielding to this conviction, the worthy chaplain begged the governor to have the clothes in which the licentiate had entered the house given to him. The governor again bade him beware of what he was doing, as the licentiate was beyond a doubt still mad, but all his cautions and warnings were unavailing to dissuade the chaplain from taking him away. The governor, seeing that it was the order of the archbishop, obeyed, and they dressed the licentiate in his own clothes, which were new and decent. He, as soon as he saw himself clothed like one in his senses, and divested of the appearance of a madman, entreated the chaplain to permit him in charity to go and take leave of his comrades, the madmen. The chaplain said he would go with him to see what madmen there were in the house. So they went upstairs, and with them some of those who were present. Approaching a cage in which there was a furious madman, though just at that moment calm and quiet, the licentiate said to him, "Brother, think if you have any commands for me, for I am going home, as God has been pleased, in his infinite goodness and mercy, without any merit of mine, to restore me my reason. I am now cured, and in my senses, for with God's power nothing is impossible. Have strong hope and trust in him, for as he has restored me to my original condition, so likewise he will restore you if you trust in him. I will take care to send you some good things to eat, and be sure you eat them, for I would have you know I am convinced, as one who has gone through it, that all this madness of ours comes of having the stomach empty and the brains full of wind. Take courage, for despondency and misfortune breaks down health and brings on death." To all these words of the licentiate, another madman in a cage opposite that of the furious one was listening, and raising himself up from an old mat on which he lay, stark naked, he asked in a loud voice who it was that was going away, cured and in his senses. The licentiate answered, "It is I, brother, who am going. I have now no need to remain here any longer, for which I return infinite thanks to heaven, that has had so great mercy upon me." "Mind what you are saying, licentiate. Don't let the devil deceive you," replied the madman. "Keep quiet, stay where you are, and you will save yourself the trouble of coming back." "I know I am cured," returned the licentiate, "and that I shall not have to go stations again." "You cured?" said the madman. "Well, we shall see. God be with you, but I swear to you by Jupiter, whose majesty I represent on earth, that for this crime alone, which Seville is committing this day in releasing you from this house, and treating you as if you were in your senses, I shall have to inflict such a punishment on it as will be remembered for ages and ages. Amen. Dost thou not know, thou miserable little licentiate, that I can do it, being, as I say, Jupiter the Thunderer, who hold in my hands the fiery bolts with which I am able and am wont to threaten and lay waste the world? But in one way only will I punish this ignorant town, and that is by not raining upon it, nor on any part of its district or territory, for 3 whole years, to be reckoned from the day and moment when this threat is pronounced. Thou free, thou cured, thou in thy senses, and I mad, I disordered, I bound. I will as soon think of sending rain as of hanging myself." Those present stood listening to the words and exclamations of the madman, but our licentiate, turning to the chaplain and seizing him by the hand, said to him, "Be not uneasy, Signor. Attach no importance to what this madman has said, for if he is Jupiter and will not send rain, I, who am Neptune, the father and god of the waters, will rain as often as it pleases me and may be needful." The governor and the bystanders laughed, and at their laughter the chaplain was half ashamed, and he replied, "For all that, Señor Neptune, it will not do to vex Señor Jupiter. Remain where you are, and some other day, when there is a better opportunity and more time, we will come back for you." So they stripped the licentiate, and he was left where he was. And that's the end of the story. "So that's the story, Master Barber," said Don Quixote, "which came in so pat to the purpose that you could not help telling it. Master Shaver, how blind is he who cannot see through a sieve! Is it possible that you do not know that comparisons of wit with wit, valour with valour, beauty with beauty, birth with birth, are always odious and unwelcome? I, Master Barber, am not Neptune, the god of the waters, nor do I try to make anyone take me for an astute man, for I am not one. My only endeavour is to convince the world of the mistake it makes in not reviving in itself the happy time when the order of knight-errantry was in the field. But our depraved age does not deserve to enjoy such a blessing as those ages enjoyed when knights-errant took upon their shoulders the defence of kingdoms, the protection of damsels, the succour of orphans and minors, the chastisement of the proud, and the recompense of the humble. With the knights of these days, for the most part, it is the damask, brocade, and rich stuffs they wear that rustle as they go, not the chain-mail of their armour. No knight nowadays sleeps in the open field, exposed to the inclemency of heaven, and in full panoply from head to foot. No one now takes a nap, as they call it, without drawing his feet out of the stirrups, and leaning upon his lance, as the knights-errant used to do. No one now, issuing from the wood, penetrates yonder mountains, and then treads the barren, lonely shore of the sea, mostly a tempestuous and stormy one, and finding on the beach a little bark without oars, sail, mast, or tackling of any kind, in the intrepidity of his heart flings himself into it, and commits himself to the wrathful billows of the deep sea, that one moment lift him up to heaven, and the next plunge him into the depths, and opposing his breast to the irresistible gale, finds himself, when he least expects it, 3,000 leagues and more away from the place where he embarked, and leaping ashore in a remote and unknown land, has adventures that deserve to be written, not on parchment, but on brass. But now sloth triumphs over energy, indolence over exertion, vice over virtue, arrogance over courage, and theory over practice in arms, which flourished and shone only in the golden ages and in knights-errant. For tell me, who was more virtuous and more valiant than the famous armadas of Gaul? Who more discreet than Palmerin of England? Who more gracious and easy than Tirante el Blanco? Who more courtly than Lisuarte of Greece? Who more slashed or slashing than Don Belianus? Who more intrepid than Perion of Gaul? Who more ready to face danger than Felix Marte of Hirsania? Who more sincere than Esplandian? Who more impetuous than Don Cirongilio of Thrace? Who more bold than Rodomonte? Who more prudent than King Sobrino? Who more daring than Reynaldos? Who more invincible than Roland? And who more gallant and courteous than Ruggiero, from whom the Dukes of Ferrara of the present day are descended, according to Turpin in his Cosmography? All these knights, and many more that I could name, Signor Curate, were knights-errant, the light and glory of chivalry. These, or such as these, I would have to carry out my plan, and in that case his Majesty would find himself well served, and would save great expense, and the Turk would be left tearing his beard. And so I will stay where I am, as the chaplain does not take me away, and if Jupiter, as the barber has told us, will not send rain, here am I, and I will reign when I please. I say this that Master Basin may know that I understand him." "Indeed, Señor Don Quixote," said the barber, "I did not mean it in that way, and so help me God, my intention was good, and your worship ought not to be vexed." "As to whether I ought to be vexed or not," returned Don Quixote, "I myself am the best judge." Hereupon the curate observed, "I have hardly said a word as yet, and I would gladly be relieved of a doubt, arising from what Don Quixote has said, that worries and works my conscience." "The Señor Curate has leave for more than that," returned Don Quixote, "so he may declare his doubt, for it is not pleasant to have a doubt on one's conscience." "Well then, with that permission," said the curate, "I say my doubt is that all I can do, I cannot persuade myself that the whole pack of knights-errant you, Señor Don Quixote, have mentioned were really and truly persons of flesh and blood that ever lived in the world. On the contrary, I suspect it to be all fiction, fable, and falsehood, and dreams told by men awakened from sleep, or rather still half asleep." "That is another mistake," replied Don Quixote, "into which many have fallen who do not believe that there ever were such knights in the world, and I have often, with divers people, and on divers occasions, tried to expose this almost universal error to the light of truth. Sometimes I have not been successful in my purpose, sometimes I have, supporting it upon the shoulders of the truth, which truth is so clear that I can almost say I have with my own eyes seen Amadis of Gaul, who was a man of lofty stature, fair complexion, with a handsome though black beard, of a countenance between gentle and stern in expression, sparing of words, slow to anger, and quick to put it away from him. And as I have depicted Amadis, so I could, I think, portray and describe all the knights-errant that are in the histories of the world, for by the perception I have that they were what their histories describe, and by the deeds they did and the dispositions they displayed, it is possible, with the aid of sound philosophy, to deduce their features, complexion, and stature. How big, in your worship's opinion, may the giant Morgante have been, Señor Don Quixote? Asked the barber. With regard to giants, replied Don Quixote, opinions differ as to whether there ever were any or not in the world. But the Holy Scripture, which cannot err by a jot from the truth, shows us that there were, when it gives us the history of that big Philistine Goliath, who was 7 cubits and a half in height, which is a huge size. Likewise, in the island of Sicily, there have been found leg bones and arm bones so large that their size makes it plain that their owners were giants and as tall as great towers. Geometry puts this fact beyond a doubt. But for all that, I cannot speak with certainty as to the size of Morgante, though I suspect he cannot have been very tall, and I am inclined to be of this opinion because I find in the history in which his deeds are particularly mentioned that he frequently slept under a roof, and as he found houses to contain him, it is clear that his bulk could not have been anything excessive. That is true, said the curate, and yielding to the enjoyment of hearing such nonsense, he asked him what was his notion of the features of Reinaldus of Montalban and Don Roland and the rest of the 12 peers of France, for they were all knights-errant. As for Reinaldus, replied Don Quixote, I venture to say that he was broad-faced, of ruddy complexion, with roguish and somewhat prominent eyes, excessively punctilious and touchy, and given to the society of thieves and scapegraces. With regard to Roland, or Rotolando, or Orlando, for the histories call him by all these names, I am of opinion, and hold, that he was of middle height, broad-shouldered, rather bow-legged, swarthy complexioned, red-bearded, with a hairy body, and a severe expression of countenance, a man of few words, but very polite and well-bred. If Roland was not a more graceful person than your worship has described, said the curate, it is no wonder that the fair lady Angelica rejected him and left him for the gaiety, liveliness, and grace of that budding bearded little Moor to whom she surrendered herself, and she showed her sense in falling in love with the gentle softness of Medoro rather than the roughness of Roland. That Angelica, Señor Curate, returned Don Quixote, was a giddy damsel, flighty and somewhat wanton, and she left the world as full of her vagaries as of the fame of her beauty. She treated with scorn 1,000 gentlemen, men of valour and wisdom, and took up with a smooth-faced sprig of a page, without fortune or fame, except such reputation for gratitude as the affection he bore his friend got for him. The great poet who sang her beauty, the famous Ariosto, not caring to sing her adventures after her contemptible surrender, which probably were not over and above creditable, dropped her where he says, "How she received the sceptre of Cathay, some bard of defter quill may sing some day." And this was no doubt a kind of prophecy, for poets are also called vates, that is to say, diviners, and its truth was made plain, for since then a famous Andalusian poet has lamented and sung her tears, and another famous and rare poet, a Castilian, has sung her beauty. Tell me, Señor Don Quixote, said the barber here, among those who praised her, has there been no poet to write a satire on this Lady Angelica? I can well believe, replied Don Quixote, that if Sacripante or Roland had been poets, they would have given the damsel a trimming, for it is naturally the way with poets who have been scorned and rejected by their ladies, whether fictitious or not, in short by those whom they select as the ladies of their thoughts, to avenge themselves in satires and libels, a vengeance, to be sure, unworthy of generous hearts. But up to the present I have not heard of any defamatory verse against the Lady Angelica, who turned the world upside down. Strange, said the curate. But at this moment they heard the housekeeper and the niece, who had previously withdrawn from the conversation, exclaiming aloud in the courtyard, and at the noise they all ran out. Chapter 2, which treats of the notable altercation which Sancho Panza had with Don Quixote's niece and housekeeper, together with other droll matters. The history relates that the outcry Don Quixote, the curate, and the barber heard came from the niece and the housekeeper, exclaiming to Sancho, who was striving to force his way in to see Don Quixote while they held the door against him, "What does the vagabond want in this house? Be off to your own, brother, for it is you and no one else that delude my master and lead him astray and take him tramping about the country." To which Sancho replied, "Devil's own housekeeper, it is I who am deluded and led astray, and taken tramping about the country, and not thy master. He has carried me all over the world, and you are mightily mistaken. He enticed me away from home by a trick, promising me an island, which I am still waiting for." "May evil islands choke thee, thou detestable Sancho," said the niece. "What are islands? Is it something to eat, glutton and gormandizer that thou art?" "It is not something to eat," replied Sancho, "but something to govern and rule, and better than 4 cities or 4 judgeships at court." "For all that," said the housekeeper, "you don't enter here, you bag of mischief and sack of knavery. Go govern your house, and dig your seed patch, and give over looking for islands or shylands." The curate and the barber listened with great amusement to the words of the 3. But Don Quixote, uneasy lest Sancho should blab and blurt out a whole heap of mischievous stupidities, and touch upon points that might not be altogether to his credit, called to him and made the other 2 hold their tongues and let him come in. Sancho entered, and the curate and the barber took their leave of Don Quixote, of whose recovery they despaired when they saw how wedded he was to his crazy ideas, and how saturated with the nonsense of his unlucky chivalry. And said the curate to the barber, "You will see, gossip, that when we are least thinking of it, our gentleman will be off once more for another flight." "I have no doubt of it," returned the barber, "but I do not wonder so much at the madness of the knight as at the simplicity of the squire, who has such a firm belief in all that about the island, that I suppose all the exposures that could be imagined would not get it out of his head." "God help them," said the curate, "and let us be on the lookout to see what comes of all these absurdities of the knight and squire, for it seems as if they had both been cast in the same mould, and the madness of the master, without the simplicity of the man, would not be worth a farthing." "That is true," said the barber, "and I should like very much to know what the pair are talking about at this moment." "I promise you," said the curate, "the niece or the housekeeper will tell us by and by, for they are not the ones to forget to listen." Meanwhile Don Quixote shut himself up in his room with Sancho, and when they were alone he said to him, "It grieves me greatly, Sancho, that thou shouldst have said, and sayest, that I took thee out of thy cottage, when thou knowest I did not remain in my house. We sallied forth together, we took the road together, we wandered abroad together, we have had the same fortune and the same luck. If they blanketed thee once, they belaboured me 100 times, and that is the only advantage I have of thee." "That was only reasonable," replied Sancho, "for, by what your worship says, misfortunes belong more properly to knights errant than to their squires." "Thou art mistaken, Sancho," said Don Quixote, "according to the maxim, quando caput dolet, etc." "I don't understand any language but my own," said Sancho. "I mean to say," said Don Quixote, "that when the head suffers, all the members suffer, and so, being thy lord and master, I am thy head, and thou a part of me, as thou art my servant, and therefore any evil that affects or shall affect me should give thee pain, and what affects thee give pain to me." "It should be so," said Sancho, "but when I was blanketed as a member, my head was on the other side of the wall, looking on while I was flying through the air, and did not feel any pain whatever. And if the members are obliged to feel the suffering of the head, it should be obliged to feel their sufferings." "Dost thou mean to say now, Sancho," said Don Quixote, "that I did not feel when they were blanketing thee?" If thou dost, thou must not say so or think so, for I felt more pain then in spirit than thou didst in body. But let us put that aside for the present, for we shall have opportunities enough for considering and settling the point. Tell me, Sancho, my friend, what do they say about me in the village here? What do the common people think of me? What do the hidalgos? What do the caballeros? What do they say of my valour, of my achievements, of my courtesy? How do they treat the task I have undertaken in reviving and restoring to the world the now forgotten order of chivalry? In short, Sancho, I should have thee tell me all that has come to thine ears on this subject, and thou art to tell me without adding anything to the good or taking away anything from the bad. For it is the duty of loyal vassals to tell the truth to their lords, just as it is, and in its proper shape, not allowing flattery to add to it or any idle deference to lessen it. And I would have thee know, Sancho, that if the naked truth, undisguised by flattery, came to the ears of princes, times would be different, and other ages would be reckoned iron ages more than ours, which I hold to be the golden of these latter days. Profit by this advice, Sancho, and report to me clearly and faithfully the truth of what thou knowest touching what I have demanded of thee. That I will do with all my heart, master, replied Sancho, provided your worship will not be vexed at what I say, as you wish me to say it out in all its nakedness, without putting any more clothes on it than it came to my knowledge in. I will not be vexed at all, returned Don Quixote. Thou mayest speak freely, Sancho, and without any beating about the bush. Well then, said he, first of all, I have to tell you that the common people consider your worship a mighty great madman, and me no less a fool. The hidalgos say that, not keeping within the bounds of your quality of gentleman, you have assumed the Don, and made a knight of yourself at a jump, with 4 vine-stocks and a couple of acres of land, and never a shirt to your back. The caballeros say they do not want to have hidalgos setting up in opposition to them, particularly squire hidalgos who polish their own shoes and darn their black stockings with green silk. That, said Don Quixote, does not apply to me, for I always go well dressed and never patched. Ragged I may be, but ragged more from the wear and tear of arms than of time. As to your worship's valour, courtesy, accomplishments, and task, there is a variety of opinions. Some say mad but droll, others valiant but unlucky, others courteous but meddling, and then they go into such a number of things that they don't leave a whole bone either in your worship or in myself. Recollect, Sancho, said Don Quixote, that wherever virtue exists in an eminent degree, it is persecuted. Few or none of the famous men that have lived escaped being calumniated by malice. Julius Caesar, the boldest, wisest, and bravest of captains, was charged with being ambitious, and not particularly cleanly in his dress, or pure in his morals. Of Alexander, whose deeds won him the name of Great, they say that he was somewhat of a drunkard. Of Hercules, him of the many labours, it is said that he was lewd and luxurious. Of Don Galaor, the brother of Amadis of Gaul, it was whispered that he was over-quarrelsome, and of his brother that he was lachrymose. So that, O Sancho, among all these calumnies against good men, mine may be let pass, since they are no more than thou hast said. It's just where it is, body of my father. Is there more, then? Asked Don Quixote. There's the tail to be skinned yet, said Sancho. All so far is cakes and fancy bread, but if your worship wants to know all about the calumnies they bring against you, I will fetch you one this instant who can tell you the whole of them without missing an atom. For last night the son of Bartholomew Carrasco, who has been studying at Salamanca, came home after having been made a bachelor, and when I went to welcome him, he told me that your worship's history is already abroad in books, with the title of The Ingenious Gentleman Don Quixote of La Mancha, and he says they mention me in it by my own name of Sancho Panza, and the Lady Dulcinea del Toboso too, and divers things that happened to us when we were alone, so that I crossed myself in my wonder how the historian who wrote them down could have known them. I promise thee, Sancho, said Don Quixote, the author of our history will be some sage enchanter, for to such nothing that they choose to write about is hidden. "What?" said Sancho. "A sage and an enchanter? Why, the bachelor Samson Carrasco, that is the name of him I spoke of, says the author of the history is called Cid Hamete Berengaina." "That is a Moorish name," said Don Quixote. "Maybe so," replied Sancho, "for I have heard say that the Moors are mostly great lovers of Berengainas." "Thou must have mistaken the surname of this Cid, which means in Arabic lord, Sancho," observed Don Quixote. "Very likely," replied Sancho, "but if your worship wishes me to fetch the bachelor, I will go for him in a twinkling." "Thou wilt do me a great pleasure, my friend," said Don Quixote, "for what thou hast told me has amazed me, and I shall not eat a morsel that will agree with me until I have heard all about it." "Then I am off for him," said Sancho, and leaving his master he went in quest of the bachelor, with whom he returned in a short time, and all three together they had a very droll colloquy. Chapter 3. Of the laughable conversation that passed between Don Quixote, Sancho Panza, and the bachelor Samson Carrasco. Don Quixote remained very deep in thought, waiting for the bachelor Carrasco, from whom he was to hear how he himself had been put into a book, as Sancho said, and he could not persuade himself that any such history could be in existence, for the blood of the enemies he had slain was not yet dry on the blade of his sword, and now they wanted to make out that his mighty achievements were going about in print. For all that, he fancied some sage, either a friend or an enemy, might, by the aid of magic, have given them to the press. If a friend, in order to magnify and exalt them above the most famous ever achieved by any knight-errant; if an enemy, to bring them to naught, and degrade them below the meanest ever recorded of any low squire, though, as he said to himself, the achievements of squires never were recorded. If, however, it were the fact that such a history were in existence, it must necessarily, being the story of a knight-errant, be grandiloquent, lofty, imposing, grand, and true. With this he comforted himself somewhat, though it made him uncomfortable to think that the author was a Moor, judging by the title of Cid, and that no truth was to be looked for from Moors, as they are all impostors, cheats, and schemers. He was afraid he might have dealt with his love affairs in some indecorous fashion that might tend to the discredit and prejudice of the purity of his lady Dulcinea del Toboso. He would have had him set forth the fidelity and respect he had always observed towards her, spurning queens, empresses, and damsels of all sorts, and keeping in check the impetuosity of his natural impulses. Absorbed and wrapped up in these and divers other cogitations, he was found by Sancho and Carrasco, whom Don Quixote received with great courtesy. The bachelor, though he was called Samson, was of no great bodily size, but he was a very great wag. He was of a sallow complexion, but very sharp-witted, somewhere about 24 years of age, with a round face, a flat nose, and a large mouth, all indications of a mischievous disposition and a love of fun and jokes. And of this he gave a sample as soon as he saw Don Quixote, by falling on his knees before him and saying, "Let me kiss your mightiness's hand, Señor Don Quixote of La Mancha, for by the habit of St. Peter that I wear, though I have no more than the first 4 orders, your worship is one of the most famous knights-errant that have ever been, or will be, all the world over. A blessing on Cid Hamete Benengeli, who has written the history of your great deeds, and a double blessing on that connoisseur who took the trouble of having it translated out of the Arabic into our Castilian vulgar tongue for the universal entertainment of the people." Don Quixote made him rise, and said, "So, then, it is true that there is a history of me, and that it was a Moor and a sage who wrote it?" "So true is it, Señor," said Samson, "that my belief is there are more than 12,000 volumes of the said history in print this very day. Only ask Portugal, Barcelona, and Valencia, where they have been printed, and moreover there is a report that it is being printed at Antwerp, and I am persuaded there will not be a country or language in which there will not be a translation of it." "One of the things," here observed Don Quixote, "that ought to give most pleasure to a virtuous and eminent man is to find himself in his lifetime, in print and in type, familiar in people's mouths with a good name. I say with a good name, for if it be the opposite, then there is no death to be compared to it." "If it goes by good name and fame," said the bachelor, "your worship alone bears away the palm for all the knights-errant, for the Moor in his own language, and the Christian in his, have taken care to set before us your gallantry, your high courage in encountering dangers, your fortitude in adversity, your patience under misfortune, as well as wounds, the purity and continence of the platonic loves of your worship, and my lady Donna Dulcinea del Toboso." "I never heard my lady Dulcinea called Donna," observed Sancho here. "Nothing more than the lady Dulcinea del Toboso. So here already the history is wrong." "That is not an objection of any importance," replied Carrasco. "Certainly not," said Don Quixote. "But tell me, Señor Bachelor, what deeds of mine are they that are made most of in this history?" "On that point," replied the bachelor, "opinions differ, as tastes do. Some swear by the adventure of the windmills, that your worship took to be briareurs and giants, others by that of the fulling mills. One cries up the description of the 2 armies that afterwards took the appearance of 2 droves of sheep, another that of the dead body on its way to be buried at Segovia. A third says the liberation of the galley slaves is the best of all, and a fourth that nothing comes up to the affair with the Benedictine giants and the battle with the valiant Biscayan." "Tell me, Señor Bachelor," said Sancho at this point, "does the adventure with the young Guasons come in when our good Rocinante went hankering after dainties?" "The sage has left nothing in the ink bottle," replied Samson. "He tells all and sets down everything, even to the capers that worthy Sancho cut in the blanket." "I cut no capers in the blanket," returned Sancho. "In the air I did, and more of them than I liked." "There is no human history in the world, I suppose," said Don Quixote, "that has not its ups and downs, but more than others such as deal with chivalry, for they can never be entirely made up of prosperous adventures." "For all that," replied the bachelor, "there are those who have read the history who say they would have been glad if the author had left out some of the countless cudgellings that were inflicted on Señor Don Quixote in various encounters." "That's where the truth of the history comes in," said Sancho. "At the same time they might fairly have passed them over in silence," observed Don Quixote, "for there is no need of recording events which do not change or affect the truth of a history, if they tend to bring the hero of it into contempt. Aeneas was not in truth and earnest so pious as Virgil represents him, nor Ulysses so wise as Homer describes him." "That is true," said Samson, "but it is one thing to write as a poet, another to write as a historian. The poet may describe or sing things, not as they were, but as they ought to have been, but the historian has to write them down, not as they ought to have been, but as they were, without adding anything to the truth, or taking anything from it." "Why then," said Sancho, "if this Signor Moor goes in for telling the truth, no doubt among my master's drubbings mine are to be found, for they never took the measure of his worship's shoulders without doing the same for my whole body. But I have no right to wonder at that, for, as my master himself says, the members must share the pain of the head." "You are a sly dog, Sancho," said Don Quixote. "I'faith, you have no want of memory when you choose to remember." "If I were to try to forget the thwacks they gave me," said Sancho, "my wheels would not let me, for they are still fresh on my ribs." "Hush, Sancho," said Don Quixote, "and don't interrupt the bachelor, whom I entreat to go on and tell all that is said about me in this history." "And about me," said Sancho, "for they say too that I am one of the principal personages in it." "Personages, not personages, friend Sancho," said Samson. "What, another word-catcher?" said Sancho. "If that's to be the way, we shall not make an end in a lifetime." "May God shorten mine, Sancho," returned the bachelor, "if you are not the second person in the history, and there are even some who would rather hear you talk than the cleverest in the whole book, though there are some, too, who say you showed yourself over-credulous in believing there was any possibility in the government of that island offered you by Señor Don Quixote." "There is still sunshine on the wall," said Don Quixote, "and when Sancho is somewhat more advanced in life, with the experience that years bring, he will be fitter and better qualified for being a governor than he is at present." "By God, master," said Sancho, "the island that I cannot govern with the years I have, I'll not be able to govern with the years of Methuselah. The difficulty is that the said island keeps its distance somewhere, I know not where, and not that there is any want of head in me to govern it." "Leave it to God, Sancho," said Don Quixote, "for all will be, and perhaps better than you think. No leaf on the tree stirs but by God's will." "That is true," said Samson, "and if it be God's will, there will not be any want of 1,000 islands, much less one for Sancho to govern." "I have seen governors in these parts," said Sancho, "that are not to be compared to my shoe sole, and for all that they are called your lordship, and served on silver." "Those are not governors of islands," observed Samson, "but of other governments of an easier kind. Those that govern islands must at least know grammar." "I could manage the gram well enough," said Sancho, "but for the ma I have neither leaning nor liking, for I don't know what it is. But leaving this matter of the government in God's hands, to send me wherever it may be most to his service, I may tell you, Señor Bachelor Samson Carrasco, it has pleased me beyond measure that the author of this history should have spoken of me in such a way that what is said of me gives no offence. For, on the faith of a true squire, if he had said anything about me that was at all unbecoming an old Christian, such as I am, the deaf would have heard of it." "That would be working miracles," said Samson. "Miracles or no miracles," said Sancho, "let everyone mind how he speaks or writes about people, and not set down at random the first thing that comes into his head." "One of the faults they find with this history," said the bachelor, "is that its author inserted in it a novel called The Ill-Advised Curiosity. Not that it is bad or ill told, but that it is out of place, and has nothing to do with the history of his worship Señor Don Quixote." "I will bet the son of a dog has mixed the cabbages and the baskets," said Sancho. "Then I say," said Don Quixote, "the author of my history was no sage, but some ignorant chatterer, who, in a haphazard and heedless way, set about writing it, let it turn out as it might, just as Orbanea, the painter of Ubeda, used to do, who, when they asked him what he was painting, answered, 'What it may turn out.' Sometimes he would paint a cock in such a fashion, and so unlike, that he had to write alongside it in Gothic letters, 'This is a cock.' And so it will be with my history, which will require a commentary to make it intelligible." "No fear of that," returned Samson, "for it is so plain that there is nothing in it to puzzle over. The children turn its leaves, the young people read it, the grown men understand it, the old folk praise it. In a word, it is so thumbed and read and got by heart by people of all sorts, that the instant they see any lean hack, they say, 'There goes Rocinante.' And those that are most given to reading it are the pages, for there is not a lord's antechamber where there is not a Don Quixote to be found. One takes it up if another lays it down. This one pounces upon it, and that begs for it. In short, the said history is the most delightful and least injurious entertainment that has been hitherto seen, for there is not to be found in the whole of it even the semblance of an immodest word or a thought that is other than Catholic." "To write in any other way," said Don Quixote, "would not be to write truth, but falsehood, and historians who have recourse to falsehood ought to be burned, like those who coin false money. And I know not what could have led the author to have recourse to novels and irrelevant stories, when he had so much to write about in mine. No doubt he must have gone by the proverb, 'with straw or with hay,' etc., for by merely setting forth my thoughts, my sighs, my tears, my lofty purposes, my enterprises, he might have made a volume as large or larger than all the works of El Tostado would make up. In fact, the conclusion I arrive at, Señor Bachelor, is that to write histories or books of any kind there is need of great judgment and a ripe understanding. To give expression to humour and write in a strain of graceful pleasantry is the gift of great geniuses. The cleverest character in comedy is the clown, for he who would make people take him for a fool must not be one. History is in a measure a sacred thing, for it should be true, and where the truth is, there God is. But notwithstanding this, there are some who write and fling books broadcast on the world as if they were fritters." "There is no book so bad but it has something good in it," said the bachelor. "No doubt of that," replied Don Quixote, "but it often happens that those who have acquired and attained a well-deserved reputation by their writings lose it entirely, or damage it in some degree, when they give them to the press." "The reason of that," said Samson, "is that as printed works are examined leisurely, their faults are easily seen, and the greater the fame of the writer, the more closely are they scrutinized. Men famous for their genius, great poets, illustrious historians, are always, or most commonly, envied by those who take a particular delight and pleasure in criticizing the writings of others without having produced any of their own." "That is no wonder," said Don Quixote, "for there are many divines who are no good for the pulpit, but excellent in detecting the defects or excesses of those who preach." "All that is true, Señor Don Quixote," said Carrasco, "but I wish such fault-finders were more lenient and less exacting, and did not pay so much attention to the spots on the bright sun of the work they grumble at. For if aliquando bonus dormitet Homerus, they should remember how long he remained awake, to shed the light of his work with as little shade as possible. And perhaps it may be that what they find fault with may be moles that sometimes heighten the beauty of the face that bears them. And so, I say, very great is the risk to which he who prints a book exposes himself, for of all impossibilities, the greatest is to write one that will satisfy and please all readers." "That which treats of me must have pleased few," said Don Quixote. "Quite the contrary," said the bachelor, "for as stultorum infinitum est numerus, innumerable are those who have relished the said history. But some have brought a charge against the author's memory, inasmuch as he forgot to say who the thief was who stole Sancho's dapple, for it is not stated there, but only to be inferred from what is set down, that he was stolen, and a little farther on we see Sancho mounted on the same ass without any reappearance of it. They say, too, that he forgot to state what Sancho did with those 100 crowns that he found in the valise and the Sierra Morena, as he never alludes to them again. And there are many who would be glad to know what he did with them, or what he spent them on, for it is one of the serious omissions of the work." "Señor Samson, I am not in a humour now for going into accounts or explanations," said Sancho, "for there's a sinking of the stomach come over me, and unless I doctor it with a couple of sups of the old stuff, it will put me on the thorn of Santa Lucia. I have it at home, and my old woman is waiting for me. After dinner I'll come back, and will answer you and all the world every question you may choose to ask, as well about the loss of the ass as about the spending of the 100 crowns. And without another word, or waiting for a reply, he made off home. Don Quixote begged and entreated the bachelor to stay and do penance with him. The bachelor accepted the invitation and remained. A couple of young pigeons were added to the ordinary fare. At dinner they talked chivalry. Carrasco fell in with his lord's humour. The banquet came to an end. They took their afternoon sleep. Sancho returned, and their conversation was resumed. Chapter 4, in which Sancho Panza gives a satisfactory reply to the doubts and questions of the bachelor Samson Carrasco, together with other matters worth knowing and telling. Sancho came back to Don Quixote's house, and returning to the late subject of conversation, he said, "As to what Señor Samson said, that he would like to know by whom, or how, and when my ass was stolen, I say in reply that the same night we went into the Sierra Morena, flying from the Holy Brotherhood after that unlucky adventure of the galley slaves, and the other of the corpse that was going to Segovia, my master and I ensconced ourselves in a thicket, and there my master, leaning on his lance, and I seated on my dapple, battered and weary with the late frays, we fell asleep as if it had been on 4 feather mattresses, and I in particular slept so sound that whoever he was able to come and prop me up on 4 stakes, which he put under the 4 corners of the pack-saddle, in such a way that he left me mounted on it, and took away dapple from under me without my feeling it." "That is an easy matter," said Don Quixote, "and it is no new occurrence, for the same thing happened to Sacripante at the siege of Albraca. The famous thief Brunello, by the same contrivance, took his horse from between his legs. Day came," continued Sancho, "and the moment I stirred, the stakes gave way, and I fell to the ground with a mighty come down. I looked about for the ass, but could not see him. The tears rushed to my eyes, and I raised such a lamentation that if the author of our history has not put it in, he may depend upon it he has left out a good thing. Some days after, I know not how many, travelling with her ladyship, the Princess Micomicona, I saw my ass, and mounted upon him in the dress of a gipsy was that Gina de Pasamonte, the great rogue and rascal that my master and I freed from the chain. That is not where the mistake is, replied Samson. It is that before the ass has turned up, the author speaks of Sancho as being mounted on it. I don't know what to say to that, said Sancho, unless that the historian made a mistake, or perhaps it might be a blunder of the printers. No doubt that's it, said Samson, but what became of the 100 crowns? Did they vanish? To which Sancho answered, I spent them for my own good, and my wife's, and my children's, and it is they that have made my wife bear so patiently all my wanderings on highways and byways in the service of my master Don Quixote. For if, after all this time, I had come back to the house without a rap and without the ass, it would have been a poor look-out for me. And if anyone wants to know anything more about me, here I am, ready to answer the king himself in person. And it is no affair of anyone's whether I took or did not take, whether I spent or did not spend. For the whacks that were given me in these journeys were to be paid for in money, even if they were valued at no more than 4 maravedis apiece. Another 100 crowns would not pay me for half of them. Let each look to himself, and not try to make out white black and black white, for each of us is as God made him, aye, and often worse. I will take care, said Carrasco, to impress upon the author of the history that if he prints it again, he must not forget what worthy Sancho has said, for it will raise it a good span higher. Is there anything else to correct in the history, Señor Bachelor? Asked Don Quixote. No doubt there is, replied he, but not anything that will be of the same importance as those I have mentioned. Does the author promise a second part at all? Said Don Quixote. He does promise one, replied Samson, but he says he has not found it, nor does he know who has got it, and we cannot say whether it will appear or not. And so, on that head, as some say that no second part has ever been good, and others that enough has been already written about Don Quixote, it is thought there will be no second part, though some, who are jovial rather than saturnine, say, Let us have more Quixotades. Let Don Quixote charge and Sancho chatter, and no matter what it may turn out, we shall be satisfied with that. And what does the author mean to do? Said Don Quixote. What? Replied Samson. Why, as soon as he has found the history which he is now searching for with extraordinary diligence, he will at once give it to the press, moved more by the profit that may accrue to him from doing so than by any thought of praise. Whereat Sancho observed, The author looks for money and profit, does he? It will be a wonder if he succeeds, for it will be only hurry, hurry with him, like the tailor on Easter Eve, and works done in a hurry are never finished as perfectly as they ought to be. Let Master Moore, or whatever he is, pay attention to what he is doing, and I and my master will give him as much grouting ready to his hand in the way of adventures and accidents of all sorts as would make up not only 1 second part, but 100. The good man fancies, no doubt, that we are fast asleep in the straw here, but let him hold up our feet to be shod, and he will see which foot it is we go lame on. All I say is that if my master would take my advice, we would be now afield, redressing outrages and righting wrongs, as is the use and custom of good knights-errant. Sancho had hardly uttered these words when the neighing of Rocinante fell upon their ears, which neighing Don Quixote accepted as a happy omen, and he resolved to make another sally in 3 or 4 days from that time. Announcing his intention to the bachelor, he asked his advice as to the quarter in which he ought to commence his expedition, and the bachelor replied that in his opinion he ought to go to the kingdom of Aragon and the city of Saragossa, where there were to be certain solemn joustings at the festival of St. George, at which he might win renown above all the knights of Aragon, which would be winning it above all the knights of the world. He commended his very praiseworthy and gallant resolution, but admonished him to proceed with greater caution in encountering dangers, because his life did not belong to him, but to all those who had need of him to protect and aid them in their misfortunes. That's where it is what I abominate, Señor Samson, said Sancho here. My master will attack 100 armed men as a greedy boy would half a dozen melons. Body of the world, Señor Bachelor, there is a time to attack and a time to retreat, and it is not to be always Santiago and close Spain. Moreover, I have heard it said, and I think by my master himself, if I remember rightly, that the mean of valour lies between the extremes of cowardice and rashness. And if that be so, I don't want him to fly without having good reason, or to attack when the odds make it better not. But above all things, I warn my master that if he is to take me with him, it must be on the condition that he is to do all the fighting, and that I am not to be called upon to do anything except what concerns keeping him clean and comfortable. In this I will dance attendance on him readily, but to expect me to draw sword, even against rascally churls of the hatchet and hood, is idle. I don't set up to be a fighting man, Señor Samson, but only the best and most loyal squire that ever served knight-errant. And if my master, Don Quixote, in consideration of my many faithful services, is pleased to give me some island of the many his worship says one may stumble on in these parts, I will take it as a great favour. And if he does not give it to me, I was born like everyone else, and a man must not live in dependence on anyone except God. And what is more, my bread will taste as well, and perhaps even better, without a government than if I were a governor. And how do I know but that in these governments the devil may have prepared some trip for me to make me lose my footing and fall and knock my grinders out? Sancho I was born, and Sancho I mean to die. But for all that, if heaven were to make me a fair offer of an island or something else of the kind, without much trouble and without much risk, I am not such a fool as to refuse it. For they say, too, when they offer thee a heifer, run with a halter, and when good luck comes to thee, take it in. Brother Sancho, said Carrasco, you have spoken like a professor. But for all that, put your trust in God, and in Señor Don Quixote, for he will give you a kingdom, not to say an island. It is all the same, be it more or be it less, replied Sancho, though I can tell Señor Carrasco that my master would not throw the kingdom he might give me into a sack all in holes, for I have felt my own pulse, and I find myself sound enough to rule kingdoms and govern islands, and I have before now told my master as much. Take care, Sancho, said Samson. Honours change manners, and perhaps when you find yourself a governor you won't know the mother that bore you. That may hold good of those that are born in the ditches, said Sancho, but not of those who have the fat of an old Christian 4 fingers deep on their souls, as I have. Nay, only look at my disposition. Is that likely to show ingratitude to anyone? God grant it, said Don Quixote. We shall see when the government comes, and I seem to see it already. He then begged the bachelor, as if he were a poet, to do him the favour of composing some verses for him, conveying the farewell he meant to take of his lady Dulcinea del Toboso, and to see that a letter of her name was placed at the beginning of each line, so that, at the end of the verses, Dulcinea del Toboso might be read by putting together the first letters. The bachelor replied that although he was not one of the famous poets of Spain, who were, they said, only 3½ he would not fail to compose the required verses, though he saw a great difficulty in the task, as the letters which made up the name were 17. So if he made 4 ballad stanzas of 4 lines each, there would be a letter over, and if he made them of 5, what they called decimas or resondillas, there were 3 letters short. Nevertheless, he would try to drop a letter as well as he could, so that the name Dulcinea del Toboso might be got into 4 ballad stanzas. It must be by some means or other, said Don Quixote, for unless the name stands there plain and manifest, no woman would believe the verses were made for her. They agreed upon this, and that the departure should take place in 3 days from that time. Don Quixote charged the bachelor to keep it a secret, especially from the curate and Master Nicholas, and from his niece and the housekeeper, lest they should prevent the execution of his praiseworthy and valiant purpose. Carrasco promised all, and then took his leave, charging Don Quixote to inform him of his good or evil fortunes wherever he had an opportunity. And thus they bade each other farewell, and Sancho went away to make the necessary preparations for their expedition. Chapter 5. Of the shrewd and droll conversation that passed between Sancho Panza and his wife Teresa Panza, and other matters worthy of being duly recorded. The translator of this history, when he comes to write this 5th chapter, says that he considers it apocryphal because in it Sancho Panza speaks in a style unlike that which might have been expected from his limited intelligence, and says things so subtle that he does not think it possible he could have conceived them. However, desirous of doing what his task imposed upon him, he was unwilling to leave it untranslated, and therefore he went on to say, Sancho came home in such glee and spirits that his wife noticed his happiness a bow shot off, so much so that it made her ask him, "What have you got, Sancho, friend, that you are so glad?" To which he replied, "Wife, if it were God's will, I should be very glad not to be so well pleased as I show myself." "I don't understand you, husband," said she, "and I don't know what you mean by saying you would be glad if it were God's will not to be well pleased. For fool as I am, I don't know how one can find pleasure in not having it." "Hark ye, Teresa," replied Sancho, "I am glad because I have made up my mind to go back to the service of my master Don Quixote, who means to go out a 3rd time to seek for adventures, and I am going with him again, for my necessities will have it so, and also the hope that cheers me with the thought that I may find another 100 crowns like those we have spent, though it makes me sad to have to leave thee and the children. And if God would be pleased to let me have my daily bread, dry shod and at home, without taking me out into the byways and crossroads, and he could do it at small cost by merely willing it, it is clear my happiness would be more solid and lasting, for the happiness I have is mingled with sorrow at leaving thee, so that I was right in saying I would be glad if it were God's will not to be well pleased." "Look here, Sancho," said Teresa, "ever since you joined on to a knight-errant you talk in such a roundabout way that there is no understanding you." "It is enough that God understands me, wife," replied Sancho, "for he is the understander of all things. That will do. But mind, sister, you must look to Dapple carefully for the next 3 days, so that he may be fit to take arms. Double his feed, and see to the pack-saddle and other harness, for it is not to a wedding we are bound, but to go round the world, and play at give and take with giants and dragons and monsters, and hear hissings and roarings and bellowings and howlings, and even all this would be lavender if we had not to reckon with young Guasons and enchanted Moors." "I know well enough, husband," said Teresa, "that squires errant don't eat their bread for nothing, and so I will be always praying to our Lord to deliver you speedily from all that hard fortune." "I can tell you, wife," said Sancho, "if I did not expect to see myself governor of an island before long, I would drop down dead on the spot." "Nay then, husband," said Teresa, "let the hen live, though it be with her pip. Live, and let the devil take all the governments in the world. You came out of your mother's womb without a government, you have lived until now without a government, and when it is God's will, you will go or be carried to your grave without a government. How many there are in the world who live without a government, and continue to live all the same, and are reckoned in the number of the people? The best sauce in the world is hunger, and as the poor are never without that, they always eat with a relish. But mind, Sancho, if by good luck you should find yourself with some government, don't forget me and your children. Remember that Sanchico is now full 15, and it is right he should go to school, if his uncle the abbot has a mind to have him trained for the church. Consider, too, that your daughter, Mari Sancha, will not die of grief if we marry her, for I have my suspicions that she is as eager to get a husband as you to get a government. And after all, a daughter looks better ill-married than well-whored." "By my faith," replied Sancho, "if God brings me to any sort of a government, I intend, wife, to make such a high match for Mari Sancha that there will be no approaching her without calling her my lady." "Nay, Sancho," returned Teresa, "marry her to her equal. That is the safest plan, for if you pull her out of wooden clogs into high-heeled shoes, out of a grey flannel petticoat into hoops and silk gowns, out of the plain Marcia and thou into Donna so-and-so and my lady, the girl won't know where she is, and at every turn she will fall into 1,000 blunders that will show the thread of her coarse homespun stuff." "Tut, you fool," said Sancho, "it will be only to practise it for 2 or 3 years, and then dignity and decorum will fit her as easily as a glove, and if not, what matter? Let her be my lady, and never mind what happens." "Keep to your own station, Sancho," replied Teresa. "Don't try to raise yourself higher, and bear in mind the proverb that says, 'Wipe the nose of your neighbour's son, and take him into your house.' A fine thing it would be indeed to marry our Maria to some great count or grand gentleman, who, when the humour took him, would abuse her and call her clown bred and clodhopper's daughter and spinning wench. I have not been bringing up my daughter for that all this time, I can tell you, husband. Do you bring home money, Sancho, and leave marrying her to my care. There is Lope Toco, Juan Toco's son, a stout, sturdy young fellow that we know, and I can see he does not look sour at the girl. And with him, one of our own sort, she will be well married, and we shall have her always under our eyes, and be all one family, parents and children, grandchildren and sons-in-law, and the peace and blessing of God will dwell among us. So don't you go marrying her in those courts and grand palaces where they won't know what to make of her, or she what to make of herself." "Why, you idiot and wife for Barabbas," said Sancho, "what do you mean by trying, without why or wherefore, to keep me from marrying my daughter to one who will give me grandchildren that will be called your lordship? Look ye, Teresa, I have always heard my elders say that he who does not know how to take advantage of luck when it comes to him has no right to complain if it gives him the go-by. And now that it is knocking at our door, it will not do to shut it out. Let us go with the favouring breeze that blows upon us." It is this sort of talk, and what Sancho says lower down, that made the translator of the history say he considered this chapter apocryphal. "Don't you see, you animal," continued Sancho, "that it will be well for me to drop into some profitable government that will lift us out of the mire, and marry Mari Sancho to whom I like, and you yourself will find yourself called Donna Teresa Panza, and sitting in church on a fine carpet and cushions and draperies, in spite and in defiance of all the born ladies of the town? No, stay as you are, growing neither greater nor less, like a tapestry figure. Let us say no more about it, for Sanchica shall be a countess, say what you will." "Are you sure of all you say, husband?" replied Teresa. "Well, for all that, I am afraid this rank of countess for my daughter will be her ruin. You do as you like, make a duchess or a princess of her, but I can tell you it will not be with my will and consent. I was always a lover of equality, brother, and I can't bear to see people give themselves airs without any right. They called me Teresa at my baptism, a plain, simple name, without any additions or tags or fringes of dons or donnas. Cascaio was my father's name, and as I am your wife, I am called Teresa Panza, though by right I ought to be called Teresa Cascaio. But kings go where laws like, and I am content with this name without having the don put on top of it to make it so heavy that I cannot carry it, and I don't want to make people talk about me when they see me go dressed like a countess or governor's wife, for they will say at once, 'See what airs the slut gives herself, only yesterday she was always spinning flax, and used to go to mass with the tail of her petticoat over her head instead of a mantle, and there she goes today in a hooped gown with her brooches and airs as if we didn't know her.' If God keeps me in my 7 senses, or 5, or whatever number I have, I am not going to bring myself to such a pass. Go you, brother, and be a government or an island man, and swagger as much as you like, for by the soul of my mother, neither my daughter nor I are going to stir a step from our village. A respectable woman should have a broken leg and keep at home, and to be busy at something is a virtuous damsel's holiday. Be off to your adventures along with your Don Quixote, and leave us to our misadventures, for God will mend them for us according as we deserve it. I don't know, I am sure, who fixed the Don to him, what neither his father nor grandfather ever had." "I declare thou hast a devil of some sort in thy body," said Sancho. "God help thee, what a lot of things thou hast strung together, one after the other, without head or tail. What have Cascaio and the brooches and the proverbs and the airs to do with what I say? Look here, fool and dolt, for so I may call you when you don't understand my words and run away from good fortune. If I had said that my daughter was to throw herself down from a tower or go roaming the world as the Infanta Donna Urraca wanted to do, you would be right in not giving way to my will. But if in an instant, in less than a twinkling of an eye, I put the Don and my lady on her back, and take her out of the stubble, and place her under a canopy, on a dais, and on a couch, with more velvet cushions than all the Almohades of Morocco ever had in their family, why won't you consent and fall in with my wishes?" "Do you know why, husband?" replied Teresa. "Because of the proverb that says, 'Who covers thee discovers thee.' At the poor man people only throw a hasty glance. On the rich man they fix their eyes, and if the said rich man was once on a time poor, it is then there is the sneering and the tattle and spite of backbiters, and in the streets here they swarm as thick as bees." "Look here, Teresa," said Sancho, "and listen to what I am now going to say to you. Maybe you never heard it in all your life, and I do not give my own notions, for what I am about to say are the opinions of his reverence the preacher, who preached in this town last Lent, and who said, if I remember rightly, that all things present that our eyes behold bring themselves before us, and remain and fix themselves on our memory much better and more forcibly than things past." These observations which Sancho makes here are the other ones on account of which the translator says he regards this chapter as apocryphal, inasmuch as they are beyond Sancho's capacity. "Whence it arises," he continued, "that when we see any person well dressed and making a figure with rich garments and retinue of servants, it seems to lead and impel us perforce to respect him, though memory may at the same moment recall to us some lowly condition in which we have seen him, but which, whether it may have been poverty or low birth, being now a thing of the past, has no existence, while the only thing that has any existence is what we see before us. And if this person, whom fortune has raised from his original lowly state," these were the very words the padre used, "to his present height of prosperity, be well-bred, generous, courteous to all, without seeking to vie with those whose nobility is of ancient date, depend upon it, Teresa, no one will remember what he was, and every one will respect what he is, except indeed the envious, from whom no fair fortune is safe." "I do not understand you, husband," replied Teresa. "Do as you like, and don't break my head with any more speechifying and rhetoric, and if you have revolved to do what you say—" "Resolved, you should say, woman," said Sancho, "not revolved." "Don't set yourself to wrangle with me, husband," said Teresa. "I speak as God pleases, and don't deal in out-of-the-way phrases. And I say, if you are bent upon having a government, take your son Sancho with you, and teach him from this time on how to hold a government, for sons ought to inherit and learn the trades of their fathers." "As soon as I have the government," said Sancho, "I will send for him by post, and I will send thee money, of which I shall have no lack, for there is never any want of people to lend it to governors when they have not got it. And do thou dress him so as to hide what he is, and make him look what he is to be." "You send the money," said Teresa, "and I'll dress him up for you as fine as you please." "Then we are agreed that our daughter is to be a countess?" said Sancho. "The day that I see her a countess," replied Teresa, "it will be the same to me as if I was burying her. But once more I say, do as you please, for we women are born to this burden of being obedient to our husbands, though they be dogs." And with this she began to weep in earnest, as if she already saw Sanchica dead and buried. Sancho consoled her by saying that though he must make her a countess, he would put it off as long as possible. Here their conversation came to an end, and Sancho went back to see Don Quixote and make arrangements for their departure. Chapter 6. Of what took place between Don Quixote and his niece and housekeeper, one of the most important chapters in the whole history. While Sancho Panza and his wife Teresa Cascayo held the above irrelevant conversation, Don Quixote's niece and housekeeper were not idle, for by 1,000 signs they began to perceive that their uncle and master meant to give them the slip the third time, and once more betake himself to his, for them, ill-errant chivalry. They strove by all the means in their power to divert him from such an unlucky scheme, but it was all preaching in the desert and hammering cold iron. Nevertheless, among many other representations made to him, the housekeeper said to him, "In truth, master, if you do not keep still and stay quiet at home, and give over roaming mountains and valleys like a troubled spirit, looking for what they say are called adventures, but what I call misfortunes, I shall have to make complaint to God and the king, with loud supplication to send some remedy." To which Don Quixote replied, "What answer God will give to your complaints, housekeeper, I know not, nor what his majesty will answer either. I only know that if I were king I should decline to answer the numberless silly petitions they present every day, for one of the greatest among the many troubles kings have is being obliged to listen to all and answer all, and therefore I should be sorry that any affairs of mine should worry him." Whereupon the housekeeper said, "Tell us, Signor, at his Majesty's court are there no knights?" "There are," replied Don Quixote, "and plenty of them, and it is right there should be, to set off the dignity of the prince, and for the greater glory of the king's majesty." "Then might not your worship," said she, "be one of those that, without stirring a step, serve their king and lord in his court?" "Recollect, my friend," said Don Quixote, "all knights cannot be courtiers, nor can all courtiers be knights errant, nor need they be. There must be all sorts in the world, and though we may be all knights, there is a great difference between one and another, for the courtiers, without quitting their chambers or the threshold of the court, range the world over by looking at a map, without it costing them a farthing, and without suffering heat or cold, hunger or thirst. But we, the true knights errant, measure the whole earth with our own feet, exposed to the sun, to the cold, to the air, to the inclemencies of heaven, by day and night, on foot and on horseback. Nor do we only know enemies in pictures, but in their own real shapes, and at all risks and on all occasions we attack them, without any regard to childish points or rules of single combat, whether one has or not a shorter lance or sword, whether one carries relics or any secret contrivance about him, whether or not the sun is to be divided and portioned out, and other niceties of the sort that are observed in set combats of man to man that you know nothing about, but I do. And you must know, besides, that the true knight-errant, though he may see 10 giants, that not only touch the clouds with their heads, but pierce them, and that go each of them on 2 tall towers by way of legs, and whose arms are like the masts of mighty ships, and each eye like a great mill-wheel, and glowing brighter than a glass furnace, must not on any account be dismayed by them. On the contrary, he must attack and fall upon them with a gallant bearing and a fearless heart, and if possible vanquish and destroy them, even though they have for armour the shells of a certain fish that they say are harder than diamonds, and in place of swords wield trenchant blades of Damascus steel, or clubs studded with spikes also of steel, such as I have more than once seen. All this I say, housekeeper, that you may see the difference there is between the one sort of knight and the other, and it would be well if there were no prince who did not set a higher value on this second, or more properly speaking, first kind of knight-errant. For, as we read in their histories, there have been some amongst them who have been the salvation, not merely of one kingdom, but of many." "Ah, signor," here exclaimed the niece, "remember that all this you are saying about knights-errant is fable and fiction, and their histories, if indeed they were not burned, would deserve each of them to have a San Benito put on it, or some mark by which it might be known as infamous and a corrupter of good manners." "By the God that gives me life," said Don Quixote, "if thou wert not my full niece, being daughter of my own sister, I would inflict a chastisement upon thee for the blasphemy thou hast uttered that all the world should ring with. What? Can it be that a young hussy that hardly knows how to handle a dozen lace bobbins dares to wag her tongue and criticise the histories of knights-errant? What would Señor Amadis say if he heard such a thing? He, however, no doubt would forgive thee, for he was the most humble-minded and courteous knight of his time, and moreover a great protector of damsels. But some there are that might have heard thee, and it would not have been well for thee in that case, for they are not all courteous or mannerly, some are ill-conditioned scoundrels, nor is it every one that calls himself a gentleman that is so in all respects. Some are gold, others pinchbeck, and all look like gentlemen, but not all can stand the touchstone of truth. There are men of low rank who strain themselves to bursting to pass for gentlemen, and high gentlemen who, one would fancy, were dying to pass for men of low rank. The former raise themselves by their ambition or by their virtues, the latter debase themselves by their lack of spirit or by their vices, and one has need of experience and discernment to distinguish these two kinds of gentlemen, so much alike in name and so different in conduct." "God bless me," said the niece, "that you should know so much, uncle. Enough, if need be, to get up into a pulpit and go preach in the streets. and yet that you should fall into a delusion so great and a folly so manifest as to try to make yourself out vigorous when you are old, strong when you are sickly, able to put straight what is crooked when you yourself are bent by age, and above all a caballero when you are not one, for though gentlefolk may be so, poor men are nothing of the kind." "There is a great deal of truth in what you say, niece," returned Don Quixote, "and I could tell you somewhat about birth that would astonish you, but not to mix up things human and divine, I refrain. Look you, my dear, all the lineages in the world, attend to what I am saying, can be reduced to 4 sorts, which are these: those that had humble beginnings, and went on spreading and extending themselves until they attained surpassing greatness; those that had great beginnings and maintained them, and still maintain and uphold the greatness of their origin; those again that from a great beginning have ended in a point like a pyramid, having reduced and lessened their original greatness till it has come to naught, like the point of a pyramid, which relatively to its base or foundation is nothing. And then there are those, and it is they that are the most numerous, that have had neither an illustrious beginning nor a remarkable mid-course, and so will have an end without a name, like an ordinary plebeian line. Of the first, those that had an humble origin, and rose to the greatness they still preserve, the Ottoman house may serve as an example, which from a humble and lowly shepherd, its founder, has reached the height at which we now see it. For examples of the second sort of lineage, that began with greatness and maintain it still without adding to it, there are the many princes who have inherited the dignity and maintain themselves in their inheritance without increasing or diminishing it, keeping peacefully within the limits of their states. Of those that began great and ended in a point, there are thousands of examples, for all the Pharaohs and Ptolemies of Egypt, the Caesars of Rome, and the whole herd, if I may apply such a word to them, of countless princes, monarchs, lords, Medes, Assyrians, Persians, Greeks, and barbarians, all these lineages and lordships have ended in a point and come to nothing, they themselves as well as their founders, for it would be impossible now to find one of their descendants, and even should we find one, it would be in some lowly and humble condition. Of plebeian lineages I have nothing to say, save that they merely serve to swell the numbers of those that live, without any eminence to entitle them to any fame or praise beyond this. From all I have said, I would have you gather, my poor innocents, that great is the confusion among lineages, and that only those are seen to be great and illustrious that show themselves so by the virtue, wealth, and generosity of their possessors. I have said virtue, wealth, and generosity, because a great man who is vicious will be a great example of vice, and a rich man who is not generous will be merely a miserly beggar, for the possessor of wealth is not made happy by possessing it, but by spending it, and not by spending as he pleases, but by knowing how to spend it well. The poor gentleman has no way of showing that he is a gentleman but by virtue, by being affable, well-bred, courteous, gentle-mannered, and kindly, not haughty, arrogant, or censorious, but above all by being charitable. For by 2 maravedis, given with a cheerful heart to the poor, he will show himself as generous as he who distributes alms with bell-ringing, and no one that perceives him to be endowed with the virtues I have named, even though he know him not, will fail to recognize and set him down as one of the good blood. And it would be strange were it not so. Praise has ever been the reward of virtue, and those who are virtuous cannot fail to receive commendation. There are 2 roads, my daughters, by which men may reach wealth and honours. One is that of letters, the other that of arms. I have more of arms than of letters in my composition, and judging by my inclination to arms, was born under the influence of the planet Mars. I am, therefore, in a measure constrained to follow that road, and by it I must travel in spite of all the world, and it will be labour in vain for you to urge me to resist what heaven wills, fate ordains, reason requires, and above all my own inclination favours. For knowing as I do the countless toils that are the accompaniments of knights errantry, I know too the infinite blessings that are attained by it. I know that the path of virtue is very narrow, and the road of vice broad and spacious. I know their ends and goals are different, for for the broad and easy road of vice ends in death, and the narrow and toilsome one of virtue in life, and not transitory life, but in that which has no end. I know, as our great Castilian poet says, that it is by rugged paths like these they go that scale the heights of immortality, unreached by those that falter here below." "Woe is me!" exclaimed the niece. "My lord is a poet too. He knows everything, and he can do everything. I will bet if he choose to turn mason he can make a house as easily as a cage." "I can tell you, niece," replied Don Quixote, "if these chivalrous thoughts did not engage all my faculties, there would be nothing that I could not do, nor any sort of knick-knack that would not come from my hands, particularly cages and toothpicks." At this moment there came a knocking at the door, and when they asked who was there, Sancho Panza made an answer that it was he. The instant the housekeeper knew who it was, she ran to hide herself so as not to see him. In such abhorrence did she hold him. The niece let him in, and his master Don Quixote came forward to receive him with open arms, and the pair shut themselves up in his room, where they had another conversation not inferior to the previous one. Chapter 7. Of what passed between Don Quixote and his squire, together with other very notable incidents. The instant the housekeeper saw Sancho Panza shut himself up with her master, she guessed what they were about, and suspecting that the result of the consultation would be a resolve to undertake a third sally, she seized her mantle, and, in deep anxiety and distress, ran to find the bachelor Samson Carrasco, as she thought that, being a well-spoken man and a new friend of her master's, he might be able to persuade him to give up any such crazy notion. She found him pacing the patio of his house, and, perspiring and flurried, she fell at his feet the moment she saw him. Carrasco, seeing how distressed and overcome she was, said to her, "What is this, mistress housekeeper? What has happened to you? One would think you heartbroken." "Nothing, Señor Samson," said she, "only that my master is breaking out, plainly breaking out." "Whereabouts is he breaking out, Señora?" asked Samson. "Has any part of his body burst?" "He is only breaking out at the door of his madness," she replied. "I mean, dear Señor Bachelor, that he is going to break out again, and this will be the third time, to hunt all over the world for what he calls ventures, though I can't make out why he gives them that name. The first time he was brought back to us slung across the back of an ass and belaboured all over, and the second time he came in an ox-cart, shut up in a cage, in which he persuaded himself he was enchanted, and the poor creature was in such a state that the mother that bore him would not have known him. Lean, yellow, with his eyes sunk deep in the cells of his skull, so that to bring him round again, ever so little, cost me more than 600 eggs, as God knows, and all the world, and my hens too, that won't let me tell a lie." "That I can well believe," replied the bachelor, "for they are so good and so fat and so well bred that they would not say one thing for another, though they were to burst for it. In short, then, mistress housekeeper, that is all, and there is nothing the matter except what it is feared Don Quixote may do?" "No, señor," said she. "Well then," returned the bachelor, "don't be uneasy, but go home in peace. Get me ready something hot for breakfast, and while you are on the way, say the prayer of Santa Apollonia, that is, if you know it, for I will come presently, and you will see miracles." "Woe is me!" cried the housekeeper. "Is it the prayer of Santa Apollonia you would have me say? That would do if it was the toothache my master had, but it is in the brains what he has got." "I know what I am saying, mistress housekeeper. Go, and don't set yourself to argue with me, for you know I am a bachelor of Salamanca, and one can't be more of a bachelor than that," replied Carrasco. And with this the housekeeper retired, and the bachelor went to look for the curate, and arrange with him what will be told in its proper place. While Don Quixote and Sancho were shut up together, they had a discussion which the history records with great precision and scrupulous exactness. Sancho said to his master, "Señor, I have induced my wife to let me go with your worship wherever you choose to take me." "Induced, you should say, Sancho," said Don Quixote, "not educed." "Once or twice, as well as I remember," replied Sancho, "I have begged of your worship not to mend my words, if so be as you understand what I mean by them. And if you don't understand them, to say, Sancho, or devil, I don't understand thee. And if I don't make my meaning plain, then you may correct me, for I am so facile. I don't understand thee, Sancho, said Don Quixote at once, for I know not what I am so facile means. So facile means I am so much that way, replied Sancho. I understand thee still less now, said Don Quixote. Well, if you can't understand me, said Sancho, I don't know how to put it. I know no more. God help me. Oh, now I have hit it, said Don Quixote. Thou wouldst say that thou art so docile, tractable, and gentle that thou wilt take what I say to thee, and submit to what I teach thee. I would bet, said Sancho, that from the very first you understood me, and knew what I meant, but you wanted to put me out, that you might hear me make another couple of dozen blunders. Maybe so, replied Don Quixote, but to come to the point, what does Teresa say? Teresa says, replied Sancho, that I should make sure with your worship, and let papers speak and beards be still, for he who binds does not wrangle, since one take is better than two I'll give these, and I say a woman's advice is no great thing, and he who won't take it is a fool. And so say I, said Don Quixote. Continue, Sancho, my friend. Go on. You talk pearls today. The fact is, continued Sancho, that as your worship knows better than I do, we are all of us liable to death, and today we are, and tomorrow we are not, and the lamb goes as soon as the sheep, and nobody can promise himself more hours of life in this world than God may be pleased to give him. For death is deaf, and when it comes to knock at our life's door, it is always urgent, and neither prayers, nor struggles, nor sceptres, nor mitres can keep it back, as common talk and report say, and as they tell us from the pulpits every day. All that is very true, said Don Quixote, but I cannot make out what thou art driving at. What I am driving at, said Sancho, is that your worship settle some fixed wages for me, to be paid monthly while I am in your service, and that the same be paid me out of your estate, for I don't care to stand on rewards which either come late or ill, or never at all. God help me with my own. In short, I would like to know what I am to get, be it much or little, for the hen will lay on one egg, and many littles make a much, and so long as one gains something there is nothing lost. To be sure, if it should happen, what I neither believe nor expect, that your worship were to give me that island you have promised me, I am not so ungrateful nor so grasping, but that I would be willing to have the revenue of such island valued and stopped out of my wages in due promotion. Sancho, my friend, replied Don Quixote, sometimes proportion may be as good as promotion. I see, said Sancho. I'll bet I ought to have said proportion and not promotion, but it is no matter, as your worship has understood me. And so well understood, returned Don Quixote, that I have seen into the depths of thy thoughts, and know the mark thou art shooting at with the countless shafts of thy proverbs. Look here, Sancho, I would readily fix thy wages if I had ever found any instance in the histories of the knights-errant to show or indicate by the slightest hint what their squires used to get monthly or yearly. But I have read all, or the best part of their histories, and I cannot remember reading of any knight-errant having assigned fixed wages to his squire. I only know that they all served on reward, and that when they least expected it, if good luck attended their masters, they found themselves recompensed with an island, or something equivalent to it, or at the least they were left with a title and lordship. If with these hopes and additional inducements you, Sancho, please to return to my service, well and good. But to suppose that I am going to disturb or unhinge the ancient usage of knight-errantry is all nonsense. And so, my Sancho, get you back to your house and explain my intentions to your Teresa, and if she likes and you like to be on reward with me, bene quidem. If not, we remain friends, for if the pigeon house does not lack food, it will not lack pigeons. And bear in mind, my son, that a good hope is better than a bad holding, and a good grievance better than a bad compensation. I speak in this way, Sancho, to show you that I can shower down proverbs just as well as yourself, and in short, I mean to say, and I do say, that if you don't like to come on reward with me, and run the same chance that I run, God be with you, and make a saint of you, for I shall find plenty of squires more obedient and painstaking, and not so thick-headed or talkative as you are." When Sancho heard his master's firm, resolute language, a cloud came over the sky with him, and the wings of his heart had dropped, for he had made sure that his master would not go without him for all the wealth of the world. And as he stood there dumbfounded and moody, Samson Carrasco came in with the housekeeper and niece, who were anxious to hear by what arguments he was about to dissuade their master from going to seek adventures. The arch-wag Samson came forward, and embracing him as he had done before, said with a loud voice, "O flower of knight-errantry, O shining light of arms, O honour and mirror of the Spanish nation, may God Almighty in his infinite power grant that any person or persons who would impede or hinder thy third sally may find no way out of the labyrinth of their schemes, nor ever accomplish what they most desire." And then, turning to the housekeeper, he said, "Mistress Housekeeper may just as well give over saying the prayer of Santa Apollonia, for I know it is the positive determination of the spheres that Señor Don Quixote shall proceed to put into execution his new and lofty designs. And I should lay a heavy burden on my conscience did I not urge and persuade this knight not to keep the might of his strong arm and the virtue of his valiant spirit any longer curbed and checked, for by his inactivity he is defrauding the world of the redress of wrongs, of the protection of orphans, of the honour of virgins, of the aid of widows, and of the support of wives, and other matters of this kind, appertaining, belonging, proper and peculiar to the order of knight-errantry. On then, my lord Don Quixote, beautiful and brave, let your worship and highness set out today rather than tomorrow, and if anything be needed for the execution of your purpose, here am I, ready in person and purse to supply the want, and were it requisite to attend your magnificence as squire, I should esteem it the happiest good fortune." At this Don Quixote, turning to Sancho, said, "Did I not tell thee, Sancho, there would be squires enough and to spare for me? See now who offers to become one, no less than the illustrious bachelor Samson Carrasco, the perpetual joy and delight of the courts of the Salamancan schools, sound in body, discreet, patient under heat or cold, hunger or thirst, with all the qualifications requisite to make a knight-errant squire. But heaven forbid that, to gratify my own inclination, I should shake or shatter this pillar of letters and vessel of the sciences, and cut down this towering palm of the fair and liberal arts. Let this new Samson remain in his own country, and bringing honour to it, bring honour at the same time on the grey heads of his venerable parents. For I will be content with any squire that comes to hand, as Sancho does not deign to accompany me." "I do deign," said Sancho, deeply moved and with tears in his eyes. "It shall not be said of me, master mine," he continued, "the bread eaten and the company dispersed. Nay, I come of no ungrateful stock, for all the world knows, but particularly my own town, who the Panzers, from whom I am descended, were, and what is more, I know and have learned by many good words and deeds your worship's desire to show me favour. And if I have been bargaining more or less about my wages, it was only to please my wife, who, when she sets herself to press a point, no hammer drives the hoops of a cask as she drives one to do what she wants. But, after all, a man must be a man, and a woman, and as I am a man anyhow, which I can't deny, I will be one in my own house too, let who will take it amiss. And so there's nothing more to do but for your worship to make your will with its codicil in such a way that it can't be provoked, and let us set out at once to save Señor Samson's soul from suffering, as he says his conscience obliges him to persuade your worship to sally out upon the world a third time. So I offer again to serve your worship faithfully and loyally, as well and better than all the squires that served knights-errant in times past or present." The bachelor was filled with amazement when he heard Sancho's phraseology and style of talk, for though he had read the first part of his master's history, he never thought that he could be so droll as he was there described. But now, hearing him talk of will and codicil that could not be provoked, instead of will and codicil that could not be revoked, he believed all he had read of him, and set him down as one of the greatest simpletons of modern times. And he said to himself that two such lunatics as master and man the world had never seen. In fine, Don Quixote and Sancho embraced one another and made friends, and by the advice and with the approval of the great Carrasco, who was now their oracle, it was arranged that their departure should take place 3 days thence, by which time they could have all that was requisite for the journey ready, and procure a closed helmet, which Don Quixote said he must by all means take. Samson offered him one, as he knew a friend of his who had it would not refuse it to him, though it was more dingy with rust and mildew than bright and clean like burnished steel. The curses which both housekeeper and niece poured out on the bachelor were past counting. They tore their hair, they clawed their faces, and, in the style of the hired mourners that were once in fashion, they raised a lamentation over the departure of their master and uncle, as if it had been his death. Samson's intention in persuading them to sally forth once more was to do what the history relates farther on, all by the advice of the curate and barber, with whom he had previously discussed the subject. Finally, then, during those 3 days, Don Quixote and Sancho provided themselves with what they considered necessary, and Sancho, having pacified his wife, and Don Quixote, his niece and housekeeper, at nightfall, unseen by anyone except the bachelor, who thought fit to accompany them half a league out of the village, they set out for El Toboso, Don Quixote on his good Rocinante, and Sancho on his old Dapple, his alforges furnished with certain matters in the way of victuals, and his purse with money that Don Quixote gave him to meet emergencies. Samson embraced him, and entreated him to let him hear of his good or evil fortunes, so that he might rejoice over the former, or condole with him over the latter, as the laws of friendship required. Don Quixote promised him he would do so, and Samson returned to the village, and the other two took the road for the great city of El Toboso. Chapter 8, wherein is related what befell Don Quixote on his way to see his lady Dulcinea del Toboso. Blessed be Allah the All-Powerful, says Hameti Benengeli on beginning this 8th chapter. Blessed be Allah, he repeats 3 times. And he says he utters these thanksgivings at seeing that he has now got Don Quixote and Sancho fairly afield, and that the readers of his delightful history may reckon that the achievements and humours of Don Quixote and his squire are now about to begin. And he urges them to forget the former chivalries of the ingenious gentleman, and to fix their eyes on those that are to come, which now begin on the road to El Toboso, as the others began on the plains of Montiel. Nor is it much that he asks in consideration of all he promises, and so he goes on to say, Don Quixote and Sancho were left alone, and the moment Samson took his departure, Rocinante began to neigh, and Dapple to sigh, which by both knight and squire was accepted as a good sign and a very happy omen, though if the truth is to be told, the sighs and brays of Dapple were louder than the neighings of the hack, from which Sancho inferred that his good fortune was to exceed and overtop that of his master, building perhaps upon some judicial astrology that he may have known, though the history says nothing about it. All that can be said is that when he stumbled or fell, he was heard to say he wished he had not come out, for by stumbling or falling there was nothing to be got but a damaged shoe or a broken rib, and fool as he was not much astray in this. Said Don Quixote, Sancho, my friend, night is drawing on upon us as we go, and more darkly than will allow us to reach El Toboso by daylight. For there I am resolved to go before I engage in another adventure, and there I shall obtain the blessing and generous permission of the peerless Dulcinea, with which permission I expect and feel assured that I shall conclude and bring to a happy termination every perilous adventure. For nothing in life makes knights-errant more valorous than finding themselves favoured by their ladies. So I believe, replied Sancho, but I think it will be difficult for your worship to speak with her, or see her, at any rate where you will be able to receive her blessing, unless, indeed, she throws it over the wall of the yard where I saw her the time before, when I took her the letter that told of the follies and mad things your worship was doing in the heart of Sierra Morena." "Didst thou take that for a yard wall, Sancho," said Don Quixote, "where or at which thou sawest that never sufficiently extolled grace and beauty? It must have been the gallery corridor or portico of some rich and royal palace." "It might have been all that," returned Sancho, "but to me it looked like a wall, unless I am short of memory." "At all events, let us go there, Sancho," said Don Quixote, "for so that I see her, it is the same to me whether it be over a wall or at window, or through the chink of a door, or the grate of a garden. For any beam of the sun of her beauty that reaches my eyes will give light to my reason and strength to my heart, so that I shall be unmatched and unequalled in wisdom and valour." "Well, to tell the truth, señor," said Sancho, "when I saw that sun of the lady Dulcinea del Toboso, it was not bright enough to throw out beams at all. It must have been that as her grace was sifting that wheat I told you of, the thick dust she raised came before her face like a cloud, and dimmed it." "What! Dost thou still persist, Sancho," said Don Quixote, "in saying, thinking, believing, and maintaining that my lady Dulcinea was sifting wheat, that being an occupation and task entirely at variance with what is and should be the employment of persons of distinction, who are constituted and reserved for other avocations and pursuits that show their rank a bow shot off? Thou hast forgotten, O Sancho, those lines of our poet, wherein he paints for us how, in their crystal abodes, those four nymphs employed themselves who rose from their beloved Tagus and seated themselves in a verdant meadow to embroider those tissues which the ingenious poet there describes to us. How they were worked and woven with gold and silk and pearls, and something of this sort must have been the employment of my lady when thou sawest her, only that the spite which some wicked enchanter seems to have against everything of mine changes all those things that give me pleasure, and turns them into shapes unlike their own. And so I fear that in that history of my achievements, which they say is now in print, if haply its author was some sage who is an enemy of mine, he will have put one thing for another, mingling 1,000 lies with one truth, and amusing himself by relating transactions which have nothing to do with the sequence of a true history. Oh, envy, root of all countless evils, and canker worm of the virtues! All the vices, Sancho, bring some kind of pleasure with them, but envy brings nothing but irritation, bitterness, and rage." "So I say too," replied Sancho, "and I suspect in that legend or history of us that the bachelor Samson Carrasco told us he saw, my honour goes dragged in the dirt, knocked about, up and down, sweeping the streets, as they say. And yet, on the faith of an honest man, I never spoke ill of any enchanter, and I am not so well off that I am to be envied. To be sure, I am rather sly, and I have a certain spice of the rogue in me, but all is covered by the great cloak of my simplicity, always natural and never acted, and if I had no other merit save that I believe, as I always do, firmly and truly in God, and all the holy Roman Catholic Church holds and believes, and that I am a mortal enemy of the Jews, the historians ought to have mercy on me, and treat me well in their writings. But let them say what they like. Naked I was born, naked I find myself. I neither lose nor gain, nay, while I see myself put into a book and passed on from hand to hand over the world, I don't care a fig. Let them say what they like of me." "That, Sancho," returned Don Quixote, "reminds me of what happened to a famous poet of our day, who, having written a bitter satire against all the courtesan ladies, did not insert or name in it a certain lady of whom it was questionable whether she was one or not. She, seeing that she was not in the list of the poet, asked him what he had seen in her that he did not include her in the number of the others, telling him he must add to his satire, and put her in the new part, or else look out for the consequences. The poet did as she bade him, and left her without a shred of reputation, and she was satisfied by getting fame, though it was infamy. In keeping with this is what they relate of that shepherd who set fire to the famous temple of Diana, by repute one of the 7 wonders of the world, and burned it with the sole object of making his name live in after ages. And though it was forbidden to name him, or mention his name by word of mouth or in writing, lest the object of his ambition should be attained, nevertheless it became known that he was called Erostratus. And something of the same sort is what happened in the case of the great Emperor Charles V and a gentleman in Rome. The emperor was anxious to see that famous temple of the Rotunda, called in ancient times the Temple of all the Gods, but nowadays, by a better nomenclature, of all the Saints, which is the best preserved building of all those of pagan construction in Rome, and the one which best sustains the reputation of mighty works and magnificence of its founders. It is in the form of a half-orange, of enormous dimensions, and well lighted, though no light penetrates it save that which is admitted by a window, or rather round skylight at the top. And it was from this that the emperor examined the building. A Roman gentleman stood by his side and explained to him the skilful construction and ingenuity of the vast fabric and its wonderful architecture, and when they had left the skylights, he said to the emperor, "1,000 times, your sacred majesty, the impulse came upon me to seize your majesty in my arms and fling myself down from yonder skylight, so as to leave behind me in the world a name that would last forever." "I am thankful to you for not carrying such an evil thought into effect," said the emperor, "and I shall give you no opportunity in future of again putting your loyalty to the test, and I therefore forbid you ever to speak to me or to be where I am." And he followed up these words by bestowing a liberal bounty upon him. "My meaning is, Sancho, that the desire of acquiring fame is a very powerful motive. What, thinkest thou, was it that flung Horatius in full armour down from the bridge into the depths of the Tiber? What burned the hand and arm of Mutius? What impelled Curtius to plunge into the deep burning gulf that opened in the midst of Rome? What, in opposition to all the omens that declared against him, made Julius Caesar cross the Rubicon? And to come to more modern examples, what scuttled the ships and left stranded and cut off the gallant Spaniards under the command of the most courteous Cortes in the New World? All these and a variety of other great exploits are, were, and will be the work of fame that mortals desire as a reward and a portion of the immortality their famous deeds deserve, though we Catholic Christians and knights-errant look more to that future glory that is everlasting in the ethereal regions of heaven than to the vanity of the fame that is to be acquired in this present transitory life, a fame that, however long it may last, must after all end with the world itself, which has its own appointed end. So that, O Sancho, in what we do, we must not overpass the bounds which the Christian religion we profess has assigned to us. We have to slay pride in giants, envy by generosity and nobleness of heart, anger by calmness of demeanour and equanimity, gluttony and sloth by the spareness of our diet and the length of our vigils, lust and lewdness by the loyalty we preserve to those whom we have made the mistresses of our thoughts, indolence by traversing the world in all directions, seeking opportunities of making ourselves, besides Christians, famous knights. Such, Sancho, are the means by which we reach those extremes of praise that fair fame carries with it." "All that your worship has said so far," said Sancho, "I have understood quite well. But still I would be glad if your worship would dissolve a doubt for me, which has just this minute come into my mind." "Solve, thou meanest, Sancho," said Don Quixote. "Say on, in God's name, and I will answer as well as I can." "Tell me, Señor," Sancho went on to say, "those Julys or Augusts and all those venturous knights that you say are now dead, where are they now?" "The heathens," replied Don Quixote, "are no doubt in hell. The Christians, if they were good Christians, are either in purgatory or in heaven." "Very good," said Sancho. "But now I want to know, the tombs where the bodies of those great lords are, have they silver lamps before them, or are the walls of their chapels ornamented with crutches, winding sheets, tresses of hair, legs and eyes in wax? Or what are they ornamented with?" To which Don Quixote made answer, The tombs of the heathen were generally sumptuous temples. The ashes of Julius Caesar's body were placed on the top of a stone pyramid of vast size, which they now call in Rome St. Peter's Needle. The Emperor Hadrian had for a tomb a castle as large as a good-sized village, which they called the Moles Adriani, and is now the castle of Sant'Angelo in Rome. The Queen Artemisa buried her husband Mausolus in a tomb which was reckoned one of the 7 wonders of the world. But none of these tombs, or of the many others of the heathens, were ornamented with winding sheets or any of those other offerings and tokens that show that they who are buried there are saints. "That's the point I'm coming to," said Sancho. "And now tell me, which is the greater work, to bring a dead man to life, or to kill a giant?" "The answer is easy," replied Don Quixote. "It is a greater work to bring to life a dead man." "Now I have got you," said Sancho. "In that case, the fame of them who bring the dead to life, who give sight to the blind, cure cripples, restore health to the sick, and before whose tombs there are lamps burning, and whose chapels are filled with devout folk on their knees, adoring their relics, be a better fame in this life and in the other than that which all the heathen emperors and knights-errants that have ever been in the world have left or may leave behind them." "That I grant thee too," said Don Quixote. "Then this fame, these favours, these privileges, or whatever you call it," said Sancho, "belong to the bodies and relics of the saints, who, with the approbation and permission of our Holy Mother Church, have lamps, tapers, winding sheets, crutches, pictures, eyes and legs, by means of which they increase devotion and add to their own Christian reputation. Kings carry the bodies or relics of saints on their shoulders, and kiss bits of their bones, and enrich and adorn their oratories and favourite altars with them." "What wouldst thou have me infer from all thou hast said, Sancho?" asked Don Quixote. "My meaning is," said Sancho, "let us set about becoming saints, and we shall obtain more quickly the fair fame which we are striving after. For you know, señor, yesterday, or the day before yesterday, for it is so lately one may say so, they canonized and beatified 2 little barefoot friars, and it is now reckoned the greatest good luck to kiss or touch the iron chains with which they girt and tortured their bodies, and they are held in greater veneration, so it is said, than the sword of Roland in the armoury of our Lord the King, whom God preserve. So that, señor, it is better to be an humble little friar of no matter what order than a valiant knight-errant. With God, a couple of dozen of penance lashings are of more avail than 2,000 lance thrusts, be they given to giants or monsters or dragons." "All that is true," returned Don Quixote, "but we cannot all be friars, and many are the ways by which God takes his own to heaven. Chivalry is a religion. There are sainted knights in glory." "Yes," said Sancho, "but I have heard say that there are more friars in heaven than knights-errant." "That," said Don Quixote, "is because those in religious orders are more numerous than knights." "The errants are many," said Sancho. "Many," replied Don Quixote, "but few they who deserve the name of knights." With these and other discussions of the same sort, they passed that night and the following day without anything worth mention happening to them, whereat Don Quixote was not a little dejected. But at length the next day at daybreak they descried the great city of El Toboso, at the sight of which Don Quixote's spirits rose and Sancho's fell, for he did not know Dulcinea's house, nor in all his life had he ever seen her any more than his master, so that they were both uneasy, the one to see her, the other at not having seen her, and Sancho was at a loss to know what he was to do when his master sent him to El Toboso. In the end, Don Quixote made up his mind to enter the city at nightfall, and they waited until the time came among some oak trees that were near El Toboso. And when the moment they had agreed upon arrived, they made their entrance into the city, where something happened them that may fairly be called something. Chapter 9, wherein is related what will be seen there. 'Twas at the very midnight hour, more or less, when Don Quixote and Sancho quitted the wood and entered El Toboso. The town was in deep silence, for all the inhabitants were asleep and stretched on the broad of their backs, as the saying is. The night was darkish, though Sancho would have been glad had it been quite dark, so as to find in the darkness an excuse for his blundering. All over the place nothing was to be heard except the barking of dogs, which deafened the ears of Don Quixote and troubled the heart of Sancho. Now and then an ass brayed. Pigs grunted, cats meowed, and the various noises they made seemed louder in the silence of the night, all which the enamoured knight took to be of evil omen. Nevertheless he said to Sancho, "Sancho, my son, lead on to the place of Dulcinea. It may be that we shall find her awake." "Body of the sun, what palace am I to lead to?" said Sancho, "when what I saw her highness in was only a very little house." "Most likely she had then withdrawn into some small apartment of her palace," said Don Quixote, "to amuse herself with damsels, as great ladies and princesses are accustomed to do." "Señor," said Sancho, "if your worship will have it in spite of me that the house of my lady Dulcinea is a palace, is this an hour, think you, to find the door open? And will it be right for us to go knocking till they hear us and open the door, making a disturbance and confusion all through the household? Are we going, do you fancy, to the house of our wenches, like gallants who come and knock and go in at any hour, however late it may be?" "Let us first of all find out the palace for certain," replied Don Quixote, "and then I will tell thee, Sancho, what we had best do. But look, Sancho, for either I see badly, or that dark mass that one sees from here should be Dulcinea's palace." "Then let your worship lead the way," said Sancho. "Perhaps it may be so. Though I see it with my eyes and touch it with my hands, I'll believe it as much as I believe it is daylight now." Don Quixote took the lead, and having gone a matter of 200 paces, he came upon the mass that produced the shade, and found it was a great tower, and then he perceived that the building in question was no palace, but the chief church of the town, and, said he, "It's the church we have lit upon, Sancho." "So I see," said Sancho, "and God grant we may not light upon our graves. It is no good sign to find oneself wandering in a graveyard at this time of night, and that after my telling your worship, if I don't mistake, that the house of this lady will be in an alley without an outlet." "The curse of God on thee for a blockhead," said Don Quixote. "Where hast thou ever heard of castles and royal palaces being built in alleys without an outlet?" "Señor," replied Sancho, "every country has a way of its own. Perhaps here in El Toboso it is the way to build palaces and grand buildings in alleys. So I entreat your worship to let me search about among these streets or alleys before me, and perhaps in some corner or other I may stumble on this palace, and I wish I saw the dogs eating it for leading us such a dance." "Speak respectfully of what belongs to my lady, Sancho," said Don Quixote. "Let us keep the feast in peace, and not throw the rope after the bucket." "I'll hold my tongue," said Sancho, "but how am I to take it patiently when your worship wants me, with only once seeing the house of our mistress, to know always, and to find it in the middle of the night, when your worship can't find it, who must have seen it thousands of times?" "Thou wilt drive me to desperation, Sancho," said Don Quixote. "Look here, heretic, have I not told thee 1,000 times that I have never once in my life seen the peerless Dulcinea, or crossed the threshold of her palace, and that I am enamoured solely by hearsay, and by the great reputation she bears for beauty and discretion?" "I hear it now," returned Sancho, "and I may tell you that if you have not seen her, no more have I." "That cannot be," said Don Quixote, "for at any rate thou saidst, on bringing back the answer to the letter I sent by thee, that thou sawest her sifting wheat." "Don't mind that, señor," said Sancho. "I must tell you that my seeing her and the answer I brought you back were by hearsay too, for I can no more tell who the lady Dulcinea is than I can hit the sky." "Sancho, Sancho," said Don Quixote, "there are times for jests, and times when jests are out of place. If I tell thee that I have neither seen nor spoken to the lady of my heart, it is no reason why thou should say thou hast not spoken to her or seen her, when the contrary is the case, as thou well knowest." While the two were engaged in this conversation, they perceived someone with a pair of mules approaching the spot where they stood, and from the noise the plough made as it dragged along the ground, they guessed him to be some labourer who had got up before daybreak to go to his work, and so it proved to be. He came along singing the ballad that says, "Ill did ye fare, ye men of France, in Roncesvalles chase." "May I die, Sancho," said Don Quixote when he heard him, "if any good will come to us tonight. Dost thou not hear what that clown is singing?" "I do," said Sancho, "but what has Roncesvalles chase to do with what we have in hand? He might just as well be singing the ballad of Carleno for any good or ill that can come to us in our business." By this time the labourer had come up, and Don Quixote asked him, "Can you tell me, worthy friend, and God speed you, whereabouts here is the palace of the peerless princess Donna Dulcinea del Toboso?" "Señor," replied the lad, "I am a stranger, and I have been only a few days in the town doing farm work for a rich farmer. In that house opposite there live the curate of the village and the sacristan, and both or either of them will be able to give your worship some account of this lady princess, for they have a list of all the people of El Toboso, though it is my belief there is not a princess living in the whole of it. Many ladies there are of quality, and in her own house each of them may be a princess." "Well then, she I am inquiring for will be one of these, my friend," said Don Quixote. "Maybe so," replied the lad. "God be with you, for here comes the daylight." And without waiting for any more of his questions, he whipped on his mules. Sancho, seeing his master downcast and somewhat dissatisfied, said to him, "Señor, daylight will be here before long, and it will not do for us to let the sun find us in the street. It will be better for us to quit the city, and for your worship to hide in some forest in the neighbourhood, and I will come back in the daytime, and I won't leave a nook or corner of the whole village that I won't search for the house, castle, or palace of my lady, and it will be hard luck for me if I don't find it. And as soon as I have found it, I will speak to her grace, and tell her where and how your worship is waiting for her, to arrange some plan for you to see her, without any damage to her honour and reputation." "Sancho," said Don Quixote, "thou hast delivered 1,000 sentences condensed in the compass of a few words. I thank thee for the advice thou hast given me, and take it most gladly. Come, my son, let us go look for some place where I may hide, while thou dost return, as thou sayest, to seek and speak with my lady, from whose discretion and courtesy I look for favours more than miraculous." Sancho was in a fever to get his master out of the town, lest he should discover the falsehood of the reply he had brought to him in the Sierra Morena on behalf of Dulcinea. So he hastened their departure, which they took at once, and 2 miles out of the village they found a forest or thicket, wherein Don Quixote ensconced himself, while Sancho returned to the city to speak to Dulcinea, in which embassy things befell him which demand fresh attention and a new chapter. Chapter 10, wherein is related the crafty device Sancho adopted to enchant the lady Dulcinea, and other incidents as ludicrous as they are true. When the author of this great history comes to relate what is set down in this chapter, he says he would have preferred to pass it over in silence, fearing it would not be believed, because here Don Quixote's madness reaches the confines of the greatest that can be conceived, and even goes a couple of bowshots beyond the greatest. But, after all, though still under the same fear and apprehension, he has recorded it without adding to the story, or leaving out a particle of the truth, and entirely disregarding the charges of falsehood that might be brought against him. And he was right, for the truth may run fine, but will not break, and always rises above falsehood, as oil above water. And so, going on with his story, he says that as soon as Don Quixote had ensconced himself in the forest, oak grove, or wood near El Toboso, he bade Sancho return to the city, and not come into his presence again without having first spoken on his behalf to his lady, and begged of her that it might be her good pleasure to permit herself to be seen by her enslaved knight, and deign to bestow her blessing upon him, so that he might thereby hope for a happy issue in all his encounters and difficult enterprises. Sancho undertook to execute the task according to the instructions, and to bring back an answer as good as the one he brought back before. "Go, my son," said Don Quixote, and be not dazed when thou findest thyself exposed to the light of that sun of beauty thou art going to seek. Happy thou above all the squires in the world. Bear in mind, and let it not escape thy memory, how she receives thee, if she changes colour while thou art giving her my message, if she is agitated and disturbed at hearing my name, if she cannot rest upon her cushion, shouldst thou haply find her seated in the sumptuous state chamber proper to her rank, and should she be standing, observe if she poises herself now on one foot, now on the other, if she repeats 2 or 3 times the reply she gives thee, if she passes from gentleness to austerity, from asperity to tenderness, if she raises her hand to smooth her hair, though it be not disarranged. In short, my son, observe all her actions and motions, for if thou wilt report them to me as they were, I will gather what she hides in the recesses of her heart as regards my love. For I would have thee know, Sancho, if thou knowest it not, that with lovers their outward actions and motions they give way to when their loves are in question are the faithful messengers that carry the news of what is going on in the depths of their hearts. Go, my friend, may better fortune than mine attend thee, and bring thee a happier issue than that which I await in dread in this dreary solitude. I will go and return quickly, said Sancho. Cheer up that little heart of yours, master mine, for at the present moment you seem to have got one no bigger than a hazelnut. Remember what they say, that a stout heart breaks bad luck, and that where there are no Fletchers there are no pegs, and moreover, they say, the hare jumps up where it's not looked for. I say this because, if we could not find my lady's palace or castles tonight, now that it is daylight, I count upon finding them when I least expect it, and once found, leave it to me to manage her. Verily, Sancho, said Don Quixote, thou dost always bring in thy proverbs happily, whatever we deal with. May God give me better luck in what I am anxious about. With this, Sancho wheeled about and gave Dapple the stick, and Don Quixote remained behind, seated on his horse, resting in his stirrups and leaning on the end of his lance, filled with sad and troubled forebodings. And there we will leave him, and accompany Sancho, who went off no less serious and troubled than he left his master, so much so that as soon as he had got out of the thicket, and looking round saw that Don Quixote was not within sight, he dismounted from his ass, and seating himself at the foot of a tree, began to commune with himself, saying, Now, brother Sancho, let us know where your worship is going. Are you going to look for some ass that has been lost? Not at all. Then what are you going to look for? I'm going to look for a princess, that's all, and in her for the sun of beauty and the whole heaven at once. And where do you expect to find all this, Sancho? Where? Why, in the great city of El Toboso. Well, and for whom are you going to look for her? For the famous knight Don Quixote of La Mancha, who rights wrongs, gives food to those who thirst, and drink to the hungry. That's all very well, but do you know her house, Sancho? My master says it will be some royal palace or grand castle. And have you ever seen her by any chance? Neither I nor my master ever saw her. And does it strike you that it would be just and right if the El Toboso people, finding out that you were here with the intention of going to tamper with their princesses and trouble their ladies, were to come and cudgel your ribs and not leave a whole bone in you? They would indeed have very good reason if they did not see that I am under orders, and that you are a messenger, my friend. No blame belongs to you. Don't you trust to that, Sancho, for the Manchegan folk are as hot-tempered as they are honest, and won't put up with liberties from anybody. By the Lord, if they get scent of you, it will be worse for you, I promise you. Be off, you scoundrel! Let the bolt fall. Why should I go looking for 3 feet on a cat to please another man? And what is more, when looking for Dulcinea, we'll be looking for Marisa in Ravenna, or the bachelor in Salamanca. The devil, and nobody else, has mixed me up in this business. Such was the soliloquy Sancho held with himself, and all the conclusion he could come to was to say to himself again, Well, there's remedy for everything except death, under whose yoke we all have to pass, whether we like it or not, when life's finished. I have seen by 1,000 signs that this master of mine is a madman fit to be tied, and for that matter, I too am not behind him, for I am a greater fool than he is when I follow him and serve him, if there's any truth in the proverb that says, "Tell me what company thou keepest, and I'll tell thee what thou art," or in that other, "Not with whom thou art bred, but with whom thou art fed." Well then, if he be mad, as he is, and with a madness that mostly takes one thing for another, and white for black, and black for white, as was seen when he said the windmills were giants, and the monks mules dromedaries, flocks of sheep, armies of enemies, and much more to the same tune, it will not be very hard to make him believe that some country girl, the first I come across here, is the Lady Dulcinea. And if he does not believe it, I'll swear it. And if he should swear, I'll swear again, and if he persists, I'll persist still more, so as, come what may, to have my quoit always over the peg. Maybe, by holding out in this way, I may put a stop to his sending me on messages of this kind another time, and maybe he will think, as I suspect he will, that one of those wicked enchanters, who he says have a spite against him, has changed her form for the sake of doing him an ill turn and injuring him. With this reflection, Sancho made his mind easy, counting the business as good as settled, and stayed there till the afternoon, so as to make Don Quixote think he had time enough to go to El Toboso and return. And things turned out so luckily for him that, as he got up to Mount Dapple, he spied, coming from El Toboso towards the spot where he stood, 3 peasant girls on 3 colts or fillies, for the author does not make the point clear, though it is more likely they were she-asses, the usual mount with village girls, but as it is of no great consequence, we need not stop to prove it. To be brief, the instant Sancho saw the peasant girls, he returned full speed to seek his master, and found him sighing and uttering 1,000 passionate lamentations. When Don Quixote saw him, he exclaimed, "What news, Sancho, my friend? Am I to mark this day with a white stone or a black?" "Your worship," replied Sancho, "had better mark it with a ruddle, like the inscriptions on the walls of classrooms, that those who see it may see it plain." "Then thou bringest good news," said Don Quixote. "So good," replied Sancho, "that your worship has only to spur Rocinante and get out into the open field to see the Lady Dulcinea del Toboso, who, with 2 other damsels of hers, is coming to see your worship." "Holy God! What art thou saying, Sancho, my friend?" exclaimed Don Quixote. "Take care thou art not deceiving me, or seeking by false joy to cheer my real sadness." "What could I get by deceiving your worship?" returned Sancho, "especially when it will so soon be shown whether I tell the truth or not. Come, señor, push on, and you will see the princess, our mistress, coming, robed and adorned, in fact like what she is. Her damsels and she are all one glow of gold, all bunches of pearls, all diamonds, all rubies, all cloth of brocade of more than 10 borders, with their hair loose on their shoulders like so many sunbeams playing with the wind, and moreover they come mounted on 3 piebald cackneys, the finest sight ever you saw." "Hackneys, you mean, Sancho," said Don Quixote. "There is not much difference between cackneys and hackneys," said Sancho, "but no matter what they come on, there they are, the finest ladies one could wish for, especially my lady, the Princess Dulcinea, who staggers one's senses." "Let us go, Sancho, my son," said Don Quixote, "and in guerdon of this news, as unexpected as it is good, I bestow upon thee the best spoil I shall win in the first adventure I may have. Or if that does not satisfy thee, I promise thee the foals I shall have this year from my 3 mares that thou knowest are in foal on our village common." "I'll take the foals," said Sancho, "for it is not quite certain that the spoils of our first adventure will be good ones." By this time they had cleared the wood, and saw the 3 village lasses close at hand. Don Quixote looked all along the road to El Toboso, and as he could see nobody except the 3 peasant girls, he was completely puzzled, and asked Sancho if it was outside the city he had left them. "How outside the city?" returned Sancho. "Are your worship's eyes in the back of your head, that you can't see that they are these who are coming here, shining like the very sun at noonday?" "I see nothing, Sancho," said Don Quixote, "but 3 country girls on 3 jackasses." "Now may God deliver me from the devil," said Sancho, "and can it be that your worship takes 3 hackneys, or whatever they're called, as white as the driven snow, for jackasses? By the Lord, I could tear my beard if that was the case." "Well, I can only say, Sancho, my friend," said Don Quixote, "that it is as plain they are jackasses, or jenny-asses, as that I am Don Quixote, and thou Sancho Panza. At any rate, they seem to me to be so." "Hush, señor," said Sancho, "don't talk that way, but open your eyes, and come and pay your respects to the lady of your thoughts, who is close upon us now." And with these words he advanced to receive the 3 village lasses, and dismounting from Dapple, caught hold of one of the asses of the 3 country girls by the halter, and dropping on both knees on the ground, he said, "Queen and Princess and Duchess of Beauty, may it please your haughtiness and greatness to receive into your favour and goodwill your captive knight, who stands there turned into marble stone, and quite stupefied and benumbed at finding himself in your magnificent presence. I am Sancho Panza, his squire, and he the vagabond knight Don Quixote of La Mancha, otherwise called the Knight of the Rueful Countenance." Don Quixote had by this time placed himself on his knees beside Sancho, and, with eyes staring out of his head and a puzzled gaze, was regarding her whom Sancho called Queen and Lady. And as he could see nothing in her except a village lass, and not a very well-favoured one, for she was platter-faced and snub-nosed, he was perplexed and bewildered, and did not venture to open his lips. The country girls at the same time were astonished to see these 2 men, so different in appearance, on their knees, preventing their companion from going on. She, however, who had been stopped, breaking silence, said angrily and testily, "Get out of the way, bad luck to you, and let us pass, for we are in a hurry." To which Sancho returned, "O Princess and universal Lady of El Toboso, is not your magnanimous heart softened by seeing the pillar and prop of knight-errantry on his knees before your sublimated presence?" On hearing this, one of the others exclaimed, "Well then, why I'm rubbing thee down, she-ass of my father-in-law. See how the lordlings come to make game of the village girls now, as if we could not chaff as well as themselves. Go on your way, and let us go out, and it will be better for you." "Get up, Sancho," said Don Quixote at this. "I see that fortune, with evil done to me unsated still, has taken possession of all the roads by which any comfort may reach this wretched soul that I carry in my flesh. And thou, highest perfection of excellence that can be desired, utmost limit of grace in human shape, sole relief of this afflicted heart that adores thee, though the malign enchanter that persecutes me has brought clouds and cataracts on my eyes, and to them, and them only, transformed thy unparagoned virtue, and changed thy features into those of a poor peasant girl, if so be he has not at the same time changed mine into those of some monster, to render them loathsome in thy sight, refuse not to look upon me with tenderness and love, seeing in this submission that I make on my knees to thy transformed beauty the humility with which my soul adores thee." "Hey, hey, my grandfather," cried the girl, "much I care for your love-making. Get out of the way and let us pass, and we'll thank you." Sancho stood aside and let her go, very well pleased to have got so well out of the hobble he was in. The instant the village lass, who had done duty for Dulcinea, found herself free, prodding her cackney with a spike she had at the end of a stick, she set off at full speed across the field. The she-ass, however, feeling the point more acutely than usual, began cutting such capers that it flung the lady Dulcinea to the ground, seeing which Don Quixote ran to raise her up, and Sancho to fix and girth the pack-saddle, which also had slipped under the ass's belly. The pack-saddle being secured, as Don Quixote was about to lift up his enchanted mistress in his arms and put her upon her beast, the lady, getting up from the ground, saved him the trouble, for, going back a little, she took a short run, and putting both hands on the croup of the ass, she dropped into the saddle more lightly than a falcon, and sat astride like a man, whereat Sancho said, "Rogue, but our lady is lighter than a lanner, and might teach the cleverest Cordovan or Mexican how to mount. She cleared the back of the saddle in one jump, and without spurs she is making the hackney go like a zebra, and her damsels are no way behind her, for they all fly like the wind." Which was the truth, for as soon as they saw Dulcinea mounted, they pushed on after her, and sped away without looking back for more than half a league. Don Quixote followed them with his eyes, and when they were no longer in sight, he turned to Sancho and said, "How now, Sancho? Thou seest how I am hated by enchanters. And see to what a length the malice and spite they bear me go, when they seek to deprive me of the happiness it would give me to see my lady in her own proper form. The fact is, I was born to be an example of misfortune, and the target and mark at which the arrows of adversity are aimed and directed. Observe, too, Sancho, that these traitors were not content with changing and transforming my Dulcinea, but they transformed and changed her into a shape as mean and ill-favoured as that of the village girl yonder, and at the same time they robbed her of that which is such a peculiar property of ladies of distinction, that is to say, the sweet fragrance that comes of being always among perfumes and flowers. For I must tell thee, Sancho, that when I approached to put Dulcinea upon her hackney, as thou sayest it was, though to me it appeared a she-ass, she gave me a whiff of raw garlic that made my head reel and poisoned my very heart." "Oh, scum of the earth!" cried Sancho at this. "Oh, miserable, spiteful enchanters! Oh, that I could see you all strung up by the gills like sardines on a twig! Ye know a great deal, ye can do a great deal, and ye do a great deal more. It ought to have been enough for you, ye scoundrels, to have changed the pearls of my lady's eyes into oak galls, and her hair of purest gold into the bristles of a red ox's tail, and in short, all her features from fair to foul, without meddling with her smell, for by that we might somehow have found out what was hidden underneath that ugly rind. Though to tell the truth, I never perceived her ugliness, but only her beauty, which was raised to the highest pitch of perfection by a mole she had on her right lip, like a moustache, with 7 or 8 red hairs like threads of gold, and more than a palm long. From the correspondence which exists between those of the face and those of the body, said Don Quixote, Dulcinea must have another mole, resembling that, on the thick of the thigh, on that side on which he has the one on her face. But hairs of the length thou hast mentioned are very long for moles. Well, all I can say is that they were as plain as could be, replied Sancho. I believe it, my friend, returned Don Quixote, for nature bestowed nothing on Dulcinea that was not perfect and well finished. And so, if she had 100 moles like the one thou hast described, in her they would not be moles, but moons and shining stars. But tell me, Sancho, that which seemed to me to be a pack saddle, as thou wert fixing it, was it a flat saddle or a side saddle? It was neither, replied Sancho, but a jineta saddle, with a field covering worth half a kingdom, so rich is it. And that I could not see all this, Sancho, said Don Quixote. Once more I say, and will say 1,000 times, I am the most unfortunate of men. Sancho, the rogue, had enough to do to hide his laughter at hearing the simplicity of the master he had so nicely befooled. At length, after a good deal more conversation had passed between them, they remounted their beasts and followed the road to Saragossa, which they expected to reach in time to take part in a certain grand festival which is held every year in that illustrious city. But before they got there, things happened to them, so many, so important, and so strange, that they deserve to be recorded and read, as will be seen farther on. Chapter 11. Of the strange adventure which the valiant Don Quixote had with the car or cart of the Cortes of Death. Dejected beyond measure did Don Quixote pursue his journey, turning over in his mind the cruel trick the enchanters had played him in changing his lady Dulcinea into the vile shape of the village lass, nor could he think of any way of restoring her to her original form, and these reflections so absorbed him that without being aware of it he let go Rocinante's bridle, and he, perceiving the liberty that was granted him, stopped at every step to crop the fresh grass with which the plain abounded. Sancho recalled him from his reverie. "Melancholy, señor," said he, "was made not for beasts but for men. But if men give way to it overmuch, they turn to beasts. Control yourself, your worship. Be yourself again. Gather up Rocinante's reins. Cheer up, rouse yourself, and show that gallant spirit that knights-errant ought to have. What the devil is this? What weakness is this? Are we here or in France? The devil fly away with all the Dulcineas in the world, for the well-being of a single knight-errant is of more consequence than all the enchantments and transformations on earth." "Hush, Sancho," said Don Quixote in a weak and faint voice. "Hush, and utter no blasphemies against that enchanted lady, for I alone am to blame for her misfortune and hard fate. Her calamity has come of the hatred the wicked bear me." "So say I," returned Sancho. "The heart rend in twain, I trow, who saw her once, to see her now." "Thou mayest well say that, Sancho," replied Don Quixote, "as thou sawest her in the full perfection of her beauty, for the enchantment does not go so far as to pervert thy vision, or hide her loveliness from thee. Against me alone, and against my eyes, is the strength of the venom directed. Nevertheless, there is one thing which has occurred to me, and that is that thou didst ill describe her beauty to me, for, as well as I recollect, thou saidst that her eyes were pearls. Her eyes that are like pearls are rather the eyes of a sea brim than of a lady, and I am persuaded that Dulcinea's must be green emeralds, full and soft, with 2 rainbows for eyebrows. Take away those pearls from her eyes, and transfer them to her teeth, for beyond a doubt, Sancho, thou hast taken the one for the other, the eyes for the teeth." "Very likely," said Sancho, "for her beauty bewildered me as much as her ugliness did your worship. But let us leave it all to God, who alone knows what is to happen in this vale of tears, in this evil world of ours, where there is hardly a thing to be found without some mixture of wickedness, roguery, and rascality. But one thing, señor, troubles me more than all the rest, and that is thinking what is to be done when your worship conquers some giant or some other knight, and orders him to go and present himself before the beauty of the lady Dulcinea. Where is this poor giant, or this poor wretch of a vanquished knight, to find her? I think I can see them wandering all over El Toboso, looking like noddies, and asking for my lady Dulcinea, and even if they meet her in the middle of the street, they won't know her any more than they would my father." "Perhaps, Sancho," returned Don Quixote, "the enchantment does not go so far as to deprive conquered and presented giants and knights of the power of recognizing Dulcinea. We will try by experiment with 1 or 2 of the first I vanquish, and send to her, whether they see her or not, by commanding them to return and give me an account of what happened to them in this respect." "I declare, I think what your worship has proposed is excellent," said Sancho, "and that by this plan we shall find out what we want to know. And if it be that it is only from your worship she is hidden, the misfortune will be more yours than hers. But so long as the lady Dulcinea is well and happy, we on our part will make the best of it, and get on as well as we can, seeking our adventures, and leaving time to take his own course, for he is the best physician for these and greater ailments." Don Quixote was about to reply to Sancho Panza, but he was prevented by a cart crossing the road, full of the most diverse and strange personages and figures that could be imagined. He who led the mules and acted as carter was a hideous demon. The cart was open to the sky, without a tilt or cane roof, and the first figure that presented itself to Don Quixote's eyes was that of Death itself, with a human face. Next to it was an angel with large painted wings, and at one side an emperor with a crown, to all appearance of gold, on his head. At the feet of Death was the god called Cupid, without his bandage, but with his bow, quiver, and arrows. There was also a knight in full armour, except that he had no morion or helmet, but only a hat decked with plumes of divers colours, and along with these there were others with a variety of costumes and faces. All this, unexpectedly encountered, took Don Quixote somewhat aback, and struck terror into the heart of Sancho. But the next instant Don Quixote was glad of it, believing that some new perilous adventure was presenting itself to him, and under this impression, and with a spirit prepared to face any danger, he planted himself in front of the cart, and in a loud and menacing tone exclaimed, "Carter, or coachman, or devil, or whatever thou art, tell me at once who thou art, whither thou art going, and who these folk are thou carriest in thy waggon, which look more like Charon's boat than an ordinary cart." To which the devil, stopping the cart, answered quietly, "Señor, we are players of Angulo el Malo's company. We have been acting the play The Cortes of Death this morning, which is the octave of Corpus Christi, in the village behind that hill, and we have to act it this afternoon in that village which you can see from this. And as it is so near, and to save the trouble of undressing and dressing again, we go in the costumes in which we perform. That lad there appears as Death, that other as an angel. That woman, the manager's wife, plays the queen, this one the soldier, that the emperor, and I the devil. And I am one of the principal characters of the play, for in this company I take the leading parts. If you want to know anything more about us, ask me, and I will answer with the utmost exactitude, for as I am a devil, I am up to everything." "By the faith of a knight-errant," replied Don Quixote, "when I saw this cart, I fancied some great adventure was presenting itself to me. But I declare one must touch with the hand what appears to the eye, if illusions are to be avoided. God speed you, good people. Keep your festival, and remember, if you demand of me aught wherein I can render you a service, I will do it gladly and willingly, for from a child I was fond of the play, and in my youth a keen lover of the actor's art." While they were talking, fate so willed it that one of the company, in a mummer's dress with a great number of bells, and armed with 3 blown ox-bladders at the end of a stick, joined them, and this merry Andrew, approaching Don Quixote, began flourishing his stick, and banging the ground with the bladders, and cutting capers with great jingling of the bells, which untoward apparition so startled Rocinante that, in spite of Don Quixote's efforts to hold him in, taking the bit between his teeth, he set off across the plain with greater speed than the bones of his anatomy ever gave any promise of. Sancho, who thought his master was in danger of being thrown, jumped off Dapple and ran in all haste to help him, but by the time he reached him he was already on the ground, and beside him was Rocinante, who had come down with his master, the usual end and upshot of Rocinante's vivacity and high spirits. But the moment Sancho quitted his beast to go and help Don Quixote, the dancing devil with the bladders jumped up on Dapple, and beating him with them, more by fright and the noise than by the pain of the blows, made him fly across the fields towards the village where they were going to hold their festival. Sancho witnessed Dapple's career and his master's fall, and did not know which of the 2 cases of need he should attend to first, but in the end, like a good squire and good servant, he let his love for his master prevail over his affection for his ass, though every time he saw the bladders rise in the air and come down on the hind quarters of his Dapple, he felt the pains and terrors of death, and he would have rather had the blows fall on the apple of his own eyes than on the least hair of his ass's tail. In this trouble and perplexity he came to where Don Quixote lay in a far sorrier plight than he liked, and having helped him to mount Rocinante, he said to him, "Señor, the devil has carried off my Dapple." "What devil?" asked Don Quixote. "The one with the bladders," said Sancho. "Then I will recover him," said Don Quixote, "even if he be shut up with him in the deepest and darkest dungeons of hell. Follow me, Sancho, for the cart goes slowly, and with the mules of it I will make good the loss of Dapple." "You need not take the trouble, señor," said Sancho. "Keep cool, for as I see now, the devil has let Dapple go, and he is coming back to his old quarters." And so it turned out, for having come down with Dapple in imitation of Don Quixote and Rocinante, the devil made off on foot to the town, and the ass came back to his master. "For all that," said Don Quixote, "it will be well to visit the discourtesy of that devil upon some of those in the cart, even if it were the Emperor himself." "Don't think of it, your worship," returned Sancho. "Take my advice, and never meddle with actors, for they are a favoured class. I myself have known an actor taken up for 2 murders, and yet come off scot-free. Remember that, as they are merry folk who give pleasure, everyone favours and protects them, and helps and makes much of them, above all when they are those of the royal companies and under patent, all or most of whom in dress and appearance look like princes." "Still, for all that," said Don Quixote, "the player devil must not go off boasting, even if the whole human race favours him." So saying, he made for the cart, which was now very near the town, shouting out as he went, "Stay! Halt! Ye merry jovial crew! I want to teach you how to treat asses and animals that serve the squires of knights errant for steeds." So loud were the shouts of Don Quixote that those in the cart heard and understood them, and guessing by the words what the speaker's intention was, Death in an instant jumped out of the cart, and the emperor, the devil carter, and the angel after him, nor did the queen or the god Cupid stay behind, and all armed themselves with stones, and formed in line, prepared to receive Don Quixote on the points of their pebbles. Don Quixote, when he saw them drawn up in such a gallant array, with uplifted arms ready for a mighty discharge of stones, checked Rocinante, and began to consider in what way he could attack them with the least danger to himself. As he halted, Sancho came up, and seeing him disposed to attack this well-ordered squadron, said to him, "It would be the height of madness to attempt such an enterprise. Remember, señor, that against sops from the brook, and plenty of them, there is no defensive armour in the world, except to stow oneself away under a brass bell. And besides, one should remember that it is rashness and not valour for a single man to attack an enemy that has death in it, and where emperors fight in person, with angels, good and bad, to help them. And if this reflection will not make you keep quiet, perhaps it will to know for certain that among all these, though they look like kings, princes, and emperors, there is not a single knight errant." "Now indeed thou hast hit the point, Sancho," said Don Quixote, "which may and should turn me from the resolution I had already formed. I cannot and must not draw sword, as I have many a time before told thee, against anyone who is not a dubbed knight. It is for thee, Sancho, if thou wilt, to take vengeance for the wrong done to thy Dapple, and I will help thee from here by shouts and salutary counsels." "There is no occasion to take vengeance on anyone, señor," replied Sancho, "for it is not the part of good Christians to revenge wrongs, and besides, I will arrange it with my ass to leave his grievance to my good will and pleasure, and that is to live in peace as long as heaven grants me life." "Well," said Don Quixote, "if that be thy determination, good Sancho, sensible Sancho, Christian Sancho, honest Sancho, let us leave these phantoms alone, and turn to the pursuit of better and worthier adventures, for from what I see of this country, we cannot fail to find plenty of marvellous ones in it." He at once wheeled about. Sancho ran to take possession of his Dapple. Death and his flying squadron returned to their cart, and pursued their journey. And thus the dread adventure of the cart of Death ended happily, thanks to the advice Sancho gave his master, who had, the following day, a fresh adventure of no less thrilling interest than the last, with an enamoured knight-errant. Chapter 12. Of the strange adventure which befell the valiant Don Quixote with the bold knight of the mirrors. The night succeeding the day of the encounter with Death, Don Quixote and his squire passed under some tall shady trees, and Don Quixote, at Sancho's persuasion, ate a little from the store carried by Dapple, and over their supper Sancho said to his master, "Señor, what a fool I should have looked if I had chosen for my reward the spoils of the first adventure your worship achieved, instead of the foals of the 3 mares. After all, a sparrow in the hand is better than a vulture on the wing." "At the same time, Sancho," replied Don Quixote, "if thou hadst let me attack them as I wanted, at the very least the Emperor's gold crown and Cupid's painted wings would have fallen to thee as spoils, for I should have taken them by force and given them into thy hands." "The sceptre and crowns of those play-actor emperors," said Sancho, "were never yet pure gold, but only brass foil or tin." "That is true," said Don Quixote, for it would not be right if the accessories of the drama should be real, instead of being mere fictions and semblances, like the drama itself. Towards which, Sancho, and as a necessary consequence towards those who represent and produce it, I would that thou wert favourably disposed, for they are all instruments of great good to the state, placing before us at every step a mirror in which we may see vividly displayed what goes on in human life. Nor is there any similitude that shows us more faithfully what we are and ought to be than the play and the players. Come, tell me, hast thou not seen a play acted in which kings, emperors, pontiffs, knights, ladies, and divers other personages were introduced? One plays the villain, another the knave, this one the merchant, that the soldier, one the sharp-witted fool, another the foolish lover. And when the play is over, and they have put off the dresses they wore in it, all the actors become equal." "Yes, I have seen that," said Sancho. "Well then," said Don Quixote, "the same thing happens in the comedy and life of this world, where some play emperors, others popes, and in short, all the characters that can be brought into a play. But when it is over, that is to say, when life ends, death strips them all of the garments that distinguish one from the other, and all are equal in the grave." "A fine comparison," said Sancho, "though not so new but that I have heard it many and many a time, as well as that other one of the game of chess. How, so long as the game lasts, each piece has its own particular office, and when the game is finished, they are all mixed, jumbled up, and shaken together, and stowed away in the bag, which is much like ending life in the grave." "Thou art growing less doltish and more shrewd every day, Sancho," said Don Quixote. "Ay," said Sancho, "it must be that some of your worship's shrewdness sticks to me. Land that of itself is barren and dry will come to yield good fruit if you dung it and till it. What I mean is that your worship's conversation has been the dung that has fallen on the barren soil of my dry wit, and the time I have been in your service and society has been the tillage, and with the help of this I hope to yield fruit in abundance that will not fall away or slide from those paths of good breeding that your worship has made in my parched understanding." Don Quixote laughed at Sancho's affected phraseology, and perceived that what he said about his improvement was true, for now and then he spoke in a way that surprised him, though always, or mostly, when Sancho tried to talk fine and attempted polite language, he wound up by toppling over from the summit of his simplicity into the abyss of his ignorance. And where he showed his culture and his memory to the greatest advantage was in dragging in proverbs, no matter whether they had any bearing or not upon the subject in hand, as may have been seen already, and will be noticed in the course of this history. In conversation of this kind they passed a good part of the night, but Sancho felt a desire to let down the curtain of his eyes, as he used to say when he wanted to go to sleep, and stripping Dapple, he left him at liberty to graze his fill. He did not remove Rocinante's saddle, as his master's express orders were that so long as they were in the field, or not sleeping under a roof, Rocinante was not to be stripped, the ancient usage established and observed by knights-errant being to take off the bridle and hang it on the saddle-bow, but to remove the saddle from the horse, never. Sancho acted accordingly, and gave him the same liberty he had given Dapple, between whom and Rocinante there was a friendship so unequalled and so strong that it is handed down by tradition from father to son that the author of this veracious history devoted some special chapters to it, which, in order to preserve the propriety and decorum due to a history so heroic, he did not insert therein, although at times he forgets this resolution of his, and describes how eagerly the two beasts would scratch one another when they were together, and how, when they were tired or full, Rocinante would lay his neck across Dapple's, stretching half a yard or more on the other side, and the pair would stand thus, gazing thoughtfully on the ground, for 3 days, or at least so long as they were left alone, or hunger did not drive them to go and look for food. I may add that they say the author left it on record that he likened their friendship to that of Nisus and Euryalus, and Pylades and Orestes, And if that be so, it may be perceived, to the admiration of mankind, how firm the friendship must have been between these two peaceful animals, shaming men who preserve friendships with one another so badly. This was why it was said, "For friendship no longer is their friend, the reeds turn lances now," and someone else has sung, "Friend to friend, the bug," etc. And let no one fancy that the author was at all astray when he compared the friendship of these animals to that of men, for men have received many lessons from beasts and learned many important things, as, for example, the clyster from the stork, vomit and gratitude from the dog, watchfulness from the crane, foresight from the ant, modesty from the elephant, and loyalty from the horse. Sancho at last fell asleep at the foot of a cork tree, while Don Quixote dozed at that of a sturdy oak. But a short time only had elapsed when a noise he heard behind him awoke him, and rising up startled, he listened and looked in the direction the noise came from, and perceived two men on horseback, one of whom, letting himself drop from the saddle, said to the other, "Dismount, my friend, and take the bridles off the horses, for so far as I can see, this place will furnish grass for them, and the solitude and silence my lovesick thoughts need of." As he said this, he stretched himself upon the ground, and as he flung himself down, the armour in which he was clad rattled, whereby Don Quixote perceived that he must be a knight-errant, and going over to Sancho, who was asleep, he shook him by the arm, and with no small difficulty brought him back to his senses, and said in a low voice to him, "Brother Sancho, we have got an adventure." "God send us a good one," said Sancho, "and where may her ladyship the adventure be?" "Where, Sancho?" replied Don Quixote. "Turn thine eyes and look, and thou wilt see stretched there a knight-errant, who, it strikes me, is not over and above happy, for I saw him fling himself off his horse and throw himself on the ground with a certain air of dejection, and his armour rattled as he fell." "Well," said Sancho, "how does your worship make out that to be an adventure?" "I do not mean to say," returned Don Quixote, "that it is a complete adventure, but that it is the beginning of one, for it is in this way adventures begin. But listen, for it seems he is tuning a lute or guitar, and from the way he is spitting and clearing his chest, he must be getting ready to sing something." "Faith, you are right," said Sancho, "and no doubt he is some enamoured knight." "There is no knight-errant that is not," said Don Quixote, "but let us listen to him, for if he sings, by that thread we shall extract the ball of his thoughts, because out of the abundance of the heart the mouth speaketh." Sancho was about to reply to his master, but the Knight of the Grove's voice, which was neither very bad nor very good, stopped him, and, listening attentively, the pair heard him sing this sonnet. "Your pleasure, prithee, lady mine, unfold, declare the terms that I am to obey. My will to yours submissively I mould, and from your law my feet shall never stray. Would you I die to silent grief a prey, then count me even now as dead and cold. Would you I tell my woes in some new way, then shall my tale by love itself be told. The unisons of opposites to prove, of the soft wax and diamond hard am I, but still obedient to the laws of love. Here hard or soft I offer you my breast, whate'er you grave or stamp thereon shall rest, indelible for all eternity. With an "ah me" that seemed to be drawn from the inmost recesses of his heart, the Knight of the Grove brought his lay to an end, and shortly afterwards exclaimed in a melancholy and piteous voice, "O fairest and most ungrateful woman on earth, what can it be, most serene Casildea de Vandalia, that thou wilt suffer this thy captive knight to waste away and perish in ceaseless wanderings and rude and arduous toils? Is it not enough that I have compelled all the knights of Navarre, all the Leonese, all the Tartesians, all the Castilians, and finally all the knights of La Mancha, to confess thee the most beautiful in the world?" "Not so," said Don Quixote at this, "for I am of La Mancha, and I have never confessed anything of the sort, nor could I, nor should I confess a thing so much to the prejudice of my lady's beauty. Thou seest how this knight is raving, Sancho. But let us listen. Perhaps he will tell us more about himself." "That he will," returned Sancho, "for he seems in a mood to bewail himself for a month at a stretch." But this was not the case, for the Knight of the Grove, hearing voices near him, instead of continuing his lamentation, stood up and exclaimed in a distinct but courteous tone, "Who goes there? What are you? Do you belong to the number of the happy or of the miserable?" "Of the miserable," answered Don Quixote. "Then come to me," said he of the Grove, "and rest assured that it is to woe itself and affliction itself you come." Don Quixote, finding himself answered in such a soft and courteous manner, went over to him, and so did Sancho. The doleful knight took Don Quixote by the arm, saying, "Sit down here, Sir Knight, for that you are one, and of those that profess knight-errantry, it is to me a sufficient proof to have found you in this place, where solitude and night, the natural couch and proper retreat of knights-errant, keep you company." To which Don made answer, "A knight I am of the profession you mention, and those sorrows, misfortunes, and calamities have made my heart their abode. The compassion I feel for the misfortunes of others has not been thereby banished from it. From what you have just now sung, I gather that yours spring from love. I mean from the love you bear that fair ingrate you named in your lament." In the meantime they had seated themselves together on the hard ground, peaceably and sociably, just as if, as soon as day broke, they were not going to break one another's heads. "Are you, Sir Knight, in love, perchance?" asked he of the Grove of Don Quixote. "By mischance I am," replied Don Quixote, "though the ills arising from well-bestowed affections should be esteemed favours rather than misfortunes." "That is true," returned he of the Grove, "if scorn did not unsettle our reason and understanding, for if it be excessive, it looks like revenge." "I was never scorned by my lady," said Don Quixote. "Certainly not," said Sancho, who stood close by, "for my lady is as a lamb, and softer than a roll of butter." "Is this your squire?" asked he of the Grove. "He is," said Don Quixote. "I never yet saw a squire," said he of the Grove, "who ventured to speak when his master was speaking. At least there is mine, who is as big as his father, and it cannot be proved that he has ever opened his lips when I am speaking." "By my faith, then," said Sancho, "I have spoken, and am fit to speak, in the presence of one as much, or even... but never mind, it only makes it worse to stir it." The squire of the Grove took Sancho by the arm, saying to him, "Let us two gentlemen go where we can talk in squire style as much as we please, and leave these gentlemen our masters to fight it out over the story of their loves, and depend upon it, daybreak will find them at it without having made an end of it." "So it be, by all means," said Sancho, "and I will tell your worship who I am, that you may see whether I am to be reckoned among the number of the most talkative squires." With this the two squires withdrew to one side, and between them there passed a conversation as droll as that which passed between their masters was serious. Chapter 13, in which is continued the adventure of the Knight of the Grove, together with the sensible, original, and tranquil colloquy that passed between the two squires. The knights and the squires made two parties, these telling the story of their lives, the others the story of their loves. But the history relates first of all the conversation of the servants, and afterwards takes up that of the masters, And it says that, withdrawing a little from the others, he of the Grove said to Sancho, "A hard life it is we lead and live, señor, that we are squires to knights errant. Verily, we eat our bread in the sweat of our faces, which is one of the curses God laid on our first parents." "It may be said, too," added Sancho, "that we eat it in the chill of our bodies, for who gets more heat and cold than the miserable squires of knight-errantry? Even so, it would not be so bad if we had something to eat, for woes are lighter if there's bread. But sometimes we go a day or two without breaking our fast, except with the wind that blows." "All that," said he of the Grove, "may be endured and put up with when we have hopes of reward. For unless the knight-errant he serves is excessively unlucky, after a few turns the squire will at least find himself rewarded with a fine government of some island or some fair county." "I," said Sancho, "have already told my master that I shall be content with the government of some island, and he is so noble and generous that he has promised it to me ever so many times." "I," said he of the Grove, "shall be satisfied with a canonry for my services, and my master has already assigned me one." "Your master," said Sancho, "no doubt is a knight of the church line, and can bestow rewards of that sort on his good squire, but mine is only a layman, though I remember some clever, but, to my mind, designing people strove to persuade him to try and become an archbishop. He, however, would not be anything but an emperor, but I was trembling all the time lest he should take a fancy to go into the church, not finding myself fit to hold office in it, for I may tell you, though I seem a man, I am no better than a beast for the church." "Well, then, you are wrong there," said he of the Grove, "for those island governments are not all satisfactory. Some are awkward, some are poor, some are dull, and in short, the highest and choicest brings with it a heavy burden of cares and troubles, which the unhappy wight to whose lot it has fallen bears upon his shoulders. Far better would it be for us who have adopted this accursed service to go back to our own houses, and there employ ourselves in pleasanter occupations, in hunting or fishing, for instance. For what squire in the world is there so poor as not to have a hack and a couple of greyhounds and a fishing rod to amuse himself with in his own village?" "I am not in want of any of those things," said Sancho. "To be sure, I have no hack, but I have an ass that is worth my master's horse twice over. God send me a bad Easter, and that the next one I am to see, if I would swap, even if I got 4 bushels of barley to boot. You will laugh at the value I put on my dapple, for dapple is the colour of my beast. As to greyhounds, I can't want for them, for there are enough and to spare in my town, and moreover there is more pleasure in sport when it is at other people's expense." "In truth and earnest, Sir Squire," said he of the Grove, "I have made up my mind and determined to have done with these drunken vagaries of these nights, and go back to my village and bring up my children, for I have 3, like 3 oriental pearls." "I have 2, said Sancho, "that might be presented before the Pope himself, especially a girl, whom I am breeding up for a countess, please God, though in spite of her mother." "And how old is this lady that is being bred up for a countess?" asked he of the Grove. 15, a couple of years more or less," answered Sancho, "but she is as tall as a lance, and as fresh as an April morning, and as strong as a porter." "Those are gifts to fit her to be not only a countess, but a nymph of the greenwood," said he of the Grove. "Horse and strumpet, what pith the rogue must have!" To which Sancho made answer, somewhat sulkily, "She's no strumpet, nor was her mother, nor will either of them be, please God, while I live. Speak more civilly, for one bred up among knights errant, who are courtesy itself, your words don't seem to me to be very becoming." "Oh, how little you know about compliments, Sir Squire," returned he of the Grove. "What, don't you know that when a horseman delivers a good lance thrust at the bull in the plaza, or when anyone does anything very well, the people are wont to say, 'Ah, horse and rip, how well he has done it,' and that what seems to be abuse in the expression is high praise? Disown sons and daughters, señor, who don't do what deserves that compliments of this sort should be paid to their parents." "I do disown them," replied Sancho, "and in this way, and by the same reasoning, you might call me and my children and my wife all the strumpets in the world, for all they do and say is of a kind that in the highest degree deserves the same praise, and to see them again, I pray God to deliver me from mortal sin, or what comes to the same thing, to deliver me from this perilous calling of squire, into which I have fallen a second time, decayed and beguiled by a purse with 100 ducats that I found one day in the heart of the Sierra Morena. And the devil is always putting a bag full of doubloons before my eyes, here, there, everywhere, until I fancy at every stop I am putting my hand on it, and hugging it, and carrying it home with me, and making investments, and getting interest, and living like a prince. And so long as I think of this, I make light of all the hardships I endure with this simpleton of a master of mine, who, I well know, is more of a madman than a knight. There's why they say that covetousness bursts the bag, said he of the Grove. But if you come to talk of that sort, there is not a greater one in the world than my master, for he is one of those of whom they say, the cares of others kill the ass. For in order that another knight may recover the senses he has lost, he makes a madman of himself, and goes looking for what, when found, may, for all I know, fly in his own face. And is he in love, perchance? asked Sancho. He is, said he of the Grove, with one Casildea de Vandalia, the rawest and best roasted lady the whole world could produce. But that rawness is not the only foot he limps on, for he has greater schemes rumbling in his bowels, as will be seen before many hours are over. There's no road so smooth but it has some hole or hindrance in it, said Sancho. In other houses they cook beans, but in mine it's by the potful. Madness will have more followers and hangers-on than sound sense, but if there be any truth in the common saying that to have companions in trouble gives some relief, I may take consolation from you, inasmuch as you serve a master as crazy as my own. Crazy but valiant, replied he of the Grove, and more roguish than crazy or valiant. Mine is not that, said Sancho. I mean, he has nothing of the rogue in him. On the contrary, he has the soul of a pitcher. He has no thought of doing harm to anyone, only good to all, nor has he any malice whatever in him. A child might persuade him that it is night at noonday, and for this simplicity I love him as the core of my heart, and I can't bring myself to leave him, let him do ever such foolish things. For all that, brother and signor, said he of the Grove, if the blind lead the blind, both are in danger of falling into the pit. It is better for us to beat a quiet retreat and get back to our own quarters, for those who seek adventures don't always find good ones. Sancho kept spitting from time to time, and his spittle seemed somewhat ropey and dry, observing which the compassionate squire of the Grove said, It seems to me that with all this talk of ours, our tongues are sticking to the roofs of our mouths, but I have a pretty good loosener hanging from the saddle-bow of my horse. And getting up, he came back the next minute with a large boater of wine and a pasty half a yard across, and this is no exaggeration, for it was made of a house-rabbit so big that Sancho, as he handled it, took it to be made of a goat, not to say a kid, and looking at it, he said, And do you carry this with you, señor? Why, what are you thinking about? Said the other. Do you take me for some paltry squire? I carry a better larder on my horse's croup than a general takes with him when he goes on a march. Sancho ate without requiring to be pressed, and in the dark bolted mouthfuls like the knots of a tether, and said he, You are a proper trusty squire, one of the right sort, sumptuous and grand, as this banquet shows, which, if it has not come here by magic art, at any rate has the look of it. Not like me, unlucky beggar, that have nothing more in my alforges than a scrap of cheese, so hard that one might brain a giant with it, and, to keep it company, a few dozen carobs, and as many more filberts and walnuts. Thanks to the austerity of my master, and the idea he has, and the rule he follows, that knights-errant must not live or sustain themselves on anything except dried fruits and the herbs of the field. By my faith, brother, said he of the Grove, my stomach is not made for thistles, or wild pears, or roots of the woods. Let our masters do as they like with their chivalry notions and laws, and eat what those enjoin. I carry my prog-basket and this boater hanging to the saddle-bow, whatever they may say, and it is such an object of worship with me, and I love it so, that there is hardly a moment but I am kissing and embracing it over and over again. And so saying, he thrust it into Sancho's hands, who, raising it aloft, pointed to his mouth, gazing at the stars for a quarter of an hour. and when he had done drinking, let his head fall on one side, and giving a deep sigh, he exclaimed, "Ah, horse and rogue, how Catholic it is!" "There, you see," said he of the Grove, hearing Sancho's exclamation, "how you have called this wine wholesome by way of praise." "Well," said Sancho, "I own it, and I grant it is no dishonour to call any one wholesome when it is to be understood as praise. But tell me, señor, by what you love best, is this Ciudad Real wine?" "Oh, rare wine taster," said he of the Grove, "nowhere else indeed does it come from, and it has some years' age too." "Leave me alone for that," said Sancho. "Never fear but I'll hit upon the place it came from somehow. What would you say, squire, to my having such a great natural instinct in judging wines that you have only to let me smell one, and I can tell positively its country, its kind, its flavour and soundness, the changes it will undergo, and everything that appertains to a wine? But it is no wonder, for I have had in my family, on my father's side, the two best wine tasters that have been known in La Mancha for many a long year, and to prove it, I'll tell you now a thing that happened them. They gave the two of them some wine out of a cask to try, asking their opinion as to the condition, quality, goodness or badness of the wine. One of them tried it with the tip of his tongue, the other did no more than bring it to his nose. The first said the wine had a flavour of iron, the second said it had a stronger flavour of cordovan. The owner said the cask was clean, and that nothing had been added to the wine from which it could have got a flavour of either iron or leather. Nevertheless, these two great wine tasters held to what they had said. Time went by, the wine was sold, and when they came to clean out the cask, they found in it a small key hanging to a thong of cordovan. See now if one who comes of the same stock has not a right to give his opinion in such like cases. "Therefore I say," said he of the Grove, "let us give up going in quest of adventures, and as we have loaves, let us not go looking for cakes, but return to our cribs, for God will find us there if it be his will." "Until my master reaches Saragossa," said Sancho, "I'll remain in his service. After that we'll see." The end of it was that the two squires talked so much and drank so much that sleep had to tie their tongues and moderate their thirst, for to quench it was impossible. And so the pair of them fell asleep, clinging to the now nearly empty bota, and with half-chewed morsels in their mouths. And there we will leave them for the present, to relate what passed between the Knight of the Grove and him of the Rueful Countenance. Chapter 14, wherein is continued the adventure of the Knight of the Grove. Among the things that passed between Don Quixote and the Knight of the Wood, the history tells us he of the Grove said to Don Quixote, "In fine, Sir Knight, I would have you know that my destiny, or more properly speaking, my choice, led me to fall in love with the peerless Casildea de Vandalia. I call her peerless because she has no peer, whether it be in bodily stature or in the supremacy of rank and beauty. This name, Casildea, then, that I speak of, requited my honourable passion and gentle aspirations by compelling me, as his stepmother did Hercules, to engage in many perils of various sorts, at the end of each promising me that, at the end of the next, the object of my hope should be attained. But my labours have gone on increasing link by link until they are past counting, nor do I know what will be the last one that is to be the beginning of the accomplishment of my chaste desires. On one occasion she bade me go and challenge the famous giantess of Seville, La Giralda by name, who is as mighty and strong as if made of brass, and though never stirring from one spot, is the most restless and changeable woman in the world. I came, I saw, I conquered, and I made her stay quiet and behave herself, for nothing but north winds blew for more than a week. Another time I was ordered to lift those ancient stones, the mighty bulls of Juisando, an enterprise that might more fitly be entrusted to porters than to knights. Again she bade me fling myself into the cavern of Cabra, an unparalleled and awful peril, and bring her a minute account of all that is concealed in those gloomy depths. I stopped the motion of the Giralda, I lifted the bulls of Juisando, I flung myself into the cavern, and brought to light the secrets of abyss, and my hopes are as dead can be, and her scorn and her commands as lively as ever. To be brief, last of all, she has commanded me to go through all the provinces of Spain, and compel all the knights-errant wandering therein to confess that she surpasses all women alive today in beauty, and that I am the most valiant and the most deeply enamoured knight on earth, in support of which claim I have already travelled over the greater part of Spain, and have there vanquished several knights who have dared to contradict me. But what I most plume and pride myself upon is having vanquished in single combat that so famous knight Don Quixote of La Mancha, and made him confess that my Castildea is more beautiful than his Dulcinea. And in this one victory I hold myself to have conquered all the knights in the world, for this Don Quixote that I speak of has vanquished them all, and I, having vanquished him, his glory, his fame, and his honour have passed, and are transferred to my person. For the more the vanquished hath the fair renown, the greater glory gilds the victor's crown. Thus the innumerable achievements of the said Don Quixote are now set down to my account, and have become mine. Don Quixote was amazed when he heard the Knight of the Grove, and was 1,000 times on the point of telling him he lied, and had the lie direct already on the tip of his tongue, but he restrained himself so well as he could, in order to force him to confess the lie with his own lips. So he said to him quietly, "As to what you say, Sir Knight, about having vanquished most of the knights of Spain, or even of the whole world, I say nothing, but that you have vanquished Don Quixote of La Mancha, I consider doubtful. It may have been some other that resembled him, although there are few like him." "How, not vanquished?" said he of the Grove. "By the heaven that is above us, I fought Don Quixote, and overcame him, and made him yield, and he is a man of tall stature, gaunt features, long lank limbs, with hair turning grey, an aquiline nose rather hooked, and large black drooping moustaches. He does battle under the name of the Countenance, and he has for a squire a peasant called Sancho Panza. He presses the loins and rules the reins of a famous steed called Rocinante, and lastly he has for the mistress of his will a certain Dulcinea del Toboso, once upon a time called Aldonza Lorenzo, just as I call mine Castildea de Vandalia, because her name is Casilda, and she is of Andalusia. If all these tokens are not enough to vindicate the truth of what I say, here is my sword that will compel incredulity itself to give credence to it." "Calm yourself, Sir Knight," said Don Quixote, "and give ear to what I am about to say to you. I would have you know that this Don Quixote you speak of is the greatest friend I have in the world, so much so that I may say I regard him in the same light as my own person, and from the precise and clear indications you have given, I cannot but think that he must be the very one you have vanquished. On the other hand, I see with my eyes and feel with my hands that it is impossible it can have been the same, unless indeed it be that, as he has many enemies who are enchanters, and one in particular who is always persecuting him, some one of these may have taken his shape in order to allow himself to be vanquished, so as to defraud him of the fame that his exalted achievements as a knight have earned and acquired for him throughout the known world. And in confirmation of this, I must tell you, too, that it is but 10 hours since these said enchanters, his enemies, transformed the shape and person of the fair Dulcinea del Toboso into a foul and mean village lass, and in the same way they must have transformed Don Quixote. And if all this does not suffice to convince you of the truth of what I say, here is Don Quixote himself, who will maintain it by arms, on foot or on horseback, or in any way you please." And so saying, he stood up, and laid his hand on his sword, waiting to see what the Knight of the Grove would do, who, in an equally calm voice, said in reply, "Pledges don't distress a good payer. He who has succeeded in vanquishing you once when transformed, Sir Don Quixote, may fairly hope to subdue you in your own proper shape. But as it is not becoming for knights to perform their feats of arms in the dark, like highwaymen and bullies, let us wait till daylight, that the sun may behold our deeds. And the conditions of our combat shall be, that the vanquished shall be at the victor's disposal, to do all that he may enjoin, provided the injunction be such as shall be becoming a knight." "I am more than satisfied with these conditions and terms," replied Don Quixote. And so saying, they betook themselves to where their squires lay, and found them snoring, and in the same posture they were in when sleep fell upon them. They roused them up, and bade them get the horses ready, as at sunrise they were to engage in a bloody and arduous single combat, at which intelligence Sancho was aghast and thunderstruck, trembling for the safety of his master, because of the mighty deeds he had heard the squire of the grove ascribe to his. But without a word the two squires went in quest of their cattle, for by this time the 3 horses and the ass had smelt one another out, and were all together. On the way, he of the grove said to Sancho, "You must know, brother, that it is the custom with the fighting men of Andalusia, when they are godfathers in any quarrel, not to stand idle with folded arms while their godsons fight. I say so to remind you that while our masters are fighting, we too have to fight, and knock one another to shivers." "That custom, Sir Squire," replied Sancho, "may hold good among those bullies and fighting men you talk of, but certainly not among the squires of knights errant. At least, I have never heard my master speak of any custom of the sort, and he knows all the laws of knight-errantry by heart. But granting it true that there is an express law that squires are to fight while their masters are fighting, I don't mean to obey it, but to pay the penalty that may be laid on peacefully minded squires like myself, for I am sure it cannot be more than 2 pounds of wax, and I would rather pay that, for I know it will cost me less than the lint I shall be at the expense of to mend my head, which I look upon as broken and split already. There's another thing that makes it impossible for me to fight, that I have no sword, for I never carried one in my life." "I know a good remedy for that," said he of the grove. "I have here 2 linen bags of the same size. You shall take one, and I the other, and we will fight at bag blows with equal arms." "If that's the way, so be it with all my heart," said Sancho, "for that sort of battle will serve to knock the dust out of us instead of hurting us." "That will not do," said the other, "for we must put into the bags, to keep the wind from blowing them away, 6 nice smooth pebbles, all of the same weight, and in this way we shall be able to baste one another without doing ourselves any harm or mischief." "Body of my father," said Sancho, "see what marten and sable and pads of carded cotton he is putting into the bags, that our heads may not be broken and our bones beaten to jelly. But even if they are filled with tossed silk, I can tell you, señor, I am not going to fight. Let our masters fight, that's their lookout, and let us drink and live. For time will take care to ease us of our lives without our going to look Philip, so that they may be finished off before their proper time comes, and they drop from ripeness." "Still," returned he of the grove, "we must fight, if it be only for half an hour." "By no means," said Sancho. "I am not going to be so discourteous and so ungrateful as to have any quarrel, be it ever so small, with one I have eaten and drunk with. Besides, who the devil could bring himself to fight in cold blood, without anger or provocation?" "I can remedy that entirely," said he of the grove, "and in this way. Before we begin the battle, I will come up to your worship fair and softly, and give you 3 or 4 buffets, with which I shall stretch you at my feet, and rouse your anger, though it was sleeping sounder than a dormouse." "To match that plan," said Sancho, "I have another that is not a whit behind it. I will take a cudgel, and before your worship comes near enough to waken my anger, I will send yours so sound to sleep with wax that it won't waken unless it be in the other world, where it is known that I am not a man to let my face be handled by anyone. Let each look out for the arrow, though the surer way would be to let everyone's anger sleep, for nobody knows the heart of anyone, and a man may come for wool and go back shorn. God gave his blessing to peace, and his curse to quarrels. If a hunted cat, surrounded and hard-pressed, turns into a lion, God knows what I, who am a man, may turn into. And so, from this time forth, I warn you, Sir Squire, that all the harm and mischief that may come of our quarrel will be put down to your account." "Very good," said he of the grove. "God will send the dawn, and we shall be all right." And now gay-plumaged birds of all sorts began to warble in the trees, and with their varied and gladsome notes seemed to welcome and salute the fresh morn that was beginning to show the beauty of her countenance at the gates and balconies of the east, shaking from her locks a profusion of liquid pearls, in which dulcet moisture bathed, the plants too seemed to shed and shower down a pearly spray, The willows distilled sweet manna, the fountains laughed, the brooks babbled, the woods rejoiced, and the meadows arrayed themselves in all their glory at her coming. But hardly had the light of day made it possible to see and distinguish things, when the first object that presented itself to the eyes of Sancho Panza was the squire of the grove's nose, which was so big that it almost overshadowed his whole body. It is, in fact, stated that it was of enormous size, hooked in the middle, covered with warts, and of a mulberry colour like an eggplant. It hung down 2 fingers' length below his mouth, and the size, the colour, the warts, and the bend of it made his face so hideous that Sancho, as he looked at him, began to tremble hand and foot like a child in convulsions, and he vowed in his heart to let himself be given 200 buffets sooner than be provoked to fight that monster. Don Quixote examined his adversary, and found that he already had his helmet on and visor lowered, so that he could not see his face. He observed, however, that he was a sturdily built man, but not very tall in stature. Over his armour he wore a surcoat or cassock of what seemed to be the finest cloth of gold, all bespangled with glittering mirrors like little moons, which gave him an extremely gallant and splendid appearance. Above his helmet fluttered a great quantity of plumes, green, yellow, and white, and his lance, which was leaning against a tree, was very long and stout, and had a steel point more than a palm in length. Don Quixote observed all, and took note of all, and from what he saw and observed, he concluded that the said knight must be a man of great strength, but he did not, for all that, give way to fear like Sancho Panza. On the contrary, with a composed and dauntless air, he said to the Knight of the Mirrors, "If, Sir Knight, your great eagerness to fight has not banished your courtesy, by it I would entreat you to raise your visor a little, in order that I may see if the comeliness of your countenance corresponds with that of your equipment." "Whether you come victorious or vanquished out of this emprise, Sir Knight," replied he of the Mirrors, "you will have more than enough time and leisure to see me. And if now I do not comply with your request, it is because it seems to me I should do a serious wrong to the fair Casildea de Vandalia in wasting time while I stop to raise my visor before compelling you to confess what you are already aware I maintain." "Well then," said Don Quixote, "while we are mounting, you can at least tell me if I am that Don Quixote whom you said you vanquished." "To that we answer you," said he of the Mirrors, "that you are as like the very knight I vanquished as one egg is like another. But, as you say enchanters persecute you, I will not venture to say positively whether you are the said person or not." "That," said Don Quixote, "is enough to convince me that you are under a deception. However, entirely to relieve you of it, let our horses be brought, and in less time than it would take you to raise your visor, if God, my lady, and my arm stand me in good stead, I shall see your face, and you shall see that I am not the vanquished Don Quixote you take me to be." With this, cutting short the colloquy, they mounted, and Don Quixote wheeled Rocinante round in order to take a proper distance to charge back upon his adversary, and he of the Mirrors did the same. But Don Quixote had not moved away 20 paces when he heard himself called by the other, and each returning halfway, he of the Mirrors said to him, "Remember, Sir Knight, that the terms of our combat are, that the vanquished, as I said before, shall be at the victor's disposal." "I am aware of it already," said Don Quixote, "provided what is commanded and imposed upon the vanquished be things that do not transgress the limits of chivalry." "That is understood," replied he of the Mirrors. At this moment the extraordinary nose of the squire presented itself to Don Quixote's view, and he was no less amazed than Sancho at the sight, insomuch that he set him down as a monster of some kind, or a human being of some new species or unearthly breed. Sancho, seeing his master retiring to run his course, did not like to be left alone with the nosy man, fearing that with one flap of that nose on his own the battle would be all over for him, and he would be left stretched on the ground, either by the blow or with fright. So he ran after his master, holding on to Rocinante's stirrup leather, and when it seemed to him time to turn about, he said, I implore your worship, señor, before you turn to charge, to help me up into this cork tree, from which I will be able to witness the gallant encounter your worship is going to have with this knight, more to my taste and better than from the ground." "It seems to me rather, Sancho," said Don Quixote, "that thou wouldst mount a scaffold in order to see the bulls without danger." "To tell the truth," returned Sancho, "the monstrous nose of that squire has filled me with fear and terror, and I dare not stay near him." "It is," said Don Quixote, "such a one that were I not what I am, it would terrify me too. So come, I will help thee up where thou wilt." While Don Quixote waited for Sancho to mount into the cork tree, he of the mirrors took as much ground as he considered requisite, and, supposing Don Quixote to have done the same, without waiting for any sound of trumpet or other signal to direct them, he wheeled his horse, which was not more agile or better looking than Rocinante, and at his top speed, which was an easy trot, he proceeded to charge his enemy. Seeing him, however, engaged in putting Sancho up, he drew rein and halted in mid-career, for which his horse was very grateful, as he was already unable to go. Don Quixote, fancying that his foe was coming down upon him flying, drove his spurs vigorously into Rocinante's lean flanks, and made him scud along in such style that the history tells us that on this occasion only was he known to make something like running, for on all others it was a simple trot with him. And with this unparalleled fury he bore down where he of the mirrors stood digging his spurs into his horse up to buttons, without being able to make him stir a finger's length from the spot where he had come to a standstill in his course. At this lucky moment and crisis, Don Quixote came upon his adversary, in trouble with his horse, and embarrassed with his lance, which he either could not manage or had no time to lay in rest. Don Quixote, however, paid no attention to these difficulties, and in perfect safety to himself, and without any risk, encountered him of the mirrors with such force that he brought him to the ground in spite of himself over the haunches of his horse, and with so heavy a fall that he lay, to all appearance, dead, not stirring hand or foot. The instant Sancho saw him fall, he slid down from the cork tree, and made all haste to where his master was, who, dismounting from Rocinante, went and stood over him of the mirrors, and, unlacing his helmet to see if he was dead, and to give him air if he should happen to be alive, he saw— who can say what he saw, without filling all who hear it with astonishment, wonder, and awe? He saw, the history says, the very countenance, the very face, the very look, the very physiognomy, the very effigy, the very image of the bachelor Samson Carrasco. As soon as he saw it, he called out in a loud voice, "Make haste here, Sancho, and behold what thou art to see, but not to believe. Quick, my son, and learn what magic can do, and wizards and enchanters are capable of." Sancho came up, and when he saw the countenance of the bachelor Carrasco, he fell to crossing himself 1,000 times, and blessing himself as many more. All this time the prostrate knight showed no signs of life, and Sancho said to Don Quixote, "It is my opinion, señor, that in any case your worship should take and thrust your sword into the mouth of this one here that looks like the bachelor Samson Carrasco. Perhaps in him you will kill one of your enemies, the enchanters." "Thy advice is not bad," said Don Quixote, "for of enemies the fewer the better." And he was drawing his sword to carry into effect Sancho's counsel and suggestion, when the squire of the mirrors came up, now without the nose which had made him so hideous, and cried out in a loud voice, "Mind what you are about, Señor Don Quixote. That is your friend, the bachelor Samson Carrasco, you have at your feet, and I am his squire." "And the nose?" said Sancho, seeing him without the hideous feature he had before. To which he replied, "I have it here in my pocket." And putting his hand into his right pocket, he pulled out a masquerade nose of varnished pasteboard of the make already described. And Sancho, examining him more and more closely, exclaimed aloud in a voice of amazement, "Holy Mary, be good to me! Isn't it Tom Cecil, my neighbour and gossip?" "Why, to be sure I am," returned the now unnosed squire. "Tom Cecil I am, gossip and friend Sancho Panza, and I'll tell you presently the means and tricks and falsehoods by which I have been brought here. But in the meantime beg and entreat of your master not to touch, maltreat, wound, or slay the Knight of the Mirrors whom he has at his feet, because, beyond all dispute, it is the rash and ill-advised bachelor Samson Carrasco, our fellow townsman." At this moment he of the mirrors came to himself, and Don Quixote, perceiving it, held the naked point of his sword over his face, and said to him, "You are a dead man, knight, unless you confess that the peerless Dulcinea del Toboso excels your Casildea de Vandalia in beauty. And in addition to this, you must promise, if you should survive this encounter and fall, to go to the city of El Toboso and present yourself before her on my behalf, that she deal with you according to her good pleasure. And if she leaves you free to do yours, you are in like manner to return and seek me out, for the trail of my mighty deeds will serve you as a guide to lead you to where I may be, and tell me what may have passed between you and her. Conditions which, in accordance with what we stipulated before our combat, do not transgress the just limits of knight-errantry." "I confess," said the fallen knight, "that the dirty tattered shoe of the lady Dulcinea del Toboso is better than the ill-combed, though clean, beard of Casildea, and I promise to go and to return from her presence to yours, and to give you a full and particular account of all you demand of me." "You must also confess and believe," added Don Quixote, "that the knight you vanquished was not and could not be Don Quixote of La Mancha, but someone else in his likeness, just as I confess and believe that you, though you seem to be the bachelor Samson Carrasco, are not so, but some other resembling him, whom my enemies have put here before me in his shape, in order that I may restrain and moderate the vehemence of my wrath, and make a gentle use of the glory of my victory." "I confess, hold, and think everything to be as you believe, hold, and think it," said the crippled knight. "Let me rise, I entreat you, if indeed the shock of my fall will allow me, for it has left me in a sorry plight enough." Don Quixote helped him to rise, with the assistance of his squire Tom Cecil, from whom Sancho never took his eyes, and to whom he put questions, the replies to which furnished clear proof that he was really and truly the Tom Cecil he said. But the impression made on Sancho's mind by what his master said about the enchanters having changed the face of the Knight of the Mirrors into that of the bachelor Samson Carrasco would not permit him to believe what he saw with his eyes. In fine, both master and man remained under the delusion, and, down in the mouth and out of luck, he of the mirrors and his squire parted from Don Quixote and Sancho, he meaning to go look for some village where he could plaster and strap his ribs. Don Quixote and Sancho resumed their journey to Saragossa, and on it the history leaves them, in order that it may tell who the Knight of the Mirrors and his long-nosed squire were. Chapter 15, wherein it is told and known who the Knight of the Mirrors and his squire were. Don Quixote went off satisfied, elated, and vainglorious in the highest degree at having won a victory over such a valiant knight as he fancied him of the mirrors to be, and one from whose knightly word he expected to learn whether the enchantment of his lady still continued, inasmuch as the said vanquished knight was bound, under the penalty of ceasing to be one, to return and render him an account of what took place between him and her. But Don Quixote was of one mind, he of the mirrors of another, for he just then had no thought of anything but finding some village where he could plaster himself, as has been said already. The history goes on to say, then, that when the bachelor Samson Carrasco recommended Don Quixote to resume his knight-errantry, which he had laid aside, it was in consequence of having been previously in conclave with the curate and the barber on the means to be adopted to induce Don Quixote to stay at home in peace and quiet, without worrying himself with his ill-starred adventures. At which consultation it was decided, by the unanimous vote of all, and on the special advice of Carrasco, that Don Quixote should be allowed to go, as it seemed impossible to restrain him, and that Samson should sally forth to meet him as a knight-errant, and do battle with him, for there would be no difficulty about a cause, and vanquish him, that being looked upon as an easy matter, and that it should be agreed and settled that the vanquished was to be at the mercy of the victor. Then, Don Quixote being vanquished, the bachelor knight was to command him to return to his village and his house, and not quit it for 2 years, or until he received further orders from him, all which it was clear Don Quixote would unhesitatingly obey, rather than contravene or fail to observe the laws of chivalry. And during the period of his seclusion he might perhaps forget his folly, or there might be an opportunity of discovering some ready remedy for his madness. Carrasco undertook the task, and Tom Cecil, a gossip and neighbour of Sancho Panza's, a lively, feather-headed fellow, offered himself as his squire. Carrasco armed himself in the fashion described, and Tom Cecil, that he might not be known by his gossip when they met, fitted on over his own natural nose the false masquerade one that has been mentioned. And so they followed the same route Don Quixote took, and almost came up with him in time to be present at the adventure of the Cart of Death, and finally encountered them in the grove, where all that the sagacious reader has been reading about took place. And had it not been for the extraordinary fancies of Don Quixote, and his conviction that the bachelor was not the bachelor, Señor Bachelor would have been incapacitated forever from taking his degree of licentiate, all through not finding nests where he thought to find birds. Tom Cecil, seeing how ill they had succeeded, and what a sorry end their expedition had come to, said to the bachelor, "Sure enough, Señor Samson Carrasco, we are served right. It is easy enough to plan and set about an enterprise, but it is often a difficult matter to come well out of it. Don Quixote a madman, and we sane. He goes off laughing safe and sound, and you are left sore and sorry. I'd like to know now which is the madder, he who is so because he cannot help it, or he who is so of his own choice." To which Samson replied, "The difference between the two sorts of madmen is that he who is so willy-nilly will be one always, while he who is one of his own accord can leave off being one whenever he likes." "In that case," said Tom Cecil, "I was a madman of my own accord when I volunteered to become your squire, and of my own accord I'll leave off being one and go home." "That's your affair," returned Samson, "but to suppose that I am going home until I have given Don Quixote a thrashing is absurd, and it is not any wish that he may recover his senses that will make me hunt him out now, but a wish for the sore pain I am in with my ribs won't let me entertain more charitable thoughts." Thus discoursing, the pair proceeded until they reached a town where it was their good luck to find a bone-setter, with whose help the unfortunate Samson was cured. Tom Cecil left him and went home, while he stayed behind meditating vengeance, and the history will return to him again at the proper time, so as not to omit making merry with Don Quixote now. Chapter 16. Of what befell Don Quixote with a discreet gentleman of La Mancha. Don Quixote pursued his journey in the high spirits, satisfaction, and self-complacency already described, fancying himself the most valorous knight-errant of the age in the world because of his late victory. All the adventures that could befall him from that time forth he regarded as already done and brought to a happy issue. He made light of enchantments and enchanters. He thought no more of the countless drubbings that had been administered to him in the course of his knight-errantry, nor of the volley of stones that had levelled half his teeth, nor of the ingratitude of the galley slaves, nor of the audacity of the Yanguesans, or the shower of stakes that fell upon him. In short, he said to himself that could he discover any means, mode, or way of disenchanting his lady Dulcinea, he would not envy the highest fortune that the most fortunate knight-errant of yore ever reached or could reach. He was going along entirely absorbed in these fancies, when Sancho said to him, "Isn't it odd, Señor, that I have still before my eyes that monstrous, enormous nose of my gossip, Tom Cecil?" "And dost thou then believe, Sancho," said Don Quixote, "that the Knight of the Mirrors was the bachelor Carrasco, and his squire Tom Cecil thy gossip?" "I don't know what to say to that," replied Sancho. "All I know is that the tokens he gave me about my own house, wife, and children, nobody else but himself could have given me, and the face, once the nose was off, was the very face of Tom Cecil, as I have seen it many a time in my town, and next door to my own house, and the sound of the voice was just the same." "Let us reason the matter, Sancho," said Don Quixote. "Come now, by what process of thinking can it be supposed that the bachelor Samson Carrasco would come as a knight-errant in arms offensive and defensive to fight with me? Have I ever been by any chance his enemy? Have I ever given him any occasion to owe me a grudge? Am I his rival, or does he profess arms that he should envy the fame I have acquired in them?" "Well, but what are we to say, señor," returned Sancho, "about that knight, whoever he is, being so like the bachelor Carrasco, and his squire so like my gossip, Tom Cecil? And if that be enchantment, as your worship says, was there no other pair in the world for them to take the likeness of?" "It is all," said Don Quixote, "a scheme and plot of the malignant magicians that persecute me, who, foreseeing that I was to be victorious in the conflict, arranged that the vanquished knight should display the countenance of my friend the bachelor, in order that the friendship I bear him should interpose to stay the edge of my sword and might of my arm, and temper the just wrath of my heart, so that he who sought to take my life by fraud and falsehood should save his own. And to prove it, thou knowest already, Sancho, by experience, which cannot lie or deceive, how easy it is for enchanters to change one countenance into another, turning fair into foul, and foul into fair. For it is not 2 days since thou sawest with thine own eyes the beauty and elegance of the peerless Dulcinea in all its perfection and natural harmony, while I saw her in the repulsive and mean form of a coarse country wench, with cataracts in her eyes and a foul smell in her mouth. And when the perverse enchanter ventured to effect so wicked a transformation, it is no wonder if he affected that of Samson Carrasco and thy gossip, in order to snatch the glory of victory out of my grasp. For all that, however, I console myself, because after all, in whatever shape he may have been, I have been victorious over my enemy." "God knows what's the truth of it all," said Sancho, and knowing as he did that the transformation of Dulcinea had been a device and imposition of his own, his master's illusions were not satisfactory to him, but he did not like to reply, lest he should say something that might disclose his trickery. As they were engaged in this conversation, they were overtaken by a man who was following the same road behind them, mounted on a very handsome, flea-bitten mare, and dressed in a gaban of fine green cloth, with tawny velvet facings, and a montera of the same velvet. The trappings of the mare were of the field and gineta fashion, and of mulberry colour and green. He carried a Moorish cutlass hanging from a broad green and gold baldric. The buskins were of the same make as the baldric. The spurs were not gilt, but lacquered green, and so brightly polished that, matching as they did the rest of his apparel, they looked better than if they had been of pure gold. When the traveller came up with them, he saluted them courteously, and spurring his mare, was passing them without stopping, but Don Quixote called out to him, "Gallant sir, if so be your worship is going our road, and has no occasion for speed, it would be a pleasure to me if we were to join company." "In truth," replied he on the mare, "I would not pass you so hastily, but for fear that horse might turn restive in the company of my mare." "You may safely hold in your mare, señor," said Sancho in reply to him, "for our horse is the most virtuous and well-behaved horse in the world. He never does anything wrong on such occasions, and the only time he misbehaved, my master and I suffered for it sevenfold. I say again, your worship may pull up if you like, for if she was offered to him between 2 plates, the horse would not hanker after her." The traveller drew rein, amazed at the trim and features of Don Quixote, who rode without his helmet, which Sancho carried like a valise in front of Dapple's pack-saddle. And if the man in green examined Don Quixote closely, still more closely did Don Quixote examine the man in green, who struck him as being a man of intelligence. In appearance he was about 50 years of age, but with few grey hairs, an aquiline cast of features, and an expression between grave and gay, and his dress and accoutrements showed him to be a man of good condition. What he in green thought of Don Quixote of La Mancha was that a man of that sort and shape he had never yet seen. He marvelled at the length of his hair, his lofty stature, the lankness and sallowness of his countenance, his armour, his bearing, and his gravity. a figure and picture such as had not been seen in those regions for many a long day. Don Quixote saw very plainly the attention with which the traveller was regarding him, and read his curiosity in his astonishment, and courteous as he was, and ready to please everybody, before the other could ask him any question, he anticipated him by saying, "The appearance I present to your worship being so strange and so out of the common, I should not be surprised if it filled you with wonder. But you will cease to wonder when I tell you, as I do, that I am one of those knights who, as people say, go seeking adventures. I have left my home, I have mortgaged my estate, I have given up my comforts, and committed myself to the arms of fortune, to bear me whithersoever she may please. My desire was to bring to life again knight-errantry, now dead, and for some time past stumbling here, falling there, now coming down headlong, now raising myself up again. I have carried out a great portion of my design, succouring widows, protecting maidens, and giving aid to wives, orphans, and minors, the proper and natural duty of knights-errant. And therefore, because of my many valiant and Christian achievements, I have been already found worthy to make my way in print to well nigh all or most of the nations of the earth. 30,000 volumes of my history have been printed, and it is on the high road to be printed 30,000 thousands of times, if heaven does not put a stop to it. In short, to sum up all in a few words, or in a single one, I may tell you I am Don Quixote of La Mancha, otherwise called the Knight of the Rueful Countenance. For though self-praise is degrading, I must perforce sound my own sometimes, that is to say, when there is no one at hand to do it for me. So that, gentle sir, neither this horse, nor this lance, nor this shield, nor this squire, nor all these arms put together, nor the sallowness of my countenance, nor my gaunt leanness, will henceforth astonish you, now that you know who I am, and what profession I follow." With these words Don Quixote held his peace, and from the time he took to answer, the man in green seemed to be at a loss for a reply. After a long pause, however, he said to him, "You were right when you saw curiosity in my amazement, Sir Knight, but you have not succeeded in removing the astonishment I feel at seeing you. For although you say, Señor, that knowing who you are ought to remove it, it has not done so. On the contrary, now that I know, I am left more amazed and astonished than before. What, is it possible that there are knights-errant in the world in these days, and histories of real chivalry printed? I cannot realize the fact that there can be anyone on earth nowadays who aids widows, or protects maidens, or defends wives, or succours orphans, nor should I believe it if I had not seen it in your worship with my own eyes. Blessed be heaven! For by means of this history of your noble and genuine chivalrous deeds, which you say has been printed, the countless stories of fictitious knights-errant with which the world is filled, so much to the injury of morality and the prejudice and discredit of good histories, will have been driven into oblivion." "There is a good deal to be said on that point," said Don Quixote, "as to whether the histories of the knights-errant are fiction or not." "Why, is there anyone who doubts that those histories are false?" said the man in green. "I doubt it," said Don Quixote, "but never mind that just now. If our journey lasts long enough, I trust in God I shall show your worship that you do wrong in going with the stream of those who regard it as a matter of certainty that they are not true." From this last observation of Don Quixote's, the traveller began to have a suspicion that he was some crazy being, and was waiting for him to confirm it by something further. But before they could turn to any new subject, Don Quixote begged him to tell him who he was, since he himself had rendered account of his station in life. To this he in the green gaban replied, "I, Sir Knight of the Rueful Countenance, am a gentleman by birth, native of the village where, please God, we are going to dine today. I am more than fairly well off, and my name is Don Diego de Miranda. I pass my life with my wife, children, and friends. My pursuits are hunting and fishing, but I keep neither hawks nor greyhounds, nothing but a tame partridge or a bold ferret or two. I have 6 dozen or so of books, some in our mother tongue, some Latin, some of them history, others devotional. Those of chivalry have not as yet crossed the threshold of my door. I am more given to turning over the profane than the devotional, so long as they are books of honest entertainment that charm by their style and attract an interest by the invention they display, though of these there are very few in Spain. Sometimes I dine with my neighbours and friends, and often invite them. My entertainments are neat and well served, without stint of anything. I have no taste for tattle, nor do I allow tattling in my presence. I pry not into my neighbours' lives, nor have I lynx eyes for what others do. I hear Mass every day. I share my substance with the poor, making no display of good works, lest I let hypocrisy and vainglory, those enemies that subtly take possession of the most watchful heart, find an entrance into mine. I strive to make peace between those whom I know to be at variance. I am the devoted servant of Our Lady, and my trust is ever in the infinite mercy of God our Lord. Sancho listened with the greatest attention to the account of the gentleman's life and occupation, and thinking it a good and a holy life, and that he who led it ought to work miracles, he threw himself off Dapple, and running in haste, seized his right stirrup, and kissed his foot again and again with a devout heart, and almost with tears. Seeing this, the gentleman asked him, "What are you about, brother? What are these kisses for?" "Let me kiss," said Sancho, "for I think your worship is the first saint in the saddle I ever saw all the days of my life." "I'm no saint," replied the gentleman, "but a great sinner. But you are, brother, for you must be a good fellow, as your simplicity shows." Sancho went back and regained his pack-saddle, having extracted a laugh from his master's profound melancholy, and excited fresh amazement in Don Diego. Don Quixote then asked him how many children he had, and observed that one of the things wherein the ancient philosophers, who were without the true knowledge of God, placed the summum bonum, was in the gifts of nature, in those of fortune, in having many friends, and many and good children. "I, Señor Don Quixote," answered the gentleman, "have one son, without whom perhaps I should count myself happier than I am, not because he is a bad son, but because he is not so good as I could wish. He is 18 years of age. He has been for 6 at Salamanca studying Latin and Greek, and when I wished him to turn to the study of other sciences, I found him so wrapped up in that of poetry, if that can be called a science, that there is no getting him to take kindly to the law, which I wished him to study, or to theology, the queen of them all. I would like him to be an honour to his family, as we live in days when our kings liberally reward learning that is virtuous and worthy, for learning without virtue is a pearl on a dunghill. He spends the whole day in settling whether Homer expressed himself correctly or not in such and such a line of the Iliad, whether Martial was indecent or not in such and such an epigram, whether such and such lines of Virgil are to be understood in this way or in that. In short, all his talk is of the works of these poets, and those of Horace, Persius, Juvenal, and Tibullus. For of the moderns in our own language he makes no great account, but with all his seeming indifference to Spanish poetry, just now his thoughts are absorbed in making a gloss on 4 lines that have been sent him from Salamanca, which I suspect are for some poetical tournament." To all this Don Quixote said in reply, "Children, señor, are portions of their parents' bowels, and therefore, be they good or bad, are to be loved as we love the souls that give us life. It is for the parents to guide them from infancy in the ways of virtue, propriety, and worthy Christian conduct, so that when grown up they may be the staff of their parents' old age, and the glory of their posterity. And to force them to study this or that science I do not think wise, though it may be no harm to persuade them. And when there is no need to study for the sake of pane lucrando, and it is the student's good fortune that heaven has given him parents who provide him with it, it would be my advice to them to let him pursue whatever science they may see him most inclined to. And though that of poetry is less useful than pleasurable, it is not one of those that bring discredit upon the possessor. Poetry, gentle sir, is, as I take it, like a tender young maiden of supreme beauty, to array, bedeck, and adorn whom is the task of several other maidens, who are all the rest of the sciences, and she must avail herself of the help of all, and all derive their lustre from her. But this maiden will not bear to be handled, nor dragged through the streets, nor exposed either at the corners of the marketplace or in the closets of palaces. She is the product of an alchemy of such virtue that he who is able to practice it will turn her into pure gold of inestimable worth. He that possesses her must keep her within bounds, not permitting her to break out in ribald satires or soulless sonnets. She must on no account be offered for sale, unless indeed it be in heroic poems, moving tragedies, or sprightly and ingenious comedies. She must not be touched by the buffoons, nor by the ignorant vulgar, incapable of comprehending or appreciating her hidden treasures. And do not suppose, senor, that I apply the term vulgar here mainly to plebeians and the lower orders, for every one who is ignorant, be he lord or prince, may and should be included among the vulgar. He, then, who shall embrace and cultivate poetry under the conditions I have named, shall become famous, and his name honoured throughout all the civilized nations of the earth. And with regard to what you say, senor, of your son having no great opinion of Spanish poetry, I am inclined to think that he is not quite right there, and for this reason. The great poet Homer did not write in Latin because he was a Greek, nor did Virgil write in Greek because he was a Latin. In short, all the ancient poets wrote in the language they imbibed with their mother's milk, and never went in quest of foreign ones to express their sublime conceptions. And that being so, the usage should in justice extend to all nations, and the German poet should not be undervalued because he writes in his own language, nor the Castilian, nor even the Biscayan for writing in his. But your son, senor, I suspect, is not prejudiced against Spanish poetry, but against those poets who are mere Spanish verse-writers, without any knowledge of other languages or sciences to adorn and give life and vigour to their natural inspiration. And yet, even in this he may be wrong, for according to a true belief, a poet is born one. That is to say, the poet by nature comes forth a poet from his mother's womb, and following the bent that heaven has bestowed upon him, without the aid of study or art, he produces things that show how truly he spoke who said, Est Deus in nobis, etc. At the same time, I say that the poet by nature, who calls in art to his aid, will be a far better poet, and will surpass him who tries to be one relying upon his knowledge of art alone. The reason is that art does not surpass nature, but only brings it to perfection. And thus nature combined with art, and art with nature, will produce a perfect poet. To bring my argument to a close, I would say then, gentle sir, let your son go on as his star leads him, for being so studious as he seems to be, and having already successfully surmounted the first step of the sciences, which is that of the languages, with their help he will by his own exertions reach the summit of polite literature, which so well becomes an independent gentleman, and adorns, honours, and distinguishes him, as much as the mitre does the bishop, or the gown the learned counsellor. If your son write satires reflecting on the honour of others, chide and correct him, and tear them up. But if he compose discourses in which he rebukes vice in general, in the style of Horace, and with elegance like his, commend him, for it is legitimate for a poet to write against envy and lash the envious in his verse, and the other vices too, provided he does not single out individuals. There are, however, poets who, for the sake of saying something spiteful, would run the risk of being banished to the coast of Pontus. If the poet be pure in his morals, he will be pure in his verses too. The pen is the tongue of the mind, and as the thought engendered there, so will be the things that it writes down. And when kings and princes observe this marvellous science of poetry in wise, virtuous, and thoughtful subjects, they honour, value, exalt them, and even crown them with the leaves of that tree which the thunderbolt strikes not, as if to show that they whose brows are honoured and adorned with such a crown are not to be assailed by anyone. He of the green gaban was filled with astonishment at Don Quixote's argument, so much so that he began to abandon the notion he had taken up about his being crazy. But in the middle of the discourse, it being not very much to his taste, Sancho had turned aside out of the road to beg a little milk from some shepherds who were milking their ewes hard by. And just as the gentleman, highly pleased, was about to renew the conversation, Don Quixote, raising his head, perceived a cart covered with royal flags coming along the road they were travelling, and persuaded that this must be some new adventure, he called aloud to Sancho to come and bring him his helmet. Sancho, hearing himself called, quitted the shepherds, and, prodding Dapple vigorously, came up to his master, to whom there fell a terrific and desperate adventure. Chapter 17, wherein is shown the furthest and highest point which the unexampled courage of Don Quixote reached or could reach, together with the happily achieved adventure of the lions. The history tells us that when Don Quixote called out to Sancho to bring him his helmet, Sancho was buying some curds the shepherds agreed to sell him, and flurried by the great haste his master was in, did not know what to do with them or what to carry them in. So, not to lose them, for he had already paid for them, he thought it best to throw them into his master's helmet, and acting on this bright idea, he went to see what his master wanted with him. He, as he approached, exclaimed to him, "Give me that helmet, my friend, for either I know little of adventures, or what I observe yonder is one that will, and does, call upon me to arm myself." He of the green gaban, on hearing this, looked in all directions, but could perceive nothing except a cart coming towards them with 2 or 3 small flags, which led him to conclude it must be carrying a treasure of the king's, and he said so to Don Quixote. He, however, would not believe him, being always persuaded and convinced that all that happened to him must be adventures, and still more adventures. So he replied to the gentleman, "He who is prepared has his battle half fought. Nothing is lost by my preparing myself, for I know by experience that I have enemies, visible and invisible, and I know not when, or where, or at what moment, or in what shapes they will attack me." And turning to Sancho, he called for his helmet, and Sancho, as he had no time to take out the curds, had to give it just as it was. Don Quixote took it, and without perceiving what was in it, thrust it down in hot haste upon his head, but as the curds were pressed and squeezed, the whey began to run all over his face and beard, whereat he was so startled that he cried out to Sancho, "Sancho, what's this? I think my head is softening, or my brains are melting, or I am sweating from head to foot. If I am sweating, it is not indeed from fear. I am convinced beyond a doubt that the adventure which is about to befall me is a terrible one. Give me something to wipe myself with, if thou hast it, for this profuse sweat is blinding me." Sancho held his tongue, and gave him a cloth, and gave thanks to God at the same time that his master had not found out what was the matter. Don Quixote then wiped himself, and took off his helmet to see what it was that made his head feel so cool, and seeing all that white mash inside his helmet, he put it to his nose, and as soon as he had smelt it, he exclaimed, "By the life of my lady Dulcinea del Toboso, but it is curds thou hast put there, thou treacherous, impudent, ill-mannered squire." To which, with great composure and pretended innocence, Sancho replied, "If they are curds, let me have them, your worship, and I'll eat them, but let the devil eat them, for it must have been he who put them there. I dare to dirty your helmet? You have guessed the offender finely. Faith, sir, by the light God gives me, it seems I must have enchanters too, that persecute me as a creature and limb of your worship, and they must have put that nastiness there in order to provoke your patience to anger, and make you baste my ribs, as you are wont to do. Well, this time indeed they have missed their aim, for I trust to my master's good sense to see that I have got no curds or milk or anything of the sort, and that if I had, it is in my stomach I would put it, and not in the helmet." "May be so," said Don Quixote. All this the gentleman was observing, and with astonishment, more especially when, after having wiped himself clean, his head, face, beard, and helmet, Don Quixote put it on, and settling himself firmly in his stirrups, easing his sword in the scabbard, and grasping his lance, he cried, "Now, come who will, here I am, ready to try conclusions with Satan himself in person." By this time the cart with the flags had come up, unattended by anyone except the carter on a mule, and a man sitting in front. Don Quixote planted himself before it, and said, "Whither are you going, brothers? What cart is this? What have you got in it? What flags are those?" To this the carter replied, "The cart is mine. What is in it is a pair of wild caged lions, which the governor of Iran is sending to court as a present to his majesty, and the flags are our lord the king's, to show that what is here is his property." "And are the lions large?" asked Don Quixote. "So large," replied the man who sat at the door of the cart, "that larger or as large have never crossed from Africa to Spain. I am the keeper, and I have brought over others, but never any like these. They are male and female. The male is in that first cage, and the female in the one behind, and they are hungry now, for they have eaten nothing today. So let your worship stand aside, for we must make haste to the place where we are to feed them." Hereupon, smiling slightly, Don Quixote exclaimed, "Lion whelps, to me, whelps of lions, and at such a time! Then, by God, those gentlemen who send them here shall see if I am a man to be frightened by lions. Get down, my good fellow, and as you are the keeper, open the cages, and turn me out those beasts, and in the midst of this plain I will let them know who Don Quixote of La Mancha is, in spite and in the teeth of the enchanters who send them to me." So, said the gentleman to himself at this, "our worthy knight has shown of what sort he is. The curds no doubt have softened his skull, and brought his brains to a head." At this instant Sancho came up to him, saying, "Señor, for God's sake do something to keep my master, Don Quixote, from tackling these lions, for if he does, they'll tear us all to pieces here." "Is your master then so mad," asked the gentleman, "that you believe and are afraid he will engage such fierce animals?" "He is not mad," said Sancho, "but he is venturesome." "I will prevent it," said the gentleman, and going over to Don Quixote, who was insisting upon the keeper's opening the cages, he said to him, "Sir Knight, knights errant should attempt adventures which encourage the hope of a successful issue, not those which entirely withhold it. For valour that trenches upon temerity savours rather of madness than of courage. Moreover, these lions do not come to oppose you, nor do they dream of such a thing. They are going as presents to his majesty, and it will not be right to stop them or delay their journey." "Gentle sir," replied Don Quixote, "you go and mind your tame partridge and your bold ferret, and leave everyone to manage his own business. This is mine, and I know whether these gentlemen the lions come to me or not." And then, turning to the keeper, he exclaimed, "By all that's good, sir, scoundrel, if you don't open the cages this very instant, I'll pin you to the cart with this lance." The carter, seeing the determination of this apparition in armour, said to him, "Please your worship, for charity's sake, señor, let me unyoke the mules and place myself in safety along with them before the lions are turned out, for if they kill them on me I am ruined for life, for all I possess is this cart and mules." "Oh, man of little faith," replied Don Quixote, "get down and unyoke. You will soon see that you are exerting yourself for nothing, and that you might have spared yourself the trouble." The carter got down, and with all speed unyoked the mules, and the keeper called out at the top of his voice, "I call all here to witness that against my will and under compulsion I opened the cages and let the lions loose, and that I warn this gentleman that he will be accountable for all the harm and mischief which these beasts may do, and for my salary and dues as well. You, gentlemen, place yourselves in safety before I open, for I know they will do me no harm." Once more the gentleman strove to persuade Don Quixote not to do such a mad thing, as it was tempting God to engage in such a piece of folly. To this Don Quixote replied that he knew what he was about. The gentleman in return entreated him to reflect, for he knew he was under a delusion. "Well, señor," answered Don Quixote, "if you do not like to be a spectator of this tragedy, as in your opinion it will be, spur your flea-bitten mare, and place yourself in safety." Hearing this, Sancho, with tears in his eyes, entreated him to give up an enterprise compared with which the one of the windmills, and the awful one of the fulling mills, and in fact all the feats he had attempted in the whole course of his life, were cakes and fancy bread. "Look ye, señor," said Sancho, "there's no enchantment here, nor anything of the sort, for between the bars and chinks of the cage I have seen the paw of a real lion, and judging by that, I reckon the lion such a paw could belong to must be bigger than a mountain." "Fear, at any rate," replied Don Quixote, "will make him look bigger to thee than half the world. Retire, Sancho, and leave me, and if I die here, thou knowest our old compact. Thou wilt repair to Dulcinea. I say no more." To these he added some further words that banished all hope of his giving up his insane project. He of the green gaban would have offered resistance, but he found himself ill-matched as to arms, and did not think it prudent to come to blows with a madman, for such Don Quixote now showed himself to be in every respect, and the latter, renewing his commands to the keeper and repeating his threats, gave warning to the gentleman to spur his mare, Sancho his dapple, and the carter his mules, all striving to get away from the cart as far as they could before the lions broke loose. Sancho was weeping over his master's death, for this time he firmly believed it was in store for him from the claws of the lions, and he cursed his fate and called it an unlucky hour when he thought of taking service with him again. But with all his tears and lamentations, he did not forget to thrash Dapple so as to put a good space between himself and the cart. The keeper, seeing that the fugitives were now some distance off, once more entreated and warned him as before, but he replied that he heard him, and that he need not trouble himself with any further warnings or entreaties, as they would be fruitless, and bade him make haste. During the delay that occurred while the keeper was opening the first cage, Don Quixote was considering whether it would not be well to do battle on foot instead of on horseback, and finally resolved to fight on foot, fearing that Rocinante might take fright at the sight of the lion. He therefore sprang off his horse, flung his lance aside, braced his buckler on his arm, and drawing his sword, advanced slowly with marvellous intrepidity and resolute courage to plant himself in front of the cart, commending himself with all his heart to God and to his lady Dulcinea. It is to be observed that on coming to this passage, the author of this veracious history breaks out into exclamations. "O doughty Don Quixote, high-mettled past extolling, mirror wherein all the heroes of the world may see themselves, second modern Don Manuel de Leon, once the glory and honour of Spanish knighthood. In what word shall I describe this dread exploit? By what language shall I make it credible to ages to come? What eulogies are there unmeet for thee, though there be hyperboles piled on hyperboles? On foot, alone, undaunted, high-souled, with but a simple sword, and that no trenchant blade of the Perillo brand, a shield, but no bright polished steel one, there stoodst thou, biding and awaiting the two fiercest lions that Africa's forests ever bred. Thy own deeds be thy praise, valiant Manachegin, and here I leave them as they stand, wanting the words wherewith to glorify them." Here the author's outburst came to an end, and he proceeded to take up the thread of his story, saying that the keeper, seeing that Don Quixote had taken up his position, and that it was impossible for him to avoid letting out the mail without incurring the enmity of the fiery and daring knight, flung open the doors of the first cage, containing, as has been said, the lion, which was now seen to be of enormous size, and grim and hideous mien. The first thing he did was to turn round in the cage in which he lay, and protrude his claws, and stretch himself thoroughly. He next opened his mouth, and yawned very leisurely, and with near 2 palms' length of tongue that he had thrust forth, he licked the dust out of his eyes, and washed his face. Having done this, he put his head out of the cage, and looked all round with eyes like glowing coals, a spectacle and demeanour to strike terror into temerity itself. Don Quixote merely observed him steadily, longing for him to leap from the cart and come to close quarters with him, where he hoped to hew him in pieces. So far did his unparalleled madness go, but the noble lion, more courteous than arrogant, not troubling himself about silly bravado, after having looked all round, as has been said, turned about and presented his hind quarters to Don Quixote, and very coolly and tranquilly lay down again in the cage. Seeing this, Don Quixote ordered the keeper to take a stick to him and provoke him to make him come out. "That I won't," said the keeper, "for if I anger him, the first he'll tear in pieces will be myself. Be satisfied, Sir Knight, with what you have done, which leaves nothing more to be said on the score of courage, and do not seek to tempt fortune a second time. The lion has the door open. He is free to come out or not to come out, but as he has not come out so far, he will not come out today. Your worship's great courage has been fully manifested already, No brave champion, so it strikes me, is bound to do more than challenge his enemy and wait for him on the field. If his adversary does not come, on him lies the disgrace, and he who waits for him carries off the crown of victory." "That is true," said Don Quixote. "Close the door, my friend, and let me have, in the best form thou canst, what thou hast seen me do by way of certificate, to wit, that thou didst open for the lion, that I waited for him, that he did not come out, that I still waited for him, and that still he did not come out and lay down again. I am not bound to do more. Enchantments avaunt, and God uphold the right, the truth, and true chivalry. Close the door, as I bade thee, while I make signals to the fugitives that have left us, that they may learn this exploit from thy lips." The keeper obeyed, and Don Quixote, fixing on the point of his lance the cloth he had wiped his face with after the deluge of curds, proceeded to recall the others, who still continued to fly, looking back at every step, all in a body, the gentleman bringing up the rear. Sancho, however, happening to observe the signal of the white cloth, exclaimed, "May I die if my master has not overcome the wild beast, for he is calling to us." They all stopped, and perceived that it was Don Quixote who was making signals, and shaking off their fears to some extent, they approached slowly until they were near enough to hear distinctly Don Quixote's voice calling to them. They returned at length to the cart, and as they came up, Don Quixote said to the carter, "Put your mules to once more, brother, and continue your journey. And do thou, Sancho, give him 2 gold coins for himself and the keeper, to compensate for the delay they have incurred through me." "That I will give with all my heart," said Sancho, "but what has become of the lions? Are they dead or alive?" The keeper then, in full detail and bit by bit, described the end of the contest, exalting to the best of his powers and ability the valour of Don Quixote, at the sight of whom the lion quailed and would not and dared not come out of the cage, although he had held the door open ever so long, and showing how, in consequence of his having represented to the knight that it was tempting God to provoke the lion in order to force him out, which he wished to have done, he very reluctantly and altogether against his will had allowed the door to be closed. "What dost thou think of this, Sancho?" said Don Quixote. "Are there any enchantments that can prevail against true valour? The enchanters may be able to rob me of good fortune, but of fortitude and courage they cannot." Sancho paid the crowns, the carter put to, the keeper kissed Don Quixote's hand for the bounty bestowed upon him, and promised to give an account of the valiant exploit to the king himself as soon as he saw him at court. "Then," said Don Quixote, "if his majesty should happen to ask who performed it, you must say, 'The Knight of the Lions,' for it is my desire that into this the name I have hitherto borne of Knight of the Rueful Countenance be from this time forward changed, altered, transformed, and turned. And in this I follow the ancient usage of knights errant, who changed their names when they pleased or when it suited their purpose." The cart went its way, and Don Quixote, Sancho, and he of the green gaban went theirs. All this time Don Diego de Miranda had not spoken a word, being entirely taken up with observing and noting all that Don Quixote did and said, and the opinion he formed was that he was a man of brains gone mad, and a madman on the verge of rationality. The first part of his history had not yet reached him, for, had he read it, the amazement with which his words and deeds filled him would have vanished, as he would then have understood the nature of his madness. But knowing nothing of it, he took him to be rational one moment and crazy the next, for what he said was sensible, elegant, and well expressed, and what he did absurd, rash, and foolish. And said he to himself, "What could be madder than putting on a helmet full of curds, and then persuading oneself that enchanters are softening one's skull? Or what could be greater rashness and folly than wanting to fight lions tooth and nail?" Don Quixote roused him from these reflections and this soliloquy by saying, "No doubt, Señor Don Diego de Miranda, you set me down in your mind as a fool and a madman, and it would be no wonder if you did, for my deeds do not argue anything else. But, for all that, I would have you take notice that I am neither so mad nor so foolish as I must have seemed to you. A gallant knight shows to advantage, bringing his lance to bear adroitly upon a fierce bull under the eyes of his sovereign, in the midst of a spacious plaza. A knight shows to advantage, arrayed in glittering armour, pacing the lists before the ladies in some joyous tournament, and all those knights show to advantage that entertain, divert, and, if we may so, honour the courts of their princes by warlike exercises, or what resemble them. But to greater advantage than all these does a knight-errant show when he traverses deserts, solitudes, crossroads, forests, and mountains, in quest of perilous adventures, bent on bringing them to a happy and successful issue, all to win a glorious and lasting renown. To greater advantage, I maintain, does the knight-errant show bringing aid to some widow in some lonely waste, than the court knight dallying with some city damsel. All knights have their own special parts to play. Let the courtier devote himself to the ladies. Let him add lustre to his sovereign's court by his liveries. Let him entertain poor gentlemen with the sumptuous fare of his table. Let him arrange joustings, martial tournaments, and prove himself noble, generous, and magnificent, and above all a good Christian, and so doing he will fulfil the duties that are especially his. But let the knight-errant explore the corners of the earth, and penetrate the most intricate labyrinths. At each step let him attempt impossibilities. On desolate heaths let him endure the burning rays of the midsummer sun, and the bitter inclemency of the winter winds and frosts. Let no lions daunt him, no monsters terrify him, no dragons make him quail. For to seek these, to attack those, and to vanquish all are in truth his main duties. I, then, as it has fallen to my lot to be a member of knight-errantry, cannot avoid attempting all that to me seems to come within the sphere of my duties. Thus it was my bounden duty to attack those lions that I just now attacked, although I knew it to be the height of rashness, for I know well what valour is, that it is a virtue that occupies a place between the two vicious extremes, cowardice and temerity. But it will be a lesser evil for him who is valiant to rise till he reaches the point of rashness, than to seek until he reaches the point of cowardice. For as it is easier for the prodigal than for the master to become generous, so it is easier for a rash man to prove truly valiant than for a coward to rise to true valour. And believe me, Señor Don Diego, in attempting adventures it is better to lose by a card too many than by a card too few, for to hear it said, "Such a knight is rash and daring," sounds better than "Such a knight is timid and cowardly." "I protest, Señor Don Quixote," said Don Diego, "everything you have said and done is proved correct by the test of reason itself, and I believe if the laws and ordinances of knight-errantry should be lost, they might be found in your worship's breast as in their own proper depository and muniment house. But let us make haste and reach my village, where you shall take rest after your late exertions, for if they have not been of the body, they have been of the spirit, and these sometimes tend to produce bodily fatigue." "I take the invitation as a great favour and honour, Señor Don Diego," replied Don Quixote, and pressing forward at a better pace than before, at about 2 in the afternoon they reached the village and house of Don Diego, or, as Don Quixote called him, the Knight of the Green Gaban. Chapter 18. Of what happened to Don Quixote in the castle or house of the Knight of the Green Gaban, together with other matters out of the common. Don Quixote found Don Diego de Miranda's house built in village style, with his arms in rough stone over the street door. In the patio was the storeroom, and at the entrance the cellar, with plenty of wine jars standing round, which, coming from El Toboso, brought back to his memory his enchanted and transformed Dulcinea. And with a sigh, and not thinking of what he was saying, or in whose presence he was, he exclaimed, "Oh, ye sweet treasures, to my sorrow found, once sweet and welcome when 'twas heaven's good will! Oh, ye Tobosan jars, how ye bring back to my memory the sweet object of my bitter regrets!" The student poet, Don Diego's son, who had come out with his mother to receive him, heard this exclamation, and both mother and son were filled with amazement at the extraordinary figure he presented. He, however, dismounting from Rocinante, advanced with great politeness to ask permission to kiss the lady's hand, while Don Diego said, "Señora, pray receive with your wonted kindness Señor Don Quixote of La Mancha, whom you see before you, a knight-errant, and the bravest and wisest in the world." The lady, whose name was Donna Cristina, received him with every sign of goodwill and great courtesy, and Don Quixote placed himself at her service with an abundance of well-chosen and polished phrases. Almost the same civilities were exchanged between him and the student, who, listening to Don Quixote, took him to be a sensible, clear-headed person. Here the author describes minutely everything belonging to Don Diego's mansion, putting before us in his picture the whole contents of a rich gentleman farmer's house. But the translator of the history thought it best to pass over these and other details of the same sort in silence, as they are not in harmony with the main purpose of the story, the strong point of which is truth rather than dull digressions. They led Don Quixote into a room, and Sancho removed his armour, leaving him in loose walloon breeches and chamois leather doublet, all stained with the rust of his armour. His collar was a falling one of scholastic cut, without starch or lace, his buskins buff-coloured, and his shoes polished. He wore his good sword, which hung in a baldric of sea-wolf skin, for he had suffered for many years, they say, from an ailment of the kidneys, and over all he threw a long cloak of good grey cloth. But first of all, with 5 or 6 buckets of water, for as regard the number of buckets there is some dispute, he washed his head and face, and still the water remained whey-coloured, thanks to Sancho's greediness and purchase of those unlucky curds that turned his master so white. Thus arrayed, and with an easy, sprightly, and gallant air, Don Quixote passed out into another room, where the student was waiting to entertain him while the table was being laid. For, on the arrival of so distinguished a guest, Donna Cristina was anxious to show that she knew how, and was able to give a becoming reception to those who came to her house. While Don Quixote was taking off his armour, Don Lorenzo, for so Don Diego's son was called, took the opportunity to say to his father, "What are we to make of this gentleman you've brought home to us, sir? For his name, his appearance, and your describing him as a knight-errant have completely puzzled my mother and me." "I don't know what to say, my son," replied Don Diego. "All I can tell thee is that I have seen him act the acts of the greatest madman in the world, and heard him make observations so sensible that they efface and undo all he does. Do thou talk to him and feel the pulse of his wits, and as thou art shrewd, form the most reasonable conclusion thou canst as to his wisdom or folly, though, to tell the truth, I am more inclined to take him to be mad than sane." With this, Don Lorenzo went away to entertain Don Quixote, as has been said, and in the course of the conversation that passed between them, Don Quixote said to Don Lorenzo, "Your father, Señor Don Diego de Miranda, has told me of the rare abilities and subtle intellect you possess, and above all, that you are a great poet." "A poet it may be," replied Don Lorenzo, "but a great one by no means. It is true that I am somewhat given to poetry and to reading good poets, but not so much so as to justify the title of great which my father gives me." "I do not dislike that modesty," said Don Quixote, "for there is no poet who is not conceited, and does not think he is the best poet in the world." "There is no rule without an exception," said Don Lorenzo. "There may be some who are poets, and yet do not think they are." "Very few," said Don Quixote. "But tell me, what verses are those which you have now in hand, and which your father tells me keep you somewhat restless and absorbed? If it be some gloss, I know something about glosses, and I should like to hear them. And if they are for a poetical tournament, contrive to carry off the second prize, for the first always goes by favour or personal standing, the second by simple justice, and so the third comes to be the second, and the first, reckoning in this way, will be third, in the same way as licentiate degrees are conferred at the universities. But for all that, the title of first is a great distinction." "So far," said Don Lorenzo to himself, "I should not take you to be a madman, but let us go on." So he said to him, your worship has apparently attended the schools. What sciences have you studied?" "That of knight-errantry," said Don Quixote, "which is as good as that of poetry, and even a finger or two above it." "I do not know what science that is," said Don Lorenzo, "and until now I have never heard of it." "It is a science," said Don Quixote, "that comprehends in itself all or most of the sciences in the world, for he who professes it must be a jurist, and must know the rules of justice, distributive and equitable, so as to give to each one what belongs to him and is due to him. He must be a theologian, so as to be able to give a clear and distinctive reason for the Christian faith he professes wherever it may be asked of him. He must be a physician, and above all a herbalist, so as in wastes and solitudes to know the herbs that have the property of healing wounds, for a knight-errant must not go looking for someone to cure him at every step. He must be an astronomer, so as to know by the stars how many hours of the night have passed, and what clime and quarter of the world he is in. He must know mathematics, for at every turn some occasion for them will present itself to him, and putting it aside that he must be adorned with all the virtues, cardinal and theological, to come down to minor particulars, he must, I say, be able to swim as well as Nicholas or Nicolaio the fish could, as the story goes. He must know how to shoe a horse, and repair his saddle and bridle, and to return to higher matters, he must be faithful to God and to his lady. He must be pure in thought, decorous in words, generous in works, valiant in deeds, patient in suffering, compassionate towards the needy, and lastly, an upholder of the truth, though its defence should cost him his life. Of all these qualities, great and small, is a true knight-errant made up. Judge then, Signor Don Lorenzo, whether it be a contemptible science which the knight who studies and professes it has to learn, and whether it may not compare with the very loftiest that are taught in the schools." "If that be so," replied Don Lorenzo, "this science, I protest, surpasses all." "How, if that be so?" said Don Quixote. "What I mean to say," said Don Lorenzo, "is that I doubt whether there are now or ever were any knights-errant and adorned with such virtues." "Many a time," replied Don Quixote, "have I said what I now say once more, that the majority of the world are of opinion that there were never any knights-errant in it, and as it is my opinion that, unless heaven by some miracle brings home to them the truth that there were and are, all the pains one takes will be in vain, as experience has often proved to me, I will not now stop to disabuse you of the error you share with the multitude. All I shall do is to pray to heaven to deliver you from it, and show you how beneficial and necessary knights-errant were in days of yore, and how useful they would be in these days, were they but in vogue. But now, for the sins of the people, sloth and indolence, gluttony and luxury are triumphant." "Our guest has broken out on our hands," said Don Lorenzo to himself at this point, "but for all that he is a glorious madman, and I should be a dull blockhead to doubt it." Here, being summoned to dinner, they brought their colloquy to a close. Don Diego asked his son what he had been able to make out as to the wits of their guest, to which he replied, "All the doctors and clever scribes in the world will not make sense of the scrawl of his madness. He is a madman full of streaks, and full of lucid intervals." They went in to dinner, and the repast was such as Don Diego said on the road he was in the habit of giving to his guests, neat, plentiful, and tasty. But what pleased Don Quixote most was the marvellous silence that reigned throughout the house, for it was like a Carthusian monastery. When the cloth had been removed, grace said, and their hands washed, Don Quixote earnestly pressed Don Lorenzo to repeat to him his verses for the poetical tournament, to which he replied, not to be like those poets who, when they are asked to recite their verses, refuse, and when they are not asked for them, vomit them up. I will repeat my gloss, for which I do not expect any prize, having composed it merely as an exercise of ingenuity. "A discerning friend of mine," said Don Quixote, "was of opinion that no one ought to waste labour in glossing verses, and the reason he gave was that the gloss can never come up to the text, and that often, or most frequently, it wanders away from the meaning and purpose aimed at in the glossed lines, and besides that the laws of the gloss were too strict, as they did not allow interrogations, nor said he, nor I say, nor turning verbs into nouns, or altering the construction, not to speak of other restrictions and limitations that fetter gloss writers, as you no doubt know. Verily, Señor Don Quixote, said Don Lorenzo, I wish I could catch your worship tripping at a stretch, but I cannot, for you slip through my fingers like an eel. I don't understand what you say or mean by slipping, said Don Quixote. I will explain myself another time, said Don Lorenzo. For the present, pray attend to the glossed verses and the gloss, which run thus. Could was become an is for me, then would I ask no more than this, or could for me the time that is become the time that is to be. Gloss. Dame Fortune once upon a day to me was bountiful and kind, but all things change. She changed her mind, and what she gave she took away. O Fortune, long I've sued to thee, the gifts that gavest me restore, for, trust me, I would ask no more, could was become an is for me. No other prize I seek to gain, no triumph, glory, or success, only the long-lost happiness, the memory whereof is pain. One taste, methinks, of bygone bliss, the heart-consuming fire might stay. And so it come without delay, then I would ask no more than this. I ask what cannot be, alas, that time should ever be, and then come back to us, and be again. No power on earth can bring to pass, for fleet of foot is he, I wis, and idly therefore do we pray for what for aye hath left us may become for us the time that is. Perplexed, uncertain, to remain twixt hope and fear is death, not life. 'Twere better, sure, to end the strife, and dying seek release from pain. And yet thought were the best for me. Anon the thought aside I fling, and to the present fondly cling, and dread the time that is to be. When Don Lorenzo had finished reciting his gloss, Don Quixote stood up, and in a loud voice, almost a shout, exclaimed as he grasped Don Lorenzo's right hand in his, By the highest heaven, noble youth, but you are the best poet on earth, and deserve to be crowned with laurel, not by Cyprus or by Gaeta, as a certain poet, God forgive him, said, but by the academies of Athens, if they still flourished, and by those that flourish now, Paris, Bologna, Salamanca. Heaven grant that the judges who rob you of the first prize, that Phoebus may pierce them with his arrows, and the muses never cross the thresholds of their doors. Repeat me some of your long measured verses, Señor, if you will be so good, for I want thoroughly to feel the pulse of your rare genius. Is there any need to say that Don Lorenzo enjoyed hearing himself praised by Don Quixote, albeit he looked upon him as a madman? Power of flattery, how far-reaching art thou, and how wide are the bounds of thy pleasant jurisdiction! Don Lorenzo gave a proof of it, for he complied with Don Quixote's request and entreaty, and repeated to him this sonnet on the fable or story of Pyramus and Thisbe. Sonnet. The lovely maid, she pierces now the wall, heart-pierced by her young Pyramus doth lie, and love spreads wings from Cyprus Isle to fly. A chink to view so wondrous great and small, there silence speaketh, for no voice at all can pass so straight as straight, but love will ply where to all other power 'twere vain to try. For love will find a way, whate'er befall. Impatient of delay, with reckless pace, the rash maid wins the fatal spot where she sinks not in lover's arms, but death's embrace. So runs the strange tale, how the lovers twain one sword, one sepulchre, one memory slays and entombs, and brings to life again. Blessed be God, said Don Quixote, when he had heard Don Lorenzo's sonnet, that among the hosts there are of irritable poets I have found one consummate one, which, señor, the art of this sonnet proves to me that you are. For 4 days was Don Quixote most sumptuously entertained in Don Diego's house, at the end of which time he asked his permission to depart, telling him he thanked him for the kindness and hospitality he had received in his house, but that, as it did not become knights-errant to give themselves up for long to idleness and luxury, he was anxious to fulfil the duties of his calling in seeking adventures, of which he was informed there was an abundance in that neighbourhood, where he hoped to employ his time until the day came round for the jousts at Saragossa, for that was his proper destination, and that, first of all, he meant to enter the cave of Montesinos, of which so many marvellous things were reported all through the country, and at the same time to investigate and explore the origin and true source of the 7 lakes commonly called the Lakes of Ridere. Don Diego and his son commended his laudable resolution, and bade him furnish himself with all he wanted from their house and belongings, as they would most gladly be of service to him, which indeed his personal worth and his honourable profession made incumbent upon them. The day of his departure came at length, as welcome to Don Quixote as it was sad and sorrowful to Sancho Panza, who was very well satisfied with the abundance of Don Diego's house, and objected to return to the starvation of the woods and wilds and the short commons of his ill-stocked alforges. These, however, he filled and packed with what he considered needful. On taking leave, Don Quixote said to Don Lorenzo, "I know not whether I have told you already, but if I have, I tell you once more, that if you wish to spare yourself fatigue and toil in reaching the inaccessible summit of the Temple of Fame, you have nothing to do but to turn aside out of the somewhat narrow path of poetry, and take the still narrower one of knight-errantry, wide enough, however, to make you an emperor in the twinkling of an eye." In this speech Don Quixote wound up the evidence of his madness, but still better in what he added, when he said, "God knows, I would gladly take Don Lorenzo with me to teach him how to spare the humble and trample the proud under foot, virtues that are part and parcel of the profession I belong to. But since his tender age does not allow of it, nor his praiseworthy pursuits permit it, I will simply content myself with impressing it upon your worship that you will become famous as a poet if you are guided by the opinion of others rather than by your own, because no fathers or mothers ever think their own children ill-favoured, and this sort of deception prevails still more strongly in the case of the children of the brain." Both father and son were amazed afresh at the strange medley Don Quixote talked, at one moment sense, at another nonsense, and at the pertinacity and persistence he displayed in going through thick and thin in quest of his unlucky adventures, which he made the end and aim of his desires. There was a renewal of offers of service and civilities, and then, with the gracious permission of the lady of the castle, they took their departure, Don Quixote on Rocinante and Sancho on Dapple. Chapter 19, in which is related the adventure of the enamoured shepherd, together with other truly droll incidents. Don Quixote had gone but a short distance beyond Don Diego's village, when he fell in with a couple of either priests or students, and a couple of peasants mounted on 4 beasts of the ass kind. One of the students carried, wrapped up in a piece of green buckram by way of a portmanteau, what seemed to be a little linen and a couple of pairs of ribbed stockings. The other carried nothing but a pair of new fencing foils with buttons. The peasants carried divers articles that showed they were on their way from some large town where they had bought them, and were taking them home to their village. And both students and peasants were struck with the same amazement that everybody felt who saw Don Quixote for the first time, and were dying to know who this man, so different from ordinary men, could be. Don Quixote saluted them, and after ascertaining that their road was the same as his, made them an offer of his company, and begged them to slacken their pace, as their young asses travelled faster than his horse. And then, to gratify them, he told them in a few words who he was, and the calling and profession he followed, which was that of a knight-errant seeking adventures in all parts of the world. He informed them that his own name was Don Quixote of La Mancha, and that he was called, by way of surname, the Knight of the Lions. All this was Greek or gibberish to the peasants, but not so to the students, who very soon perceived the crack in Don Quixote's pate, For all that, however, they regarded him with admiration and respect, and one of them said to him, "If you, Sir Knight, have no fixed road, as it is the way with those who seek adventures not to have any, let your worship come with us. You will see one of the finest and richest weddings that up to this day have ever been celebrated in La Mancha, and for many a league round." Don Quixote asked him if it was some princess that he spoke of in this way. "Not at all," said the student. "It is the wedding of a farmer and a farmer's daughter, he the richest in all this country, and she the fairest mortal ever set eyes on. The display with which it is to be attended will be something rare and out of the common, for it will be celebrated in a meadow adjoining the town of the bride, who is called par excellence Quiteria the fair, as the bridegroom is called Camacho the rich. She is 18, and he 22, and they are fairly matched, though some knowing ones, who have all the pedigrees in the world by heart, will have it that the family of the fair Quiteria is better than Camacho's. But no one minds that nowadays, for wealth can solder a great many flaws. At any rate, Camacho is free-handed, and it is his fancy to screen the whole meadow with boughs, and cover it in overhead, so that the sun will have hard work if he tries to get in to reach the grass that covers the soil. He has provided dancers too, not only sword, but also bell dancers, for in his own town there are those who ring the changes and jingle the bells to perfection. Of shoe dancers I say nothing, for of them he has engaged a host. But none of these things, nor of the many others I have omitted to mention, will do more to make this a memorable wedding than the part which I suspect the despairing Basilio will play in it. This Basilio is a youth of the same village as Quiteria, and he lived in the house next door to that of her parents, of which circumstance love took advantage to reproduce to the word the long-forgotten loves of Pyramus and Thisbe. For Basilio loved Quiteria from his earliest years, and she responded to his passion with countless modest proofs of affection, so that the loves of the two children, Basilio and Quiteria, were the talk and the amusement of the town. As they grew up, the father of Quiteria made up his mind to refuse Basilio his wonted freedom of access to the house, and to relieve himself of constant doubts and suspicions, he arranged a match for his daughter with the rich Camacho, as he did not approve of marrying her to Basilio, who had not so large a share of the gifts of fortune as of nature. For if the truth be told ungrudgingly, he is the most agile youth we know, a mighty thrower of the bar, a first-rate wrestler, and a great ball-player. He runs like a deer and leaps better than a goat, bowls over the ninepins as if by magic, sings like a lark, plays the guitar so as to make it speak, and above all handles a sword as well as the best. "For that excellence alone," said Don Quixote, "the youth deserves to marry, not merely the fair Quiteria, but Queen Guinevere herself, were she alive now, in spite of Lancelot and all who would try to prevent it." "Say that to my wife," said Sancho, who had until now listened in silence, "for she won't hear of anything but each one marrying his equal, holding with the proverb, 'Each ewe to her like.' What I would like is that this good Basilio, for I am beginning to take a fancy to him already, should marry this lady Quiteria, and a blessing and good luck. I meant to say the opposite, on people who would prevent those who love one another from marrying." "If all those who love one another were to marry," said Don Quixote, "it would deprive parents of the right to choose, and marry their children to the proper person and at the proper time. And if it was left to daughters to choose husbands as they pleased, one would be for choosing her father's servant, and another someone she had seen passing in the street, and fancies gallant and dashing, though he may be a drunken bully. For love and fancy easily blind the eyes of the judgment, so much wanted in choosing one's way of life, and the matrimonial choice is very liable to error, and it needs great caution and the special favour of heaven to make it a good one. He who has to make a long journey will, if he is wise, look out for some trusty and pleasant companion to accompany him before he sets out. Why then should not he do the same who has to make the whole journey of life down to the final halting place of death, more especially when the companion has to be his companion in bed, at board, and everywhere, as the wife is to her husband?" The companionship of one's wife is no article of merchandise that, after it has been bought, may be returned or bartered or changed, for it is an inseparable accident that lasts as long as life lasts. It is a noose that, once you put it round your neck, turns into a Gordian knot, which, if the scythe of death does not cut it, there is no untying. I could say a great deal more on this subject, were I not prevented by the anxiety I feel to know if the Senor Licentiate has anything more to tell about the story of Basilio. To this the student, bachelor, or as Don Quixote called him, Licentiate, replied, I have nothing whatever to say further, but that from the moment Basilio learned that the fair Quiteria was to be married to Camacho the rich, he has never been seen to smile, or heard to utter rational word, and he always goes about moody and dejected, talking to himself in a way that shows plainly he is out of his senses. He eats little and sleeps little, and all he eats is fruit, and when he sleeps, if he sleeps at all, it is in the fields, on the hard earth, like a brute beast. Sometimes he gazes at the sky, at other times he fixes his eyes on the earth in such an abstracted way that he might be taken for a clothed statue with its draperies stirred by the wind. In short, he shows such signs of a heart crushed by suffering, that all we who know him believe that when tomorrow the fair Quiteria says yes, it will be his sentence of death. God will guide it better, said Sancho, for God, who gives the wound, gives the salve. Nobody knows what will happen. There are a good many hours between this and tomorrow, and any one of them, or any moment, the house may fall. I have seen the rain coming down and the sun shining all at one time. Many a one goes to bed in good health who can't stir the next day. And tell me, is there any one who can boast of having driven a nail into the wheel of fortune? No, faith, and between a woman's yes and no, I wouldn't venture to put the point of a pin, for there would not be room for it. If you tell me Quiteria loves Basilio heart and soul, then I'll give him a bag of good luck, for love, I have heard say, looks through spectacles that make copper seem gold, poverty wealth, and bleary eyes pearls. What art thou driving at, Sancho? Curses on thee, said Don Quixote, for when thou takest to stringing proverbs and sayings together, no one can understand thee but Judas himself, and I wish he had thee. Tell me, thou animal, what dost thou know about nails or wheels or anything else? Oh, if you don't understand me, replied Sancho, it is no wonder my words are taken for nonsense. But no matter, I understand myself, and I know I have not said anything very foolish in what I have said, only your worship, señor, is always gravelling at everything I say, nay, everything I do. Cavilling, not gravelling, said Don Quixote, thou prevaricator of honest language, God confound thee. Don't find fault with me, your worship, returned Sancho, for you know I have not been bred up at court or trained at Salamanca to know whether I am adding or dropping a letter or so in my words. Why, God bless me, it's not fair to force a Sayago man to speak like a Toledan. Maybe there are Toledans who do not hit it off when it comes to polished talk. That is true, said the licentiate, for those who have been bred up in the tanneries and the Zocadova cannot talk like those who are almost all day pacing the cathedral cloisters, and yet they are all Toledans. Pure, correct, elegant, and lucid language will be met with in men of courtly breeding and discrimination, though they may have been born in Mayalahonda. I say of discrimination because there are many who are not so, and discrimination is the grammar of good language if it be accompanied by practice. I, sirs, for my sins, have studied canon law at Salamanca, and I rather pique myself on expressing my meaning in clear, plain, and intelligible language. If you did not pique yourself more on your dexterity with those foils you carry than on dexterity of tongue, said the other student, you would have been head of the degrees, where you are now tail. Look here, bachelor Corchuelo, returned the licentiate, you have the most mistaken idea in the world about skill with the sword, if you think it useless. It is no idea on my part, but an established truth, replied Corchuelo, and if you wish me to prove it to you by experiment, you have swords there, and it is a good opportunity. I have a steady hand and a strong arm, and these, joined with my resolution, which is not small, will make you confess that I am not mistaken. Dismount, and put in practice your positions and circles and angles and science, for I hope to make you see stars at noonday with my rude raw swordsmanship, in which, next to God, I place my trust that the man is yet to be born who will make me turn my back, and that there is not one in the world I will not compel to give ground." "As to whether you turn your back or not, I do not concern myself," replied the master of fence, "though it might be that your grave would be dug on the spot where you planted your foot the first time. I mean that you would be stretched dead there for despising skill with the sword." "We shall soon see," replied Quixote, and getting off his ass briskly, he drew out furiously one of the swords the licentiate carried on his beast. "It must not be that way," said Don Quixote at this point. "I will be the director of this fencing match, and judge of this often disputed question." And dismounting from Rocinante, and grasping his lance, he planted himself in the middle of the road, just as the licentiate, with an easy, graceful bearing and step, advanced towards Quixote, who came on against him, darting fire from his eyes, as the saying is. The other two of the company, the peasants, without dismounting from their asses, served as spectators of the mortal tragedy. The cuts, thrusts, downstrokes, backstrokes, and doubles that Quixote delivered were past counting, and came thicker than hops or hail. He attacked like an angry lion, but he was met by a tap on the mouth from the button of the licentiate's sword that checked him in the midst of his furious onset, and made him kiss as if it were a relic, though not as devoutly as relics are and ought to be kissed. The end of it was that the licentiate reckoned up for him by thrusts every one of the buttons of the short cassock he wore, tore the skirts into strips like the tails of a cuttlefish, knocked off his hat twice, and so completely tired him out that in vexation, anger, and rage he took the sword by the hilt and flung it away with such force that one of the peasants that were there, who was a notary and who went for it, made an affidavit afterwards that he sent it nearly 3/4 of a league, which testimony will serve, and has served, to show and establish with all certainty that strength is overcome by skill. Quixote sat down wearied, and Sancho, approaching him, said, "By my faith, Señor Bachelor, if your worship takes my advice, you will never challenge anyone to fence again, only to wrestle and throw the bar, for you have the youth and strength for that. But as for these fences, as they call them, I have heard say they can put the point of a sword through the eye of a needle." "I am satisfied with having tumbled off my donkey," said Quixote, "and with having had the truth I was so ignorant of proved to me by experience." And getting up, he embraced the licentiate, and they were better friends than ever. And not caring to wait for the notary, who had gone for the sword, as they saw he would be a long time about it, they resolved to push on so as to reach the village of Quixote, to which they all belonged, in good time. During the remainder of the journey the licentiate held forth to them on the excellence of the sword, with such conclusive arguments and such figures and mathematical proofs that all were convinced of the value of the science, and Quixote cured of his dogmatism. It grew dark, but before they reached the town it seemed to them all as if there was a heaven full of countless glittering stars in front of it. They heard, too, the pleasant mingled notes of a variety of instruments, flutes, drums, psalteries, pipes, tabors, and timbrels, and as they drew near they perceived that the trees of a leafy arcade that had been constructed at the entrance of the town were filled with lights unaffected by the wind, for the breeze at the time was so gentle that it had not power to stir the leaves on the trees. The musicians were the life of the wedding, wandering through the pleasant grounds in separate bands, some dancing, others singing, others playing the various instruments already mentioned. In short, it seemed as though mirth and gaiety were frisking and gambling all over the meadow. Several other persons were engaged in erecting raised benches from which people might conveniently see the plays and dances that were to be performed the next day on the spot dedicated to the celebration of the marriage of Camacho the Rich and the obsequies of Basilio. Don Quixote would not enter the village, although the peasant as well as the bachelor pressed him. He excused himself, however, on the grounds, amply sufficient in his opinion, that it was the custom of knights-errant to sleep in the fields and woods in preference to towns, even were it under gilded ceilings, and so turned aside a little out of the road, very much against Sancho's will, as the good quarters he had enjoyed in the castle or house of Don Diego came back to his mind. Chapter 20. wherein an account is given of the wedding of Camacho the Rich, together with the incident of Basilio the Poor. Scarce had the fair Aurora given bright Phoebus time to dry the liquid pearls upon her golden locks with the heat of his fervent rays, when Don Quixote, shaking off sloth from his limbs, sprang to his feet and called to his squire Sancho, who was still snoring. Seeing which, Don Quixote, ere he roused him, thus addressed him: "Happy thou, above all the dwellers on the face of the earth, that without envying or being envied sleepest with tranquil mind, and that neither enchanters persecute nor enchantments affright. Sleep, I say, and will say 100 times, without any jealous thoughts of thy mistress to make thee keep ceaseless vigils, or any cares as to how thou art to pay the debts thou owest, or find tomorrow's food for thyself and thy needy little family to interfere with thy repose. Ambition breaks not thy rest, nor doth this world's empty pomp disturb thee, for the utmost reach of thy anxiety is to provide for thy ass, since upon my shoulders thou hast laid the support of thyself, the counterpoise and burden that nature and custom have imposed upon masters. The servant sleeps, and the master lies awake, thinking how he is to feed him, advance him, and reward him. The distress of seeing the sky turn brazen, and withhold its needful moisture from the earth, is not felt by the servant, but by the master, who in time of scarcity and famine must support him who has served him in times of plenty and abundance." To all this Sancho made no reply, because he was asleep, nor would he have wakened up so soon as he did, had not Don Quixote brought him to his senses with the butt of his lance. He awoke at last, drowsy and lazy, and casting his eyes about in every direction, observed, "There comes, if I don't mistake, from the quarter of that arcade a steam and a smell a great deal more like fried rashers than galingale or thyme. A wedding that begins with smells like that, by my faith, ought to be plentiful and unstinting." "Have done, thou glutton," said Don Quixote. "Come, let us go and witness this bridal, and see what the rejected Basilio does." "Let him do what he likes," returned Sancho. "Be he not poor, he would marry Quiteria, to make a grand match for himself, and he without a farthing. Is there nothing else? Faith, señor, it's my opinion the poor man should be content with what he can get, and not go looking for dainties in the bottom of the sea. I will bet my arm that Camacho could bury Basilio in reals, and if that be so, as no doubt it is, what a fool Quiteria would be to refuse the fine dresses and jewels Camacho must have given her and will give her, and take Basilio's bar-throwing and sword-play. They won't give a pint of wine at the tavern for a good cast of the bar or a neat thrust of the sword. Talents and accomplishments that can't be turned into money, let Count Dirlos have them. But when such gifts fall to one that has hard cash, I wish my condition of life was as becoming as they are. On a good foundation you can raise a good building, and the best foundation in the world is money." "For God's sake, Sancho," said Don Quixote here, "stop that harangue. It is my belief, if thou wert allowed to continue all thou beginnest every instant, thou wouldst have no time left for eating or sleeping, for thou wouldst spend it all in talking." "If your worship had a good memory," replied Sancho, "you would remember the articles of our agreement before we started from home this last time. One of them was that I was to be let say all I liked, so long as it were not against my neighbour or your worship's authority. And so far, it seems to me, I have not broken the said article." "I remember no such article, Sancho," said Don Quixote. "And even if it were so, I desire you to hold your tongue and come along, for the instruments we heard last night are already beginning to enliven the valleys again, and no doubt the marriage will take place in the cool of the morning, and not in the heat of the afternoon." Sancho did as his master bade him, and putting the saddle on Rocinante and the pack-saddle on Dapple, they both mounted, and at a leisurely pace entered the arcade. The first thing that presented itself to Sancho's eyes was a whole ox bitted on a whole elm tree, and in the fire at which it was to be roasted there was burning a middling-sized mountain of faggots, and 6 stew-pots that stood round the blaze had not been made in the ordinary mould of common pots, for they were 6 half-wine jars, each fit to hold the contents of a slaughter-house. They swallowed up whole sheep and hid them away in their insides without showing any more sign of them than if they were pigeons. Countless were the hares ready skinned, and the plucked fowls that hung on the trees for burial in the pots, numberless the wild fowl and game of various sorts suspended from the branches that the air might keep them cool. Sancho counted more than 60 wineskins of over 6 gallons each, and all filled, as it proved afterwards, with generous wines. There were, besides, piles of the whitest bread, like the heaps of corn one sees on the threshing floors. There was a wall made of cheeses arranged like open brickwork, and 2 cauldrons full of oil, bigger than those of a dyer's shop, served for cooking fritters, which, when fried, were taken out with 2 mighty shovels and plunged into another cauldron of prepared honey that stood close by. Of cooks and cookmaids there were over 50, all clean, brisk, and blithe. In the capacious belly of the ox were a dozen soft little sucking pigs, which, sewn up there, served to give it tenderness and flavour. The spices of different kinds did not seem to have been bought by the pound, but by the quarter, and all lay open to view in a great chest. In short, all the preparations made for the wedding were in rustic style, but abundant enough to feed an army. Sancho observed all, contemplated all, and everything won his heart. The first to captivate and take his fancy were the pots, out of which he would have very gladly helped himself to a moderate pipkinful. Then the wineskins secured his affections, and lastly the produce of the frying pans, if indeed such imposing cauldrons may be called frying pans. And unable to control himself or bear it any longer, he approached one of the busy cooks, and civilly but hungrily begged permission to soak a scrap of bread in one of the pots, to which the cook made answer, "Brother, this is not a day on which hunger is to have any sway, thanks to the rich Camacho. Get down and look about for a ladle, and skim off a hen or 2, and much good may they do you." "I don't see one," said Sancho. "Wait a bit," said the cook. "Sinner that I am, how particular and bashful you are." And so saying, he seized a bucket, and plunging it into one of the half jars, took up 3 hens and a couple of geese, and said to Sancho, "Fall to, friend, and take the edge off your appetite with these skimmings until dinner time comes." "I have nothing to put them in," said Sancho. "Well then," said the cook, "take spoon and all, for Camacho's wealth and happiness furnish everything." While Sancho fared thus, Don Quixote was watching the entrance, at one end of the arcade, of some 12 peasants, all in holiday and gala dress, mounted on 12 beautiful mares with rich handsome field trappings, and a number of little bells attached to their petrals, who, marshalled in regular order, ran not one but several courses over the meadow, with jubilant shouts and cries of "Long live Camacho and Quiteria! He is rich as she is fair, and she the fairest on earth." Hearing this, Don Quixote said to himself, "It is easy to see these folks have never seen my Dulcinea del Toboso, for if they had, they would be more moderate in their praises of this Quiteria of theirs." Shortly after this, several bands of dancers of various sorts began to enter the arcade at different points, and among them one of sword dancers, composed of some 24 lads of gallant and high-spirited mien, clad in the finest and whitest of linen, and with handkerchiefs embroidered in various colours with fine silk. And one of those on the mares asked an active youth who led them if any of the dancers had been wounded. "As yet, thank God, no one has been wounded," said he. "We are all safe and sound," and he at once began to execute complicated figures with the rest of his comrades, with so many turns and so great dexterity, that although Don Quixote was well used to see dancers of the same kind, he thought he had never seen any so good as this. He also admired another that came in composed of fair young maidens, none of whom seemed to be under 14 or over 18 years of age, all clad in green stuff, with their locks partly braided, partly flowing loose, but all of such bright gold as to vie with the sunbeams, and over them they wore garlands of jessamine, roses, amaranth, and honeysuckle. At their head were a venerable old man and an ancient dame, more brisk and active, however, than might have been expected from their years. The notes of a Zamora bagpipe accompanied them, and with modesty in their countenances, and in their eyes, and lightness in their feet, they looked the best dancers in the world. Following these there came an artistic dance of the sort they called speaking dances. It was composed of 8 nymphs in 2 files, with the god Cupid leading one and Interest the other, the former furnished with wings, bow, quiver, and arrows, the latter in a rich dress of gold and silk of divers colours. The nymphs that followed Love bore their names written on white parchment in large letters on their backs. Poetry was the name of the first, Wit of the second, Birth of the third, and Valour of the fourth. Those that followed Interest were distinguished in the same way. The badge of the first announced liberality, that of the second largesse, the third treasure, and the fourth peaceful possession. In front of them all came a wooden castle drawn by 4 wild men, all clad in ivy and hemp-stained green, and looking so natural that they nearly terrified Sancho. On the front of the castle, and on each of the 4 sides of its frame, it bore the inscription, Castle of Caution. 4 skilful tabor and flute players accompanied them, and the dance having been opened, Cupid, after executing 2 figures, raised his eyes and bent his bow against a damsel who stood between the turrets of the castle, and thus addressed her. I am the mighty god whose sway is potent over land and sea. The heavens above us own me, nay, the shades below acknowledge me. I know not fear, I have my will, whate'er my whim or fancy be. For me there's no impossible. I order, bind, forbid, set free. Having concluded the stanza, he discharged an arrow at the top of the castle, and went back to his place. Interest then came forward and went through 2 more figures, and as soon as the tabors ceased, he said, But mightier than love am I, though love it be that leads me on, than mine no lineage is more high or older underneath the sun. To use me rightly, few know how, to act without me, fewer still. For I am Interest, and I vow for evermore to do thy will. Interest retired, and Poetry came forward, and when she had gone through her figures like the others, fixing her eyes on the damsel of the castle, she said, With many a fanciful conceit, fair lady, winsome poesy, her soul, an offering at thy feet, presents in sonnets unto thee. If thou my homage wilt not scorn, thy fortune, watched by envious eyes, on wings of poesy upborne, shall be exalted to the skies. Poetry withdrew, and on the side of Interest, Liberality advanced, and after having gone through her figures, said, To give, while shunning each extreme, the sparing hand, the over-free, therein consists, so wise men deem, the virtue liberality. But thee, fair lady, to enrich myself a prodigal I'll prove, a vice not wholly shameful, which may find its fair excuse in love. In the same manner all the characters of the 2 bands advanced and retired, and each executed its figures and delivered its verses, some of them graceful, some burlesque, but Don Quixote's memory, though he had an excellent one, only carried away those that have been just quoted. All then mingled together, forming chains and breaking off again with graceful, unconstrained gaiety, and whenever Love passed in front of the castle, he shot his arrows up at it, while Interest broke gilded pellets against it. At last, after they had danced a good while, Interest drew out a great purse, made of the skin of a large brindled cat, and to all appearance full of money, and flung it at the castle, and with the force of the blows the boards fell asunder and tumbled down, leaving the damsel exposed and unprotected. Interest and the characters of his band advanced, and throwing a great chain of gold over her neck, pretended to take her and lead her away captive, on seeing which Love and his supporters made as though they would release her, the whole action being to the accompaniment of the tabors and in the form of a regular dance. The wild men made peace between them, and with great dexterity readjusted and fixed the boards of the castle, and the damsel once more ensconced herself within, and with this the dance wound up, to the great enjoyment of the beholders. Don Quixote asked one of the nymphs who it was that had composed and arranged it. She replied that it was a beneficiary of the town who had a nice taste in devising things of the sort. "I will lay a wager," said Don Quixote, "that the same bachelor or beneficiary is a greater friend of Camacho's than of Basilio's, and that he is better at satire than at vespers. He has introduced the accomplishments of Basilio and the riches of Camacho very neatly into the dance." Sancho Panza, who was listening to all this, exclaimed, "The king is my cock, I stick to Camacho." "It is easy to see thou art a clown, Sancho," said Don Quixote, "and one of that sort that cry, 'Long life to the conqueror.'" "I don't know what sort I am," returned Sancho, "but I know very well I'll never get such elegant skimmings off Basilio's pots as these I have got off Camacho's." And he showed him the bucketful of geese and hens, and seizing one, began to eat with great gaiety and appetite, saying, "A fig for the accomplishments of Basilio! As much as thou hast, so much art thou worth, and as much as thou art worth, so much hast thou. As a grandmother of mine used to say, there are only two families in the world, the haves and the haven'ts, and she stuck to the haves. And to this day, Señor Don Quixote, people would sooner feel the pulse of have than of no. An ass covered with gold looks better than a horse with a pack-saddle. So once more, I say, I stick to Camacho, the bountiful skimmings of whose pots are geese and hens, hares and rabbits. But of Basilio's, if any ever come to hand, or even to foot, they'll be only rinsings." "Hast thou finished thy harangue, Sancho?" said Don Quixote. "Of course I have finished it," replied Sancho, "because I see your worship takes offence at it. But if it was not for that, there was work enough cut out for 3 days." "God grant I may see thee dumb before I die, Sancho," said Don Quixote. "At the rate we are going," said Sancho, "I'll be chewing clay before your worship dies, and then, maybe, I'll be so dumb that I'll not say a word until the end of the world, or at least till the day of judgment." "Even should that happen, O Sancho," said Don Quixote, "thy silence will never come up to all that thou hast talked, art talking, and wilt talk all thy life. Moreover, it naturally stands to reason that my death will come before thine, so I never expect to see thee dumb, not even when thou art drinking or sleeping, and that is the utmost I can say." "In good faith, señor," replied Sancho, "there's no trusting that fleshless one, I mean death, who devours the lamb as soon as the sheep, and as I have heard our curate say, treads with equal foot upon the lofty towers of kings and the lowly huts of the poor. That lady is more mighty than dainty. She is in no way squeamish. She devours all, and is ready for all, and fills her alforges with people of all sorts, ages, and ranks. She is no reaper that sleeps out the noontide. At all times she is reaping and cutting down, as well the dry grass as the green. She never seems to chew, but bolts and swallows all that is put before her, for she has a canine appetite that is never satisfied, and though she has no belly, she shows she has a dropsy, and is athirst to drink the lives of all that live, as one would drink a jug of cold water." "Say no more, Sancho," said Don Quixote at this. "Don't try to better it and risk a fall, for in truth what thou hast said about death in thy rustic phrase is what a good preacher might have said. I tell thee, Sancho, if thou hadst discretion equal to thy mother wit, thou mightst take a pulpit in hand, and go about the world preaching fine sermons." "He preaches well who lives well," said Sancho, "and I know no more theology than that." "Nor needst thou," said Don Quixote, "but I cannot conceive or make out how it is that the fear of God being the beginning of wisdom, thou, who art more afraid of a lizard than of him, knowest so much." "Pass judgment on your chivalry, señor," returned Sancho, "and don't set yourself up to judge of other men's fears or braveries, for I am as good a fearer of God as my neighbours. But leave me to dispatch these skimmings, for all the rest is only idle talk that we shall be called to account for in the other world." And so saying, he began a fresh attack on the bucket, with such a hearty appetite that he aroused Don Quixote's, who no doubt would have helped him had he not been prevented by what must be told farther on. Chapter 21, in which Camacho's wedding is continued, with other delightful incidents. While Don Quixote and Sancho were engaged in the discussion set forth in the last chapter, they heard loud shouts and a great noise, which were uttered and made by the men on the mares as they went at full gallop, shouting, to receive the bride and bridegroom, who were approaching with musical instruments and pageantry of all sorts around them, and accompanied by the priest and the relatives of both, and all the most distinguished people of the surrounding villages. When Sancho saw the bride, he exclaimed, "By my faith, she is not dressed like a country girl, but like some fine court lady. Egad, as well as I can make out the patena, she wears rich coral, and her green cuenca stuff is 30 pile velvet. And then the white linen trimming, by my oath, but it's satin. Look at her hands, jet rings on them. May I never have luck if they're not gold rings, and real gold, and set with pearls as white as a curdled milk, and every one of them worth an eye of one's head. Horse and baggage, what hair she has! If it's not a wig, I never saw longer or fairer all the days of my life. See how bravely she bears herself, and her shape. Wouldn't you say she was like a walking palm tree loaded with clusters of dates? For the trinkets she has hanging from her hair and neck look just like them. I swear in my heart she is a brave lass, and fit to pass over the banks of Flanders." Don Quixote laughed at Sancho's boorish eulogies, and thought that, saving his lady Dulcinea del Toboso, he had never seen a more beautiful woman. The fair Quiteria appeared somewhat pale, which was, no doubt, because of the bad night brides always pass dressing themselves out for their wedding on the morrow. They advanced towards a theatre that stood on one side of the meadow, decked with carpets and boughs, where they were to plight their troth, and from which they were to behold the dances and plays. But at the moment of their arrival at the spot, they heard a loud outcry behind them, and a voice exclaiming, "Wait a little, ye, as inconsiderate as ye are hasty." At these words all turned round, and perceived that the speaker was a man clad in what seemed to be a loose black coat, garnished with crimson patches like flames. He was crowned, as was presently seen, with a crown of gloomy cypress, and in his hand he held a long staff. As he approached, he was recognized by everyone as the gay Basilio, and all waited anxiously to see what would come of his words, in dread of some catastrophe in consequence of his appearance at such a moment. He came up at last, weary and breathless, and planting himself in front of the bridal pair, drove his staff, which had a steel spike at the end, into the ground, and with a pale face and eyes fixed on Quiteria, he thus addressed her in a hoarse, trembling voice. "Well dost thou know, ungrateful Quiteria, that according to the holy law we acknowledge, so long as live thou canst take no husband. Nor art thou ignorant either, that in my hopes that time and my own exertions would improve my fortunes, I have never failed to observe the respect due to thy honour. But thou, casting behind thee all thou owest to my true love, wouldst surrender what is mine to another, whose wealth serves to bring him not only good fortune, but supreme happiness. And now, to complete it, not that I think he deserves it, but inasmuch as heaven is pleased to bestow it upon him, I will, with my own hands, do away with the obstacle that may interfere with it, and remove myself from between you. Long live the rich Camacho! Many a happy year may he live with the ungrateful Quiteria, and let poor Basilio die, Basilio whose poverty clipped the wings of his happiness and brought him to the grave." And so saying, he seized the staff he had driven into the ground, and leaving one half of it fixed there, showed it to be a sheath that concealed a tolerably long rapier, and what may be called its hilt being planted in the ground, he swiftly, coolly, and deliberately threw himself upon it, and in an instant the bloody point and half the steel blade appeared at his back, the unhappy man falling to the earth, bathed in his blood and transfixed by his own weapon. His friends at once ran to his aid, filled with grief at his misery and sad fate, and Don Quixote, dismounting from Rocinante, hastened to support him, and took him in his arms, and found he had not yet ceased to breathe. They were about to draw out the rapier, but the priest who was standing by objected to its being withdrawn before he had confessed him, as the instant of its withdrawal would be that of his death. Basilio, however, reviving slightly, said in a weak voice, as though in pain, If thou wouldst consent, cruel Quiteria, to give me thy hand as my bride in this last fatal moment, I might still hope that my rashness would find pardon, as by its means I attained the bliss of being thine." Hearing this, the priest bade him think of the welfare of his soul rather than of the cravings of the body, and in all earnestness implore God's pardon for his sins and for his rash resolve. To which Basilio replied that he was determined not to confess unless Quiteria first gave him her hand in marriage, for that happiness would compose his mind and give him courage to make his confession. Don Quixote, hearing the wounded man's entreaty, exclaimed aloud that what Basilio asked was just and reasonable, and moreover a request that might be easily complied with, and that it would be as much to Señor Camacho's honour to receive the Lady Quiteria as the widow of the brave Basilio, as if he received her direct from her father. "In this case," said he, "it will be only to say yes, and no consequences can follow the utterance of the word, for the nuptial couch of this marriage must be the grave." Camacho was listening to all this, perplexed and bewildered, and not knowing what to say or do. But so urgent were the entreaties of Basilio's friends, imploring him to allow Quiteria to give him her hand, so that his soul, quitting this life in despair, should not be lost, that they moved, nay, forced him to say that if Quiteria were willing to give it, he was satisfied, as it was only putting off the fulfilment of his wishes for a moment. At once all assailed Quiteria and pressed her, some with prayers, and others with tears, and others with persuasive arguments, to give her hand to poor Basilio. But she, harder than marble and more unmoved than any statue, seemed unable or unwilling to utter a word, nor would she have given any reply had not the priest bade her decide quickly what she meant to do, as Basilio now had his soul at his teeth, and there was no time for hesitation. On this the fair Quiteria, to all appearance distressed, grieved, and repentant, advanced without a word to where Basilio lay, his eyes already turned in his head, his breathing short and painful, murmuring the name of Quiteria between his teeth, and apparently about to die like a heathen and not like a Christian. Quiteria approached him, and kneeling, demanded his hand by sign without speaking. Basilio opened his eyes, and gazing fixedly at her, said, "O Quiteria, why hast thou turned compassionate at a moment when thy compassion will serve as a dagger to rob me of life? For I have not now the strength left either to bear the happiness thou givest me in accepting me as thine, or to suppress the pain that is rapidly drawing the dread shadow of death over my eyes. What I entreat of thee, O thou fatal star to me, is that the hand thou demandest of me and wouldst give me be not given out of complaisance or to deceive me afresh, but that thou confess and declare that without any constraint upon thy will thou givest it to me as to thy lawful husband, for it is not meet that thou shouldst trifle with me at such a moment as this, or have recourse to falsehoods with one who has dealt so truly by thee." While uttering these words he showed such weakness that the bystanders expected each return of faintness would take his life with it. Then Quiteria, overcome with modesty and shame, holding in her right hand the hand of Basilio, said, "No force would bend my will. As freely, therefore, as it is possible for me to do so, I give thee the hand of a lawful wife, and take thine if thou givest it to me of thine own free will, untroubled and unaffected by the calamity thy hasty act has brought upon thee." "Yes, I give it," said Basilio, not agitated or distracted, but with unclouded reason, "that heaven is pleased to grant me. Thus do I give myself to be thy husband." "And I give myself to be thy wife," said Quiteria, "whether thou livest many years, or they carry thee from my arms to the grave." "For one so badly wounded," observed Sancho at this point, "this young man has a great deal to say. They should make him leave off billing and cooing, and attend to his soul, for to my thinking he has it more on his tongue than at his teeth." Basilio and Quiteria having thus joined hands, the priest, deeply moved and with tears in his eyes, pronounced the blessing upon them, and implored heaven to grant an easy passage to the soul of the newly wedded man, who, the instant he received the blessing, started nimbly to his feet, and with unparalleled effrontery pulled out the rapier that had been sheathed in his body. All the bystanders were astounded, and some, more simple than inquiring, began shouting, "A miracle! A miracle!" But Basilio replied, no miracle, only a trick! A trick!" The priest, perplexed and amazed, made haste to examine the wound with both hands, and found that the blade had passed not through Basilio's flesh and ribs, but through a hollow iron tube full of blood, which he had adroitly fixed at the place, the blood, as was afterwards ascertained, having been so prepared as not to congeal. In short, the priest and Camacho and most of those present saw they were tricked and made fools of. The bride showed no signs of displeasure at the deception. On the contrary, hearing them say that the marriage, being fraudulent, would not be valid, she said that she confirmed it afresh, whence they all concluded that the affair had been planned by agreement and understanding between the pair, whereat Camacho and his supporters were so mortified that they proceeded to revenge themselves by violence, and a great number of them, drawing their swords, attacked Basilio, in whose protection as many more swords were in an instant unsheathed, while Don Quixote, taking the lead on horseback, with his lance over his arm and well covered with his shield, made all give way before him. Sancho, who never found any pleasure or enjoyment in such doings, retreated to the wine jars from which he had taken his delectable skimmings, considering that, as a holy place, that spot would be respected. "Hold, sirs, hold!" cried Don Quixote in a loud voice. "We have no right to take vengeance for wrongs that love may do to us. Remember, love and war are the same thing, and as in war it is allowable and common to make use of wiles and stratagems to overcome the enemy, so in the contests and rivalries of love, the tricks and devices employed to attain the desired end are justifiable, provided they be not to the discredit or dishonour of the loved object. Quiteria belonged to Basilio, and Basilio to Quiteria by the just and beneficent disposal of heaven. Camacho is rich, and can purchase his pleasure when, where, and as it pleases him. Basilio has but this ewe lamb, and no one, however powerful he may be, shall take her from him. These two, whom God hath joined, man cannot separate, and he who attempts it must first pass the point of this lance." And so saying, he brandished it so stoutly and dexterously that he overawed all who did not know him. But so deep an impression had the rejection of Quiteria made on Camacho's mind that it banished her at once from his thoughts, and so the counsels of the priest, who was a wise and kindly disposed man, prevailed with him, and by their means he and his partisans were pacified and tranquillized, and to prove it put up their swords again, inveighing against the pliancy of Quiteria rather than the craftiness of Basilio, Camacho maintaining that if Quiteria as a maiden had such a love for Basilio, she would have loved him too as a married woman, and that he ought to thank heaven more for having taken her than for having given her. Camacho and those of his following, therefore, being consoled and pacified, those on Basilio's side were appeased, and the rich Camacho, to show that he felt no resentment for the trick and did not care about it, desired the festival to go on just as if he were married in reality. Neither Basilio, however, nor his bride, nor their followers would take any part in it, and they withdrew to Basilio's village. For the poor, if they are persons of virtue and good sense, have those who follow, honour, and uphold them, just as the rich have those who flatter and dance attendance on them. With them they carried Don Quixote, regarding him as a man of worth and a stout one. Sancho alone had a cloud on his soul, for he found himself debarred from waiting for Camacho's splendid feast and festival, which lasted until night, and thus dragged away, he moodily followed his master, who accompanied Basilio's party, and left behind him the flesh-pots of Egypt, though in his heart he took them with him, and their now nearly finished skimmings that he carried in the bucket conjured up visions before his eyes of the glory and abundance of the good cheer he was losing. And so, vexed and dejected, though not hungry, without dismounting from Dapple, he followed in the footsteps of Rocinante. Chapter 22, wherein is related the grand adventure of the cave of Montesinos in the heart of La Mancha, which the valiant Don Quixote brought to a happy termination. Many and great were the attentions shown to Don Quixote by the newly married couple, who felt themselves under an obligation to him for coming forward in defence of their cause, and they exalted his wisdom to the same level with his courage, rating him as a Cid in arms and a Cicero in eloquence. Worthy Sancho enjoyed himself for 3 days at the expense of the pair, from whom they learned that the sham wound was not a scheme arranged with the fair Quiteria, but a device of Basilio's, who counted on exactly the result they had seen. He confessed, it is true, that he had confided his idea to some of his friends, so that, at the proper time, they might aid him in his purpose and ensure the success of the deception. "That," said Don Quixote, "is not, and ought not to be called deception, which aims at virtuous ends." And the marriage of lovers he maintained to be a most excellent end, reminding them, however, that love has no greater enemy than hunger and constant want. For love is all gaiety, enjoyment, and happiness, especially when the lover is in the possession of the object of his love, and poverty and want are the declared enemies of all these. Which he said to urge Señor Basilio to abandon the practice of those accomplishments he was skilled in, for though they brought him fame, they brought him no money, and apply himself to the acquisition of wealth by legitimate industry, which will never fail those who are prudent and persevering. The poor man who is a man of honour, if indeed a poor man can be a man of honour, has a jewel when he has a fair wife, and if she is taken from him, his honour is taken from him and slain. The fair woman who is a woman of honour, and whose husband is poor, deserves to be crowned with the laurels and crowns of victory and triumph. Beauty by itself attracts the desires of all who behold it, and the royal eagles and birds of towering flight stoop on it as on a dainty lure. But if beauty be accompanied by want and penury, then the ravens and the kites and the other birds of prey assail it, and she who stands firm against such attacks well deserves to be called the crown of her husband. "Remember, O prudent Basilio," added Don Quixote, "it was the opinion of a certain sage, I know not whom, that there was not more than one good woman in the whole world, and his advice was that each one should think and believe that this one good woman was his own wife, and in this way he would live happy. I myself am not married, nor so far has it ever entered my thoughts to be so. Nevertheless, I would venture to give advice to anyone who might ask it, as to the mode in which he should seek a wife, such as he would be content to marry. The first thing I would recommend him would be to look to good name rather than to wealth, for a good woman does not win a good name merely by being good, but by letting it be seen that she is so, and open looseness and freedom do much more damage to a woman's honour than secret depravity. If you take a good woman into your house, it will be an easy matter to keep her good, and even to make her still better. But if you take a bad one, you will find it hard work to mend her, for it is no very easy matter to pass from one extreme to another. I do not say it is impossible, but I look upon it as difficult." Sancho, listening to all this, said to himself, "This master of mine, when I say anything that has weight and substance, says I might take a pulpit in hand and go about the world preaching fine sermons, but I say of him that when he begins stringing maxims together and giving advice, not only might he take a pulpit in hand, but 2 on each finger, and go into the marketplace to his heart's content. Devil take you for a knight-errant, what a lot of things you know! I used to think in my heart that the only thing he knew was what belonged to his chivalry, but there is nothing he won't have a finger in." Sancho muttered this somewhat aloud, and his master overheard him, and asked, "What art thou muttering there, Sancho?" "I'm not saying anything or muttering anything," said Sancho. "I was only saying to myself that I wish I had heard what your worship has said just now before I married. Perhaps I'd say now, 'The ox that's loose licks himself well.'" "Is thy Teresa so bad then, Sancho?" "She is not very bad," replied Sancho, "but she is not very good. At least she is not as good as I could wish." "Thou dost wrong, Sancho," said Don Quixote, "to speak ill of thy wife, for after all she is the mother of thy children. "We are quits," returned Sancho, "for she speaks ill of me whenever she takes it into her head, especially when she is jealous, and Satan himself could not put up with her then." In fine, they remained 3 days with the newly married couple, by whom they were entertained and treated like kings. Don Quixote begged the fencing licentiate to find him a guide to show him the way to the cave of Montesinos, as he had a great desire to enter it and see with his own eyes if the wonderful tales that were told of it all over the country were true. The licentiate said he would get him a cousin of his own, a famous scholar, and one very much given to reading books of chivalry, who would have great pleasure in conducting him to the mouth of the very cave, and would show him the lakes of Ridera, which were likewise famous all over La Mancha, and even all over Spain. And he assured him he would find him entertaining, for he was a youth who could write books good enough to be printed and dedicated to princes. The cousin arrived at last, leading an ass in foal, and a pack-saddle covered with a party-coloured carpet or sackcloth. Sancho saddled Rocinante, got Dapple ready, and stocked his alforges, along with which went those of the cousin, likewise well filled. And so, commending themselves to God and bidding farewell to all, they set out, taking the road to the famous cave of Montesinos. On the way, Don Quixote asked the cousin of what sort and character his pursuits, avocations, and studies were, to which he replied that he was by profession a humanist, and that his pursuits and studies were making books for the press, all of great utility and no less entertainment to the nation. One was called the Book of Liveries, in which he described 703 liveries, with their colours, mottos, and ciphers, from which gentlemen of the court might pick and choose any they fancied for festivals and revels, without having to go a-begging for them from anyone, or puzzling their brains, as the saying is, to have them appropriate to their objects and purposes. "For," said he, "I give the jealous, the rejected, the forgotten, the absent, what will suit them and fit them without fail. I have another book too, which I shall call Metamorphoses, or the Spanish Ovid, one of rare and original invention, for imitating Ovid in burlesque style, I show in it who the Giralda of Seville and the Angel of the Magdalena were, what the sewer of Eisinguera at Cordova was, what the bulls of Gisando, the Sierra Morena, the Lejanitos and Lavapiés fountains at Madrid, not forgetting those of the Piojo, or the Cano Dorada, or of the Priora, and all with their allegories, metaphors, and changes, so that they are amusing, interesting, and instructive all at once. Another book I have which I call The Supplement to Polydore Virgil, which treats of the invention of things, and is a work of great erudition and research, for I establish and elucidate elegantly some things of great importance which Polydore omitted to mention. He forgot to tell us who was the first man in the world that had a cold in his head, and who was the first to try salivation for the French disease. But I give it accurately set forth, and quote more than 25 authors in proof of it, so you may perceive I have laboured to good purpose, and that the book will be of service to the whole world." Sancho, who had been very attentive to the cousin's words, said to him, "Tell me, señor, and God give you luck in printing your books, can you tell me, for of course you know, as you know everything, who was the first man that scratched his head? For to my thinking it must have been our father Adam." "So it must," replied the cousin, "for there is no doubt but Adam had a head and hair, and being the first man in the world, he would have scratched himself sometimes." "So I think," said Sancho. "But now tell me, who was the first tumbler in the world?" "Really, brother?" answered the cousin. "I could not at this moment say positively without having investigated it. I will look it up when I go back to where I have my books, and I will satisfy you the next time we meet, for this will not be the last time." "Look here, señor," said Sancho, "don't give yourself any trouble about it, for I have just this minute hit upon what I asked you. The first tumbler in the world, you must know, was Lucifer, when they cast or pitched him out of heaven, for he came tumbling into the bottomless pit." "You are right, friend," said the cousin, and said Don Quixote, "Sancho, that question and answer are not thine own. Thou hast heard them from someone else." "Hold your peace, señor," said Sancho. "Faith, if I take to asking questions and answering, I'll go on from this till tomorrow morning. Nay, to ask foolish things and answer nonsense, I needn't go looking for help from my neighbours." "Thou hast said more than thou art aware of, Sancho," said Don Quixote, "for there are some who weary themselves out in learning and proving things that after they are known and proved are not worth a farthing to the understanding or memory." In this and other pleasant conversation the day went by, and that night they put up at a small hamlet, whence it was not more than 2 leagues to the cave of Montesinos, so the cousin told Don Quixote, adding that if he was bent upon entering it, it would be requisite for him to provide himself with ropes, so that he might be tied and lowered into its depths. Don Quixote said that even if it reached to the bottomless pit, he meant to see where it went to. So they bought about 100 fathoms of rope, and next day at 2 in the afternoon they arrived at the cave, the mouth of which is spacious and wide, but full of thorns and wild fig bushes and brambles and briars, so thick and matted that they completely close it up and cover it over. On coming within sight of it, the cousin, Sancho, and Don Quixote dismounted, and the first 2 immediately tied the latter very firmly with the ropes, and as they were girding and swathing him, Sancho said to him, "Mind what you are about, master mine. Don't go burying yourself alive, or putting yourself where you'll be like a bottle put to cool in a well. It's no affair or business of your worships to become the explorer of this, which must be worse than a Moorish dungeon." "Tie me and hold thy peace," said Don Quixote, "for an emprise like this, friend Sancho, was reserved for me." And said the guide, "I beg of you, Señor Don Quixote, to observe carefully and examine with 100 eyes everything that is within there. Perhaps there may be some things for me to put into my book of transformations." "The drum is in the hands that will know how to beat it well enough," said Sancho Panza. When they had said this and finished the tying, which was not over the armour but only over the doublet, Don Quixote observed, "It was careless of us not to have provided ourselves with a small cattle bell to be tied on the rope close to me, the sound of which would show that I was still descending and alive. But as that is out of the question now, in God's hand be it to guide me." And forthwith he fell on his knees, and in a low voice offered up a prayer to heaven, imploring God to aid him and grant him success in this, to all appearance, perilous and untried adventure, and then exclaimed aloud, "O mistress of my actions and movements, illustrious and peerless Dulcinea del Toboso, if so be the prayers and supplications of this fortunate lover can reach thy ears, by thy incomparable beauty I entreat thee to listen to them, for they but ask thee not to refuse me the favour and protection now that I stand in such need of them. I am about to precipitate, to sink, to plunge myself into the abyss that is here before me, only to let the world know that while thou dost favour me, there is no impossibility I will not attempt and accomplish." With these words he approached the cavern, and perceived that it was impossible to let himself down or effect an entrance except by sheer force or cleaving a passage. So, drawing his sword, he began to demolish and cut away the brambles at the mouth of the cave, at the noise of which a vast multitude of crows and choughs flew out of it so thick and so fast that they knocked Don Quixote down, and if he had been as much of a believer in augury as he was a Catholic Christian, he would have taken it as a bad omen and declined to bury himself in such a place. He got up, however, and as there came no more crows or night birds like the bats that flew out at the same time with the crows, the cousin and Sancho giving him rope, he lowered himself into the depths of the dread cavern, and as he entered it, Sancho sent his blessing after him, making 1,000 crosses over him, and saying, "God and the Pena de Francia and the Trinity of Gaeta guide thee, flower and cream of knights errant. There thou goest, thou daredevil of the earth, heart of steel, arm of brass. Once more, God guide thee and send thee back safe, sound, and unhurt to the light of this world thou art leaving to bury thyself in the darkness thou art seeking there." And the cousin offered up almost the same prayers and supplications. Don Quixote kept calling to them to give him rope and more rope, and they gave it out little by little, and by the time the calls, which came out of the cave as out of a pipe, ceased to be heard, they had let down the 100 fathoms of rope. They were inclined to pull Don Quixote up again, as they could give him no more rope. However, they waited about half an hour, at the end of which time they began to gather in the rope again with great ease and without feeling any weight, which made them fancy Don Quixote was remaining below. And persuaded that it was so, Sancho wept bitterly and hauled away in great haste in order to settle the question. When, however, they had come to, as it seemed, rather more than 80 fathoms, they felt a weight, at which they were greatly delighted. And at last, at 10 fathoms more, they saw Don Quixote distinctly, and Sancho called out to him, saying, "Welcome back, señor, for we had begun to think you were going to stop there to found a family." But Don Quixote answered not a word, and drawing him out entirely, they perceived he had his eyes shut, and every appearance of being fast asleep. They stretched him on the ground and untied him, but still he did not awake. However, they rolled him back and forwards, and shook and pulled him about, so that after some time he came to himself, stretching himself just as if he were waking up from a deep and sound sleep, and looking about him, he said, "God forgive you, friends, ye have taken me away from the sweetest and most delightful existence and spectacle that ever human being enjoyed or beheld. Now indeed do I know that all the pleasures of this life pass away like a shadow and a dream, or fade like the flower of the field. O ill-fated Montesinos! O sore-wounded Durandante! O unhappy Belerma! O tearful Guardiana! And ye, O hapless daughters of Ridera, who show in your waves the tears that flowed from your beauteous eyes!" The cousin and Sancho Panza listened with deep attention to the words of Don Quixote, who uttered them as though with immense pain he drew them up from his very bowels. They begged of him to explain himself and tell them what he had seen in that hell down there. "Hell, do you call it?" said Don Quixote. "Call it by no such name, for it does not deserve it, as ye shall soon see." He then begged them to give him something to eat, as he was very hungry. They spread the cousin's sackcloth on the grass, and put the stores of the alforges into requisition, and all three sitting down lovingly and sociably, they made a luncheon and a supper of it all in one. And when the sackcloth was removed, Don Quixote of La Mancha said, "Let no one rise, and attend to me, my sons, both of you." Chapter 23. Of the wonderful things the incomparable Don Quixote said he saw in the profound cave of Montesinos, the impossibility and magnitude of which caused this adventure to be deemed apocryphal. It was about 4 in the afternoon when the sun, veiled in clouds, with subdued light and tempered beams, enabled Don Quixote to relate, without heat or inconvenience, what he had seen in the cave of Montesinos to his two illustrious hearers. And he began as follows. "A matter of some 12 or 14 times a man's height down in this pit, on the right-hand side, there is a recess or space, roomy enough to contain a large cart with its mules. A little light reaches it through some chinks or crevices, communicating with it and open to the surface of the earth. This recess or space I perceived when I was already growing weary and disgusted at finding myself hanging suspended by the rope, travelling downwards into that dark region without any certainty or knowledge of where I was going. So I resolved to enter it and rest myself for a while. I called out, telling you not to let out more rope until I bade you, but you cannot have heard me. I then gathered in the rope you were sending me, and making a coil or pile of it, I seated myself upon it, ruminating and considering what I was to do to lower myself to the bottom, having no one to hold me up. And as I was thus deep in thought and perplexity, suddenly and without provocation a profound sleep fell upon me, and when I least expected it, I know not how, I awoke and found myself in the midst of the most beautiful, delightful meadow that nature could produce, or the most lively human imagination conceive. I opened my eyes, I rubbed them, and I found I was not asleep, but thoroughly awake. Nevertheless, I felt my head and breast to satisfy myself whether it was myself who was there, or some empty, delusive phantom. But touch, feeling, the collected thoughts that passed through my mind, all convinced me that I was the same then and there that I am this moment. Next there presented itself to my sight a stately royal palace or castle, with walls that seemed built of clear transparent crystal, and through two great doors that opened wide therein I saw coming forth and advancing towards me a venerable old man, clad in a long gown of mulberry-coloured serge that trailed upon the ground. On his shoulders and breast he had a green satin collegiate hood, and covering his head a black Milanese bonnet, and his snow-white beard fell below his girdle. He carried no arms whatever, nothing but a rosary of beads bigger than fair-sized filberts, each 10th bead being like a moderate ostrich egg. His bearing, his gait, his dignity and imposing presence held me spellbound and wondering. He approached me, and the first thing he did was to embrace me closely, and then he said to me, "For a long time now, O valiant knight Don Quixote of La Mancha, we who are here enchanted in these solitudes have been hoping to see thee, that thou mayest make known to the world what is shut up and concealed in this deep cave, called the Cave of Montesinos, which thou hast entered, an achievement reserved for thy invincible heart and stupendous courage alone to attempt. Come with me, illustrious sir, and I will show thee the marvels hidden within this transparent castle, whereof I am the Alcaide and perpetual warden, for I am Montesinos himself, from whom the cave takes its name." The instant he told me he was Montesinos, I asked him if the story they told in the world above here was true, that he had taken out the heart of his great friend Durandarte from his breast with a little dagger, and carried it to the Lady Belerma, as his friend, when at the point of death, had commanded him. He said, in reply, that they spoke the truth in every respect except as to the dagger, for it was not a dagger, nor little, but a burnished poniard, sharper than an awl. "That poniard must have been made by Roman de Hoces, the Sevillian," said Sancho. "I do not know," said Don Quixote. "It could not have been by that poniard maker, however, because Roman de Hoces was a man of yesterday, and the affairs of Roncesvalles, where this mishap occurred, was long ago. But the question is of no great importance, nor does it affect or make any alteration in the truth or substance of the story." "That is true," said the cousin. "Continue, Señor Don Quixote, for I am listening to you with the greatest pleasure in the world." "And with no less do I tell the tale," said Don Quixote. And so to proceed. The venerable Montesinos led me into the Palace of Crystal, where, in a lower chamber, strangely cool and entirely of alabaster, was an elaborately wrought marble tomb, upon which I beheld, stretched at full length, a knight, not of bronze or marble or jasper, as are seen on other tombs, but of actual flesh and bone. His right hand, which seemed to me somewhat hairy and sinewy, a sign of great strength in its owner, lay on the side of his heart. But before I could put any question to Montesinos, he, seeing me gazing at the tomb in amazement, said to me, "This is my friend Durandarte, flower and mirror of the true lovers and valiant knights of his time. He is held enchanted here, as I myself and many others are, by that French enchanter Merlin, who they say was the devil's son. But my belief is, not that he was the devil's son, but that he knew, as the saying is, a point more than the devil. How or why he enchanted us, no one knows, but time will tell, and I suspect that time is not far off. What I marvel at is, that I know it to be as sure as that it is now day, that Durandante ended his life in my arms, and that after his death I took out his heart with my own hands, and indeed it must have weighed more than 2 pounds. For according to naturalists, he who has a large heart is more largely endowed with valour than he who has a small one. Then, as this is the case, and as the knight did really die, how comes it that he now moans and sighs from time to time, as if he were still alive?" As he said this, the wretched Durandante cried out in a loud voice, "Oh, cousin Montesinos, 'twas my last request of thee, when my soul hath left the body, and that lying dead I be, with thy poniard or thy dagger cut the heart from out my breast, and bear it to Palermo. This was my last request. On hearing which, the venerable Montesinos fell on his knees before the unhappy knight, and with tearful eyes exclaimed, Long since, Signor Durandarte, my beloved cousin, long since have I done what you bade me on that sad day when I lost you. I took out your heart as well as I could, not leaving an atom of it in your breast. I wiped it with a lace handkerchief, and I took the road to France with it, having first laid you in the bosom of the earth, with tears enough to wash and cleanse my hands of the blood that covered them after wandering among your bowels. And more by token, O cousin of my soul, at the first village I came to after leaving Roncesvalles, I sprinkled a little salt upon your heart to keep it sweet, and bring it, if not fresh, at least pickled, into the presence of the Lady Palermo, whom, together with you, myself, Guardiana, your squire, the duenna Ridera, and her 7 daughters and 2 nieces, and many more of your friends and acquaintances, the sage Merlin has been keeping enchanted here these many years. And although more than 500 have gone by, not one of us has died. Ridera and her daughters and nieces alone are missing, and these because of the tears they shed. Merlin, out of the compassion he seems to have felt for them, changed into so many lakes, which to this day in the world of the living and in the province of La Mancha are called the Lakes of Ridera. The 7 daughters belong to the kings of Spain, and the 2 nieces to the knights of a very holy order called the Order of St. John. Guardiana, your squire, likewise bewailing your fate, was changed into a river of his own name, but when he came to the surface and beheld the sun of another heaven, so great was his grief at finding he was leaving you, that he plunged into the bowels of the earth. However, as he cannot help following his natural course, he from time to time comes forth and shows himself to the sun and the world. The lakes aforesaid send him their waters, and with these and others that come to him, he makes a grand and imposing entrance into Portugal. But for all that, go where he may, he shows his melancholy and sadness, and takes no pride in breeding dainty choice fish, only coarse and tasteless sorts, very different from those of the golden Tagus. All this that I tell you now, O cousin mine, I have told you many times before, and as you make no answer, I fear that either you believe me not, or do not hear me, whereat I feel God knows what grief. I have now news to give you, which, if it serves not to alleviate your sufferings, will not in any wise increase them. Know that you have here before you, open your eyes and you will see, that great knight of whom the sage Merlin has prophesied such great things, that Don Quixote of La Mancha, I mean, who has again, and to better purpose than in past times, revived in these days knight-errantry, long since forgotten, and by whose intervention and aid it may be we shall be disenchanted, for great deeds are reserved for great men. And if that may not be, said the wretched Durandante in a low and feeble voice, if that may not be, then, my cousin, I say patience and shuffle. And turning over on his side, he relapsed into his former silence without uttering another word. And now there was heard a great outcry and lamentation, accompanied by deep sighs and bitter sobs. I looked round, and through the crystal wall I saw passing through another chamber a procession of 2 lines of fair damsels, all clad in mourning, and with white turbans of Turkish fashion on their heads. Behind, in the rear of these, there came a lady, for so from her dignity she seemed to be, also clad in black, with a white veil so long and ample that it swept the ground. Her turban was twice as large as the largest of any of the others. Her eyebrows met. Her nose was rather flat. Her mouth was large, but with ruddy lips, and her teeth, of which at times she allowed a glimpse, were seen to be sparse and ill set, though as white as peeled almonds. She carried in her hands a fine cloth, and in it, as well as I could make out, a heart that had been mummied, so parched and dried was it. Montesinos told me that all those forming the procession were the attendants of Durandate and Beloma, who were enchanted there with their master and mistress, and that the last, she who carried the heart in the cloth, was the Lady Beloma, who with her damsels 4 days in the week went in procession, singing, or rather weeping, dirges over the body and miserable heart of his cousin, and that if she appeared to me somewhat ill-favoured, or not so beautiful as fame reported her, it was because of the bad nights and worse days that she passed in that enchantment, as I could see by the great dark circles round her eyes and her sickly complexion. Her sallowness and the rings round her eyes, said he, are not caused by the periodical ailment usual with women, for it is many months and even years since she has had any, but by the grief her own heart suffers because of that which she holds in her hands perpetually, and which recalls and brings back to her memory the sad fate of her lost lover. Were it not for this, hardly would the great Dulcinea del Toboso, so celebrated in all these parts, and even in the world, come up to her for beauty, grace, and gaiety. "Hold hard," said I at this. "Tell your story as you ought, Señor Don Montesinos, for you know very well that all comparisons are odious, and there is no occasion to compare one person with another. The peerless Dulcinea del Toboso is what she is, and the Lady Donna Belema is what she is and has been, and that's enough." To which he made answer, "Forgive me, Señor Don Quixote. I own I was wrong, and spoke unadvisedly in saying that the Lady Dulcinea could scarcely come up to the Lady Beloma. For it were enough for me to have learned, by what means I know not, that you are her knight, to make me bite my tongue out before I compared her to anything save heaven itself." After this apology, which the great Montesinos made me, my heart recovered itself from the shock I had received in hearing my lady compared with Beloma. "Still I wonder," said Sancho, "that your worship did not get upon the old fellow and bruise every bone of him with kicks, and pluck his beard until you didn't leave a hair in it." "Nay, Sancho, my friend," said Don Quixote, "it would not have been right in me to do that, for we are all bound to pay respect to the aged, even though they be not knights, but especially to those who are, and who are enchanted. I only know I gave him as good as he brought in the many other questions and answers we exchanged." "I cannot understand, Señor Don Quixote," remarked the cousin here, "how it is that your worship, in such a short space of time as you have been below there, could have seen so many things, and said and answered so much." "How long is it since I went down?" asked Don Quixote. "Little better than an hour," replied Sancho. "That cannot be," returned Don Quixote, "because night overtook me while I was there, and day came, and it was night again, and day again, 3 times, so that by my reckoning I have been 3 days in those remote regions beyond our ken." "My master must be right," replied Sancho, "for as everything that has happened to him is by enchantment, maybe what seems to us an hour would seem 3 days and nights there." "That's it," said Don Quixote. "And did your worship eat anything all that time, señor?" asked the cousin. "I never touched a morsel," answered Don Quixote, "nor did I feel hunger, or think of it." "And do the enchanted eat?" said the cousin. "They neither eat," said Don Quixote, "nor are they subject to the greater excrements, though it is thought that their nails, beards, and hair grow." "And do the enchanted sleep now, señor?" asked Sancho. "Certainly not," replied Don Quixote. "At least, during those 3 days I was with them, not one of them closed an eye, nor did I either." "The proverb, 'Tell me what company thou keepest, and I'll tell thee what thou art,' is to the point here," said Sancho. "Your worship keeps company with enchanted people that are always fasting and watching. What wonder is it then that you neither eat nor sleep while you are with them? But forgive me, señor, if I say that of all this you have told us now, may God take me, I was just going to say the devil, if I believe a single particle." "What?" said the cousin. "Has Señor Don Quixote, then, been lying? Why, even if he wished it, he has not had time to imagine and put together such a host of lies." "I don't believe my master lies," said Sancho. "If not, what dost thou believe?" asked Don Quixote. I believe, replied Sancho, that this Merlin, or those enchanters who enchanted the whole crew your worship says you saw and discoursed with down there, stuffed your imagination or your mind with all this rigmarole you have been treating us to, and all that is still to come. All this might be, Sancho, replied Don Quixote, but it is not so, for everything that I have told you I saw with my own eyes and touched with my own hands. But what will you say when I tell you now how, among the countless other marvellous things Montesinos showed me, of which at leisure and at the proper time I will give thee an account in the course of our journey, for they would not be all in place here. He showed me 3 country girls who went skipping and capering like goats over the pleasant fields there, and the instant I beheld them I knew one to be the peerless Dulcinea del Toboso, and the other 2 those same country girls that were with her, and that we spoke to on the road from El Toboso. I asked Montesinos if he knew them, and he told me he did not, but he thought they must be some enchanted ladies of distinction, for it was only a few days before that they had made their appearance in those meadows. But I was not to be surprised at that, because there were a great many other ladies there of times past and present, enchanted in various strange shapes, and among them he had recognized Queen Guinevere and her dame Quintanona, she who poured out the wine for Lancelot when he came from Britain. When Sancho Panza heard his master say this, he was ready to take leave of his senses or die with laughter, for as he knew the real truth about the pretended enchantment of Dulcinea, in which he himself had been the enchanter and concocter of all the evidence, he made up his mind at last that, beyond all doubt, his master was out of his wits and stark mad. So he said to him, "It was an awful hour, a worse season, and a sorrowful day, when your worship, dear master mine, went down to the other world, and an unlucky moment when you met with Señor Montesinos, who has sent you back to us like this. You were well enough here above in your full senses, such as God had given you, delivering maxims and giving advice at every turn, and not as you are now, talking the greatest nonsense that can be imagined." "As I know thee, Sancho," said Don Quixote, "I heed not thy words." "Nor I, your worship," said Sancho, "whether you beat me or kill me for those I have spoken, and will speak, if you don't correct and mend your own. But tell me, while we are still at peace, how or by what did you recognize the lady our mistress? And if you spoke to her, what did you say, and what did she answer?" "I recognized her," said Don Quixote, "by her wearing the same garment she wore when thou didst point her out to me. I spoke to her, but she did not utter a word in reply. On the contrary, she turned her back on me and took to flight at such a pace that crossbow bolt could not have overtaken her. I wished to follow her, and would have done so had not Montesinos recommended me not to take the trouble, as it would be useless, particularly as the time was drawing near when it would be necessary for me to quit the cavern. He told me, moreover, that in course of time he would let me know how he and Beloma and Durandante and all who were there were to be disenchanted. But of all I saw and observed down there, what gave me most pain was that, while Montesinos was speaking to me, one of the 2 companions of the hapless Dulcinea approached me on one side, without my having seen her coming, and with tears in her eyes said to me, in a low, agitated voice, "My lady Dulcinea del Toboso kisses your worship's hands, and entreats you to do her the favour of letting her know how you are. And being in great need, she also entreats your worship, as earnestly as she can, to be so good as to lend her 6 reals, or as much as you may have about you, on this new dimity petticoat that I have here, and she promises to repay them very speedily." I was amazed and taken aback by such a message, and turning to Señor Montesinos, I asked him, "Is it possible, Señor Montesinos, that persons of distinction under enchantment can be in need?" To which he replied, "Believe me, Señor Don Quixote, that which is called need is to be met with everywhere, and penetrates all quarters, and reaches everyone, and does not spare even the enchanted. And as the lady Dulcinea del Toboso sends to beg those 6 reals, and the pledge is to all appearance a good one, there is nothing for it but to give them to her, for no doubt she must be in some great strait." "I will take no pledge of her," I replied, "nor yet can I give her what she asks, for all I have is 4 reals, which I give. They were those which thou, Sancho, gavest me the other day to bestow in alms upon the poor I met along the road. And I said, 'Tell your mistress, my dear, that I am grieved to the heart because of her distresses, and wish I was a Foucard to remedy them, and that I would have her know that I cannot be, and ought not be, in health, while deprived of the happiness of seeing her and enjoying her discreet conversation, and that I implore her as earnestly as I can to allow herself to be seen and addressed by this her captive servant and forlorn knight. Tell her, too, that when she least expect it, she will hear it announced that I have made an oath and vow, after the fashion of that which the Marquis of Mantua made to avenge his nephew Baldwin, when he found him at the point of death in the heart of the mountains, which was, not to eat bread off a tablecloth, and other trifling matters which he added until he had avenged him. And I will make the same, to take no rest, and to roam the 7 regions of the earth more thoroughly than the Infante Don Pedro of Portugal ever roamed them, until I have disenchanted her." "All that and more you owe, my lady," the damsel answered to me, and taking the 4 reals, instead of making me a curtsy, she cut a caper, springing 2 full yards into the air. "Oh, blessed God!" exclaimed Sancho aloud at this. "Is it possible that such things can be in the world, and that enchanters and enchantments can have such power in it as to have changed my master's right sense into a craze so full of absurdity? Oh, Signor, for God's sake, consider yourself, have a care for your honour, and give no credit to this silly stuff that has left you scant and short of wits." "Thou talkest in this way because thou lovest me, Sancho," said Don Quixote, "and not being experienced in the things of the world, everything that has some difficulty about it seems to thee impossible. But time will pass, as I said before, and I will tell thee some of the things I saw down there, which will make thee believe what I have related now, the truth of which admits of neither reply nor question." Chapter 24, wherein are related 1,000 trifling matters, as trivial as they are necessary to the right understanding of this great history. He who translated this great history from the original written by its first author, Cid Hamete Benengeli, says that on coming to the chapter giving the adventures of the cave of Montesinos, he found written on the margin of it, in Hamete's own hand, these exact words: "I cannot convince or persuade myself that everything that is written in the preceding chapter could have precisely happened to the valiant Don Quixote, and for this reason, that all the adventures that have occurred up to the present have been possible and probable, but as for this one of the cave, I see no way of accepting it as true, as it passes all reasonable bounds. For me to believe that Don Quixote could lie, he being the most truthful gentleman and the noblest knight of his time, is impossible. He would not have told a lie though he were shot to death with arrows. On the other hand, I reflect that he related and told the story with all the circumstances detailed, and that he could not, in so short a space, have fabricated such a vast complication of absurdities. If, then, this adventure seems apocryphal, it is no fault of mine, and so, without affirming its falsehood or its truth, I write it down. Decide for thyself in thy wisdom, reader, for I am not bound, nor is it in my power, to do more, though certain it is, they say, that at the time of his death he retracted, and said he had invented it, thinking it matched and tallied with the adventures he had read of in his histories. And then he goes on to say, "The cousin was amazed as well at Sancho's boldness as at the patience of his master, and concluded that the good temper the latter displayed arose from the happiness he felt at having seen his lady Dulcinea, even enchanted as she was, because otherwise the words and language Sancho had addressed to him deserved a thrashing, for indeed he seemed to him to have been rather impudent to his master, to whom he now observed, 'I, Señor Don Quixote of La Mancha, look upon the time I have spent in travelling with your worship as very well employed, for I have gained 4 things in the course of it. The first is that I have made your acquaintance, which I consider great good fortune. The second, that I have learned what the cave of Montesinos contains, together with the transformations of Guadiana and of the lakes of Ridera, which will be of use to me for the Spanish Ovid that I have in hand. The third, to have discovered the antiquity of cards, that they were in use, at least in the time of Charlemagne, as may be inferred from the words you say Durandante uttered when, at the end of that long spell while Montesinos was talking to him, he woke up and said, "Patience and shuffle." This phrase and expression he could not have learned while he was enchanted, but only before he had become so, in France, and in the time of the aforesaid Emperor Charlemagne. And this demonstration is just the thing for me for that other book I am writing, the Supplement to Polydore Virgil on the Invention of Antiquities, for I believe he never thought of inserting that of cards in his book, as I mean to do in mine, and it will be a matter of great importance, particularly when I can cite so grave and veracious an authority as Senor Durandarte. And the fourth thing is that I have ascertained the source of the river Guadiana, heretofore unknown to mankind. "You are right," said Don Quixote, "but I should like to know, if by God's favour they grant you a license to print those books of yours, which I doubt, to whom do you mean to dedicate them?" "There are lords and grandees in Spain to whom they can be dedicated," said the cousin. "Not many," said Don Quixote, "not that they are unworthy of it, but because they do not care to accept books and incur the obligation of making the return that seems due to the author's labour and courtesy. One prince I know who makes up for all the rest, and more. How much more, if I ventured to say, perhaps I should stir up envy in many a noble breast. But let this stand over for some more convenient time, and let us go and look for some place to shelter ourselves in tonight." "Not far from this," said the cousin, "there is a hermitage, where there lives a hermit who, they say, was a soldier, and who has the reputation of being a good Christian, and a very intelligent and charitable man. Close to the hermitage he has a small house, which he built at his own cost, but though small, it is large enough for the reception of guests." "Has this hermit any hens, do you think?" asked Sancho. "Few hermits are without them," said Don Quixote, "for those we see nowadays are not like the hermits of the Egyptian deserts, who were clad in palm leaves and lived on the roots of the earth. But do not think that by praising these I am disparaging the others. All I mean to say is that the penance of those of the present day do not come up to the asceticism and austerity of former times. But it does not follow from this that they are not all worthy. At least I think them so, and at the worst the hypocrite who pretends to be good does less harm than the open sinner." At this point they saw, approaching the spot where they stood, a man on foot, proceeding at a rapid pace, and beating a mule loaded with lances and halberds. When he came up to them, he saluted them and passed on without stopping. Don Quixote called to him, "Stay, good fellow, you seem to be making more haste than suits that mule." "I cannot stop, señor," answered the man, "for the arms you see I carry here are to be used tomorrow, so I must not delay, God be with you. But if you want to know what I am carrying them for, I mean to lodge tonight at the inn that is beyond the hermitage, and if you be going the same road you will find me there, and I will tell you some curious things. Once more, God be with you." And he urged on his mule at such a pace that Don Quixote had no time to ask him what these curious things were that he meant to tell them. And as he was somewhat inquisitive, and always tortured by his anxiety to learn something new, he decided to set out at once, and go and pass the night at the inn instead of stopping at the hermitage, where the cousin would have had them halt. Accordingly they mounted, and all three took the direct road for the inn, which they reached a little before nightfall. On the road the cousin proposed they should go up to the hermitage to drink a sup. The instant Sancho heard this, he steered his dapple towards it, and Don Quixote and the cousin did the same. But it seems Sancho's bad luck so ordered it that the hermit was not at home, for so a sub-hermit they found in the hermitage told them. They called for some of the best. She replied that her master had none, but that if they liked cheap water she would give it with great pleasure. "If I found any in water," said Sancho, "there are wells along the road where I could have had enough of it. Ah, Camacho's wedding and plentiful house of Don Diego, how often do I miss you!" Leaving the hermitage, they pushed on towards the inn, and a little farther they came upon a youth who was pacing along in front of them at no great speed, so that they overtook him. He carried a sword over his shoulder, and slung it on a budget or bundle of his clothes, apparently, probably his breeches or pantaloons, and his cloak and a shirt or two, for he had on a short jacket of velvet with a gloss like satin on it in places, and had his shirt out. His stockings were of silk, and his shoes square-toed as they wear them at court. His age might have been 18 or 19. He was of a merry countenance, and to all appearance of an active habit, and he went along singing seguidillas to beguile the wearisomeness of the road. As they came up with him, he was just finishing one, which the cousin got by heart, and they say ran thus: "I'm off to the wars for the want of pence, so had I but money I'd show more sense." The first to address him was Don Quixote, who said, "You travel very airily, Sir Gallant. Whither bound, may we ask, if it is your pleasure to tell us?" To which the youth replied, "The heat and my poverty are the reason of my travelling so airily, and it is to the wars that I am bound." "How poverty?" asked Don Quixote. "The heat one can understand." "Señor," replied the youth, "in this bundle I carry velvet pantaloons to match this jacket. If I wear them out on the road, I shall not be able to make a decent appearance in them in the city, and I have not the wherewithal to buy others. And so for this reason, as well as to keep myself cool, I am making my way in this fashion to overtake some companies of infantry that are not 12 leagues off, in which I shall enlist, and there will be no want of baggage trains to travel with after that to the place of embarkation, which they say will be Carthagena. I would rather have the king for a master and serve him in the wars than serve a court pauper." "And did you get any bounty now?" asked the cousin. "If I had been in the service of some grandee of Spain or personage of distinction," replied the youth, "I should have been safe to get it, for that is the advantage of serving good masters, that out of the servants' hall men come to be ancients or captains, or get a good pension. But I, to my misfortune, always served place hunters and adventurers, whose keep and wages were so miserable and scanty that half went in paying for the starching of one's collars. It would be a miracle indeed if a page volunteer ever got anything like a reasonable bounty." "Then tell me, for heaven's sake," asked Don Quixote, "is it possible, my friend, that all the time you served you never got any livery?" "They gave me 2, replied the page, "but just as when one quits a religious community before making a profession, they strip him of the dress of the order and give him back his own clothes, so did my masters return me mine. For as soon as the business on which they came to court was finished, they went home and took back the liveries they had given merely for show." "What spillo seria, as an Italian would say," said Don Quixote. "But for all that, consider yourself happy in having left court with as worthy an object as you have, for there is nothing on earth more honourable or profitable than serving, first of all God, and then one's king and natural lord, particularly in the profession of arms, by which, if not more wealth, at least more honour is to be won than by letters, as I have said many a time. For though letters may have founded more great houses than arms, still those founded by arms have I know not what superiority over those founded by letters, and a certain splendour belonging to them that distinguishes them above all. And bear in mind what I am now about to say to you, for it will be of great use and comfort to you in time of trouble. It is, not to let your mind dwell on the adverse chances that may befall you, for the worst of all is death, and if it be a good death, the best of all is to die. They asked Julius Caesar, the valiant Roman emperor, what was the best death. He answered, that which is unexpected, which comes suddenly and unforeseen. And though he answered like a pagan, and one without the knowledge of the true God, yet as far as sparing our feelings is concerned, he was right. For suppose you are killed in the first engagement or skirmish, whether by a cannon-ball or blown up by a mine, what matters it? It is only dying, and all is over. And according to Terence, a soldier shows better dead in battle than alive and safe in flight. And the good soldier wins fame in proportion as he is obedient to his captains and those in command over him. And remember, my son, that it is better for the soldier to smell of gunpowder than of civet, and that if old age should come upon you in this honourable calling, though you may be covered with wounds and crippled and lame, it will not come upon you without honour, and that such as poverty cannot lessen, especially now that provisions are being made for supporting and relieving old and disabled soldiers. For it is not right to deal with them after the fashion of those who set free and get rid of their black slaves when they are old and useless, and turning them out of their houses under the pretence of making them free, make them slaves to hunger, from which they cannot expect to be released except by death. But for the present I won't say more than get ye up behind me on my horse as far as the inn, and sup with me there, and tomorrow you shall pursue your journey, and God give you as good speed as your intentions deserve." The page did not accept the invitation to mount, though he did that to supper at the inn, and here they say Sancho said to him, "God be with you for a master. Is it possible that a man who can say things so many and so good as he has said just now can say that he saw the impossible absurdities he reports about the cave of Montesinos? Well, well, we shall see." And now, just as night was falling, they reached the inn, and it was not without satisfaction that Sancho perceived his master took it for a real inn, and not for a castle, as usual. The instant they entered, Don Quixote asked the landlord after the man with the lances and halberds, and was told that he was in the stable seeing to his mule, which was what Sancho and the cousin proceeded to do for their beasts, giving the best manger and the best place in the stable to Rocinante. Chapter 25, wherein is set down the braying adventure, and the droll one of the puppet showman, together with the memorable divinations of the divining ape. Don Quixote's bread would not bake, as the common saying is, until he had heard and learned the curious things promised by the man who carried the alms. He went to seek him where the innkeeper said he was, and having found him, bade him say now at any rate what he had to say in answer to the question he had asked him on the road. "The tale of my wonders must be taken more leisurely and not standing," said the man. "Let me finish foddering my beast, good sir, and then I'll tell you things that will astonish you." "Don't wait for that," said Don Quixote. "I'll help you in everything." And so he did, sifting the barley for him and cleaning out the manger, a degree of humility which made the other feel bound to tell him with a good grace what he had asked. So, seating himself on a bench, with Don Quixote beside him, and the cousin, the page, Sancho Panza, and the landlord for a senate and an audience, he began his story in this way. You must know that in a village 4 leagues and a half from this inn, it so happened that one of the regidors, by the tricks and roguery of a servant girl of his, if it's too long a tale to tell, lost an ass, and though he did all he possibly could to find it, it was all to no purpose. A fortnight might have gone by, so the story goes, since the ass had been missing, when, as the regidor who had lost it was standing in the plaza, another regidor of the same town said to him, "Pay me for good news, gossip. Your ass has turned up." "That I will, and well, gossip," said the other. "But tell us, where has he turned up?" "In the forest," said the finder. "I saw him this morning without pack saddle or harness of any sort, and so lean that it went to one's heart to see him. I tried to drive him before me and bring him to you, but he is already so wild and shy that when I went near him he made off into the thickest part of the forest. If you have a mind that we two should go back and look for him, let me put up this she-ass at my house, and I'll be back at once." "You will be doing me a great kindness," said the owner of the ass, "and I'll try to pay it back in the same coin." It is with all these circumstances, and in the very same way I am telling it now, that those who know all about the matter tell the story. Well then, the 2 regidors set off on foot, arm in arm, for the forest, and coming to the place where they hoped to find the ass, they could not find him, nor was he to be seen anywhere about, search as they might. Seeing then that there was no sign of him, the regidor who had seen him said to the other, "Look here, gossip, a plan has occurred to me by which, beyond a doubt, we shall manage to discover the animal, even if he is stowed away in the bowels of the earth, not to say the forest. Here it is. I can bray to perfection, and if you can ever so little, the thing's as good as done." "Ever so little, did you say, gossip?" said the other. "By God, I'll not give in to anybody, not even to the asses themselves." "We'll soon see," said the second regidor. For my plan is that you should go on one side of the forest and I the other, so as to go all round about it, and every now and then you will bray and I will bray, and it cannot be but the ass will hear us and answer us if he is in the forest." To which the owner of the ass replied, "It's an excellent plan, I declare, gossip, and worthy of your great genius." And the two, separating as agreed, it so fell out that they brayed almost at the same moment, and each, deceived by the braying of the other, ran to look, fancying the ass had turned up at last. When they came in sight of one another, said the loser, "Is it possible, gossip, that it was not my ass that brayed?" "No, it was I," said the other. "Well then, I can tell you, gossip," said the ass's owner, "that between you and an ass there is not an atom of difference as far as braying goes, for I never in all my life saw or heard anything more natural." "Those praises and compliments belong to you more justly than to me, gossip," said the inventor of the plan, "for, by the God that made me, you might give a couple of brays odds to the best and most finished brayer in the world. The tone you have got is deep, your voice is well kept up as to time and pitch, and your finishing notes come thick and fast. In fact, I own myself beaten, and yield the palm to you, and give in to you in this rare accomplishment." "Well then," said the owner, "I'll set a higher value on myself for the future, and consider that I know something, as I have an excellence of some sort. For though I always thought I brayed well, I never supposed I came up to the pitch of perfection you say." "And I say too," said the second, "that there are rare gifts going to loss in the world, and that they are ill bestowed upon those who don't know how to make use of them." "Ours," said the owner of the ass, "unless it is in cases like this we have now in hand, cannot be of any service to us, and even in this God grant they may be of some use." So saying, they separated, and took to their braying once more, but every instant they were deceiving one another, and coming to meet one another again, until they arranged by way of countersign, so as to know that it was they, and not the ass, to give 2 brays, one after the other. In this way, doubling the brays at every step, they made the complete circuit of the forest, but the lost ass never gave them an answer, or even the sign of one. How could the poor ill-starred brute have answered, when, in the thickest part of the forest, they found him devoured by wolves? As soon as he saw him, his owner said, "I was wondering he did not answer, for if he wasn't dead he'd have brayed when he heard us, or he'd have been no ass. But for the sake of having heard you bray to such perfection, gossip, I count the trouble I have taken to look for him well bestowed, even though I have found him dead." "It's in a good hand, gossip," said the other. "If the abbot sings well, the acolyte is not much behind him." So they returned, disconsolate and hoarse, to their village, where they told their friends, neighbours, and acquaintances what had befallen them in their search for the ass, each crying up the other's perfection in braying. The whole story came to be known and spread abroad through the villages of the neighbourhood, and the devil, who never sleeps, with his love of sowing dissension and scattering discord everywhere, blowing mischief about and making quarrels out of nothing, contrived to make the people of the other towns fall to braying whenever they saw anyone from our village, as if to throw the braying of our regidors in our teeth. Then the boys took to it, which was the same thing for it as getting into the hands and mouths of all the devils of hell, and braying spread from one town to another in such a way that the men of the braying town are as easy to be known as blacks are to be known from whites, and the unlucky joke has gone so far that several times the scoffed have come out in arms and in a body to do battle with the scoffers, and neither king nor rook, fear nor shame, can mend matters. Tomorrow, or the day after, I believe, the men of my town, that is, of the braying town, are going to take the field against another village 2 leagues away from ours, one of those that persecute us most, and that we may turn out well prepared, I have brought these lances and halberds you have seen. These are the curious things I told you I had to tell, and if you don't think them so, I have got no others." And with this the worthy fellow brought his story to a close. Just at this moment there came in at the gate of the inn a man entirely clad in chamois leather, hose, breeches, and doublet, who said in a loud voice, "Señor host, have you room? Here's the divining ape, and the show of the release of Melisendra just coming." "Odds body," said the landlord, "why, it's Master Pedro. We're in for a grand night." I forgot to mention that the said Master Pedro had his left eye and nearly half his cheek covered with a patch of green taffety, showing that something ailed all that side. "Your worship is welcome, Master Pedro," continued the landlord, "but where are the ape and the show? For I don't see them." "They are close at hand," said he in the chamois leather, "but I came on first to know if there was any room." "I'd make the Duke of Alva himself clear out to make room for Master Pedro," said the landlord. "Bring in the ape and the show. There's company in the inn tonight that will pay to see that, and the cleverness of the ape." "So be it, by all means," said the man with the patch. "I'll lower the price, and be well satisfied if I only pay my expenses. And now I'll go back and hurry on the cart with the ape and the show." And with this he went out of the inn. Don Quixote at once asked the landlord what this Master Pedro was, and what was the show, and what was the ape he had with him. Which the landlord replied, "This is a famous puppet showman, who for some time past has been going about this Mancha de Aragon exhibiting a show of the release of Melisendra by the famous Don Gaiferos, one of the best and best represented stories that have been seen in this part of the kingdom for many a year. He has also with him an ape, with the most extraordinary gift ever seen in an ape or imagined in a human being. For if you ask him anything, he listens attentively to the question, and then jumps on his master's shoulder, and pressing close to his ear, tells him the answer, which Master Pedro then delivers. He says a great deal more about things past than about things to come, and though he does not always hit the truth in every case, most times he is not far wrong, so that he makes us fancy he has got the devil in him. He gets 2 reals for every question if the ape answers. I mean, if his master answers for him after he has whispered into his ear. And so it is believed that this same Master Pedro is very rich. He is a gallant man, as they say in Italy, and good company, and leads the finest life in the world. Talks more than 6, drinks more than a dozen, and all by his tongue and his ape and his show." Master Pedro now came back, and in a cart followed the show and the ape, a big one without a tail, and with buttocks as bare as felt, but not vicious looking. As soon as Don Quixote saw him, he asked him, "Can you tell me, Sir Fortune-teller, what fish do we catch, and how will it be with us? See, here are my 2 reals." And he bade Sancho give them to Master Pedro. But he answered for the ape, and said, "Señor, this animal does not give any answer or information touching things that are to come. Of things past he knows something, and more or less of things present." "Gad," said Sancho, "I would not give a farthing to be told what's past with me, for who knows that better than I do myself? And to be paid for being told what I know would be mighty foolish. But as you know things present, here are my 2 reals, and tell me, most excellent Sir Ape, what is my wife, Teresa Panza, doing now, and what is she diverting herself with?" Master Pedro refused to take the money, saying, "I will not receive payment in advance, or until the service has been first rendered." And then with his right hand he gave a couple of slaps on the left shoulder, and with one spring the ape perched himself upon it, and putting his mouth to his master's ear, began chattering his teeth rapidly. And having kept this up as long as one would be saying a credo, with another spring he brought himself to the ground, and the same instant Master Pedro ran in great haste, and fell on his knees before Don Quixote, and embracing his legs exclaimed, "These legs do I embrace as I would embrace the 2 pillars of Hercules, O illustrious reviver of knight-errantry, so long consigned to oblivion! O never yet duly extolled knight, Don Quixote of La Mancha, courage of the faint-hearted, prop of the tottering, arm of the fallen, staff and counsel of all who are unfortunate!" Don Quixote was thunderstruck, Sancho astounded, the cousin staggered, the page astonished, the man from the braying town agape, the landlord in perplexity, and in short everyone amazed at the words of the puppet showman, who went on to say, "And thou, worthy Sancho Panza, the best squire and squire to the best knight in the world, be of good cheer, for thy good wife Teresa is well, and she is at this moment hackling a pound of flax, and more by token she has at her left hand a jug with a broken spout that holds a good drop of wine, with which she solaces herself at work." "That I can well believe," said Sancho. "She is a lucky one, and if it was not for her jealousy, I would not change her for the giantess Andandona, who by my master's account was a very clever and worthy woman. My Teresa is one of those that won't let themselves want for anything, though their heirs may have to pay for it." "Now I declare," said Don Quixote, "he who reads much and travels much sees and knows a great deal. I say so because what amount of persuasion could have persuaded me that there are apes in the world that can divine as I have seen now with my own eyes? For I am that very Don Quixote of La Mancha this worthy animal refers to, though he has gone rather too far in my praise. But whatever I may be, I thank heaven that it has endowed me with a tender and compassionate heart, always disposed to do good to all and harm to none." "If I had money," said the page, "I would ask Señor Ape what will happen to me in the peregrination I am making." To this Master Pedro, who had by this time risen from Don Quixote's feet, replied, "I have already said that this little beast gives no answer as to the future, but if he did, not having money would be of no consequence, for to oblige Señor Don Quixote, here present, I would give up all the profits in the world. And now, because I have promised it, and to afford him pleasure, I will set up my show and offer entertainment to all who are at the inn, without any charge whatever." As soon as he heard this, the landlord, delighted beyond measure, pointed out a place where the show might be fixed, which was done at once. Don Quixote was not very well satisfied with the divinations of the ape, as he did not think it proper that an ape should divine anything, either past or future. So, while Master Pedro was arranging the show, he retired with Sancho into a corner of the stable, where, without being overheard by anyone, he said to him, "Look here, Sancho, I have been seriously thinking over this ape's extraordinary gift, and have come to the conclusion that beyond doubt this Master Pedro, his master, has a pact, tacit or express, with the devil." "If the packet is expressed from the devil," said Sancho, "it must be a very dirty packet, no doubt. But what good can it do Master Pedro to have such packets?" "Thou dost not understand me, Sancho," said Don Quixote. "I only mean he must have made some compact with the devil to infuse this power into the ape, that he may get his living, and after he has grown rich he will give him his soul, which is what the enemy of mankind wants. This I am led to believe by observing that the ape only answers about things past or present, and the devil's knowledge extends no further. For the future he knows only by guesswork, and that not always, for it is reserved for God alone to know the times and the seasons, and for him there is neither past nor future, all is present. This being as it is clear that this ape speaks by the spirit of the devil, and I am astonished they have not denounced him to the holy office, and put him to the question, and forced it out of him by whose virtue it is that he divines, because it is certain this ape is not an astrologer, neither his master nor he sets up, or knows how to set up, those figures they call judiciary, which are now so common in Spain that there is not a jade or page or old cobbler that will not undertake to set up a figure as readily as pick up a knave of cards from the ground, bringing to naught the marvellous truth of the science by their lies and ignorance. I know of a lady who asked one of these figure schemers whether her little lap-dog would be in pup and would breed, and how many and of what colour the little pups would be, to which Señor Astrologer, after having set up his figure, made answer that the bitch would be in pup, and would drop 3 pups, one green, another bright red, and the third party-coloured, provided she conceived between 11 and 12 either of the day or night, and on a Monday or Saturday. But as things turned out, 2 days after this, the bitch died of a surfeit, and Señor Planet Ruler had the credit all over the place of being a most profound astrologer, as most of these planet rulers have." "Still," said Sancho, "I would be glad if your worship would make Master Pedro ask his ape whether what happened your worship in the cave of Montesinos is true, for, begging your worship's pardon, I for my part take it to have been all flam and lies, or at any rate something you dreamt." "That may be," replied Don Quixote. "However, I will do what you suggest, though I have my own scruples about it." At this point Master Pedro came up in quest of Don Quixote to tell him the show was now ready, and to come and see it, for it was worth seeing. Don Quixote explained his wish, and begged him to ask his ape at once to tell him whether certain things which had happened to him in the cave of Montesinos were dreams or realities, for to him they appeared to partake of both. Upon this, Master Pedro, without answering, went back to fetch the ape, and having placed it in front of Don Quixote and Sancho, said, "See here, Señor Ape, this gentleman wishes to know whether certain things which happened to him in the cave called the Cave of Montesinos were false or true." On his making the usual sign, the ape mounted on his left shoulder and seemed to whisper in his ear, and Master Pedro said at once, "The ape says that the things you saw or that happened to you in that cave are part of them false, part true, and that he only knows this and no more as regards this question. But if your worship wishes to know more, on Friday next he will answer all that may be asked him, for his virtue is at present exhausted, and will not return to him till Friday, as he has said." "Did I not say, Señor," said Sancho, "that I could not bring myself to believe that all your worship said about the adventures in the cave was true, or even the half of it?" "The course of events will tell, Sancho," replied Don Quixote. "Time, that discloses all things, leaves nothing that it does not drag into the light of day, though it be buried in the bosom of the earth. But enough of that for the present. Let us go and see Master Pedro's show, for I am sure there must be something novel in it." "Something," said Master Pedro. "This show of mine has 60,000 novel things in it. Let me tell you, Señor Don Quixote, it is one of the best worth seeing things in the world this day. But operibus credite et non verbis. And now let's get to work, for it is growing late, and we have a great deal to do and to say and show." Don Quixote and Sancho obeyed him, and went to where the show was already put up and uncovered, set all round with lighted wax tapers, which made it look splendid and bright. When they came to it, Master Pedro ensconced himself inside it, for it was he who had to work the puppets, and a boy, a servant of his, posted himself outside to act as showman and explain the mysteries of the exhibition, having a wand in his hand to point to the figures as they came out. And so, all who were in the inn being arranged in front of the show, some of them standing, and Don Quixote, Sancho, the page, and cousin accommodated with the best places, the interpreter began to say what he will hear or see who reads or hears the next chapter. Chapter 26, wherein is continued the droll adventure of the puppet showman, together with other things in truth right good. All were silent, Tyrians and Trojans. I mean all who were watching the show were hanging on to the lips of the interpreter of its wonders, when drums and trumpets were heard to sound inside it, and cannon to go off. The noise was soon over, and then the boy lifted up his voice and said, "This true story, which is here represented to your worships, is taken word for word from the French chronicles and from the Spanish ballads that are in everybody's mouth, and in the mouth of the boys about the streets. Its subject is the release by Señor Don Gaiferos of his wife Melisendra when a captive in Spain at the hands of the Moors in the city of Sansuena, for so they called then what is now called Saragossa. And there you may see how Don Gaiferos is playing at the tables, just as they sing it. At tables playing Don Gaiferos sits, for Melisendra is forgotten now. And that person who appears there with a crown on his head and a sceptre in his hand is the Emperor Charlemagne, the supposed father of Melisendra, who, angered to see his son-in-law's inaction and unconcern, comes in to chide him. And observe with what vehemence and energy he chides him, so that you would fancy he was going to give him 6 raps with his sceptre. And indeed there are authors who say he did give them, and sound ones too. And after having said a great deal to him about imperilling his honour by not effecting the release of his wife, he said, so the tale runs, 'Enough, I've said, see to it now.' Observe how the Emperor turns away and leaves Don Gaiferos fuming, and you see now how in a burst of anger he flings the table and the board far from him, and calls in haste for his armour, and asks his cousin Don Roland for the loan of his sword Durindana, and how Don Roland refuses to lend it, offering him his company in the difficult enterprise he is undertaking. But he, in his valour and anger, will not accept it, and says that he alone will suffice to rescue his wife, even though she were imprisoned deep in the centre of the earth. And with this he retires to arm himself, and set out on his journey at once. Now let your worships turn your eyes to that tower that appears there, which is supposed to be one of the towers of the Alcazar of Saragossa, now called the Aljaferia. That lady who appears on that balcony, dressed in Moorish fashion, is the peerless Melisendra, for many a time she used to gaze from thence upon the road to France, and seek consolation in her captivity by thinking of Paris and her husband. Observe, too, a new incident which now occurs, such as perhaps never was seen. Do you not see that Moor, who silently and stealthily, with his finger on his lip, approaches Melisendra from behind? Observe now how he prints a kiss upon her lips, and what a hurry she is in to spit and wipe them with the white sleeve of her smock, and how she bewails herself, and tears her fair hair as though it were to blame for the wrong. Observe too that the stately Moor who is in that corridor is King Marsilio of Sansuena, who, having seen the Moor's insolence, at once orders him, though his kinsman and a great favourite of his, to be seized and given 200 lashes, while carried through the streets of the city according to custom, with criers going before him and officers of justice behind. And here you see them come out to execute the sentence, although the offence has been scarcely committed, for among the Moors there are no indictments nor remands, as with us." Here Don Quixote called out, Child, go straight on with your story, and don't run into curves and slants, for to establish a fact clearly there is need of a great deal of proof and confirmation." And Master Pedro from within, "Boy, stick to your text and do as the gentleman bids you. It's the best plan. Keep to your plain song and don't attempt harmonies, for they are apt to break down from being over fine." "I will," said the boy, and he went on to say, "This figure that you see here on horseback, covered with a Gascon cloak, is Don Gaiferos himself, whom his wife, now avenged of the insult of the amorous Moor, and taking her stand on the balcony of the tower with a calmer and more tranquil countenance, has perceived without recognizing him. And she addresses her husband, supposing him to be some traveller, and holds with him all that conversation and colloquy in the ballad that runs, If you, Sir Knight, to France are bound, oh, for Gaiferos ask, which I do not repeat here, because prolixity begets disgust. Suffice it to observe how Don Gaiferos discovers himself, and that by her joyful gestures Melisendra shows us she has recognized him. And what is more, we now see she lowers herself from the balcony to place herself on the haunches of her good husband's horse. But unhappy lady, the edge of her petticoat has caught on one of the bars of the balcony, and she is left hanging in the air, unable to reach the ground. But you see how compassionate heaven sends aid in our sorriest need. Don Gaiferos advances, and without minding whether the rich petticoat is torn or not, he seizes her and by force brings her to the ground, and then with one jerk places her on the haunches of his horse, astraddle like a man, and bids her hold on tight and clasp her arms round his neck, crossing them on his breast so as not to fall. For the Lady Melisendra was not used to that style of riding. You see too how the neighing of the horse shows his satisfaction with the gallant and beautiful burden he bears in his lord and lady. You see how they wheel round and quit the city, and in joy and gladness take the road to Paris. Go in peace, O peerless pair of true lovers. May you reach your longed-for fatherland in safety, and may fortune interpose no impediment to your prosperous journey. May the eyes of your friends and kinsmen behold you enjoying in peace and tranquillity the remaining days of your life, and that they may be as many as those of Nestor." Here Master Pedro called out again and said, "Simplicity, boy, none of your high flights. All affectation is bad." The interpreter made no answer, but went on to say, "There was no want of idle eyes that see everything, to see Melisendra come down and mount, and word was brought to King Marsilio, who at once gave orders to sound the alarm, and see what a stir there is, and how the city is drowned with the sound of the bells pealing in the towers of all the mosques." "Nay, nay," said Don Quixote at this. "On that point of the bells, Master Pedro is very inaccurate, for bells are not in use among the Moors, only kettle drums, and a kind of small trumpet, somewhat like our clarion. To ring bells this way in Sansuena is unquestionably a great absurdity." On hearing this, Master Pedro stopped ringing and said, "Don't look into trifles, Señor Don Quixote, or want to have things up to a pitch of perfection that is out of reach. Are there not almost every day 1,000 comedies represented all round us, full of thousands of inaccuracies and absurdities, and for all that they have a successful run, and are listened to not only with applause, but with admiration, and all the rest of it? Go on, boy, and don't mind, for so long as I fill my pouch, no matter if I show as many inaccuracies as there are motes in a sunbeam." "True enough," said Don Quixote, and the boy went on. "See what a numerous and glittering crowd of horsemen issues from the city in pursuit of the two faithful lovers. What a blowing of trumpets there is, what sounding of horns, what beating of drums and tabors. I fear me they will overtake them and bring them back tied to the tail of their own horses, which would be a dreadful sight." Don Quixote, however, seeing such a swarm of Moors and hearing such a din, thought it would be right to aid the fugitives, and standing up, he exclaimed in a loud voice, "Never while I live will I permit foul play to be practised in my presence on such a famous knight and fearless lover as Don Gaiferos. Halt, ill-born rabble, follow him not, nor pursue him, or ye will have to reckon with me in battle." And suiting the action to the word, he drew his sword, and with one bound placed himself close to the show, and with unexampled rapidity and fury began to shower down blows on the puppet troops of Moors, knocking over some, decapitating others, maiming this one and demolishing that, and among many more he delivered down one stroke, which if Master Pedro had not ducked, made himself small, and got out of the way, would have sliced off his head as easily if it had been made of almond paste. Master Pedro kept shouting, "Hold hard, Señor Don Quixote! Can't you see they're not real Moors you're knocking down and killing and destroying, but only little pasteboard figures? Look, sinner that I am, how you're wrecking and ruining all that I'm worth!" But in spite of this, Don Quixote did not leave off discharging a continuous rain of cuts, slashes, downstrokes, and backstrokes, and at length, in less than the space of 2 credos, he brought the whole show to the ground, with all its fittings and figures shivered and knocked to pieces. King Marsilio badly wounded, and the Emperor Charlemagne with his crown and head split in 2. The whole audience was thrown into confusion. The ape fled to the roof of the inn, the cousin was frightened, and even Sancho Panza himself was in mighty fear, for, as he swore after the storm was over, he had never seen his master in such a furious passion. The complete destruction of the show being thus accomplished, Don Quixote became a little calmer, and said, "I wish I had here before me now all those who do not or will not believe how useful knights errant are in the world. Just think, if I had not been here present, what would have become of the brave Don Gaiferos and the fair Melisendra? Depend upon it, by this time those dogs would have overtaken them, and inflicted some outrage upon them. So then, long live knight-errantry, beyond everything living on earth this day." "Let it live and welcome," said Master Pedro at this in a feeble voice, "and let me die, for I am so unfortunate that I can say with King Rodrigo, 'Yesterday was I Lord of Spain, today I've not a turret left that I may call mine own.' Not half an hour, nay, barely a minute ago, I saw myself lord of kings and emperors, with my stables filled with countless horses, and my trunks and bags with gay dresses unnumbered, and now I find myself ruined and laid low, destitute and a beggar, and above all without my ape, for by my faith my teeth will have to sweat for it before I have him caught, and all through the reckless fury of Sir Knight here, who they say protects the fatherless and rights wrongs and does other charitable deeds, but whose generous intentions have been found wanting in my case only. Blessed and praised be the highest heavens. Verily, knight of the rueful figure he must be to have disfigured mine." Sancho Panza was touched by Master Pedro's words, and said to him, "Don't weep and lament, Master Pedro, you break my heart. Let me tell you, my master, Don Quixote, is so catholic and scrupulous a Christian, that if he can make out that he has done you any wrong, he will own it, and be willing to pay for it and make it good, and something over and above. Only let Señor Don Quixote pay me for some part of the work he has destroyed," said Master Pedro, "and I would be content, and his worship would ease his conscience, for he cannot be saved who keeps what is another's against the owner's will, and makes no restitution." "That is true," said Don Quixote, "but at present I am not aware that I have got anything of yours, Master Pedro." "What?" returned Master Pedro, "and these relics lying here on the bare hard ground? What scattered and shattered them but the invincible strength of that mighty arm? And whose were the bodies they belonged to but mine? And what did I get my living by but by them?" "Now I am fully convinced," said Don Quixote, "of what I had many a times before believed, that the enchanters who persecute me do nothing more than put figures like these before my eyes, and then change and turn them into what they please. In truth and earnest, I assure you, gentlemen, who now hear me, that to me everything that has taken place here seemed to take place literally, that Melisendra was Melisendra, Don Gayferos, Don Gayferos, Marsilio, Marsilio, and Charlemagne, Charlemagne. That was why my anger was roused, and to be faithful to my calling as a knight-errant, I sought to give aid and protection to those who fled, and with this good intention I did what you have seen. If the result has been the opposite of what I intended, it is no fault of mine, but of those wicked beings that persecute me. But for all that, I am willing to condemn myself in cost for this error of mine, though it did not proceed from malice. Let Master Pedro see what he wants for the spoiled figures, for I agree to pay it at once in good and current money of Castile." Master Pedro made him a bow, saying, "I expected no less of the rare Christianity of the valiant Don Quixote of La Mancha, true helper and protector of all destitute and needy vagabonds. Master Landlord here and the great Sancho Panza shall be the arbitrators and appraisers between your worship and me of what these dilapidated figures are worth, or may be worth." The landlord and Sancho consented, and then Master Pedro picked up from the ground King Marsilio of Saragossa with his head off, and said, "Here you see how impossible it is to restore this king to his former state. So I think, saving your better judgment, that for his death, decease, and demise, 4 reals and a half may be given me." "Proceed," said Don Quixote. "Well then, for this cleavage from top to bottom," continued Master Pedro, taking up the split Emperor Charlemagne, "it would not be much if I were to ask 5 reals and a quarter." "It's not little," said Sancho. "Nor is it much," said the landlord. "Make it even, and say 5 reals." "Let him have the whole 5 and a quarter," said Don Quixote, "for the sum total of this notable disaster does not stand on a quarter more or less. And make an end of it quickly, Master Pedro, for it's getting on to supper time, and I have some hints of hunger." "For this figure," said Master Pedro, "that is without a nose and wants an eye, and is the fair Melisendra, I ask, and I am reasonable in my charge, 2 reals and 12 maravedis." "The very devil must be in it," said Don Quixote, "if Melisendra and her husband are not by this time at least on the French border, for the horse they rode on seemed to me to fly rather than gallop. So you needn't try to sell me the cat for the hare, showing me a noseless Melisendra, when she is now, maybe, enjoying herself at her ease with her husband in France. God help everyone to his own, Master Pedro, and let us all proceed fairly and honestly. And now go on." Master Pedro, perceiving that Don Quixote was beginning to wander and return to his original fancy, was not disposed to let him escape, so he said to him, "This cannot be Melisendra, but must be one of the damsels that waited on her. So, if I'm given 60 maravedis for her, I'll be content and sufficiently paid." And so he went on, putting value on ever so many more smashed figures, which, after the 2 arbitrators had adjusted them to the satisfaction of both parties, came to 40 reals and 3/4. And over and above this sum, which Sancho at once dispersed, Master Pedro asked for 2 reals for his trouble in catching the ape. "Let him have them, Sancho," said Don Quixote, "not to catch the ape, but to get drunk, and 200 would I give this minute for the good news to anyone who could tell me positively that the lady Donna Melisendra and Signor Don Gaiferos were now in France and with their own people." "No one could tell us that better than my ape," said Master Pedro, "but there's no devil that could catch him now. I suspect, however, that affection and hunger will drive him to come looking for me tonight, but tomorrow will soon be here, and we shall see." In short, the puppet show storm passed off, and all supped in peace and good fellowship at Don Quixote's expense, for he was the height of generosity. Before it was daylight, the man with the lances and halberds took his departure, and soon after daybreak the cousin and the page came to bid Don Quixote farewell, the former returning home, the latter resuming his journey, towards which, to help him, Don Quixote gave him 12 reals. Master Pedro did not care to engage in any more palaver with Don Quixote, whom he knew right well, so he rose before the sun, and having got together the remains of his show and caught his ape, he too went off to seek his adventures. The landlord, who did not know Don Quixote, was as much astonished at his mad freaks as at his generosity. To conclude, Sancho, by his master's orders, paid him very liberally, and taking leave of him, they quitted the inn at about 8 in the morning, and took to the road, where we will leave them to pursue their journey, for this is necessary in order to allow certain other matters to be set forth, which are required to clear up this famous history. Chapter 27, wherein it is shown who Master Pedro and his ape were, together with the mishap Don Quixote had in the braying adventure, which he did not conclude as he would have liked, or as he had expected. Cid Hamete, the chronicler of this great history, begins his chapter with these words, "I swear as a Catholic Christian," with regard to which his translator said that Cid Hamete's swearing as a Catholic Christian, he being, as no doubt he was, a Moor, only meant that, just as a Catholic Christian taking an oath swears, or ought to swear, what is true, and tell the truth in what he avers, so he was telling the truth as much as if he swore as a Catholic Christian in all he chose to write about Quixote, especially in declaring who Master Pedro was, and what was the divining ape that astonished all the villagers with his divinations. He says then that he who has read the first part of this history will remember well enough the Jean de Pasamonte, whom, with other galley slaves, Don Quixote set free in the Sierra Morena, a kindness for which he afterwards got poor thanks and worse payment from that evil-minded, ill-conditioned set. This Gina de Pasamonte, Don Giselino de Parapilla, Don Quixote called him, it was that stole Dapple from Sancho Panza, which, because by the fault of the printers neither the how nor the when was stated in the first part, has been a puzzle to a good many people, who attribute to the bad memory of the author what was the error of the press. In fact, however, Gina stole him while Sancho Panza was asleep on his back, adopting the plan and device that Brunello had recourse to when he stole Sacripante's horse from between his legs at the siege of Albraca, and, as has been told, Sancho afterwards recovered him. This Gina, then, afraid of being caught by the officers of justice who were looking for him to punish him for his numberless rascalities and offences, which were so many and so great that he himself wrote a big book giving an account of them, resolved to shift his quarters into the kingdom of Aragon and cover up his left eye and take up the trade of a puppet showman. For this, as well as juggling, he knew how to practice to perfection. From some released Christians returning from Barbary, it so happened he bought the ape, which he taught to mount upon his shoulder on his making a certain sign, and to whisper, or seem to do so, in his ear. Thus prepared, before entering any village whither he was bound with his show and his ape, he used to inform himself at the nearest village, or from the most likely person he could find, as to what particular things had happened there, and to whom. And bearing them well in mind, the first thing he did was to exhibit his show, sometimes one story, sometimes another, but all lively, amusing, and familiar. As soon as the exhibition was over, he brought forward the accomplishments of his ape, assuring the public that he divined all the past and the present, but as to the future he had no skill. For each question answered he asked 2 reals, and for some he made a reduction, just as he happened to feel the pulse of the questioners. And when now and then he came to houses where things that he knew of had happened to the people living there, even if they did not ask him a question, not caring to pay for it, he would make the sign to the ape, and then declare that it had said so and so, which fitted the case exactly. In this way he acquired a prodigious name, and all ran after him. On other occasions, being very crafty, he would answer in such a way that the answers suited the questions, and as no one cross-questioned him or pressed him to tell how his ape divined, he made fools of them all and filled his pouch. The instant he entered the inn, he knew Don Quixote and Sancho, and with that knowledge it was easy for him to astonish them and all who were there. But it would have cost him dear had Don Quixote brought down his hand a little lower when he cut off King Marsilio's beard and destroyed all his horsemen, as related in the preceding chapter. So much for Master Pedro and his ape. And now to return to Don Quixote of La Mancha. After he had left the inn, he determined to visit, first of all, the banks of the Ebro and that neighbourhood, before entering the city of Saragossa, for the ample time there was still to spare before the jousts left him enough for all. With this object in view, he followed the road and travelled along it for 2 days, without meeting any adventure worth committing to writing, until on the 3rd day, as he was ascending a hill, he heard a great noise of drums, trumpets, and musket shots. At first he imagined some regiment of soldiers was passing that way, and to see them he spurred Rocinante and mounted the hill. On reaching the top, he saw at the foot of it over 200 men, as it seemed to him, armed with weapons of various sorts, lances, crossbows, partisans, halberds, and pikes, and a few muskets and a great many bucklers. He descended the slope and approached the band near enough to see distinctly the flags, make out the colours, and distinguish the devices they bore, especially one on a standard or ensign of white satin, on which there was painted, in a very lifelike style, an ass like a little sard, with its head up, its mouth open, and its tongue out, as if it were in the act and attitude of braying. And round it were inscribed in large characters these 2 lines: "They did not bray in vain, our Alcides twain." From this device Don Quixote concluded that these people must be from the braying town, and he said so to Sancho, explaining to him what was written on the standard. At the same time he observed that the man who had told them about the matter was wrong in saying that the 2 who brayed were regidors, for according to the lines of the standard they were Alcides. To which Sancho replied, "Señor, there's nothing to stick at in that, for maybe the regidors who brayed then came to be Alcides of their town afterwards, and so they may go by both titles. Moreover, it has nothing to do with the truth of the story, whether the brayers were Alcides or regidors, provided at any rate they did bray, for an Alcide is just as likely to bray as a regidor." They perceived, in short, clearly, that the town which had been twitted had turned out to do battle with some other that had jeered it more than was fair or neighbourly. Don Quixote proceeded to join them, not a little to Sancho's uneasiness, for he never relished mixing himself up in expeditions of that sort. The members of the troop received him into the midst of them, taking him to be someone who was on their side. Don Quixote, putting up his visor, advanced with an easy bearing and demeanour to the standard with the ass, and all the chief men of the army gathered round him to look at him, staring at him with the usual amazement that everybody felt on seeing him for the first time. Don Quixote, seeing them examining him so attentively, and that none of them spoke to him or put any question to him, determined to take advantage of their silence. So, breaking his own, he lifted up his voice and said, "Worthy sirs, I entreat you as earnestly as I can not to interrupt an argument I wish to address to you, until you find it displeases or wearies you. And if that come to pass, on the slightest hint you give me, I will put a seal upon my lips and a gag upon my tongue." They all bade him say what he liked, for they would listen to him willingly. With this permission, Don Quixote went on to say, "I, sirs, am a knight-errant, whose calling is that of arms, and whose profession is to protect those who require protection, and give help to such as stand in need of it. Some days ago I became acquainted with your misfortune, and the cause which impels you to take up arms again and again to revenge yourselves upon your enemies. And having many times thought over your business in my mind, I find that, according to the laws of combat, you are mistaken in holding yourselves insulted, for a private individual cannot insult an entire community, unless it be by defying it collectively as a traitor, because he cannot tell who in particular is guilty of the treason for which he defies it. Of this we have an example in Don Diego Ordine de Lara, who terrified the whole town of Zamora, because he did not know that Villadolfos alone had committed the treachery of slaying his king. And therefore he defied them all, and the vengeance and the reply concerned all. Though to be sure, Señor Don Diego went rather too far, indeed very much beyond the limits of a defiance, for he had no occasion to defy the dead, or the waters, or the fishes, or those yet unborn, and all the rest of it as set forth. But let that pass, for when anger breaks out, there's no father, governor, or bridle to check the tongue. The case being, then, that no one person can insult a kingdom, province, city, state, or entire community, it is clear there is no reason for going out to avenge the defiance of such an insult, inasmuch as it is not one. A fine thing it would be if the people of the clock town were to be at loggerheads every moment with everyone who called them by that name, or the cazoleros, berengueros, payanatos, yaboneros, or the bearers of all the other names and titles that are always in the mouths of the boys and common people. It would be a nice business indeed if all these illustrious cities were to take huff and revenge themselves, and go about perpetually making trombones of their swords in every petty quarrel. No, no, God forbid. There are 4 things for which sensible men and well-ordered states ought to take up arms, draw their swords, and risk their persons, lives, and properties. The first is to defend the Catholic faith. The second, to defend one's life, which is in accordance with natural and divine law. The third, in defence of one's honour, family, and property. The fourth, in the service of one's king in a just war. And if to these we choose to add a 5th, which may be included in the second, in defence of one's country. To these 5, as it were, capital causes, there may be added some others that may be just and reasonable, and make it a duty to take up arms, but to take them up for trifles and things to laugh at and be amused by, rather than offended, looks as though he who did so was altogether wanting in common sense. Moreover, to take an unjust revenge, and there cannot be any just one, is directly opposed to the sacred law that we acknowledge, wherein we are commanded to do good to our enemies, and to love them that hate us. a command which, though it seems somewhat difficult to obey, is only so to those who have in them less of God than of the world, and more of the flesh than of the spirit. For Jesus Christ, God and true man, who never lied, and could not and cannot lie, said, as our lawgiver, that his yoke was easy and his burden light. He would not, therefore, have laid any command upon us that it was impossible to obey. Thus, sirs, you are bound to keep quiet by human and divine law. The devil take me, said Sancho to himself at this, but this master of mine is a theologian, or if not, faith, he's as like one as one egg is like another. Don Quixote stopped to take breath, and observing that silence was still preserved, had a mind to continue his discourse, and would have done so had not Sancho interposed with his smartness. For he, seeing his master pause, took the lead, saying, My lord Don Quixote of La Mancha, who once was called the Knight of the Rueful Countenance, but now is called the Knight of the Lions, is a gentleman of great discretion, who knows Latin and his mother tongue like a bachelor, and in everything that he deals with or advises proceeds like a good soldier, and has all the laws and ordinances of what they call combat at his fingers' ends. So you have nothing to do but to let yourselves be guided by what he says, and on my head be it if it is wrong. Besides which, you have been told that it is folly to take offence at merely hearing a bray. I remember when I was a boy, I brayed as often as I had a fancy, without anyone hindering me, and so elegantly and naturally that when I brayed, all the asses in the town would bray. But I was none the less for that the son of my parents, who were greatly respected. Though I was envied because of the gift by more than one of the high and mighty ones of the town, I did not care 2 farthings for it. And that you may see I am telling the truth, wait a bit and listen, for this art, like swimming, once learned, is never forgotten. And then, taking hold of his nose, he began to bray so vigorously that all the valleys around rang again. One of those, however, that stood near him, fancying he was mocking them, lifted up a long staff he had in his hand, and smote him such a blow with it that Sancho dropped helpless to the ground. Don Quixote, seeing him so roughly handled, attacked the man who had struck him lance in hand, but so many thrust themselves between them that he could not avenge him. Far from it, finding a shower of stones rained upon him, and crossbows and muskets unnumbered levelled at him, he wheeled Rocinante round, and as fast as his best gallop could take him, fled from the midst of them, commending himself to God with all his heart to deliver him out of this peril, in dread every step of some ball coming in at his back and coming out at his breast, and every minute drawing his breath to see whether it had gone from him. The members of the band, however, were satisfied with seeing him take to flight, and did not fire on him. They put up Sancho, scarcely restored to his senses, on his ass, and let him go after his master. Not that he was sufficiently in his wits to guide the beast, but Dapple followed the footsteps of Rocinante, from whom he could not remain a moment separated. Don Quixote, having got some way off, looked back, and seeing Sancho coming, waited for him, as he perceived that no one followed him. The men of the troop stood their ground till night, and as the enemy did not come out to battle, they returned to their town exulting, and had they been aware of the ancient custom of the Greeks, they would have erected a trophy on the spot. Chapter 28. Of matters that Benengeli says, he who reads them will know, if he reads them with attention. When the brave man flees, treachery is manifest, and it is for wise men to reserve themselves for better occasions. This proved to be the case with Don Quixote, who, giving way before the fury of the townsfolk and the hostile intentions of the angry troops, took to flight, and without a thought of Sancho or the danger in which he was leaving him, retreated to such a distance as he thought made him safe. Sancho, lying across his ass, followed him, as has been said, and at length came up, having by this time recovered his senses, and on joining him let himself drop off Dapple at Rocinante's feet, sore bruised and belaboured. Don Quixote dismounted to examine his wounds, but finding him whole from head to foot, he said to him, angrily enough, "In an evil now didst thou take to braying, Sancho. Where hast thou learned that it is well enough to mention the rope in the house of the man that has been hanged? To the music of brays, what harmonies couldst thou expect to get but cudgels? Give thanks to God, Sancho, that they signed the cross on thee just now with a stick, and did not mark thee per signum crucis with a cutlass. I am not equal to answering, said Sancho, for I feel as if I was speaking through my shoulders. Let us mount and get away from this. I'll keep from braying, but not from saying that knights-errant fly and leave their good squires to be pounded like privet, or made meal of at the hands of their enemies. He does not fly who retires, returned Don Quixote. For I would have thee know, Sancho, that the valour which is not based upon a foundation of prudence is called rashness, and the exploits of the rash man are to be attributed rather to good fortune than to courage. And so I own that I retired, but not that I fled, and therein I have followed the example of many valiant men who have reserved themselves for better times. The histories are full of instances of this, but as it would not be any good to thee or pleasure to me, I will not recount them to thee now. Sancho was by this time mounted with the help of Don Quixote, who then himself mounted Rocinante, and at a leisurely pace they proceeded to take shelter in a grove which was in sight about a quarter of a league off. Every now and then Sancho gave vent to deep sighs and dismal groans, and on Don Quixote asking him what caused such acute suffering, he replied that, from the end of his backbone up to the nape of his neck, he was so sore that it nearly drove him out of his senses. The cause of that soreness, said Don Quixote, will be, no doubt, that the staff wherewith they smote thee, being a very long one, it caught thee all down the back, where all the parts that are sore are situated, and had it reached any further, thou wouldst be sorer still. By God, said Sancho, your worship has relieved me of a great doubt, and cleared up the point for me in elegant style. Body of me, is the cause of my soreness such a mystery that there's any need to tell me I am sore everywhere the staff hit me? If it was my ankles that pained me, there might be something in going divining why they did, but it is not much to divine that I'm sore where they thrashed me. By my faith, master mine, the ills of others hang by a hair. Every day I am discovering more and more how little I have to hope for from keeping company with your worship. And if this time you have allowed me to be drubbed, the next time, or 100 times more, will have the blanketings of the other day over again, and all the other pranks, which, if they have fallen on my shoulders now, will be thrown in my teeth by and by. I would do a great deal better, if I was not an ignorant brute that will never do any good all my life. I would do a great deal better, I say, to go home to my wife and children and support them and bring them up on what God may please to give me, instead of following your worship along roads that lead nowhere and paths that are none at all, with little to drink and less to eat. And then when it comes to sleeping, measure out 7 feet of the earth, brother squire, and if that's not enough for you, take as many more, for you may have it all your own way and stretch yourself to your heart's content. Oh, that I could see burnt and turned to ashes the first man that meddled with knight-errantry, or at any rate the first who chose to be squire to such fools as all the knights-errant of past times must have been. Of those of the present day I say nothing, because, as your worship is one of them, I respect them, and because I know your worship knows a point more than the devil in all you say and think. I would lay a good wager with you, Sancho, said Don Quixote, that now that you are talking on without anyone to stop you, you don't feel a pain in your whole body. Talk away, my son, say whatever comes into your head or mouth, for as long as you feel no pain, the irritation your impertinences give me will be a pleasure to me, and if you are so anxious to go home to your wife and children, God forbid that I should prevent you. You have money of mine? See how long it is since we left our village this 3rd time, and how much you can and ought to earn every month, and pay yourself out of your own hand. When I worked for Tom Carrasco, the father of the bachelor Samson Carrasco that your worship knows, replied Sancho, I used to earn 2 ducats a month beside my food. I can't tell what I earn with your worship, though I know a knight-errant squire has harder times of it than he who works for a farmer. For after all, we who work for farmers, however much we toil all day, at the worst, at night, we have our supper and sleep in a bed, which I have not slept in since I have been in your worship's service, if it wasn't the short time we were in Don Diego de Miranda's house, and the feast I had with the skimmings I took off Camacho's pots, and what I ate, drank, and slept in Basilio's house. All the rest of the time I have been sleeping on the hard ground under the open sky, exposed to what they call the inclemencies of heaven, keeping life in me with scraps of cheese and crusts of bread, and drinking water either from the brooks or from the springs we come to on these bypaths we travel. I own, Sancho, said Don Quixote, that all thou sayest is true. How much, thinkest thou, ought I to give thee over and above what Tom Carrasco gave thee? I think, said Sancho, that if your worship was to add on 2 reals a month, I'd consider myself well paid. That is, as far as the wages of my labour go. But to make up to me for your worship's pledge and promise to me to give me the government of an island, it would be fair to add 6 reals more, making 30 in all. Very good, said Don Quixote. It is 25 days since we left our village, so reckon up, Sancho, according to the wages you have made out for yourself, and see how much I owe you in proportion, and pay yourself, as I said before, out of your own hand. Oh, body o' me, said Sancho, but your worship is very much out in that reckoning, for when it comes to the promise of the island, we must count from the day your worship promised it to me to this present hour we are at now. Well, how long is it, Sancho, since I promised it to you? Said Don Quixote. If I remember rightly, said Sancho, it must be over 20 years, 3 days, more or less. Don Quixote gave himself a great slap on the forehead and began to laugh heartily, and said, Why, I have not been wandering, either in the Sierra Morena or in the whole course of our sallies, but barely 2 months, and thou sayest, Sancho, that it is 20 years since I promised thee the island. I believe now thou wouldst have all the money thou hast of mine go in thy wages. If so, and if that be thy pleasure, I give it to thee now, once and for all, and much good may it do thee, for so long as I see myself rid of such a good-for-nothing squire, I'll be glad to be left a pauper without a rap. But tell me, thou perverter of the squirely rules of knight-errantry, where hast thou ever seen or read of any knight-errant squire make terms with his lord? You must give me so much a month for serving you. Plunge, scoundrel, rogue, monster, for such I take thee to be. Plunge, I say, into the mare magnum of their histories, and if thou shalt find that any squires ever said or thought what thou hast said now, I will let thee nail it on my forehead, and give me, over and above, 4 sound slaps in the face. Turn the rein or the halter of thy dapple, and be gone home, for 1 single step further thou shalt not make in my company. Oh, bread thanklessly received, oh, promises ill bestowed, oh, man more beast than human being. Now, when I was about to raise thee to such a position that in spite of thy wife they would call thee my lord, thou art leaving me? Thou art going now when I had a firm and fixed intention of making thee lord of the best island in the world? Well, as thou thyself hast said before now, honey is not for the mouth of the ass. Ass thou art, ass thou wilt be, and ass thou wilt end when the course of thy life is run, for I know it will come to its close before thou dost perceive or discern that thou art a beast. Sancho regarded Don Quixote earnestly while he was giving him this rating, and was so touched by remorse that the tears came to his eyes, and in a piteous and broken voice he said to him, Master mine, I confess that to be a complete ass, all I want is a tail. If your worship will only fix one onto me, I'll look on it as rightly placed, and I'll serve you as an ass all the remaining days of my life. Forgive me, and have pity on my folly, and remember I know but little, and if I talk much, it's more from infirmity than malice, but he who sins and mends commends himself to God. I should have been surprised, Sancho, said Don Quixote, if thou hadst not introduced some bit of a proverb into thy speech. Well, well, I forgive thee, provided thou dost mend, and not show thyself in future so fond of thine own interest, But try to be of good cheer, and take heart, and encourage thyself to look forward to the fulfilment of my promises, which by being delayed does not become impossible." Sancho said he would do so, and keep up his heart as best he could. They then entered the grove, and Don Quixote settled himself at the foot of an elm, and Sancho at that of a beech, for trees of this kind and others like them always have feet, but no hands. Sancho passed the night in pain, for with the evening dews the blow of the staff made itself felt all the more. Don Quixote passed it in his never-failing meditations, but for all that they had some winks of sleep, and with the appearance of daylight they pursued their journey in quest of the banks of the famous Ebro, where that befell them which will be told in the following chapter. Chapter 29. Of the famous adventure of the enchanted bark. By stages, as already described, or left undescribed, 2 days after quitting the grove, Don Quixote and Sancho reached the river Ebro, and the sight of it was a great delight to Don Quixote, as he contemplated and gazed upon the charms of its banks, the clearness of its stream, the gentleness of its current, and the abundance of its crystal waters. And the pleasant view revived 1,000 tender thoughts in his mind. Above all he dwelt upon what he had seen in the cave of Montesinos, for though Master Pedro's ape had told him that of those things part was true, part false, he clung more to their truth than to their falsehood, the very reverse of Sancho, who held them all to be downright lies. As they were thus proceeding, then, they discovered a small boat, without oars or any other gear, that lay at the water's edge, tied to the stem of a tree growing on the bank. Don Quixote looked all round, and seeing nobody, at once, without more ado, dismounted from Rocinante, and bade Sancho get down from Dapple, and tie both beasts securely to the trunk of a poplar or willow that stood there. Sancho asked him the reason of this sudden dismounting and tying. Don Quixote made answer, "Thou must know, Sancho, that this bark is plainly, and without the possibility of any alternative, calling and inviting me to enter it, and in it go to give aid to some knight or other person of distinction in need of it, who is no doubt in some sore strait. For this is the way of the books of chivalry, and of the enchanters who figure and speak in them. When a knight is involved in some difficulty from which he cannot be delivered save by the hand of another knight, though they may be at a distance of 2,000 or 3,000 leagues or more one from another, they either take him up on a cloud, or they provide a bark for him to get into, and in less than the twinkling of an eye they carry him where they will, and where his help is required. And so, Sancho, this bark is placed here for the same purpose. This is as true as that it is now day, and ere this one passes, tie Dapple and Rocinante together, and then in God's hand be it to guide us, for I would not hold back from embarking, though barefooted friars were to beg me." "As that's the case," said Sancho, "and your worship chooses to give in to these, I don't know if I may call them absurdities, at every turn, there's nothing for it but to obey and bow the head, bearing in mind the proverb, 'Do as thy master bids thee, and sit down to table with him.' But for all that, for the sake of easing my conscience, I warn your worship that it is my opinion this bark is no enchanted one, but belongs to some of the fishermen of the river, for they catch the best shad in the world here." As Sancho said this, he tied the beasts, leaving them to the care and protection of the enchanters, with sorrow enough in his heart. Don Quixote bade him not be uneasy about deserting the animals, for he who would carry themselves over such longinquous roads and regions would take care to feed them. "I don't understand that logicquous," said Sancho, "nor have I ever heard the word all the days of my life." "Longinquous," replied Don Quixote, "means far off, but it is no wonder thou dost not understand it, for thou art not bound to know Latin, like some who pretend to know it and don't." "Now they are tied," said Sancho, "what are we to do next?" "What?" said Don Quixote. "Cross ourselves and weigh anchor. I mean, embark, and cut the moorings by which the bark is held." And the bark began to drift away slowly from the bank. But when Sancho saw himself somewhere about 2 yards out in the river, he began to tremble and give himself up for lost. But nothing distressed him more than hearing Dapple bray and seeing Rocinante struggling to get loose, and he said to his master, "Dapple is braying in grief at our leaving him, and Rocinante is trying to escape and plunge in after us. Oh, dear friends, peace be with you, and may this madness that is taking us away from you, turned into sober sense, bring us back to you." And with this he fell weeping so bitterly that Don Quixote said to him sharply and angrily, "What art thou afraid of, cowardly creature? What art thou weeping at, heart of butter paste? Who pursues or molests thee, thou soul of a tame mouse? What dost thou want, unsatisfied in the very heart of abundance? Art thou perchance tramping barefoot over the Riphaean mountains, instead of being seated on a bench like an archduke on the tranquil stream of this pleasant river, from which in a short space we shall come out upon the broad sea? But we must have already emerged and gone 700 or 800 leagues, and if I had here an astrolabe to take the altitude of the pole, I could tell thee how many we have travelled, though either I know little, or we have already crossed, or shall shortly cross, the equinoctial line, which parts the two opposite poles midway." "And when we come to that line your worship speaks of," said Sancho, "how far shall we have gone?" "Very far," said Don Quixote, "for of the 360 degrees that this terraqueous globe contains, as computed by Ptolemy, the greatest cosmographer known, we shall have travelled 1/2 when we come to the line I spoke of." "By God," said Sancho, "your worship gives me a nice authority for what you say, putrid dolly something transmogrified, or whatever it is." Don Quixote laughed at the interpretation Sancho put upon computed and the name of the cosmographer Ptolemy, and he said, "Thou must know, Sancho, that with the Spaniards and those who embark at Cadiz for the East Indies, one of the signs they have to show them when they have passed the equinoctial line I told thee of is that the lice die upon everybody on board the ship, and not a single one is left or to be found in the whole vessel if they give its weight in gold for it. So, Sancho, thou mayst as well pass thy hand down thy thigh, and if thou comest upon anything alive, we shall be no longer in doubt. If not, then we have crossed." "I don't believe a bit of it," said Sancho. "Still, I'll do as your worship bids me, though I don't know what need there is for trying these experiments, for I can see with my own eyes that we have not moved 5 yards away from the bank, or shifted 2 yards from where the animals stand, for there are Rocinante and Dapple in the very same place where we left them, and watching a point as I do now, I swear by all that's good, we are not stirring or moving at the pace of an ant." "Try the test I told thee of, Sancho," said Don Quixote, "and don't mind any other, for thou knowest nothing about colures, lines, parallels, zodiacs, ecliptics, poles, solstices, equinoxes, planets, signs, bearings, the measures of which the celestial and terrestrial spheres are composed. If thou wert acquainted with all these things, or any portion of them, thou wouldst see clearly how many parallels we have cut, what signs we have seen, and what constellations we have left behind and are now leaving behind. But again I tell thee, feel and hunt, for I am certain thou art cleaner than a sheet of smooth white paper." Sancho felt, and passing his hand gently and carefully down to the hollow of his left knee, he looked up at his master and said, "Either the test is a false one, or we have not come to where your worship says, nor within many leagues of it." "Why, how so?" asked Don Quixote. "Hast thou come upon aught?" "Ay, and aught," replied Sancho, and shaking his fingers, he washed his whole hand in the river along which the boat was quietly gliding in mid-stream, not moved by any occult intelligence or invisible enchanter, but simply by the current, just there, smooth and gentle. They now came in sight of some large water-mills that stood in the middle of the river, and the instant Don Quixote saw them, he cried out, "Seest thou there, my friend? There stands the castle or fortress, where there is no doubt some knight in durance, or ill-used queen, or infanta, or princess, in whose aid I am brought hither." "What the devil's city, fortress, or castle is your worship talking about, señor?" said Sancho. "Don't you see that those are mills that stand in the river to grind corn?" "Hold thy peace, Sancho," said Don Quixote. Though they look like mills, they are not so. I have already told thee that enchantments transform things and change their proper shapes. I do not mean to say they really change them from one form into another, but that it seems as though they did, as experience proved in the transformation of Dulcinea, sole refuge of my hopes." By this time the boat, having reached the middle of the stream, began to move less slowly than hitherto. The millers belonging to the mills, when they saw the boat coming down the river, and on the point of being sucked in by the draught of the wheels, ran out in haste, several of them, with long poles to stop it, and being all mealy, with faces and garments covered with flour, they presented a sinister appearance. They raised loud shouts, crying, "Devils of men, where are you going to? Are you mad? Do you want to drown yourselves, or dash yourselves to pieces among these wheels?" "Did I not tell thee, Sancho," said Don Quixote at this, "that we had reached the place where I am to show what the might of my arm can do? See what ruffians and villains come out against me. See what monsters oppose me. See what hideous countenances come to frighten us. You shall soon see, scoundrels." And then, standing up in the boat, he began in a loud voice to hurl threats at the millers, exclaiming, "Ill-conditioned and worse-counselled rabble, restore to liberty and freedom the person ye hold in durance in this your fortress or prison, high or low, or of whatever rank or quality he be, for I am Don Quixote of La Mancha, otherwise called the Knight of the Lions, for whom, by the dispensation of heaven above, it is reserved to give a happy issue to this adventure." And so saying, he drew his sword and began making passes in the air at the millers, who, hearing but not understanding all this nonsense, strove to stop the boat, which was now getting into the rushing channel of the wheels. Sancho fell upon his knees, devoutly appealing to heaven to deliver him from such imminent peril, which it did by the activity and quickness of the millers, who, pushing against the boat with their poles, stopped it, not, however, without upsetting and throwing Don Quixote and Sancho into the water, and lucky it was for Don Quixote that he could swim like a goose, though the weight of his armour carried him twice to the bottom, and had it not been for the millers, who plunged in and hoisted them both out, it would have been Troy town with the pair of them. As soon as, more drenched than thirsty, they were landed, Sancho went down on his knees, and with clasped hands and eyes raised to heaven, prayed a long and fervent prayer to God to deliver him evermore from the rash projects and attempts of his master. The fishermen, the owners of the boat which the mill wheels had knocked to pieces, now came up, and seeing it smashed, they proceeded to strip Sancho and to demand payment for it from Don Quixote. But he, with great calmness, just as if nothing had happened to him, told the millers and fishermen that he would pay for the bark most cheerfully, on condition that they delivered up to him, free and unhurt, the person or persons that were in durance in that castle of theirs. "What persons and what castle art thou talking of, madman? Art thou for carrying off the people who come to grind corn in these mills?" "That's enough," said Don Quixote to himself. "It would be preaching in the desert to attempt by entreaties to induce this rabble to do any virtuous action. In this adventure 2 mighty enchanters must have encountered one another, and one frustrates what the other attempts. One provided the bark for me, and the other upset me. God help us, this world is all machinations and schemes at cross purposes one with the other. I can do no more." And then, turning towards the mills, he said aloud, "Friends, whoe'er ye be that are immured in that prison, forgive me that, to my misfortune and yours, I cannot deliver you from your misery. This adventure is doubtless reserved and destined for some other night." So saying, he settled with the fishermen, and paid 50 reals for the boat, which Sancho handed to them very much against the grain, saying, "With a couple more bark businesses like this, we shall have sunk our whole capital." The fishermen and the millers stood staring in amazement at the 2 figures, so very different to all appearance from ordinary men, and were wholly unable to make out the drift of the observations and questions Don Quixote addressed to them, and coming to the conclusion that they were madmen, they left them, and betook themselves, the millers to their mills, and the fishermen to their huts. Don Quixote and Sancho returned to their beasts, and to their life of beasts, and so ended the adventure of the enchanted bark. Chapter 30. Of Don Quixote's adventure with a fair huntress. They reached their beasts in low spirits and bad humour enough, knight and squire, Sancho particularly, for with him what touched the stock of money touched his heart, and when any was taken from him he felt as if he was robbed of the apples of his eyes. In fine, without exchanging a word, they mounted and quitted the famous river, Don Quixote absorbed in thoughts of his love, Sancho in thinking of his advancement, which just then, it seemed to him, he was very far from securing. For, fool as he was, he saw clearly enough that his master's acts were all, or most of them, utterly senseless, and he began to cast about for an opportunity of retiring from his service and going home some day without entering into any explanations or taking any farewell of him. Fortune, however, ordered matters after a fashion very much the opposite of what he contemplated. It so happened that the next day, towards sunset, on coming out of a wood, Don Quixote cast his eyes over a green meadow, and at the far end of it observed some people, and as he drew nearer saw that it was a hawking party. Coming closer, he distinguished among them a lady of graceful mien, on a pure white palfrey or hackney, caparisoned with green trappings, and a silver-mounted side-saddle. The lady was also in green, and so richly and splendidly dressed that splendour itself seemed personified in her. On her left hand she bore a hawk, a proof to Don Quixote's mind that she must be some great lady and the mistress of the whole hunting party, which was the fact. So he said to Sancho, "Run, Sancho, my son, and say to that lady on the palfrey with the hawk that I, the Knight of the Lions, kiss the hands of her exalted beauty, and if her excellence will grant me leave, I will go and kiss them in person, and place myself at her service for aught that may be in my power and her highness may command. And mind, Sancho, how thou speakest, and take care not to thrust in any of thy proverbs into thy message." "You've got a likely one here to thrust any in," said Sancho. "Leave me alone for that. Why, this is not the first time in my life I have carried messages to high and exalted ladies." "Except that thou didst carry to the lady Dulcinea," said Don Quixote, "I know not that thou hast carried any other, at least in my service." "That is true," replied Sancho, "but pledges don't distress a good payer, and in a house where there's plenty, supper is soon cooked. I mean, there's no need of telling or warning me about anything, for I'm ready for everything and know a little of everything." "That I believe, Sancho," said Don Quixote. "Go, and good luck to thee, and God speed thee." Sancho went off at top speed, forcing Dapple out of his regular pace, and came to where the fair huntress was standing, and dismounting, knelt before her, and said, "Fair lady, that knight that you see there, the Knight of the Lions by name, is my master, and I am a squire of his, and at home they call me Sancho Panza. This same Knight of the Lions, who was called not long since the Knight of the Rueful Countenance, sends by me to say, may it please your highness to give him leave that, with your permission, approbation, and consent, he may come and carry out his wishes, which are, as he says, and I believe, to serve your exalted loftiness and beauty. And if you give it, your ladyship will do a thing which will redound to your honour, and he will receive a most distinguished favour and happiness." "You have indeed, squire," said the lady, "delivered your message with all the formalities such messages require. Rise up, for it is not right that the squire of a knight so great as he of the Rueful Countenance, of whom we have heard a great deal here, should remain on his knees. Rise, my friend, and bid your master welcome to the services of myself and the Duke my husband in a county house we have here." Sancho got up, charmed as much by the beauty of the good lady as by her high-bred air and her courtesy, but above all by what she had said about having heard of his master, the Knight of the Rueful Countenance, for if she did not call him Knight of the Lions, it was no doubt because he had so lately taken the name. "Tell me, brother squire," asked the Duchess, whose title, however, is not known, "this master of yours, is he not one of whom there is a history extant in print, called the ingenious gentleman Don Quixote of La Mancha, who has for the lady of his heart a certain Dulcinea del Toboso?" "He is the same, señor," replied Sancho, "and that squire of his who figures, or ought to figure, in the said history under the name of Sancho Panza, is myself, unless they have changed me in the cradle, I mean in the press." "I am rejoiced at all this," said the Duchess. "Go, brother Panza, and tell your master that he is welcome to my estate, and that nothing could happen to me that could give me greater pleasure." Sancho returned to his master, mightily pleased with this gratifying answer, and told him all the great lady had said to him, lauding to the skies, in his rustic phrase, her rare beauty, her graceful gaiety, and her courtesy. Don Quixote drew himself up briskly in his saddle, fixed himself in his stirrups, settled his visor, gave Rocinante the spur, and with an easy bearing advanced to kiss the hands of the Duchess, who, having sent to summon the Duke her husband, told him, while Don Quixote was approaching, all about the message. And as both of them had read the first part of this history, and from it were aware of Don Quixote's crazy turn, they awaited him with the greatest delight and anxiety to make his acquaintance, meaning to fall in with his humour and agree with everything he said, and so long as he stayed with them, to treat him as a knight-errant, with all the ceremonies usual in the books of chivalry they had read, for they themselves were very fond of them. Don Quixote now came up with his visor raised, and as he seemed about to dismount, Sancho made haste to go and hold his stirrup for him. But in getting down off Dapple, he was so unlucky as to hitch his foot in one of the ropes of the pack-saddle in such a way that he was unable to free it, and was left hanging by it with his face and breast on the ground. Don Quixote, who was not used to dismount without having the stirrup held, fancying that Sancho had by this time come to hold it for him, threw himself off with a lurch, and brought Rocinante's saddle after him, which was no doubt badly girthed, and saddle and he both came to the ground, not without discomfiture to him, and abundant curses muttered between his teeth against the unlucky Sancho, who had his foot still in the shackles. The Duke ordered his huntsmen to go to the help of knight and squire, and they raised Don Quixote, sorely shaken by his fall, and he, limping, advanced as best he could to kneel before the noble pair. This, however, the Duke would by no means permit. On the contrary, dismounting from his horse, he went and embraced Don Quixote, saying, "I am grieved, Sir Knight of the Rueful Countenance, that your first experience on my ground should have been such an unfortunate one as we have seen, but the carelessness of squires is often the cause of worse accidents." "That which has happened to me in meeting you, mighty prince," replied Don Quixote, "cannot be unfortunate, even if my fall had not stopped short of the depths of the bottomless pit, for the glory of having seen you would have lifted me up and delivered me from it. My squire, God's curse upon him, is better at unloosing his tongue in talking impertinence than in tightening the girths of a saddle to keep it steady. But however I may be, fallen or raised up, on foot or on horseback, I shall always be at your service, and that of my lady the Duchess, your worthy consort, worthy queen of beauty, and paramount princess of courtesy." "Gently, Señor Don Quixote of La Mancha," said the Duke. "Where my lady Donna Dulcinea del Toboso is, it is not right that other beauties should be praised." Sancho, by this time released from his entanglement, was standing by, and before his master could answer, he said, "There is no denying, and it must be maintained, that my lady Dulcinea del Toboso is very beautiful, but the hair jumps up where one least expects it, and I have heard say that what we call nature is like a potter that makes vessels of clay, and he who makes one fair vessel can as well make 2 or 3 or 100. I say so because, by my faith, my lady the Duchess is in no way behind my mistress the lady Dulcinea del Toboso." Don Quixote turned to the Duchess and said, "Your Highness may conceive that never had knight-errant in this world a more talkative or a droller squire than I have, and he will prove the truth of what I say, if your Highness is pleased to accept of my services for a few days." To which the Duchess made answer, "That worthy Sancho is droll I consider a very good thing, because it is a sign that he is shrewd, for drollery and sprightliness, Señor Don Quixote, as you very well know, do not take up their abode with dull wits, and as good Sancho is droll and sprightly, I here set him down as shrewd." "And talkative," added Don Quixote. "So much the better," said the Duke, "for many droll things cannot be said in few words. but not to lose time in talking. Come, great knight of the rueful countenance." "Of the lions, your highness must say," said Sancho, "for there is no rueful countenance nor any such character now." "He of the lions be it," continued the duke. "I say, let Sir Knight of the Lions come to a castle of mine close by, where he shall be given that reception which is due to so exalted a personage, and which the Duchess and I are wont to give to all knights-errant who come there." By this time Sancho had fixed and girthed Rocinante's saddle, and Don Quixote having got on his back, and the duke mounted a fine horse, they placed the Duchess in the middle and set out for the castle. The Duchess desired Sancho to come to her side, for she found infinite enjoyment in listening to his shrewd remarks. Sancho required no pressing, but pushed himself in between them and the duke, who thought it rare good fortune to receive such a knight-errant and such a homely squire in their castle. Chapter 31, which treats of many and great matters. Supreme was the satisfaction that Sancho felt at seeing himself, as it seemed, an established favourite with the Duchess, for he looked forward to finding in her castle what he had found in Don Diego's house and in Basilio's. He was always fond of good living, and always seized by the forelock any opportunity of feasting himself whenever it presented itself. The history informs us, then, that before they reached the country house, or castle, the Duke went on in advance and instructed all his servants how they were to treat Don Quixote. And so the instant he came up to the castle gates with the Duchess, 2 lackeys or equerries, clad in what they called morning gowns of fine crimson satin reaching to their feet, hastened out, and catching Don Quixote in their arms before he saw or heard them, said to him, "Your Highness should go and take my lady the Duchess off her horse." Don Quixote obeyed, and a great bandying of compliments followed between the two over the matter. But in the end the Duchess's determination carried the day, and she refused to get down or dismount from her palfrey except in the arms of the Duke, saying she did not consider herself worthy to impose so unnecessary a burden on so great a knight. At length the Duke came out to take her down, and as they entered a spacious court, 2 fair damsels came forward and threw over Don Quixote's shoulders a large mantle of the finest scarlet cloth, and at the same instant all the galleries of the court were lined with the men servants and women servants of the household, crying, "Welcome, flower and cream of knight-errantry," while all or most of them flung pellets filled with scented water over Don Quixote and the Duke and Duchess. At all which Don Quixote was greatly astonished, and this was the first time he thoroughly felt and believed himself to be a knight-errant in reality and not merely in fancy, now that he saw himself treated in the same way as he had read of such knights being treated in days of yore. Sancho, deserting Dapple, hung on to the Duchess and entered the castle, but feeling some twinges of conscience at having left the ass alone, he approached a respectable duenna who had come out with the rest to receive the Duchess, and in a low voice he said to her, "Señora Gonzales, or however your grace may be called." "I am called Donna Rodriguez de Grijalba," replied the duenna. "What is your will, brother?" To which Sancho made answer, "I should be glad if your worship would do me the favour to go out to the castle gate, where you will find a grey ass of mine. Make them, if you please, put him in the stable, or put him there yourself, for the poor little beast is rather easily frightened, and cannot bear being alone at all." "If the master is as wise as the man," said the duenna, "we have got a fine bargain. Be off with you, brother, and bad luck to you and him who brought you here. Go, look after your ass, for we, the duennas of this house, are not used to work of that sort." "Well then, in troth," returned Sancho, "I have heard my master, who is a very treasure-finder of stories, telling the story of Lancelot when he came from Britain, say that ladies waited upon him and duennas upon his hack, and if it comes to my ass, I wouldn't change him for Signor Lancelot's hack." "If you are a jester, brother," said the duenna, "keep your drolleries for some place where they'll pass muster and be paid for you'll get nothing from me but a fig." "At any rate, it'll be a very ripe one," said Sancho, "for you won't lose the trick in years by a point too little." "Son of a bitch," said the duenna, all aglow with anger. "Whether I'm old or not, it's with God I have to reckon, not with you, you garlic-stuffed scoundrel." And she said it so loud that the Duchess heard it, and turning round and seeing the duenna in such a state of excitement, and her eyes flaming so, asked whom she was wrangling with. "With this good fellow here," said the duenna, "who has particularly requested me to go and put an ass of his that is at the castle gate into the stable, holding it up to me as an example that they did the same I don't know where, that some ladies waited on one Lancelot and duennas on his hack, and what is more, to wind up with, he called me old." "That," said the Duchess, "I should have considered the greatest affront that could be offered me." And addressing Sancho, she said to him, "You must know, friend Sancho, that Donna Rodriguez is very youthful, and that she wears that hood more for authority and custom's sake than because of her years." "May all the rest of mine be unlucky," said Sancho, "if I meant it that way. I only spoke because the affection I have for my ass is so great, and I thought I could not commend him to a more kind-hearted person than the lady Donna Rodriguez." Don Quixote, who was listening, said to him, "Is this proper conversation for the place, Sancho?" "Señor," replied Sancho, "everyone must mention what he wants wherever he may be. I thought of Dapple here, and I spoke of him here. If I had thought of him in the stable, I would have spoken of him there." On which the Duke observed, "Sancho is quite right, and there is no reason at all to find fault with him. Dapple shall be fed to his heart's content, and Sancho may rest easy, for he shall be treated like himself." While this conversation, amusing to all except Don Quixote, was proceeding, they ascended the staircase, and ushered Don Quixote into a chamber hung with rich cloth of gold and brocade. 6 damsels relieved him of his armour, and waited on him like pages, all of them prepared and instructed by the Duke and Duchess as to what they were to do, and how they were to treat Don Quixote, so that he might see and believe they were treating him like a knight-errant. When his armour was removed, there stood Don Quixote in his tight-fitting breeches and chamois doublet, lean, lanky, and long, with cheeks that seemed to be kissing each other inside. Such a figure that if the damsels waiting on him had not taken care to check their merriment, which was one of the particular directions their master and mistress had given them, they would have burst with laughter. They asked him to let himself be stripped, that they might put a shirt on him, but he would not on any account, saying that modesty became knights-errant just as much as valour. However, he said they might give the shirt to Sancho, and shutting himself in with him in a room where there was a sumptuous bed, he undressed and put on the shirt, and then, finding himself alone with Sancho, he said to him, "Tell me, thou new-fledged buffoon and old booby, dost thou think it right to offend and insult a duenna so deserving of reverence and respect as that one just now? Was that a time to bethink thee of thy Dapple, or are these noble personages likely to let the beast fare badly when they treat their owners in such elegant style? For God's sake, Sancho, restrain thyself, and don't show the thread so as to let them see what a coarse, boorish texture thou art of. Remember, sinner that thou art, the master is the more esteemed, the more respectable and well-bred his servants are, and that one of the greatest advantages that princes have over other men is that they have servants as good as themselves to wait on them. Dost thou not see, short-sighted being that thou art, and unlucky mortal that I am, that if they perceive thee to be a coarse clown or a dull blockhead, they will suspect me to be some impostor or swindler? Nay, nay, Sancho, friend, keep clear of these stumbling blocks, for he who falls into the way of being a chatterbox and droll drops into a wretched buffoon the first time he trips. Bridle thy tongue, consider and weigh thy words before they escape thy mouth, and bear in mind that we are now in quarters whence, by God's help and the strength of my arm, we shall come forth mightily advanced in fame and fortune." Sancho promised him with much earnestness to keep his mouth shut, and to bite off his tongue before he uttered a word that was not altogether to the purpose and well considered, and told him he might make his mind easy on that point, for it should never be discovered through him what they were. Don Quixote dressed himself, put on his baldric with his sword, threw the scarlet mantle over his shoulders, placed on his head a montera of green satin that the damsels had given him, and thus arrayed passed out into the large room, where he found the damsels drawn up in double file, the same number on each side, all with the appliances for washing the hands, which they presented to him with profuse obeisances and ceremonies. Then came 12 pages, together with the seneschal, to lead him to dinner, as his hosts were already waiting for him. They placed him in the midst of them, and with much pomp and stateliness they conducted him into another room, where there was a sumptuous table laid with but 4 covers. The Duchess and the Duke came out to the door of the room to receive him, and with them a grave ecclesiastic, one of those who rule noblemen's houses, one of those who, not being born magnates themselves, never know how to teach those who are how to behave as such, one of those who would have the greatness of great folk measured by their own narrowness of mind, one of those who, when they try to introduce economy into the household they rule, lead it into meanness. One of this sort, I say, must have been the grave churchman who came out with the Duke and Duchess to receive Don Quixote. A vast number of polite speeches were exchanged, and at length, taking Don Quixote between them, they proceeded to sit down to table. The Duke pressed Don Quixote to take the head of the table, and though he refused, the entreaties of the Duke were so urgent that he had to accept it. The ecclesiastic took his seat opposite to him, and the Duke and Duchess those at the sides. All this time Sancho stood by, gaping with amazement at the honour he saw shown to his master by these illustrious persons, and observing all the ceremonious pressing that had passed between the Duke and Don Quixote to induce him to take his seat at the head of the table, he said, "If your worship will give me leave, I will tell you a story of what happened in my village about this matter of seats." The moment Sancho said this, Don Quixote trembled, making sure that he was about to say something foolish. Sancho glanced at him, and guessing his thought, said, "Don't be afraid of my going astray, Signor, or saying anything that won't be pat to the purpose. I haven't forgotten the advice your worship gave me just now about talking much or little, well or ill." "I have no recollection of anything, Sancho," said Don Quixote. "Say what thou wilt, only say it quickly." "Well then," said Sancho, "what I am going to say is so true that my master Don Quixote, who is here present, will keep me from lying." "Lie as much as thou wilt, for all I care, Sancho," said Don Quixote, "for I am not going to stop thee, but consider what thou art going to say." "I have so considered and reconsidered," said Sancho, "that the bell ringer's in a safe berth, as will be seen by what follows." "It would be well," said Don Quixote, "if your highness would order them to turn out this idiot, for he will talk a heap of nonsense." "By the life of the Duke, Sancho shall not be taken away from me for a moment," said the Duchess. "I am very fond of him, for I know he is very discreet." "Discreet be the days of your holiness," said Sancho, "for the good opinion you have of my wit, though there's none in me. But the story I want to tell is this. There was an invitation given by a gentleman of my town, a very rich one, and one of quality, for he is one of the Alamos of Medina del Campo, and married to Don Mencia de Quinones, the daughter of Don Alonso de Maranon, knight of the Order of Santiago, that was drowned at the Herradura. Him there was that quarrel about years ago in our village, that my master Don Quixote was mixed up in, to the best of my belief, that Tomasillo, the scapegrace, the son of Babastro, the smith, was wounded in. Isn't all this true, master mine? As you live, say so, that these gentlemen may not take me for some lying chatterer." "So far," said the ecclesiastic, "I take you to be more a chatterer than a liar, but I don't know what I shall take you for by and by." "Thou citest so many witnesses and proofs, Sancho," said Don Quixote, "that I have no choice but to say thou must be telling the truth. Go on, and cut the story short, for thou art taking the way not to make an end for 2 days to come." "He is not to cut it short," said the Duchess. "On the contrary, for my gratification, he is to tell it as he knows it, though he should not finish it these 6 days, and if he took so many, they would be to me the pleasantest I ever spent." "Well then, sirs, I say," continued Sancho, "that this same gentleman, whom I know as well as I do my own hands, for it's not a bow shot from my house to his, invited a poor but respectable labourer—" "Get on, brother," said the churchman. "At the rate you are going, you will not stop with your story short of the next world." "I'll stop less than half-way, please God," said Sancho. And so, I say, this labourer, coming to the house of the gentleman I spoke of that invited him, rest his soul, he is now dead, and more by token he died the death of an angel, so they say, for I was not there, for just at that time I had gone to reap at Temblec. As you live, my son, said the churchman, make haste back from Temblec, and finish your story without burying the gentleman, unless you want to make more funerals. Well then, it so happened, said Sancho, that as the pair of them were going to sit down to table, and I think I can see them now plainer than ever. Great was the enjoyment the Duke and Duchess derived from the irritation the worthy churchman showed at the long-winded, halting way Sancho had of telling his story, while Don Quixote was chafing with rage and vexation. So, as I was saying, continued Sancho, as the pair of them were going to sit down to table, as I said, the labourer insisted upon the gentleman's taking the head of the table, and the gentleman insisted upon the labourer's taking it, as his orders should be obeyed in his house. But the labourer, who plumed himself on his politeness and good breeding, would not on any account, until the gentleman, out of patience, putting his hands on his shoulders, compelled him by force to sit down, saying, Sit down, you stupid lout, for wherever I sit will be the head to you. And that's the story, and troth, I think it hasn't been brought in amiss here. Don Quixote turned all colours, which on his sunburnt face mottled it till it looked like jasper. The Duke and Duchess suppressed their laughter so as not altogether to mortify Don Quixote, for they saw through Sancho's impertinence, and to change the conversation and keep Sancho from uttering more absurdities, the Duchess asked Don Quixote what news he had of the lady Dulcinea, and if he had sent her any presents of giants or miscreants lately, for he could not but have vanquished a good many. To which Don Quixote replied, Señora, my misfortunes, though they had a beginning, will never have an end. I have vanquished giants, and I have sent her caitiffs and miscreants, but where are they to find her if she is enchanted and turned into the most ill-favoured peasant wench that can be imagined? I don't know, said Sancho Panza. To me she seems the fairest creature in the world. At any rate, in nimbleness and jumping she won't give in to a tumbler. By my faith, Señor Duchess, she leaps from the ground onto the back of an ass like a cat. Have you seen her enchanted, Sancho? Asked the Duke. What, seen her? Said Sancho. Why, who the devil was it but myself that first thought of the enchantment business? She is as much enchanted as my father. The ecclesiastic, when he heard them talking of giants and caitiffs and enchantments, began to suspect that this must be Don Quixote of La Mancha, whose story the Duke was always reading, and he had himself often reproved him for it, telling him it was foolish to read such fooleries, and becoming convinced that his suspicion was correct, addressing the Duke, he said very angrily to him, Señor, your Excellence will have to give account to God for what this good man does. This Don Quixote, or Don Simpleton, or whatever his name is, cannot, I imagine, be such a blockhead as your Excellence would have him, holding out encouragement to him to go on with his vagaries and follies. Then, turning to address Don Quixote, he said, And you, numbskull, who put it into your head that you are a knight-errant, and vanquish giants, and capture miscreants? Go your ways in a good hour, and in a good hour be it said to you. Go home, and bring up your children if you have any, and attend to your business, and give over going wandering about the world, gaping and making a laughing-stock of yourself to all who know you and all who don't. Where in heaven's name have you discovered that there are or ever were knights-errant? Where are there giants in Spain, or miscreants in La Mancha, or enchanted Dulcineas, or all the rest of the silly things they tell you about? Don Quixote listened attentively to the reverend gentleman's words, and as soon as he perceived he had done speaking, regardless of the presence of the Duke and Duchess, he sprang to his feet with angry looks and an agitated countenance, and said, but the reply deserves a chapter to itself. Chapter 32. Of the reply Don Quixote gave his censurer, with other incidents, grave and droll. Don Quixote then, having risen to his feet, trembling from head to foot like a man dosed with mercury, said in a hurried, agitated voice, The place I am in, the presence in which I stand, and the respect I have and always have had for the profession to which your worship belongs, hold and bind the hands of my just indignation. And as well for these reasons as because I know, as everyone knows, that a gownsman's weapon is the same as a woman's, the tongue, I will with mine engage in equal combat with your worship, from whom one might have expected good advice instead of foul abuse. Pious, well-meant reproof requires a different demeanour and arguments of another sort. At any rate, to have reproved me in public, and so roughly, exceeds the bounds of proper reproof, for that comes better with gentleness than with rudeness, and it is not seemly to call the sinner roundly blockhead and booby without knowing anything of the sin that is reproved. Come, tell me, for which of the stupidities you have observed in me do you condemn and abuse me, and bid me go home and look after my house and wife and children, without knowing whether I have any? There's nothing more needed than to get a footing, by hook or by crook, in other people's houses to rule over the masters, and that perhaps after having been brought up in all the straightness of some seminary, and without having ever seen more of the world than may lie within 20 or 30 leagues round. To fit one to lay down the law rashly for chivalry, and pass judgment on knights errant, is it haply an idle occupation, or is the time ill spent that is spent in roaming the world in quest, not of its enjoyments, but of those arduous toils whereby the good mount upwards to the abodes of everlasting life? If gentlemen, great lords, nobles, men of high birth, were to rate me as a fool, I should take it as an irreparable insult. But I care not a farthing if clerks, who have never entered upon or trod the path of chivalry, should think me foolish. Knight I am, and knight I will die, if such be the pleasure of the Most High. Some take the broad road of overweening ambition, others that of mean and servile flattery, others that of deceitful hypocrisy, and some that of true religion. But I, led by my star, follow the narrow path of knight-errantry, and in pursuit of that calling I despise wealth, but not honour. I have redressed injuries, righted wrongs, punished insolences, vanquished giants, and crushed monsters. I am in love, for no other reason than that it is incumbent on knights-errants to be so. But though I am no carnal-minded lover, but one of the chaste, platonic sort. My intentions are always directed to worthy ends, to do good to all and evil to none, and if he who means this, does this, and makes this his practice, deserves to be called a fool, it is for your highness to say, O most excellent Duke and Duchess. Good, by God, cried Sancho, say no more in your own defence, master mine, for there's nothing more in the world to be said, thought, or insisted on. And besides, when this gentleman denies, as he has, that there are or ever have been any knights-errant in the world, is it any wonder if he knows nothing of what he has been talking about? Perhaps, brother, said the ecclesiastic, you are that Sancho Panza that is mentioned, to whom your master has promised an island. Yes, I am, said Sancho, and what's more, I am one who deserves it as much as anyone. I am one of the sort, attach thyself to the good and thou wilt be one of them, and of those, not with whom thou art bred, but with whom thou art fed, and of those, who leans against a good tree, a good shade covers him. I have leant upon a good master, and I have been for months going about with him, and please God I shall be just such another. Long life to him, and long life to me, for neither will he be in any want of empires to rule, or I of islands to govern. No, Sancho, my friend, certainly not, said the Duke, for in the name of Señor Don Quixote, I confer upon you the government of one of no small importance that I have at my disposal. Go down on thy knees, Sancho, said Don Quixote, and kiss the feet of his excellence for the favour he has bestowed upon thee. Sancho obeyed, and on seeing this the ecclesiastic stood up from the table, completely out of temper, exclaiming, By the gown I wear, I am almost inclined to say that your excellence is as great a fool as these sinners. No wonder they are mad, when people who are in their senses sanction their madness. I leave your excellence with them, for so long as they are in the house I will remain in my own, and spare myself the trouble of reproving what I cannot remedy." And without uttering another word, or eating another morsel, he went off, the entreaties of the Duke and Duchess being entirely unavailing to stop him. Not that the Duke said much to him, for he could not, because of the laughter his uncalled-for anger provoked. When he had done laughing, he said to Don Quixote, "You have replied on your own behalf so stoutly, Sir Knight of the Lions, that there is no occasion to seek further satisfaction for this, which, though it may look like an offence, is not so at all. For, as women can give no offence, no more can ecclesiastics, as you very well know." "That is true," said Don Quixote, "and the reason is that he who is not liable to offence cannot give offence to anyone. Women, children, and ecclesiastics, as they cannot defend themselves, though they may receive offence, cannot be insulted, because between the offence and the insult there is, as your excellence very well knows, this difference. The insult comes from one who is capable of offering it, and does so, and maintains it. The offence may come from any quarter, without carrying insult. To take an example, a man is standing unsuspectingly in the street, and 10 others come up armed and beat him. He draws his sword and quits himself like a man, but the number of his antagonists makes it impossible for him to effect his purpose and avenge himself. This man suffers an offence, but not an insult. Another example will make the same thing plain. A man is standing with his back turned. Another comes up and strikes him, and after striking him takes to flight, without waiting an instant, and the other pursues him, but does not overtake him. He who received the blow received an offence, but not an insult, because an insult must be maintained. If he who struck him, though he did so sneakingly and treacherously, had drawn his sword and stood and faced him, then he who had been struck would have received offence and insult at the same time. Offence, because he was struck treacherously; insult, because he who struck him maintained what he had done, standing his ground without taking to flight. And so, according to the laws of the accursed duel, I may have received offence, but not insult, for neither women nor children can maintain it, nor can they wound, nor have they any way of standing their ground, and it is just the same with those connected with religion. For these 3 sorts of persons are without arms offensive or defensive, and so, though naturally they are bound to defend themselves, they have no right to offend anybody, and though I said just now I might have received offence, I say now certainly not, for he who cannot receive an insult can still less give one, for which reasons I ought not to feel, nor do I feel, aggrieved at what that good man said to me. I only wish he had stayed a little longer, that I might have shown him the mistake he makes in supposing and maintaining that there are not, or never have been, any knights-errant in the world. Had Amadis, or any of his countless descendants, heard him say as much, I am sure it would not have gone well with his worship." "I would take my oath of that," said Sancho. "They would have given him a slash that would have slit him down from top to toe like a pomegranate or a ripe melon. They were likely fellows to put up with jokes of that sort. By my faith, I'm certain if Reinaldos of Montalvan had heard the little man's words, he would have given him such a spank on the mouth that he wouldn't have spoken for the next 3 years. Aye, let him tackle them, and he'll see how he'll get out of their hands." The Duchess, as she listened to Sancho, was ready to die with laughter, and in her own mind she set him down as droller and madder than his master, and there were a good many just then who were of the same opinion. Don Quixote finally grew calm, and dinner came to an end, and as the cloth was removed, 4 damsels came in, one of them with a silver basin, another with a jug also of silver, a third with 2 fine white towels on her shoulder, and the 4th with her arms bared to the elbows, and in her white hands, for white they certainly were, a round ball of Naples soap. The one with the basin approached, and with arch composure and impudence thrust it under Don Quixote's chin, who, wondering at such a ceremony, never said a word, supposing it to be the custom of that country to wash beards instead of hands. He therefore stretched his out as far as he could, and at the same instant the jug began to pour, and the damsel with the soap rubbed his beard briskly, raising snowflakes, for the soap lather was no less white, not only over the beard, but all over the face, and over the eyes of the submissive knight, so that they were perforce obliged to keep shut. The Duke and Duchess, who had not known anything about this, waited to see what came of this strange washing. The barber damsel, when she had him a hand's breadth deep in lather, pretended that there was no more water, and bade the one with the jug go and fetch some, while Señor Don Quixote waited. She did so, and Don Quixote was left the strangest and most ludicrous figure that could be imagined. All those present, and there were a good many, were watching him, and as they saw him there with half a yard of neck, and that uncommonly brown, his eyes shut, and his beard full of soap, it was a great wonder, and only by great discretion, that they were able to restrain their laughter. The damsels, the concoctors of the joke, kept their eyes down, not daring to look at their master and mistress, and as for them, laughter and anger struggled within them, and they knew not what to do, whether to punish the audacity of the girls, or to reward them for the amusement they had received from seeing Don Quixote in such a plight. At length the damsel with the jug returned, and they made an end of washing Don Quixote, and the one who carried the towel very deliberately wiped him and dried him, and all four together, making him a profound obeisance and curtsy, they were about to go, when the Duke, lest Don Quixote should see through the joke, called out to the one with the basin, saying, "Come and wash me, and take care that there is water enough." The girl, sharp-witted and prompt, came and placed the basin for the Duke, as she had done for Don Quixote, and they soon had him well soaped and washed, and having wiped him dry, they made their obeisance and retired. It appeared afterwards that the Duke had sworn that if they had not washed him as they had Don Quixote, he would have punished them for their impudence, which they adroitly atoned for by soaping him as well. Sancho observed the ceremony of the washing very attentively, and said to himself, "God bless me, if it were only the customs in this country to wash squires' beards too, as well as knights. For by God, and upon my soul, I want it badly, and if they gave me a scrape of the razor besides, I'd take it as a still greater kindness." "What are you saying to yourself, Sancho?" asked the Duchess. "I was saying, Señora," he replied, "that in the courts of other princes, when the cloth is taken away, I have always heard say they give water for the hands, but not lye for the beard, and that shows it is good to live long, that you may see much. To be sure, they say too that he who lives a long life must undergo much evil, though to undergo a washing of that sort is pleasure rather than pain." "Don't be uneasy, friend Sancho," said the Duchess. "I will take care that my damsels wash you, and even put you in the tub if necessary." "I'll be content with the beard," said Sancho, "at any rate for the present, and as for the future, God has decreed what is to be." "Attend to the worthy Sancho's request, Seneschal," said the Duchess, "and do exactly what he wishes." The Seneschal replied that Señor Sancho should be obeyed in everything, and with that he went away to dinner, and took Sancho along with him, while the Duke and Duchess and Don Quixote remained at table, discussing a great variety of things, but all bearing on the calling of arms and knight-errantry. The Duchess begged Don Quixote, as he seemed to have a retentive memory, to describe and portray to her the beauty and features of the Lady Dulcinea del Toboso, for, judging by what fame trumpeted abroad of her beauty, she felt sure she must be the fairest creature in the world, nay, in all La Mancha. Don Quixote sighed on hearing the Duchess's request, and said, "If I could pluck out my heart and lay it on a plate on this table here before your Highness's eyes, it would spare my tongue the pain of telling what can hardly be thought of, for in it your Excellence would see her portrayed in full. But why I should attempt to depict and describe in detail, and feature by feature, the beauty of the peerless Dulcinea, the burden being one worthy of other shoulders than mine, an enterprise wherein the pencils of Parrhasius, Timantes, and Apelles, and the graver of Lysippus ought to be employed, to paint it in pictures, and carve it in marble and bronze, and Ciceronian and Demosthenian eloquence to sound its praises." "What does Demosthenian mean, Señor Don Quixote?" said the Duchess. "It is a word I had never heard in all my life." "Demosthenian eloquence," said Don Quixote, "means the eloquence of Demosthenes, as Ciceronian means that of Cicero, who were the two most eloquent orators in the world." "True," said the Duke. "You must have lost your wits to ask such a question." Nevertheless, Senor Don Quixote would greatly gratify us if he would depict her to us, for never fear, even in an outline or sketch, she will be something to make the fairest envious." "I would do so, certainly," said Don Quixote, "had she not been blurred to my mind's eye by the misfortune that fell upon her a short time since, one of such a nature that I am more ready to weep over it than to describe it. For your highness must know that, going a few days back to kiss her hands and receive her benediction, approbation, and permission for this third sally, I found her altogether a different being from the one I sought. I found her enchanted, and changed from a princess into a peasant, from fair to foul, from an angel into a devil, from fragrant to pestiferous, from refined to clownish, from a dignified lady into a jumping tomboy, and, in a word, from Dulcinea del Toboso into a coarse Sayago wench." "God bless me," said the Duke aloud at this, "who can have done the world such an injury? Who can have robbed it of the beauty that gladdened it, of the grace and gaiety that charmed it, of the modesty that shed a lustre upon it?" "Who?" replied Don Quixote. "Who could it be but some malignant enchanter of the many that persecute me out of envy, that accursed race born into the world to obscure and bring to naught the achievements of the good, and glorify and exalt the deeds of the wicked? Enchanters have persecuted me, enchanters persecute me still, and enchanters will continue to persecute me until they have sunk me and my lofty chivalry in the deep abyss of oblivion, and they injure and wound me where they know I feel it most. For to deprive a knight-errant of his lady is to deprive him of the eyes he sees with, of the sun that gives him light, of the food whereby he lives. Many a time before have I said it, and I say it now once more. A knight-errant without a lady is like a tree without leaves, a building without a foundation, or a shadow without the body that causes it." "There is no denying it," said the Duchess, "but still, if we are to believe the history of Don Quixote that has come out here lately with general applause, it is to be inferred from it, if I mistake not, that you never saw the lady Dulcinea, and that the said lady is nothing in the world but an imaginary lady, one that you yourself begot and gave birth to in your brain, and adorned with whatever charms and perfections you chose." "There is a good deal to be said on that point," said Don Quixote. "God knows whether there be any Dulcinea or not in the world, or whether she is imaginary or not imaginary. There are things the proof of which must not be pushed to extreme lengths. I have not begotten nor given birth to my lady, though I behold her as she needs must be, a lady who contains in herself all the qualities to make her famous throughout the world, beautiful without blemish, dignified without haughtiness, tender and yet modest, gracious from courtesy and courteous from good breeding, and lastly of exalted lineage, because beauty shines forth and excels with a higher degree of perfection upon good blood than in the fair of lowly birth." "That is true," said the Duke, "but Señor Don Quixote will give me leave to say what I am constrained to say by the story of his exploits that I have read, from which it is to be inferred that, granting there is a Dulcinea in El Toboso, or out of it, and that she is in the highest degree beautiful, as you have described her to us, as regards the loftiness of her lineage, she is not on a par with the Orianas, Alastrayereas, Madasimas, or others of that sort, with whom, as you well know, the histories abound." "To that I may reply," said Don Quixote, "that Dulcinea is the daughter of her own works, and that virtues rectify blood, and that lowly virtue is more to be regarded and esteemed than exalted vice. Dulcinea, besides, has that within her that may raise her to be a crowned and sceptred queen, for the merit of a fair and virtuous woman is capable of performing greater miracles, and virtually, though not formally, she has in herself higher fortunes." "I protest, Señor Don Quixote," said the Duchess, "that in all you say you go most cautiously and lead in hand, as the saying is. Henceforth I will believe myself, and I will take care that everyone in my house believes, even my lord the Duke if need be, that there is a Dulcinea in El Toboso, and that she is living today, and that she is beautiful and nobly born, and deserves to have such a knight as Señor Don Quixote in her service, and that is the highest praise that it is in my power to give her, or that I can think of. But I cannot help entertaining a doubt, and having a certain grudge against Sancho Panza. The doubt is this, that the aforesaid history declares that the said Sancho Panza, when he carried a letter on your worship's behalf to the said Lady Dulcinea, found her sifting a sack of wheat, and more by token it says it was red wheat, a thing which makes me doubt the loftiness of her lineage. To this Don Quixote made answer, Señora, your highness must know that everything, or almost everything that happens me, transcends the ordinary limits of what happens to other knights errant, whether it be that it is directed by the inscrutable will of destiny, or by the malice of some jealous enchanter. Now it is an established fact that all, or most, famous knights errant have some special gift, one that of being proof against enchantment, another that of being made of such invulnerable flesh that he cannot be wounded, as was the famous Roland, one of the 12 peers of France, of whom it is related that he could not be wounded except in the sole of his left foot, and that it must be with the point of a stout pin, and not with any other sort of weapon whatever. And so, when Bernardo del Carpio slew him at Roncesvalles, finding that he could not wound him with steel, he lifted him up from the ground in his arms, and strangled him, calling to mind seasonably the death which Hercules inflicted on Antaeus, the fierce giant that they say was the son of Terra. I would infer from what I have mentioned that perhaps I may have some gift of this kind, not that of being invulnerable, because experience has many times proved to me that I am of tender flesh and not at all impenetrable, nor that of being proof against enchantment, for I have already seen myself thrust into a cage, in which all the world would not have been able to confine me except by force of enchantments. But as I delivered myself from that one, I am inclined to believe that there is no other that can hurt me, and so these enchanters, seeing that they cannot exert their vile craft against my person, revenge themselves on what I love most, and seek to rob me of life by maltreating that of Dulcinea in whom I live. And therefore I am convinced that when my squire carried my message to her, they changed her into a common peasant girl, engaged in such mean occupation as sifting wheat. I have already said, however, that that wheat was not red wheat, nor wheat at all, but grains of oriental pearl. And as proof of all this, I must tell your highnesses that, coming to El Toboso a short time back, I was altogether unable to discover the palace of Dulcinea, and that the next day, though Sancho, my squire, saw her in her own proper shape, which is the fairest in the world, to me she appeared to be a coarse, ill-favoured farm wench, and by no means a well-spoken one, she who is propriety itself. And so, as I am not, and so far as one can judge, cannot be enchanted, she it is that is enchanted, that is smitten, that is altered, changed, and transformed. In her have mine enemies revenged themselves upon me, for she shall live in ceaseless tears until I see her in her pristine state. I have mentioned this lest anybody should mind what Sancho said about Dulcinea's winnowing or sifting, for as they changed her to me, it is no wonder if they changed her to him. Dulcinea is illustrious and well-born, and of one of the gentle families of El Toboso, which are many, ancient, and good. Therein, most assuredly, not small is the share of the peerless Dulcinea, through whom her town will be famous and celebrated in ages to come, as Troy was through Helen, and Spain through La Cava, though with a better title and tradition. For another thing, I would have your graces understand that Sancho Panza is one of the drollest squires that ever served knight-errant. Sometimes there is a simplicity about him so acute that it is an amusement to try and make out whether he is simple or sharp. He has mischievous tricks that stamp him rogue, and blundering ways that prove him a booby. He doubts everything and believes everything. When I fancy he is on the point of coming down headlong from sheer stupidity, he comes out with something shrewd that sends him up to the skies. After all, I would not exchange him for another squire, though I were given a city to boot, and therefore I am in doubt whether it will be well to send him to the government your highness has bestowed upon him, though I perceive in him a certain aptitude for the work of governing, so that, with a little trimming of his understanding, he would manage any government as easily as the king does his taxes. And moreover, we know already ample experience that it does not require much cleverness or much learning to be a governor, for there are 100 round about us that scarcely know how to read and govern like gerfalcons. The main point is that they should have good intentions and be desirous of doing right in all things, but they will never be at a loss for persons to advise and direct them in what they have to do, like those knight governors who, being no lawyers, pronounce sentences with the aid of an assessor. My advice to him will be to take no bribe and surrender no right, and I have some other little matters in reserve that shall be produced in due season for Sancho's benefit and the advantage of the island he is to govern." The Duke, Duchess, and Don Quixote had reached this point in their conversation when they heard voices and a great hubbub in the palace, and Sancho burst abruptly into the room, all glowing with anger, with a straining cloth by way of a bib, and followed by several servants, or, more properly speaking, kitchen boys and other underlings, one of whom carried a small trough full of water that, from its colour and impurity, was plainly dish-water. The one with the trough pursued him and followed him everywhere he went, endeavouring with the utmost persistence to thrust it under his chin, while another kitchen boy seemed anxious to wash his beard. "What is all this, brothers?" asked the Duchess. "What is it? What do you want to do to this good man? Do you forget he is a governor-elect?" To which the barber kitchen boy replied, "The gentleman will not let himself be washed, as is customary, and as my lord and the señor his master have been." "Yes, I will," said Sancho with a great rage, "but I'd like it to be with cleaner towels, clearer lye, and not such dirty hands, for there's not so much difference between me and my master that he should be washed with angels' water and I with devil's lye. The customs of countries and princes' palaces are only good so long as they give no annoyance, but the way of washing they have here is worse than doing penance. I have a clean beard, and I don't require to be refreshed in that fashion, and whoever comes to wash me or touch a hair of my head, I mean to say my beard, with all due respect be it said, I'll give him a punch that will leave my fist sunk in his skull, for ceremonies and soapsings of this sort are much more like jokes than the polite attention of one's host." The Duchess was ready to die with laughter when she saw Sancho's rage and heard his words, but it was no pleasure to Don Quixote to see him in such a sorry trim, with the dingy towel about him and the hangers-on of the kitchen all round him. So, making a low bow to the Duke and Duchess, as if to ask their permission to speak, he addressed the rout in a dignified tone. "Hello, gentlemen! You let that youth alone, and go back to where you came from, or anywhere else if you like. My squire is as clean as any other person, and those troughs are as bad as narrow, thin-necked jars to him. Take my advice and leave him alone, for neither he nor I understand joking." Sancho took the word out of his mouth and went on, "Nay, let them come and try their jokes on the country bumpkin, for it's about as likely I'll stand them as that it's now midnight. Let them bring me a comb here, or what they please, and curry this beard of mine, and if they get anything out of it that offends against cleanliness, let them clip me to the skin." Upon this the Duchess, laughing all the while, said, "Sancho Panza is right, and always will be in all he says. He is clean, and, as he says himself, he does not require to be washed, and if our ways do not please him, he is free to choose. Besides, you promoters of cleanliness have been excessively careless and thoughtless, I don't know if I ought not to say audacious, to bring troughs and wooden utensils and kitchen dishclouts instead of basins and jugs of pure gold and towels of Holland to such a person and such a beard. But, after all, you are ill-conditioned and ill-bred, and spiteful as you are, you cannot help showing the grudge you have against the squires of knights-errant." The impudent servitors, and even the seneschal who came with them, took the Duchess to be speaking in earnest, so they removed the straining cloth from Sancho's neck, and with something like shame and confusion of face, went off, all of them, and left him. Whereupon he, seeing himself safe out of that extreme danger, as it seemed to him, ran and fell on his knees before the Duchess, saying, "From great ladies great favours may be looked for. This which your grace has done me today cannot be requited with less than wishing I was dubbed a knight-errant to devote myself all the days of my life to the service of so exalted a lady. I am a labouring man. My name is Sancho Panza. I am married, I have children, and I am serving as a squire. If in any one of these ways I can serve your highness, I will not be longer in obeying than your grace in commanding." "It is easy to see, Sancho," replied the Duchess, "that you have learned to be polite in the school of politeness itself. I mean to say, it is easy to see that you have been nursed in the bosom of Señor Don Quixote, who is, of course, the cream of good breeding and flower of ceremony, or ceremony, as you would say yourself. Fair be the fortunes of such a master and such a servant, the one the cynosure of knight-errantry, the other the star of squirely fidelity. Rise, Sancho, my friend. I will repay your courtesy by taking care that my lord the Duke make good to you the promised gift of the government as soon as possible." With this the conversation came to an end, and Don Quixote retired to take his midday sleep. But the Duchess begged Sancho, unless he had a very great desire to go to sleep, to come and spend the afternoon with her and her damsels in a very cool chamber. Sancho replied that, though he certainly had the habit of sleeping 4 or 5 hours in the heat of the day in summer, to serve her excellence he would try with all his might not to sleep even one that day, and that he would come in obedience to her command. And with that he went off. The Duke gave fresh orders with respect to treating Don Quixote as a knight-errant, without departing even in smallest particular from the style in which, as the stories tell us, they used to treat the knights of old. Chapter 33. Of the delectable discourse which the Duchess and her damsels held with Sancho Panza, well worth reading and noting. The history records that Sancho did not sleep that afternoon, but in order to keep his word, came, before he had well done dinner, to visit the Duchess, who, finding enjoyment in listening to him, made him sit down beside her on a low seat, though Sancho, out of pure good breeding, wanted not to sit down. The Duchess, however, told him he was to sit down as governor and talk as squire, as in both respects he was worthy of even the chair of the Cid Rey Diaz de Campeador. Sancho shrugged his shoulders, obeyed, and sat down, and all the Duchess's damsels and duennas gathered round him, waiting in profound silence to hear what he would say. It was the Duchess, however, who spoke first, saying, "Now that we are alone and there is nobody here to overhear us, I should be glad if the Señor Governor would relieve me of certain doubts I have rising out of the history of the great Don Quixote that is now in print. One is, inasmuch as worthy Sancho never saw Dulcinea, I mean the Lady Dulcinea del Toboso, nor took Don Quixote's letter to her, for it was left in the memorandum book in the Sierra Morena, how did he dare to invent the answer and all that about finding her sifting wheat, the whole story being a deception and falsehood, and so much to the prejudice of the peerless Dulcinea's good name, a thing that is not at all becoming the character and fidelity of a good squire?" At these words Sancho, without uttering one in reply, got up from his chair, and with noiseless steps, with his body bent and his finger on his lips, went all round the room, lifting up the hangings. And this done, he came back to his seat and said, "Now, Señora, that I have seen that there is no one except the bystanders listening to us on the sly, I will answer what you have asked me, and all you may ask me, without fear or dread. And the first thing I have got to say is, that, for my own part, I hold my master Don Quixote to be stark mad, though sometimes he says things that, to my mind, and indeed everybody's that listens to him, are so wise and run in such a straight furrow that Satan himself could not have said them better. But for all that, really, and beyond all question, it's my firm belief he is cracked. Well then, as this is clear to my mind, I can venture to make him believe things that have neither head nor tail, like that affair of the answer to the letter, and that other of 6 or 8 days ago, which is not yet in history, that is to say, the affair of the enchantment of my lady Dulcinea, for I made him believe she is enchanted, though there's no more truth in it than over the hills of Ubeda." The Duchess begged him to tell her about the enchantment or deception, So Sancho told the whole story exactly as it had happened, and his hearers were not a little amused by it. And then, resuming, the Duchess said, "In consequence of what worthy Sancho has told me, a doubt starts up in my mind, and there comes a kind of whisper to my ear that says, if Don Quixote be mad, crazy, and cracked, and Sancho Panza his squire knows it, and notwithstanding serves and follows him, and goes trusting to his empty promises, there can be no doubt he must be still madder and sillier than his master. And that being so, it will be cast in your teeth, Señora Duchess, if you give the said Sancho an island to govern, for how will he who does not know how to govern himself know how to govern others?" "By God, Señora," said Sancho, "but that doubt comes timely. But your grace may say it out, and speak plainly, or as you like. For I know what you say is true, and if I were wise I should have left my master long ago. But this was my fate, this was my bad luck. I can't help it, I must follow him. We're from the same village. I've eaten his bread, I'm fond of him, I'm grateful, he gave me his ass colts, and above all, I'm faithful. So it's quite impossible for anything to separate us except the pickaxe and shovel. And if your highness does not like to give me the government you promised, God made me without it, and maybe your not giving it to me will be all the better for my conscience, for fool as I am, I know the proverb, to her hurt the ant got wings, and it may be that Sancho the squire will get to heaven sooner than Sancho the governor. They make as good bread here as in France, and by night all cats are grey, and a hard case enough his who hasn't broken his fast at 2 in the afternoon, and there's no stomach a hand's breadth bigger than another, and with the same can be filled with straw or hay, as the saying is, and the little birds of the field have God for their purveyor and caterer, and 4 yards of Quena frieze keeps one warmer than 4 of Segovia broadcloth, and when we quit this world and are put underground, the prince travels by as narrow a path as the journeyman, and the Pope's body does not take up more feet of earth than the sacristan's, for all that the one is higher than the other. For when we go to our graves, we all pack ourselves up and make ourselves small, or rather they pack us up and make us small in spite of us, and then good night to us. And I say once more, if your ladyship does not like to give me the island because I'm a fool, like a wise man I will take care to give myself no trouble about it. I have heard say that behind the cross there's the devil, and that all that glitters is not gold, and that from among the oxen and the plough and the yokes Wamba the husbandman was taken to be made king of Spain, and from among brocades and pleasures and riches Roderick was taken to be devoured by adders, if the verses of the old ballads don't lie." "To be sure they don't lie," exclaimed Donna Rodriguez, the duenna, who was one of the listeners. "Why, there's a ballad that says they put King Rodrigo alive into a tomb full of toads and adders and lizards, and that 2 days afterwards the king, in a plaintive feeble voice, cried out from within the tomb, 'They know me now, they know me now, there where I most did sin.' And according to that, the gentleman has good reason to say he would rather be a labouring man than a king, if vermin are to eat him." The Duchess could not help laughing at the simplicity of her duenna, or wondering at the language and proverbs of Sancho, to whom she said, "Worthy Sancho knows very well that when once a knight has made a promise, he strives to keep it, though it should cost him his life. My lord and husband the Duke, though not one of the errant sort, is none the less a knight for that reason, and will keep his word about the promised island, in spite of the envy and malice of the world. Let Sancho be of good cheer, for when he least expect it he will find himself seated on the throne of his island and seat of dignity, and will take possession of his government that he may discard it for another of 3-bordered brocade. The charge I give him is to be careful how he governs his vassals, bearing in mind that they are all loyal and well born." "As to governing them well," said Sancho, "there's no need of charging me to do that, for I'm kind-hearted by nature, and full of compassion for the poor. There's no stealing the loaf from him who needs and begs, and by my faith it won't do to throw false dice with me. I am an old dog, and I know all about tuss. I can be wide awake if need be, and I don't let clouds come before my eyes, for I know where the shoe pinches me. I say so because with me the good will have support and protection, and the bad neither footing nor access. and it seems to me that in government to make a beginning is everything, and maybe, after having been governor a fortnight, I'll take kindly to the work and know more about it than the field labourer I have been brought up to." "You are right, Sancho," said the Duchess, "for no one is born ready taught, and the bishops are made out of men and not out of stones. But to return to the subject we were discussing just now, the enchantment of Lady Dulcinea, I look upon it as certain, and something more than evident, that Sancho's idea of practising a deception upon his master, making him believe that the peasant girl was Dulcinea, and that if he did not recognize her it must be because she was enchanted, was all the device of one of the enchanters that persecute Don Quixote. For in truth and earnest, I know from good authority that the coarse country wench who jumped up on the ass was and is Dulcinea del Toboso, and that worthy Sancho, though he fancies himself the deceiver, is the one that is deceived, and that there is no more reason to doubt the truth of this than of anything else we never saw. Señor Sancho Panza must know that we too have enchanters here that are well disposed to us, and tell us what goes on in the world, plainly and distinctly, without subterfuge or deception. And believe me, Sancho, that agile country lass was and is Dulcinea del Toboso, who is as much enchanted as the mother that bore her. And when we least expect it, we shall see her in her own proper form, and then Sancho will be disabused of the error he is under at present." "All that's very possible," said Sancho Panza, "and now I'm willing to believe what my master says about what he saw in the cave of Montesinos, where he says he saw the lady Dulcinea del Toboso in the very same dress and apparel that I said I had seen her in when I enchanted her all to please myself. It must be all exactly the other way, as your ladyship says, because it is impossible to suppose that out of my poor wit such a cunning trick could be concocted in a moment, nor do I think my master is so mad that by my weak and feeble persuasion he could be made to believe a thing so out of all reason. But, Signora, your excellence must not therefore think me ill-disposed, for a dolt like me is not bound to see into the thoughts and plots of those vile enchanters. I invented all that to escape my master's scolding, and not with any intention of hurting him, and if it has turned out differently, there is a God in heaven who judges our hearts." "That is true," said the Duchess. "But tell me, Sancho, what is this you say about the cave of Montesinos, for I should like to know." Sancho upon this related to her, word for word, what has been said already touching that adventure, and having heard it, the Duchess said, "From this occurrence it may be inferred that, as the great Don Quixote says he saw there the same country wench Sancho saw on the way from El Toboso, it is, no doubt, Dulcinea, and that there are some very active and exceedingly busy enchanters about." "So I say," said Sancho, "and if my lady Dulcinea is enchanted, so much the worse for her, and I'm not going to pick a quarrel with my master's enemies, who seem to be many and spiteful. The truth is that the one I saw was a country wench, and I set her down to be a country wench, and if that was Dulcinea, it must not be laid at my door, nor should I be called to answer for it or take the consequences. But they must go nagging at me at every step. Sancho said it, Sancho did it, Sancho here, Sancho there, as if Sancho was nobody at all, and not that same Sancho Panza that's now going all over the world in books, so Samson Carrasco told me, and he's at any rate one that's a bachelor of Salamanca, and people of that sort can't lie, except when the whim seizes them, or they have some very good reason for it. So there's no occasion for anybody to quarrel with me, and then I have a good character, and, as I have heard my master say, a good name is better than great riches. Let them only stick me into this government, and they'll see wonders, for one who has been a good squire will be a good governor." "All worthy Sancho's observations," said the Duchess, "are Catonian sentences, or at any rate out of the very heart of Miguel Verino himself, who florentibus occidit annis. In fact, to speak in his own style, under a bad cloak there's often a good drinker." "Indeed, Signora," said Sancho, "I never yet drank out of wickedness. From thirst I have, very likely, for I have nothing of the hypocrite in me. I drink when I'm inclined, or if I'm not inclined, when they offer it to me, so as not to look either straight-laced or ill-bred, for when a friend drinks one's health, what heart can be so hard as not to return it? But if I put on my shoes, I don't dirty them, Besides, squires to knights-errant mostly drink water, for they are always wandering among woods, forests and meadows, mountains and crags, without a drop of wine to be had if they gave their eyes for it." "So I believe," said the Duchess. "And now let Sancho go and take his sleep, and we will talk by and by at greater length, and settle how he may soon go and stick himself into the government, as he says." Sancho once more kissed the Duchess's hand, and entreated her to let good care be taken of his Dapple, for he was the light of his eyes. "What is Dapple?" said the Duchess. "My ass," said Sancho, "which, not to mention him by that name, I am accustomed to call Dapple. I begged this Lady Duenna here to take care of him when I came into the castle, and she got as angry as if I had said she was ugly or old, though it ought to be more natural and proper for duennas to feed asses than to ornament chambers. God bless me, what a spite a gentleman of my village had against these ladies." "He must have been some clown," said Donna Rodriguez the duenna, "for if he had been a gentleman and well born, he would have exalted them higher than the horns of the moon." "That will do," said the Duchess. "No more of this. Hush, Donna Rodriguez, and let Señor Panza rest easy, and leave the treatment of Dapple in my charge, for as he is a treasure of Sancho's, I'll put him on the apple of my eye." "It will be enough for him to be in the stable," said Sancho, "for neither he nor I are worthy to rest a moment in the apple of your highness's eye, and I'd as soon stab myself as consent to it. For though my master says that in civilities it is better to lose by a card too many than a card too few, when it comes to civilities to asses, we must mind what we are about, and keep within due bounds." "Take him to your government, Sancho," said the Duchess, "and there you will be able to make as much of him as you like, and even release him from work and pension him off." "Don't think, Señor Duchess, that you have said anything absurd," said Sancho. "I have seen more than 2 asses go to governments, and for me to take mine with me would be nothing new." Sancho's words made the Duchess laugh again, and gave her fresh amusement, and dismissing him to sleep, she went away to tell the Duke the conversation she had had with him, and between them they plotted and arranged to play a joke upon Don Quixote that was to be a rare one, and entirely in knight-errantry style. And in that same style they practised several upon him, so much in keeping and so clever that they form the best adventures this great history contains. Chapter 34, which relates how they learned the way in which they were to disenchant the peerless Dulcinea del Toboso, which is one of the rarest adventures in this book. Great was the pleasure the Duke and Duchess took in the conversation of Don Quixote and Sancho Panza, and more bent than ever upon the plan they had of practising some jokes upon them that should have the look and appearance of adventures, they took as their basis of action what Don Quixote had already told them about the cave of Montesinos, in order to play him a famous one. But what the Duchess marvelled at above all was that Sancho's simplicity could be so great as to make him believe as absolute truth that Dulcinea had been enchanted, when it was he himself who had been the enchanter and trickster in the business. Having therefore instructed their servants in everything they were to do, 6 days afterwards they took him out to hunt, with as great a retinue of huntsmen and beaters as a crowned king. They presented Don Quixote with a hunting suit, and Sancho with another of the finest green cloth. But Don Quixote declined to put his on, saying that he must soon return to the hard pursuit of arms, and could not carry wardrobes or stores with him. Sancho, however, took what they gave him, meaning to sell it at the first opportunity. The appointed day having arrived, Don Quixote armed himself, and Sancho arrayed himself, and mounted on his Dapple, for he would not give him up, though they offered him a horse, he placed himself in the midst of the troop of huntsmen. The Duchess came out splendidly attired, and Don Quixote, in pure courtesy and politeness, held the rein of her palfrey, though the Duke wanted not to allow him. And at last they reached a wood that lay between 2 high mountains, where, after occupying various posts, ambushes, and paths, and distributing the party in different positions, the hunt began with great noise, shouting, and hallooing, so that, between the baying of the hounds and the blowing of the horns, they could not hear one another. The Duchess dismounted, and with a sharp boar spear in her hand, posted herself where she knew the wild boars were in the habit of passing. The Duke and Don Quixote likewise dismounted and placed themselves one at each side of her. Sancho took up a position in the rear of all without dismounting from Dapple, whom he dared not desert lest some mischief should befall him. Scarcely had they taken their stand in a line with several of their servants when they saw a huge boar, closely pressed by the hounds and followed by the huntsmen, making towards them, grinding his teeth and tusks and scattering foam from his mouth. As soon as he saw him, Don Quixote, bracing his shield on his arm and drawing his sword, advanced to meet him. The Duke, with boar spear, did the same, and the Duchess would have gone in front of them all had not the Duke prevented her. Sancho alone, deserting Apple at the sight of the mighty beast, took to his heels as hard as he could and strove in vain to mount a tall oak. As he was clinging to a branch, however, halfway up in his struggle to reach the top, the bough, such was his ill luck and hard fate, gave way, and caught in his fall by a broken limb of the oak, he hung suspended in the air, unable to reach the ground. Finding himself in this position, and that the green coat was beginning to tear, and reflecting that if the fierce animal came that way he might be able to get at him, he began to utter such cries and call for help so earnestly that all who heard him and did not see him felt sure he must be in the teeth of some wild beast. In the end the tusked boar fell pierced by the blades of the many spears they held in front of him, and Don Quixote, turning round at the cries of Sancho, for he knew by them that it was he, saw him hanging from the oak, head downwards, with Dapple, who did not forsake him in his distress, close beside him. And Cide Hamete observes that he seldom saw Sancho Panza without seeing Dapple, or Dapple without seeing Sancho Panza, such was their attachment and loyalty one to the other. Don Quixote went over and unhooked Sancho, who, as soon as he found himself on the ground, looked at the rent in his hunting coat, and was grieved to the heart, for he thought he had got a patrimonial estate in that suit. Meanwhile they had slung the mighty boar across the back of a mule, and having covered it with sprigs of rosemary and branches of myrtle, they bore it away as the spoils of victory to some large field tents which had been pitched in the middle of the wood, where they found the tables laid and dinners served in such grand and sumptuous style that it was easy to see the rank and magnificence of those who had provided it. Sancho, as he showed the rents in his torn suit to the Duchess, observed, "If we had been hunting hares or after small birds, my coat would have been safe from being in the plight it's in. I don't know what pleasure one can find in lying in wait for an animal that may take your life with his tusk if he gets at you. I recollect having heard an old ballad sung that says, 'By bears be thou devoured, as erst was famous Saavedra.'" "That," said Don Quixote, "was a Gothic king, who, going a-hunting, was devoured by a bear." "Just so," said Sancho, "and I would not have kings and princes expose themselves to such dangers for the sake of a pleasure, which, to my mind, ought not to be one, as it consists in killing an animal that has done no harm whatever." "Quite the contrary, Sancho, you are wrong there," said the Duke, "for hunting is more suitable and requisite for kings and princes than for anybody else. The chase is the emblem of war. It has stratagem, wiles, and crafty devices for overcoming the enemy in safety. In it, extreme cold and intolerable heat have to be borne. Indolence and sleep are despised. The bodily powers are invigorated. The limbs of him who engages in it are made supple. And in a word, it is a pursuit which may be followed without injury to anyone and with enjoyment to many. And the best of it is not for everybody, as field sports of other sorts are, except hawking, which also is only for kings and great lords. Reconsider your opinion, therefore, Sancho, and when you are governor, take to hunting, and you will find the good of it." "Nay," said Sancho, "the good governor should have a broken leg and keep at home. It would be a nice thing if after people had been at the trouble of coming to look for him on business, the governor were to be away in the forest enjoying himself. The government would go on badly in that fashion. By my faith, signor, hunting and amusement are more fit for idlers than for governors. What I intend to amuse myself with is playing all fours at Easter time and bowls on Sunday and holidays, for these huntings don't suit my condition or agree with my conscience." "God grant it may turn out so," said the Duke, "because it's a long step from saying to doing." "Be that as it may," said Sancho, "pledges don't distress a good payer, and he whom God helps does better than he who gets up early, and it's the tripes that carry the feet, and not the feet the tripes. I mean to say that if God gives me help, and I do my duty honestly, no doubt I'll govern better than a gerfalcon. Nay, let them only put a finger in my mouth, and they'll see whether I can bite or not." "The curse of God and all his saints upon thee, thou accursed Sancho!" exclaimed Don Quixote. "When will the day come, as I have often said to thee, when I shall hear thee make one single, coherent, rational remark without proverbs? Pray, your highnesses, leave this fool alone, for he will grind your souls between, not to say 2, but 2,000 proverbs, dragged in as much in season and as much to the purpose as— may God grant as much health to him, or to me, if I want to listen to them." "Sancho Panza's proverbs," said the Duchess, "though more in number than the Greek commanders, are not therefore less to be esteemed for the conciseness of the maxims. For my own part, I can say they give me more pleasure than others that may be better brought in and more seasonably introduced." In pleasant conversation of this sort they passed out of the tent into the wood, and the day was spent in visiting some of the posts and hiding places, and then night closed in, not, however, as brilliantly or tranquilly as might have been expected at the season, for it was then midsummer, but bringing with it a kind of haze that greatly aided the project of the Duke and Duchess. And thus, as night began to fall, and a little after twilight set in, suddenly the whole wood on all 4 sides seemed to be on fire, and shortly after, here, there, on all sides, a vast number of trumpets and other military instruments were heard, as if several troops of cavalry were passing through the wood. The blaze of the fire and the noise of the warlike instruments almost blinded the eyes and deafened the ears of those that stood by, and indeed of all who were in the wood. Then there were heard repeated lelilies, after the fashion of the Moors when they rushed to battle. Trumpets and clarions brayed, drums beat, fifes played, so unceasingly and so fast that he could not have had any senses who did not lose them with the confused din of so many instruments. The Duke was astounded, the Duchess amazed, Don Quixote wondering, Sancho Panza trembling, and indeed even they who were aware of the cause were frightened. In their fear silence fell upon them, and a postilion, in the guise of a demon, passed in front of them, blowing, in lieu of a bugle, a huge hollow horn that gave out a horrible hoarse note. "Ho there, brother courier!" cried the Duke. "Who are you? Where are you going? What troops are these that seem to be passing through the wood?" To which the courier replied in a harsh, discordant voice, "I am the devil. I am in search of Don Quixote of La Mancha. Those who are coming this way are 6 troops of enchanters, who are bringing on a triumphal car the peerless Dulcinea del Toboso. She comes under enchantment, together with the gallant Frenchman Montesinos, to give instructions to Don Quixote as to how she, the said lady, may be disenchanted." "If you were the devil, as you say, and as your appearance indicates," said the Duke, "you would have known the said Don Quixote of La Mancha, for you have him here before you." "By God, and upon my conscience," said the devil, "I never observed it, for my mind is occupied with so many different things that I was forgetting the main thing I came about." "This demon must be an honest fellow and a good Christian," said Sancho, "for if he wasn't, he wouldn't swear by God and his conscience. I feel sure now there must be good souls even in hell itself." Without dismounting, the demon then turned to Don Quixote and said, "The unfortunate but valiant knight Montesinos sends me to thee, the Knight of the Lions, would that I saw thee in their claws, bidding me tell thee to wait for him wherever I may find thee, as he brings with him her whom they call Dulcinea del Toboso, that he may show thee what is needful in order to disenchant her. And as I came for no more, I need stay no longer. Demons of my sort be with thee, and good angels with these gentles." And so saying, he blew his huge horn, turned about, and went off without waiting for a reply from anyone. They all felt fresh wonder, but particularly Sancho and Don Quixote. Sancho to see how, in defiance of the truth, they would have it that Dulcinea was enchanted, Don Quixote because he could not feel sure whether what had happened to him in the cave of Montesinos was true or not, And as he was deep in these cogitations, the Duke said to him, "Do you mean to wait, Señor Don Quixote?" "Why not?" replied he. "Here will I wait, fearless and firm, though all hell should come to attack me." "Well then, if I see another devil or hear another horn like the last, I'll wait here as much as in Flanders," said Sancho. Night now closed in more completely, and many lights began to flit through the wood, just as those fiery exhalations from the earth, that look like shooting stars to our eyes, flit through the heavens. A frightful noise, too, was heard, like that made by the solid wheels the ox carts usually have, by the harsh, ceaseless creaking of which, they say, the bears and wolves are put to flight, if there happen to be any where they are passing. In addition to all this commotion, there came a further disturbance to increase the tumult, for now it seemed as if, in truth, on all four sides of the wood, 4 encounters or battles were going on at the same time. In one quarter resounded the dull noise of a terrible cannonade. In another, numberless muskets were being discharged. The shouts of the combatants sounded almost close at hand, and farther away the Moorish "Lelilis" were raised again and again. In a word, the bugles, the horns, the clarions, the trumpets, the drums, the cannon, the musketry, and above all the tremendous noise of the carts, all made up together a din so confused and terrific that Don Quixote had need to summon up all his courage to brave it. But Sancho's gave way, and he fell fainting on the skirt of the Duchess's robe, who let him lie there and promptly bade them throw water in his face. This was done, and he came to himself by the time that one of the carts with the creaking wheels reached the spot. It was drawn by 4 plodding oxen, all covered with black housings. On each horn they had fixed a large lighted wax taper, and on the top of the cart was constructed a raised seat, on which sat a venerable old man with a beard whiter than the very snow, and so long that it fell below his waist. He was dressed in a long robe of black buckram, for as the cart was thickly set with a multitude of candles, it was easy to make out everything that was on it. Leading it were 2 hideous demons, also clad in buckram, with countenances so frightful that Sancho, having once seen them, shut his eyes so as not to see them again. As soon as the cart came opposite the spot, the old man rose from his lofty seat, and standing up, said in a loud voice, "I am the sage Legandio," and without another word the cart then passed on. Behind it came another of the same form, with another aged man enthroned, who, stopping the cart, said in a voice no less solemn than that of the first, "I am the sage Alquife, the great friend of Urgando the Unknown," and passed on. Then another cart came by at the same pace, but the occupant of the throne was not old like the others, but a man stalwart and robust, and of a forbidding countenance, who, as he came up, said in a voice far hoarser and more devilish, "I am the enchanter Archelaus, the mortal enemy of Amadis of Gaul and all his kindred," and then passed on. Having gone a short distance, the 3 carts halted, and the monotonous noise of their wheels ceased, and soon after they heard another, not noise, but sound of sweet, harmonious music, of which Sancho was very glad, taking it to be a good sign, and said to the Duchess, from whom he did not stir a step, or for a single instant, "Señora, where there's music, there can't be mischief." "Nor where there are lights, and it is bright," said the Duchess, to which Sancho replied, "Fire gives light, and it's bright where there are bonfires, as we see by those that are all round us, and perhaps may burn us, but music is a sign of mirth and merry-making." "That remains to be seen," said Don Quixote, who was listening to all that passed, and he was right, as is shown in the following chapter. Chapter 35, wherein is continued the instruction given to Don Quixote touching the disenchantment of Dulcinea, together with other marvellous incidents. They saw advancing towards them, to the sound of this pleasing music, what they call a triumphal car, drawn by 6 grey mules with white linen housings, on each of which was mounted a penitent, robed also in white, with a large lighted wax taper in his hand. The car was 2 or perhaps 3 times as large as the former ones, and in front and on the sides stood 12 more penitents, all as white as snow, and all with lighted tapers, a spectacle to excite fear as well as wonder. and on a raised throne was seated a nymph, draped in a multitude of silver tissue veils, with an embroidery of countless gold spangles glittering all over them, that made her appear, if not richly, at least brilliantly apparelled. She had her face covered with thin transparent sendal, the texture of which did not prevent the fair features of a maiden from being distinguished, while the numerous lights made it possible to judge of her beauty and of her years, which seemed to be not less than 17, but not to have yet reached 20. Besides her was a figure in a robe of state, as they call it, reaching to the feet, while the head was covered with a black veil. But the instant the car was opposite the Duke and Duchess and Don Quixote, the music of the clarion ceased, and then that of the lutes and the harps on the car, and the figure in the robe rose up, and flinging it apart, and removing the veil from its face, disclosed to their eyes the shape of death itself, fleshless and hideous, at which sight Don Quixote felt uneasy, Sancho frightened, and the Duke and Duchess displayed a certain trepidation. Having risen to its feet, this living death, in a sleepy voice, and with a tongue hardly awake, held forth as follows. I am that Merlin who the legends say the devil had for father, and the lie hath gathered credence with the lapse of time. Of magic prince, of Zoroastric lore, monarch and treasurer with jealous eye, I view the efforts of the age to hide the gallant deeds of doughty errant knights, who are, and ever have been, dear to me. Enchanters and magicians of their kind are mostly hard of heart. Not so am I, for mine is tender, soft, compassionate, and its delight is doing good to all. In the dim caverns of the gloomy Dis, where tracing mystic lines and characters my soul abideth now, there came to me the sorrow-laden plaint of her, the fair, the peerless Dulcinea del Toboso. I knew of her enchantment and her fate, from high-born dame to peasant wench transformed, and touched with pity, first I turned the leaves of countless volumes of my devilish craft, and then, in this grim, grisly skeleton, myself encasing, hither have I come, to show where lies the fitting remedy to give relief in such a piteous case. O thou, the pride and pink of all that I wear, the adamantine steel, O shining light, O beacon, pole star, path and guide of all, who, scorning slumber and the lazy down, adopt the toilsome life of blood-stained arms. To thee, great hero, who all praise transcends, La Mancha's lustre and Iberia's star, Don Quixote, wise as brave, to thee I say, for peerless Dulcinea del Toboso, her pristine form and beauty to regain, 'tis needful that thy esquire Sancho shall on his own sturdy buttocks, bared to heaven, 3,300 lashes lay, and that they smart and sting and hurt him well. Thus have the authors of her woe resolved, and this is, gentles, whereof I have come. By all that's good, exclaimed Sancho at this, I'll just as soon give myself 3 stabs with a dagger as 3, not to say 3,000 lashes. The devil take such a way of disenchanting. I don't see what my backside has got to do with enchantment. By God, if Señor Merlin has not found out some other way of disenchanting the Lady Dulcinea del Toboso, she may go to her grave enchanted. But I'll take you, Don Clown stuffed with garlic, said Don Quixote, and tie you to a tree as naked as when your mother brought you forth, and give you, not to say 3,300, but 6,600 lashes, and so well laid on that they won't be got rid of if you try 3,300 times. Don't answer me a word, or I'll tear your soul out. On hearing this, Merlin said, That will not do, For the lashes worthy Sancho has to receive must be given of his own free will, and not by force, and at whatever time he pleases, for there is no fixed limit assigned to him. But it is permitted him, if he likes to commute by half the pain of this whipping, to let them be given by the hand of another, though it may be somewhat weighty. Not a hand, my own or anybody else's, weighty or weighable, shall touch me, said Sancho. Was it I that gave birth to the lady Dulcinea del Toboso, that my backside is to pay for the sins of her eyes? My master, indeed, that's a part of her, for he's always calling her my life and my soul, and his stay and prop, may and ought to whip himself for her, and take all the trouble required for her disenchantment. But for me to whip myself, ab annuncio. As soon as Sancho had done speaking, the nymph in silver that was at the side of Merlin's ghost stood up, and removing the thin veil from her face, disclosed one that seemed to all something more than exceedingly beautiful. And with a masculine freedom from embarrassment, in a voice not very like a lady's, addressing Sancho directly, said, Thou wretched squire, soul of a pitcher, heart of a cork tree, with boughs of flint and pebbles, if, thou impudent thief, they bade thee throw thyself down some lofty tower, if, enemy of mankind, they asked thee to swallow a dozen of toads, 2 of lizards, and 3 of adders, if they wanted thee to slay thy wife and children with a sharp murderous scimitar, it would be no wonder for thee to show thyself stubborn and squeamish. But to make a piece of work about 3,300 lashes, what every poor little charity boy gets every month, it is enough to amaze, astonish, astound the compassionate bowels of all who hear it, nay, all who come to hear it in the course of time. Turn, O miserable hard-hearted animal, turn, I say, those timorous owl's eyes upon these of mine that are compared to radiant stars, and thou wilt see them weeping, trickling streams and rills, and tracing furrows, tracks, and paths over the fair fields of my cheeks. Let it move thee, crafty, ill-conditioned monster, to see my blooming youth, still in its teens, for I am not yet 20, wasting and withering away beneath the husk of a rude peasant wench. And if I do not appear in that shape now, it is a special favour Señor Merlin here has granted me, to the sole end that my beauty may soften thee. For the tears of beauty in distress turn rocks into cotton, and tigers into ewes. Lay on to that hide of thine, thou great untamed brute, rouse up thy lusty vigour that only urges thee to eat and eat, and set free the softness of my flesh, the gentleness of my nature, and the fairness of my face. And if thou wilt not relent or come to reason for me, do so for the sake of that poor knight thou hast beside thee, thy master, I mean, whose soul I can this moment see, how it is stuck in his throat, not 10 fingers from his lips, and only waiting for thy inflexible or yielding reply to make its escape by his mouth, or go back again into his stomach. Don Quixote, on hearing this, felt his throat, and turning to the Duke, he said, By God, Señor, Dulcinea says true. I have my soul stuck here in my throat, like the nut of a crossbow. What say you to this, Sancho? Said the Duchess. I say, Señora, returned Sancho, what I said before, as for the lashes, ab annuncio. Ab renuncio, you should say, Sancho, and not as you do, said the Duke. Let me alone, your highness, said Sancho. I'm not in a humour now to look into niceties or a letter more or less, for these lashes that are to be given me, or I'm to give myself, have so upset me that I don't know what I'm saying or doing. But I'd like to know of this lady, my lady Dulcinea del Toboso, where she learned this way she has of asking favours. She comes to ask me to score my flesh with lashes, and she calls me soul of a pitcher, and great untamed brute, and a string of foul names that the devil is welcome to. Is my flesh brass, or is it anything to me whether she is enchanted or not? Does she bring with her a basket of fair linen, shirts, kerchiefs, socks, not that I wear any, to coax me? No, nothing but one piece of abuse after another, though she knows the proverb they have here, that an ass loaded with gold goes lightly up a mountain, and that gifts break rocks, and praying to God and plying the hammer, and that one take is better than two I'll give these. Then there's my master, who ought to stroke me down and pet me to make me turn wool and carded cotton. He says if he gets hold of me he'll tie me naked to a tree and double the tail of lashes on me. These tender-hearted gentry should consider that it's not merely a squire, but a governor they are asking to whip himself, just as if it was drink with cherries. Let them learn, plague take them, the right way to ask, and beg, and behave themselves. For all times are not alike, nor are people always in good humour. I'm now ready to burst with grief at seeing my green coat torn, and they come to ask me to whip myself of my own free will, I having as little fancy for it as turning cacique." "Well then, the fact is, friend Sancho," said the Duke, "that unless you become softer than a ripe fig, you shall not get hold of the government. It would be a nice thing for me to send my islanders a cruel governor with flinty bowels, who won't yield to the tears of afflicted damsels or to the prayers of wise magisterial ancient enchanters and sages. In short, Sancho, either you must be whipped by yourself, or they must whip you, or you shan't be governor." "Señor," said Sancho, "won't 2 days' grace be given me in which to consider what is best for me?" "No, certainly not," said Merlin. "Here, this minute, and on the spot, the matter must be settled. Either Dulcinea will return to the cave of Montesinos and to her former condition of peasant wench, or else in her present form shall be carried to the Elysian fields, where she will remain waiting until the number of stripes is completed." "Now then, Sancho," said the Duchess, "show courage and gratitude for your master Don Quixote's bread that you have eaten. We are all bound to oblige and please him for his benevolent disposition and lofty chivalry. Consent to this whipping, my son, to the devil with the devil, and leave fear to milksops, for a stout heart breaks bad luck, as you very well know." To this Sancho replied with an irrelevant remark, which, addressing Merlin, he made to him. "Will your worship tell me, Señor Merlin, when that courier devil came up, he gave my master a message from Señor Montesinos, charging him to wait for him here, as he was coming to arrange how the lady Donna Dulcinea del Toboso was to be disenchanted, but up to the present we have not seen Montesinos, nor anything like him." To which Merlin made answer, "The devil, Sancho, is a blockhead, and a great scoundrel. I sent him to look for your master, but not with a message from Montesinos, but from myself. For Montesinos is in his cave expecting, or more properly speaking, waiting for his disenchantment, for there's the tale to be skinned yet for him. If he owes you anything, or you have any business to transact with him, I'll bring him to you and put him where you choose. But for the present, make up your mind to consent to the penance, and believe me, it will be very good for you, for soul as well for body, for your soul because of the charity with which you perform it, for your body because I know that you are of a sanguine habit, and it will do you no harm to draw a little blood." "There are a great many doctors in the world, even the enchanters are doctors," said Sancho. "However, as everybody tells me the same thing, though I can't see it myself, I say I am willing to give myself the 3,300 lashes, provided I am to lay them on whenever I like, without any fixing of days or times, and I'll try and get out of debt as quickly as I can, that the world may enjoy the beauty of the lady Dulcinea del Toboso, as it seems contrary to what I thought, that she is beautiful after all. It must be a condition, too, that I am not to be bound to draw blood with the scourge, and that if any of the lashes happen to be fly-flappers, they are to count. Item, that in case I should make any mistake in the reckoning, Señor Merlin, as he knows everything, is to keep count, and let me know how many are still wanting or over the number." "There will be no need to let you know of any over," said Merlin, because when you reach the full number, the Lady Dulcinea will at once and that very instant be disenchanted, and will come in her gratitude to seek out the worthy Sancho and thank him, and even reward him for the good work. So you have no cause to be uneasy about stripes too many or too few. Heaven forbid I should cheat anyone of even a hair of his head." "Well then, in God's hand be it," said Sancho. "In the hard case I'm in, I give in. I say I accept the penance on the conditions laid down." The instant Sancho uttered these last words, the music of the clarion struck up once more, and again a host of muskets were discharged, and Don Quixote hung on Sancho's neck, kissing him again and again on the forehead and cheeks. The Duchess and the Duke expressed the greatest satisfaction. The car began to move on, and as it passed, the fair Dulcinea bowed to the Duke and Duchess, and made a low curtsy to Sancho. And now bright smiling dawn came on apace. The flowers of the field, revived, raised up their heads, and the crystal waters of the brooks, murmuring over the grey and white pebbles, hastened to pay their tribute to the expectant rivers. The glad earth, the unclouded sky, the fresh breeze, the clear light, each and all showed that the day that came treading on the skirts of morning would be calm and bright. The Duke and Duchess, pleased with their hunt and at having carried out their plan so cleverly and successfully, returned to their castle, resolved to follow up their joke, for to them there was no reality that could afford more amusement. Chapter 36, wherein is related the strange and undreamt-of adventure of the distressed duenna, alias the Countess Trifaldi, together with a letter which Sancho Panza wrote to his wife, Teresa Panza. The Duke had a major domo of a very facetious and sportive turn, and he it was that played the part of Merlin, made all the arrangements for the late adventure, composed the verses, and got a page to represent Dulcinea. And now, with the assistance of his master and mistress, he got up another of the drollest and strangest contrivances that can be imagined. The Duchess asked Sancho the next day if he had made a beginning with his penance task which he had to perform for the disenchantment of Dulcinea. He said he had, and had given himself 5 lashes overnight. The Duchess asked him what he had given them with. He said, with his hand. "That," said the Duchess, "is more like giving oneself slaps than lashes. I am sure the sage Merlin will not be satisfied with such tenderness. Worthy Sancho must make a scourge with claws, or a cat of 9 tails, that will make itself felt, for it's with blood that letters enter, and the release of so great a lady as Dulcinea will not be granted so cheaply, or at such a paltry price. And remember, Sancho, that works of charity done in a lukewarm and half-hearted way are without merit and of no avail." To which Sancho replied, "If your ladyship will give me a proper scourge or cord, I'll lay on with it, provided it does not hurt too much. For you must know, boor as I am, my flesh is more cotton than hemp, and it won't do for me to destroy myself for the good of anybody else." "So be it, by all means," said the Duchess. "Tomorrow I'll give you a scourge that will be just the thing for you, and will accommodate itself to the tenderness of your flesh, as if it was its own sister." Then said Sancho, "Your Highness must know, dear lady of my soul, that I have a letter written to my wife, Teresa Panza, giving her an account of all that has happened me since I left her. I have it here in my bosom, and there's nothing wanting but to put the address to it. I'd be glad if your discretion would read it, for I think it runs in the governess style, I mean the way governors ought to write." "And who dictated it?" asked the Duchess. "Who should have dictated it but myself, sinner as I am?" said Sancho. "And did you write it yourself?" said the Duchess. "That I didn't," said Sancho, "for I can neither read nor write, though I can sign my name." "Let us see it," said the Duchess, "for never fear but you display in it the quality and quantity of your wit." Sancho drew out an open letter from his bosom, and the Duchess, taking it, found it ran in this fashion: "Sancho Panza's letter to his wife, Teresa Panza. If I was well whipped, I went mounted like a gentleman. If I have got a good government, it is at the cost of a good whipping. Thou wilt not understand this just now, my Teresa. By and by thou wilt know what it means. I may tell thee, Teresa, I mean thee to go in a coach, for that is a matter of importance, because every other way of going is going on all fours. Thou art a governor's wife. Take care that nobody speaks evil of thee behind thy back. I send thee here a green hunting suit that my lady the Duchess gave me. Alter it so as to make a petticoat and bodice for our daughter. Don Quixote, my master, if I am to believe what I hear in these parts, is a madman of some sense, and a droll blockhead, and I am in no way behind him. We have been in the cave of Montesinos, and the sage Merlin has laid hold of me for the disenchantment of Dulcinea del Toboso, her that is called Aldonza Lorenzo over there. With 3,300 lashes, less 5 that I am to give myself, she will be left as entirely disenchanted as the mother that bore her. Say nothing of this to anyone, for make thy affairs public, and some will say they are white, and others will say they are black. I shall leave this in a few days for my government, to which I am going with a mighty great desire to make money, for they tell me all new governors set out with the same desire. I will feel the pulse of it, and will let thee know if thou art to come and live with me or not. Dapple is well, and sends many remembrances to thee. I am not going to leave him behind, though they took me away to be Grand Turk. My lady the Duchess kisses thy hands 1,000 times. Do thou make a return with 2,000, for, as my master says, nothing costs less or is cheaper than civility. God has not been pleased to provide another valise for me with another 100 crowns like the one the other day, but never mind, my Teresa, the bell ringer is in safe quarters, and all will come out in the scouring of the government, only it troubles me greatly what they tell me, that once I have tasted it, I will eat my hands off after it, and if that is so, it will not come very cheap to me, though to be sure the maimed have a benefice of their own in the alms they beg for, so that one way or another thou wilt be rich and in luck. God give it to thee as he can, and keep me to serve thee. From this castle, the 20th of July, 1614. Thy husband, the governor, Sancho Panza. When she had done reading the letter, the Duchess said to Sancho, On 2 points the worthy governor goes rather astray. One is in saying or hinting that this government has been bestowed upon him for the lashes that he is to give himself, when he knows, and he cannot deny it, that when my lord the Duke promised it to him, nobody ever dreamt of such a thing as lashes. The other is that he shows himself here to be very covetous, and I would not have him a money-seeker, for covetousness bursts the bag, and the covetous governor does ungoverned justice. I don't mean it that way, Signora, said Sancho, and if you think the letter doesn't run as it ought to do, it's only to tear it up and make another, and maybe it will be a worse one if it is left to my gumption. No, no, said the Duchess, this one will do, and I wish the Duke to see it. With this they betook themselves to a garden where they were to dine, and the Duchess showed Sancho's letter to the Duke, who was highly delighted with it. They dined, and after the cloth had been removed, and they had amused themselves for a while with Sancho's rich conversation, the melancholy sound of a fife and harsh discordant drum made itself heard. All seemed somewhat put out by this dull, confused martial harmony, especially Don Quixote, who could not keep his seat from pure disquietude. As to Sancho, it is needless to say that fear drove him to his usual refuge, the side or the skirts of the Duchess. And indeed, and in truth, the sound they heard was a most doleful and melancholy one. While they were still in uncertainty, they saw advancing towards them through the garden 2 men clad in mourning robes, so long and flowing that they trailed upon the ground. As they marched, they beat 2 great drums, which were likewise draped in black, and beside them came the fife-player, black and sombre like the others. Following these came a personage of gigantic stature, enveloped rather than clad in a gown of the deepest black, the skirt of which was of prodigious dimensions. Over the gown, girdling or crossing his figure, he had a broad baldric which was also black, and from which hung a huge scimitar with a black scabbard and furniture. He had his face covered with a transparent black veil, through which might be descried a very long beard as white as snow. He came on, keeping step to the sound of the drums with great gravity and dignity, and, in short, his stature, his gait, the sombreness of his appearance, and his following might well have struck with astonishment, as they did, all who beheld him without knowing who he was. With this measured pace and in this guise he advanced to kneel before the Duke, who, with the others, awaited him standing. The Duke, however, would not on any account allow him to speak until he had risen. The prodigious scarecrow obeyed, and, standing up, removed the veil from his face, and disclosed the most enormous, the longest, the whitest, and the thickest beard that human eyes had ever beheld until that moment, and then, fetching up a grave, sonorous voice from the depths of his broad, capacious chest, and fixing his eyes on the Duke, he said, "Most high and mighty Signor, my name is Trifaldin of the White Beard. I am squire to the Countess Trifaldi, otherwise called the Distressed Duenna, on whose behalf I bear a message to your Highness, which is that your magnificence will be pleased to grant her leave and permission to come and tell you her trouble, which is one of the strangest and most wonderful that the mind most familiar with trouble in the world could have imagined. But first she desires to know if the valiant and never vanquished knight Don Quixote of La Mancha is in your castle, for she has come in quest of him, on foot and without breaking her fast, from the kingdom of Candy to your realms here, a thing which may and ought to be regarded as a miracle, or set down to enchantment. She is even now at the gate of this fortress or plaisance, and only waits for your permission to enter. I have spoken." And with that he coughed, and stroked down his beard with both his hands, and stood very tranquilly, waiting for the response of the Duke, which was to this effect: "Many days ago, worthy Squire Trifaldin of the White Beard, we heard of the misfortune of my lady, the Countess Trifaldi, whom the enchanters have caused to be called the Distressed Duenna. Bid her enter, O stupendous squire, and tell her that the valiant knight Don Quixote of La Mancha is here, and from his generous disposition she may safely promise herself every protection and assistance. And you may tell her, too, that if my aid be necessary, it will not be withheld, for I am bound to give it to her by my quality of knight, which involves the protection of women of all sorts, especially widowed, wronged, and distressed dames, such as her ladyship seems to be." On hearing this, Trifaldin bent the knee to the ground, and making a sign to the fifer and drummers to strike up, he turned and marched out of the garden, to the same notes and at the same pace as when he entered, leaving them all amazed at his bearing and solemnity. Turning to Don Quixote, the Duke said, "After all, renowned knight, the mists of malice and ignorance are unable to hide or obscure the light of valour and virtue. I say so, because your excellence has been barely 6 days in this castle, and already the unhappy and the afflicted come in quest of you from lands far distant and remote, and not in coaches or on dromedaries, but on foot and fasting, confident that in that mighty arm they will find a cure for their sorrows and troubles, thanks to your great achievements, which are circulated all over the known earth." "I wish, Señor Duke," replied Don Quixote, "that blessed ecclesiastic, who at table the other day showed such ill will and bitter spite against knights-errant, were here now to see with his own eyes whether knights of the sort are needed in the world. He would at any rate learn by experience that those suffering any extraordinary affliction or sorrow, in extreme cases and unusual misfortunes, do not go to look for a remedy to the houses of jurists or village sacristans, or to the knight who has never attempted to pass the bounds of his own town, or to the indolent courtiers who only seek for news to repeat and talk of, instead of striving to do deeds and exploits for others to relate and record. Relief in distress, help in need, protection for damsels, consolation for widows, are to be found in no sort of persons better than in knights-errant, and I give unceasing thanks to heaven that I am one, and regard any misfortune or suffering that may befall me in the pursuit of so honourable a calling as endured to good purpose. Let this duenna come, and ask what she will, for I will effect her relief by the might of my arm and the dauntless resolution of my bold heart. Chapter 37, wherein is continued the notable adventure of the distressed duenna. The Duke and Duchess were extremely glad to see how readily Don Quixote fell in with their scheme. But at this moment Sancho observed, "I hope this Señora Duenna won't be putting any difficulties in the way of the promise of my government, for I have heard a Toledo apothecary, who talked like a goldfinch, say that where duennas were mixed up, nothing good could happen. God bless me, how he hated them, that same apothecary. And so what I'm thinking is, if all duennas, of whatever sort of condition they may be, are plagues and busybodies, what must they be that are distressed, like this Countess Three Skirts or Three Tails? For in my country, skirts or tails, tails or skirts, it's all one." "Hush, friend Sancho," said Don Quixote. "Since this lady duenna comes in quest of me from such a distant land, she cannot be one of those the apothecary meant. Moreover, this is a countess, and when countesses serve as duennas, it is in the service of queens and empresses, for in their own houses they are mistresses paramount, and have other duennas to wait on them." To this Donna Rodriguez, who was present, made answer, "My lady the Duchess has duennas in her service that might be countesses if it was the will of fortune, but laws go as kings like. Let nobody speak ill of duennas, above all of ancient maiden ones, for though I am not one myself, I know and am aware of the advantage a maiden duenna has over one that is a widow. But he who clipped us has kept the scissors." "For all that," said Sancho, "there's so much to be clipped about duennas, so my barber said, that it will be better not to stir the rice, even though it sticks." "These squires," returned Donna Rodriguez, "are always our enemies, and as they are the haunting spirits of the antechambers, and watch us at every step, whenever they are not saying their prayers, and that's often enough, they spend their time in tattling about us, digging up our bones and burying our good name. But I can tell these walking blocks that we will live in spite of them, and in great houses too, though we die of hunger and cover our flesh, be it delicate or not, with widows' weeds, as one covers or hides a dunghill on a procession day. By my faith, if it were permitted me, and time allowed, I could prove, not only to those here present, but to all the world, that there is no virtue that is not to be found in a duenna." "I have no doubt," said the Duchess, "that my good Donna Rodriguez is right, and very much so. But she had better bide her time for fighting her own battle and that of the rest of the duennas, so as to crush the calumny of that vile apothecary, and root out the prejudice in the great Sancho Panza's mind." To which Sancho replied, "Ever since I have sniffed the governorship, I have got rid of the humours of a squire, and I don't care a wild fig for all the duennas in the world." They would have carried on in this duenna dispute further, had they not heard the notes of the fife and drums once more, from which they concluded that the distressed duenna was making her entrance. The Duchess asked the Duke if it would be proper to go out to receive her, as she was a countess and a person of rank. "In respect of her being a countess," said Sancho, before the Duke could reply, "I am for your highnesses going out to receive her, but in respect of her being a duenna, it is my opinion you should not stir a step." "Who bade thee meddle in this, Sancho?" said Don Quixote. "Who, señor?" said Sancho. "I meddle, for I have a right to meddle, as a squire who has learned the rules of courtesy in the school of your worship, the most courteous and best-bred knight in the whole world of courtliness, and in these things, as I have heard your worship say, as much is lost by a card too many as by a card too few, and to one who has his ears open, few words." "Sancho is right," said the Duke. "We'll see what the Countess is like, and by that measure the courtesy that is due to her." And now the drums and fife made their entrance as before. And here the author brought this short chapter to an end, and began the next, following up the same adventure, which is one of the most notable in the history. Chapter 38, wherein is told the distressed duenna's tale of her misfortunes. Following the melancholy musicians, there filed into the garden as many as 12 duennas, in 2 lines, all dressed in ample mourning robes, apparently of milled serge, with hoods of fine white gauze so long that they allowed only the border of the robe to be seen. Behind them came the Countess Trifaldi, the Squire Trifaldin of the white beard leading her by the hand, clad in the finest unnapped black baize, such that, had it a nap, every tuft would have shown as big as a Martos chickpea. The tail, or skirt, or whatever it might be called, ended in 3 points, which were borne up by the hands of 3 pages, likewise dressed in mourning, forming an elegant geometrical figure with the 3 acute angles made by the 3 points, from which all who saw the peaked skirt concluded that it must be because of it the Countess was called Trifaldi, as though it were Countess of the 3 skirts. And Benengeli says it was so, and that by her right name she was called the Countess Lobuna, because wolves bred in great numbers in her country. And if instead of wolves they had been foxes, she would have been called the Countess Zoruna, as it was the custom in those parts for lords to take distinctive titles from the thing or things most abundant in their dominions. This countess, however, in honour of the new fashion of her skirt, dropped Lobuna and took up Trifaldi. The 12 duennas and the lady came on at procession pace, their faces being covered with black veils, not transparent ones like Trifaldin's, but so close that they allowed nothing to be seen through them. As soon as the band of duennas was fully in sight, the Duke, the Duchess, and Don Quixote stood up, as well as all who were watching the slow-moving procession. The 12 duennas halted and formed a lane, along which the distressed one advanced, Trifaldin still holding her hand. On seeing this, the Duke, the Duchess, and Don Quixote went some 12 paces forward to meet her. She then, kneeling on the ground, said in a voice hoarse and rough rather than fine and delicate, "May it please your highnesses not to offer such courtesies to this your servant. I should say to this your handmaid, for I am in such distress that I shall never be able to make a proper return, because my strange and unparalleled misfortune has carried off my wits, and I know not whither. But it must be a long way off, for the more I look for them, the less I find them." "He would be wanting in wits, Signora Countess," said the Duke, "who did not perceive your worth by your person, for at a glance it may be seen it deserves all the cream of courtesy and flower of polite usage." And raising her up by the hand, he led her to a seat beside the Duchess, who likewise received her with great urbanity. Don Quixote remained silent, while Sancho was dying to see the features of Trifaldi and 1 or 2 of her many duennas, but there was no possibility of it until they themselves displayed them of their own accord and free will. All kept still, waiting to see who would break silence, which the distressed duenna did in these words: "I am confident, most mighty lord, most fair lady, and most discreet company, that my most miserable misery will be accorded a reception no less dispassionate than generous and condolent in your most valiant bosoms, for it is one that is enough to melt marble, soften diamonds, and mollify the steel of the most hardened hearts in the world. But ere it is proclaimed to your hearing, not to say your ears, I would fain be enlightened whether there be present in this society, circle, or company, that knight immaculatissimus Don Quixote de la Manchissima, and his squirissimus Panza." "The Panza is here," said Sancho, before anyone could reply, "and Don Quixotissimus too, and so, most distressed duenissima, you may say what you willissimus, for we are all redissimus to do your servissimus." On this Don Quixote rose, and addressing the distressed duenna said, "If your sorrows, afflicted lady, can indulge in any hope of relief from the valour or might of any knight-errant, here are mine, which, feeble and limited though they be, shall be entirely devoted to your service. I am Don Quixote of La Mancha, whose calling it is to give aid to the needy of all sorts, and that being so, it is not necessary for you, Signora, to make any appeal to benevolence or deal in preambles, only to tell your woes plainly and straightforwardly, for you have hearers that will know how, if not to remedy them, to sympathize with them." On hearing this, the distressed duenna made as though she would throw herself at Don Quixote's feet, and actually did fall before them, and said, as she strove to embrace them, "Before these feet and legs I cast myself, O unconquered knight, as before what they are, the foundations and pillars of knight-errantry. These feet I desire to kiss, for upon their steps hangs and depends the sole remedy for my misfortune, O valorous errant, whose veritable achievements leave behind and eclipse the fabulous ones of the Amadises, Esplandians, and Belianuses." Then, turning from Don Quixote to Sancho Panza, and grasping his hand, she said, "O thou most loyal squire that ever served knight-errant in this present age, or ages past, whose goodness is more extensive than the beard of Trafalgar, my companion here of present, may whilst thou boast thyself that, in serving the great Don Quixote, thou art serving, summed up in one, the whole host of knights that have ever borne arms in the world, I conjure thee, by what thou owest to thy most loyal goodness, that thou wilt become my kind intercessor with thy master, that he speedily give aid to this most humble and most unfortunate countess." To this Sancho made answer, "As to my goodness, señora, being as long and as great as your squire's beard, it matters very little to me. May I have my soul well bearded and moustached when it comes to quit this life, that's the point. About beards here below I care little or nothing, but without all these blandishments and prayers I will beg my master, for I know he loves me, and besides he has need of me just now for a certain business, to help and aid your worship as far as he can. Unpack your woes, and lay them before us, and leave us to deal with them, for we'll be all of one mind." The Duke and Duchess, as it was they who had made the experiment of this adventure, were ready to burst with laughter at all this, and between themselves they commended the clever acting of the Trafaldi, who, returning to her seat, said, "Queen Donna Maguncia reigned over the famous kingdom of Kandy, which lies between the great Trapobana and the southern sea, 2 leagues beyond Cape Comorin. She was the widow of King Archipiela, her lord and husband, and of their marriage they had issue the Princess Autonomasia, heiress of the kingdom, which Princess Autonomasia was reared and brought up under my care and direction, I being the oldest and highest in rank of her mother's duennas. Time passed, and the young Antonomasia reached the age of 14, and such a perfection of beauty that nature could not raise it higher. Then it must not be supposed her intelligence was childish. She was as intelligent as she was fair, and she was fairer than all the world, and is so still, unless the envious fates and hard-hearted sisters 3 have cut for her the thread of life. But that they have not, for heaven will not suffer so great a wrong to earth as it would be to pluck unripe the grapes of the fairest vineyard on its surface. Of this beauty, to which my poor feeble tongue has failed to do justice, countless princes, not only of that country, but of others, were enamoured, and among them a private gentleman, who was at the court, dared to raise his thoughts to the heaven of so great beauty, trusting to his youth, his gallant bearing, his numerous accomplishments and graces, and his quickness and readiness of wit. For I may tell your highnesses, if I am not wearying you, that he played the guitar so as to make it speak, and he was, besides, a poet and a great dancer, and he could make bird cages so well that by making them alone he might have gained a livelihood had he found himself reduced to utter poverty. And gifts and graces of this kind are enough to bring down a mountain, not to say a tender young girl. But all his gallantry, wit, and gaiety, all his graces and accomplishments, would have been of little or no avail towards gaining the fortress of my pupil, had not the impudent thief taken the precaution of gaining me over first. First, the villain and heartless vagabond sought to win my good will and purchase my compliance, so as to get me, like a treacherous warder, to deliver up to him the keys of the fortress I had in charge. In a word, he gained an influence over my mind, and overcame my resolutions with I know not what trinkets and jewels he gave me, But it was some verses I heard him singing one night from a grating that opened on the street where he lived, that more than anything else made me give way and led to my fall. And if I remember rightly, they ran thus: "From that sweet enemy of mine my bleeding heart hath had its wound, and to increase that pain I'm bound to suffer and to make no sign." The line seemed pearls to me, and his voice sweet as syrup. And afterwards, I may say, ever since then, looking at the misfortune into which I have fallen, I have thought that poets, as Plato advised, ought to be banished from all well-ordered states, at least the amatory ones, for they write verses not like those of the Marquis of Mantua, that delight and draw tears from the women and children, but sharp-pointed conceits that pierce the heart like soft thorns, and like the lightning strike it, leaving the raiment uninjured. Another time he sang: "Come, death, so subtly veiled that I thy coming know not how or when, lest it should give me life again to find how sweet it is to die." And other verses and burdens of the same sort, such as enchant when sung and fascinate when written. And then, when they condescend to compose a sort of verse that was at that time in vogue in Candy, which they call seguidillas, then it is that hearts leap and laughter breaks forth, and the body grows restless, and all the senses turn quicksilver. And so I say, sirs, that these troubadours richly deserve to be banished to the isles of the lizards, though it is not they that are in fault, but the simpletons that extol them, and the fools that believe in them. And had I been the faithful duenna I should have been, his stale conceits would never have moved me, nor should I have been taken in by such phrases as "In death I live, in ice I burn, in flames I shiver, hopeless I hope, I go and stay," and paradoxes of that sort, which their writings are full of. And then when they promise the phoenix of Arabia, the crown of Ariadne, the horses of the sun, the pearls of the south, the gold of Tiber, and the balsam of Panchaia, then it is they give a loose to their pens, for it costs them little to make promises they have no intention or power of fulfilling. But where am I wandering to? Woe is me, unfortunate being! What madness or folly leaves me to speak of the faults of others, when there is so much to be said about my own? Again, woe is me, hapless that I am! It was not verses that conquered me, but my own simplicity. It was not music made me yield, but my own imprudence, my own great ignorance and little caution opened the way and cleared the path for Don Clavi or Cervantes, and that was the name of the gentleman I have referred to. And so, with my help as go-between, he found his way many a time into the chamber of the deceived Antonomasia, deceived not by him, but by me, under the title of a lawful husband. For, sinner though I was, I would not have allowed him to approach the edge of her shoe-sole without being her husband. No, not that. Marriage must come first in any business of this sort that I take in hand. But there was one hitch in this case, which was that of inequality of rank, Don Clavijo being a private gentleman, and the Princess Antonomasia, as I said, heiress to the kingdom. The entanglement remained for some time a secret, kept hidden by my cunning precautions, until I perceived that a certain expansion of waste in Antonomasia must before long disclose it, the dread of which made us all there take counsel together. And it was agreed that before the mischief came to light, Don Clavijo should demand Antonomasia as his wife before the vicar, in virtue of an agreement to marry him made by the princess, and drafted by my wit in such binding terms that the might of Samson could not have broken it. The necessary steps were taken. The vicar saw the agreement, and took the lady's confession. She confessed everything in full, and he ordered her into the custody of a very worthy alguacil of the court. "Are there alguacils in the court in Kandy too?" said Sancho at this, "and poets and seguidillas? I swear I think the world is the same all over. But make haste, Señora Trifaldi, for it is late, and I am dying to know the end of this long story." "I will," replied the Countess. Chapter 39, in which the Trifaldi continues her marvellous and memorable story. By every word that Sancho uttered, the Duchess was as much delighted as Don Quixote was driven to desperation. He bade him hold his tongue, and the distressed one went on to say, "At length, after much questioning and answering, as the princess held to her story without changing or varying her previous declaration, the vicar gave his decision in favour of Don Clavijo, and she was delivered over to him as his lawful wife, which the Queen Donna Maguncia, the Princess Anastomasia's mother, so took to heart that within the space of 3 days we buried her." "She died, no doubt," said Sancho. "Of course," said Trifaldin. "They don't bury living people in Kandy, only the dead." "Señor Squire," said Sancho, "a man in a swoon has been known to be buried before now in the belief that he was dead, and it struck me that Queen Maguncia ought to have swooned rather than died, because with life a great many things come right, and the princess's folly was not so great that she need feel it so keenly. If the lady had married some page of hers, or some other servant of the house, as many another has done, so I have heard say, then the mischief would have been past curing. But to marry such an elegant, accomplished gentleman as has been just now described to us, indeed, though it was a folly, it was not such a great one as you think, for according to the rules of my master here, and he won't allow me to lie, as of men of letters bishops are made, so of gentlemen knights, especially if they be errant, kings and emperors may be made." "Thou art right, Sancho," said Don Quixote, "for with a knight-errant, if he has but 2 fingers' breadth of good fortune, it is on the cards to become the mightiest lord on earth. But let Señora the distressed one proceed, for I suspect that she has got yet to tell us the bitter part of this so far sweet story." "The bitter part is indeed to come," said the Countess, "and such bitter that colocynth is sweet, and oleander toothsome in comparison. The Queen then, being dead, and not in a swoon, we buried her, and hardly had we covered her with earth, hardly had we said our last farewells, when quis talia fando temperet a lacrimis, over the Queen's grave there appeared, mounted upon a wooden horse, the giant Malambruno, Maguncia's first cousin, who besides being cruel is an enchanter, and he, to revenge the death of his cousin, punished the audacity of Don Clavijo, and in wrath at the contumacy of Antonomasia, left them both enchanted by his art on the grave itself, she being changed into an ape of brass, and he into a horrible crocodile of some unknown metal, while between the two there stands a pillar also of metal, with certain characters of the Syriac language inscribed upon it, which, being translated into Candian and now into Castilian, contain the following sentence: "These 2 rash lovers shall not recover their former shape, until the valiant Manchegan comes to do battle with me in single combat, for the fates reserve this unexampled adventure for his mighty valour alone." This done, he drew from its sheath a huge broad scimitar, and seizing me by the hair, he made as though he meant to cut my throat and shear my head clean off. I was terror-stricken, my voice stuck in my throat, and I was in the deepest distress. Nevertheless, I summoned up my strength as well as I could, and in a trembling and piteous voice I addressed such words to him as induced him to stay the infliction of a punishment so severe. He then caused all the duennas of the palace, those that are here present, to be brought before him, and after having dwelt upon the enormity of our offence, and denounced duennas, their character, their evil ways, and worse intrigues, laying to the charge of all what I alone was guilty of, he said he would not visit us with capital punishment, but with others of a slow nature, which would be, in effect, civil death for ever. And the very instant he ceased speaking, we all felt the pores of our faces opening and pricking us as if with the points of needles. We at once put our hands up to our faces, and found ourselves in the state you see now. Here the distressed one and the other duennas raised the veils with which they were covered, and disclosed countenances all bristling with beards, some red, some black, some white, and some grizzled, at which spectacle the Duke and Duchess made a show of being filled with wonder. Don Quixote and Sancho were overwhelmed with amazement, and the bystanders lost in astonishment, while the Trifaldi went on to say, "Thus did that malevolent villain Malambruno punish us, covering the tenderness and softness of our faces with these rough bristles. Would to heaven that he had swept off our heads with his enormous scimitar, instead of obscuring the light of our countenances with these wool combings that cover us. For if we look into the matter, sirs, and what I am now going to say, I would say with eyes flowing like fountains, only that the thought of our misfortune and the oceans they have already wept keep them as dry as barley spears, and so I say it without tears. Where, I ask, can a duenna with a beard go to? What father or mother will feel pity for her? Who will help her? For if, even when she has a smooth skin and a face tortured by 1,000 kinds of washes and cosmetics, she can hardly get anybody to love her, what will she do when she shows a countenance turned into a thicket? Oh, duennas, companions mine, it was an unlucky moment when we were born, and an ill-starred hour when our fathers begot us." And as she said this, she showed signs of being about to faint. Chapter 40. Of matters relating and belonging to this adventure and to this memorable history. Verily and truly, all those who find pleasure in histories like this ought to show their gratitude to Cide Hamete, its original author, for the scrupulous care he has taken to set before us all its minute particulars, not leaving anything, however trifling it may be, that he does not make clear and plain. He portrays the thoughts, he reveals the fancies, he answers implied questions, clears up doubts, sets objections at rest, and, in a word, makes plain the smallest points the most inquisitive man can desire to know. O renowned author! O happy Don Quixote! O famous, famous droll Sancho! All and each may ye live countless ages for the delight and amusement of the dwellers on earth. The history goes on to say that when Sancho saw the distressed one faint, he exclaimed, "I swear by the faith of an honest man and the shades of all my ancestors the Panzers that never I did see or hear of, nor has my master related or conceived in his mind such an adventure as this. 1,000 devils, not to curse thee, take thee, Malambruno, for an enchanter and a giant. Couldst thou find no other sort of punishment for these sinners but bearding them? Would it not have been better? It would have been better for them to have taken off half their noses from the middle upwards, even though they'd have snuffled when they spoke, than to have put beards on them. I bet they have not the means of paying anybody to shave them." "That is the truth, senor," said one of the 12. "We have not the money to get ourselves shaved, and so we have, some of us, taken to using sticking plasters by way of an economical remedy, for by applying them to our faces and plucking them off with a jerk, we are left as bare and smooth as the bottom of a stone mortar. There are, to be sure, women in Kandy that go about from house to house to remove down and trim eyebrows and make cosmetics for the use of the women, but we, the duennas of my lady, would never let them in, for most of them have a flavour of agents that have ceased to be principles, and if we are not relieved by Señor Don Quixote, we shall be carried to our graves with beards." "I will pluck out my own in the land of the Moors," said Don Quixote, "if I don't cure yours." At this instant the Trifaldi recovered from her swoon, and said, "The chink of that promise, valiant knight, reached my ears in the midst of my swoon, and has been the means of reviving me and bringing me back to my senses. And so, once more, I implore you, illustrious errant, indomitable sir, to let your gracious promises be turned into deeds." "There shall be no delay on my part," said Don Quixote. "Bethink you, señora, of what I must do, for my heart is most eager to serve you." "The fact is," replied the distressed one, "it is 5,000 leagues, a couple more or less, from this to the kingdom of Kandy, if you go by land. But if you go through the air and in a straight line, it is 3,227. You must know, too, that Malambruno told me that whenever fate provided the knight our deliverer, he himself would send him a steed far better and with less tricks than a post-horse, for he will be that same wooden horse on which the valiant Pierre carried off the fair Magalona, which said horse is guided by a peg he has in his forehead that serves for a bridle, and flies through the air with such rapidity that you would fancy the very devils were carrying him. This horse, according to ancient tradition, was made by Merlin. He lent him to Pierre, who was a friend of his, and who made long journeys with him, and, as has been said, carried off the fair Magalona, bearing her through the air on its haunches, and making all who beheld them from the earth gape with astonishment. And he never lent him save to those whom he loved, or those who paid him well. And since the great Pierre, we know of no one having mounted him until now. From him Malambruno stole him by his magic art, and he has him now in his possession, and makes use of him in his journeys, which he constantly makes through different parts of the world. He is here today, tomorrow in France, and the next day in Potosi, and the best of it is, the said horse neither eats nor sleeps nor wears out shoes, and goes at an ambling pace through the air without wings, so that he whom he has mounted upon him can carry a cupful of water in his hand without spilling a drop, so smoothly and easily does he go, for which reason the fair Magalona enjoyed riding him greatly. "For going smoothly and easily," said Sancho at this, "give me my Dapple, though we can't go through the air, but on the ground I'll back him against all the amblers in the world." They all laughed, and the distressed one continued, "And this same horse, if so be that Malambruno is disposed to put an end to our sufferings, will be here before us ere the night shall have advanced half an hour, for he announced to me that the sign he would give me whereby I might know that I had found the knight I was in quest of would be to send me the horse wherever he might be, speedily and promptly." "And how many is there room for on this horse?" asked Sancho. "Two," said the distressed one, "one in the saddle and the other on the croup, and generally these two are knight and squire, when there is no damsel that's been carried off." "I'd like to know, Señor Distressed One," said Sancho, "what is the name of this horse?" "His name," said the distressed one, "is not the same as Bellerophon's horse that was called Pegasus, or Alexander the Great's called Bucephalus, or Orlando Furioso's, the name of which was Brigliador, nor yet Bayard, the horse of Reinaldos of Montalvan, nor Frontino, like Ruggiero's, nor Boots or Peritoa, as they say the horses of the sun were called, nor is he called Aurelia, like the horse on which the unfortunate Rodrigo, the last king of the Goths, rode to the battle where he lost his life and his kingdom." "I'll bet," said Sancho, "that as they have given him none of these famous names of well-known horses, no more have they given him the name of my master's Rocinante, which for being apt surpasses all that have been mentioned." "That is true," said the bearded countess. "Still it fits him very well, for he is called Clavileño the Swift, which name is in accordance with his being made of wood, with the peg he has in his forehead, and with the swift pace at which he travels. and so, as far as name goes, he may compare with the famous Rocinante." "I have nothing to say against his name," said Sancho, "but with what sort of bridle or halter is he managed?" "I have said already," said the Trifaldi, "that it is with a peg, by turning which to one side or the other, the knight who rides him makes him go as he pleases, either through the upper air, or skimming and almost sweeping the earth, or else in that middle course that is sought and followed in all well-regulated proceedings." "I'd like to see him," said Sancho, "but to fancy I'm going to mount him, either in the saddle or on the croup, is to ask pears of the elm tree. A good joke, indeed. I can hardly keep my seat upon Dapple, and on a pack saddle softer than silk itself, and here they'd have me hold on upon haunches of plank without pad or cushion of any sort. Gad, I have no doubt of bruising myself to get rid of anyone's beard. Let each one shave himself as best he can. I'm not going to accompany my master on any such long journey. Besides, I can't give any help to the shaving of these beards as I can to the disenchantment of my lady Dulcinea." "Yes, you can, my friend," replied the Trifaldi, "and so much that without you, so I understand, we should be able to do nothing." "In the king's name," exclaimed Sancho, "what have squires got to do with the adventures of their masters? Are they to have the fame of such as they go through, and we that labour? Body o' me, if the historians would only say such and such a knight finished such and such an adventure, but with the help of so and so, his squire, without which it would have been impossible for him to accomplish it. But they write curtly, Don Paralipomenon of the 3 Stars accomplished the adventure of the 6 monsters, without mentioning such a person as his squire, who was there all the time, just as if there was no such being. Once more, sirs, I say my master may go alone, and much good may it do him, and I'll stay here in the company of my lady the Duchess, and maybe when he comes back he will find the lady Dulcinea's affair ever so much advanced, for I mean, in leisure hours and at idle moments, to give myself a spell of whipping without so much as a hair to cover me." "For all that, you must go if it be necessary, my good Sancho," said the Duchess, "for they are worthy folk who ask you, and the faces of these ladies must not remain overgrown in this way because of your idle fears. That would be a hard case indeed." "In the king's name, once more," said Sancho, "if this charitable work were to be done for the sake of damsels in confinement or charity girls, a man might expose himself to some hardships, but to bear it for the sake of stripping beards off duennas, devil take it, I'd sooner see them all bearded, from the highest to the lowest, and from the most prudish to the most affected." "You are very hard on duennas, Sancho, my friend," said the Duchess. "You incline very much to the opinion of the Toledo apothecary. But indeed you are wrong. There are duennas in my house that may serve as patterns of duennas, and here is my Donna Rodriguez, who will not allow me to say otherwise." "Your Excellence may say it if you like," said the Rodriguez, "for God knows the truth of everything, and whether we duennas are good or bad, bearded or smooth, we are our mother's daughters like other women, and as God sent us into the world, he knows why he did, and on his mercy I rely, and not on anybody's beard." "Well, Senora Rodriguez, Senora Trifaldi, and present company," said Don Quixote, "I trust in heaven that it will look with kindly eyes upon your troubles, for Sancho will do as I bid him. Only let Clavileño come, and let me find myself face to face with Malambruno, and I am certain no razor will shave you more easily than my sword shall shave Malambruno's head off his shoulders, for God bears with the wicked, but not forever." "Ah!" exclaimed the distressed one at this, "may all the stars of the celestial regions look down upon your greatness with benign eyes, valiant knight, and shed every prosperity and valour upon your heart, that it may be the shield and safeguard of the abused and downtrodden race of duennas, detested by apothecaries, sneered at by squires, and made game of by pages. Ill betide the jade that in the flower of her youth would not sooner become a nun than a duenna. Unfortunate beings that we are, we duennas, though we may be descended in the direct male line from Hector of Troy himself, our mistresses never fail to address us as you if they think it makes queens of them. O giant Malambrino, though thou art an enchanter, thou art true to thy promises. Send us now the peerless Clavileño, that our misfortune may be brought to an end. For if the hot weather sets in, and these beards of ours are still there, alas for our lot." The Trifaldi said this in such a pathetic way that she drew tears from the eyes of all, and even Sancho's filled up. And he resolved in his heart to accompany his master to the uttermost ends of the earth, if so be the removal of the wool from those venerable countenances depended upon it. Chapter 41. Of the arrival of Clavileño, and the end of this protracted adventure. And now night came, and with it the appointed time for the arrival of the famous horse Clavileño, the non-appearance of which was already beginning to make Don Quixote uneasy, for it struck him that as Malambruno was so long about sending it, either he himself was not the knight for whom the adventure was reserved, or else Malambruno did not dare to meet him in single combat. But lo! Suddenly there came into the garden 4 wild men, all clad in green ivy, bearing on their shoulders a great wooden horse. They placed it on its feet on the ground, and one of the wild men said, "Let the knight who has heart for it mount this machine." Here Sancho exclaimed, "I don't mount, for neither have I the heart, nor am I a knight." "And let the squire, if he has one," continued the wild man, "take his seat on the croup, and let him trust the valiant Malambruno. For by no sword save his, nor by the malice of any other, shall he be assailed. It is but to turn this peg the horse has in his neck, and he will bear them through the air to where Malambruno awaits them. But lest the vast elevation of their course should make them giddy, their eyes must be covered until the horse neighs, which will be the sign of their having completed their journey." With these words, leaving Clavileño behind them, they retired with easy dignity the way they came. As soon as the distressed one saw the horse, almost in tears she exclaimed to Don Quixote, "Valiant knight, the promise of Malambruno has proved trustworthy. The horse has come. Our beards are growing, and by every hair in them all of us implore thee to shave and shear us, as it is only mounting him with thy squire, and making a happy beginning with your new journey." "That I will, Señora Countess Trifaldi," said Don Quixote, "most gladly, and with right good will, without stopping to take a cushion, or put on my spurs, so as not to lose time. Such is my desire to see you and all these duennas shaved clean." "That I won't," said Sancho, "with good will or bad will, or any way at all. And if this shaving can't be done without my mounting on the croup, my master had better look out for another squire to go with him, and these ladies for some other way of making their faces smooth. I'm no witch to have a taste for travelling through the air. What would my islanders say when they heard their governor was going strolling about on the winds? And another thing, as it is 3,000 and odd leagues from this to Kandy, if the horse tires, or the giant takes huff, we'll be 6 years getting back, and there won't be isle or island in the world that will know me. And so, as it is a common saying, in delay there's danger, and when they offer thee a heifer run with a halter, these ladies' beards must excuse me. St. Peter is very well in Rome. I am very well in this house, where so much is made of me, and I hope for such a good thing from the master as to see myself a governor." "Friend Sancho," said the Duke at this, "the island that I have promised you is not a moving one, or one that will run away. It has roots so deeply buried in the bowels of the earth that it will be no easy matter to plug it up or shift it from where it is. You know as well as I do that there is no sort of office of any importance that is not obtained by a bribe of some kind, great or small. Well then, that which I look to receive for this government is that you go with your master Don Quixote, and bring this memorable adventure to a conclusion. and whether you return on Clavileño as quickly as his speed seems to promise, or adverse fortune brings you back on foot, travelling as a pilgrim from hostel to hostel and from inn to inn, you will always find your island on your return where you left it, and your islanders with the same eagerness they have always had to receive you as their governor, and my good will remain the same. Doubt not the truth of this, Señor Sancho, for that would be grievously wronging my disposition to serve you." "Say no more, señor," said Sancho. "I am a poor squire, and not equal to carrying so much courtesy. Let my master mount, bandage my eyes, and commit me to God's care, and tell me if I may commend myself to our Lord, or call upon the angels to protect me when we go towering up there." To this the Trifaldi made answer, "Sancho, you may freely commend yourself to God or whom you will, for Malambruno, though an enchanter, is a Christian, and works his enchantments with great circumspection, taking very good care not to fall out with anyone." "Well then," said Sancho, "God and the most holy Trinity of Gaeta give me help." "Since the memorable adventure of the fulling mills," said Don Quixote, "I have never seen Sancho in such a fright as now. Were I as superstitious as others, his abject fear would cause me some little trepidation of spirit. But come here, Sancho, for with the leave of these gentles I would say a word or two to thee in private." And drawing Sancho aside among the trees of the garden, and seizing both his hands, he said, "Thou seest, brother Sancho, the long journey we have before us, and God knows when we shall return, or what leisure or opportunities this business will allow us. I wish thee, therefore, to retire now to thy chamber, as though thou wert going to fetch something required for the road, and in a trice give thyself, if it be only 500 lashes, on account of the 3,300 to which thou art bound. It will be all to the good, and to make a beginning with a thing is to have it half finished." "By God," said Sancho, "but your worship must be out of your senses. This is like the common saying, 'You will see me with child, and you want me a virgin.' Just as I'm about to go sitting on a bare board, your worship would have me score my backside. Indeed, your worship is not reasonable. Let us be off to shave these duennas, and on our return I promise on my word to make such haste to wipe off all that's due as will satisfy your worship. I can't say more." "Well, I will comfort myself with that promise, my good Sancho," replied Don Quixote, "and I believe thou wilt keep it, for indeed, though stupid, thou art voracious." "I'm not voracious," said Sancho, "only peckish, but even if I was a little, still I'd keep my word." With this they went back to Mount Clavileño, and as they were about to do so, Don Quixote said, "Cover thine eyes, Sancho, and mount, for one who sends for us from lands so far distant cannot mean to deceive us for the sake of the paltry glory to be derived from deceiving persons who trust in him. Though all should turn out the contrary of what I hope, no malice will be able to dim the glory of having undertaken this exploit." "Let us be off, señor," said Sancho, "for I have taken the beards and tears of these ladies deeply to heart, and I shan't eat a bit to relish it until I have seen them restored to their former smoothness. Mount, your worship, and blindfold yourself, for if I am going to go on the croup, it is plain the rider in the saddle must mount first." "That is true," said Don Quixote, and taking a handkerchief out of his pocket, he begged the distressed one to bandage his eyes very carefully. But after having them bandaged, he uncovered them again, saying, "If my memory does not deceive me, I have read in Virgil of the Palladium of Troy, a wooden horse the Greeks offered to the goddess Pallas, which was big with armed knights, who were afterwards the destruction of Troy. So it would be as well to see, first of all, what Clavileño has in his stomach." "There is no occasion," said the distressed one. "I will be bail for him, and I know that Malambruno has nothing tricky or treacherous about him. You may mount without any fear, Señor Don Quixote. On my head be it, if any harm befalls you." Don Quixote, that to say anything further with regard to his safety would be putting his courage in an unfavourable light, and so, without more words, he mounted Clavileño, and tried the peg, which turned easily, and as he had no stirrups and his legs hung down, he looked like nothing so much as a figure in some Roman triumph painted or embroidered on a Flemish tapestry. Much against the grain, and very slowly, Sancho proceeded to mount, and after settling himself as well as he could on the croup, found it rather hard and not at all soft, and asked the Duke if it would be possible to oblige him with a pad of some kind, or a cushion, even if it were off the couch of his lady, the Duchess, or the bed of one of the pages, as the haunches of that horse were more like marble than wood. On this the Trifaldi observed that Clavileño would not bear any kind of harness or trappings, and that his best plan would be to sit sideways, like a woman, as in that way he would not feel the hardness so much. Sancho did so, and bidding them farewell, allowed his eyes to be bandaged, but immediately afterwards uncovered them again, and looking tenderly and tearfully on those in the garden, bade them help him in his present strait, with plenty of paternosters and Ave Marias, that God might provide someone to say as many for them whenever they found themselves in a similar emergency. At this Don Quixote exclaimed, "Art thou on the gallows, thief, or at thy last moment, to use pitiful entreaties of that sort? Cowardly, spiritless creature, art thou not in the very place the fair Magalona occupied, and from which she descended, not into the grave, but to become Queen of France, unless the histories lie? And I, who am here beside thee, may I not put myself on a par with the valiant Pierre, who pressed this very spot now that I press? Cover thine eyes, abject animal, and let not thy fear escape thy lips, at least in my presence." "Blindfold me," said Sancho, "as you won't let me commend myself or be commended to God. Is it any wonder if I am afraid there is a region of devils about here that will carry us off to Peralvillo?" They were then blindfolded, and Don Quixote, finding himself settled to his satisfaction, felt for the peg, and the instant he placed his fingers on it, all the duennas and all who stood by lifted up their voices, exclaiming, "God guide thee, valiant knight! God be with us, intrepid squire! Now ye go, cleaving the air more swiftly than an arrow. Now ye begin to amaze and astonish all who are gazing at you from the earth. Take care not to wobble about, valiant Sancho. Mind thou fall not, for thy fall will be worse than that rash youth's who tried to steer the chariot of his father the sun." As Sancho heard the voices, clinging tightly to his master and winding his arms round him, he said, "Señor, how do they make out we are going up so high, if their voices reach us here, and they seem to be speaking quite close to us?" "Don't mind that, Sancho," said Don Quixote, "for as affairs of this sort and flights like this are out of the common course of things, you can see and hear as much as you like 1,000 leagues off. But don't squeeze me so tight, or thou wilt upset me, and really I know not what thou hast to be uneasy or frightened at, for I can safely swear I never mounted a smoother going steed all the days of my life. One would fancy we never stirred from one place. Banish fear, my friend, for indeed everything is going as it ought, and we have the wind astern." "That's true," said Sancho, "for such a strong wind comes against me on this side that it seems as if people were blowing on me with 1,000 pairs of bellows," which was the case. They were puffing at him with a great pair of bellows, for the whole adventure was so well planned by the Duke, the Duchess, and their major domo, that nothing was omitted to make it perfectly successful. Don Quixote, now feeling the blast, said, "Beyond a doubt, Sancho, we must have already reached the second region of the air, where the hail and snow are generated. The thunder, the lightning, and the thunderbolts are engendered in the third region, and if we go on ascending at this rate, we shall shortly plunge into the region of fire, and I know not how to regulate this peg so as not to mount up where we shall be burned." Now they began to warm their faces from a distance with tow that could be easily set on fire and distinguished again, fixed on the end of a cane. On feeling the heat, Sancho said, "May I die if we are not already in that fireplace, or very near it, for a good part of my beard has been singed, and I have a mind, señor, to uncover and see whereabouts we are." "Do nothing of the kind," said Don Quixote. "Remember the true story of the licentiate Torralva, that the devils carried flying through the air riding on a stick with his eyes shut. who in 12 hours reached Rome and dismounted at Torre del Nona, which is a street of the city, and saw the whole sack and storming and the death of Bourbon, and was back in Madrid the next morning, where he gave an account of all he had seen. And he said, moreover, that as he was going through the air, the devil bade him open his eyes, and he did so, and saw himself so near the body of the moon that it seemed to him that he could have laid hold of it with his hand, and that he did not dare to look at the earth, lest he should be seized with giddiness. So that, Sancho, it will not do for us to uncover ourselves, for he who has us in charge will be responsible for us, and perhaps we are gaining an altitude and mounting up to enable us to descend at one swoop on the kingdom of Candy, as the saker or falcon does on the heron, so as to seize it, however high it may soar. And though it seems to us not half an hour since we left the garden, believe me, we must have travelled a great distance." "I don't know how that may be," said Sancho. "All I know is that if the Señora Magallanes or Magalona was satisfied with this croup, she could not have been very tender of flesh." The Duke, the Duchess, and all in the garden were listening to the conversation of the two heroes, and were beyond measure amused by it. And now, desirous of putting a finishing touch to this rare and well-contrived adventure, they applied a light to Clavileño's tail with some tow, and the horse, being full of squibs and crackers, immediately blew up with a prodigious noise, and brought Don Quixote and Sancho Panza to the ground, half singed. By this time the bearded band of duennas, the Trifaldi and all, had vanished from the garden, and those that remained lay stretched on the ground as if in a swoon. Don Quixote and Sancho got up rather shaken, and, looking about them, were filled with amazement at finding themselves in the same garden from which they had started, and seeing such a number of people stretched on the ground. And their astonishment was increased when, at one side of the garden, they perceived a tall lance planted in the ground, and hanging from it by 2 cords of green silk, a smooth white parchment, on which there was the following inscription in large gold letters: "The illustrious knight Don Quixote of La Mancha has, by merely attempting it, finished and concluded the adventure of the Countess Trifaldi, otherwise called the Distressed Duenna. Malambruno is now satisfied on every point. The chins of the duennas are now smooth and clean, and King Don Clavillo and Queen Antonomasia in their original form. And when the squirely flagellation shall have been completed, the white dove shall find herself delivered from the pestiferous gerfalcons that persecute her, and in the arms of her beloved mate, for such is the decree of the sage Merlin, arch-enchanter of enchanters." As soon as Don Quixote had read the inscription on the parchment, he perceived clearly that it referred to the disenchantment of Dulcinea, and returning hearty thanks to heaven that he had with so little danger achieved so grand an exploit as to restore to their former complexion the countenances of those venerable duennas, he advanced towards the Duke and Duchess, who had not yet come to themselves, and taking the Duke by the hand, he said, "Be of good cheer, worthy sir, be of good cheer. It's nothing at all. The adventure is now over, and without any harm done, as the inscription fixed on this post shows plainly." The Duke came to himself slowly, and like one recovering consciousness after a heavy sleep, and the Duchess and all who had fallen prostrate about the garden did the same, with such demonstrations of wonder and amazement that they would have almost persuaded one that what they pretended so adroitly in jest had happened to them in reality. The Duke read the placard with half-shut eyes, and then ran to embrace Don Quixote with open arms, declaring him to be the best knight that had ever been seen in any age. Sancho kept looking about for the distressed one, to see what her face was like without the beard, and if she was as fair as her elegant person promised. But they told him that, the instant Clavileño descended flaming through the air and came to the ground, the whole band of duennas with the Trifaldi vanished, and that they were already shaved and without a stump left. The Duchess asked Sancho how he had fared on that long journey, to which Sancho replied, "I felt, señora, that we were flying through the region of fire, as my master told me, and I wanted to uncover my eyes for a bit, but my master, when I asked leave to uncover myself, would not let me. But as I have a little bit of curiosity about me, and a desire to know what is forbidden and kept from me, Quietly, and without anyone seeing me, I drew aside the handkerchief covering my eyes ever so little, close to my nose, and from underneath looked towards the earth, and it seemed to me that it was altogether no bigger than a grain of mustard seed, and that the men walking on it were little bigger than hazelnuts. So you may see how high we must have got to then." To this the Duchess said, "Sancho, my friend, mind what you were saying. It seems you could not have seen the earth, but only the men walking on it, for if the earth looked to you like a grain of mustard seed, and each man like a hazelnut, one man alone would have covered the whole earth." "That is true," said Sancho, "but for all that I got a glimpse of a bit of one side of it, and saw it all." "Take care, Sancho," said the Duchess. "With a bit of one side one does not see the whole of what one looks at." "I don't understand that way of looking at things," said Sancho. "I only know that your ladyship will do well to bear in mind that as we were flying by enchantment, so I might have seen the whole earth and all the men by enchantment, whatever way I looked. And if you won't believe this, no more will you believe that, uncovering myself nearly to the eyebrows, I saw myself so close to the sky that there was not a palm and a half between me and it, and by everything that I can swear by, señora, it is mighty great. And it so happened we came by where the 7 goats are, and by God and upon my soul, as in my youth I was a goatherd in my own country, as soon as I saw them I felt a longing to be among them for a little, and if I had not given way to it, I think I'd have burst. So I come and take, and what do? Without saying anything to anybody, not even to my master, softly and quietly I got down from Clavileño and amused myself with the goats, which are like violets, like flowers, for nigh 3/4 of an hour, and Clavileño never stirred or moved from one spot." "And while the good Sancho was amusing himself with the goats," said the Duke, "how did Señor Don Quixote amuse himself?" To which Don Quixote replied, "As all these things and such like occurrences are out of the ordinary course of nature, it is no wonder that Sancho says what he does. For my own part, I can only say that I did not uncover my eyes either above or below, nor did I see sky or earth or sea or shore. It is true I felt that I was passing through the regions of the air, and even that I touched that of fire, but that we passed farther I cannot believe. For the region of fire being between the heaven of the moon and the last region of the air, we could not have reached that heaven where the 7 goats Sancho speaks of are without being burned, and as we were not burned, either Sancho is lying or Sancho is dreaming." "I am neither lying nor dreaming," said Sancho. "Only ask me the tokens of those same goats, and you'll see by that whether I'm telling the truth or not." "Tell us them then, Sancho," said the Duchess. "2 of them," said Sancho, "are green, 2 blood red, 2 blue, and 1 a mixture of all colours." "An odd sort of goat that," said the Duke. "In this earthly region of ours we have no such colours. I mean, goats of such colours." "That's very plain," said Sancho. "Of course there must be a difference between the goats of heaven and the goats of the earth." "Tell me, Sancho," said the Duke, "did you see any he-goats among those goats?" "No, señor," said Sancho, "but I have heard say that none ever passed the horns of the moon." They did not care to ask him anything more about his journey, for they saw that he was in the vein to go rambling all over the heavens, giving an account of everything that went on there, without ever having stirred from the garden. Such, in short, was the end of the adventure of the distressed duenna, which gave the Duke and Duchess laughing matter not only for the time being, but for all of their lives, and Sancho something to talk about for ages, if he lived so long. But Don Quixote, coming close to his ear, said to him, "Sancho, as you would have us believe what you saw in heaven, I require you to believe me as to what I saw in the cave of Montesinos. I say no more." Chapter 42. Of the counsels which Don Quixote gave Sancho Panza before he set out to govern the island, together with other well-considered matters. The Duke and Duchess were so well pleased with the successful and droll result of the adventure of the distressed one that they resolved to carry on the joke, seeing what a fit subject they had to deal with for making it all pass for reality. So, having laid their plans and given instructions to their servants and vassals how to behave to Sancho in his government of the promised island, The next day, that following Clavileño's flight, the Duke told Sancho to prepare and get ready to go and be governor, for his islanders were already looking out for him, as for the showers of May. Sancho made him an obeisance and said, "Ever since I came down from heaven, and from the top of it beheld the earth, and saw how little it is, the great desire I had to be a governor has been partly cooled in me. For what is there grand in being a ruler on a grain of mustard seed, or what dignity or authority in governing 6 men about as big as hazelnuts? For so far as I could see, there were no more on the whole earth. If your lordship would be so good as to give me ever so small a bit of heaven, were it no more than 1/2 league, I'd rather have it than the best island in the world." "Recollect, Sancho," said the Duke, "I cannot give a bit of heaven, nor not so much as the breadth of my nail to anyone. Rewards and favours of that sort are reserved for God alone. What I can give, I give you, and that is a real, genuine island, compact, well-proportioned, and uncommonly fertile and fruitful, where, if you know how to use your opportunities, you may, with the help of the world's riches, gain those of heaven." "Well then," said Sancho, "let the island come, and I'll try and be such a governor that in spite of scoundrels I'll go to heaven, and it's not from any craving to quit my own humble condition or better myself, but from the desire I have to try what it tastes like to be a governor." "If you once make a trial of it, Sancho," said the Duke, "you'll eat your fingers off after government, so sweet a thing is it to command and be obeyed. Depend upon it, when your master comes to be emperor, as he will beyond a doubt from the course his affairs are taking, it will be no easy matter to wrest the dignity from him, and he will be sore and sorry at heart to have been so long without becoming one." "Señor," said Sancho, "it is my belief it's a good thing to be in command, if it's only over a drove of cattle." "May I be buried with you, Sancho," said the Duke, "but you know everything. I hope you will make as good a governor as your sagacity promises, and that is all I have to say. And now, remember, tomorrow is the day you must set out for the government of the island, and this evening they will provide you with the proper attire for you to wear, and all things requisite for your departure." "Let them dress me as they like," said Sancho. "However I'm dressed, I'll be Sancho Panza." "That's true," said the Duke, "but one's dress must be suited to the office or rank one holds, for it would not do for a jurist to dress like a soldier, or a soldier like a priest. You, Sancho, shall go partly as a lawyer, partly as a captain, for in the island I am giving you, arms are needed as much as letters, and letters as much as arms." "Of letters I know but little," said Sancho, "for I don't even know the ABC, but it is enough for me to have the Christus in my memory to be a good governor. As for arms, I'll handle those they give me till I drop, and then God be my help." "With so good a memory," said the Duke, "Sancho cannot go wrong in anything." Here Don Quixote joined them, and learning what passed, and how soon Sancho was to go to his government, he, with the Duke's permission, took him by the hand, and retired to his room with him for the purpose of giving him advice as to how he was to demean himself in his office. As soon as they had entered the chamber, he closed the door after him, and almost by force made Sancho sit down beside him, and in a quiet tone thus addressed him: "I give infinite thanks to heaven, friend Sancho, that before I have met with any good luck, fortune has come forward to meet thee. I, who counted upon my good fortune to discharge the recompense of thy services, find myself still waiting for advancement, while thou, before the time, and contrary to all reasonable expectation, seest thyself blessed in the fulfilment of thy desires. Some will bribe, beg, solicit, rise early, entreat, persist, without attaining the object of their suit, while another comes, and without knowing why or wherefore, finds himself invested with the place or office so many have sued for. And here it is that the common saying, 'There is good luck as well as bad luck in suits,' applies. Thou, who to my thinking art beyond all doubt a dullard, without early rising or night watching or taking any trouble, with a mere breath of knight-errantry that is breathed upon thee, seest thyself without more ado governor of an island, as though it were a mere matter of course. This I say, Sancho, that thou attribute not the favour thou hast received to thine own merits, but give thanks to heaven that disposes matters beneficently, and secondly, thanks to the great power the profession of knight-errantry contains in itself. With a heart, then, inclined to believe what I have said to thee, attend, my son, to thy Cato here, who would counsel thee, and be thy pole star and guide, to direct and pilot thee to a safe haven out of this stormy sea wherein thou art about to engulf thyself. For officers and great trusts are nothing else but a mighty gulf of troubles. First of all, my son, thou must fear God, for in the fear of him is wisdom, and being wise thou canst not err in aught. Secondly, thou must keep in view what thou art, striving to know thyself, the most difficult thing to know that the mind can imagine. If thou knowest thyself, it will follow thou wilt not puff thyself up like the frog that strove to make himself as large as the ox. If thou dost, the recollection of having kept pigs in thine own country will serve as the ugly feet for the wheel of thy folly. That's the truth, said Sancho, but that was when I was a boy. Afterwards, when I was something more of a man, it was geese I kept, not pigs. But to my thinking that has nothing to do with it, for all who are governors don't come of a kingly stock. True, said Don Quixote, and for that reason those who are not of noble origin should take care that the dignity of the office they hold be accompanied by a gentle suavity, which wisely managed will save them from the sneers of malice that no station escapes. Glory in thy humble birth, Sancho, and be not ashamed of saying thou art peasant-born, for when it is seen thou art not ashamed, no one will set himself to put thee to the blush. And pride thyself rather upon being one of lowly virtue than a lofty sinner. Countless are they who, born of mean parentage, have risen to the highest dignities, pontifical and imperial, and of the truth of this I could give thee instances enough to weary thee. Remember, Sancho, if thou make virtue thy aim, and take a pride in doing virtuous actions, thou wilt have no cause to envy those who have princely and lordly ones. For blood is an inheritance, but virtue an acquisition, and virtue has in itself alone a worth that blood does not possess. This being so, if perchance any one of thy kinsfolk should come to see thee when thou art in thine island, thou art not to repel or slight him, but on the contrary to welcome him, entertain him, and make much of him. For in so doing thou wilt be approved of heaven, which is not pleased that any should despise what it hath made, and wilt comply with the laws of well-ordered nature. If thou carriest thy wife with thee, and it is not well for those that administer governments to be long without their wives, teach and instruct her, and strive to smooth down her natural roughness, for all that may be gained by a wise governor may be lost and wasted by a boorish, stupid wife. If perchance thou art left a widower, a thing which may happen, and in virtue of thy office seekest a consort of higher degree, choose not one to serve thee for a hook, or for a fishing rod, or for the hood of thy won't-have-it, for verily I tell thee, for all the judge's wife receives, the husband will be held accountable at the general calling to account, where he will have to repay in death fourfold items that in life he regarded as naught. Never go by arbitrary law, which is so much favoured by ignorant men who plume themselves on cleverness. Let the tears of the poor man find thee more compassion, but not more justice, than the pleadings of the rich. Strive to lay bare the truth, as well amid the promises and presents of the rich man as amid the sobs and entreaties of the poor. When equity may and should be brought into play, press not the utmost rigour of the law against the guilty, for the reputation of the stern judge stands not higher than that of the compassionate. If perchance thou permittest the staff of justice to swerve, let it be not by the weight of a gift, but by that of mercy. If it should happen to thee to give judgment in the cause of one who is thine enemy, turn thy thoughts away from thy injury, and fix them on the justice of the case. Let not thine own passion blind thee in another man's cause, for the errors thou wilt thus commit will be most frequently irremediable, or if not, only to be remedied at the expense of thy good name, and even of thy fortune. If any handsome woman come to seek justice of thee, turn away thine eyes from her tears, and thine ears from her lamentations, and consider deliberately the merits of her demand, if thou would not have thy reason swept away by her weeping, and thy rectitude by her sighs. Abuse not by word him whom thou hast to punish in deed, for the pain of punishment is enough for the unfortunate, without the addition of thine objurgations. Bear in mind that the culprit who comes under thy jurisdiction is but a miserable man, subject to all the propensities of our depraved nature. And so far as may be in thy power, show thyself lenient and forbearing, for though the attributes of God are all equal, to our eyes that of mercy is brighter and loftier than that of justice. If thou followest these precepts and rules, Sancho, thy days will be long, thy fame eternal, thy rewards abundant, thy felicity unutterable. Thou wilt marry thy children as thou wouldst. They and thy grandchildren will bear titles. Thou wilt live in peace and concord with all men. And when life draws to a close, death will come to thee in calm and ripe old age, and the light and loving hands of thy great-grandchildren will close thine eyes. What I have thus far addressed to thee are instructions for the adornment of thy mind. Listen now to those which tend to that of the body. Chapter 43. Of the second set of counsels Don Quixote gave Sancho Panza, who, hearing the foregoing discourse of Don Quixote, would not have set him down for a person of great good sense and greater rectitude of purpose. But, as has been frequently observed in the course of this great history, he only talked nonsense when he touched on chivalry, and in discussing all other subjects showed that he had a clear and unbiased understanding, so that at every turn his acts gave the lie to his intellect, and his intellect to his acts. But in the case of these second counsels that he gave Sancho, he showed himself to have a lively turn of humour, and displayed conspicuously his wisdom, and also his folly. Sancho listened to him with the deepest attention, and endeavoured to fix his counsels in his memory, like one who meant to follow them, and by their means bring the full promise of his government to a happy issue. Don Quixote then went on to say, With regard to the mode in which thou shouldst govern thy person and thy house, Sancho, the first charge I have to give thee is to be clean, and to cut thy nails, not letting them grow as some do, whose ignorance makes them fancy that long nails are an ornament to their hands, as if those excrescences they neglect to cut were nails and not the talons of a lizard-catching kestrel, a filthy and unnatural abuse. Go not ungirt and loose, Sancho, for disordered attire is a sign of an unstable mind, unless indeed the slovenliness and slackness is to be set down to craft, as was the common opinion in the case of Julius Caesar. Ascertain cautiously what thy office may be worth, and if it will allow thee to give liveries to thy servants, give them respectable and serviceable, rather than showy and gay ones, and divide them between thy servants and the poor. That is to say, if thou canst clothe 6 pages, clothe 3 and 3 poor men, and thus thou wilt have pages for heaven and pages for earth. The vainglorious never think of this new mode of giving liveries. Eat not garlic nor onions, lest they find out thy boorish origin by the smell. Walk slowly and speak deliberately, but not in such a way as to make it seem thou art listening to thyself, for all affectation is bad. Dine sparingly, and sup more sparingly still, for the health of the whole body is forged in the workshop of the stomach. Be temperate in drinking, bearing in mind that wine in excess keeps neither secrets nor promises. Take care, Sancho, not to chew on both sides, and not to eruct in anybody's presence. Eruct, said Sancho. I don't know what that means. To eruct, Sancho, said Don Quixote, means to belch, and that is one of the filthiest words in the Spanish language, though a very expressive one. And therefore nice folk have had recourse to the Latin, and instead of belch, say eruct, and instead of belches, say eructations. And if some do not understand these terms, it matters little, for custom will bring them into use in the course of time, so that they will be readily understood. This is the way a language is enriched. custom, and the public are all powerful there. In truth, señor, said Sancho, one of the counsels and cautions I mean to bear in mind shall be this, not to belch, for I'm constantly doing it. Eruct, Sancho, not belch, said Don Quixote. Eruct, I shall say henceforth, and I swear not to forget it, said Sancho. Likewise, Sancho, said Don Quixote, thou must not mingle such a quantity of proverbs in thy discourse as thou dost. For though proverbs are short maxims, thou dost drag them in so often by the head and shoulders that they savour more of nonsense than of maxims. God alone can cure that, said Sancho, for I have more proverbs in me than a book, and when I speak they come so thick together into my mouth that they fall to fighting among themselves to get out. That's why my tongue lets fly the first that come, though they may not be pat to the purpose. But I'll take care henceforward to use such as befit the dignity of my office, for in a house where there's plenty, supper is soon cooked, and he who binds does not wrangle, and the bell ringer's in a safe berth, and giving and keeping require brains. That's it, Sancho, said Don Quixote. Pack, tack, string proverbs together. Nobody is hindering thee. My mother beats me, and I go on with my tricks. I am bidding thee avoid proverbs, and here in a second thou hast shot out a whole litany of them, which have as much to do with what we are talking about as over the hills of Ubeda. Mind, Sancho, I do not say that a proverb aptly brought in is objectionable, but to pile up and string together proverbs at random makes conversation dull and vulgar. When thou ridest on horseback, do not go lolling with thy body on the back of the saddle, nor carry thy legs stiff or sticking out from the horse's belly, nor yet sit so loosely that one would suppose thou wert on dapple. For the seat on a horse makes gentlemen of some, and grooms of others. Be moderate in thy sleep, for he who does not rise early does not get the benefit of the day. And remember, Sancho, diligence is the mother of good fortune, and indolence, its opposite, never yet attained the object of an honest ambition. The last counsel I will give thee now, though it does not tend to bodily improvement, I would have thee carry carefully in thy memory, for I believe it will be no less useful to thee than those I have given thee already, and it is this: never engage in a dispute about families, at least in the way of comparing them one with another. For necessarily one of those compared will be better than the other, and thou wilt be hated by the one thou hast disparaged, and get nothing in any shape from the one thou hast exalted. Thy attire shall be hose of full length, a long jerkin, and a cloak a trifle longer. Loose breeches by no means, for they are becoming neither for gentlemen nor for governors. For the present, Sancho, this is all that has occurred to me to advise thee. As time goes by and occasions arise, my instructions shall follow, if thou take care to let me know how thou art circumstanced. Señor, said Sancho, I see well enough that all these things your worship has said to me are good, holy, and profitable, but what use will they be to me if I don't remember one of them? To be sure, that about not letting my nails grow and marrying again if I have the chance will not slip out of my head, but all that other hash, muddle, and jumble, I don't and can't recollect any more of it than of last year's clouds, so it must be given me in writing, for though I can't either read or write, I'll give it to my confessor to drive it into me and remind me of it whenever it is necessary. Ah, sinner that I am, said Don Quixote, how bad it looks in governors not to know how to read or write. For let me tell thee, Sancho, when a man knows not how to read, or is left-handed, it argues one of two things: either that he was the son of exceedingly mean and lowly parents, or that he himself was so incorrigible and ill-conditioned that neither good company nor good teaching could make any impression on him. It is a great defect that thou labourest under, and therefore I would have thee learn at any rate to sign thy name. I can sign my name well enough, said Sancho, for when I was steward of the brotherhood in my village I learned to make certain letters, like the marks on bales of goods, which they told me made out my name. Besides, I can pretend my right hand is disabled and make someone else sign for me, for there's a remedy for everything except death, and as I shall be in command and hold the staff, I can do it as I like. Moreover, he who has the Alcide for his father, and I'll be governor, and that's higher than Alcide. Only come and see. Let them make light of me and abuse me. They'll come for wool and go back shorn. Whom God loves, his house is known to him. The silly sayings of the rich pass for saws in the world, and as I'll be rich, being a governor, and at the same time generous, as I mean to be, no fault will be seen in me. Only make yourself honey, and the flies will suck you. As much as thou hast, so much art thou worth, as my grandmother used to say, and thou canst have no revenge of a man of substance. "Oh, God's curse upon thee, Sancho!" here exclaimed Don Quixote. 60,000 devils fly away with thee and thy proverbs. For the last hour thou hast been stringing them together and inflicting the pangs of torture on me with every one of them. These proverbs will bring thee to the gallows one day, I promise thee. Thy subjects will take the government from thee, or there will be revolts among them. Tell me, where dost thou pick them up, thou booby? How dost thou apply them, thou blockhead? For with me, to utter one and make it apply properly, I have to sweat and labour as if I were digging. By God's master mine, said Sancho, your worship is making a fuss about very little. Why the devil should you be vexed if I make use of what is my own? And I have got nothing else, nor any other stock in trade, except proverbs, and more proverbs. And here are 3 just this instant come into my head, pat to the purpose, and like pears in a basket, but I won't repeat them, for sage silence is called Sancho. That, Sancho, thou art not, said Don Quixote, for not only art thou not sage silence, but thou art pestilent prate and perversity. Still, I would like to know what 3 proverbs have just now come into thy memory, for I have been turning over mine own, and it is a good one, and none occurs to me. What can be better, said Sancho, than never put thy thumbs between 2 back teeth, and to get out of my house, and what do you want with my wife? There is no answer. And whether the pitcher hits the stone, or the stone the pitcher, it's a bad business for the pitcher, all which fit to a hair. For no one should quarrel with his governor, or him in authority over him, because he will come off the worst, as he does who puts his finger between 2 back teeth, and if they are not back teeth it makes no difference, so long as they are teeth, and to whatever the governor may say there's no answer, any more than, get out of my house, and what do you want with my wife? And then, as for that about the stone and the pitcher, a blind man could see that. So that he who sees a mote in another's eye had need to see the beam in his own, that it be not said of himself, the dead woman was frighted at the one with her throat cut. And your worship knows well that the fool knows more in his own house than the wise man in another's. Nay, Sancho, said Don Quixote, the fool knows nothing, either in his own house or in anybody else's, for no wise structure of any sort can stand on a foundation of folly. But let us say no more about it, Sancho, for if thou governest badly, thine will be the fault, and mine the shame. But I comfort myself with having done my duty in advising thee as earnestly and as wisely as I could, and thus I am released from my obligations and my promise. God guide thee, Sancho, and govern thee in thy government, and deliver me from the misgiving I have that thou wilt turn the whole island upside down, a thing I might easily prevent by explaining to the Duke what thou art, and telling him that all that fat little person of thine is nothing else but a sackful of proverbs and sauciness. Señor, said Sancho, if your worship thinks I'm not fit for this government, I give it up on the spot, for the mere black of the nail of my soul is dearer to me than my whole body, and I can live just as well, simple Sancho, on bread and onions, as governor on partridges and capons. And what's more, while we're asleep we're all equal, great and small, rich and poor. But if your worship looks into it, you will see it was your worship alone that put me on to this business of governing, for I know no more about the government of Ireland than a buzzard, and if there's any reason to think that because of my being a governor the devil will get hold of me, I'd rather go Sancho to heaven than governor to hell. By God, Sancho, said Don Quixote, for those last words thou hast uttered alone, I consider thou deservest to be governor of 1,000 islands. Thou hast good natural instincts, without which no knowledge is worth anything. Commend thyself to God, and try not to swerve in the pursuit of thy main object, I mean, always make it thy aim and fixed purpose to do right in all matters that come before thee, for heaven always helps good intentions. And now let us go to dinner, for I think my lord and lady are waiting for us." Chapter 14. How Sancho Panza was conducted to his government, and of the strange adventure that befell Don Quixote in the castle. It is stated, they say, in the true original of this history, that when Cid Hamete came to write this chapter, his interpreter did not translate it as he wrote it. That is, as a kind of complaint the more made against himself for having taken in hand a story so dry and of so little variety as this of Don Quixote, for he found himself forced to speak perpetually of him and Sancho, without venturing to indulge in digressions and episodes more serious and more interesting. He said, too, that to go on, mind, hand, pen, always restricted to writing upon one single subject and speaking through the mouths of a few characters, was intolerable drudgery, the result of which was never equal to the author's labour, and that to avoid this he had in the first part availed himself of the device of novels, like The Ill-Advised Curiosity and The Captive Captain, which stand, as it were, apart from the story. The others are given there, being incidents which occurred to Don Quixote himself and could not be omitted. He also thought, he says, that many, engrossed by the interest attaching to the exploits of Don Quixote, would take none in the novels, and pass them over hastily or impatiently, without noticing the elegance and art of their composition, which would be very manifest were they published by themselves, and not as mere adjuncts to the crazes of Don Quixote or the simplicities of Sancho. Therefore, in this second part, he thought it best not to insert novels, either separate or interwoven, but only episodes, something like them, arising out of the circumstances the facts present, and even these sparingly, and with no more words than suffice to make them plain, and as he confines and restricts himself to the narrow limits of the narrative. Though he has ability, capacity, and brains enough to deal with the whole universe, he requests that his labours may not be despised, and that credit be given him not alone for what he writes, but for what he has refrained from writing. And so he goes on with his story, saying that the day Don Quixote gave the counsels to Sancho, the same afternoon after dinner he handed them to him in writing, so that he might get someone to read them to him. They had scarcely, however, been given to him when he let them drop, and they fell into the hands of the Duke, who showed them to the Duchess, and they were both amazed afresh at the madness and wit of Don Quixote. To carry on the joke, then, the same evening, they dispatched Sancho with a large following to the village that was to serve him for an island. It happened that the person who had him in charge was a major domo of the Duke's, a man of great discretion and humour, and there can be no humour without discretion, and the same who played the part of the Countess Trifaldi in the comical way that has been already described. And thus qualified and instructed by his master and mistress as to how to deal with Sancho, he carried out their scheme admirably. Now it came to pass that as soon as Sancho saw this major domo, he seemed in his features to recognize those of the Trifaldi, and turning to his master he said to him, "Signor, either the devil will carry me off here on this spot, righteous and believing, or your worship will own to me that the face of this major domo of the Duke's here is the very face of the distressed one." Don Quixote regarded the major domo attentively, and having done so, said to Sancho, "There is no reason why the devil should carry thee off, Sancho, either righteous or believing, and what thou meanest by that I know not. The face of the distressed one is that of the major domo, but for all that the major domo is not the distressed one, for his being so would involve a mighty contradiction. But this is not the time for going into questions of the sort, which would be involving ourselves in an inextricable labyrinth. Believe me, my friend, we must pray earnestly to our Lord that he deliver us both from wicked wizards and enchanters." "It is no joke, Signor," said Sancho, "for before this I heard him speak, and it seemed exactly as if the voice of the Trifaldi was sounding in my ears. Well, I'll hold my peace, but I'll take care to be on the lookout henceforth for any sign that may be seen to confirm or do away with this suspicion." "Thou wilt do well, Sancho," said Don Quixote, "and thou wilt let me know all thou discoverest, and all that befalls thee in thy government." Sancho at last set out, attended by a great number of people. He was dressed in the garb of a lawyer, with a gabern of tawny watered camlet all over, and a montera cap of the same material, and mounted a la gineta upon a mule. Behind him, in accordance with the Duke's orders, followed Dapple, with brand new ass trappings and ornaments of silk, and from time to time Sancho turned round to look at his ass, so well pleased to have him with him that he would not have changed places with the Emperor of Germany. On taking leave, he kissed the hands of the Duke and Duchess, and got his master's blessing, which Don Quixote gave him with tears, and he received blubbering. Let worthy Sancho go in peace, and good luck to him, gentle reader, and look out for 2 bushels of laughter, which the account of how he behaved himself in office will give thee. In the meantime, turn thy attention to what happened to his master the same night, and if thou dost not laugh thereat, at any rate thou wilt stretch thy mouth with a grin, for Don Quixote's adventures must be honoured either with wonder or with laughter. It is recorded then that as soon as Sancho had gone, Don Quixote felt his loneliness, and had it been possible for him to revoke the mandate and take away the government from him, he would have done so. The Duchess observed his dejection, and asked him why he was melancholy. Because, she said, if it was for the loss of Sancho, there were squires, duennas, and damsels in her house who would wait upon him to his full satisfaction. "The truth is, señora," replied Don Quixote, "that I do feel the loss of Sancho, but that is not the main cause of my looking sad, and of all the offers your excellence makes me, I accept only the good will with which they are made, and as to the remainder, I entreat of your excellence to permit and allow me alone to wait upon myself in my chamber." "Indeed, Señor Don Quixote," said the Duchess, "that must not be. 4 of my damsels, as beautiful as flowers, shall wait upon you." "To me," said Don Quixote, "they will not be flowers, but thorns to pierce my heart. They, or anything like them, shall as soon enter my chamber as fly. If your highness wishes to gratify me still further, though I deserve it not, permit me to please myself, and wait upon myself in my own rooms, for I place a barrier between my inclinations and my virtue, and I do not wish to break this rule through the generosity your highness is disposed to display towards me. And in short, I will sleep in my clothes sooner than allow anyone to undress me." "Say no more, Señor Don Quixote, say no more," said the Duchess. "I assure you I will give orders that not even a fly, not to say a damsel, shall enter your room. I am not the one to undermine the propriety of Señor Don Quixote, for it strikes me that among his many virtues the one that is preeminent is that of modesty. Your worship may undress and dress in private, and in your own way, as you please and when you please, for there will be no one to hinder you. And in your chamber you will find all the utensils requisite to supply the wants of one who sleeps with his door locked, to the end that no natural needs compel you to open it. May the great Dulcinea del Toboso live 1,000 years, and may her fame extend all over the surface of the globe, for she deserves to be loved by a knight so valiant and so virtuous. And may heaven infuse zeal into the heart of our governor Sancho Panza, to finish off his discipline speedily, so that the world may once more enjoy the beauty of so grand a lady." To which Don Quixote replied, "Your highness has spoken like what you are. From the mouth of a noble lady nothing bad can come, and Dulcinea will be more fortunate and better known to the world by the praise of your highness than by all the eulogies the greatest orators on earth could bestow upon her." "Well, well, Señor Don Quixote," said the Duchess, "it is nearly supper time, and the Duke is probably waiting. Come, let us go to supper, and retire to rest early, for the journey you made yesterday from Kandy was not such a short one but that it must have caused you some fatigue." "I feel none, señora," said Don Quixote, "for I would go so far as to swear to your excellence that in all my life I never mounted a quieter beast or a pleasanter paced one than Clavileño, and I don't know what could have induced Malambruno to discard a steed so swift and so gentle, and burn it so recklessly as he did." "Probably," said the Duchess, repenting of the evil he had done to the Trifaldi and Company and others, and the crimes he must have committed as a wizard and enchanter, he resolved to make away with all the instruments of his craft, and so burned Clavileño as the chief one, and that which mainly kept him restless, wandering from land to land. And by its ashes and the trophy of the placard, the valour of the great Don Quixote of La Mancha is established forever. Don Quixote renewed his thanks to the Duchess, and having supped, retired to his chamber alone, refusing to allow anyone to enter with him to wait on him. Such was his fear of encountering temptations that might lead or drive him to forget his chaste fidelity to his lady Dulcinea, for he had always present to his mind the virtue of Amadis, that flower and mirror of knights-errant. He locked the door behind him, and by the light of 2 wax candles undressed himself. But as he was taking off his stockings, disaster unworthy of such a personage, there came a burst, not of sighs, or anything belying his delicacy or good breeding, but of some 24 stitches in one of his stockings that made it look like a window lattice. The worthy gentleman was beyond measure distressed, and at that moment he would have given an ounce of silver to have had half a dram of green silk there. I say green silk because the stockings were green. Here Cid Hamete exclaimed as he was writing, "Oh, poverty, poverty! I know not what could have possessed the great Cordovan poet to call thee holy gift ungratefully received. Although a Moor, I know well enough from the intercourse I have had with Christians that holiness consists in charity, humility, faith, obedience, and poverty. But for all that, I say, he must have a great deal of godliness who can find any satisfaction in being poor, unless indeed it be the kind of poverty one of their greatest saints refers to, saying, 'Possess all things as though ye possessed them not,' which is what they call poverty in spirit. But thou, that other poverty, for it is of thee I am speaking now, why dost thou love to fall out with gentlemen and men of good birth more than with other people? Why dost thou compel them to smear the cracks in their shoes, and to have the buttons of their coats, one silk, another hair, and another glass? Why must their ruffs be always crinkled like endive leaves, and not crimped with a crimping iron?" From this we may perceive the antiquity of starch and crimped ruffs. Then he goes on, "And poor gentleman of good family, always cockering up his honour, dining miserably and in secret, and making a hypocrite of the toothpick with which he sallies out into the street after eating nothing to oblige him to use it. Poor fellow, I say, with his nervous honour, fancying they perceive a league off the patch on his shoe, the sweat stains on his hat, the shabbiness of his cloak, and the hunger of his stomach." All this was brought home to Don Quixote by the bursting of his stitches. However, he comforted himself on perceiving that Sancho had left behind a pair of travelling boots, which he resolved to wear the next day. At last he went to bed, out of spirits and heavy at heart, as much because he missed Sancho as because of the irreparable disaster to his stockings, the stitches of which he would have even taken up with silk of another colour, which is one of the greatest signs of poverty a gentleman can show in the course of his never-failing embarrassments. He put out the candles, but the night was warm, and he could not sleep. He rose from his bed and opened slightly a grated window that looked out on a beautiful garden, and as he did so he perceived and heard people walking and talking in the garden. He set himself to listen attentively, and those below raised their voices so that he could hear these words: "Urge me not to sing, Emerencia, for thou knowest that ever since this stranger entered the castle, and my eyes beheld him, I cannot sing, but only weep. Besides, my lady is a light rather than a heavy sleeper, and I would not for all the wealth of the world that she found us here. And even if she were asleep and did not waken, my singing would be in vain, if this stranger Aeneas, who has come into my neighbourhood to flout me, sleeps on and wakens not to hear it." "Heed not that, dear Altisidora," replied a voice. "The Duchess is no doubt asleep, and everybody in the house save the lord of thy heart and disturber of thy soul. For just now I perceived him open the grated window of his chamber, so he must be awake. Sing, my poor sufferer, in a low, sweet tone, to the accompaniment of thy harp, and even if the Duchess hears us, we can lay the blame on the heat of the night." "That is not the point, Emerentia," replied Altisidora. "It is that I would not that my singing should lay bare my heart, and that I should be thought a light and wanton maiden by those who know not the mighty power of love. But come what may, better a blush on the cheeks than a sore in the heart." And here a harp, softly touched, made itself heard. As he listened to all this, Don Quixote was in a state of breathless amazement, for immediately the countless adventures like this, with windows, gratings, gardens, serenades, love-makings, and languishings that he had read of in his trashy books of chivalry, came to his mind. He at once concluded that some damsel of the Duchess's was in love with him, and that her modesty forced her to keep her passion secret. He trembled lest he should fall, and made an inward resolution not to yield, and commending himself with all his might and soul to his lady Dulcinea, he made up his mind to listen to the music, and to let them know he was there. He gave a pretended sneeze, at which the damsels were not a little delighted, for all they wanted was that Don Quixote should hear them. So, having tuned the harp, Altisidora, running her hand across the strings, began this ballad. "O thou that art above in bed between the holland sheets, a-lying there from night till morn with outstretched legs asleep, O thou most valiant knight of all the famed Manchegan breed, of purity and virtue more than gold of Araby, give ear unto a suffering maid, well grown but evil starred, for those two sons of thine have lit a fire within her heart. Adventures seeking thou dost rove, to others bringing woe. Thou scatterest wounds, but the balm to heal them dost withhold. Say, valiant youth, and so may God thy enterprises speed. Didst thou the light mid Libya's sands, or Jacca's rocks first see? Did scaly serpents give thee suck, who nursed thee when a babe? Wert cradled in the forest rude, or gloomy mountain cave? O Dulcinea may be proud, that plump and lusty maid, for she alone hath had the power a tiger fierce to tame, and she for this shall famous be, from Tagus to Jarama, from Manzanares to Genil, from Duero to Alanza. Fain would I change with her, and give a petticoat to boot, the best and bravest that I have, all trimmed with gold galloon. Oh, for to be the happy fair thy mighty arms enfold, or even sit beside thy bed and scratch thy dusty pole. I rave to favours such as these, unworthy to aspire. Thy feet to tickle were enough for one so mean as I. What caps, what slippers silver laced, would I on thee bestow? What damask breeches make for thee, what fine long holland cloaks? And I would give thee pearls that should as big as oak gall show, so matchless big that each might well be called the Great alone. Manchegan Nero, look not down from thy Tarpeian rock upon this burning heart, nor add the fuel of thy wrath. A virgin soft and young am I, not yet 15 years old. I'm only 3 months past 14, I swear upon my soul. I hobble not, nor do I limp, or blemish I'm without, and as I walk my lily locks are trailing on the ground. And though my nose be rather flat, and though my mouth be wide, my teeth like topazes exalt my beauty to the sky. Thou knowest that my voice is sweet, that is, if thou dost hear, and I am moulded in a form somewhat below the mean. These charms and many more are mine, spoils to thy spear and bow all. A damsel of this house am I, by name Altisidora. Here the lay of the heart-stricken Altisidora came to an end, while the warmly wooed Don Quixote began to feel alarm, and with a deep sigh he said to himself, "Oh, that I should be such an unlucky knight, that no damsel can set eyes on me but fall in love with me. Oh, that the peerless Dulcinea should be so unfortunate that they cannot let her enjoy my incomparable constancy in peace. What would ye with her, ye queens? Why do you persecute her, ye empresses? Why ye pursue her, ye virgins from 14 to 15? Leave the unhappy being to triumph, rejoice, and glory in the lot love has been pleased to bestow upon her, in surrendering my heart and yielding up my soul to her. Ye love-smitten host, know that to Dulcinea only I am dough and sugar-paste, flint to all others. For her I am honey, for you aloes. For me, Dulcinea alone is beautiful, wise, graceful, and high-bred, and all others are ill-favoured, foolish, light, and low-born. Nature sent me into the world to be hers, and no others. Altisidora may weep or sing, the ladies for whose sake they belabour me in the castle of the enchanted Moor may give way to despair, but I must be Dulcinea's boiled or roast, pure, courteous, and chaste, in spite of all the magic-working powers on earth." And with that he shut the window with a bang, and as much out of temper and out of sorts as if some great misfortune had befallen him, stretched himself on his bed, where we will leave him for the present, as the great Sancho Panza, who is about to set up his famous government, now demands our attention. Chapter 45. Of how the great Sancho Panza took possession of his island, and of how he made a beginning in governing. O perpetual discoverer of the antipodes, torch of the world, eye of heaven, sweet stimulator of the water-coolers, Thymbraeus here, Phoebus there, now archer, now physician, father of poetry, inventor of music, thou that always risest, and notwithstanding appearances never settest. To thee, O Sun, by whose aid man begetteth man, to thee I appeal to help me enlighten the darkness of my wit, that I may be able to proceed with scrupulous exactitude in giving an account of the great Sancho Panza's government. For without thee I feel myself weak, feeble, and uncertain. To come to the point then, Sancho, with all his attendants, arrived at a village of some 1,000 inhabitants, and one of the largest the Duke possessed. They informed him that it was called the island of Barataria, either because the name of the village was Baratario, or because of the joke by which the government had been conferred upon him. On reaching the gates of the town, which was a walled one, the municipality came forth to meet him. The bells rang out a peal, and the inhabitants showed every sign of general satisfaction. And with great pomp they conducted him to the principal church to give thanks to God. And then, with burlesque ceremonies, they presented him with the keys of the town, and acknowledged him as perpetual governor of the island of Barataria. The costume, the beard, and the fat squat figure of the new governor astonished all those who were not in on the secret, and even all who were, and they were not a few. Finally, leading him out of the church, they carried him to the judgment seat, and seated him on it, and the duke's major domo said to him, "It is an ancient custom in this island, Señor Governor, that he who comes to take possession of this famous island is bound to answer a question which shall be put to him, and which must be a somewhat knotty and difficult one. And by his answer the people take the measure of their new governor's wit, and hail with joy, or deplore, his arrival accordingly." While the major domo was making this speech, Sancho was gazing at several large letters inscribed on the wall opposite his seat, and as he could not read, he asked what that was painted on the wall. The answer was, "Señor, there is written and recorded the day on which your lordship took possession of this island, and the inscription says, 'This day, the so-and-so of such and such a month and year, Señor Don Sancho Panza, many years may he enjoy it.'" "And whom do they call Don Sancho Panza?" asked Sancho. "Your lordship," replied the major domo, "for no other Panza but the one who is now seated in that chair has ever entered this island." "Well then, let me tell you, brother," said Sancho, "I haven't got the Don, nor has any one of my family ever had it. My name is plain Sancho Panza, and Sancho was my father's name, and Sancho was my grandfather's, and they were all Panzas without any Dons or Donnas tacked on. I suspect that in this island there are more Dons than stones, but never mind. God knows what I mean, and maybe if my government lasts 4 days I'll weed out these Dons that no doubt are as great a nuisance as the midges, there's so plenty. Let the major domo go on with his question, and I'll give the best answer I can, whether the people deplore or not." At this instant there came into court 2 old men, one carrying a cane by way of a walking stick, and the one who had no stick said, "Señor, some time ago I lent this good man 10 gold crowns in gold to gratify him and do him a service, on the condition that he was to return them to me whenever I should ask for them. A long time passed before I asked for them, for I would not put him to any greater straits to return them than he was in when I lent them to him, but thinking he was growing careless about payment, I asked for them once and several times, and not only will he not give them back, but he denies that he owes them, and says I never lent him any such crowns, or if I did, that he repaid them. And I have no witnesses either of the loan or the payment, for he never paid me. I want your worship to put him to his oath, and if he swears he returned them to me, I forgive him the debt here and before God." "What say you to this, good old man, you with the stick?" said Sancho. To which the old man replied, "I admit, señor, that he lent them to me, but let your worship lower your staff, and as he leaves it to my oath, I'll swear that I gave them back and paid him really and truly." The governor lowered the staff, and as he did so, the old man who had the stick handed it to the other old man to hand for him, while he swore as if he found it in his way, and then laid his heart on the cross of the staff, saying that it was true the 10 crowns that were demanded of him had been lent him, but that he had with his own hand given them back into the hand of the other, and that he, not recollecting it, was always asking for them. Seeing this, the great governor asked the creditor what answer he had to make to what his opponent said. He said that no doubt his debtor had told the truth, for he believed him to be an honest man and a good Christian, and he himself must have forgotten when and how he had given back the crowns, and that from that time forth he would make no further demand upon him. The debtor took his stick again, and bowing his head, left the court. Observing this, and how, without another word, he made off, and observing too the resignation of the plaintiff, Sancho buried his head in his bosom, and remained for a short space in deep thought, with the forefinger of his right hand on his brow and nose. Then he raised his head, and bade them call back the old man with the stick, for he had already taken his departure. They brought him back, and as soon as Sancho saw him, he said, "Honest man, give me that stick, for I want it." "Willingly," said the old man. "Here it is, señor," and he put it into his hand. Sancho took it, and handing it to the other old man, said to him, "Go, and God be with you, for now you are paid." "I, señor?" returned the old man. "Why, is this cane worth 10 gold crowns?" "Yes," said the governor, "or if not, I am the greatest dolt in the world. Now you will see whether I have got the headpiece to govern a whole kingdom." And he ordered the cane to be broken in two, there in the presence of all. It was done, and in the middle of it they found 10 gold crowns. All were filled with amazement, and looked upon their governor as another Solomon. They asked him how he had come to the conclusion that the 10 crowns were in the cane. He replied that, observing how the old man who swore gave the stick to his opponent while he was taking the oath, and swore that he had really and truly given him the crowns, and how as soon as he had done swearing he asked for the stick again, it came into his head that the sum demanded must be inside it. And from this he said it might be seen that God sometimes guides those who govern in their judgments, even though they may be fools. Besides, he had himself heard the curate of his village mention just such another case, and he had so good a memory that if it was not that he forgot everything he wished to remember, there would not be such a memory in all the island. To conclude, the old men went off, one crestfallen, the other in high contentment. All who were present were astonished, and he who was recording the words, deeds, and movements of Sancho could not make up his mind whether he was to look upon him and set him down as a fool or as a man of sense. As soon as this case was disposed of, there came into court a woman holding on with a tight grip to a man dressed like a well-to-do cattle dealer, and she came forward making a great outcry and exclaiming, "Justice, Señor Governor, justice, and if I don't get it on earth, I'll go look for it in heaven. Señor Governor of my soul, this wicked man caught me in the middle of the fields here, and used my body as if it was an ill-washed rag, and woe is me. Got from me what I had kept these 23 years and more, defending it against Moors and Christians, natives and strangers, and I always as hard as an oak, and keeping myself as pure as a salamander in the fire, or wool among the brambles, for this good fellow to come now with clean hands to handle me." "It remains to be proved whether this gallant has clean hands or not," said Sancho, and turning to the man he asked him what he had to say in answer to the woman's charge. He, all in confusion, made answer, "Sirs, I am a poor pig dealer, and this morning I left the village to sell, saving your presence, 4 pigs, and between dues and cribbings they got out of me little less than the worth of them. As I was returning to my village, I fell in on the road with this good dame, and the devil who makes a coil and a mess out of everything yoked us together. I paid her fairly, but she, not contented, laid hold of me and never let go until she brought me here. She says I forced her, but she lies by the oath I swear, or I am ready to swear, and this is the whole truth, and every particle of it." The governor on this asked him if he had any money in silver about him. He said he had about 20 ducats in a leather purse in his bosom. The governor bade him take it out and hand it to the complainant. He obeyed, trembling. The woman took it, and making 1,000 salams to all, and praying to God for the long life and health of the Señor Governor, who had such regard for distressed orphans and virgins, she hurried out of the court with the purse grasped in both her hands, first looking, however, to see if the money it contained was silver. As soon as she was gone, Sancho said to the cattle dealer, whose tears were already starting, and whose eyes and heart were following his purse, "Good fellow, go after that woman, and take the purse from her, by force even, and come back with it here." And he did not say it to one who was a fool or deaf, for the man was off like a flash of lightning, and ran to do as he was bid. All the bystanders waited anxiously to see the end of the case, and presently both man and woman came back at even closer grips than before, she with her petticoat up and the purse in the lap of it, and he struggling hard to take it from her, but all to no purpose, so stout was the woman's defence, she all the while crying out, "Justice from God and the world! See here, Señor Governor, the shamelessness and boldness of this villain, who in the middle of the town, in the middle of the street, wanted to take from me the purse your worship bade him give me." "And did he take it?" asked the governor. "Take it," said the woman. "I'd let my life be taken from me sooner than the purse. A pretty child I'd be. It's another sort of cat they must throw in my face, and not that poor scurvy knave. Pincers and hammers, mallets and chisels would not get it out of my grip. No, nor lion's claws. The soul from out of my body first." "She is right," said the man. "I own myself beaten and powerless. I confess I haven't the strength to take it from her." And he let go his hold upon her. Upon this the governor said to the woman, "Let me see that purse, my worthy and sturdy friend." She handed it to him at once, and the governor returned it to the man, and said to the unforced mistress of force, "Sister, if you had shown as much, or only half as much, spirit and vigour in defending your body as you have shown in defending that purse, the strength of Hercules could not have forced you. Be off, and God speed you, and bad luck to you, and don't show your face in all this island, or within 6 leagues of it on any side, under pain of 200 lashes. Be off at once, I say, you shameless, cheating shrew." The woman was cowed, and went off disconsolately, hanging her head, and the governor said to the man, "Honest man, go home with your money, and God speed you, and for the future, if you don't want to lose it, see that you don't take it into your head to yoke with anybody." The man thanked him as clumsily as he could, and went his way, and the bystanders were again filled with admiration at their new governor's judgments and sentences. Next, 2 men, one apparently a farm labourer, and the other a tailor, for he had a pair of shears in his hand, presented themselves before him, and the tailor said, "Señor Governor, this labourer and I come before your worship by reason of this honest man coming to my shop yesterday, for, saving everybody's presence, I'm a past tailor, God be thanked, and putting a piece of cloth into my hands and asking me, 'Señor, will there be enough in this cloth to make me a cap?' Measuring the cap, I said there would. He probably suspected, as I supposed, and I supposed right, that I wanted to steal some of the cloth, led to think so by his own roguery and the bad opinion people have of tailors, and he told me to see if there would be enough for 2. I guessed what he would be at, and I said yes. He, still following up his original unworthy notion, went on adding cap after cap, and I said yes after yes, until we got as far as 5. He has just this moment come for them. I gave them to him, but he won't pay me for the making. On the contrary, he calls upon me to pay him, or else return his cloth." "Is all this true, brother?" said Sancho. "Yes," replied the man, "but will your worship make him show the 5 caps he has made me?" "With all my heart," said the tailor, and drawing his hand from under his cloak, he showed 5 caps stuck upon the 5 fingers of it, and said, "There are the caps this good man asked for, and by God and upon my conscience I haven't a scrap of cloth left, and I'll let the work be examined by the inspectors of the trade." All present laughed at the number of caps and the novelty of the suit. Sancho set himself to think for a moment, and then said, "It seems to me that in this case it is not necessary to deliver long-winded arguments, but only to give off-hand the judgment of an honest man. And so my decision is that the tailor lose the making and the labourer the cloth, and that the caps go to the prisoners in the jail, and let there be no more about it." If the previous decision about the cattle dealer's purse excited the admiration of the bystanders, this provoked their laughter. However, the governor's orders were, after all, executed. All this, having been taken down by his chronicler, was at once dispatched to the Duke, who was looking out for it with great eagerness. And here let us leave the good Sancho, for his master, sorely troubled in mind by Altisidora's music, has pressing claims upon us now. Chapter 46. Of the terrible bell and cat fright that Don Quixote got in the course of the enamoured Altisidora's wooing. We left Don Quixote wrapped up in the reflections which the music of the enamoured maid Altisidora had given rise to. He went to bed with them, and just like fleas they would not let him sleep or get a moment's rest, and the broken stitches of his stockings helped them. But as time is fleet, and no obstacle can stay his course, he came riding on the Ouse, and morning very soon arrived. Seeing which, Don Quixote quitted the soft down, and, nowise slothful, dressed himself in his chamois suit, and put on his travelling boots to hide the disaster to his stockings. He threw over him his scarlet mantle, put on his head a montera of green velvet trimmed with silver edging, flung across his shoulder the baldric with his good trenchant sword, took up a large rosary that he always carried with him, and with great solemnity and precision of gait proceeded to the antechamber where the Duke and Duchess were already dressed and waiting for him. But as he passed through a gallery, Altisidora and the other damsel, her friend, were lying in wait for him, and the instant Altisidora saw him, she pretended to faint, while her friend caught her in her lap and began hastily unlacing the bosom of her dress. Don Quixote observed it, and approaching them said, "I know very well what this seizure arises from." "I know not from what," replied the friend, "for Altisidora is the healthiest damsel in all this house, and I have never heard her complain all the time I have known her. A plague on all the knights-errant in the world, if they be all ungrateful. Go away, Señor Don Quixote, for this poor child will not come to herself again so long as you are here." To which Don Quixote returned, "Do me the favour, Señora, to let a lute be placed in my chamber tonight, and I will comfort this poor maiden to the best of my power. For in the early stages of love, a prompt disillusion is an approved remedy." And with this he retired, so as not to be remarked by any who might see him there. He had scarcely withdrawn when Altisidora, recovering from her swoon, said to her companion, "The lute must be left, for no doubt Don Quixote intends to give us some music, and being his, it will not be bad." They went at once to inform the Duchess of what was going on, and of the lute Don Quixote asked for, and she, delighted beyond measure, plotted with the Duke and her two damsels to play him a trick that should be amusing but harmless. And in high glee they waited for night, which came quickly as the day had come, and as for the day, the Duke and Duchess spent it in charming conversation with Don Quixote. When 11 o'clock came, Don Quixote found a guitar in his chamber. He tried it, opened the window, and perceived that some persons were walking in the garden. And having passed his fingers over the frets of the guitar and tuned it as well as he could, he spat and cleared his chest, and then, with a voice a little hoarse but full-toned, he sang the following ballad, which he had himself that day composed. Mighty love the hearts of maidens doth unsettle and perplex, and the instrument he uses most of all is idleness. Sewing, stitching, any labour, having always work to do, to the poison love instilleth is the antidote most sure, and to proper-minded maidens who desire the matron's name, modesty's a marriage portion, modesty their highest praise. Men of prudence and discretion, courtiers gay and gallant knights, with the wanton damsons dally, but the modest take to wife. There are passions transient, fleeting, loves in hostelries declared, sunrise loves with sunset ended, when the guest hath gone his way. Love that springs up swift and sudden, here today, tomorrow flown, passes, leaves no trace behind it, leaves no image on the soul. Painting that is laid on painting maketh no display or show. Where one beauty's in possession, there no other can take hold. Dulcinea del Toboso, painted on my heart I wear, never from its tablets, never can her image be erased. The quality of all in lovers most esteemed is constancy. 'Tis by this that love works wonders, this exalts them to the skies. Don Quixote had got so far with his song, to which the Duke, the Duchess, Altisidora, and nearly the whole household of the castle were listening, when all of a sudden, from a gallery above that was exactly over his window, they let down a cord with more than 100 bells attached to it, and immediately after that discharged a great sackful of cats, which also had bells of smaller size tied to their tails. Such was the din of the bells and the squalling of the cats, that though the Duke and Duchess were the contrivers of the joke, they were startled by it, while Don Quixote stood paralysed with fear. And as luck would have it, 2 or 3 of the cats made their way in through the grating of his chamber, and flying from one side to the other, made it seem as if there was a legion of devils at large in it. They extinguished the candles that were burning in the room, and rushed about seeking some way of escape. The cord with the large bells never ceased rising and falling, and most of the people of the castle, not knowing what was really the matter, were at their wits' end with astonishment. Don Quixote sprang to his feet, and drawing his sword, began making passes at the grating, shouting out, "Avaunt, malignant enchanters! Avaunt, ye witchcraft-working rabble! I am Don Quixote of La Mancha, against whom your evil machinations avail not, nor have any power." And turning upon the cats that were running about the room, he made several cuts at them. They dashed at the grating and escaped by it, save one that, finding itself hard pressed by the slashes of Don Quixote's sword, flew at his face and held on to his nose tooth and nail, with the pain of which he began to shout his loudest. The Duke and Duchess, hearing this and guessing what it was, ran with all haste to his room, and as the poor gentleman was striving with all his might to detach the cat from his face, they opened the door with a master key and went in with lights and witnessed the unequal combat. The Duke ran forward to part the combatants, but Don Quixote cried out aloud, "Let no one take him from me! Leave me hand to hand with this demon, this wizard, this enchanter. I will teach him, I myself, who Don Quixote of La Mancha is." The cat, however, never minding these threats, snarled and held on, but at last the Duke pulled it off and flung it out of the window. Don Quixote was left with a face as full of holes as a sieve, and a nose not in very good condition, and greatly vexed that they did not let him finish the battle he had been so stoutly fighting with that villain of an enchanter. They sent for some oil of John's wort, and Altisidora herself with her own fair hands bandaged all the wounded parts, and as she did so she said to him in a low voice, "All these mishaps have befallen thee, hard-hearted knight, for the sin of thy insensibility and obstinacy, and God grant thy squire Sancho may forget to whip himself, so that that dearly beloved Dulcinea of thine may never be released from her enchantment, that thou mayest never come to her bed, at least while I, who adore thee, am alive." To all this Don Quixote made no answer except to heave deep sighs, and then stretched himself on his bed, thanking the Duke and Duchess for their kindness, not because he stood in any fear of that bell-ringing rabble of enchanters in cat shape, but because he recognized their good intentions in coming to his rescue. The Duke and Duchess left him to repose and withdrew, greatly grieved at the unfortunate result of the joke, as they never thought the adventure would have fallen so heavy on Don Quixote or cost him so dear, for it cost him 5 days of confinement to his bed, during which he had another adventure, pleasanter than the late one, which his chronicler will not relate just now, in order that he may turn his attention to Sancho Panza, who was proceeding with great diligence and drollery in his government. Chapter 47, wherein is contained the account of how Sancho Panza conducted himself in his government. The history says that from the justice court they carried Sancho to a sumptuous palace, where in a spacious chamber there was a table laid out with royal magnificence. The clarion sounded as Sancho entered the room, and 4 pages came forward to present him with water for his hands, which Sancho received with great dignity. The music ceased, and Sancho seated himself at the head of the table, for there was only that seat placed, and no more than one cover laid. A personage, who it appeared afterwards was a physician, placed himself standing by his side with a whalebone wand in his hand. They then lifted up a fine white cloth covering fruit and a great variety of dishes of different sorts. One who looked like a student said grace, and a page put a laced bib on Sancho, while another, who played the part of head carver, placed a dish of fruit before him. But hardly had he tasted a morsel when the man with the wand touched the plate with it, and they took it away from before him with the utmost celerity. The carver, however, brought him another dish, and Sancho proceeded to try it, but before he could get at it, not to say taste it, already the wand had touched it, and a page had carried it off with the same promptitude as the fruit. Sancho, seeing this, was puzzled, and looking from one to another, asked if this dinner was to be eaten after the fashion of a jugglery trick. To this he with the wand replied, "It is not to be eaten, Señor Governor, except as is usual and customary in other islands where there are governors. I, Señor, am a physician, and I am paid a salary in this island to serve its governor as such, and I have a much greater regard for their health than for my own, studying day and night, and making myself acquainted with the governor's constitution, in order to be able to cure him when he falls sick. The chief thing I have to do is to attend at his dinners and suppers, and allow him to eat what appears to me to be fit for him, and keep from him what I think will do him harm and be injurious to his stomach. And therefore I ordered that plate of fruit to be removed as being too moist, and that other dish I ordered to be removed as being too hot and containing many spices that stimulate thirst. For he who drinks much kills and consumes the radical moisture wherein life consists." "Well then," said Sancho, "that dish of roast partridges there that seems so savoury will not do me any harm?" To this the physician replied, "Of those, my lord, the governor shall not eat so long as I live." "Why so?" said Sancho. "Because," replied the doctor, "our master Hippocrates, the pole star and beacon of medicine, says in one of his aphorisms, Omnis saturatio mala perdicis autem pessima, which means, all repletion is bad, but that of partridge is the worst of all." "In that case," said Sancho, "let Señor Doctor see among the dishes that are on the table what will do me most good and least harm, and let me eat it without tapping it with his stick, for by the life of the governor, and so may God suffer me to enjoy it, but I am dying of hunger, and in spite of the doctor and all he may say, to deny me food is the way to take my life instead of prolonging it." "Your worship is right, Señor Governor," said the physician, "and therefore your worship, I consider, should not eat of those stewed rabbits there, because it is a furry kind of food. If that veal were not roasted and served with pickles, you might try it, but it is out of the question." "That big dish that is smoking farther off," said Sancho, "seems to me to be an olla podrida, and out of the diversity of things in such ollas, I can't fail to light upon something tasty and good for me." "Absit," said the doctor, "far from us to be any such base thought. There is nothing in the world less nourishing than an olla podrida. To canons or rectors of colleges or peasants' weddings with your ollas podridas, but let us have none of them on the tables of governors, where everything that is present should be delicate and refined. And the reason is that always, everywhere, and by everybody, simple medicines are more esteemed than compound ones, for we cannot go wrong in those that are simple, while in the compound we may, by merely altering the quantity of the things composing them. But what I am of opinion the governor should eat now, in order to preserve and fortify his health, is 100 or so of wafer cakes, and a few thin slices of conserve of quinces, which will settle his stomach and help his digestion." Sancho, on hearing this, threw himself back in his chair and surveyed the doctor steadily, and in a solemn tone asked him what his name was and where he had studied. He replied, "My name, Señor Governor, is Dr. Pedro Rocio de Aguero. I am a native of a place called Tertiafuera, which lies between Carasuel and Almodovar del Campo, on the right-hand side, and I have the degree of doctor from the University of Osuna." To which Sancho, glowing all over with rage, returned, "Then let Dr. Pedro Recio de Malaguero, native of Tertiafuera, a place that's on the right-hand side as we go from Carasuel to Almodovar del Campo, graduate of Osuna, get out of my presence at once, or I swear by the sun I'll take a cudgel, and by dint of blows, beginning with him, I'll not leave a doctor in the whole island. at least of those I know to be ignorant, for as to learned, wise, sensible physicians, them I will reverence and honour as divine persons. Once more, I say, let Pedro Recio get out of this, or I'll take the chair I am sitting on and break it over his head. And if they call me to account for it, I'll clear myself by saying I served God in killing a bad doctor, a general executioner. And now give me something to eat, or else take your government, for a trade that does not feed its master is not worth 2 beans. The doctor was dismayed when he saw the governor in such a passion, and he would have made a tortua fura out of the room, but that same instant a post horn sounded in the street, and the carver, putting his head out of the window, turned round and said, "It's a courier from my lord the Duke, no doubt, with some dispatch of importance." The courier came in all sweating and flurried, and taking a paper from his bosom, placed it in the governor's hands. Sancho handed it to the major domo and bade him read the superscription, which ran thus: "To Don Sancho Panza, governor of the island of Barataria, into his own hands or those of his secretary." Sancho, when he heard this, said, "Which of you is my secretary?" "I am, señor," said one of those present, "for I can read and write, and am a Biscayan." "With that addition," said Sancho, "you might be secretary to the emperor himself. Open this paper and see what it says." The newborn secretary obeyed, and having read the contents, said the matter was one to be discussed in private. Sancho ordered the chamber to be cleared, the major domo and the carver only remaining. So the doctor and others withdrew, and then the secretary read the letter, which was as follows: "It has come to my knowledge, Señor Don Sancho Panza, that certain enemies of mine and of the island are about to make a furious attack upon it some night, I know not when. It behoves you to be on the alert and keep watch, that they surprise you not. I also know, by trustworthy spies, that 4 persons have entered the town in disguise in order to take your life, because they stand in dread of your great capacity. Keep your eyes open, and take heed who approaches you to address you, and eat nothing that is presented to you. I will take care to send you aid if you find yourself in difficulty, but in all things you will act as may be expected of your judgment. From this place, the 16th of August, at 4 in the morning. Your friend, the Duke." Sancho was astonished, and those who stood by made believe to be so too, and turning to the major domo, he said to him, "What we have got to do first, and it must be done at once, is put Dr. Recio in the lock-up, for if anyone wants to kill me it is he, and by a slow death, and the worst of all, which is hunger." "Likewise," said the carver, "it is my opinion your worship should not eat anything that is on this table, for the whole was a present from some nuns, and, as they say, behind the cross there's the devil." "I don't deny it," said Sancho, "so for the present give me a piece of bread and 4 pounds or so of grapes. No poison can come in them, for the fact is I can't go without eating, and if we are to be prepared for these battles that are threatening us, we must be well provisioned, for it is the tripes that carry the heart, and not the heart the tripes. And you, secretary, answer my lord the Duke, and tell him that all his commands shall be obeyed to the letter, as he directs, and say from me to my lady the Duchess that I kiss her hands, and that I beg of her not to forget to send my letter and bundle to my wife Teresa Panza by a messenger, and I will take it as a great favour, and will not fail to serve her in all that may lie within my power. And as you are about it, you may enclose a kiss of the hand to my master Don Quixote, that he may see I am grateful bred, and as a good secretary and a good Biscayan you may add whatever you like, and whatever will come in best. And now take away this cloth and give me something to eat, and I'll be ready to meet all the spies and assassins and enchanters that may come against me or my island." At this instant a page entered, saying, "Here is a farmer on business, who wants to speak to your lordship on a matter of great importance, he says." "It's very odd," said Sancho, "the ways of these men on business. Is it possible they can be such fools as not to see that an hour like this is no hour for coming on business? We who govern, and we who are judges, are we not men of flesh and blood, and are we not to be allowed the time required for taking rest, unless they'd have us made of marble? By God and on my conscience, if the government remains in my hands, which I have a notion it won't, I'll bring more than one man on business to order. However, tell this good man to come in, but take care first of all that he is not some spy or one of my assassins." "No, my lord," said the page, "for he looks like a simple fellow, and either I know very little, or he is as good bread." "There is nothing to be afraid of," said the major domo, "for we are all here." "Would it be possible, Carver," said Sancho, "now that Dr. Pedro Recio is not here, to let me eat something solid and substantial, if it were even a piece of bread and an onion?" "Tonight at supper," said the carver, "the shortcomings of the dinner shall be made good, and your lordship shall be fully contented." "God grant it," said Sancho. The farmer now came in. A well-favoured man that one might see 1,000 leagues off was an honest fellow and a good soul. The first thing he said was, "Which is the Lord Governor here?" "Which should it be," said the secretary, "but he who is seated in the chair?" "Then I humble myself before him," said the farmer, and going on his knees he asked for his hand to kiss it. Sancho refused it and bade him stand up and say what he wanted. The farmer obeyed, and then said, "I am a farmer, senor, a native of Miguel, a village 2 leagues from Ciudad Real." "Another torte fuera," said Sancho. "Say on, brother. I know Miguel very well. I can tell you, for it's not very far from my own town." "The case is this, senor," continued the farmer, "that by God's mercy I am married with the leave and license of the Holy Roman Catholic Church. I have 2 sons, students, and the younger is studying to become a bachelor, and the elder to be a licentiate. I am a widower, for my wife died, or more properly speaking, a bad doctor killed her on my hands, giving her a purge when she was with child, and if it had pleased God that the child had been born and was a boy, I would have put him to study for doctor, that he might not envy his brothers the bachelor and the licentiate." "So that if your wife had not died or had not been killed, you would not now be a widower?" said Sancho. "No, senor, certainly not," said the farmer. "We've got that much settled," said Sancho. "Get on, brother, for it's more bedtime than business time." "Well then," said the farmer, "this son of mine, who is going to be a bachelor, fell in love in the said town with a damsel called Clara Perlerina, daughter of Andres Perlerino, a very rich farmer. And this name of Perlerines does not come to them by ancestry or descent, but because all the family are paralytics, and for a better name they call them Perlerinas, for to tell the truth, the damsel is as fair as an oriental pearl, and like a flower of the field if you look at her on the right side. On the left, not so much, for on that side she wants an eye that she lost by smallpox, and though her face is thickly and deeply pitted, those who love her say they are not pits that are there, but the graves where the hearts of her lovers are buried. She is so cleanly that not to soil her face she carries her nose turned up, as they say, so that one would fancy it was running away from her mouth. And with all this she looks extremely well, for she has a wide mouth, and but for wanting 10 or a dozen teeth and grinders she might compare and compete with the comeliest. Of her lips I say nothing, for they are so fine and thin that if lips might be reeled one might make a skein of them, but being of a different colour from ordinary lips they are wonderful, for they are mottled, blue, green, and purple. Let my lord the governor pardon me for painting so minutely the charms of her who, some time or other, will be my daughter, for I love her, and I don't find her amiss." "Paint what you will," said Sancho. "I enjoy your painting, and if I had dined there would be no dessert more to my taste than your portrait." "That I have still to furnish," said the farmer, "but a time will come when we may be able, if we are not now. And I can tell you, senor, if I could paint her gracefulness and her tall figure, it would astonish you. But that is impossible, because she is bent double with her knees up to her mouth. But for all that, it is easy to see that if she could stand up, she'd knock her head against the ceiling. And she would have given her hand to my bachelor ere this, only that she can't stretch it out, for it's contracted. But still one can see its elegance and fine make by its long furrowed nails." "That will do, brother," said Sancho. "Consider you have painted her from head to foot. What is it you want now? Come to the point without all the beating about the bush and all these scraps and additions." "I want your worship, senor," said the farmer, "to do me the favour of giving me a letter of recommendation to the girl's father, begging him to be so good as to let this marriage take place, as we are not ill-matched either in the gifts of fortune or of nature. For to tell the truth, Señor Governor, my son is possessed of a devil, and there is not a day but the evil spirit torments him 3 or 4 times, and from having once fallen into the fire, he has his face puckered up like a piece of parchment, and his eyes watery and always running. But he has the disposition of an angel, and if it was not for belabouring and pummelling himself, he'd be a saint." "Is there anything else you want, good man?" said Sancho. "There's another thing I'd like," said the farmer, "but I'm afraid to mention it. However, out it must, for after all I can't let it be rotting in my breast, come what may. I mean, señor, that I'd like your worship to give me 300 or 600 ducats as a help to my bachelor's portion, to help him in setting up house, for they must, in short time, live by themselves, without being subject to the interference of their fathers-in-law." "Just see if there's anything else you'd like," said Sancho, "and don't hold back from mentioning it out of bashfulness or modesty." "No, indeed, there is not," said the farmer. The moment he said this, the governor started to his feet, and seizing the chair he had been sitting on, exclaimed, "By all that's good, you ill-bred, boorish Don Bumpkin, if you don't get out of this at once and hide yourself from my sight, I'll lay your head open with this chair. You horse and rascal, you devil's own painter, and is it at this hour you come to ask me for 600 ducats? How should I have them, you stinking brute? And why should I give them to you if I had them, you knave and blockhead? What have I to do with Miguel Toro or the whole family of the Perlerines? Get out, I say, or by the life of my lord the Duke, I'll do as I said. You're not from Miguel Toro, but some knave sent here from hell to tempt me. Why, you villain, I have not yet had the government half a day, and you want me to have 600 ducats already." The carver made signs to the farmer to leave the room, which he did with his head down, and to all appearance in terror lest the governor should carry his threats into effect, for the rogue knew very well how to play his part. But let us leave Sancho in his wrath, and peace be with them all, and let us return to Don Quixote, whom we left with his face bandaged and doctored after the cat wounds, of which he was not cured for 8 days. And on one of these there befell him what Cide Hamete promises to relate with that exactitude and truth with which he is wont to set forth everything connected with this great history, however minute it may be. Chapter 48. Of what befell Don Quixote with Donna Rodriguez, the Duchess's duenna, together with other occurrences worthy of record and eternal remembrance. Exceedingly moody and dejected was the sorely wounded Don Quixote, with his face bandaged and marked, not by the hand of God, but by the claws of a cat, mishaps incidental to knight-errantry. 6 days he remained without appearing in public, and one night as he lay awake thinking of his misfortunes and of Altisidora's pursuit of him, he perceived that someone was opening the door of his room with a key, and he at once made up his mind that the enamoured damsel was coming to make an assault upon his chastity and put him in danger of failing in the fidelity he owed to his lady Dulcinea del Toboso. "No," said he, firmly persuaded of the truth of his idea, and he said it loud enough to be heard. "The greatest beauty upon earth shall not avail to make me renounce my adoration of her whom I bear stamped and graved in the core of my heart and the secret depths of my bowels. Be thou, lady mine, transformed into a clumsy country wench, or into a nymph of golden Tagus, wearing a web of silk and gold. Let Merlin or Montesinos hold thee captive where they will. Where thou art mine, and where'er I am must be thine." The very instant he had uttered these words, the door opened. He stood up on the bed, wrapped from head to foot in a yellow satin coverlet, with a cap on his head, and his face and his moustaches tied up, his face because of the scratches, and his moustaches to keep them from drooping and falling down, in which trim he looked the most extraordinary scarecrow that could be conceived. He kept his eyes fixed on the door, and just as he was expecting to see the love-smitten and unhappy Altisidora make her appearance, he saw, coming in, a most venerable duenna, in a long white-bordered veil that covered and enveloped her from head to foot. Between the fingers of her left hand she held a short lighted candle, while with her right she shaded it to keep the light from her eyes, which were covered by spectacles of great size, and she advanced with noiseless steps, treading very softly. Don Quixote kept an eye upon her from his watchtower, and observing her costume and noting her silence, he concluded that it must be some witch or sorceress that was coming in such a guise to work him some mischief, and he began crossing himself at a great rate. The spectre still advanced, and on reaching the middle of the room, looked up and saw the energy with which Don Quixote was crossing himself, and if he was scared by seeing such a figure as hers, she was terrified at the sight of his, for the moment she saw his tall yellow form with the coverlet and the bandages that disfigured him, she gave a loud scream, and exclaiming, "Jesus, what's this I see?" let fall the candle in her fright, and then finding herself in the dark, turned about to make off, but stumbling on her skirts in her consternation, she measured her length with a mighty fall. Don Quixote, in his trepidation, began saying, "I conjure thee, phantom, or whatever thou art, tell me what thou art, and what thou wouldst with me. If thou art a soul in torment, say so, and all that my powers can do I will do for thee. For I am a Catholic Christian, and love to do good to all the world, and to this end I have embraced the order of knight-errantry to which I belong, the province of which extends to doing good, even to souls in purgatory." The unfortunate duenna, hearing herself thus conjured, by her own fear guessed Don Quixote's, and in a low plaintive voice answered, "Señor Don Quixote, if so be you are indeed Don Quixote, I am no phantom or spectre or soul in purgatory, as you seem to think, but Donna Rodriguez, duenna of honour to my lady the Duchess, and I come to you with one of those grievances your worship is wont to redress." "Tell me, Señora Donna Rodriguez," said Don Quixote, "do you perchance come to transact any go-between business? Because I must tell you I am not available for anybody's purpose, thanks to the peerless beauty of my lady Dulcinea del Toboso. In short, Señora Donna Rodriguez, if you will leave out and put aside all love messages, you may go and light your candle and come back, and we will discuss all the commands you have for me, and whatever you wish, saving only, as I said, all seductive communications." "I carry nobody's messages, Señor," said the duenna. "Little you know me. Nay, I am not far enough advanced in years to take to any such childish tricks. God be praised, I have a soul in my body still, and all my teeth and grinders in my mouth, except one or two that the colds, so common in this Aragon country, have robbed me of. But wait a little while I go and light my candle, and I will return immediately and lay my sorrows before you, as before one who relieves those of all the world." And without staying for an answer, she quitted the room, and left Don Quixote tranquilly meditating while he waited for her. 1,000 thoughts at once suggested themselves to him on the subject of this new adventure, and it struck him as being ill done and worse advised in him to expose himself to the danger of breaking his plighted faith to his lady, and said he to himself, "Who knows but that the devil, being wily and cunning, may be trying now to entrap me with a duenna, having failed with empresses, queens, duchesses, marchionesses, and countesses. Many a time have I heard it said by many a man of sense that he will sooner offer you a flat-nosed wench than a Roman-nosed one, and who knows but this privacy, this opportunity, this silence may awaken my sleeping desires, and lead me in these my latter years to fall where I have never tripped. In cases of this sort it is better to flee than to await the battle. But I must be out of my senses to think and utter such nonsense, for it is impossible that a long, white-hooded, spectacled duenna could stir up or excite a wanton thought in the most graceless bosom in the world. Is there a duenna in the world that escapes being ill-tempered, wrinkled, and prudish? Avaunt, then, ye duenna crew, undelightful to all mankind! Oh, but that lady did well, who, they say, had at the end of her reception-room a couple of figures of duennas with spectacles and lace cushions, as if at work, and those statues served quite as well to give an air of propriety to the room as if they had been real duennas." So saying, he leapt off the bed, intending to close the door and not allow Señora Rodriguez to enter. But as he went to shut it, Señora Rodriguez returned with a wax candle lighted, and having a closer view of Don Quixote, with the coverlet round him, and his bandages and nightcap, she was alarmed afresh, and retreating a couple of paces, exclaimed, "Am I safe, Sir Knight? For I don't look upon it as a sign of very great virtue that your worship should have got up out of bed." "I may well ask the same, Señora," said Don Quixote, and I do ask whether I shall be safe from being assailed and forced. Of whom and against whom do you demand that security, Sir Knight? Said the duenna. Of you, and against you I ask it, said Don Quixote, for I am not marble, nor are you brass, nor is it now 10 o'clock in the morning, but midnight, or a trifle past it, I fancy, and we are in a room more secluded and retired than the cave could have been, where the treacherous and daring Aeneas enjoyed the fair soft-hearted Dido. But give me your hand, Señora. I require no better protection than my own continence and my own sense of propriety, as well as that which is inspired by that venerable headdress. And so saying, he kissed her right hand and took it in his own, she yielding it to him with equal ceremoniousness. And here Cide Hamete inserts a parenthesis in which he says that to have seen the pair marching from the door to the bed, linked hand in this way, he would have given the best of the 2 tunics he had. Don Quixote finally got into bed, and Donna Rodriguez took her seat on a chair at some little distance from his couch, without taking off her spectacles or putting aside the candle. Don Quixote wrapped the bedclothes round him and covered himself up completely, leaving nothing but his face visible, and as soon as they had both regained their composure, he broke silence, saying, Now, Señora Donna Rodriguez, you may unbosom yourself, and out with everything you have in your sorrowful heart and afflicted bowels, and by me you shall be listened to with chaste ears, and aided by compassionate exertions. I believe it, replied the duenna. From your worship's gentle and winning presence only such a Christian answer could be expected. The fact is, then, Señor Don Quixote, that though you see me seated in this chair, here in the middle of the kingdom of Aragon, and in the attire of a despised outcast duenna, I am from the Asturias of Oviedo, and of a family with which many of the best of the province are connected by blood. But my untoward fate, and the improvidence of my parents, who, I know not how, were unseasonably reduced to poverty, brought me to the court of Madrid, where, as a provision, and to avoid greater misfortunes, my parents placed me as seamstress in the service of a lady of quality, and I would have you know that for hemming and sewing I have never been surpassed by any all my life. My parents left me in service, and returned to their own country, and a few years later went, no doubt, to heaven, for they were excellent, good Catholic Christians. I was left an orphan, with nothing but the miserable wages and trifling presents that are given to servants of my sort in palaces. But about this time, without any encouragement on my part, one of the esquires of the household fell in love with me, a man somewhat advanced in years, full-bearded and personable, and above all as good a gentleman as the king himself, for he came of a mountain stock. We did not carry on our loves with such secrecy, but that they came to the knowledge of my lady, and she, not to have any fuss about it, had us married with the full sanction of the Holy Mother Roman Catholic Church, of which marriage a daughter was born to put an end to my good fortune, if I had any. Not that I died in childbirth, for I passed through it safely and in due season, but because shortly afterwards my husband died of a certain shock he received, and had I time to tell you of it, I know your worship would be surprised. And here she began to weep bitterly, and said, Pardon me, Señor Don Quixote, if I am unable to control myself, for every time I think of my unfortunate husband, my eyes fill up with tears. God bless me. With what an air of dignity he used to carry my lady behind him on a stout mule as black as jet. For in those days they did not use coaches or chairs as they say they do now, and ladies rode behind their squires. This much at least I cannot help telling you, that you may observe the good breeding and punctiliousness of my worthy husband. As he was turning into the Calle de Santiago in Madrid, which is rather narrow, one of the alcides of the court, with 2 alguacils before him, was coming out of it, and as soon as my good squire saw him, he wheeled his mule about, and made as if he would turn and accompany him. My lady, who was riding behind him, said to him in a low voice, What are you about, you sneak? Don't you see that I am here? The Alcide, like a polite man, pulled up his horse and said to him, "Proceed, Signor, for it is I rather who ought to accompany my lady Donna Casilda," for that was my mistress's name. Still my husband, cap in hand, persisted in trying to accompany the Alcide, and seeing this, my lady, filled with rage and vexation, pulled out a big pin, or I rather think a bodkin, out of her needle-case, and drove it into his back with such force that my husband gave a loud yell, and writhing fell to the ground with his lady. Her 2 lackeys ran to rise her up, and the Alcide and the alguacils did the same. The Guadalajara gate was all in commotion. I mean the idlers congregated there. My mistress came back on foot, and my husband hurried away to a barber's shop, protesting that he was run right through the guts. The courtesy of my husband was noised abroad to such an extent that the boys gave him no peace in the street, and on this account, and because he was somewhat short-sighted, my lady dismissed him, and it was chagrin at this, I am convinced beyond a doubt, that brought on his death. I was left a helpless widow, with a daughter on my hands, growing up in beauty like the sea foam. At length, however, as I had the character of being an excellent needlewoman, my lady the Duchess, then lately married to my lord the Duke, offered to take me with her to this kingdom of Aragon, and my daughter also. And here, as time went by, my daughter grew up, and with her all the graces in the world. She sings like a lark, dances quick as thought, foots it like a gypsy, reads and writes like a schoolmaster, and does sums like a miser. Of her neatness I say nothing, for the running water is not purer, and her age is now, if my memory serves me, 16 years, 5 months, and 3 days, one more or less. To come to the point, the son of a very rich farmer, living in a village of my lord the Duke's not very far from here, fell in love with this girl of mine, and in short, how I know not, they came together, and under the promise of marrying her he made a fool of my daughter, and will not keep his word. And though my lord the Duke is aware of it, for I have complained to him, not once but many and many a time, and entreated him to order the farmer to marry my daughter, he turns a deaf ear, and will scarcely listen to me, the reason being that as the deceiver's father is so rich, and lends him money, and is constantly going security for his debts, he does not like to offend or annoy him in any way. Now, Signor, I want your worship to take it upon yourself to redress this wrong, either by entreaty or by arms, for by what all the world says, you came into it to redress grievances and right wrongs, and help the unfortunate. Let your worship put before you the unprotected condition of my daughter, her youth, and all the perfections I have said she possesses. And before God, and on my conscience, out of all the damsels my lady has, there is not one that comes up to the sole of her shoe, and the one they call Altisidora, and look upon as the boldest and gayest of them, put in comparison with my daughter, does not come within 2 leagues of her. For I would have you know, Signor, all is not gold that glitters, and that same little Altisidora has more forwardness than good looks, and more impudence than modesty, besides being not very sound, for she has such a disagreeable breath that one cannot bear to be near her for a moment, and even my lady the Duchess. But I'll hold my tongue, for they say that walls have ears. For heaven's sake, Donna Rodriguez, what ails my lady the Duchess? Asked Don Quixote. Adjured in that way, replied the duenna, I cannot help answering the question and telling the whole truth. Señor Don Quixote, have you observed the comeliness of my lady the Duchess? That smooth complexion of hers like a burnished, polished sword, those 2 cheeks of milk and carmine, that gay, lively step with which she treads, or rather seems to spurn the earth, so that one would fancy she went radiating health wherever she passed. Well then, let me tell you, she may thank first of all God for this, and next 2 issues that she has, one in each leg, by which all the evil humours of which the doctors say she is full are discharged. Blessed Virgin! Exclaimed Don Quixote, and is it possible that my lady the Duchess has drains of that sort? I would not have believed it if the barefoot friars had told it me, but as the lady Donna Rodriguez says so, it must be so. But surely such issues, and in such places, do not discharge humours, but liquid amber. Verily, I do believe now that this practice of opening issues is a very important matter for the health." Don Quixote had hardly said this when the chamber door flew open with a loud bang, and with a start the noise gave her, Donna Rodriguez let the candle fall from her hand, and the room was left as dark as a wolf's mouth, as the saying is. Suddenly the poor duenna felt two hands seize her by the throat so tightly that she could not croak, while someone else, without uttering a word, very briskly hoisted up her petticoats, and with what seemed to be a slipper began to lay on so heartily that anyone would have felt pity for her. But although Don Quixote felt it, he never stirred from his bed, but lay quiet and silent, nay, apprehensive that his turn for a drubbing might be coming. Nor was the apprehension an idle one, for, leaving the duenna, who did not dare to cry out, well basted, the silent executioners fell upon Don Quixote, and stripping him of the sheet and the coverlet, they pinched him so fast and so hard that he was driven to defend himself with his fists, and all this in marvellous silence. The battle lasted nearly half an hour, and then the phantoms fled. Donna Rodriguez gathered up her skirts, and bemoaning her fate, went out without saying a word to Don Quixote, and he, sorely pinched, puzzled, and dejected, remained alone. And there we will leave him, wondering who could have been the perverse enchanter who had reduced him to such a state. But that shall be told in due season, for Sancho claims our attention, and the methodical arrangement of the story demands it. Chapter 49. Of what happened to Sancho in making the round of his island. We left the great governor, angered and irritated by that portrait-painting rogue of a farmer, who, instructed by the major-domo, as the major-domo was by the duke, tried to practise upon him. He, however, fool, boor, and clown as he was, held his own against them all, saying to those round him, and to Dr. Pedro Recio, who, as soon as the private business of the duke's letter was disposed of, had returned to the room, "Now I see plainly enough that judges and governors ought to be and must be made of brass, not to feel the importunities of the applicants that at all times and at all seasons insist on being heard and having their business dispatched, and their own affairs and no doubt others attended to, come what may. And if the poor judge does not hear them and settle the matter, either because he cannot or because that is not the time set apart for hearing them, forthwith they abuse him and run him down, and gnaw at his bones, and even pick holes in his pedigree. You silly, stupid applicant, don't be in a hurry. Wait for the proper time and season for doing business. Don't come at dinner hour or at bedtime, for judges are only flesh and blood, and must give to nature what she naturally demands of them. All except myself, for in my case I give her nothing to eat, thanks to Signor Dr. Pedro Recio Tertia Fuera here, who would have me die of hunger, and declares that death to be life, and the same sort of life may God give him and all his kind, I mean the bad doctors, for the good ones deserve palms and laurels." All who knew Sancho Panza were astonished to hear him speak so elegantly, and did not know what to attribute it to, unless it were that office and grave responsibility either smarten or stupefy men's wits. At last Dr. Pedro Recio Aguilera of Tertia Fuera promised to let him have supper that night, though it might be in contravention of all the aphorisms of Hippocrates. With this the governor was satisfied, and looked forward to the approach of night and supper time with great anxiety. And though time to his mind stood still and made no progress, nevertheless the hour he so longed for came, and they gave him a beef salad with onions and some boiled calves' feet, rather far gone. At this he fell to with greater relish than if they had given him francolins from Milan, pheasants from Rome, veal from Sorrento, partridges from Moron, or geese from Lavaios, and turning to the doctor at supper, he said to him, "Look here, Signor Doctor, for the future don't trouble yourself about giving me dainty things or choice dishes to eat, for it will be only taking my stomach off its hinges. It is accustomed to goat, cow, bacon, hung beef, turnips, and onions, and if by any chance it is given these palace dishes, it receives them squeamishly, and sometimes with loathing. What the head carver had best do is serve me with what they call ollas podridas, and the rottener they are, the better they smell, and he could put whatever he likes into them, so long as it is good to eat, and I'll be obliged to him, and will requite him some day. But let nobody play pranks on me, for either we are or we are not. Let us live and eat in peace and good fellowship, for when God sends the dawn, he sends it for all. I mean to govern this island without giving up a right or taking a bribe. Let everyone keep his eye open and look out for the arrow, for I can tell them the devil's in Cantiana, and if they drive me to it, they'll see something that will astonish them. Nay, make yourself honey, and the flies eat you. Of a truth, Señor Governor, said the carver, your worship is in the right of it in everything you have said, and I promise you in the name of all the inhabitants of this island that they will serve your worship with all zeal, affection, and good will, for the mild kind of government you have given a sample of to begin with leaves them no ground for doing or thinking anything to your worship's disadvantage. That I believe, said Sancho, and they would be great fools if they did or thought otherwise. Once more, I say, see to my feeding and my dapples, for that is the great point, and what is most to the purpose. And when the hour comes to let us go the rounds, for it is my intention to purge this island of all manner of uncleanness, and of all idle, good-for-nothing vagabonds, for I would have you know that lazy idlers are the same thing in a state as the drones in a hive, that eat up the honey the industrious bees make. I mean to protect the husbandman, to preserve to the gentleman his privileges, to reward the virtuous, and above all to respect religion and honour its ministers. What say you to that, my friends? Is there anything in what I say, or am I talking to no purpose? There is so much in what your worship says, Señor Governor, said the major domo, that I am filled with wonder when I see a man like your worship, entirely without learning, for I believe you have none at all, say such things, and so full of sound maxims and sage remarks, very different from what was expected of your worship's intelligence by those who sent us, or by us who came here. Every day we see something new in this world. Jokes become realities, and the jokers find the tables turned upon them. Night came, and with the permission of Dr. Pedro Recio, the governor had supper. Then they got ready to go the rounds, and he started with the major domo, the secretary, the head carver, the chronicler charged with recording his deeds, and alguacils and notaries enough to form a fair-sized squadron. In the midst marched Sancho with his staff, as fine a sight as one could wish to see, and but a few streets of the town had been traversed when they heard a noise as of a clashing of swords. They hastened to the spot, and found that the combatants were but two, who, seeing the authorities approaching, stood still, and one of them exclaimed, "Help, in the name of God and the King! Are men to be allowed to rob in the middle of this town, and rush out and attack people in the very streets?" "Be calm, my good man," said Sancho, "and tell me what the cause of this quarrel is, for I am the governor." Said the other combatant, "Señor Governor, I will tell you in a very few seconds. Your worship must know that this gentleman has just now won more than 1,000 reals in that gambling house opposite, and God knows how. I was there, and gave more than one doubtful point in his favour, very much against what my conscience told me. He made off with his winnings, and when I made sure he was going to give me a crown, or so at least by way of a present, as is usual and customary to give men of quality of my sort, who stand by to see fair or foul play, and back up swindles, and prevent quarrels, he pocketed his money and left the house. Indignant at this, I followed him, and speaking to him fairly and civilly, asked him to give me, if it were only 8 reals, for he knows that I am an honest man, and that I have neither profession nor property, for my parents never brought me up to any, or left me any. But the rogue, who is a greater thief than Carcass, and a greater sharper than Andradilla, would not give me more than 4 reals, so your worship may see how little shame and conscience he has. But by my faith, if you had not come up, I'd have made him disgorge his winnings, and he'd have learned what the range of the steelyard was." "What say you to this?" asked Sancho. The other replied that all his antagonist said was true, and that he did not choose to give him more than 4 reals, because he very often gave him money, and that those who expected presents ought to be civil and take what is given them with a cheerful countenance, and not make any claim against winners unless they know them for certain to be sharpers, and their winnings to be unfairly won, and that there could be no better proof that he himself was an honest man than his having refused to give anything, for sharpers always pay tribute to lookers-on who know them. "That is true," said the major domo. "Let your worship consider what is to be done with these men." "What is to be done," said Sancho, "is this. You, the winner, be you good, bad, or indifferent, give this assailant of yours 100 reals at once, and you must disburse 30 more for the poor prisoners. And you, who have neither profession nor property, and hang about the island in idleness, take these 100 reals now, and some time of the day tomorrow quit the island under sentence of banishment for 10 years, and under pain of completing it in another life if you violate the sentence, for I'll hang you on a gibbet, or at least the hangman will, by my orders. Not a word from either of you, or I'll make him feel my hand." The one paid down the money, and the other took it, and the latter quitted the island, while the other went home. And then the governor said, "Either I am not good for much, or I'll get rid of these gambling houses, for it strikes me they are very mischievous." "This one at least," said one of the notaries, "your worship will not be able to get rid of, for a great man owns it, and what he loses every year is beyond all comparison more than what he makes by the cards. On the minor gambling houses your worship may exercise your power, and it is they that do most harm and shelter the most barefaced practices. For in the houses of lords and gentlemen of quality the notorious sharpers dare not attempt to play their tricks. And as the vice of gambling has become common, it is better that men should play in houses of repute than in some tradesmen's, where they catch an unlucky fellow in the small hours of the morning and skin him alive. I know already, notary, that there is a good deal to be said on that point," said Sancho. And now a tipstaff came up with a young man in his grasp, and said, "Señor Governor, this youth was coming towards us, and as soon as he saw the officers of justice, he turned about and ran like a deer, a sure proof that he must be some evil doer. I ran after him, and had it not been that he stumbled and fell, I should never have caught him." "What did you run for, fellow?" said Sancho. To which the young man replied, "Señor, it was to avoid answering all the questions officers of justice put." "What are you by trade?" "A weaver." "And what do you weave?" "Lanceheads, with your worship's good leave." "You're facetious with me. You plume yourself on being a wag. Very good. And where were you going just now?" "To take the air, señor." "And where does one take the air in this island?" "Where it blows." "Good. Your answers are very much to the point. You are a smart youth. But take notice that I am the air, and that I blow upon you astern, and send you to jail. Oh, there, lay hold of him and take him off. I'll make him sleep there tonight without air." "By God," said the young man, "your worship will make me sleep in jail just as soon as make me king." "Why shan't thee sleep in jail?" said Sancho. "Have I not the power to arrest thee and release thee whenever I like?" "All the power your worship has," said the young man, "won't be able to make me sleep in jail." "How, not able?" said Sancho. "Take him away at once, where he'll see his mistake with his own eyes, even if the jailer is willing to exert his interested generosity on his behalf, for I'll lay a penalty of 2,000 ducats on him if he allows him to stir a step from the prison." "That's ridiculous," said the young man. "The fact is, all the men on earth will not make me sleep in prison." "Tell me, you devil," said Sancho, "have you got any angel that will deliver you and take off the irons I'm going to order them to put upon you?" "Now, Señor Governor," said the young man in a sprightly manner, "let us be reasonable and come to the point. Granted your worship may order me to be taken to prison, and to have irons and chains put on me, and to be shut up in a cell, and may lay heavy penalties on the jailer if he lets me out, and that he obeys your orders. Still, if I don't choose to sleep, and choose to remain awake all night without closing an eye, will your worship, with all your power, be able to make me sleep if I don't choose?" "No, truly," said the secretary, "and the fellow has made his point." "So then," said Sancho, "it would be entirely of your own choice you would keep from sleeping, not in opposition to my will?" "No, señor," said the youth, "certainly not." "Well then, go, and God be with you," said Sancho. "Be off home to sleep, and God give you sound sleep, for I don't want to rob you of it. But for the future, let me advise you, don't joke with the authorities, because you may come across someone who will bring down the joke on your own skull." The young man went his way, and the governor continued his round, and shortly afterwards 2 tipstaffs came up with a man in custody and said, "Señor Governor, this person, who seems to be a man, is not so, but a woman, and not an ill-favoured one, in man's clothes." They raised 2 or 3 lanterns to her face, and by their light they distinguished the features of a woman, to all appearance of the age of 16 or a little more, with her hair gathered into a gold and green silk net, and fair as the 1,000 pearls. They scanned her from head to foot, and observed that she had on red silk stockings with garters of white taffety bordered with gold and pearl. Her breeches were of green and gold stuff, and under an open jacket or jerkin of the same she wore a doublet of the finest white and gold cloth. Her shoes were white, and such as men wear. She carried no sword at her belt, but only a richly ornamented dagger, and on her fingers she had several handsome rings. In short, the girl seemed fair to look at in the eyes of all, and none of those who beheld her knew her. The people of the town said they could not imagine who she was, and those who were in on the secret of the jokes that were to be practised upon Sancho were the ones who were most surprised, for this incident or discovery had not been arranged by them, and they watched anxiously to see how the affair would end. Sancho was fascinated by the girl's beauty, and he asked her who she was, where she was going, and what had induced her to dress herself in that garb. She, with her eyes fixed on the ground, answered in modest confusion, "I cannot tell you, señor, before so many people, what it is of such consequence to me to have kept secret. One thing I wish to be known, that I am no thief or evildoer, but only an unhappy maiden whom the power of jealousy has led to break through the respect that is due to modesty." Hearing this, the majordomo said to Sancho, "Make the people stand back, Señor Governor, that this lady may say what she wishes to with less embarrassment." Sancho gave the order, and all except the majordomo, the head carver, and the secretary fell back. Finding herself then in the presence of no more, the damsel went on to say, "I am the daughter, sirs, of Pedro Perez Mallorca, the wool farmer of this town, who is in the habit of coming very often to my father's house." "That won't do, señora," said the majordomo, "for I know Pedro Perez very well, and I know he has no child at all, either son or daughter. And besides, though you say he is your father, you add then that he comes very often to your father's house." "I had already noticed that," said Sancho. "I am confused just now, sirs," said the damsel, "and I don't know what I am saying, but the truth is that I am the daughter of Diego de la Llana, whom you must all know." "Aye, that will do," said the majordomo, "for I know Diego de la Llama, and know that he is a gentleman of position and a rich man, and that he has a son and a daughter, and that since he was left a widower, nobody in all this town can speak of having seen his daughter's face, for he keeps her so closely shut up that he does not give even the sun a chance of seeing her, and for all that, report says she is extremely beautiful." "It is true," said the damsel, "and I am that daughter. Whether report lies or not as to my beauty, you, sirs, will have decided by this time, as you have seen me." And with this she began to weep bitterly. On seeing this, the secretary leant over to the head carver's ear, and said to him in a low voice, "Something serious has no doubt happened this poor maiden, that she goes wandering from home in such a dress and at such an hour, and one of her rank too." "There can be no doubt about it," returned the carver, "and moreover her tears confirm your suspicion." Sancho gave her the best comfort he could, and entreated her to tell them, without any fear, what had happened to her, as they would all earnestly and by every measure in their power endeavour to relieve her. "The fact is, sirs," said she, "that my father has kept me shut up these 10 years, for so long is it since the earth received my mother. Mass is said at home in a sumptuous chapel, and all this time I have seen but the sun in the heaven by day, and the moon and the stars by night. Nor do I know what streets are like, or plazas, or churches, or even men, except my father and a brother I have, and Pedro Perez, the wool farmer, whom, because he came frequently to our house, I took it into my head to call my father, to avoid naming my own. This seclusion and the restrictions laid upon my going out, were it only to church, have been keeping me unhappy for many a day and month past. I longed to see the world, or at least the town where I was born, and it did not seem to me that this wish was inconsistent with the respect maidens of good quality should have for themselves. When I heard them talking of bullfights taking place, and of javelin games, and of acting plays, I asked my brother, who was a year younger than myself, to tell me what sorts of things these were, and many more that I had never seen. He explained them to me as well as he could, but the only effect was to kindle in me a still stronger desire to see them. At last, to cut short the story of my ruin, I begged and entreated my brother, that I had never made such an entreaty, and once more she gave way to a burst of weeping. "Proceed, señora," said the major domo, "and finish your story of what has happened to you, for your words and tears are keeping us all in suspense." "I have but little more to say, though many a tear to shed," said the damsel, "for ill-placed desires can only be paid for in some such way." The maiden's beauty had made a deep impression on the head carver's heart, and he again raised his lantern for another look at her, and thought they were not tears she was shedding, but seed pearls or dew of the meadow. Nay, he exalted them still higher, and made oriental pearls of them, and fervently hoped her misfortune might not be so great a one as her tears and sobs seemed to indicate. The governor was losing patience at the length of time the girl was taking to tell her story, and told her not to keep them waiting any longer, for it was late, and there still remained a good deal of the town to be gone over. She, with broken sobs and half-suppressed sighs, went on to say, "My misfortune, my misadventure, is simply this, that I entreated my brother to dress me up as a man in a suit of his clothes, and take me some night, when our father was asleep, to see the whole town. He, overcome by my entreaties, consented, and dressing me in this suit, and himself in clothes of mine that fitted him as if made for him, for he has not a hair on his chin, and might pass for a very beautiful young girl, tonight, about an hour ago more or less, we left the house, and guided by our youthful and foolish impulse, we made the circuit of the whole town. And then, as we were about to return home, we saw a great troop of people coming, and my brother said to me, 'Sister, this must be the round. Stir your feet and put wings to them, and follow me as fast as you can, lest they recognize us, for that would be a bad business for us.' And so saying, he turned about and began, I cannot say to run, but to fly. In less than 6 paces I fell from fright, and then the officer of justice came up and carried me before your worships, where I find myself put to shame before all these people as whimsical and vicious." "So then, señora," said Sancho, "no other mishap has befallen you, nor was it jealousy that made you leave home, as you said at the beginning of your story?" "Nothing has happened to me," said she, "nor was it jealousy that brought me out, but merely a longing to see the world, which did not go beyond seeing the streets of this town." The appearance of the tipstaffs, with her brother in custody, whom one of them had overtaken as he ran away from his sister, now fully confirmed the truth of what the damsel said. He had nothing on but a rich petticoat and a short blue damask cloak with fine gold lace, and his head was uncovered and adorned only with his own hair, which looked like rings of gold, so bright and curly was it. The governor, the major domo, and the carver went aside with him, and unheard by his sister, asked him how he came to be in that dress, and he, with no less shame and embarrassment, told exactly the same story as his sister, to the great delight of the enamoured carver. The governor, however, said to them, "In truth, young lady and gentlemen, this has been a very childish affair, and to explain your folly and rashness there was no necessity for all this delay and all these tears and sighs, for if you had said, 'We are so and so, and we escaped from our father's house in this way in order to ramble about, out of mere curiosity and with no other object,' there would have been an end of the matter, and none of these little sobs and tears and all the rest of it." "That is true," said the damsel, "but you see the confusion I was in was so great it did not let me behave as I ought." "No harm has been done," said Sancho. "Come, we will leave you at your father's house. Perhaps they will not have missed you, and another time don't be so childish or eager to see the world, for a respectable damsel should have a broken leg and keep at home, and the woman and the hen by getting about are soon lost, and she who is eager to see is also eager to be seen. I say no more." The youth thanked the governor for his kind offer to take them home, and they directed their steps towards the house, which was not far off. On reaching it, the youth threw a pebble up at a grating, and immediately a woman servant who was waiting for them came down and opened the door to them, and they went in, leaving the party marvelling as much at their grace and beauty as at the fancy they had for seeing the world by night and without quitting the village, which, however, they set down to their youth. The head carver was left with a heart pierced through and through, and he made up his mind on the spot to demand the damsel in marriage of her father on the morrow, making sure she would not be refused him, as he was a servant of the duke's. And even to Sancho, ideas and schemes of marrying the youth to his daughter Sanchica suggested themselves, and he resolved to open the negotiation at the proper season, persuading himself that no husband could be refused to a governor's daughter. And so the night's round came to an end, and a couple of days later the government, whereby all his plans were overthrown and swept away, as will be seen farther on. Chapter 50, wherein is set forth who the enchanters and executioners were who flogged the duenna and pinched Don Quixote, and also what befell the page who carried the letter to Teresa Panza, Sancho Panza's wife. Cide Hamete, the painstaking investigator of the minute points of this veracious history, says that when Dona Rodriguez left her own room to go to Don Quixote's, another duenna who slept with her observed her, and as all duennas are fond of prying, listening, and sniffing, she followed her so silently that the good Rodriguez never perceived it. And as soon as the duenna saw her enter Don Quixote's room, not to fail in a duenna's invariable practice of tattling, she hurried off that instant to report to the Duchess how Dona Rodriguez was closeted with Don Quixote. The Duchess told the Duke, and asked him to let her and Altisidora go and see what the said duenna wanted with Don Quixote. The Duke gave them leave, and the pair cautiously and quietly crept to the door of the room, and posted themselves so closely to it that they could hear all that was said inside. But when the Duchess heard how the Rodriguez had made public the arrangements of her issues, she could not restrain herself, nor Altisidora either, and so, filled with rage and thirsting for vengeance, they burst into the room and tormented Don Quixote, and flogged the duenna in the manner already described, for indignities offered to their charms and self-esteem mightily provoke the anger of women, and make them eager for revenge. The Duchess told the Duke what had happened, and he was much amused by it, and she, in pursuance of her design of making merry and diverting herself with Don Quixote, dispatched the page who had played the part of Dulcinea in the negotiations for her disenchantment, which Sancho Panza, in the cares of government, had forgotten all about, to Teresa Panza, his wife, with her husband's letter, and another from herself, and also a great string of fine coral beads as a present. Now the history says this page was very sharp and quick-witted, and eager to serve his lord and lady, he set off very willingly for Sancho's village. Before he entered it, he observed a number of women washing in a brook, and asked them if they could tell him whether there lived there a woman of the name of Teresa Panza, wife of one Sancho Panza, squire to a knight called Don Quixote of La Mancha. At the question, a young girl who was washing stood up and said, "Teresa Panza is my mother, and that Sancho is my father, and that knight is our master." "Well then, miss," said the page, "come and show me where your mother is, for I bring her a letter and a present from your father." "That I will, with all my heart, señor," said the girl, who seemed to be about 14, more or less. And leaving the clothes she was washing to one of her companions, and without putting anything on her head or feet, for she was bare-legged and had her hair hanging about her, away she skipped in front of the page's horse, saying, "Come, your worship, our house is at the entrance of the town, and my mother is there, sorrowful enough at not having had any news of my father this ever so long." "Well," said the page, "I am bringing her such good news that she will have reason to thank God." And then, skipping, running, and capering, the girl reached the town, but before going into the house she called out at the door, "Come out, Mother Teresa, come out, come out. Here's a gentleman with letters and other things from my good father." At these words her mother, Teresa Panza, came out, spinning a bundle of flax, in a grey petticoat, so short was it one would have fancied they to her shame had cut it short, a great bodice of the same stuff, and a smock. She was not very old, though plainly past 40, strong, healthy, vigorous, and sun-dried, and seeing her daughter and the page on horseback, she exclaimed, "What's this, child? What gentleman is this?" "A servant of my lady, Donna Teresa Panza," replied the page, and suiting the action to the word, he flung himself off his horse, and with great humility advanced to kneel before the Lady Teresa, saying, "Let me kiss your hand, Señora Donna Teresa, as the lawful and only wife of Señor Don Sancho Panza, rightful governor of the island of Barataria." "Ah, señor, get up, do that," said Teresa, "for I'm not a bit of a court lady, but only a poor countrywoman, the daughter of a clod-crusher, and the wife of a squire errant, and not of any governor at all." "You are," said the page, "the most worthy wife of a most arch-worthy governor, and as a proof of what I say, accept this letter and this present." And at the same time he took out of his pocket a string of coral beads with gold clasps, and placed it on her neck, and said, "This letter is from his lordship the governor, and the other as well as these coral beads from my lady the Duchess, who sends me to your worship." Teresa stood lost in astonishment, and her daughter just as much, and the girl said, "May I die, but our master Don Quixote is at the bottom of this. He must have given father the government or country he so often promised him." "That is the truth," said the page, "for it is through Señor Don Quixote that Señor Sancho is now governor of the island of Barataria, as will be seen by this letter." "Will your worship read it to me, noble sir?" said Teresa, "for though I can spin, I can't read, not a scrap." "Nor I either," said Sanchica, "but wait a bit, and I'll go and fetch someone who can read it, either the curate himself or the bachelor Samson Carrasco, and they'll come gladly to hear any news of my father." "There is no need to fetch anybody," said the page, "for though I can't spin, I can read, and I'll read it." And so he read it through, but as it has been already given, it is not inserted here. And then he took out the other one from the Duchess, which ran as follows. "Friend Teresa, your husband Sancho's good qualities of heart as well as of head induced and compelled me to request my husband the Duke to give him the government of one of his many islands. I am told he governs like a gerfalcon, of which I am very glad, and my lord the Duke of course also, and I am very thankful to heaven that I have not made a mistake in choosing him for that same government, for I would have Señora Teresa know that a good governor is hard to find in this world, and may God make me as good as Sancho's way of governing. Herewith I send you, my dear, a string of coral beads with gold clasps. I wish they were oriental pearls, but he who gives thee a bone does not wish to see thee dead. A time will come when we shall become acquainted and meet one another, but God knows the future. Commend me to your daughter Sanchica, and tell her from me to hold herself in readiness, for I mean to make a high match for her when she least expects it. They tell me there are big acorns in your village. Send me a couple of dozen or so, and I shall value them greatly as coming from your hand. And write to me at length to assure me of your health and well-being. And if there be anything you stand in need of, it is but to open your mouth, and that shall be the measure, and so God keep you. From this place, your loving friend, the Duchess." "Ah, what a good, plain, lowly lady," said Teresa when she heard the letter, "that I may be buried with ladies of that sort, and not the gentlewomen we have in this town, that fancy because they are gentlewomen the wind must not touch them, and go to church with as much airs as if they were queens, no less, and seem to think they are disgraced if they look at a farmer's wife. And see here how this good lady, for all she's a duchess, calls me friend, and treats me as if I were her equal, and equal may I see her with the tallest church tower in La Mancha. And as for the acorns, signor, I'll send her ladyship a peck, and such big ones that one might come to see them as a show and a wonder. And now, Sanchica, see that the gentleman is comfortable. Put up his horse, and get some eggs out of the stable, and cut plenty of bacon, and let's give him his dinner like a prince, for the good news he has brought, and his own bonny face, deserve it all. And meanwhile I'll run out and give the neighbours the news of our good luck, and Father Curate and Master Nicholas the Barber, who are and always have been such friends of thy father's." "That I will, mother," said Sanchica, "but mind, you must give me half of that string, for I don't think my lady the Duchess could have been so stupid as to send it all to you." "It is all for thee, my child," said Teresa, "but let me wear it round my neck for a few days, for verily it seems to make my heart glad." "You'll be glad too," said the page, "when you see the bundle there is in this portmanteau, for it is a suit of the finest cloth, that the governor only wore one day out hunting, and now sends, all for Señora Sanchica." "May he live 1,000 years," said Sanchica, "and the bearer as many, nay, 2,000, if needful." With this Teresa hurried out of the house with the letters, and with a string of beads round her neck, and went along thrumming the letters as if they were a tambourine, and by chance coming across the curate and Samson Carrasco, she began capering and saying, "None of us poor now, faith, we've got a little government. Ay, let the finest fine lady tackle me, and I'll give her a setting down." "What's all this, Teresa Panza?" said they. "What madness is this, and what papers are those?" "The madness is only this," said she, "that these are the letters of duchesses and governors, and these I have on my neck of fine coral beads, with Ave Marias and Paternosters of beaten gold, and I am a governess." God help us, said the curate. We don't understand you, Teresa, or know what you are talking about. There, you may see it yourselves, said Teresa, and she handed them the letters. The curate read them out for Samson Carrasco to hear, and Samson and he regarded one another with looks of astonishment at what they had read, and the bachelor asked who had brought the letters. Teresa in reply bade them come with her to her house, and they would see the messenger, a most elegant youth, who had brought another present which was worth as much more. The curate took the coral beads from her neck and examined them again and again, and having satisfied himself as to their fineness, he fell to wondering afresh, and said, By the gown I wear, I don't know what to say or think of these letters and presents. On the one hand, I can see and feel the fineness of these coral beads, and on the other I read how a duchess sends to beg for a couple of dozen of acorns. Square that if you can, said Carrasco. Well, let's go and see the messenger, and from him we'll learn something about this mystery that has turned up. They did so, and Teresa returned with them. They found the page sifting a little barley for his horse, and Sanchica cutting a ration of bacon to be paved with eggs for his dinner. His looks and his handsome apparel pleased them both greatly, and after they had saluted him courteously, and he them, Samson begged him to give them his news, as well as of Don Quixote as of Sancho Panza, for, he said, though they had read the letters from Sancho and her ladyship the Duchess, they were still puzzled and could not make out what was meant by Sancho's government, and above all of an island, when all or most of those in the Mediterranean belonged to his Majesty. To this the page replied, As to Señor Sancho Panza's being a governor, there is no doubt whatever, but whether it is an island or not that he governs, with that I have nothing to do. Suffice it that it is a town of more than 1,000 inhabitants. With regard to the acorns, I may tell you my lady the Duchess is so unpretending and unassuming that, not to speak of sending to beg for acorns from a peasant woman, she has been known to send to ask for the loan of a comb from one of her neighbours. For I would have your worships know that the ladies of Aragon, though they are just as illustrious, are not so punctilious and haughty as the Castilian ladies. They treat people with greater familiarity. In the middle of this conversation, Sanchica came in with her skirt full of eggs, and said she to the page, Tell me, Signor, does my father wear trunk hose since he has been governor? I have not noticed, said the page, but no doubt he wears them. Ah, my God, said Sanchica, what a sight it must be to see my father in tights. Isn't it odd that ever since I was born I have had a longing to see my father in trunk hose? As things go, you will see that if you live, said the page. By God, he is in the way to take the road with a sunshade, if the government only lasts him 2 months more. The curate and the bachelor could see plainly enough that the page spoke in a waggish vein, but the fineness of the coral beads and the hunting suit that Sancho sent, for Teresa had already shown it to them, did away with the impression, and they could not help laughing at Sanchica's wish, and still more when Teresa said, Signor Curate, look about if there's anybody here going to Madrid or Toledo to buy me a hooped petticoat, a proper fashionable one of the best quality. For indeed and indeed I must do honour to my husband's government as well as I can. Nay, if I am put to it and have to, I'll go to court and set a coach like all the world, for she who has a governor for her husband may very well have one and keep one. And why not, mother? Said Sanchica. Would to God it were today instead of tomorrow, even though they were to say when they saw me seated in the coach with my mother, See that rubbish, that garlic-stuffed fellow's daughter, how she goes stretched at her ease in a coach as if she was a sheep-pope. But let them tramp through the mud, and let me go in my coach with my feet off the ground. Bad luck to backbiters all over the world. Let me go warm, and the people may laugh. Do I say right, mother? To be sure you do, my child, said Teresa. And all this good luck, and even more, my good Sancho foretold me. And thou wilt see, my daughter, he won't stop till he has made me a countess, for to make a beginning is everything in luck, and as I have heard thy good father say many a time, for besides being thy father, he's the father of proverbs too, when they offer thee a heifer, run with a halter, when they offer thee a government, take it, when they would give thee a county, seize it, when they say, Hear, hear, to thee with something good, swallow it. Oh no, go to sleep and don't answer the strokes of good fortune and the lucky chances that are knocking at the door of your house. And what do I care, added Sanchica, whether anybody says when he sees me holding my head up, the dog saw himself in hempen breeches? and the rest of it. Hearing this, the curate said, "I do believe that all this family of the Panzers are born with a sack full of proverbs in their insides, every one of them. I never saw one of them that does not pour them out at all times and on all occasions." "That is true," said the page, "for Señor Governor Sancho utters them at every turn, and though a great many of them are not to the purpose, still they amuse one, and my lady the Duchess and the Duke praise them highly." "Then you still maintain that all this about Sancho's government is true, señor," said the bachelor, "and that there actually is a duchess who sends him presents and writes to him? Because we, although we have handled the present and read the letters, don't believe it, and suspect it to be something in the line of our fellow townsman Don Quixote, who fancies that everything is done by enchantment. And for this reason I am almost ready to say that I'd like to touch and feel your worship to see whether you are a mere ambassador of the imagination, or a man of flesh and blood." "All I know, sirs," replied the page, "is that I am a real ambassador, and that Señor Sancho Panza is governor as a matter of fact, and that my lord and lady, the Duke and Duchess, can give, and have given him this same government, and that I have heard it said Sancho Panza bears himself very stoutly therein. Whether there be any enchantment in all this or not, it is for your worships to settle between you, for that's all I know by the oath I swear, and that is by the life of my parents, whom I have still alive and love dearly." "It may be so," said the bachelor, "but dubitat Augustinus." "Doubt who will," said the page. "What I have told you is the truth, and that will always rise above falsehood as oil above water, if not operibus credite et non verbis. Let one of you come with me, and he will see with his eyes what he does not believe with his ears." "It's for me to make that trip," said Sanchica. "Take me with you, señor, behind you on your horse, for I'll go with all my heart to see my father." "Governors' daughters," said the page, "must not travel along the roads alone, but accompanied by coaches and litters and a great number of attendants." "By God," said Sanchica, "I can go just as well mounted on a she-ass as in a coach. What a dainty lass you must take me for." "Hush, girl," said Teresa, "you don't know what you're talking about. The gentleman is quite right, for as the time, so the behaviour. When it was Sancho, it was Sancha. When it is governor, it's Señora. I don't know if I'm right." "Señora Teresa says more than she is aware of," said the page. "And now give me something to eat, and let me go at once, for I mean to return this evening." "Come and do penance with me," said the curate at this, "for Señora Teresa has more will than means to serve so worthy a guest." The page refused, but had to consent at last for his own sake, and the curate took him home with him very gladly, in order to have an opportunity of questioning him at leisure about Don Quixote and his doings. The bachelor offered to write the letters in reply for Teresa, but she did not care to let him mix himself up in her affairs, for she thought him somewhat given to joking, and so she gave a cake and a couple of eggs to a young acolyte who was a penman, and he wrote for her 2 letters, one for her husband and the other for the Duchess, dictated out of her own head, which are not the worst inserted in this great history, as will be seen farther on. Chapter 51. Of the progress of Sancho's government, and other such entertaining matters. Day came after the night of the governor's round, a night which the head carver passed without sleeping, so were his thoughts of the face and air and beauty of the disguised damsel, while the major domo spent what was left of it in writing an account to his lord and lady of all Sancho said and did, being as much amazed at his sayings as at his doings, for there was a mixture of shrewdness and simplicity in all his words and deeds. The Señor Governor got up, and by Dr. Pedro Recio's directions they made him break his fast on a little conserve and 4 sups of cold water, which Sancho would have readily exchanged for a piece of bread and a bunch of grapes, but seeing there was no help for it, he submitted with no little sorrow of heart and discomfort of stomach, Pedro Recio having persuaded him that light and delicate diet enlivened the wits, and that was what was most essential for persons placed in command and in responsible situations, where they have to employ not only the bodily powers, but those of the mind also. By means of this sophistry, Sancho was made to endure hunger, and hunger so keen that in his heart he cursed the government, and even him who had given it to him. However, with his hunger and his conserve, he undertook to deliver judgments that day, And the first thing that came before him was a question that was submitted to him by a stranger in the presence of the major domo and the other attendants, and it was in these words: "Señor, a large river separated two districts of one and the same lordship. Will your worship please to pay attention, for the case is an important and a rather knotty one. Well then, on this river there was a bridge, and at one end of it a gallows and a sort of tribunal, where 4 judges commonly sat to administer the law, which the lord of the river, bridge, and the lordship had enacted, and which was to this effect: if anyone crosses by this bridge from one side to the other, he shall declare on oath where he is going and with what object. And if he swears truly, he shall be allowed to pass, but if falsely, he shall be put to death for it by hanging on the gallows erected there, without any remission." Though the law and its severe penalty were known, many persons crossed, but in their declarations it was easy to see at once they were telling the truth, and the judges let them pass free. It happened, however, that one man, when they came to take his declaration, swore and said that, by the oath he took, he was going to die upon that gallows that stood there, and nothing else. The judges held a consultation over the oath, and they said, "If we let this man pass free, he has sworn falsely, and by the law he ought to die. But if we hang him, as he swore he was going to die on that gallows, and therefore swore the truth, by the same law he ought to go free. It is asked of your worship, Señor Governor, what are the judges to do with this man? For they are still in doubt and perplexity, and having heard of your worship's acute and exalted intellect, they have sent me to entreat your worship on their behalf to give your opinion on this very intricate and puzzling case." To this Sancho made answer: "Indeed, those gentlemen the judges that send you to me might have spared themselves the trouble, for I have more of the obtuse than the acute in me. But repeat the case over again, so that I may understand it, and then perhaps I may be able to hit the point." The querist repeated again and again what he had said before, and then Sancho said: "It seems to me I can set the matter right in a moment, and in this way. The man swears that he is going to die upon the gallows, but if he dies upon it, he has sworn the truth, and by the law enacted deserves to go free and pass over the bridge. But if they don't hang him, then he has sworn falsely, and by the same law deserves to be hanged." "It is as the Señor Governor says," said the messenger, "and as regards a complete comprehension of the case, there is nothing left to desire or hesitate about." "Well then, I say," said Sancho, "that of this man they should let pass the part that has sworn truly, and hang the part that has lied, and in this way the conditions of the passage will be fully complied with." "But then, Señor Governor," replied the querist, "the man will have to be divided into 2 parts, and if he is divided, of course he will die, and so none of the requirements of the law will be carried out, and it is absolutely necessary to comply with it." "Look here, my good sir," said Sancho, "either I am a numbskull, or else there is the same reason for this passenger dying as for his living and passing over the bridge. For if the truth saves him, the falsehood equally condemns him, and that being the case, it is my opinion you should say to the gentleman who sent you to me, that as the arguments for condemning him and for absolving him are exactly balanced, they should let him pass freely, as it is always more praiseworthy to do good than to do evil. This I would give signed with my name, if I knew how to sign. And what I have said in the case is not out of my own head, but one of the many precepts my master Don Quixote gave me the night before I left to become governor of this island, that came into my mind, and it was this, that when there was any doubt about the justice of a case I should lean to mercy, and it is God's will that I should recollect it now, for it fits this case as if it was made for it." "That is true," said the majordomo, "and I maintain that Lycurgus himself, who gave laws to the Lacedaemonians, could not have pronounced a better decision than the great Panza has given. Let the morning's audience close with this, and I will see that the Señor Governor has dinner entirely to his liking." "That's all I ask for, fair play," said Sancho. "Give me my dinner, and then let it rain cases and questions on me, and I'll dispatch them in a twinkling." The majordomo kept his word, for he felt it against his conscience to kill so wise a governor by hunger, particularly as he intended to have done with him that same night, playing off the last joke he was commissioned to practise upon him. It came to pass then that after he had dined that day, in opposition to the rules and aphorisms of Dr. Saavedra, as they were taking away the cloth, there came a courier with a letter from Don Quixote for the governor. Sancho ordered the secretary to read it to himself, and if there was nothing in it that demanded secrecy, to read it aloud. The secretary did so, and after he had skimmed the contents, he said, "It may well be read aloud, for what Señor Don Quixote writes to your worship deserves to be printed or written in letters of gold, and it is as follows. Don Quixote of La Mancha, letter to Sancho Panza, governor of the island of Barataria. When I was expecting to hear of thy stupidities and blunders, friend Sancho, I have received intelligence of thy displays of good sense, for which I give special thanks to heaven that can raise the poor from the dunghill, and of fools to make wise men. They tell me thou dost govern as if thou wert a man, and art a man as if thou wert a beast, so great is the humility wherewith thou dost comport thyself. But I would have thee bear in mind, Sancho, that very often it is fitting and necessary for the authority of office to resist the humility of the heart, for the seemly array of one who is invested with grave duties should be such as they require, and not measured by what his own humble taste may lead him to prefer. Dress well. A stick dressed up does not look like a stick. I do not say thou shouldst wear trinkets or fine raiment, or that being a judge thou shouldst dress like a soldier, but that thou shouldst array thyself in the apparel thy office requires, and that at the same time it be neat and handsome. To win the goodwill of the people thou governest, there are two things, among others, that thou must do. One is to be civil to all, this, however, I told thee before, and the other to take care that food be abundant, for there is nothing that vexes the heart of the poor more than hunger and high prices. Make not many proclamations, but those thou makest, take care that they be good ones, and above all that they be observed and carried out, for proclamations that are not observed are the same as if they did not exist. Nay, they encourage the idea that the prince who had the wisdom and authority to make them had not the power to enforce them. And laws that threaten and are not enforced come to be like the log, the king of the frogs, that frightened them at first, but that in time they despised and mounted upon. Be a father to virtue, and a stepfather to vice. Be not always strict, nor yet always lenient, but observe a mean between these two extremes, for in that is the aim of wisdom. Visit the jails, the slaughterhouses, and the market-places, for the presence of the governor is of great importance in such places. It comforts the prisoners who are in hope of a speedy release. It is the bugbear of the butchers who have then to give just weight, and it is the terror of the market-women for the same reason. Let it not be seen that thou art, even if perchance thou art, which I do not believe, covetous, a follower of women, or a glutton, for when the people and those that have dealings with thee become aware of thy special weakness, they will bring their batteries to bear upon thee in that quarter, till they have brought thee down to the depths of perdition. Consider and reconsider. Con and con over again the advices and the instructions I gave thee before thy departure hence to thy government, and thou wilt see that in them, if thou dost follow them, thou hast a help at hand that will lighten for thee the troubles and difficulties that beset governors at every step. Write to thy lord and lady, and show thyself grateful to them, for ingratitude is the daughter of pride, and one of the greatest sins we know of. And he who is grateful to those who have been good to him shows that he will be so to God also, who has bestowed and still bestows so many blessings upon him. My lady the Duchess sent off a messenger with thy suit, and another present to thy wife Teresa Panza. We expect the answer every moment. I have been a little indisposed through a certain scratching I came in for, not very much to the benefit of my nose, but it was nothing. For if there are enchanters who maltreat me, there are also some who defend me. Let me know if the major domo who is with thee had any share in the Trifaldi performance, as thou didst suspect, and keep me informed of everything that happens thee, as the distance is so short, all the more as I am thinking of giving over very shortly this idle life I am now leading, for I was not born for it. A thing has occurred to me which I am inclined to think will put me out of favour with the Duke and Duchess, But though I am sorry for it, I do not care. For after all, I must obey my calling rather than their pleasure, in accordance with the common saying, Amicus Plato sed magis amica veritas. I quote this Latin to thee, because I conclude that since thou hast been a governor, thou wilt have learnt it. Adieu. God keep thee from being an object of pity to anyone. Thy friend, Don Quixote of La Mancha. Sancho listened to the letter with great attention, and it was praised and considered wise by all who heard it. He then rose up from table, and calling his secretary, shut himself in with him in his own room, and without putting it off any longer, set about answering his master Don Quixote at once. And he bade the secretary write down what he told him, without adding or suppressing anything, which he did, and the answer was to the following effect. Sancho Panza's letter to Don Quixote of La Mancha. The pressure of business is so great upon me that I have no time to scratch my head or even to cut my nails, and I have them so long, God send a remedy for it. I say this, master of my soul, that you may not be surprised if I have not until now sent you word of how I fare, well or ill, in this government, in which I am suffering more hunger than when we two were wandering through the woods and wastes. My lord the Duke wrote to me the other day to warn me that certain spies had got into this island to kill me, but up to the present I have not found out any except a certain doctor who receives a salary in this town for killing all the governors that come here. He is called Dr. Pedro Recio, and is from Tertefuera, so you see what a name he has, to make me dread dying under his hands. This doctor says of himself that he does not cure diseases when there are any, but prevents them coming, and the medicines he uses are diet and more diet, until he brings one down to bare bones, as if leanness was not worse than fever. In short, he is killing me with hunger, and I am dying myself of vexation, for when I thought I was coming to this government to get my meat hot and my drink cool, and take my ease between holland sheets on feather beds, I find I have come to do penance as if I was a hermit, and as I don't do it willingly, I suspect that in the end the devil will carry me off. So far I have not handled any dues or taken any bribes, and I don't know what to think of it. For here they tell me that the governors that come to this island, before entering it, have plenty of money either given to them or lent to them by the people of the town, and that this is the usual custom, not only here, but with all who enter upon governments. Last night, going the rounds, I came upon a fair damsel in man's clothes, and a brother of hers dressed as a woman. My head carver has fallen in love with the girl, and has in his own mind chosen her for a wife, so he says, and I have chosen the youth for a son-in-law. Today we are going to explain our intentions to the father of the pair, who is one Diego de la Llana, a gentleman and an old Christian, as much as you please. I have visited the marketplaces, as your worship advises me, and yesterday I found a stall-keeper selling new hazelnuts, and proved her to have mixed a bushel of old, empty, rotten nuts with a bushel of new. I confiscated the whole for the children of the charity school, who will know how to distinguish them well enough, and I sentenced her not to come into the marketplace for a fortnight. They told me I did bravely. I can tell your worship it is commonly said in this town that there are no people worse than the market women, for they are all barefaced, unconscionable, and impudent, and I can well believe it from what I have seen of them in other towns. I am very glad my lady the Duchess has written to my wife Teresa Panza and sent her the present your worship speaks of, and I will strive to show myself grateful when the time comes. Kiss her hands for me, and tell her I say she has not thrown it into a sack with a hole in it, as she will see in the end. I should not like your worship to have any difference with my lord and lady, for if you fall out with them, it is plain it must do me harm, and as you give me advice to be grateful, it will not do for your worship not to be so yourself to those who have shown you such kindness, and by whom you have been treated so hospitably in their castle. That about the scratching I don't understand, but I suppose it must be one of the ill turns the wicked enchanters are always doing your worship. When we meet I shall know all about it. I wish I could send your worship something, but I don't know what to send, unless it be some very curious cloister pipes to work with bladders that they make in this island. But if the office remains with me, I'll find out something to send one way or another. If my wife, Teresa Panza, writes to me, pay the postage and send me the letter, for I have a very great desire to hear how my house and wife and children are going on. And so may God deliver your worship from evil-minded enchanters, and bring me well and peacefully out of this government, which I doubt, for I expect to take leave of it and my life together, from the way Dr. Pedro Recio treats me. Your worship's servant, Sancho Panza, the governor. The secretary sealed the letter and immediately dismissed the courier, and those who were carrying on the joke against Sancho, putting their heads together, arranged how he was to be dismissed from the government. Sancho spent the afternoon in drawing up certain ordinances relating to the good government of what he fancied the island, and he ordained that there were to be no provision hucksters in the state, and that men might import wine into it from any place they pleased, provided they declared the quarter it came from, so that a price might be put upon it according to its quality, reputation, and the estimation it was held in. And he that watered his wine, or changed the name, was to forfeit his life for it. He reduced the prices of all manner of shoes, boots, and stockings, but of shoes in particular, as they seemed to him to run extravagantly high. He established a fixed rate for servants' wages, which were becoming recklessly exorbitant. He laid extremely heavy penalties upon those who sang lewd or loose songs, either by day or night. He decreed that no blind man should sing of any miracle in verse, unless he could produce authentic evidence that it was true, for it was his opinion that most of those the blind men sing are trumped up to the detriment of the true ones. He established and created an alguacil of the poor, not to harass them, but to examine them and see whether they really were so, for many a sturdy thief or drunkard goes about under the cover of a make-believe crippled limb or a sham sore. In a word, he made so many good rules that to this day they are preserved there, and are called the Constitutions of the Great Governor Sancho Panza. Chapter 52, wherein is related the adventure of the second distressed or afflicted duenna, otherwise called Donna Rodriguez. Cide Hamete relates that Don Quixote, being now cured of his scratches, felt that the life he was leading in the castle was entirely inconsistent with the order of chivalry he professed. So he determined to ask the Duke and Duchess to permit him to take his departure for Saragossa, as the time of the festival was now drawing near, and he hoped to win there the suit of armour which is the prize at festivals of the sort. But one day, at table with the Duke and Duchess, just as he was about to carry his resolution into effect and ask for their permission, lo and behold, suddenly there came in through the door of the great hall 2 women, as they afterwards proved to be, draped in mourning from head to foot, one of whom, approaching Don Quixote, flung herself at full length at his feet, pressing her lips to them, and uttering moans so sad, so deep, and so doleful, that she put all who heard and saw her into a state of perplexity. And though the Duke and Duchess supposed it must be some joke their servants were playing off upon Don Quixote, still the earnest way the woman sighed and moaned and wept puzzled them and made them feel uncertain, until Don Quixote, touched with compassion, raised her up and made her unveil herself and remove the mantle from her tearful face. She complied, and disclosed what no one could have ever anticipated, for she disclosed the countenance of Donna Rodriguez, the duenna of the house, the other female in mourning being her daughter, who had been made a fool of by the rich farmer's son. All who knew her were filled with astonishment, and the Duke and Duchess more than any, for though they thought her a simpleton and a weak creature, they did not think her capable of crazy pranks. Donna Rodriguez, at length, turning to her master and mistress, said to them, "Will your excellencies be pleased to permit me to speak to this gentleman for a moment, for it is requisite I should do so in order to get successfully out of the business in which the boldness of an evil-minded clown has involved me." The Duke said that for his part he gave her leave, and that she might speak with Señor Don Quixote as much as she liked. She then, turning to Don Quixote and addressing herself to him, said, "Some days since, valiant knight, I gave you an account of the injustice and treachery of a wicked farmer to my dearly beloved daughter, the unhappy damsel here before you, and you promised me to take her part and right the wrong that has been done her. But now it has come to my hearing that you are about to depart from this castle in quest of such fair adventures as God may vouchsafe to you. Therefore, before you take the road, I would that you challenge this froward rustic, and compel him to marry my daughter in fulfilment of the promise he gave her to become her husband before he seduced her. For to expect that my lord the Duke will do me justice is to ask pears from the elm tree, for the reason I stated privately to your worship. And so may our Lord grant you good health, and forsake us not." To these words Don Quixote replied very gravely and solemnly, "Worthy duenna, check your tears, or rather dry them, and spare your sighs, for I take it upon myself to obtain redress for your daughter, for whom it would have been better not to have been so ready to believe lovers' promises, which are for the most part quickly made and very slowly performed. And so, with my lord the Duke's leave, I will at once go in quest of this inhuman youth, and will find him out, and challenge him, and slay him, if so be he refuses to keep his promised word. For the chief object of my profession is to spare the humble and chastise the proud. I mean, to help the distressed and destroy the oppressors." "There is no necessity," said the Duke, "for your worship to take the trouble of seeking out the rustic of whom this worthy duenna complains, nor is there any necessity either for asking my leave to challenge him, for I admit him duly challenged, and will take care that he is informed of the challenge, and accepts it, and comes to answer it in person to this castle of mine, where I shall afford to both a fair field, observing all the conditions which are usually and properly observed in such trials, and observing, too, justice to both sides, as all princes who offer a free field to combatants within the limits of their lordships are bound to do." "Then, with that assurance and your highness's good leave," said Don Quixote, "I hereby, for this once, waive my privilege of gentle blood, and come down and put myself on a level with the lowly birth of the wrongdoer, making myself equal with him, and enabling him to enter into combat with me. And so I challenge and defy him, though absent, on the plea of his malfeasance in breaking faith with this poor damsel, who was a maiden, and now by his misdeed is none, and say that he shall fulfil the promise he gave her to become her lawful husband, or else stake his life upon the question." And then, plucking off a glove, he threw it down in the middle of the hall, and the Duke picked it up, saying, as he had said before, that he accepted the challenge in the name of his vassal, and fixed 6 days thence as the time, the courtyard of the castle as the place, and for arms the customary ones of knights, lance and shield and full armour, with all the other accessories, without trickery, guile, or charms of any sort, and examined and passed by the judges of the field. "But first of all," he said, "it is requisite that this worthy duenna and unworthy damsel should place their claim for justice in the hands of Don Quixote, for otherwise nothing can be done, nor can the said challenge be brought to a lawful issue." "I do so place it," replied the duenna. "And I too," added her daughter, all in tears and covered with shame and confusion. This declaration having been made, and the Duke having settled in his own mind what he would do in the matter, the ladies in black withdrew, and the Duchess gave orders that for the future they were not to be treated as servants of hers, but as lady adventurers who came to her house to demand justice. So they gave them a room to themselves, and waited on them as they would on strangers, to the consternation of the other women servants, who did not know where the folly and imprudence of Donna Rodriguez and her unlucky daughter would stop. And now, to complete the enjoyment of the feast and bring the dinner to a satisfactory end, lo and behold, the page who had carried the letters and presents to Teresa Panza, the wife of the governor Sancho, entered the hall, and the Duke and Duchess were very well pleased to see him, being anxious to know the result of his journey. But when they asked him, the page said in reply that he could not give it before so many people, or in a few words, and begged their excellences to be pleased to let it wait for a private opportunity, and in the meantime amuse themselves with these letters. And taking out the letters, he placed them in the Duchess's hand. One bore, by way of address, "Letter for my lady, the Duchess so-and-so, of I don't know where," and the other, "To my husband Sancho Panza, governor of the island of Barataria, whom God prosper longer than me." The Duchess's bread would not bake, as the saying is, until she had read her letter, and having looked it over herself, and seen that it might be read aloud for the Duke and all present to hear, she read out as follows: Teresa Panza's letter to the Duchess. The letter your Highness wrote me, my lady, gave me great pleasure, for indeed I found it very welcome. The string of coral beads is very fine, and my husband's hunting suit does not fall short of it. All this village is very much pleased that your ladyship has made a governor of my good man Sancho, though nobody will believe it, particularly the curate, and Master Nicholas the barber, and the bachelor Samson Carrasco. But I don't care for that, for so long as it is true, as it is, they may all say what they like. Though, to tell the truth, if the coral beads and the suit had not come, I would not have believed it either. For in this village everybody thinks my husband a numbskull, and except for governing a flock of goats, they cannot fancy what sort of government he can be fit for. God grant it, and direct him according as he sees his children stand in need of it. I am resolved, with your worship's leave, lady of my soul, to make the most of this fair day, and go to court to stretch myself at ease in a coach, and make all those I have envying me already burst their eyes out. So I beg your excellence to order my husband to send me a small trifle of money, and to let it be something to speak of, because one's expenses are heavy at the court. For a loaf costs a real, and meat 30 maravedis a pound, which is beyond everything. And if he does not want me to go, let him tell me in time, for my feet are on the fidgets to be off, and my friends and neighbours tell me that if my daughter and I make a figure and a brave show at court, my husband will come to be known far more by me than I by him, for of course plenty of people will ask, "Who are those ladies in that coach?" And some servant of mine will answer, "The wife and daughter of Sancho Panza, governor of the island of Barataria." And in this way Sancho will become known, and I'll be thought well of, and to Rome for everything. I am as vexed can be that they have gathered no acorns this year in our village. For all that, I send your Highness about half a peck that I went to the wood to gather and pick out one by one myself, and I could find no bigger ones. I wish they were as big as ostrich eggs. Let not your high mightiness forget to write to me, and I will take care to answer and let you know how I am, and whatever news there may be in this place where I remain, praying our Lord to have your Highness in his keeping, and not to forget me. Sancho, my daughter, and my son, kiss your worship's hands. She who would rather see your ladyship than write to you, your servant, Teresa Panza. All were greatly amused by Teresa Panza's letter, but particularly the Duke and Duchess, and the Duchess asked Don Quixote's opinion whether they might open the letter that had come for the governor, which she suspected must be very good. Don Quixote said that to gratify them he would open it, and did so, and found that it ran as follows: Teresa Panza's letter to her husband, Sancho Panza. I got thy letter, Sancho of my soul, and I promise thee and swear as a Catholic Christian that I was within 2 fingers' breadth of going mad, I was so happy. I can tell thee, brother, when I came to hear that thou wert a governor, I thought I should have dropped dead with pure joy, and thou knowest they say sudden joy kills as well as great sorrow. And as for Sanchica, thy daughter, she leaked from sheer happiness. I had before me the suit thou didst send me, and the coral beads my lady the Duchess sent me round my neck, and the letters in my hands, and there was the bearer of them standing by. And in spite of all this, I verily believed and thought that what I saw and handled was all a dream, for who could have thought that a goatherd would come to be a governor of islands? Thou knowest, my friend, what my mother used to say, that one must live long to see much. I say it because I expect to see more if I live longer, for I don't expect to stop until I see thee a farmer of taxes or a collector of revenue, which are offices where, though the devil carries off those who make a bad use of them, still they make and handle money. My lady the Duchess will tell thee the desire I have to go to the court. Consider the matter, and let me know thy pleasure. I will try to do honour to thee by going in a coach. Neither the curate, nor the barber, nor the bachelor, nor even the sacristan can believe that thou art a governor, and they say the whole thing is a delusion or an enchantment affair, like everything else belonging to thy master Don Quixote. And Samson says he must go in search of thee and drive the government out of thy head and the madness out of Don Quixote's skull. I only laugh and look at my string of beads and plan out the dress I am going to make for our daughter out of thy suit. I sent some acorns to my lady the Duchess. I wish they had been gold. Send me some strings of pearls if they are in fashion in that island. Here is the news of the village. La Berrueca has married her daughter to a good-for-nothing painter who came here to paint anything that might turn up. The council gave him an order to paint His Majesty's arms over the door of the town hall. He asked 2 ducats, which they paid him in advance. He worked for 8 days, and at the end of them had nothing painted, and then said he had no turn for painting such trifling things. He returned the money, and for all that he is married on the pretence of being a good workman. To be sure, he has now laid aside his paintbrush and taken a spade in hand, and goes to the field like a gentleman. Pedro Lobo's son has received the first orders in Toncha with the intention of becoming a priest. Minguilla, Mingo Silvato's granddaughter, found it out and has gone to law with him on the score of having given her promise of marriage. Evil tongues say she is with child by him, but he denies it stoutly. There are no olives this year, and there is not a drop of vinegar to be had in the whole village. A company of soldiers passed through here. When they left, they took away with them 3 of the girls of the village. I will not tell thee who they are. Perhaps they will come back, and they will be sure to find those who will take them for wives with all their blemishes, good or bad. Sanchica is making bone lace. She earns 8 maravedis a day clear, which she puts into a money box as a help towards house furnishing. But now that she is a governor's daughter, thou wilt give her a portion without her working for it. The fountain in the plaza has run dry. A flash of lightning struck the gibbet, and I wish they all lit there. I look for an answer to this, and to know thy mind about my going to the court. And so, God keep thee longer than me, or as long, for I would not leave thee in this world without me. Thy wife, Teresa Panza. The letters were applauded, laughed over, relished and admired, and then, as if to put the seal to the business, the courier arrived bringing the one Sancho sent to Don Quixote, and this too was read out, and it raised some doubts as to the governor's simplicity. The Duchess withdrew to hear from the page about his adventures in Sancho's village, which he narrated at full length, without leaving a single circumstance unmentioned. He gave her the acorns, and also a cheese which Teresa had given him as being particularly good and superior to those of Tronchon. The Duchess received it with greatest delight, in which we will leave her, to describe the end of the government of the great Sancho Panza, flower and mirror of all governors of islands. Chapter 53. Of the troublous end and termination Sancho Panza's government came to. To fancy that in this life anything belonging to it will remain forever in the same state is an idle fancy. On the contrary, in it everything seems to go in a circle, I mean round and round. The spring succeeds the summer the fall the autumn the winter, and the winter the spring. And so time rolls with never-ceasing wheel. Man's life alone, swifter than time, speeds onward to its end without any hope of renewal, save it be in that other life which is endless and boundless. Thus saith Cid Hamete, the Mahometan philosopher, for there are many that by the light of nature alone, without the light of faith, have a comprehension of the fleeting nature and instability of this present life, and the endless duration of that eternal life we hope for. But our author is here speaking of the rapidity with which Sancho's government came to an end, melted away, disappeared, vanished as it were in smoke and shadow. For as he lay in bed on the night of the 7th day of his government, sated, not with bread and wine, but with delivering judgments and giving opinions and making laws and proclamations, just as sleep, in spite of hunger, was beginning to close his eyelids, he heard such a noise of bell-ringing and shouting that one would have fancied the whole island was going to the bottom. He sat up in bed and remained listening intently to try if he could make out what could be the cause of so great an uproar. Not only, however, was he unable to discover what it was, but as countless drums and trumpets now helped to swell the din of the bells and shouts, he was more puzzled than ever, and filled with fear and terror. and getting up he put on a pair of slippers because of the dampness of the floor, and without throwing a dressing gown or anything of the kind over him, he rushed out of the door of his room, just in time to see approaching along a corridor a band of more than 20 persons, with lighted torches and naked swords in their hands, all shouting out, to arms, Signor Governor, to arms! The enemy is in the island in countless numbers, and we are lost unless your skill and valour come to our support." Keeping up this noise, tumult, and uproar, they came to where Sancho stood, dazed and bewildered by what he saw and heard, and as they approached, one of them called out to him, "Arm at once, your lordship, if you would not have yourself destroyed and the whole island lost." "What have I to do with arming?" said Sancho. "What do I know about arms or supports? Better leave all that to my master Don Quixote, who will settle it and make all safe in a trice, for I, sinner that I am, God help me, don't understand these scuffles." "Ah, Signor Governor," said another, "what slackness of metal this is! Arm yourself. Here are arms for you, offensive and defensive. Come out to the plaza and be our leader and captain. It falls upon you by right, for you are our governor." "Arm me then, in God's name," said Sancho, and they at once produced 2 large shields they had come provided with, and placed them upon him over his shirt, without letting him put on anything else, one shield in front and the other behind. And passing his arms through openings they had made, they bound him tight with ropes, so that there he was, walled and boarded up as straight as a spindle, and unable to bend his knees or stir a single step. In his hand they placed a lance, on which he leant to keep himself from falling, and as soon as they had him thus fixed, they bade him march forward and lead them on, and give them all courage, for with him for their guide and lamp and morning star, they were sure to bring their business to a successful issue. "How am I to march, unlucky being that I am," said Sancho, "when I can't stir my kneecaps, for these boards I have bound so tight to my body won't let me? What you must do is carry me in your arms, and lay me across, or set me upright in some postern, and I'll hold it either with this lance or with my body." "Oh, Signor Governor," cried another, "it is fear more than the boards that keep you from moving. Make haste, stir yourself, for there is no time to lose. The enemy is increasing in numbers, the shouts grow louder, and the danger is pressing." Urged by these exhortations and reproaches, the poor governor made an attempt to advance, but fell to the ground with such a crash that he fancied he had broken himself all to pieces. There he lay like a tortoise enclosed in its shell, or a side of bacon between 2 kneading troughs, or a boat bottom up on the beach, nor did the gang of jokers feel any compassion for him when they saw him down. So far from that, extinguishing their torches, they began to shout afresh and to renew the calls to arms with such energy, trampling on poor Sancho and slashing at him over the shield with their swords in such a way that, if he had not gathered himself together and made himself small and drawn in his head between the shields, it would have fared badly with the poor governor, as, squeezed into that narrow compass, he lay, sweating and sweating again, and commending himself with all his heart to God to deliver him from his present peril. Some stumbled over him, others fell upon him, and one there was who took up a position on top of him for some time, and from thence, as if from a watchtower, issued orders to the troops, shouting out, "Here, our side! Here the enemy is thickest! Hold the breach there! Shut that gate! Barricade those ladders! Here, with your stink-pots of pitch and resin and kettles of boiling oil, block the streets with feather beds!" In short, in his ardour, he mentioned every little thing and every implement and engine of war by means of which an assault upon a city is warded off, while the bruised and battered Sancho, who heard and suffered all, was saying to himself, "Oh, if it would only please the Lord to let the island be lost at once, and I could see myself either dead or out of this torture." Heaven heard his prayer, and when he least expected it, he heard voices exclaiming, "Victory! Victory! The enemy retreats beaten! Come, Senor Governor, get up, and come and enjoy the victory, and divide the spoils that have been won from the foe by the might of that invincible arm." "Lift me up," said the wretched Sancho in a woe-begone voice. They helped him to rise, and as soon as he was on his feet, said, "The enemy I have beaten you may nail to my forehead. I don't want to divide the spoils of the foe. I only beg and entreat some friend, if I have one, to give me a sup of wine, for I'm parched with thirst, and wipe me dry, for I'm turning to water." They rubbed him down, fetched him wine, and unbound the shields, and he seated himself upon his bed, and with fear, agitation, and fatigue he fainted away. Those who had been concerned in the joke were now sorry they had pushed it so far. However, the anxiety his fainting away had caused them was relieved by his returning to himself. He asked what o'clock it was. They told him it was just daybreak. He said no more, and in silence began to dress himself, while all watched him, waiting to see what the haste with which he was putting on his clothes meant. He got himself dressed at last, and then, slowly, for he was sorely bruised and could not go fast, he proceeded to the stable, followed by all who were present, and going up to Dapple, embraced him, and gave him a loving kiss on the forehead, and said to him, not without tears in his eyes, "Come along, comrade and friend and partner of my toils and sorrows. When I was with you, and had no cares to trouble me except mending your harness and feeding your little carcass, happy were my hours, my days, and my years. But since I left you, and mounted the towers of ambition and pride, 1,000 miseries, 1,000 troubles, and 4,000 anxieties have entered into my soul." And all the while he was speaking in this strain, he was fixing the pack-saddle on the ass, without a word from anyone. Then, having Dapple saddled, he, with great pain and difficulty, got up on him, and addressing himself to the major domo, the secretary, the head carver, and Pedro Recio the doctor, and several others who stood by, he said, "Make way, gentlemen, and let me go back to my old freedom. Let me go look for my past life, and raise myself up from this present death. I was not born to be a governor, or protect islands or cities from the enemies that choose to attack them. Ploughing and digging, vine-dressing and pruning are more in my way than defending provinces or kingdoms. St. Peter is very well at Rome. I mean, each of us is best following the trade he was born to. A reaping hook fits my hand better than a governor's sceptre. I'd rather have my fill of gazpacho than be subject to the misery of a meddling doctor who kills me with hunger, and I'd rather lie in summer under the shade of an oak, and in winter wrap myself in a double sheepskin jacket in freedom, than go to bed between Holland sheets and dress in sables under the restraint of a government. God be with your worships, and tell my lord the Duke that naked I was born, naked I find myself, I neither lose nor gain. I mean that without a farthing I came into this government, and without a farthing I go out of it, very different from the way governors commonly leave other islands. Stand aside and let me go. I have to plaster myself, for I believe every one of my ribs is crushed, thanks to the enemies that have been trampling over me tonight." "That is unnecessary, Señor Governor," said Dr. Recio, "for I will give your worship a draught against falls and bruises that will soon make you as sound and strong as ever. And as for your diet, I promise your worship to behave better, and let you eat plentifully of whatever you like." "You spoke late," said Sancho. "I'd as soon turn Turk as stay any longer. Those jokes won't pass the second time. By God, I'd as soon remain in this government, or take another, even if it was offered me between two plates, as fly to heaven without wings. I am of the breed of the Panzers, and they are every one of them obstinate, and if they once say odds, odds it must be, no matter if it is evens, in spite of all the world. Here in this stable I leave the ants' wings that lifted me up into the air for the swifts and other birds to eat me, and let's take to level ground and our feet once more, and if they're not shod in pinked shoes of cordovan, they won't want for rough sandals of hemp. Every ewe to her like, and let no one stretch his leg beyond the length of the sheet. And now let me pass, for it's growing late with me." To this the major domo said, "Señor Governor, we would let your worship go with all our hearts, though it sorely grieves us to lose you, for your wit and Christian conduct naturally make us regret you. But it is well known that every governor, before he leaves the place where he has been governing, is bound first of all to render an account. Let your worship do so for the 10 days you have held the government, and then you may go, and the peace of God go with you." "No one can demand it of me," said Sancho, "but he whom my lord the Duke shall appoint. I am going to meet him, and to him I will render an exact one. Besides, when I go forth naked, as I do, there is no other proof needed to show that I have governed like an angel." "By God, the great Sancho is right," said Dr. Recio, "and we should let him go, for the Duke will be beyond measure glad to see him." They all agreed to this and allowed him to go, first offering to bear him company and furnish him with all he wanted for his own comfort or for the journey. Sancho said he did not want anything more than a little barley for Dapple, and half a cheese and half a loaf for himself, for the distance being so short there was no occasion for any better or bulkier provant. They all embraced him, and he with tears embraced all of them, and left them filled with admiration, not only at his remarks, but at his firm and sensible resolution. Chapter 54, which deals with matters relating to this history and no other. The Duke and Duchess resolved that the challenge Don Quixote had, for the reason already mentioned, given their vassal, should be proceeded with. And as the young man was in Flanders, whither he had fled to escape, having Donna Rodriguez for a mother-in-law, they arranged to substitute for him a Gascon lackey named Tosilos, first of all carefully instructing him in all he had to do. 2 days later the Duke told Don Quixote that in 4 days from that time his opponent would present himself on the field of battle, armed as a knight, and would maintain that the damsel lied by half a beard, nay, a whole beard, if she affirmed that he had given her a promise of marriage. Don Quixote was greatly pleased at the news, and promised himself to do wonders in the lists, and reckoned it rare good fortune that an opportunity should have offered for letting his noble host see what the might of his strong arm was capable of. And so, in high spirits and satisfaction, he awaited the expiration of the 4 days, which, measured by his impatience, seemed spinning themselves out into 400 ages. Let us leave them then to pass as we do other things, and go and bear Sancho company, as, mounted on Dapple, half glad, half sad, he paced along on his road to join his master, in whose society he was happier than in being governor of all the islands in the world. Well then, it so happened that before he had gone a great way from the island of his government, and whether it was island, city, town, or village that he governed, he never troubled himself to inquire, he saw coming along the road he was travelling 6 pilgrims with staves, foreigners of that sort that beg for alms, singing, who, as they drew near, arranged themselves in a line, and lifting up their voices all together, began to sing in their own language something that Sancho could not understand, with the exception of one word, which sounded plainly alms, from which he gathered that it was alms they asked for in their song. And being, as Cid Hamete says, remarkably charitable, he took out of his alforges the half-loaf and half-cheese he had been provided with, and gave them to them, explaining to them by signs that he had nothing else to give them. They received them very gladly, but exclaimed, "Geld! Geld!" "I don't understand what you want of me, good people," said Sancho. On this one of them took a purse out of his bosom and showed it to Sancho, by which he comprehended they were asking for money, and putting his thumb to his throat and spreading his hand upward, he gave them to understand that he had not the sign of a coin about him, and urging Dapple forward, he broke through them. But as he was passing, one of them, who had been examining him very closely, rushed towards him, and flinging his arms round him, exclaimed in a loud voice, and good Spanish, "God bless me, what's this I see? Is it possible that I hold in my arms my dear friend, my good neighbour, Sancho Panza? But there's no doubt about it, for I'm not asleep, nor am I drunk just now." Sancho was surprised to hear himself called by his name, and find himself embraced by a foreign pilgrim, and after regarding him steadily without speaking, he was still unable to recognize him. But the pilgrim, perceiving his perplexity, cried, "What, and is it possible, Sancho Panza, that thou dost not know thy neighbour Quixote, the Morisco shopkeeper of thy village?" Sancho, upon this, looking at him more carefully, began to recall his features, and at last recognized him perfectly, and without getting off the ass, threw his arms round his neck, saying, "Who the devil could have known thee, Quixote, in this mummer's dress thou art in? Tell me, who has Frenchified thee, and how dost thou dare to return to Spain, where if they catch thee and recognize thee, it will go hard enough with thee?" "If thou dost not betray me, Sancho," said the pilgrim, "I am safe, for in this dress no one will recognize me. But let us turn aside out of the road into that grove there, where my comrades are going to eat and rest, and thou shalt eat with them there, for they are very good fellows." I'll have time enough to tell thee then all that has happened to me since I left our village, in obedience to his Majesty's edict that threatened such severities against the unfortunate people of my nation as thou hast heard." Sancho complied, and Quixote having spoken to the other pilgrims, they withdrew to the grove they saw, turning a considerable distance out of the road. They threw down their staves, took off their pilgrims' cloaks, and remained in their underclothing. They were all good-looking young fellows, except Quixote, who was a man somewhat advanced in years. They carried alforges, all of them, and all apparently well filled, at least with things provocative of thirst, such as would summon it from 2 leagues off. They stretched themselves on the ground, and making a tablecloth of the grass, they spread upon it bread, salt, knives, walnut, scraps of cheese, and well-picked ham bones, which, if they were past gnawing, were not past sucking. They also put down a black dainty called, they say, caviar, and made of the eggs of fish, a great thirst-wakener. Nor was there any lack of olives, dry, it is true, and without any seasoning, but for all that toothsome and pleasant. But what made the best show in the field of the banquet was 6 bottles of wine, for each of them produced his own from his alforges. Even the good Quixote, who from a Morisco had transformed himself into a German or Dutchman, took out his, which in size might have vied with the 5 others. They then began to eat with very great relish, and very leisurely, making the most of each morsel, very small ones of everything, they took up on the point of the knife, and then, all at the same moment, raised their arms and bottles aloft, the mouths placed in their mouths, and all eyes fixed on heaven, just as if they were taking aim at it. And in this attitude they remained ever so long, wagging their heads from side to side, as if in acknowledgment of the pleasure they were enjoying, while they decanted the bowels of the bottles into their own stomachs. Sancho beheld all, and nothing gave him pain. So far from that, acting on the proverb he knew so well, "When thou art in Rome, do as thou seest," he asked Quixote for his botta, and took aim like the rest of them, and with not less enjoyment. 4 times did the bottas bear being uplifted, but the 5th it was all in vain, for they were drier and more sapless than a rush by that time, which made the jollity that had been kept up so far begin to flag. Every now and then some one of them would grasp Sancho's right hand in his own, saying, "Espagnoli e Tudeschi tutto uno, buon compano," and Sancho would answer, "Buon compano, hurra di," and then go off into a fit of laughter that lasted an hour, without a thought for the moment of anything that had befallen him in his government, for cares have very little sway over us while we are eating and drinking. At length, the wine having come to an end with them, drowsiness began to come over them, and they dropped asleep on their very table and tablecloth. Quixote and Sancho alone remained awake, for they had eaten more and drunk less, and Quixote, drawing Sancho aside, they seated themselves at the foot of a beech, leaving the pilgrims buried in sweet sleep. And without once falling into his own Morisco tongue, Quixote spoke as follows, in pure Castilian: "Thou knowest well, neighbour and friend Sancho Panza, how the proclamation or edict his Majesty commanded to be issued against those of my nation filled us all with terror and dismay. Me, at least, it did, insomuch that I think before the time granted us for quitting Spain was out, the full force of the penalty had already fallen upon me and upon my children. I decided then, and I think wisely, just like one who knows that at a certain date the house he lives in will be taken from him, and looks out beforehand for another to change into. I decided, I say, to leave the town myself, alone and without my family, and to go to seek out some place to remove them to comfortably, and not in the hurried way in which the others took their departure. For I saw very plainly, and so did all the older men among us, that the proclamations were not mere threats, as some said, but positive enactments which would be enforced at the appointed time. And what made me believe this was what I knew of the base and extravagant designs which our people harboured, designs of such a nature that I think it was a divine inspiration that moved his Majesty to carry out a resolution so spirited. Not that we were all guilty, for some there were, true and steadfast Christians, but they were so few that they could make no head against those who were not, and it was not prudent to cherish a viper in the bosom by having enemies in the house. In short, it was with just cause that we were visited with the penalty of banishment, a mild and lenient one in the eyes of some, but to us the most terrible that could be inflicted upon us. Wherever we are, we weep for Spain, for after all we were born there, and it is our natural fatherland. Nowhere do we find the reception our unhappy condition needs, and in Barbary and all the parts of Africa where we counted upon being received, succoured and welcomed, it is there they insult and ill-treat us most. We knew not our good fortune until we lost it, and such is the longing we almost all of us have to return to Spain, that most of those who, like myself, know the language, and there are many who do, come back to it and leave their wives and children forsaken yonder, so great is their love for it. And now I know by experience the meaning of the saying, "Sweet is the love of one's country." I left our village, as I said, and went to France, but though they gave us a kind reception there, I was anxious to see all I could. I crossed into Italy and reached Germany, and there it seemed to me we might live with more freedom, as the inhabitants do not pay any attention to trifling points. Everyone lives as he likes, for in most parts they enjoy liberty of conscience. I took a house in a town near Augsburg, and then joined these pilgrims, who are in the habit of coming to Spain in great numbers every year to visit the shrines there, which they look upon as their Indies and a sure and certain source of gain. They travel nearly all over it, and there is no town out of which they do not go, full up of meat and drink, as the saying is, and with a real at least in money, and they come off the end of their travels with more than 100 crowns saved, which, changed into gold, they smuggle out of the kingdom, either in the hollow of their staves or in the patches of their pilgrims' cloaks, or by some device of their own, and carry to their country in spite of the guards at the posts and passes where they are searched. Now, my purpose is, Sancho, to carry away the treasure that I left buried, which, as it is outside the town, I shall be able to do without risk, and to write or cross over from Valencia to my daughter and wife, who I know are at Algiers, and find some means of bringing them to some French port, and thence to Germany, there to await what it may be God's will to do for us. For, after all, Sancho, I know well that Risotta, my daughter, and Francisca Risotta, my wife, are Catholic Christians, and though I am not so much so, still I am more of a Christian than a Moor, and it is always my prayer to God that he will open the eyes of my understanding, and show me how I am to serve him. But what amazes me, and I cannot understand, is why my wife and daughter should have gone to Barbary rather than to France, where they could live as Christians. To this Sancho replied, "Remember, Risotte, that may not have been open to them, for one Tiopiello, thy wife's brother, took them, and being a true Moor, he went where he could go most easily. And another thing I can tell thee, it is my belief thou art going in vain to look for what thou hast left buried, for we heard they took from thy brother-in-law and thy wife a great quantity of pearls and money in gold, which they brought to be passed." "That may be," said Risotte, "but I know they did not touch my hoard, for I did not tell them where it was, for fear of accidents. And so, if thou wilt come with me, Sancho, and help me to take it away and conceal it, I will give thee 200 crowns wherewith thou mayest relieve thy necessities, and as thou knowest, I know they are many." "I would do it," said Sancho, "but I am not at all covetous, for I gave up an office this morning in which, if I was, I might have made the walls of my house of gold and dined off silver plates before 6 months were over. And so, for this reason, and because I feel I would be guilty of treason to my king if I helped his enemies, I would not go with thee if, instead of promising me 200 crowns, thou wert to give me 400 here in hand." "And what office is this thou hast given up, Sancho?" asked Risotte. "I have given up being governor of an island," said Sancho, "and such a one, faith, as you won't find the like of easily." "And where is this island?" said Risotte. "Where?" said Sancho. 2 leagues from here, and it is called the Island of Barataria." "Nonsense, Sancho," said Risotte. "Islands are always out in the sea. There are no islands on the mainland." "What? No islands?" said Sancho. "I tell thee, friend Risotte, I left it this morning, and yesterday I was governing there as I pleased, like a Sagittarius, but for all that I gave it up, for it seemed to me a dangerous office, a governor's." "And what hast thou gained by the government?" asked Risotte. "I have gained," said Sancho, "the knowledge that I am no good for governing unless it is a drove of cattle, and that the riches that are to be got by these governments are got at the cost of one's rest and sleep, aye, and even one's food, for in islands the governors must eat little, especially if they have doctors to look after their health." "I don't understand thee, Sancho," said Quixote, "but it seems to me all nonsense thou art talking. Who would give thee islands to govern? Is there any scarcity in the world of cleverer men than thou art for governors? Hold thy peace, Sancho, and come back to thy senses, and consider whether thou wilt come with me, as I said, to help me to take away treasure I left buried, for indeed it may be called a treasure, it is so large, and I will give thee wherewithal to keep thee, as I told thee." "And I have told thee already, Quixote, that I will not," said Sancho. "Let it content thee that by me thou shalt not be betrayed, and go thy way in God's name, and let me go mine, for I know that well-gotten gain may be lost, but ill-gotten gain is lost itself, and its owner likewise." "I will not press thee, Sancho," said Quixote, "but tell me, wert thou in our village when my wife and daughter and brother-in-law left it?" "I was so," said Sancho, "and I can tell thee thy daughter left it looking so lovely that all the village turned out to see her, and everybody said she was the fairest creature in the world. She wept as she went, and embraced all her friends and acquaintances and those who came out to see her, and she begged them all to commend her to God and Our Lady his mother, and this in such a touching way that it made me weep myself, though I'm not much given to tears commonly. And faith, many a one would have liked to hide her, or go out and carry her off on the road, but the fear of going against the king's command kept them back. The one who showed himself most moved was Don Pedro Gregorio, the rich young heir thou knowest of, and they say he was deep in love with her, and since she left he has not been seen in our village again, and we all suspect he has gone after her to steal her away, but so far nothing has been heard of it." "I always had a suspicion that gentleman had a passion for my daughter," said Quixote, "but as I felt sure of my Risotto's virtue, it gave me no uneasiness to know that he loved her, for thou must have heard it said, Sancho, that the Morisco women seldom or never engage in amours with the old Christians, and my daughter, who I fancy thought more of being a Christian than of love-making, would not trouble herself about the attentions of this heir." "God grant it," said Sancho, "for it would be a bad business for both of them. But now let me be off, friend Quixote, for I want to reach where my master Don Quixote is tonight." "God be with thee, brother Sancho," said Quixote. "My comrades are beginning to stir, and it is time too for us to continue our journey." And then they both embraced, and Sancho mounted Dapple, and Quixote leant upon his staff, and so they parted. Chapter 55. Of what befell Sancho on the road, and other things that cannot be surpassed. The length of time he delayed with Quixote prevented Sancho from reaching the Duke's castle that day, though he was within half a league of it when night, somewhat dark and cloudy, overtook him. This, however, as it was summer-time, did not give him much uneasiness, and he turned aside out of the road, intending to wait for morning. But his ill luck and hard fate so willed it that, as he was searching about for a place to make himself as comfortable as possible, he and Dapple fell into a deep, dark hole that lay among some very old buildings. As he fell, he commended himself with all his heart to God, fancying he was not going to stop until he reached the depths of the bottomless pit. But it did not turn out so, for at little more than thrice a man's height, Dapple touched bottom, and he found himself sitting on him without having received any hurt or damage whatever. He felt himself all over, and held his breath to try whether he was quite sound or had a hole made in him anywhere, and finding himself all right and whole and in perfect health, he was profuse in his thanks to God our Lord for the mercy that had been shown him, for he made sure he had been broken into 1,000 pieces. He also felt along the sides of the pit with his hands to see if it were possible to get out of it without help, but he found they were quite smooth and afforded no hold anywhere, at which he was greatly distressed, especially when he heard how pathetically and dolefully Dapple was bemoaning himself, and no wonder he complained, nor was it from ill temper, for in truth he was not in a very good case. "Alas," said Sancho, "what unexpected accidents happen at every step to those who live in this miserable world! Who would have said that one who saw himself yesterday sitting on a throne, governor of an island, giving orders to his servants and his vassals, would see himself today buried in a pit without a soul to help him, or servant or vassal to come to his relief? Here must we perish with hunger, my ass and myself, if indeed we don't die first, he of his bruises and injuries, and I of grief and sorrow. At any rate, I'll not be as lucky as my master Don Quixote of La Mancha when he went down into the cave of that enchanted Montesinos, where he found people to make more of him than if he had been in his own house, for it seems he came in for a table laid out and a bed ready made. There he saw fair and pleasant visions, but here I'll see, I imagine, toads and adders. Unlucky wretch that I am, what an end my follies and fancies have come to! They'll take up my bones out of this, when it's heaven's will that I'm found, picked clean, white, and polished, and my good dapples with them, and by that perhaps it will be found out who we are, at least by such as have heard that Sancho Panza never separated from his ass, nor his ass from Sancho Panza. Unlucky wretches, I say again that our hard fate should not let us die in our own country and among our own people, where if there was no help for our misfortune, at any rate there would be someone to grieve for it, and to close our eyes as we passed away. Oh, comrade and friend, how ill have I repaid thy faithful services! Forgive me, and entreat fortune, as well as thou canst, to deliver us out of this miserable strait we are both in, and I promise to put a crown of laurel on thy head, and make thee look like a poet laureate, and give thee double feeds." In this strain did Sancho bewail himself, and his ass listened to him, but answered him never a word, such was the distress and anguish the poor beast found himself in. At length, after a night spent in bitter moanings and lamentations, day came, and by its light Sancho perceived that it was wholly impossible to escape out of that pit without help, and he fell to bemoaning his fate and uttering loud shouts to find out if there was anyone within hearing. But all his shouting was only crying in the wilderness, for there was not a soul anywhere in the neighbourhood to hear him, and then at last he gave himself up for dead. Dapple was lying on his back, and Sancho helped him to his feet, which he was scarcely able to keep, and then, taking a piece of bread out of his alforges, which had shared their fortunes in the fall, he gave it to the ass, to whom it was not unwelcome, saying to him, as if he understood him, "With bread all sorrows are less." And now he perceived on one side of the pit a hole large enough to admit a person if he stooped and squeezed himself into a small compass. Sancho made for it, and entered it by creeping, and found it wide and spacious on the inside, which he was able to see, as a ray of sunlight that penetrated what might be called the roof showed it all plainly. He observed too that it opened and widened out into another spacious cavity, seeing which he made his way back to where the ass was, and with a stone began to pick away the clay from the hole, until in a short time he had made room for the beast to pass easily, and this accomplished, taking him by the halter, he proceeded to traverse the cavern to see if there was any outlet at the other end. He advanced, sometimes in the dark, sometimes without light, but never without fear. "God Almighty help me," said he to himself. "This that is a misadventure to me would make a good adventure for my master Don Quixote. He would have been sure to take these depths and dungeons for flowery gardens or the palaces of Galiana, and would have counted upon issuing out of this darkness and imprisonment into some blooming meadow. But I, unlucky that I am, hopeless and spiritless, expected every step another pit deeper than the first to open under my feet, and swallow me up for good. Welcome, evil, if thou comest alone." In this way, and with these reflections, he seemed to himself to have travelled rather more than half a league, when at last he perceived a dim light that looked like daylight, and found its way in on one side, showing that this road, which appeared to him the road to the other world, led to some opening. Here Cide Hamete leaves him, and returns to Don Quixote, who, in high spirits and satisfaction, was looking forward to the day fixed for the battle he was to fight with him who had robbed Dona Rodriguez's daughter of her honour, for whom he hoped to obtain satisfaction for the wrong and injury shamefully done to her. It came to pass then that, having sallied forth one morning to practise and exercise himself in what he would have to do in the encounter he expected to find himself engaged in the next day, as he was putting Rocinante through his paces or pressing him to the charge, he brought his feet so close to a pit that, but for reining him in tightly, it would have been impossible for him to avoid falling into it. He pulled him up, however, without a fall, and coming a little closer, examined the hole without dismounting. But as he was looking at it, he heard loud cries proceeding from it, and by listening attentively was able to make out that he who uttered them was saying, "Oh, above there, is there any Christian that hears me, or any charitable gentleman that will take pity on a sinner buried alive, on an unfortunate, disgoverned governor?" It struck Don Quixote that it was the voice of Sancho Panza he heard, whereat he was taken aback and amazed, and raising his own voice as much as he could, he cried out, "Who is below there? Who is that complaining?" "Who should be here, or who should complain?" was the answer, "but the forlorn Sancho Panza, for his sins and for his ill luck, governor of the island of Barataria, squire that was to the famous knight Don Quixote of La Mancha." When Don Quixote heard this, his amazement was redoubled, and his perturbation grew greater than ever, for it suggested itself to his mind that Sancho must be dead, and that his soul was in torment down there. And carried away by this idea, he exclaimed, "I conjure thee by everything that as a Catholic Christian I can conjure thee by, tell me who thou art, and if thou art a soul in torment, tell me what thou wouldst have me do for thee, for as my profession is to give aid and succour to those that need it in this world, it will also extend to aiding and succouring the distressed of the other, who cannot help themselves." "In that case," answered the voice, "your worship who speaks to me must be my master Don Quixote of La Mancha. Nay, from the tone of the voice it is plain it can be nobody else." "Don Quixote I am," replied Don Quixote, "he whose profession it is to aid and succour the living and the dead in their necessities. Wherefore tell me who thou art, for thou art keeping me in suspense. Because if thou art my squire Sancho Panza, and art dead, since the devils have not carried thee off, and thou art by God's mercy in purgatory, our Holy Mother, the Roman Catholic Church, has intercessory means sufficient to release thee from the pains thou art in, and I, for my part, will plead with her to that end, so far as my substance will go. Without further delay, therefore, declare thyself, and tell me who thou art." "By all that's good," was the answer, "and by the birth of whomsoever your worship chooses, I swear, Señor Don Quixote of La Mancha, that I am your squire Sancho Panza, and that I have never died all my life, but that, having given up my government for reasons that would require more time to explain, I fell last night into this pit where I am now, and Dapple is witness and won't let me lie, for more by token he is here with me." Nor was this all. One would have fancied the ass understood what Sancho said, because that moment he began to bray so loudly that the whole cave rang again. "Famous testimony!" exclaimed Don Quixote. "I know that bray as well as if I was its mother, and thy voice too, my Sancho. Wait while I go to the Duke's castle, which is close by, and I will bring someone to take thee out of this pit, into which thy sins no doubt have brought thee." "Go, your worship," said Sancho, "and come back quick, for God's sake, for I cannot bear being buried alive any longer, and am dying of fear." Don Quixote left him, and hastened to the castle to tell the Duke and Duchess what had happened Sancho, and they were not a little astonished at it. They could easily understand his having fallen from the confirmatory circumstance of the cave, which had been in existence there from time immemorial, but they could not imagine how he had quitted the government without their receiving any intimation of his coming. To be brief, they fetched ropes and tackle, as the saying is, and by dint of many hands and much labour they drew up Dapple and Sancho Panza out of the darkness into the light of day. A student who saw him remarked, "That's the way all bad governors should come out of their governments, as this sinner comes out of the depths of the pit, dead with hunger, pale, and, I suppose, without a farthing." Sancho overheard him, and said, "It is 8 or 10 days, brother Growler, since I entered upon the government of the island they gave me, and all that time I never had a bellyful of victuals, no, not for an hour. Doctors persecuted me, and enemies crushed my bones, nor had I any opportunity of taking bribes or levying taxes, and if that be the case, as it is, I don't deserve, I think, to come out in this fashion. But man proposes and God disposes, and God knows what is best and what suits each one best, and as the occasion, so the behaviour, and let nobody say I won't drink of this water, and where one thinks there are flitches there are no pegs. God knows my meaning, and that's enough. I say no more, though I could." "Be not angry or annoyed at what thou hearest, Sancho," said Don Quixote, "or there will never be an end of it. Keep a safe conscience, and let them say what they like, for trying to stop slanderers' tongues is like trying to put gates to the open plain. If a governor comes out of his government rich, they say he has been a thief, and if he comes out poor, that he has been a noodle and a blockhead." "They'll be pretty sure this time," said Sancho, "to set me down for a fool rather than a thief." Thus talking, and surrounded by boys and a crowd of people, they reached the castle, where in one of the corridors the Duke and Duchess stood waiting for them. But Sancho would not go up to see the Duke until he had first put up Dapple in the stable, for he said he had passed a very bad night in his last quarters. Then he went upstairs to see his lord and lady, and kneeling before them he said, "Because it was your highness's pleasure, not because of any desert of my own, I went to govern your island of Barataria, which I entered naked, and naked I find myself. I neither lose nor gain. Whether I have governed well or ill, I have had witnesses who will say what they think fit. I have answered questions, I have decided causes, and always dying of hunger, for Dr. Pedro Recio of Tertiafuera, the island and governor doctor, would have it so. Enemies attacked us by night and put us in a great quandary, but the people of the island say they came off safe and victorious by the might of my arm, and may God give them as much health as there's truth in what they say. In short, during that time I have weighed the cares and responsibilities governing brings with it, and by my reckoning I find my shoulders can't bear them, nor are they a load for my loins or arrows for my quiver, and so, before the government threw me over, I preferred to throw the government over, and yesterday morning I left the island as I found it, with the same streets, houses, and roofs it had when I entered it. I asked no loan of anybody, nor did I try to fill my pocket, and though I meant to make some useful laws, I made hardly any, as I was afraid they would not be kept, for in that case it comes to the same thing to make them as not to make them. I quitted the island, as I said, without any escort except my ass. I fell into a pit. I pushed on through it, until this morning, by the light of the sun, I saw an outlet, but not so easy a one but that, had not heaven sent me my master Don Quixote, I'd have stayed there till the end of the world. So now, my lord and lady, Duke and Duchess, here is your governor, Sancho Panza, who in the bare 10 days he has held the government has come by the knowledge that he would not give anything to be a governor, not to say of an island, but of the whole world, and that point being settled, kissing your worship's feet, and imitating the game of the boys when they say, 'Leap thou and give me one,' I take a leap out of the government and pass on into the service of my master Don Quixote. For after all, though in it I eat my bread in fear and trembling, at any rate I take my fill. And for my part, so long as I am full, it's all alike to me whether it's with carrots or with partridges." Here Sancho brought his long speech to an end, Don Quixote having been the whole time in dread of his uttering a host of absurdities, and when he found him leave off with so few, he thanked heaven in his heart. The Duke embraced Sancho, and told him he was heartily sorry he had given up the government so soon, but that he would see that he was provided with some other post on his estate, less onerous and more profitable. The Duchess also embraced him, and gave orders that he should be taken good care of, as it was plain to see he had been badly treated, and worse bruised. Chapter 56. Of the prodigious and unparalleled battle that took place between Don Quixote of La Mancha and the lackey Tosilos, in defence of the daughter of Donna Rodriguez. The Duke and Duchess had no reason to regret the joke that had been played upon Sancho Panza in giving him the government, especially as their major domo returned the same day, and gave them a minute account of almost every word and deed that Sancho uttered or did during the time, and to wind up with, eloquently described to them the attack upon the island, and Sancho's fright and departure, with which they were not a little amused. After this, the history goes on to say that the day fixed for the battle arrived, and that the Duke, after having repeatedly instructed his lackey Tosilos how to deal with Don Quixote so as to vanquish him without killing or wounding him, gave orders to have the heads removed from the lances, telling Don Quixote that Christian charity, on which he plumed himself, could not suffer the battle to be fought with so much risk and danger to life, and that he must be content with the offer of a battlefield on his territory, though that was against the decree of the Holy Council, which prohibits all challenges of the sort, and not push such an arduous venture to its extreme limits. Don Quixote bade his Excellence arrange all matters connected with the affair as he pleased, as on his part he would obey him in everything. The dread day then having arrived, and the Duke having ordered a spacious stand to be erected facing the court of the castle for the judges of the field and the appellant duennas, mother and daughter, vast crowds flocked from all the villages and hamlets of the neighbourhood to see the novel spectacle of the battle, nobody, dead or alive in those parts, having ever seen or heard of such a one. The first person to enter the field and the lists was the master of the ceremonies, who surveyed and paced the whole ground to see that there was nothing unfair and nothing concealed to make the combatants stumble or fall. Then the duennas entered and seated themselves, enveloped in mantles covering their eyes, nay, even their bosoms, and displaying no slight emotion, as Don Quixote appeared in the lists. Shortly afterwards, accompanied by several trumpets and mounted on a powerful steed that threatened to crush the whole place, the great lackey Tosilos made his appearance on one side of the courtyard, with his visor down, and stiffly cased in a suit of stout shining armour. The horse was a manifest Frieslander, broad-backed and flea-bitten, and with 100 of wool hanging to each of his fetlocks. The gallant combatant came well primed by his master the Duke as to how he was to bear himself against the valiant Don Quixote of La Mancha, being warned that he must on no account slay him, but strive to shirk the first encounter so as to avoid the risk of killing him, as he was sure to do if he met him full tilt. He crossed the courtyard at a walk, and coming to where the duennas were placed, stopped to look at her who demanded him for a husband. The marshal of the field summoned Don Quixote, who had already presented himself in the courtyard, and standing by the side of Tosilos, he addressed the duennas and asked them if they consented that Don Quixote of La Mancha should do battle for their right. They said they did, and that whatever he should do in that behalf they declared rightly done, final and valid. By this time the Duke and Duchess had taken their places in the gallery commanding the enclosure, which was filled to overflowing with a multitude of people eager to see this perilous and unparalleled encounter. The conditions of the combat were that if Don Quixote proved the victor, his antagonist was to marry the daughter of Dona Rodriguez, but if he should be vanquished, his opponent was released from the promise that was claimed against him and from all obligations to give satisfaction. The master of the ceremonies apportioned the sun to them, and stationed them each on the spot where he was to stand. The drums beat, the sound of the trumpets filled the air, the earth trembled underfoot, the hearts of the gazing crowd were full of anxiety, some hoping for a happy issue, some apprehensive of an untoward ending to the affair, and lastly Don Quixote, commending himself with all his heart to God our Lord and to the Lady Dulcinea del Toboso, stood waiting for them to give the necessary signal for the onset. Our lackey, however, was thinking of something very different. He only thought of what I am now going to mention. It seems that as he stood contemplating his enemy, she struck him as the most beautiful woman he had ever seen in all his life, and the little blind boy, whom in our streets they commonly call Love, had no mind to let slip the chance of triumphing over a lackey heart and adding it to the list of his trophies. And so, stealing gently upon him unseen, he drove a dart 2 yards long into the poor lackey's left side and pierced his heart through and through, which he was able to do quite at his ease, for Love is invisible and comes in and goes out as he likes, without anyone calling him to account for what he does. Well then, when they gave the signal for the onset, our lackey was in an ecstasy, musing upon the beauty of her whom he had already made mistress of his liberty, and so he paid no attention to the sound of the trumpet, unlike Don Quixote, who was off the instant he heard it, and at the highest speed Rocinante was capable of, set out to meet his enemy, his good squire Sancho shouting lustily as he saw him start, "God guide thee, cream and flower of knight-errant! God give thee the victory, for thou hast the right on thy side!" But though Tosilos saw Don Quixote coming at him, he never stirred a step from the spot where he was posted, and instead of doing so, called loudly to the marshal of the field, to whom, when he came up to see what he wanted, he said, "Señor, is not this battle to decide whether I marry or do not marry that lady?" "Just so," was the answer. "Well then," said the lackey, "I feel qualms of conscience, and I should lay a heavy burden upon it if I were to proceed any further with the combat. I therefore declare that I yield myself vanquished, and that I am willing to marry the lady at once." The marshal of the field was lost in astonishment at the words of Tosilos, and as he was one of those who were privy to the arrangement of the affair, he knew not what to say in reply. Don Quixote pulled up in mid-career when he saw that his enemy was not coming on to the attack. The Duke could not make out the reason why the battle did not go on, but the marshal of the field hastened to him to let him know what Tosilos said, and he was amazed and extremely angry at it. In the meantime, Tosilos advanced to where Dona Rodriguez sat, and said in a loud voice, "Señora, I am willing to marry your daughter, and I have no wish to obtain by strife and fighting what I can obtain in peace and without any risk to my life." The valiant Don Quixote heard him, and said, "As that is the case, I am released and absolved from my promise. Let them marry by all means, and as God our Lord has given her, may St. Peter add his blessing." The Duke had now descended to the courtyard of the castle, and going up to Tosilos, he said to him, "Is it true, Sir Knight, that you yield yourself vanquished, and that, moved by scruples of conscience, you wish to marry this damsel?" "It is, señor," replied Tosilos. "And he does well," said Sancho, "for what thou hast to give to the mouse, give to the cat, and it will save thee all trouble." Tosilos, meanwhile, was trying to unlace his helmet, and he begged them to come to his help at once, as his power of breathing was failing him, and he could not remain so long shut up in that confined space. They removed it in all haste, and his lackey features were revealed to public gaze. At this sight, Dona Rodriguez and her daughter raised a mighty outcry, exclaiming, "This is a trick! This is a trick! They have put Tosilos, my lord the Duke's lackey, upon us in place of the real husband. The justice of God and the king against such trickery, not to say roguery." "Do not distress yourselves, ladies," said Don Quixote, "for this is no trickery or roguery, or if it is not the Duke who is at the bottom of it, but those wicked enchanters who persecute me, and who, jealous of my reaping the glory of this victory, have turned your husband's features into those of this person, who you say is a lackey of the Duke's. Take my advice, and notwithstanding the malice of my enemies, marry him, for beyond a doubt he is the one you wish for a husband." When the Duke heard all this, his anger was near vanishing in a fit of laughter, and he said, "The things that happened to Señor Don Quixote are so extraordinary that I am ready to believe this lackey of mine is not one. But let us adopt this plan and device. Let us put off the marriage for, say, a fortnight, and let us keep this person about whom we are uncertain in close confinement, and perhaps in the course of that time he may return to his original shape. For the spite which the enchanters entertain against Señor Don Quixote cannot last so long, especially as it is of so little advantage to them to practice these deceptions and transformations." "Oh, señor," said Sancho, "those scoundrels are well used to changing whatever concerns my master from one thing into another. A knight that he overcame some time back, called the Knight of the Mirrors, they turned into the shape of the bachelor Samson Carrasco of our town, and a great friend of ours. And my lady Dulcinea del Toboso they have turned into a common country wench. So I suspect this lackey will have to live and die a lackey all the days of his life." Here the Rodriguez's daughter exclaimed, "Let him be who he may, this man that claims me for a wife. I am thankful to him for the same, for I had rather be the lawful wife of a lackey than the cheated mistress of a gentleman, though he who played me false is nothing of the kind." To be brief, all the talk and all that had happened ended in Tosilos being shut up until it was seen how his transformation turned out. All hailed Don Quixote as victor, but the greater number were vexed and disappointed at finding that the combatants they had been so anxiously waiting for had not battered one another to pieces, just as the boys are disappointed when the man they are waiting to see hanged does not come out because the prosecution or the court has pardoned him. The people dispersed. The court and Don Quixote returned to the castle. They locked up Tosilos. Dona Rodriguez and her daughter remained perfectly contented when they saw that anyway the affair must end in marriage, and Tosilos wanted nothing else. Chapter 57, which treats of how Don Quixote took leave of the Duke, and of what followed with the witty and impudent Altisidora, one of the Duchess's damsels. Don Quixote now felt it right to quit a life of such idleness as he was leading in the castle, for he fancied that he was making himself sorely missed by suffering himself to remain shut up and inactive amid the countless luxuries and enjoyments his hosts lavished upon him as a knight, and he felt too that he would have to render a strict account to heaven of that indolence and seclusion. And so one day he asked the Duke and Duchess to grant him permission to take his departure. They gave it, showing at the same time that they were very sorry he was leaving them. The Duchess gave his wife's letters to Sancho Panza, who shed tears over them, saying, "Who would have thought that such grand hopes as the news of my government bred in my wife Teresa Panza's breast would end in my going back now to the vagabond adventures of my master Don Quixote of La Mancha? Still, I'm glad to see my Teresa behaved as she ought in sending the acorns, for if she had not sent them I'd have been sorry, and she'd have shown herself ungrateful. It is a comfort to me that they can't call that present a bribe, for I had got the government already when she sent them, and it's but reasonable that those who have had a good turn done to them should show their gratitude, if it's only with a trifle. After all, I went into the government naked, and I came out of it naked, so I can say with a safe conscience, and that's no small matter, naked I was born, naked I find myself, I neither lose nor gain." Thus did Sancho soliloquize on the day of their departure, as Don Quixote, who had the night before taken leave of the Duke and Duchess, coming out made his appearance at an early hour in full armour in the courtyard of the castle. The whole household of the castle were watching him from the corridors, and the Duke and Duchess too came out to see him. Sancho was mounted on his dapple with his alforges, valise, and proven supremely happy because the Duke's major domo, the same that had acted the part of the Trifaldi, had given him a little purse with 200 gold crowns to meet the necessary expenses of the road. But of this Don Quixote knew nothing as yet. While all were, as has been said, observing him, suddenly from among the duennas and handmaidens the impudent and witty Altisidora lifted up her voice and said in pathetic tones, "Give ear, cruel knight, draw rein. Where's the need of spurring the flanks of that ill-broken steed? From what art thou flying? No dragon I am, nor even a sheep, but a tender young lamb. Thou hast jilted a maiden as fair to behold as nymph of Diana or Venus of old. Barino, Aeneas, what worse shall I call thee? Barabbas go with thee, all evil before thee. In thy claws, ruthless robber, thou bearest away the heart of a meek, loving maid for thy prey. 3 kerchiefs thou stealest, and garters a pair, from legs than the whitest of marble more fair, and the sighs that pursue thee would burn to the ground 2,000 Troy towns, if so many were found. Barino, Aeneas, what worse shall I call thee? Barabbas go with thee, all evil befall thee. May no bowels of mercy to Sancho be granted, and thy Dulcinea be left still enchanted. May thy falsehood to me find its punishment in her, for in my land the just often pays for the sinner. May the grandest adventures discomfitures prove, may thy joys be all dreams, and forgotten thy love. Barino, Aeneas, what worse shall I call thee? Barabbas go with thee, all evil befall thee. May thy name be abhorred for thy conduct to ladies, from London to England, from Seville to Cadiz. May thy cards be unlucky, thy hands contain ne'er a king, 7, or ace, when thou playest primera. When thy corns are cut, may it be to the quick. When thy grinders are drawn, may the roots of them stick. Barino, Aeneas, what worse shall I call thee? Barabbas go with thee, all evil befall thee. All the while the unhappy Altisidora was bewailing herself in the above strain, Don Quixote stood staring at her, and without uttering a word in reply to her, he turned round to Sancho and said, Sancho, my friend, I conjure thee by the life of thy forefathers, tell me the truth. Say, hast thou by any chance taken the 3 kerchiefs and the garters this love-sick maid speaks of? To this Sancho made answer, The 3 kerchiefs I have, but the garters as much as over the hills of Ubeda. The Duchess was amazed at Altisidora's assurance. She knew that she was bold, lively, and impudent, but not so much so as to venture to make free in this fashion, and not being prepared for the joke, her astonishment was all the greater. The Duke had a mind to keep up the sport, so he said, It does not seem to me well done in you, Sir Knight, that after having received the hospitality that has been offered you in this very castle, you should have ventured to carry off even 3 kerchiefs, not to say my handmaid's garters. It shows a bad heart, and does not tally with your reputation. Restore her garters, or else I defy you to mortal combat, for I am not afraid of rascally enchanters changing or altering my features, as they changed his who encountered you into those of my lackey Tosilos. God forbid, said Don Quixote, that I should draw my sword against your illustrious person, from which I have received such great favours. The kerchiefs I will restore, as Sancho says he has them. As to the garters, that is impossible, for I have not got them, neither has he. And if your handmaiden here will look in her hiding places, depend upon it she will find them. I have never been a thief, my Lord Duke, nor do I mean to be so as long as I live, if God cease not to have me in his keeping. This damsel, by her own confession, speaks as one in love, for which I am not to blame, and therefore need not ask pardon, either of her or of your excellence, whom I entreat to have a better opinion of me, and once more to give me leave to pursue my journey. And may God so prosper it, Señor Don Quixote, said the Duchess, that we may always hear good news of your exploits. God speed you, for the longer you stay, the more you inflame the hearts of the damsels who behold you, and as for this one of mine, I will so chastise her that she will not transgress again, either with her eyes or with her words. One word, and no more, O valiant Don Quixote, I ask you to hear, said Altisidora, and that is that I beg your pardon about the theft of the garters, for by God and upon my soul I have got them on, and I have fallen into the same blunder as he did who went looking for his ass, being all the while mounted on it. Didn't I say so? Said Sancho. I'm a likely one to hide thefts. Why, if I wanted to deal in them, opportunities came ready enough to me and my government. Don Quixote bowed his head, and saluted the Duke and Duchess and all the bystanders, and wheeling Rocinante round, Sancho following him on Dapple, he rode out of the castle, shaping his course for Saragossa. Chapter 58, which tells how adventures came crowding on Don Quixote in such numbers that they gave one another no breathing time. When Don Quixote saw himself in open country, free, and relieved from the attentions of Altisidora, he felt at his ease, and in fresh spirits to take up the pursuit of chivalry once more. And turning to Sancho, he said, Freedom, Sancho, is one of the most precious gifts that heaven has bestowed upon men. No treasures that the earth holds buried or the sea conceals can compare with it. For freedom, as for honour, life may and should be ventured. And on the other hand, captivity is the greatest evil that can fall to the lot of man. I say this, Sancho, because thou hast seen the good cheer, the abundance we have enjoyed in this castle we are leaving. Well then, amid those dainty banquets and snow-cooled beverages, I felt as though I were undergoing the straits of hunger, because I did not enjoy them with the same freedom as if they had been mine own. For the sense of being under an obligation to return benefits and favours received is a restraint that checks the independence of the spirit. Happy he to whom heaven has given a piece of bread for which he is not bound to give thanks to any but heaven itself. For all your worship says, said Sancho, it is not becoming that there should be no thanks on our part for 200 gold crowns that the Duke's major-domo has given me in a little purse, which I carry next to my heart like a warming plaster or comforter to meet any chance calls. For we shan't always find castles where they'll entertain us. Now and then we may light upon roadside inns where they'll cudgel us. In conversations of this sort, the knight and squire errant were pursuing their journey, when, after they had gone a little more than half a league, they perceived some dozen men dressed like labourers, stretched upon their cloaks on the grass of a green meadow, eating their dinner. They had beside them what seemed to be white sheets, concealing some objects under them, standing upright or lying flat and arranged at intervals. Don Quixote approached the diners, and saluting them courteously first, he asked them what it was those cloths covered. "Señor," answered one of the party, "under these cloths are some images carved in relief, intended for a retablo we are putting up in our village. We carry them covered up that they may not be soiled, and on our shoulders that they may not be broken." "With your good leave," said Don Quixote, "I should like to see them, for images that are carried so carefully no doubt must be fine ones." "I should think they were," said the other. "Let the money they cost speak for that, for as a matter of fact there is not one of them that does not stand us in more than 50 ducats, and that your worship may judge. Wait a moment, and you shall see with your own eyes." And getting up from his dinner, he went and uncovered the first image, which proved to be one of St. George on horseback, with a serpent writhing at his feet, and the lance thrust down its throat with all that fierceness that is usually depicted. The whole group was one blaze of gold, as the saying is. On seeing it, Don Quixote said, "That knight was one of the best knights-errant the army of heaven ever owned. He was called Don St. George, and he was, moreover, a defender of maidens. Let us see the next one." The man uncovered it, and it was seen to be that of St. Martin on his horse, dividing his cloak with the beggar. The instant Don Quixote saw it, he said, "This knight, too, was one of the Christian adventurers, but I believe he was generous rather than valiant, as thou mayest perceive, Sancho, by his dividing his cloak with the beggar, and giving him half of it. No doubt it was winter at the time, for otherwise he would have given him the whole of it, so charitable was he." "It was not that, most likely," said Sancho, "but that he held with a proverb that says, 'For giving and keeping there's need of brains.'" Don Quixote laughed, and asked them to take off the next cloth, underneath which was seen the image of the patron saint of the Spains, seated on horseback, his sword stained with blood, trampling on Moors and treading heads underfoot. And on seeing it, Don Quixote exclaimed, "Aye, this is a knight, and of the squadrons of Christ. This one is called Don St. James, the Moor Slayer, one of the bravest saints and knights the world ever had, or heaven has now." They then raised another cloth, which it appeared covered St. Paul, falling from his horse, with all the details that are usually given in representations of his conversion. When Don Quixote saw it, rendered in such a lifelike style that one would have said Christ was speaking, and Paul answering, "This," he said, "was in his time the greatest enemy that the Church of God our Lord had, and the greatest champion it will ever have. A knight-errant in life, a steadfast saint in death, an untiring labourer in the Lord's vineyard, a teacher of the Gentiles, whose school was heaven, and whose instructor and master was Jesus Christ himself." There were no more images, so Don Quixote bade them cover them up again, and said to those who had brought them, "I take it as a happy omen, brothers, to have seen what I have, for these saints and knights were of the same profession as myself, which is the calling of arms, only there is this difference between them and me, that they were saints and fought with divine weapons, and I am a sinner and fight with human ones. They won heaven by force of arms, for heaven suffereth violence, and I, so far, know not what I have won by dint of my sufferings, but if my Dulcinea del Toboso were to be released from hers, perhaps with mended fortunes and a mind restored to itself, I might direct my steps in a better path than I am following at present." "May God hear and sin be deaf," said Sancho to this. The men were filled with wonder as well at the figure as at the words of Don Quixote, though they did not understand one half of what he meant by them. They finished their dinner, took their images on their backs, and bidding farewell to Don Quixote, resumed their journey. Sancho was amazed afresh at the extent of his master's knowledge, as much as if he had never known him, for it seemed to him that there was no story or event in the world that he had not at his fingers' ends and fixed in his memory. And he said to him, In truth, master mine, if this that has happened to us today is to be called an adventure, it has been one of the sweetest and pleasantest that have befallen us in the whole course of our travels. We have come out of it unbelaboured and undismayed. Neither have we drawn sword, nor have we smitten the earth with our bodies, nor have we been left famishing. Blessed be God that he has let me see such a thing with my own eyes." "Thou sayest well, Sancho," said Don Quixote. "But remember, all times are not alike, nor do they always run the same way. And these things the vulgar commonly call omens, which are not based upon any natural reason, will by him who is wise be esteemed and reckoned happy accidents merely. One of these believers in omens will get up of a morning, leave his house, and meet a friar of the order of the blessed St. Francis, and, as if he had met a griffin, will turn about and go home. With another, Mendoza, the salt is spilt on his table, and gloom is spilt over his heart, as if nature was obliged to give warning of coming misfortunes by means of such trivial things as these. The wise man and the Christian should not trifle with what it may please heaven to do. Scipio, on coming to Africa, stumbled as he leapt on shore. His soldiers took it as a bad omen, but he, clasping the soil with his arms, exclaimed, "Thou canst not escape me, Africa, for I hold thee tight between my arms." Thus, Sancho, meeting those images has been to me a most happy occurrence. "I can well believe it," said Sancho, "but I wish your worship would tell me what is the reason that the Spaniards, when they are about to give battle, in calling on that St. James the Moor-slayer, say, 'Santiago, and close Spain.' Is Spain then open, so that it is needful to close it, or what is the meaning of this form?" "Thou art very simple, Sancho," said Don Quixote. "God, look you, gave that great Knight of the Red Cross to Spain as her patron saint and protector, especially in those hard struggles the Spaniards had with the Moors, and therefore they invoke and call upon him as their defender in all their battles, and in these he has been many a time seen, beating down, trampling underfoot, destroying and slaughtering the Hagarine squadrons in the sight of all, of which fact I could give thee many examples recorded in truthful Spanish histories." Sancho changed the subject, and said to his master, "I marvel, señor, at the boldness of Altisidora, the Duchess's handmaid. He whom they call Love must have cruelly pierced and wounded her. They say he is a little blind urchin, who, though blear-eyed, or more properly speaking, sightless, if he aims at a heart, be it ever so small, hits it, and pierces it through and through with his arrows. I have heard it said, too, that the arrows of love are blunted and robbed of their points by maidenly modesty and reserve. But with this Altisidora, it seems they are sharpened rather than blunted." "Bear in mind, Sancho," said Don Quixote, "that love is influenced by no consideration, recognizes no restraints of reason, and is of the same nature as death, that assails alike the lofty palaces of kings and the humble cabins of shepherds. And when it takes entire possession of a heart, the first thing it does is to banish fear and shame from it. And so, without shame, Altisidora declared her passion, which excited in my mind embarrassment rather than commiseration." "Notable cruelty!" exclaimed Sancho. "Unheard of ingratitude! I can only say for myself that the very smallest loving word of hers would have subdued me and made a slave of me. The devil! What a heart of marble! What bowels of brass! What a soul of mortar! But I can't imagine what it is that this damsel saw in your worship that could have conquered and captivated her so. What gallant figure was it? What bold bearing? What sprightly grace? What comeliness of feature? Which of these things by itself, or what altogether, could have made her fall in love with you? For indeed, in truth, many a time I stop to look at your worship from the sole of your foot to the topmost hair of your head, and I see more to frighten one than to make one fall in love. Moreover, I have heard say that beauty is the first and main thing that excites love, and as your worship has none at all, I don't know what the poor creature fell in love with." "Recollect, Sancho," replied Don Quixote, "there are two sorts of beauty, one of the mind, the other of the body. that of the mind, that displays and exhibits itself in intelligence, in modesty, in honourable conduct, in generosity, in good breeding. And all these qualities are possible and may exist in an ugly man, and when it is this sort of beauty, and not that of the body, that is the attraction, love is apt to spring up suddenly and violently. I, Sancho, perceive clearly enough that I am not beautiful, but at the same time I know I am not hideous, and it is enough for an honest man not to be a monster, to be an object of love, if only he possesses the endowments of mind I have mentioned. While engaged in this discourse, they were making their way through a wood that lay beyond the road, when suddenly, without expecting anything of the kind, Don Quixote found himself caught in some nets of green cord stretched from one tree to another, and unable to conceive what it could be, he said to Sancho, "Sancho, it strikes me this affair of these nets will prove one of the strangest adventures imaginable. May I die if the enchanters that persecute me are not trying to entangle me in them and delay my journey by way of revenge for my obduracy towards Altisidora. Well then, let me tell them that if these nets, instead of being green cord, were made of the hardest diamonds, or stronger than that wherewith the jealous god of blacksmiths enmeshed Venus and Mars, I would break them as easily as if they were made of rushes or cotton threads." But just as he was about to press forward and break through all, suddenly, from among some trees, two shepherdesses of surpassing beauty presented themselves to his sight, or at least damsels dressed like shepherdesses, save that their jerkins and sayres were of fine brocade, that is to say, the sayres were rich farthingales of gold embroidered tabby. Their hair, that in its golden brightness vied with the beams of the sun itself, fell loose upon their shoulders, and was crowned with garlands twined with green laurel and red everlasting, and their years to all appearance were not under 15, nor above 18. Such was the spectacle that filled Sancho with amazement, fascinated Don Quixote, made the sun halt in his course to behold them, and held all four in a strange silence. One of the shepherdesses at length was the first to speak, and said to Don Quixote, "Hold, Sir Knight, and do not break these nets, for they are not spread here to do you any harm, but only for our amusement. And as I know you will ask why they have been put up, and who we are, I will tell you in a few words. In a village some 2 leagues from this, where there are many people of quality and rich gentlefolk, it was agreed upon by a number of friends and relations to come with their wives, sons and daughters, neighbours, friends and kinsmen, and make holiday in this spot, which is one of the pleasantest in the whole neighbourhood, setting up a new pastoral Arcadia among ourselves, we maidens dressing ourselves as shepherdesses, and the youths as shepherds. We have prepared 2 eclogues, one by the famous poet Garcilaso, the other by the most excellent Camões, in its own Portuguese tongue, but we have not as yet acted them. Yesterday was the first day of our coming here. We have a few of what they say are called field tents pitched among the trees on the bank of an ample brook that fertilizes all these meadows. Last night we spread these nets in the trees here to snare the silly little birds that, startled by the noise we make, may fly into them. If you please to be our guest, Señor, you will be welcomed heartily and courteously, for here just now neither care nor sorrow shall enter." She held her peace and said no more, and Don Quixote made answer, "Of a truth, fairest lady, Actaeon, when he unexpectedly beheld Diana bathing in the stream, could not have been more fascinated and wonder-struck than I at the sight of your beauty. I commend your mode of entertainment, and thank you for the kindness of your invitation. And if I can serve you, you may command me with full confidence of being obeyed, for my profession is none other than to show myself grateful and ready to serve persons of all conditions, but especially persons of quality, such as your appearance indicates. And if, instead of taking up, as they probably do, but a small space, these nets took up the whole surface of the globe, I would seek out new worlds through which to pass, so as not to break them. And that ye may give some degree of credence to this exaggerated language of mine, know that it is no less than Don Quixote of La Mancha that makes this declaration to you, if indeed it be that such a name has reached your ears." "Ah, friend of my soul!" instantly exclaimed the other shepherdess, what great good fortune has befallen us? Seest thou this gentleman we have before us? Well then, let me tell thee, he is the most valiant and most devoted and the most courteous gentleman in all the world, unless a history of his achievements that has been printed and I have read is telling lies and deceiving us. I will lay a wager that this good fellow who is with him is one Sancho Panza, his squire, whose drolleries none can equal. That's true, said Sancho. I am that same droll and squire you speak of, and this gentleman is my master, Don Quixote of La Mancha, the same that's in the history and that they talk about. Oh, my friend, said the other, let us entreat him to stay, for it will give our fathers and brothers infinite pleasure. I too have heard just what thou hast told me of the valour of the one and the drolleries of the other, and what is more, of him they say that he is the most constant and loyal lover that was ever heard of, and that his lady is one Dulcinea del Toboso, to whom all over Spain the palm of beauty is awarded. And justly awarded, said Don Quixote, unless, indeed, your unequalled beauty makes it a matter of doubt. But spare yourselves the trouble, ladies, of pressing me to stay, for the urgent cause of my profession do not allow me to take rest under any circumstances. At this instant there came up to the spot where the four stood a brother of one of the two shepherdesses, like them in shepherd costume, and as richly and gaily dressed as they were. They told him that their companion was the valiant Don Quixote of La Mancha, and the other Sancho his squire, of whom he knew already from having read their history. The gay shepherd offered him his services, and begged that he would accompany him to their tents, and Don Quixote had to give way and comply. And now the game was started, and the nets were filled with a variety of birds that, deceived by the colour, fell into the danger they were flying from. Upwards of 30 persons, all gaily attired as shepherds and shepherdesses, assembled on the spot, and were at once informed who Don Quixote and his squire were, whereat they were not a little delighted, as they knew of him already through his history. They repaired to the tents, where they found tables laid out, and choicely, plentifully, and neatly furnished. They treated Don Quixote as a person of distinction, giving him the place of honour, and all observed him, and were full of astonishment at the spectacle. At last, the cloth being removed, Don Quixote, with great composure, lifted up his voice, and said, "One of the greatest sins that men are guilty of, some will say pride, but I say ingratitude, going by the common saying that hell is full of ingrates. This sin, so far as it has lain in my power, I have endeavoured to avoid ever since I have enjoyed the faculty of reason, and if I am unable to requite good deeds that have been done me by other deeds, I substitute the desire to do so, and if that be not enough, I make them known publicly, for he who declares and makes known the good deeds done to him would repay them by others if it were in his power, and for the most part those who receive are the inferior of those who give. Thus God is superior to all, because he is the supreme giver, and the offerings of man fall short by an infinite distance of being a full return for the gifts of God. But gratitude in some degree makes up for this deficiency and shortcoming. I, therefore, grateful for the favour that has been extended to me here, and unable to make a return in the same measure, restricted as I am by the narrow limits of my power, offer what I can and what I have to offer in my own way. And so I declare that for 2 full days I will maintain in the middle of this highway leading to Saragossa that these ladies, disguised as shepherdesses, who are here present, are the fairest and most courteous maidens in the world, excepting only the peerless Dulcinea del Toboso, sole mistress of my thoughts. Be it said without offence to those who hear me, ladies and gentlemen." On hearing this, Sancho, who had been listening with great attention, cried out in a loud voice, "Is it possible there is anyone in the world who will dare to say and swear that this master of mine is a madman? Say, gentlemen shepherds, is there a village priest, be he ever so wise or learned, who could say what my master has said? Or is there knight-errant, whatever renown he may have as a man of valour, that could offer what my master has offered now?" Don Quixote turned upon Sancho, and with a countenance glowing with anger, said to him, "Is it possible, Sancho, there is anyone in the whole world who will say thou art not a fool, with a lining to match, and I know not what trimmings of impertinence and roguery? Who asked thee to meddle in my affairs, or to inquire whether I am a wise man or a blockhead? Hold thy peace, answer me not a word. Saddle Rocinante, if he be unsaddled, and let us go to put my offer into execution. For with the right that I have on my side, thou mayest reckon as vanquished all who shall venture to question it." And in a great rage, and showing his anger plainly, he rose from his seat, leaving the company lost in wonder, and making them feel doubtful whether they ought to regard him as a madman or a rational being. In the end, though, they sought to dissuade him from involving himself in such a challenge, assuring him they admitted his gratitude as fully established, and needed no fresh proofs to be convinced of his valiant spirit, as those related in the history of his exploits were sufficient. Still Don Quixote persisted in his resolve, and mounted on Rocinante, bracing his buckler on his arm and grasping his lance, he posted himself in the middle of a high road that was not far from the green meadow. Sancho followed on Dapple, together with all members of the pastoral gathering, eager to see what would be the upshot of his vainglorious and extraordinary proposal. Don Quixote then, having, as has been said, planted himself in the middle of the road, made the welkin ring with words to this effect: "Ho, ye travellers and wayfarers, knights, squires, folk on foot or on horseback, who pass this way or shall pass in the course of the next 2 days. Know that Don Quixote of La Mancha, knight-errant, is posted here to maintain by arms that the beauty and courtesy enshrined in the nymphs that dwell in these meadows and groves surpass all upon earth, putting aside the lady of my heart, Dulcinea del Toboso. Wherefore let him who is of the opposite opinion come on, for here I await him." Twice he repeated the same words, and twice they fell unheard by any adventurer. But fate, that was guiding affairs for him from better to better, so ordered it that shortly afterwards there appeared on the road a crowd of men on horseback, many of them with lances in their hands, all riding in a compact body and in great haste. No sooner had those who were with Don Quixote seen them than they turned about and withdrew to some distance from the road, for they knew that if they stayed some harm might come to them. But Don Quixote, with intrepid heart, stood his ground, and Sancho Panza shielded himself with Rocinante's hindquarters. The troop of lancers came up, and one of them, who was in advance, began shouting to Don Quixote, "Get out of the way, you son of the devil, or these bulls will knock you to pieces." "Rabble," returned Don Quixote, "I care nothing for bulls, be they the fiercest Jarama breed on its banks. Confess at once, scoundrels, that what I have declared is true, else ye have to deal with me in combat." The herdsman had no time to reply, nor Don Quixote to get out of the way, even if he wished, and so the drove of fierce bulls and tame bullocks, together with the crowd of herdsmen and others who were taking them to be penned up in a village where they were to be run the next day, passed over Don Quixote and over Sancho, Rocinante, and Dapple, hurling them all to the earth and rolling them over on the ground. Sancho was left crushed, Don Quixote scared, Dapple belaboured, and Rocinante in no very sound condition. They all got up, however, at length, and Don Quixote, in great haste, stumbling here and falling there, started off running after the drove, shouting out, "Hold! Stay, ye rascally rabble! A single knight awaits you, and he is not of the temper or opinion of those who say, 'For a flying enemy make a bridge of silver.'" The retreating party in their haste, however, did not stop for that, or heed his menaces any more than last year's clouds. Weariness brought Don Quixote to a halt, and more enraged than avenged, he sat down on the road to wait until Sancho, Rocinante, and Dapple came up. When they reached him, master and man mounted once more, and without going back to bid farewell to the mock or imitation Arcadia, and more in humiliation than contentment, they continued their journey. Chapter 59, wherein is related the strange thing which may be regarded as an adventure that happened Don Quixote. A clear limpid spring which they discovered in a cool grove relieved Don Quixote and Sancho of the dust and fatigue due to the unpolite behaviour of the bulls, and by the side of this, having turned Dapple and Rocinante loose without headstall or bridle, the forlorn pair, master and man, seated themselves. Sancho had recourse to the larder of his alforges, and took out of them what he called the prog. Don Quixote rinsed his mouth and bathed his face, by which cooling process his flagging energies were revived. Out of pure vexation he remained without eating, and out of pure politeness Sancho did not venture to touch a morsel of what was before him, but waited for his master to act as taster. Seeing, however, that, absorbed in thought, he was forgetting to carry the bread to his mouth, he said never a word, and trampling every sort of good breeding underfoot, began to stow away in his paunch the bread and cheese that came to his hand. "Eat, Sancho, my friend," said Don Quixote. "Support life, which is of more consequence to thee than to me, and leave me to die under the pain of my thoughts and pressure of my misfortunes. I was born, Sancho, to live dying, and thou to die eating. And to prove the truth of what I say, look at me, printed in histories, famed in arms, courteous in behaviour, honoured by princes, courted by maidens. And after all, when I looked forward to palms, triumphs, and crowns, won and earned by my valiant deeds, I have this morning seen myself trampled on, kicked and crushed by the feet of unclean and filthy animals. This thought blunts my teeth, paralyzes my jaws, cramps my hands, and robs me of all appetite for food. So much so that I have a mind to let myself die of hunger, the cruelest death of all deaths." "So then," said Sancho, munching hard all the time, "your worship does not agree with the proverb that says, 'Let Martha die, but let her die with a full belly'? I at any rate have no mind to kill myself. So far from that, I mean to do as the cobbler does, who stretches the leather with his teeth until he makes it reach as far as he wants. I'll stretch out my life by eating until it reaches the end heaven has fixed for it. And let me tell you, senor, there's no greater folly than to think of dying of despair as your worship does. Take my advice, and after eating, lie down and sleep a bit on this green grass mattress, and you will see that when you awake, you'll feel something better." Don Quixote did as he recommended, for it struck him that Sancho's reasoning was more like a philosopher's than a blockhead's, and, said he, "Sancho, if thou wilt do for me what I am going to tell thee, my ease of mind would be more assured, and my heaviness of heart not so great. And it is this: to go aside a little while I am sleeping, in accordance with thy advice, and making bare thy carcass to the air, to give thyself 300 or 400 lashes with Rocinante's reins, on account of the 3,000 and odd thou art to give thyself for the disenchantment of Dulcinea. For it is a great pity that the poor lady should be left enchanted through thy carelessness and negligence." "There is a good deal to be said on that point," said Sancho. "Let us both go to sleep now, and after that God has decreed what will happen. Let me tell your worship that for a man to whip himself in cold blood is a hard thing, especially if the stripes fall upon an ill-nourished and worse-fed body. Let my lady Dulcinea have patience, and when she is least expecting it, she will see me made a riddle of with whipping, and until death it's all life. I mean that I still have life in me, and the desire to make good what I have promised." Don Quixote thanked him, and ate a little, and Sancho a good deal, and then they both lay down to sleep, leaving those two inseparable friends and comrades, Rocinante and Dapple, to their own devices, and to feed unrestrained upon the abundant grass with which the meadow was furnished. They woke up rather late, mounted once more, and resumed their journey, pushing on to reach an inn which was in sight, apparently a league off. I say an inn, because Don Quixote called it so, contrary to his usual practice of calling all inns castles. They reached it, and asked the landlord if they could put up there. He said yes, with as much comfort and as good fare as they could find in Saragossa. They dismounted, and Sancho stowed away his larder in a room of which the landlord gave him the key. He took the beasts to the stable, fed them, and came back to see what orders Don Quixote, who was seated on a bench at the door, had for him, giving special thanks to heaven that this inn had not been taken for a castle by his master. Supper time came, and they repaired to their room, and Sancho asked the landlord what he had to give them for supper. To this the landlord replied that his mouth should be the measure. He had only to ask what he would, for that inn was provided with the birds of the air, and the fowls of the earth, and the fish of the sea. "There's no need for all that," said Sancho. "If they'll roast us a couple of chickens we'll be satisfied, for my master is delicate and eats little, and I'm not over and above gluttonous." The landlord replied he had no chickens, for the kites had stolen them. "Well then," said Sancho, "let Señor Landlord tell them to roast a pullet, so that it is a tender one." "Pullet, my father," said the landlord, "unless, and in truth it's only yesterday I sent over 50 to the city to sell, but saving pullets, ask what you will." "In that case," said Sancho, "you will not be without veal or kid." "Just now," said the landlord, "there's none in the house, for it's all finished, but next week there will be enough and to spare." "Much good that does us," said Sancho. "I'll lay a bet that all these shortcomings are going to wind up in plenty of bacon and eggs." "By God," said the landlord, "my guest's wits must be precious dull. I tell him I have neither pullets nor hens, and he wants me to have eggs. Talk of other dainties, if you please, and don't ask for hens again." "Body o' me," said Sancho, "let's settle the matter. Say at once what you have got, and let us have no more words about it." "In truth and earnest, señor guest," said the landlord, "all I have is a couple of cow heels like calves' feet, or a couple of calves' feet like cow heels. They are boiled with chickpeas, onions, and bacon, and at this moment they are crying, 'Come, eat me! Come, eat me!'" "I'll mark them for mine on the spot," said Sancho. "Let nobody touch them. I'll pay better for them than anyone else, for I could not wish for anything more to my taste, and I don't care a pin whether they are feet or heels." "Nobody shall touch them," said the landlord, "for the other guests I have, being persons of high quality, bring their own cook and caterer and larder with them." "If you come to people of quality," said Sancho, "there's nobody more so than my master. But the calling he follows does not allow of larders or storerooms. We lay ourselves down in the middle of a meadow, and fill ourselves with acorns or medlars." Here ended Sancho's conversation with the landlord, Sancho not caring to carry it any farther by answering him, for he had already asked him what calling or what profession it was his master was of. Supper time having come, then, Don Quixote betook himself to his room. The landlord brought in the stew-pan just as it was, and he sat himself down to sup very resolutely. It seems that in another room, which was next to Don Quixote's, with nothing but a thin partition to separate it, he overheard these words: "As you live, Señor Don Jerónimo, while they are bringing supper, let us read another chapter of the second part of Don Quixote of La Mancha." The instant Don Quixote heard his own name, he started to his feet, and listened with open ears to catch what they said about him, and heard the Don Jerónimo, who had been addressed, say in reply, "Why would you have us read that absurd stuff, Don Juan, when it is impossible for anyone who has read the first part of the history of Don Quixote of La Mancha to take any pleasure in reading this second part?" "For all that," said he who was addressed as Don Juan, "we shall do well to read it, for there is no book so bad but it has something good in it. What displeases me most in it is that it represents Don Quixote as now cured of his love for Dulcinea del Toboso." On hearing this, Don Quixote, full of wrath and indignation, lifted up his voice and said, "Whoever he may be who says that Don Quixote of La Mancha has forgotten or can forget Dulcinea del Toboso, I will teach him with equal arms that what he says is very far from the truth, for neither can the peerless Dulcinea del Toboso be forgotten, nor can forgetfulness have a place in Don Quixote. His motto is constancy, and his profession to maintain the same with his life, and never wrong it." "Who is this that answers us?" said they in the next room. "Who should it be," said Sancho, "but Don Quixote of La Mancha himself, who will make good all he has said, and all he will say, for pledges don't trouble a good payer." Sancho had hardly uttered these words when two gentlemen, for such they seemed to be, entered the room, and one of them, throwing his arms around Don Quixote's neck, said to him, "Your appearance cannot leave any question as to your name, nor can your name fail to identify your appearance. Unquestionably, Señor, you are the real Don Quixote of La Mancha, cynosure and morning star of knight-errantry, despite and in defiance of him who has sought to usurp your name and bring to naught your achievements, as the author of this book which I here present to you has done." And with this he put a book which his companion carried into the hands of Don Quixote, who took it, and without replying began to run his eye over it. But he presently returned it, saying, "In the little I have seen, I have discovered 3 things in this author that deserve to be censured. The first is some words that I have read in the preface. The next, that the language is Aragonese, for sometimes he writes without articles. And the third, which above all stamps him as ignorant, is that he goes wrong and departs from the truth in the most important part of the history. For here he says that my squire, Sancho Panza's wife, is called Mari Gutierrez, when she is called nothing of the sort but Teresa Panza. And when a man errs on such an important point as this, there is good reason to fear that he is in error on every other point in the history." "A nice sort of historian indeed," exclaimed Sancho at this. "He must know a deal about our affairs when he calls my wife Teresa Panza Mari Gutierrez. Take the book again, Señor, and see if I am in it, and if he has changed my name." "From your talk, friend," said Don Jeronimo, "no doubt you are Sancho Panza, Señor Don Quixote's squire." "Yes, I am," said Sancho, "and I am proud of it." "Faith, then," said the gentleman, "this new author does not handle you with the decency that displays itself in your person. He makes you out a heavy feeder and a fool, and not in the least droll, and a very different being from the Sancho described in the first part of your master's history." "God forgive him," said Sancho. "He might have left me in my corner without troubling his head about me. Let him who knows how ring the bells. St. Peter is very well in Rome." The 2 gentlemen pressed Don Quixote to come into their room and have supper with them, as they knew very well there was nothing in that inn fit for one of his sort. Don Quixote, who was always polite, yielded to their request and supped with them. Sancho stayed behind with the stew, and invested with plenary delegated authority, seated himself at the head of the table, and the landlord sat down with him, for he was no less fond of cow heel and calves' feet than Sancho was. While at supper, Don Juan asked Don Quixote what news he had of the lady Dulcinea del Toboso. Was she married? Had she been brought to bed? Or was she with child? Or did she, in maidenhood, still preserving her modesty and delicacy, cherish the remembrance of the tender passion of Señor Don Quixote? To this he replied, "Dulcinea is a maiden still, and my passion more firmly rooted than ever, our intercourse unsatisfactory as before, and her beauty transformed into that of a foul country wench." And then he proceeded to give them a full and particular account of the enchantment of Dulcinea, and of what had happened to him in the cave of Montesinos, together with what the sage Merlin had prescribed for her disenchantment, namely the scourging of Sancho. Exceedingly great was the amusement of the 2 gentlemen derived from hearing Don Quixote recount the strange incidents of his history, and if they were amazed by his absurdities, they were equally amazed by the elegant style in which he delivered them. On the one hand, they regarded him as a man of wit and sense, and on the other he seemed to them a maundering blockhead, and they could not make up their minds whereabouts between wisdom and folly they ought to place him. Sancho, having finished his supper and left the landlord in the X condition, repaired to the room where his master was, and as he came in said, "May I die, sirs, if the author of this book your worships have got has any mind that we should agree, as he calls me glutton, according to what your worships say, I wish he may not call me drunkard too." "But he does," said Don Jeronimo. "I cannot remember, however, in what way, though I know his words are offensive, and what is more, lying, as I can see plainly by the physiognomy of the worthy Sancho before me." "Believe me," said Sancho, "the Sancho and the Don Quixote of this history must be different persons from those that appear in the one Cid Hamete Benengeli wrote, who are ourselves. My master valiant, wise, and true in love, and I simple, droll, and neither glutton nor drunkard." "I believe it," said Don Juan, and were it possible, an order should be issued that no one should have the presumption to deal with anything relating to Don Quixote save his original author Cid Hamete, just as Alexander commanded that no one should presume to paint his portrait save Apelles. "Let him who will paint me," said Don Quixote, "but let him not abuse me, for patience will often break down when they heap insults upon it." "None could be offered to Señor Don Quixote," said Don Juan, "that he himself will not be able to avenge, if he does not ward it off with the shield of his patience, which, I take it, is great and strong." A considerable portion of the night passed in conversation of this sort, and though Don Juan wished Don Quixote to read more of the book to see what it was all about, he was not to be prevailed upon, saying that he treated it as read, and pronounced it utterly silly, and if by any chance it should come to its author's ears that he had it in his hand, he did not want him to flatter himself with the idea that he had read it, for our thoughts, and still more our eyes, should keep themselves aloof from what is obscene and filthy. They asked him whether he meant to direct his steps. He replied, to Saragossa, to take part in the harness jousts which were held in that city every year. Don Juan told him that the new history described how Don Quixote, let him be who he might, took part there in a tilting at the ring, utterly devoid of invention, poor in mottos, very poor in costume, though rich in silliness. "For that very reason," said Don Quixote, "I will not set foot in Saragossa, and by that means I shall expose to the world the lie of this new history writer, and people will see that I am not the Don Quixote he speaks of." "You will do quite right," said Don Hieronymo, "and there are other jousts at Barcelona in which Señor Don Quixote may display his prowess." "That is what I mean to do," said Don Quixote, "and as it is now time, I pray your worships to give me leave to retire to bed, and to place and retain me among the number of your greatest friends and servants." "And me too," said Sancho. "Maybe I'll be good for something." With this they exchanged farewells, and Don Quixote and Sancho retired to their room, leaving Don Juan and Don Hieronymo amazed to see the medley he made of his good sense and his craziness, and they felt thoroughly convinced that these, and not those their Aragonese author described, were the genuine Don Quixote and Sancho. Don Quixote rose betimes, and bade adieu to his host by knocking at the partition of the other room. Sancho paid the landlord magnificently, and recommended him either to say less about the providing of his inn, or to keep it better provided. Chapter 60. Of what happened Don Quixote on his way to Barcelona. It was a fresh morning, giving promise of a cool day, as Don Quixote quitted the inn, first of all taking care to ascertain the most direct road to Barcelona without touching upon Saragossa. So anxious was he to make out this new historian, who they said abused him so, to be a liar. Well, as it fell out, nothing worthy of being recorded happened to him for 6 days, at the end of which, having turned aside out of the road, he was overtaken by night in a thicket of oak or cork trees, for on this point Cid Hamete is not as precise as he usually is on other matters. Master and man dismounted from their beasts, and as soon as they had settled themselves at the foot of the trees, Sancho, who had had a good noontide meal that day, let himself, without more ado, pass the gates of sleep. But Don Quixote, whom his thoughts, far more than hunger, kept awake, could not close an eye, and roamed in fancy to and fro through all sorts of places. At one moment it seemed to him that he was in the cave of Montesinos, and saw Dulcinea, transformed into a country wench, skipping and mounting upon her she-ass. Again, that the words of the sage Merlin were sounding in his ears, setting forth the conditions to be observed and the exertions to be made for the disenchantment of Dulcinea. He lost all patience when he considered the laziness and want of charity of his squire Sancho, for, to the best of his belief, he had only given himself 5 lashes, a number paltry and disproportioned to the vast number required. At this thought he felt such vexation and anger that he reasoned the matter thus. If Alexander the Great cut the Gordian knot, saying, "To cut comes to the same thing as to untie," and yet did not fail to become Lord Paramount of all Asia, neither more nor less could happen now in Dulcinea's disenchantment, if I scourged Sancho against his will. For if it is the condition of the remedy that Sancho shall receive 3,000 and odd lashes, what does it matter to me whether he inflicts them himself or someone else inflicts them, when the essential point is that he receives them, let them come from whatever quarter they may? With this idea he went over to Sancho, having first taken Rocinante's reins and arranged them so as to be able to flog him with them, and began to untie the points (the common belief is he had but one in front) by which his breeches were held up. But the instant he approached him, Sancho woke up in his full senses and cried out, "What is this? Who is touching me and untrussing me?" "It is I," said Don Quixote, "and I come to make good thy shortcomings, and relieve my own distresses. I come to whip thee, Sancho, and wipe off some portion of the debt thou hast undertaken. Dulcinea is perishing, thou art living on regardless, I am dying of hope deferred. Therefore untruss thyself with a good will, for mine it is, here in this retired spot, to give thee at least 2,000 lashes." "Not a bit of it," said Señor. "Let your worship keep quiet, or else by the living God the deaf shall hear us. The lashes I pledged myself to must be voluntary and not forced upon me, and just now I have no fancy to whip myself. It is enough if I give you my word to flog and flap myself when I have a mind." "It will not do to leave it to thy courtesy, Sancho," said Don Quixote, "for thou art hard of heart, and though a clown, tender of flesh." And at the same time he strove and struggled to untie him. Seeing this, Sancho got up, and, grappling with his master, he gripped him with all his might in his arms, giving him a trip with the heel, stretched him on the ground on his back, and pressing his right knee on his chest, held his hands in his own, so that he could neither move nor breathe. "How now, traitor!" exclaimed Don Quixote, "dost thou revolt against thy master and natural lord? Dost thou rise against him who gives thee his bread?" "I neither put down king nor set up king," said Sancho. "I only stand up for myself, who am my own lord. If your worship promises me to be quiet, and not to offer to whip me now, I'll let you go free and unhindered. If not, traitor and Dona Sancho's foe, thou diest on the spot." Don Quixote gave his promise, and swore by the life of his thoughts not to touch so much as a hair of his garments, and to leave him entirely free and to his own discretion to whip himself whenever he pleased. Sancho rose and removed some distance from the spot, but as he was about to place himself leaning against another tree, he felt something touch his head, and putting up his hands, encountered somebody's 2 feet, with shoes and stockings on them. He trembled with fear, and made for another tree, where the very same thing happened to him, and he fell a-shouting, calling upon Don Quixote to come and protect him. Don Quixote did so, and asked him what had happened to him, and what he was afraid of. Sancho replied that all the trees were full of men's feet and legs. Don Quixote felt them, and guessed at once what it was, and said to Sancho, "Thou hast nothing to be afraid of, for these feet and legs that thou feelest but canst not see belong no doubt to some outlaws and freebooters that have been hanged on these trees, for the authorities in these parts are wont to hang them up by 20s and 30s when they catch them, whereby I conjecture that it must be near Barcelona." And it was, in fact, as he supposed. With the first light they looked up, and saw that the fruit hanging on those trees were freebooters' bodies. And now day dawned, and if the dead freebooters had scared them, their hearts were no less troubled by upwards of 40 living ones, who all of a sudden surrounded them, and in the Catalan tongue bade them stand and wait until their captain came up. Don Quixote was on foot with his horse unbridled and his lance leaning against a tree, and in short, completely defenceless. He thought it best, therefore, to fold his arms and bow his head, and reserve himself for a more favourable occasion and opportunity. The robbers made haste to search Dapple, and did not leave him a single thing of all he carried in the alforges and in the valise, and lucky it was for Sancho that the Duke's crowns and those he brought from home were in a girdle that he wore round him. But for all that, these good folk would have stripped him, and even looked to see what he had hidden between the skin and flesh, but for the arrival at that moment of their captain, who was about 34 years of age apparently, strongly built, above the middle height, of stern aspect and swarthy complexion. He was mounted upon a powerful horse, and had on a coat of mail, with 4 of the pistols they call petronels in that country at his waist. He saw that his squires, for so they call those who follow that trade, were about to rifle Sancho Panza, but he ordered them to desist, and was at once obeyed, so the girdle escaped. He wondered to see the lance leaning against the tree, the shield on the ground, and Don Quixote in armour, and dejected, with the saddest and most melancholy face that sadness itself could produce. And going up to him, he said, "Be not so cast down, good man, for you have not fallen into the hands of any inhuman Bucerus, but into rock guinars, which are more merciful than cruel." "The cause of my dejection," returned Don Quixote, "is not that I have fallen into thy hands, O valiant rock, whose fame is bounded by no limits on earth, but that my carelessness should have been so great that thy soldiers should have caught me unbridled, when it is my duty, according to the rule of knight-errantry which I profess, to be always on the alert, and at all times my own sentinel. For let me tell thee, great rock, had they found me on my horse, with my lance and shield, it would not have been very easy for them to reduce me to submission, for I am Don Quixote of La Mancha, he who hath filled the whole world with his achievements." Roquenar at once perceived that Don Quixote's weakness was more akin to madness than to swagger, and though he had sometimes heard him spoken of, he never regarded the things attributed to him as true, nor could he persuade himself that such a humour could become dominant in the heart of man. He was extremely glad, therefore, to meet him, and test at close quarters what he had heard of him at a distance. So he said to him, "Despair not, valiant knight, nor regard as an untoward fate the position in which thou findest thyself. It may be that by these slips thy crooked fortune will make itself straight, for heaven, by strange circuitous ways, mysterious and incomprehensible to man, raises up the fallen, and makes rich the poor." Don Quixote was about to thank him, when they heard behind them a noise as of a troop of horses. There was, however, but one, riding on which, at a furious pace, came a youth, apparently about 20 years of age, clad in green damask edged with gold, and breeches and a loose frock, with a hair looped up in the Walloon fashion, tight-fitting polished boots, gilt spurs, dagger and sword, and in his hand a musketoon, and a pair of pistols at his waist. Rock turned round at the noise, and perceived this comely figure, which, drawing near, thus addressed him. "I come in quest of thee, valiant Rock, to find in thee, if not a remedy, at least relief in my misfortune, and not to keep thee in suspense, for I see that thou dost not recognize me, I will tell thee who I am. I am Claudia Hieronyma, the daughter of Simon Forte, thy good friend, and special enemy of Cloquel Torreus, who is thine also, as being of the faction opposed to thee. Thou knowest that this Torreus has a son who is called, or at least was not 2 hours since, Don Vicente Torreus. Well, to cut short the tale of my misfortune, I will tell thee in a few words what this youth has brought upon me. He saw me, he paid court to me, I listened to him, and unknown to my father, I loved him, for there is no woman, however secluded she may live or close she may be kept, who will not have opportunities and to spare for following her headlong impulses. In a word, he pledged himself to be mine, and I promised to be his, without carrying matters any further. Yesterday I learned that, forgetful of his pledge to me, he was about to marry another, and that he was to go this morning to plight his troth. Intelligence which overwhelmed and exasperated me. My father not being at home, I was able to adopt this costume, you see, and urging my horse to speed, I overtook Don Vicente about a league from this, and without waiting to utter reproaches or hear excuses, I fired this musket at him, and these 2 pistols besides, and to the best of my belief, I must have lodged more than 2 bullets in his body, opening doors to let my honour go free, enveloped in his blood. I left him there in the hands of his servants, who did not dare and were not able to interfere in his defence, and I come to seek from thee a safe conduct into France, where I have relatives with whom I can live, and also to implore thee to protect my father, so that Don Vicente's numerous kinsmen may not venture to wreak their lawless vengeance upon him." Rock, filled with admiration at the gallant bearing, high spirit, comely figure, and adventure of the fair Claudia, said to her, "Come, Signora, let us go and see if thy enemy is dead, and then we will consider what will be best for thee." Don Quixote, who had been listening to what Claudia said, and Roque Guinart said in reply to her, exclaimed, "Nobody need trouble himself with the defence of this lady, for I take it upon myself. Give me my horse and arms, and wait for me here. I will go in quest of this knight, and, dead or alive, I will make him keep his word plighted to so great beauty." "Nobody need have any doubt about that," said Sancho, "for my master has a very happy knack of matchmaking. It's not many days since he forced another man to marry, who in the same way backed out of his promise to another maiden, and if it had not been for his persecutors, the enchanters, changing the man's proper shape into a lackey's, the said maiden would not be won this minute." Roque, who was paying more attention to the fair Claudia's adventure than to the words of master or man, did not hear them, and ordering his squires to restore to Sancho everything they had stripped Dapple of, he directed them to return to the place where they had been quartered during the night, and then set off with Claudia at full speed in search of the wounded or slain Don Vicente. They reached the spot where Claudia met him, but found nothing there save freshly spilt blood. Looking all round, however, they descried some people on the slope of a hill above them, and concluded, as indeed it proved to be, that it was Don Vicente, whom, either dead or alive, his servants were removing to attend to his wounds, or to bury him. They made haste to overtake them, which, as the party moved slowly, they were able to do with ease. They found Don Vicente in the arms of his servants, whom he was entreating in a broken, feeble voice to leave him there to die, as the pain of his wounds would not suffer him to go any further. Claudia and Roque threw themselves off their horses and advanced towards him. The servants were overawed by the appearance of Roque, and Claudia was moved by the sight of Don Vicente, and going up to him, half tenderly, half sternly, she seized his hand and said to him, "Hadst thou given me this, according to our compact, thou hadst never come to this pass." The wounded gentleman opened his all but closed eyes, and recognizing Claudia, said, "I see clearly, fair and mistaken lady, that it is thou that hast slain me, a punishment not merited or deserved by my feelings towards thee, for never did I mean to, nor could I wrong thee in thought or deed." "It is not true, then," said Claudia, "that thou wert going this morning to marry Leonora, the daughter of the rich Balvastro?" "Assuredly not," replied Don Vicente. "My cruel fortune must have carried those tidings to thee to drive thee in thy jealousy to take my life, and to assure thyself of this, press my hands and take me for thy husband if thou wilt. I have no better satisfaction to offer thee for the wrong thou fanciest thou hast received from me." Claudia wrung her hand, and her own heart was so wrung that she lay fainting on the bleeding breast of Don Vicente, whom a death spasm seized the same instant. Roque was in perplexity and knew not what to do. The servants ran to fetch water to sprinkle their faces, and brought some and bathed them with it. Claudia recovered from her fainting fit, but not so Don Vicente from the paroxysm that had overtaken him, for his life had come to an end. On perceiving this, Claudia, when she had convinced herself that her beloved husband was no more, rent the air with her sighs, and made the heavens ring with her lamentations. She tore her hair and scattered it to the winds. She beat her face with her hands, and showed all the signs of grief and sorrow that could be conceived to come from an afflicted heart. "Cruel, reckless woman," she cried, "how easily wert thou moved to carry out a thought so wicked! O furious force of jealousy, to what desperate lengths dost thou lead those that give thee lodging in their bosoms! O husband, whose unhappy fate in being mine hath borne thee from the marriage bed to the grave!" So vehement and so piteous were the lamentations of Claudia that they drew tears from Roque's eyes, unused as they were to shed them on any occasion. The servants wept, Claudia swooned away again and again, and the whole place seemed a field of sorrow and an abode of misfortune. In the end, Roque Guinart directed Don Vicente's servants to carry his body to his father's village, which was close by, for burial. Claudia told him she meant to go to a monastery of which an aunt of hers was abbess, where she intended to pass her life with a better and everlasting spouse. He applauded her pious resolution, and offered to accompany her whithersoever she wished, and to protect her father against the kinsmen of Don Vicente and all the world, should they seek to injure him. Claudia would not on any account allow him to accompany her, and thanking him for his offers as well as she could, took leave of him in tears. The servants of Don Vicente carried away his body, and Roque returned to his comrades, and so ended the love of Claudia Hieronyma. But what wonder, when it was the insuperable and cruel might of jealousy that wove the web of her sad story. Roque found his squires at the place to which he had ordered them, and Don Quixote on Rocinante in the midst of them, delivering a harangue to them, in which he argued them to give up a mode of life so full of peril, as well to the soul as to the body. But as most of them were Gascons, rough, lawless fellows, his speech did not make much impression on them. Roque, on coming up, asked Sancho if his men had returned and restored to him the treasures and jewels they had stripped off Dapple. Sancho said they had, but that 3 kerchiefs that were worth 3 cities were missing. "What are you talking about, man?" said one of the bystanders. "I have got them, and they are not worth 3 reals. "That is true," said Don Quixote, "but my squire values them at the rate he says, as having been given me by the person who gave them." Roque ordered them to be restored at once, and making his men fall in line, he directed all the clothing, jewellery, and money that they had taken since the last distribution to be produced, and making a hasty valuation, and reducing what could not be divided into money, he made shares for the whole band so equitably and carefully that in no case did he exceed or fall short of strict distributive justice. When this had been done, and all left satisfied, Roque observed to Don Quixote, "If this scrupulous exactness were not observed with these fellows, there would be no living with them." Upon this Sancho remarked, "From what I have seen here, justice is such a good thing that there is no doing without it, even among the thieves themselves." One of the squires heard this, and raising the butt end of his harquebus, would no doubt have broken Sancho's head with it, had not Roque called out to him to hold his hand. Sancho was frightened out of his wits, and vowed not to open his lips so long as he was in the company of these people. At this instant 1 or 2 of those squires who were posted as sentinels on the roads, to watch who came along them and report what passed to their chief, came up and said, "Señor, there is a great troop of people not far off, coming along the road to Barcelona." To which Roque replied, "Hast thou made out whether they are of the sort that are after us, or of the sort we are after?" "The sort we are after," said the squire. "Well then, away with you all," said Roque, "and bring them here to me at once, without letting one of them escape." They obeyed, and Don Quixote, Sancho, and Roque, left by themselves, waited to see what the squires brought, and while they were waiting, Roque said to Don Quixote, "It must seem a strange sort of life to Señor Don Quixote, this of ours, strange adventures, strange incidents, and all full of danger. And I do not wonder that it should seem so, for in truth I must own there is no mode of life more restless or anxious than ours. What led me into it was a certain thirst for vengeance, which is strong enough to disturb the quietest hearts. I am by nature tender-hearted and kindly, but, as I said, the desire to revenge myself for a wrong that was done me so overturns all my better impulses that I keep on in this way of life, in spite of what conscience tells me. And as one depth calls to another, and one sin to another sin, revenges have linked themselves together, and I have taken upon myself not only my own, but those of others. It pleases God, however, that though I see myself in this maze of entanglements, I do not lose all hope of escaping from it, and reaching a safe port." Don Quixote was amazed to hear Roque utter such excellent and just sentiments, for he did not think that among those who followed such trades as robbing, murdering, and waylaying, there could be anyone capable of a virtuous thought, and he said in reply, "Señor Roque, the beginning of health lies in knowing the disease, and in the sick man's willingness to take the medicines which the physician prescribes. You are sick, you know what ails you, and heaven, or more properly speaking, God, who is our physician, will administer medicines that will cure you, and cure gradually, and not of a sudden or by a miracle. Besides, sinners of discernment are nearer amendment than those who are fools, and as your worship has shown good sense in your remarks, all you have to do is to keep up a good heart and trust that the weakness of your conscience will be strengthened. And if you have any desire to shorten the journey and to put yourself easily in the way of salvation, come with me, and I will show you how to become a knight-errant, a calling wherein so many hardships and mishaps are encountered that if they be taken as penances, they will lodge you in heaven in a trice." Roque laughed at Don Quixote's exhortation, and changing the conversation, he related the tragic affair of Claudia Hieronima, at which Sancho was extremely grieved, for he had not found the young woman's beauty, boldness, and spirit at all amiss. And now the squires dispatched to make the prize came up, bringing with them 2 gentlemen on horseback, 2 pilgrims on foot, and a coach full of women with some 6 servants on foot and on horseback in attendance on them, and a coach full of women with 6 servants on foot and on horseback in attendance on them, and a couple of muleteers whom the gentlemen had with them. The squires made a ring round them, both victors and vanquished maintaining profound silence, waiting for the great Roque Guinart to speak. He asked the gentlemen who they were, whither they were going, and what money they carried with them. "Señor," replied one of them, "we are 2 captains of Spanish infantry. Our companies are at Naples, and we are on our way to embark in 4 galleys which they say are at Barcelona under orders for Sicily, and we have about 200 or 300 crowns, with which we are, according to our notions, rich and contented, for a soldier's poverty does not allow a more extensive hoard." Roque asked the pilgrims the same question he had put to the captains, and was answered that they were going to take ships for Rome, and that between them they might have about 60 reals. He asked also who was in the coach, whither they were bound, and what money they had, and one of the men on horseback replied, "The persons in the coach are my lady Donna Guiomar de Quinones, wife of the regent of the Vicaria at Naples, a little daughter, a handmaid, and a duenna. We 6 servants are in attendance upon her, and the money amounts to 600 crowns. "So then," said Roque Guinart, "we have got here 900 crowns and 60 reals. My soldiers must number some 60. See how much there falls to each, for I am a bad arithmetician." As soon as the robbers heard this, they raised a shout of "Long life to Roque Guinart, in spite of the lladres that seek his ruin." The captains showed plainly the concern they felt. The regent's lady was downcast, and the pilgrims did not at all enjoy seeing their property confiscated. Roque kept them in suspense in this way for a while, but he had no desire to prolong their distress, which might be seen a bowshot off, and turning to the captains, he said, "Sirs, will your worships be pleased of your courtesy to lend me 60 crowns, and her ladyship the regent's wife 80, to satisfy this band that follows me? For it is by his singing the abbot gets his dinner. And then you may at once proceed to your journey, free and unhindered, with a safe conduct which I shall give you, so that if you come across any other bands of mine that I have scattered in these parts, they may do you no harm, for I have no intention of doing injury to soldiers, or to any woman, especially one of quality." Profuse and hearty were the expressions of gratitude with which the captains thanked Roque for his courtesy and generosity, for such they regarded his leaving them their own money. Señora Donna Guiomar de Quinones wanted to throw herself out of the coach to kiss the feet and hands of the great Roque, but he would not suffer it on any account. So far from that, he begged her pardon for the wrong he had done her under pressure of the inexorable necessities of his unfortunate calling. The regent's lady offered one of her servants to give the 80 crowns that had been assessed as her share at once, for the captains had already paid down their 60. The pilgrims were about to give up the whole of their little hoard, but Roque bade them keep quiet, and turning to his men, he said, "Of these crowns 2 fall to each man, and 20 remain over. Let 10 be given to these pilgrims, and the other 10 to this worthy squire, that he may be able to speak favourably of this adventure." And then, having writing materials, with which he always went provided, brought to him, he gave them, in writing, a safe conduct to the leaders of his bands, and bidding them farewell, let them go free, and filled with admiration at his magnanimity, his generous disposition, and his unusual conduct, and inclined to regard him as an Alexander the Great rather than a notorious robber. One of the squires observed in his mixture of Gascon and Catalan, This captain of ours would make a better friar than highwayman. If he wants to be so generous another time, let it be with his own property and not ours." The unlucky wight did not speak so low but that Rock overheard him, and drawing his sword, almost split his head in two, saying, "That is the way I punish impudent saucy fellows." They were all taken aback, and not one of them dared to utter a word, such deference did they pay him. Rock then withdrew to one side and wrote a letter to a friend of his at Barcelona, telling him that the famous Don Quixote of La Mancha, the knight-errant of whom there was so much talk, was with him, and was, he assured him, the drollest and wisest man in the world, and that in 4 days from that date, that is to say, on St. John the Baptist's day, he was going to deposit him in full armour, mounted on his horse Rocinante, together with his squire Sancho, on an ass, in the middle of the strand of the city, and bidding him give notice of this to his friends the Niaros, that they might divert themselves with him. He wished, he said, his enemies the Cadelles could be deprived of this pleasure, but that was impossible, because the crazes and shrewd sayings of Don Quixote and the humours of his squire Sancho Panza could not help giving general pleasure to all the world. He dispatched the letter by one of his squires, who, exchanging the costume of a highwayman for that of a peasant, made his way into Barcelona and gave it to the person to whom it was directed. Chapter 61. Of what happened Don Quixote on entering Barcelona, together with other matters that partake of the true rather than of the ingenious. Don Quixote passed 3 days and 3 nights with Rock, and had he passed 300 years he would have found enough to observe and wonder at in his mode of life. At daybreak they were in one spot, at dinner time in another. Sometimes they fled without knowing from whom, at other times they lay in wait, not knowing for what. They slept standing, breaking their slumbers to shift from place to place. There was nothing but sending out spies and scouts, posting sentinels, and blowing the matches of harquebuses, though they carried but few, for almost all used flintlocks. Rock passed his nights in some place or other apart from his men, that they might not know where he was, for the many proclamations the Viceroy of Barcelona had issued against his life kept him in fear and uneasiness, and he did not venture to trust anyone, afraid that even his own men would kill him or deliver him up to the authorities. Of a truth, a weary, miserable life. At length, by unfrequented roads, short cuts, and secret paths, Rock, Don Quixote, and Sancho, together with 6 squires, set out for Barcelona. They reached the Strand on St. John's Eve during the night, and Rock, after embracing Don Quixote and Sancho, to whom he presented the 10 crowns he had promised but had not until then given, left them with many expressions of goodwill on both sides. Rock went back, while Don Quixote remained on horseback just as he was, waiting for day, and it was not long before the countenance of the fair Aurora began to show itself at the balconies of the east, gladdening the grass and flowers, if not the ear, though to gladden that too there came at the same moment a sound of clarions and drums, and a din of bells, and a tramp, tramp, and cries of "Clear the way there!" of some runners that seemed to issue from the city. The dawn made way for the sun, that with a face broader than a buckler began to rise slowly above the low line of the horizon. Don Quixote and Sancho gazed all round them. They beheld the sea, a sight until then unseen by them. It struck them as exceedingly spacious and broad, much more so than the lakes of Rideira that they had seen in La Mancha. They saw the galleys along the beach, which, lowering their awnings, displayed themselves decked with streamers and pennons that trembled in the breeze and kissed and swept the water, while on board the bugles, trumpets, and clarions were sounding and filling the air far and near with melodious, warlike notes. Then they began to move and execute a kind of skirmish upon the calm water, while a vast number of horsemen on fine horses and in showy liveries, issuing from the city, engaged on their side in a somewhat similar movement. The soldiers on board the galleys kept up a ceaseless fire, which they on the walls and forts of the city returned, and the heavy cannon rent the air with the tremendous noise they made, to which the gangway guns of the galleys replied. The bright sea, the smiling earth, the clear air, though at times darkened by the smoke of the guns, all seemed to fill the whole multitude with unexpected delight. Sancho could not make out how it was that those great masses that moved over the sea had so many feet. And now the horsemen in livery came galloping up with shouts and outlandish cries and cheers to where Don Quixote stood amazed and wondering, and one of them, he to whom Roque had sent word, addressing him, exclaimed, "Welcome to our city, mirror, beacon, star, and cynosure of all knight-errantry in its widest extent. Welcome, I say, valiant Don Quixote of La Mancha. Not the false, the fictitious, the apocryphal that these latter days have offered us in lying histories, but the true, the legitimate, the real one that Cid Hamete Benengeli, flower of historians, has described to us." Don Quixote made no answer, nor did the horsemen wait for one, but wheeling again with all their followers, they began curvetting round Don Quixote, who, turning to Sancho, said, "These gentlemen have plainly recognized us. I will wager they have read our history, and even that newly printed one by the Aragonese." The cavalier who had addressed Don Quixote again approached him and said, "Come with us, Señor Don Quixote, for we are all of us your servants and great friends of Roque Guinar's." To which Don Quixote returned, "If courtesy breeds courtesy, yours, Sir Knight, is daughter or very nearly akin to the great rocks. Carry me where you please. I will have no will but yours, especially if you deign to employ it in your service." The cavalier replied with words no less polite, and then, all closing in around him, they set out with him for the city, to the music of the clarions and the drums. As they were entering it, the wicked one, who is the author of all mischief, and the boys who are wickeder than the wicked one, contrived that a couple of these audacious, irrepressible urchins should force their way through the crowd, and lifting up one of them Dapple's tail and the other Rocinante's, insert a bunch of furs under each. The poor beast felt the strange spurs, and added to their anguish by pressing their tails tight, so much so that, cutting a multitude of capers, they flung their masters to the ground. Don Quixote, covered with shame and out of countenance, ran to pluck the plume from his poor jade's tail, while Sancho did the same for Dapple. His conductors tried to punish the audacity of the boys, but there was no possibility of doing so, for they hid themselves among the hundreds of others that were following them. Don Quixote and Sancho mounted once more, and with the same music and acclamations reached their conductor's house, which was large and stately, that of a rich gentleman, in short. And there for the present we will leave them, for such is Cid Hamete's pleasure. Chapter 62, which deals with the adventure of the enchanted head, together with other trivial matters which cannot be left untold. Don Quixote's host was one Don Antonio Moreno by name, a gentleman of wealth and intelligence, and very fond of diverting himself in any fair and good-natured way. And having Don Quixote in his house, he set about devising modes of making him exhibit his mad points in some harmless fashion. For jests that give pain are no jests, and no sport is worth anything if it hurts another. The first thing he did was to make Don Quixote take off his armour, and lead him, in that tight chamois suit we have already described and depicted more than once, out on a balcony overhanging one of the chief streets of the city, in full view of the crowd and of the boys, who gazed at him as they would at a monkey. The cavaliers in livery careered before him again, as though it were for him alone, and not to enliven the festival of the day, that they wore it, and Sancho was in high delight, for it seemed to him that, how he knew not, he had fallen upon another Camarco's wedding, another house like Don Diego de Miranda's, another castle like the Duke's. Some of Don Antonio's friends dined with him that day, and all showed honour to Don Quixote, and treated him as a knight-errant, and he, becoming puffed up and exalted in consequence, could not contain himself for satisfaction. Such were the drolleries of Sancho that all the servants of the house, and all who heard him, were kept hanging upon his lips. While at table, Don Antonio said to him, "We hear, worthy Sancho, that you are so fond of maña blanco and forced meat balls that if you have any left you keep them in your bosom for the next day." "No, señor, that's not true," said Sancho, "for I am more cleanly than greedy, and my master Don Quixote here knows well that we two are used to live for a week on a handful of acorns or nuts. To be sure, if it so happens that they offer me a heifer, I run with a halter. I eat what I'm given, and make use of opportunities as I find them. But whoever says that I'm an out-of-the-way eater, or not cleanly, let me tell him that he is wrong, and I'd put it in a different way if I did not respect the honourable beards that are at the table." "Indeed," said Don Quixote, "Sancho's moderation and cleanliness in eating might be inscribed and graved on plates of brass, to be kept in eternal remembrance in ages to come. It is true that when he is hungry there is a certain appearance of voracity about him, for he eats at a great pace and chews with both jaws, but cleanliness he is always mindful of, and when he was governor he learned how to eat daintily, so much so that he eats grapes and even pomegranate pips with a fork." "What?" said Don Antonio, "has Sancho been a governor?" "Aye," said Sancho, "and of an island called Barataria. I governed it to perfection for 10 days, and lost my rest all the time, and learned to look down upon all the governments in the world. I got out of it by taking to flight, and fell into a pit where I gave myself up for dead, and out of which I escaped alive by a miracle." Don Quixote then gave them a minute account of the whole affair of Sancho's government, with which he greatly amused his hearers. On the cloth being removed, Don Antonio, taking Don Quixote by the hand, passed with him into a distant room, in which there was nothing in the way of furniture except a table, apparently of jasper, resting on a pedestal of the same, upon which was set up, after the fashion of the busts of the Roman emperors, a head which seemed to be of bronze. Don Antonio traversed the whole apartment with Don Quixote, and walked round the table several times, and then said, "Now, Señor Don Quixote, that I am satisfied that no one is listening to us, and that the door is shut, I will tell you of one of the rarest adventures, or more properly speaking, strange things, that can be imagined, on condition that you will keep what I say to you in the remotest recesses of secrecy." "I swear it," said Don Quixote, "and for greater security I will put a flagstone over it, for I would have you know, Señor Don Antonio," he had by this time learned his name, "that you are addressing one who, though he has ears to hear, has no tongue to speak, so that you may safely transfer whatever you have in your bosom into mine, and rely upon it that you have consigned it to the depths of silence." "In reliance upon that promise," said Don Antonio, "I will astonish you with what you will see and hear, and relieve myself of some of the vexation it gives me to have no one to whom I can confide my secrets, for they are not of a sort to be entrusted to everybody." Don Quixote was puzzled, wondering what could be the object of such precautions, whereupon Don Antonio, taking his hand, passed it over the bronze head, and the whole table, and the pedestal of jasper on which it stood, and then said, "This head, Señor Don Quixote, has been made and fabricated by one of the greatest magicians and wizards the world ever saw, a Pole, I believe, by birth, and a pupil of the famous Escotillo, of whom such marvellous stories are told. It was here in my house, and for a consideration of 1,000 crowns that I gave him, he constructed this head, which has the property and virtue of answering whatever questions are put to its ear. He observed the points of the compass, he traced figures, he studied the stars, he watched favourable moments, and at length brought it to the perfection we shall see tomorrow, for on Fridays it is mute, and this being Friday, we must wait till the next day. In the interval your worship may consider what you would like to ask it, and I know by experience that in all its answers it tells the truth." Don Quixote was amazed at the virtue and property of the head, and was inclined to disbelieve Don Antonio. But seeing what a short time he had to wait to test the matter, he did not choose to say anything, except that he thanked him for having revealed to him so mighty a secret. They then quitted the room, Don Antonio locked the door, and they repaired to the chamber where the rest of the gentlemen were assembled. In the meantime, Sancho had recounted to them several of the adventures and accidents that had happened to his master. That afternoon they took Don Quixote out for a stroll, not in his armour, but in street costume, with a surcoat of tawny cloth upon him, that at that season would have made ice itself sweat. Orders were left with the servants to entertain Sancho, so as not to let him leave the house. Don Quixote was mounted, not on Rocinante, but upon a tall mule of easy pace and handsomely caparisoned. They put the surcoat on him, and on the back, without his perceiving it, they stitched a parchment on which they wrote, in large letters, "This is Don Quixote of La Mancha." As they set out upon their excursion, the placard attracted the eyes of all who chanced to see him, and as they read out, "This is Don Quixote of La Mancha," Don Quixote was amazed to see how many people gazed at him, called him by his name, and recognized him, and turning to Don Antonio, who rode at his side, he observed to him, "Great are the privileges knight-errantry involves, for it makes him who professes it known and famous in every region of the earth. See, Don Antonio, even the very boys of this city know me without ever having seen me." "True, Señor Don Quixote," returned Don Antonio, "for as fire cannot be hidden or kept secret, virtue cannot escape being recognized, and that which is attained by the profession of arms shines distinguished above all others." It came to pass, however, that as Don Quixote was proceeding amid the acclamations that have been described, a Castilian, reading the inscription on his back, cried out in a loud voice, "The devil take thee for a Don Quixote of La Mancha! What, art thou here, and not dead of the countless drubbings that have fallen on thy ribs? Thou art mad, and if thou wert so by thyself, and kept thyself within thy madness, it would not be so bad, but thou hast the gift of making fools and blockheads of all who have anything to do with thee or say to thee. Why, look at these gentlemen bearing thee company. Get thee home, blockhead, and see after thy affairs, and thy wife and children, and give over these fooleries that are sapping thy brains and skimming away thy wits." "Go your own way, brother," said Don Antonio, "and don't offer advice to those who don't ask you for it. Señor Don Quixote is in his full senses, and we who bear him company are not fools. Virtue is to be honoured wherever it may be found. Go, and bad luck to you, and don't meddle where you are not wanted." "By God, your worship is right," replied the Castilian, "for to advise this good man is to kick against the pricks. Still, for all that, it fills me with pity that the sound wit they say the blockhead has in everything should dribble away by the channel of his knight-errantry. But may the bad luck your worship talks of follow me and all my descendants, if from this day forth, though I should live longer than Methuselah, I ever give advice to anybody, even if he asks me for it." The advice-giver took himself off, and they continued their stroll. But so great was the press of the boys and people to read the placard that Don Antonio was forced to remove it, as if he were taking off something else. Night came, and they went home, and there was a ladies' dancing party, for Don Antonio's wife, a lady of rank and gaiety, beauty and wit, had invited some friends of hers to come and do honour to her guest, and amuse themselves with his strange delusions. Several of them came. They supped sumptuously. The dance began at about 10 o'clock. Among the ladies were two of a mischievous and frolicsome turn, and though perfectly modest, somewhat free in playing tricks for harmless diversion's sake. These two were so indefatigable in taking Don Quixote out to dance that they tired him down, not only in body but in spirit. It was a sight to see the figure Don Quixote made, long, lank, lean, and yellow, his garments clinging tight to him, ungainly, and above all, anything but agile. The gay ladies made secret love to him, and he on his part secretly repelled them, but finding himself hard pressed by their blandishments, he lifted up his voice and exclaimed, "Fugite partes adversae! Leave me in peace, unwelcome overtures. Avaunt with your desires, ladies, for he who is queen of mine, the peerless Dulcinea del Toboso, suffers none but hers to lead me captive and subdue me." And so saying, he sat down on the floor in the middle of the room, tired out and broken down by all this exertion in the dance. Don Antonio directed him to be taken up bodily and carried to bed, and the first that laid hold of him was Sancho, saying as he did so, "In an evil hour you took to dancing, master mine. Do you fancy all mighty men of valour are dancers, and all knights errant given to capering? If you do, I can tell you, you are mistaken. There's many a man would rather undertake to kill a giant than cut a caper. If it had been the shoe-fling you were at, I could take your place, for I can do the shoe-fling like a gerfalcon, but I'm no good at dancing." With these and other observations, Sancho set the whole ballroom laughing, and then put his master to bed, covering him up so well that he might sweat out any chill caught after his dancing. The next day Don Antonio thought he might as well make trial of the enchanted head, and with Don Quixote, Sancho, and 2 others, friends of his, besides the 2 ladies that had tired out Don Quixote at the ball, who had remained for the night with Don Antonio's wife, he locked himself up in the chamber where the head was. He explained to them the property it possessed, and entrusted the secret to them, telling them that now, for the first time, he was going to try the virtue of the enchanted head. But except Don Antonio's 2 friends, no one else was privy to the mystery of the enchantment, and if Don Antonio had not first revealed it to them, they would have been inevitably reduced to the same state of amazement as the rest, so artfully and skilfully was it contrived. The first to approach the ear of the head was Don Antonio himself, and in a low voice, but not so low as not to be audible to all, he said to it, "Head, tell me, by the virtue that lies in thee, what am I at this moment thinking of?" The head, without any movement of the lips, answered in a clear and distinct voice, so as to be heard by all, "I cannot judge of thoughts." All were thunderstruck at this, and all the more so as they saw that there was nobody anywhere near the table or in the whole room that could have answered. "How many of us are here?" asked Don Antonio once more, and it was answered him in the same way, softly, "Thou and thy wife, with 2 friends of thine and 2 of hers, and a famous knight called Don Quixote of La Mancha, and a squire of his, Sancho Panza by name." Now there was fresh astonishment. Now everyone's hair was standing on end with awe, and Don Antonio, retiring from the head, exclaimed, "This suffices to show me that I have not been deceived by him who sold thee to me, O sage head, talking head, answering head, wonderful head. Let someone else go and put what question he likes to it." And as women are commonly impulsive and inquisitive, the first to come forward was one of the 2 friends of Don Antonio's wife, and her question was, "Tell me, head, what shall I do to be very beautiful?" And the answer she got was, "Be very modest." "I question thee no further," said the fair querist. Her companion then came up and said, "I should like to know, head, whether my husband loves me or not." The answer given to her was, "Think how he uses thee, and thou mayest guess." And the married lady went off saying, "That answer did not need a question, for of course the treatment one receives show the disposition of him from whom it is received." Then one of Don Antonio's 2 friends advanced and asked it, "Who am I?" "Thou knowest," was the answer. "That is not what I asked thee," said the gentleman, "but to tell me if thou knowest me." "Yes, I know thee. Thou art Don Pedro Noris," was the reply. "I do not seek to know more," said the gentleman, "for this is enough to convince me, O head, that thou knowest everything." And as he retired, the other friend came forward and asked it, "Tell me, head, what are the wishes of my eldest son?" "I have said already," was the answer, "that I cannot judge of wishes. However, I can tell thee the wish of thy son is to bury thee." "That's what I see with my eyes I point out with my finger," said the gentleman, "so I ask no more." Don Antonio's wife came up and said, "I know not what to ask thee, head. I would only seek to know of thee if I shall have many years of enjoyment with my good husband." And the answer she received was, thou shalt, for his vigour and his temperate habits promise many years of life, which by their intemperance others so often cut short. Then Don Quixote came forward and said, Tell me, thou that answerest, was that which I describe as having happened to me in the cave of Montesinos the truth or a dream? Will Sancho's whipping be accomplished without fail? Will the disenchantment of Dulcinea be brought about? As to the question of the cave, was the reply, there is much to be said. There is something of both in it. Sancho's whipping will proceed leisurely. The disenchantment of Dulcinea will attain its due consummation. I seek to know no more, said Don Quixote. Let me but see Dulcinea disenchanted, and I will consider that all the good fortune I could wish for has come upon me all at once. The last questioner was Sancho, and his questions were, Head, shall I by any chance have another government? Shall I ever escape from the hard life of a squire? Shall I get back to see my wife and children? To which the answer came, Thou shalt govern in thy house, and if thou returnest to it, thou shalt see thy wife and children, and on ceasing to serve, thou shalt cease to be a squire. Good, by God, said Sancho Panza, I could have told myself that. The prophet Perogrullo could have said no more. What answer wouldst thou have, beast? Said Don Quixote. Is it not enough that the replies this head has given suit the questions put to it? Yes, it is enough, said Sancho, but I should have liked it to have made itself plainer and told me more. The questions and answers came to an end here, but not the wonder with which all were filled, except Don Antonio's two friends, who were in the secret. This Cid Hamete Benengali thought fit to reveal at once, not to keep the world in suspense, fancying that the head had some strange magical mystery in it. He says, therefore, that on the model of another head, the work of an image-maker, which he had seen at Madrid, Don Antonio made this one at home for his own amusement and to astonish ignorant people, and its mechanism was as follows. The table was of wood, painted and varnished to imitate jasper, and the pedestal on which it stood was of the same material, with 4 eagle's claws projecting from it to support the weight more steadily. The head, which resembled a bust or figure of a Roman emperor, and was coloured like bronze, was hollow throughout, as was the table, into which it was fitted so exactly that no trace of the joining was visible. The pedestal of the table was also hollow, and communicated with the throat and neck of the head, and the whole was in communication with another room underneath the chamber in which the head stood. Through the entire cavity in the pedestal, table, throat and neck of the bust or figure there passed a tube of tin, carefully adjusted and concealed from sight. In the room below, corresponding to the one above, was placed the person who was to answer, with his mouth to the tube, and the voice, as in an ear trumpet, passed from above downwards, and from below upwards, the words coming clearly and distinctly. It was impossible thus to detect the trick. A nephew of Don Antonio's, a smart, sharp-witted student, was the answerer, and as he had been told beforehand by his uncle who the persons were that would come with him that day into the chamber where the head was, it was an easy matter for him to answer the first question at once and correctly. The others he answered by guesswork, and being clever, cleverly. Cid Hamete adds that this marvellous contrivance stood for some 10 or 12 days, but that, as it became noised abroad through the city that he had in his house an enchanted head that answered all who asked questions of it, Don Antonio, feeling it might come to the ears of the watchful sentinels of our faith, explained the matter to the inquisitors, who commanded him to break it up and have done with it, lest the ignorant vulgar should be scandalized. By Don Quixote, however, and by Sancho, the head was still held to be an enchanted one, and capable of answering questions, though more to Don Quixote's satisfaction than Sancho's. The gentlemen of the city, to gratify Don Antonio, and also to do the honours to Don Quixote, and give him an opportunity of displaying his folly, made arrangements for a tilting at the ring in 6 days from that time, which, however, for reason that will be mentioned hereafter, did not take place. Don Quixote took a fancy to stroll about the city quietly and on foot, for he feared that if he went on horseback the boys would follow him. So he and Sancho and 2 servants that Don Antonio gave him set out for a walk. Thus it came to pass that, going along one of the streets, Don Quixote lifted up his eyes and saw written in very large letters over a door, "Books printed here," at which he was vastly pleased, for until then he had never seen a printing office, and he was curious to know what it was like. He entered with all his following, and saw them drawing sheets in one place, correcting in another, setting up type here, revising there. In short, all the work that is to be seen in great printing offices. He went up to one case and asked what they were about there. The workman told him. He watched them with wonder and passed on. He approached one man among others and asked him what he was doing. The workman replied, "Señor, this gentleman here," pointing to a man of prepossessing appearance and a certain gravity of look, "has translated an Italian book into our Spanish tongue, and I am setting it up in type for the press." "What is the title of the book?" asked Don Quixote, to which the author replied, "Señor, in Italian the book is called Le Bagatelle." "And what does Le Bagatelle import in our Spanish?" asked Don Quixote. "Le Bagatelle," said the author, "is as though we should say in Spanish Los Juguetes. But though the book is humble in name, it has good solid matter in it." "I," said Don Quixote, "have some little smattering of Italian, and I plume myself on singing some of Ariosto's stanzas. But tell me, señor, I do not say this to test your ability, but merely out of curiosity, have you ever met with the word piñata in your book?" "Yes, often," said the author. "And how do you render that in Spanish?" "How should I render it," returned the author, "but by olla?" "Body of me!" exclaimed Don Quixote, "what a proficient you are in the Italian language! I would lay a good wager that where they say in Italian piace, you say in Spanish place, where they say più, you say más, and you translate su by arriba and giù by abajo." "I translate them so, of course," said the author, "for those are their proper equivalents." "I would venture to swear," said Don Quixote, "that your worship is not known in the world, which always begrudges their reward to rare wits and praiseworthy labours. What talents lie wasted there! What genius thrust away into corners! What worth left neglected! Still, it seems to me that translation from one language into another, if it be not from the queens of languages, the Greek and the Latin, is like looking at Flemish tapestries on the wrong side, for though the figures are visible, they are full of threads that make them indistinct, and they do not show with the smoothness and brightness of the right side. And translation from easy languages argues neither ingenuity nor command of words, any more than transcribing or copying out of one document from another. But I do not mean by this to draw the inference that no credit is to be allowed for the work of translating, for a man may employ himself in ways worse and less profitable to himself. This estimate does not include 2 famous translators, Dr. Cristobal de Figueira in his Pastor Fido, and Don Juan de Guaragui in his Amentina, wherein by their felicity they leave it in doubt which is the translation and which the original. But tell me, are you printing this book at your own risk, or have you sold the copyright to some bookseller?" "I print at my own risk," said the author, "and I expect to make 1,000 ducats at least by this first edition, which is to be of 2,000 copies that will go off in a twinkling at 6 reals apiece." "A fine calculation you are making," said Don Quixote. "It is plain you don't know the ins and outs of the printers, and how they play into one another's hands. I promise you, when you find yourself saddled with 2,000 copies, you will feel so sore that it will astonish you, particularly if the book is a little out of the common and not in any way highly spiced." "What," said the author, "would your worship then have me give it to a bookseller who will give 3 maravedis for the copyright and think he is doing me a favour? I do not print my books to win fame in the world, for I am known in it already by my works. I want to make money, without which reputation is not worth a rap." "God send your worship good luck," said Don Quixote, and he moved on to another case, where he saw them correcting a sheet of a book with the title of Light of the Soul. Noticing it, he observed, "Books like that, though there are many of the kind, are the ones that deserve to be printed, for many are the sinners in these days, and lights unnumbered are needed for all that are in darkness." He passed on, and saw they were also correcting another book, and when he asked its title, they told him it was called "The Second Part of the Ingenious Gentleman Don Quixote of La Mancha, by one of Tordesillas." "I have heard of this book already," said Don Quixote, "and verily, and on my conscience, I thought it had been by this time burned to ashes as a meddlesome intruder, but its Martinmas will come to it, as it does to every pig, for fictions have the more merit and charm about them, the more nearly they approach the truth, or what looks like it, and true stories, the truer they are, the better they are." And so saying, he walked out of the printing office, with a certain amount of displeasure in his looks. That same day Don Antonio arranged to take him to see the galleys that lay at the beach, whereat Sancho was in high delight, as he had never seen any all his life. Don Antonio sent word to the commandant of the galleys that he intended to bring his guest, the famous Don Quixote of La Mancha, of whom the commandant and all the citizens had already heard, that afternoon to see them, and what happened on board of them will be told in the next chapter. Chapter 63. Of the mishap that befell Sancho Panza through the visit of the galleys, and the strange adventure of the fair Morisco. Profound were Don Quixote's reflections on the reply of the enchanted head, not one of them, however, hitting on the secret of the trick, but all concentrated on the promise, which he regarded as a certainty, of Dulcinea's disenchantment. This he turned over in his mind again and again with great satisfaction, fully persuaded that he would shortly see its fulfilment. And as for Sancho, though, as has been said, he hated being a governor, still he had a longing to be giving orders and finding himself obeyed once more. This is the misfortune that being in authority, even in jest, brings with it. To resume. That afternoon their host Don Antonio Moreno and his two friends, with Don Quixote and Sancho, went to the galleys. The commandant had been already made aware of his good fortune in seeing two such famous persons as Don Quixote and Sancho, and the instant they came to the shore, all the galleys struck their awnings and the clarions rang out. A skiff covered with rich carpets and cushions of crimson velvet was immediately lowered into the water, and as Don Quixote stepped on board of it, the leading galley fired her gangway gun, and the other galleys did the same. And as he mounted the starboard ladder, the whole crew saluted him, as is the custom when a personage of distinction comes on board a galley, by exclaiming "Ho, ho, ho!" 3 times. The general, for so we shall call him, a Valencian gentleman of rank, gave him his hand and embraced him, saying, "I shall mark this day with a white stone as one of the happiest I can expect to enjoy in my lifetime, since I have seen Señor Don Quixote of La Mancha, pattern and image wherein we see contained and condensed all that is worthy in knight-errantry." Don Quixote, delighted beyond measure with such a lordly reception, replied to him in words no less courteous. All then proceeded to the poop, which was very handsomely decorated, and seated themselves on the bulwark benches. The boatswain passed along the gangway and piped all hands to strip, which they did in an instant. Sancho, seeing such a number of men stripped to the skin, was taken aback, and still more when he saw them spread the awning so briskly that it seemed to him as if all the devils were at work at it. But all this was cakes and fancy bread to what I am going to tell now. Sancho was seated on the captain's stage, close to the aftermost rower on the right-hand side. He, previously instructed in what he was to do, laid hold of Sancho, hoisting him up in his arms, and the whole crew, who were standing ready, beginning on the right, proceeded to pass him on, whirling him along from hand to hand and from bench to bench, with such rapidity that it took the sight out of poor Sancho's eyes, and he made quite sure that the devils themselves were flying away with him. Nor did they leave off with him until they had sent him back along the left side and deposited him on the poop, and the poor fellow was left bruised and breathless and all in a sweat, and unable to comprehend what it was that had happened to him. Don Quixote, when he saw Sancho's flight without wings, asked the general if this was a usual ceremony with those who came on board the galleys for the first time, for if so, as he had no intention of adopting them as a profession, he had no mind to perform such feats of agility, and if anyone offered to lay hold of him to whirl him about, he vowed to God he would kick his soul out, and as he said this, he stood up and clapped his hands upon his sword. At this instant they struck the awning and lowered the yard with a prodigious rattle. Sancho thought heaven was coming off its hinges and going to fall on his head, and full of terror he ducked it and buried it between his knees, nor were Don Quixote's knees altogether under control, for he too shook a little, squeezed his shoulders together, and lost colour. The crew then hoisted the yard with the same rapidity and clatter as when they lowered it, all the while keeping silence as though they had neither voice nor breath. The boatswain gave the signal to weigh anchor, and leaping upon the middle of the gangway, began to lay on to the shoulders of the crew with his courbash or whip, and to haul out gradually to sea. When Sancho saw so many red feet, for such he took the oars to be, moving all together, he said to himself, "It's these that are the real chanted things, and not the ones my master talks of. What can those wretches have done to be so whipped, and how does that one man who goes along there whistling dare to whip so many? I declare this is hell, or at least purgatory." Don Quixote, observing how attentively Sancho regarded what was going on, said to him, "Ah, Sancho, my friend, how quickly and cheaply might you finish off the disenchantment of Dulcinea if you would strip to the waist and take your place among those gentlemen. Amid the pain and sufferings of so many you would not feel your own much, and moreover, perhaps the sage Merlin would allow each of these lashes, being laid on with a good hand, to count for 10 of those which you must give yourself at last." The general was about to ask what these lashes were, and what was Dulcinea's disenchantment, when a sailor exclaimed, "Montjuï signals that there is an oared vessel off the coast to the west." On hearing this, the general sprang upon the gangway, crying, "Now then, my sons, don't let her give us the slip. It must be some Algerine corsair brigantine that the watchtower signals to us." The 3 others immediately came alongside the chief galley to receive their orders. The general ordered 2 to put out to sea, while he with the other kept in shore, so that in this way the vessel could not escape them. The crews plied the oars, driving the galleys so furiously that they seemed to fly. The 2 that had put out to sea, after a couple of miles, sighted a vessel which, so far as they could make out, they judged to be one of 14 or 15 banks, and so she proved. As soon as the vessel discovered the galleys, she went about with the object and in the hope of making her escape by her speed, but the attempt failed, for the chief galley was one of the fastest vessels afloat, and overhauled her so rapidly that they on board the brigantine saw clearly there was no possibility of escaping, and the Rais therefore would have had them drop their oars and give themselves up, so as not to provoke the captain in command of our galleys to anger. But chance, directing things otherwise, so ordered it that just as the chief galley came close enough for those on board the vessel to hear the shouts of her calling on them to surrender, 2 Torakis, that is to say 2 Turks, both drunken, that with a dozen more were on board the brigantine, discharged their muskets, killing 2 of the soldiers that lined the sides of our vessel. Seeing this, the general swore he would not leave one of those he found on board the vessel alive, but as he bore down furiously upon her, she slipped away from him underneath the oars. The galley shot a good way ahead. Those on board the vessel saw their case was desperate, and while the galley was coming about, they made sail, and by sailing and rowing once more tried to sheer off, but their activity did not do them as much good as their rashness did them harm, for the galley coming up with them in a little more than half a mile, threw her oars over them, and took the whole of them alive. The other 2 galleys now joined company, and all 4 returned with the prize to the beach, where a vast multitude stood waiting for them, eager to see what they brought back. The general anchored close in, and perceived that the viceroy of the city was on the shore. He ordered the skiff to push off to fetch him, and the yard to be lowered for the purpose of hanging forthwith the Rais and the rest of the men taken on board the vessel, about 36 in number, all smart fellows, and most of them Turkish musketeers. He asked which was the Rais of the brigantine, and was answered in Spanish by one of the prisoners, who afterwards proved to be a Spanish renegade, "This young man, senor, that you see here is our Rais," and he pointed to one of the handsomest and most gallant-looking youths that could be imagined. He did not seem to be 20 years of age. "Tell me, dog," said the general, "what led thee to kill my soldiers, when thou sawest it was impossible for thee to escape? Is that the way to behave to chief galleys? Knowest thou not that rashness is not valour? Faint prospects of success should make men bold, but not rash." The Rais was about to reply, but the general could not at that moment listen to him, as he had to hasten to receive the viceroy, who was now coming on board the galley, and with him certain of his attendants and some of the people. "You had a good chase, Señor General," said the viceroy. "Your Excellency shall soon see how good, by the game strung up to this yard," replied the general. "How so?" returned the viceroy. "Because," said the general, "against all law, reason, and usages of war, they have killed on my hands 2 of the best soldiers on board these galleys, and I have sworn to hang every man that I have taken, but above all this youth who is the Rais of the brigantine." And he pointed to him as he stood with his hands already bound and the rope round his neck, ready for death. The viceroy looked at him, and seeing him so well favoured, so graceful, and so submissive, he felt a desire to spare his life, the comeliness of the youth furnishing him at once with a letter of recommendation. He therefore questioned him, saying, "Tell me, Rais, art thou Turk, Moor, or renegade?" To which the youth replied, also in Spanish, "I am neither Turk, nor Moor, nor renegade." "What art thou then?" said the viceroy. "A Christian woman," replied the youth. "A woman and a Christian, in such a dress and in such circumstances? It is more marvellous than credible," said the viceroy. "Suspend the execution of the sentence," said the youth. "Your vengeance will not lose much by waiting while I tell you the story of my life." What heart could be so hard as not to be softened by these words, or at any rate so far as to listen to what that unhappy youth had to say? The general bade him say what he pleased, but not to expect pardon for his flagrant offence. With this permission the youth began in these words: "Born of Morisco parents, I am of that nation, more unhappy than wise, upon which of late a sea of woes has poured down. In the course of our misfortune I was carried to Barbary by 2 uncles of mine, for it was in vain that I declared I was a Christian, as in fact I am, and not a mere pretended one or outwardly, but a true Catholic Christian. It availed me nothing with those charged with our sad expatriation to protest this, nor would my uncles believe it. On the contrary, they treated it as an untruth and a subterfuge set up to enable me to remain behind in the land of my birth. And so, more by force than of my own will, they took me with them. I had a Christian mother, and a father who was a man of sound sense, and a Christian too. I imbibed the Catholic faith with my mother's milk. I was well brought up, and neither in word nor in deed did I think, show any sign of being a Morisco. To accompany these virtues, for such I hold them, my beauty, if I possess any, grew with my growth, and great as was the seclusion in which I lived, it was not so great but that a young gentleman, Don Gaspar Gregorio by name, eldest son of a gentleman who is lord of a village near ours, contrived to find opportunities of seeing me. How he saw me, how we met, how his heart was lost to me, and mine not kept from him, would take too long to tell, especially at a moment when I am dread of the cruel cord that threatens me, interposing between tongue and throat. I will only say, therefore, that Don Gregorio chose to accompany me in our banishment. He joined company with the Moriscos who were going forth from other villages, for he knew their language very well, and on the voyage he struck up a friendship with my 2 uncles who were carrying me with them, for my father, like a wise and far-sighted man, as soon as he heard the first edict for our expulsion, quitted the village and departed in quest of some refuge for us abroad. He left hidden and buried, at a spot of which I alone have knowledge, a large quantity of pearls and precious stones of great value, together with a sum of money and gold cruzados and doubloons. He charged me on no account to touch the treasure, if by any chance they expelled us before his return. I obeyed him, and with my uncles, as I have said, and others of our kindred and neighbours, passed over to Barbary, and the place where we took up our abode was Algiers, much the same as if we had taken it up in hell itself. The king heard of my beauty, and report told him of my wealth, which was in some degree fortunate for me. He summoned me before him, and asked him what part of Spain I came from, and what money and jewels I had. I mentioned the place, and told him the jewels and money were buried there, but that they might easily be recovered if I myself went back for them. All this I told him in dread lest my beauty and not his own covetousness should influence him. While he was engaged in conversation with me, they brought him word that in company with me was one of the handsomest and most graceful youths that could be imagined. I knew at once that they were speaking of Don Gaspar Gregorio, whose comeliness surpasses the most highly vaunted beauty. I was troubled when I thought of the danger he was in, for among those barbarous Turks a fair youth is more esteemed than a woman, be she ever so beautiful. The king immediately ordered him to be brought before him, that he might see him, and asked me if what they said about the youth was true. I then, almost as if inspired by heaven, told him it was, but that I would have him know it was not a man, but a woman like myself, and I entreated him to allow me to go and dress her in the attire proper to her, so that her beauty might be seen to perfection, and that she might present herself before him with less embarrassment. He bade me go by all means, and said that the next day we should discuss the plan to be adopted for my return to Spain, to carry away the hidden treasure. I saw Don Gaspar. I told him the danger he was in if he let it be seen he was a man. I dressed him as a Moorish woman, and that same afternoon I brought him before the king, who was charmed when he saw him, and resolved to keep the damsel and make a present of her to the Grand Signior. And to avoid the risk she might run among the women of his seraglio, and distrustful of himself, he commanded her to be placed in the house of some Moorish ladies of rank who would protect and attend to her, and thither he was taken at once. What we both suffered, for I cannot deny that I love him, may be left to the imagination of those who are separated if they love one another dearly. The king then arranged that I should return to Spain in this brigantine, and the 2 Turks, those who killed your soldiers, should accompany me. There also came with me this Spanish renegade, and here she pointed to him who had first spoken, whom I know to be secretly a Christian, and to be more desirous of being left in Spain than of returning to Barbary. The rest of the crew of the brigantine are Moors and Turks who merely serve as rowers. The 2 Turks, greedy and insolent, instead of obeying the orders we had to land me and this renegade in Christian dress, with which we came provided, on the first Spanish ground we came to, chose to run along the coast and make some prize if they could, fearing that if they put us ashore first, we might, in case of some accident befalling us, make it known that the brigantine was at sea, and thus, if there happened to be any galleys on the coast, they might be taken. We sighted this shore last night, and knowing nothing of these galleys, we were discovered, and the result was what you have seen. To sum up, there is Don Gregorio in woman's dress, among women, in imminent danger of his life, and here am I, with hands bound, in expectation, or rather in dread, of losing my life, of which I am already weary. Here, sirs, ends my sad story, as true as it is unhappy. All I ask of you is to allow me to die like a Christian, for as I have already said, I am not to be charged with the offence of which those of my nation are guilty. And she stood silent, her eyes filled with moving tears, accompanied by plenty from the bystanders. The viceroy, touched with compassion, went up to her without speaking, and untied the cord that bound the hands of the Moorish girl. But all the while the Morisco Christian was telling her strange story. An elderly pilgrim who had come on board of the galley at the same time as the viceroy kept his eyes fixed upon her, and the instant she ceased speaking, he threw himself at her feet, and embracing them, said in a voice broken by sobs and sighs, "Oh, Anna Felix, my unhappy daughter, I am thy father, Quixote, come back to look for thee, unable to live without thee, my soul that thou art." At these words of his, Sancho opened his eyes and raised his head, which he had been holding down, brooding over his unlucky excursion. And looking at the pilgrim, he recognized in him that same Quixote he met the day he quitted his government, and felt satisfied that this was his daughter. She, being now unbound, embraced her father, mingling her tears with his, while he, addressing the general and the viceroy, said, "This, sirs, is my daughter, more unhappy in her adventures than in her name. She is Anna Felix, surnamed Quixote, celebrated as much for her own beauty as for my wealth. I quitted my native land in search of some shelter or refuge for us abroad, and having found one in Germany, I returned in this pilgrim's dress, in the company of some other German pilgrims, to seek my daughter, and take up a large quantity of treasure I had left buried. My daughter I did not find, the treasure I found and have with me, and now, in this strange roundabout way you have seen, I find the treasure that more than all makes me rich, my beloved daughter. If our innocence and her tears and mine can with strict justice open the door to clemency, extend it to us, for we never had any intention of injuring you, nor do we sympathize with the aims of our people, who have been justly banished." "I know Quixote well," said Sancho at this, "and I know too that what he says about Ana Felix being his daughter is true. But as to those other particulars about going and coming and having good or bad intentions, I say nothing." While all present stood amazed at this strange occurrence, the general said, "At any rate, your tears will not allow me to keep my oath. Live, fair Ana Felix, all the years that heaven has allotted you. But these rash, insolent fellows must pay the penalty of the crime they have committed." And with that he gave orders to have the 2 Turks who had killed his 2 soldiers hanged at once at the yardarm. The viceroy, however, begged him earnestly not to hang them, as their behaviour savoured rather of madness than of bravado. The general yielded to the viceroy's request, for revenge is not easily taken in cold blood. They then tried to devise some scheme for rescuing Don Gaspar Gregorio from the danger in which he had been left. Quixote offered for that object more than 2,000 ducats that he had in pearls and gems. They proposed several plans, but none so good as that suggested by the renegade already mentioned, who offered to return to Algiers in a small vessel of about 6 banks, manned by Christian rowers, as he knew where, how, and when he could and should land, nor was he ignorant of the house in which Don Gaspar was staying. The general and the viceroy had some hesitation about placing confidence in the renegade and entrusting him with the Christians who were to row, but Ana Felix said she could answer for him, and her father offered to go and pay the ransom of the Christians if by any chance they should not be forthcoming. This then being agreed upon, the viceroy landed, and Don Antonio Moreno took the fair Morisco and her father home with him, the viceroy charging him to give them the best reception and welcome in his power, while on his own part he offered all that house contained for their entertainment. So great was the goodwill and kindliness the beauty of Ana Felix had infused into his heart. Chapter 64. Treating of the adventure which gave Don Quixote more unhappiness than all that had hitherto befallen him. The wife of Don Antonio Moreno, so the history says, was extremely happy to see Ana Felix in her house. She welcomed her with great kindness, charmed as well by her beauty as by her intelligence, for in both respects the fair Morisco was richly endowed, and all the people of the city flocked to see her, as though they had been summoned by the ringing of the bells. Don Quixote told Don Antonio that the plan adopted for releasing Don Gregorio was not a good one, for its risks were greater than its advantages, and that it would be better to land himself with his arms and horse in Barbary, for he would carry him off in spite of the whole Moorish host, as Don Gaiferos carried off his wife Melisendra. "Remember, your worship," observed Sancho on hearing him say so, "Señor Don Gaiferos carried off his wife from the mainland and took her to France by land, but in this case, if by chance we carry off Don Gregorio, we have no way of bringing him to Spain, for there's the sea between them." "There's a remedy for everything except death," said Don Quixote. "If they bring the vessel close to the shore, we shall be able to get on board, though all the world strives to prevent us." "Your worship hits it off mightily well and mighty easy," said Sancho, "but it's a long step from saying to doing, and I hold to the renegade, for he seems to me an honest, good-hearted fellow." Don Antonio then said that if the renegade did not prove successful, the expedient of the great Don Quixote's expedition to Barbary should be adopted. 2 days afterwards the renegade put to sea in a light vessel of 6 oars a side, manned by a stout crew, and 2 days later the galleys made sail eastward, the general having begged the viceroy to let him know all about the release of Don Gregorio and about Ana Felix, and the viceroy promised to do as he requested. One morning, as Don Quixote went out for a stroll along the beach, arrayed in full armour, for, as he often said, that was his only gear, his only rest the fray, and he never was without it for a moment, he saw coming towards him a knight, also in full armour, with a shining moon painted on his shield, who, on approaching sufficiently near to be heard, said in a loud voice, addressing himself to Don Quixote, "Illustrious knight, and never sufficiently extolled Don Quixote of La Mancha, I am the Knight of the White Moon, whose unheard-of achievements will perhaps have recalled him to thy memory. I come to do battle with thee, and prove the might of thy arm, to the end that I make thee acknowledge and confess that my lady, let her be who she may, is incomparably fairer than thy Dulcinea del Toboso. If thou dost acknowledge this fairly and openly, thou shalt escape death, and save me the trouble of inflicting it upon thee. If thou fightest, and I vanquish thee, I demand no other satisfaction than that, laying aside arms and abstaining from going in quest of adventures, thou withdraw and betake thyself to thine own village for the space of a year, and live there without putting hand to sword, in peace and quiet and beneficial repose, the same being needful for the increase of thy substance and the salvation of thy soul. And if thou dost vanquish me, my head shall be at thy disposal, my arms and horse thy spoils, and the renown of my deeds transferred and added to thine. Consider which will be thy best course, and give me thy answer speedily, for this day is all the time I have for the dispatch of this business." Don Quixote was amazed and astonished as well at the Knight of the White Moon's arrogance as at his reason for delivering the defiance, and with calm dignity he answered him, "Knight of the White Moon, of whose achievements I have never heard until now, I will venture to swear you have never seen the illustrious Dulcinea, for had you seen her, I know you would have taken care not to venture yourself upon this issue, because the sight would have removed all doubt from your mind that there ever has been or can be a beauty to be compared with hers. And so, not saying you lie, but merely that you are not correct in what you state, I accept your challenge, with the conditions you have proposed, and at once, that the day you have fixed may not expire, and from your conditions I accept only that of the renown of your achievements being transferred to me, for I know not of what sort they are, nor what they may amount to. I am satisfied with my own, such as they be. Take, therefore, the side of the field you choose, and I will do the same, and to whom God shall give it, may St. Peter add his blessing." The Knight of the White Moon had been seen from the city, and it was told the Viceroy how he was in conversation with Don Quixote. The Viceroy, fancying it must be some fresh adventure got up by Don Antonio Moreno or some other gentleman of the city, hurried out at once to the beach, accompanied by Don Antonio and several other gentlemen, just as Don Quixote was wheeling Rocinante round in order to take up the necessary distance. The Viceroy, upon this, seeing that the pair of them were evidently preparing to come to the charge, put himself between them, asking them what it was that led them to engage in combat all of a sudden in this way. The Knight of the White Moon replied that it was a question of precedence of beauty, and briefly told him what he had said to Don Quixote, and how the conditions of the defiance agreed upon on both sides had been accepted. The Viceroy went over to Don Antonio, and asked in a low voice, did he know who the Knight of the White Moon was, or was it some joke they were playing on Don Quixote? Don Antonio replied that he neither knew who he was, nor whether the defiance was in joke or in earnest. The answer left the Viceroy in a state of perplexity, not knowing whether he ought to let the combatants go on or not, but, unable to persuade himself that it was anything but a joke, he fell back, saying, "If there be no other way out of it, gallant knights, except to confess or die, and Don Quixote is inflexible, and your worship of the White Moon still more so, in God's hand be it, and fall on." He of the White Moon thanked the Viceroy in courteous and well-chosen words for the permission he gave them, and so did Don Quixote, who then, commending himself with all his heart to heaven and to his Dulcinea, as was his custom on the eve of any combat that awaited him, proceeded to take a little more distance, as he saw his antagonist was doing the same. Then, without blast of trumpet or other warlike instrument to give them the signal to charge, both at the same instant wheeled their horses, and he of the White Moon, being the swifter, met Don Quixote after having traversed 2/3 of the course, and there encountered him with such violence that, without touching him with his lance, for he held it high, to all appearance purposely, he hurled Don Quixote and Rocinante to the earth, a perilous fall. He sprang upon him at once, and placing the lance over his visor, said to him, "You are vanquished, Sir Knight, nay, dead, unless you admit the conditions of our defiance." Don Quixote, bruised and stupefied, without raising his visor, said in a weak, feeble voice, as if he were speaking out of a tomb, "Dulcinea del Toboso is the fairest woman in the world, and I the most unfortunate knight on earth. It is not fitting that this truth should suffer by my feebleness. Drive your lance home, Sir Knight, and take my life, since you have taken away my honour." "That I will not do, in sooth," said he of the White Moon. "Live the fame of the Lady Dulcinea's beauty, undimmed as ever. All I require is that the great Don Quixote retire to his own home for a year, or for so long a time as shall by me be enjoined upon him, as we agreed before engaging in this combat." The Viceroy, Don Antonio, and several others who were present, heard all this, and heard too how Don Quixote replied that so long as nothing in prejudice of Dulcinea was demanded of him, he would observe all the rest like a true and loyal knight. The engagement given, he of the White Moon wheeled about, and making obeisance to the Viceroy with a movement of the head, rode away into the city at a half-gallop. The Viceroy bade Don Antonio hasten after him, and by some means or other find out who he was. They raised Don Quixote up, and uncovered his face, and found him pale and bathed with sweat. Rocinante, from the mere hard measure he had received, lay unable to stir for the present. Sancho, wholly dejected and woe-begone, knew not what to say or do. He fancied that all was a dream, that the whole business was a piece of enchantment. Here was his master defeated, and bound not to take up arms for a year. He saw the light of the glory of his achievements obscured, the hopes of the promises lately made to him swept away like smoke before the wind. Rocinante, he feared, was crippled for life, and his master's bones out of joint, for if he were only shaken out of his madness, it would be no small luck. In the end they carried him into the city in a hand-chair which the Viceroy sent for, and thither the Viceroy himself returned, eager to ascertain who this Knight of the White Moon was, who had left Don Quixote in such a sad plight. Chapter 65, wherein is made known who the Knight of the White Moon was, likewise Don Gregorio's release, and other events. Don Antonio Moreno followed the Knight of the White Moon, and a number of boys followed him too, nay, pursued him, until they had him fairly housed in a hostel in the heart of the city. Don Antonio, eager to make his acquaintance, entered also. A squire came out to meet him and remove his armour, and he shut himself into a lower room, still attended by Don Antonio, whose bread would not bake until he had found out who he was. He of the White Moon, seeing then that the gentleman would not leave him, said, "I know very well, señor, what you have come for. It is to find out who I am, and as there is no reason why I should conceal it from you, while my servant here is taking off my armour, I will tell you the true state of the case, without leaving out anything. You must know, señor, that I am called the Bachelor Samson Carrasco. I am of the same village as Don Quixote of La Mancha, whose craze and folly make all of us who know him feel pity for him, and I am one of those who have felt it most, and persuaded that his chance of recovery lay in quiet and keeping at home and in his own house, I hit upon a device for keeping him there. 3 months ago, therefore, I went out to meet him as a knight-errant, under the assumed name of the Knight of the Mirrors, intending to engage him in combat and overcome him without hurting him, making it the condition of our combat that the vanquished should be at the disposal of the victor. What I meant to demand for him, for I regarded him as vanquished already, was that he should return to his own village, and not leave it for a whole year, by which time he might be cured. But fate ordered it otherwise, for he vanquished me and unhorsed me, and so my plan failed. He went his way, and I came back conquered, covered with shame, and sorely bruised by my fall, which was a particularly dangerous one. But this did not quench my desire to meet him again and overcome him, as you have seen today. And as he is so scrupulous in his observance of the laws of knight-errantry, he will, no doubt, in order to keep his word, obey the injunction I have laid upon him. This, Señor, is how the matter stands, and I have nothing more to tell you. I implore of you not to betray me, or tell Don Quixote who I am, so that my honest endeavours may be successful, and that a man of excellent wits, were he only rid of the fooleries of chivalry, may get them back again." "Oh, Señor," said Don Antonio, "may God forgive you the wrong you have done the whole world in trying to bring the most amusing madman in it back to his senses. Do you not see, Señor, that the gain by Don Quixote's sanity can never equal the enjoyment his crazes give? But my belief is that all the Señor Bachelor's pains will be of no avail to bring a man so hopelessly cracked to his senses again, and if it were not uncharitable, I would say, may Don Quixote never be cured, for by his recovery we lose not only his own drolleries, but his Squire Sancho Panza's too, any one of which is enough to turn melancholy itself into merriment. However, I'll hold my peace and say nothing to him, and we'll see whether I am right in my suspicion that Señor Carrasco's efforts will be fruitless." The bachelor replied that at all events the affair promised well, and he hoped for a happy result from it. And putting his services at Don Antonio's commands, he took his leave of him, and having had his armour packed at once upon a mule, he rode away from the city the same day on the horse he rode to battle, and returned to his own country without meeting any adventure calling for record in this veracious history. Don Antonio reported to the Viceroy what Carrasco told him, and the Viceroy was not very well pleased to hear it, for with Don Quixote's retirement there was an end to the amusement of all who knew anything of his mad doings. 6 days did Don Quixote keep his bed, dejected, melancholy, moody, and out of sorts, brooding over the unhappy event of his defeat. Sancho strove to comfort him, and among other things he said to him, "Hold up your head, Señor, and be of good cheer if you can, and give thanks to heaven that if you have had a tumble to the ground you have not come off with a broken rib, and as you know that where they give they take, and that there are not always fletchers where there are pegs, a fig for the doctor, for there's no need of him to cure this ailment. Let us go home, and give over giving about in search of adventures in strange lands and places. Rightly looked at, it is that I am the greater loser, though it is your worship that has had the worse usage. With the government I gave up all wish to be a governor again, but I did not give up all longing to be a count, and that will never come to pass if your worship gives up becoming a king by renouncing the calling of chivalry, and so my hopes are going to turn into smoke." "Peace, Sancho," said Don Quixote. "Thou seest my suspension and retirement is not to exceed a year. I shall soon return to my honoured calling, and I shall not be at a loss for a kingdom to win and a county to bestow on thee." "May God hear it, and sin be deaf," said Sancho. "I have always heard say that a good hope is better than a bad holding." As they were talking, Don Antonio came in, looking extremely pleased, and exclaiming, "Reward me for my good news, Señor Don Quixote. Don Gregorio and the renegade who went for him have come ashore. Ashore, do I say? They are by this time in the Viceroy's house, and will be here immediately." Don Quixote cheered up a little, and said, "Of a truth, I am almost ready to say I should have been glad had it turned out just the other way, for it would have obliged me to cross over to Barbary, where by the might of my arm I should have restored to liberty not only Don Gregorio, but all the Christian captives there are in Barbary. But what am I saying, miserable being that I am? Am I not he that has been conquered? Am I not he that has been overthrown? Am I not he who must not take up arms for a year? Then what am I making profession for? What am I bragging about, when it is fitter for me to handle the distaff than the sword?" "No more of that, Señor," said Sancho. "Let the hen live, even though it be with her pip. Today for thee, and tomorrow for me. In these affairs of encounters and whacks one must not mind them, for he that falls today may get up tomorrow, unless indeed he chooses to lie in bed. gives way to weakness, and does not pluck up fresh spirit for fresh battles, let your worship get up now to receive Don Gregorio, for the household seems to be in a bustle, and no doubt he has come by this time." And so it proved, for as soon as Don Gregorio and the renegade had given the viceroy an account of the voyage out and home, Don Gregorio, eager to see Ana Felix, came with the renegade to Don Antonio's house. When they carried him away from Algiers, he was in woman's dress. On board the vessel, however, he exchanged it for that of a captive who escaped with him. But in whatever dress he might be, he looked like one to be loved and served and esteemed, for he was surpassingly well favoured, and to judge by appearances, some 17 or 18 years of age. Quixote and his daughter came out to welcome him, the father with tears, the daughter with bashfulness. They did not embrace each other, for where there is deep love there will never be overmuch boldness. Seen side by side, the comeliness of Don Gregorio and the beauty of Ana Felix were the admiration of all who were present. It was silence that spoke for the lovers at that moment, and their eyes were the tongues that declared their pure and happy feelings. The renegade explained the measures and means he had adopted to rescue Don Gregorio, and Don Gregorio, at no great length, but in a few words, in which he showed that his intelligence was in advance of his years, described the peril and embarrassment he found himself in among the women with whom he had sojourned. To conclude, Quixote liberally recompensed and rewarded as well the renegade as the men who had rowed, and the renegade effected his readmission into the body of the church, and was reconciled with it, and from a rotten limb became, by penance and repentance, a clean and sound one. 2 days later, the viceroy discussed with Don Antonio the steps they should take to enable Ana Felix and her father to stay in Spain, for it seemed to them there could be no objection to a daughter who was so good a Christian, and a father to all appearance so well disposed, remaining there. Don Antonio offered to arrange the matter at the capital, whether he was compelled to go on some other business, hinting that many a difficult affair was settled there with the help of favour and bribes. "Nay," said Quixote, who was present during the conversation, "it will not do to rely upon favour or bribes, because with the great Don Bernardino de Velasco, Conde de Salazar, to whom his Majesty has entrusted our expulsion, neither entreaties nor promises, bribes nor appeals to compassion are of any use. For though it is true he mingles mercy with justice, still, seeing that the whole body of our nation is tainted and corrupt, he applies to it the cautery that burns rather than the salve that soothes. And thus, by prudence, sagacity, care, and the fear he inspires, he has borne on his mighty shoulders the weight of this great policy, and carried it into effect, all our schemes and plots, importunities and wiles being ineffectual to blind his Argus eyes, ever on the watch lest one of us should remain behind in concealment, and like a hidden root come in course of time to sprout and bear poisonous fruit in Spain, now cleansed and relieved of the fear in which our vast numbers kept it. Heroic resolve of the great Philip III, and the unparalleled wisdom to have entrusted it to the said Don Bernardino de Velasco." "At any rate," said Don Antonio, "when I am there I will make all possible efforts, and let heaven do as pleases it best. Don Gregorio will come with me to relieve the anxiety which his parents must be suffering on account of his absence. Ana Felix will remain in my house with my wife, or in a monastery, and I know the viceroy will be glad that the worthy Quixote should stay with him until we see what terms I can make." The viceroy agreed to all that was proposed, but Don Gregorio, on learning what had passed, declared he could not and would not on any account leave Ana Felix. However, as it was his purpose to go and see his parents and devise some way of returning for her, he fell in with the proposed arrangement. Ana Felix remained with Don Antonio's wife, and Quixote in the viceroy's house. The day for Don Antonio's departure came, and 2 days later that for Don Quixote's and Sancho's, for Don Quixote's fall did not suffer him to take the road sooner. There were tears and sighs, swoonings and sobs, at the parting between Don Gregorio and Ana Felix. Quixote offered Don Gregorio 1,000 crowns if he would have them, but he would not take any save 5, which Don Antonio lent him, and he promised to repay at the capital. So the two of them took their departure, and Don Quixote and Sancho afterwards, as has been already said. Don Quixote without his armour and in travelling gear, and Sancho on foot, Dapple being loaded with the armour. Chapter 66, which treats of what he who reads will see, or what he who has it read to him will hear. As he left Barcelona, Don Quixote turned gaze upon the spot where he had fallen. "Here Troy was," said he. "Here my ill luck, not my cowardice, robbed me of all the glory I had won. Here fortune made me the victim of her caprices. Here the lustre of my achievements was dimmed. Here, in a word, fell my happiness, never to rise again." "Señor," said Sancho on hearing this, "it is the part of brave hearts to be patient in adversity, just as much as to be glad in prosperity. I judge for myself, for if when I was a governor I was glad, now that I am a squire and on foot I am not sad. And I have heard say that she whom commonly they call Fortune is a drunken whimsical jade, and what is more, blind, and therefore neither sees what she does, nor knows whom she casts down or whom she sets up." "Thou art a great philosopher, Sancho," said Don Quixote. "Thou speakest very sensibly. I know not who taught thee, but I can tell thee there is no such thing as fortune in the world, nor does anything which takes place there, be it good or bad, come about by chance, but by the special preordination of heaven, and hence the common saying that each of us is the maker of his own fortune. I have been that of mine, but not with the proper amount of prudence, and my self-confidence has therefore made me pay dearly, for I ought to have reflected that Rocinante's feeble strength could not resist the mighty bulk of the Knight of the White Moon's horse. In a word, I ventured it, I did my best, I was overthrown. But though I lost my honour, I did not lose, nor can I lose, the virtue of keeping my word. When I was a knight-errant, daring and valiant, I supported my achievements by hand and deed, and now that I am a humble squire, I will support my words by keeping the promise I have given. Forward then, Sancho, my friend, let us go to keep the year of the novitiate in our country, and in that seclusion we shall pick up fresh strength to return to the, by me, never forgotten calling of arms." "Señor," returned Sancho, "travelling on foot is not such a pleasant thing that it makes me feel disposed or tempted to make long marches. Let us leave this armour hung up on some tree, instead of someone that has been hanged, and then with me on Dapple's back and my feet off the ground, we will arrange the stages as your worship pleases to measure them out. But to suppose that I am going to travel on foot and make long ones is to suppose nonsense." "Thou sayest well, Sancho," said Don Quixote. "Let my armour be hung up for a trophy, and under it or round it we will carve on the trees what was inscribed on the trophy of Roland's armour. These let none move, who dareth not his might with Roland prove." "That's the very thing," said Sancho, "and if it was not that we should feel the want of Rocinante on the road, it would be as well to leave him hung up too." "And yet I had rather not have either him or the armour hung up," said Don Quixote, "that it may not be said, 'For good service, a bad return.'" "Your worship is right," said Sancho, "for as sensible people hold, the fault of the ass must not be laid on the pack-saddle. And as in this affair the fault is your worship's, punish yourself, and don't let your anger break out against the already battered and bloody armour, or the meekness of Rocinante, or the tenderness of my feet, trying to make them travel more than is reasonable." In converse of this sort the whole of that day went by, as did the 4 succeeding ones, without anything occurring to interrupt their journey. But on the 5th, as they entered a village, they found a great number of people at the door of an inn, enjoying themselves, as it was a holiday. Upon Don Quixote's approach, a peasant called out, "One of these 2 gentlemen who come here, and who don't know the parties, will tell us what we ought to do about our wager." "That I will, certainly," said Don Quixote, "and according to the rights of the case, if I can manage to understand it." "Well, here it is, worthy sir," said the peasant. "A man of this village, who is so fat that he weighs 20 stone, challenged another, a neighbour of his, who does not weigh more than 9, to run a race. The agreement was that they were to run a distance of 100 paces with equal weights, and when the challenger was asked how the weights were to be equalized, he said that the other, as he weighed 9 stone, should put 11 in iron on his back, and that in this way the 20 stone of the thin man would equal the 20 stone of the fat one." "Not at all," exclaimed Sancho at once, before Don Quixote could answer. "It's for me, that only a few days ago left off being a governor and a judge, as all the world knows, to settle these doubtful questions and give an opinion in disputes of all sorts." "Answer in God's name, Sancho, my friend," said Don Quixote, "for I am not fit to give crumbs to a cat. My wits are so confused and upset." With this permission, Sancho said to the peasants who stood clustered round him, waiting with open mouths for the decision to come from his, "Brothers, what the fat man requires is not in reason, nor has it a shadow of justice in it, because if it be true, as they say, that the challenged may choose the weapons, the other has no right to choose such as will prevent and keep him from winning. My decision, therefore, is that the fat challenger prune, peel, thin, trim, and correct himself, and take 11 stone of his flesh off his body, here or there, as he pleases, and as suits him best, and being in this way reduced to 9 stone weight, he will make himself equal and even with 9 stone of his opponent, and they will be able to run on equal terms." "By all that's good," said one of the peasants as he heard Sancho's decision, "but the gentleman has spoken like a saint, and given judgment like a canon. But I'll be bound the fat man won't part with an ounce of his flesh, not to say 11 stone." "The best plan will be for them not to run," said another, "so that neither the thin man breaks down under the weight, nor the fat one strips himself of his flesh. Let half the wager be spent in wine, and let's take these gentlemen to the tavern where there's the best, and over me be the cloak when it rains." "I thank you, sirs," said Don Quixote, "but I cannot stop for an instant, for sad thoughts and unhappy circumstances force me to seem discourteous and to travel apace." And spurring Rocinante, he pushed on, leaving them wondering at what they had seen and heard, at his own strange figure, and at the shrewdness of his servant, for such they took Sancho to be. And another of them observed, "If the servant is so clever, what must the master be? I bet if they are going to Salamanca to study, they'll come to be alcaldes of the court in a trice, for it's a mere joke, only to read and have interest and good luck, and before a man knows where he is, he finds himself with a staff in his hand, or a mitre on his head." That night master and man passed out in the fields in the open air, and the next day, as they were pursuing their journey, they saw coming towards them a man on foot, with alforges at the neck, and a javelin or spiked staff in his hand, the very cut of a foot courier, who, as soon as he came close to Don Quixote, increased his pace, and half running came up to him, and embracing his right thigh, for he could reach no higher, exclaimed with evident pleasure, "O Señor Don Quixote of La Mancha, what happiness it will be to the heart of my lord the Duke when he knows your worship is coming back to his castle, for he is still there with my lady the Duchess." "I do not recognize you, friend," said Don Quixote, "nor do I know who you are, unless you tell me." "I am Tosilos, my lord, the Duke's lackey, Señor Don Quixote," replied the courier, "he who refused to fight your worship about marrying the daughter of Dona Rodriguez." "God bless me!" exclaimed Don Quixote. "Is it possible that you are the one whom mine enemies the enchanters changed into the lackey you speak of, in order to rob me of the honour of that battle?" "Nonsense, good sir," said the messenger. "There was no enchantment or transformation at all. I entered the lists just as much lackey Tosilos as I came out of them lackey Tosilos. I thought to marry without fighting, for the girl had taken my fancy, but my scheme had a very different result, for as soon as your worship had left the castle, my lord the Duke had 100 strokes of the stick given me for having acted contrary to the orders he gave me before engaging in the combat, and the end of the whole affair is that the girl has become a nun, and Dona Rodriguez has gone back to Castile, and I am now on my way to Barcelona with a packet of letters for the viceroy, which my master is sending him." If your worship would like a drop, sound though warm, I have a gourd here full of the best, and some scraps of tranchant cheese that will serve as a provocative and wakener of your thirst, if so be it is asleep." "I take the offer," said Sancho. "No more compliments about it. Pour out, good Tosilos, in spite of all the enchanters in the Indies." "Thou art indeed the greatest glutton in the world, Sancho," said Don Quixote, "and the greatest booby on earth, not to be able to see that this courier is enchanted, and this Tosilos a sham one. Stop with him, and take thy fill. I will go on slowly, and wait for thee to come up with me." The lackey laughed, unsheathed his gourd, unwalleted his scraps, and taking out a small loaf of bread, he and Sancho seated themselves on the green grass, and in peace and good fellowship finished off the contents of the alforges down to the bottom, so resolutely that they licked the wrapper of the letters, merely because it smelt of cheese. Said Tosilos to Sancho, "Beyond a doubt, Sancho, my friend, this master of thine ought to be a madman." "Ought," said Sancho. "He owes no man anything. He pays for everything, particularly when the coin is madness. I see it plain enough, and I tell him so plain enough, but what's the use, especially now that it is all over with him, for here he is beaten by the Knight of the White Moon." Tosilos begged him to explain what had happened him, but Sancho replied that it would not be good manners to leave his master waiting for him, and that some other day, if they met, there would be time enough for that. And then, getting up, after shaking his doublet and brushing the crumbs out of his beard, he drove Dapple on before him, and bidding adieu to Tosilos, left him and rejoined his master, who was waiting for him under the shade of a tree. Chapter 67. Of the resolution Don Quixote formed to turn shepherd and take to a life in the fields, while the year for which he had given his word was running its course, with other events truly delectable and happy. If a multitude of reflections used to harass Don Quixote before he had been overthrown, a great many more harassed him since his fall. He was under the shade of a tree, as has been said, and there, like flies on honey, thoughts came crowding upon him and stinging him. Some of them turned upon the disenchantment of Dulcinea, others upon the life he was about to lead in his enforced retirement. Sancho came up and spoke in high praise of the generous disposition of the lackey Tosilos. "Is it possible, Sancho," said Don Quixote, "that thou dost still think that he yonder is a real lackey? Apparently it has escaped thy memory that thou hast seen Dulcinea turned and transformed into a peasant wench, and the Knight of the Mirrors into the bachelor Carrasco, all the work of the enchanters that persecute me. But tell me now, didst thou ask this Tosilos, as thou callest him, what has become of Altisidora? Did she weep over my absence? Or has she already consigned to oblivion the love thoughts that used to afflict her when I was present?" "The thoughts that I had," said Sancho, "were not such as to leave time for asking fool's questions. Body of me, señor, is your worship in a condition now to inquire into other people's thoughts, above all love thoughts?" "Look ye, Sancho," said Don Quixote, "there is a great difference between what is done out of love and what is done out of gratitude. A knight may very possibly be proof against love, but it is impossible, strictly speaking, for him to be ungrateful. Altisidora, to all appearance, loved me truly. She gave me the 3 kerchiefs thou knowest of. She wept at my departure. She cursed me. She abused me. Casting shame to the winds, she bewailed herself in public, all signs that she adored me, for the wrath of lovers always ends in curses. I had no hopes to give her, nor treasures to offer her, for mine are given to Dulcinea, and the treasures of knights-errant are like those of the fairies, illusory and deceptive. All I can give her is the place in my memory I keep for her, without prejudice, however, to that which I hold devoted to Dulcinea, whom thou art wronging by thy remissness in whipping thyself and scourging that flesh. Would I saw it eaten by wolves, which would rather keep itself for the worms than for the relief of that poor lady." "Señor," replied Sancho. "If the truth is to be told, I cannot persuade myself that the whipping of my backside has anything to do with the disenchantment of the enchanted. It is like saying, if your head aches, rub ointment on your knees. At any rate, I'll make bold to swear that in all the histories dealing with knight-errantry that your worship has read, you have never come across anybody disenchanted by whipping. But whether or no, I'll whip myself when I have a fancy for it, and the opportunity serves for scourging myself comfortably." "God grant it," said Don Quixote, "and heaven give thee grace to take it to heart, and own the obligation thou art under to help my lady, who is thine also, inasmuch as thou art mine." As they pursued their journey, talking in this way, they came to the very same spot where they had been trampled on by the bulls. Don Quixote recognized it, and said he to Sancho, "This is the meadow where we came upon those gay shepherdesses and gallant shepherds who were trying to revive and imitate the pastoral Arcadia there, an idea as novel as it was happy, in emulation whereof, if so be thou dost approve of it, Sancho, I would have ourselves turned shepherds, at any rate for the time I have to live in retirement. I will buy some ewes and everything else requisite for the pastoral calling. And I, under the name of the shepherd Quixote, and thou as the shepherd Panzino, we will roam the woods and groves and meadows, singing songs here, lamenting in elegies there, drinking of the crystal waters of the springs or limpid brooks or flowing rivers. The oaks will yield us their sweet fruit with bountiful hand, the trunks of the hard cork trees a seat, the willows shade, the roses perfume, the widespread meadows carpets tinted with 1,000 dyes. The clear pure air will give us breath, the moon and stars lighten the darkness of the night for us. Song shall be our delight, lamenting our joy. Apollo will supply us with verses, and love with conceits whereby we shall make ourselves famed for ever, not only in this but in ages to come." "Egad," said Sancho, "but that sort of life squares, nay, corners with my notions, and what is more, the bachelor Samson Carrasco and Master Nicholas the barber won't have well seen it before they'll want to follow it and turn shepherds along with us, and God grant it may not come into the curate's head to join the sheepfold too, he's so jovial and fond of enjoying himself." "Thou art in the right of it, Sancho," said Don Quixote, "and the bachelor Samson Carrasco, if he enters the pastoral fraternity, as no doubt he will, may call himself the shepherd Samsonino, or perhaps the shepherd Carrascon. Nicholas the barber may call himself Niculoso, as old Boscan formerly was called Nemoroso. As for the curate, I don't know what name we can fit to him, unless it be something derived from his title, and we call him the shepherd Curiambro. For the shepherdesses, whose lovers we shall be, we can pick names as we would pears, and as my lady's name does just as well for a shepherdess as for a princess's, I need not trouble myself to look for one that will suit her better. To thine, Sancho, thou canst give what name thou wilt." "I don't mean to give her any but Teresona," said Sancho, "which will go well with her stoutness and with her own right name, as she is called Teresa. And when I sing her praises in my verses, I'll show how chaste my passion is, for I'm not going to look for better bread than ever came from wheat in other men's houses. It won't do for the curate to have a shepherdess for the sake of good example, and if the bachelor chooses to have one, that is his lookout." "God bless me, Sancho, my friend," said Don Quixote. "What a life we shall lead! What hautboys and Zamora bagpipes we shall hear! What tabors, timbrels, and rebecks! And then, if among all these different sorts of music that of the alboge is heard, almost all the pastoral instruments will be there." "What are alboges?" asked Sancho, "for I never heard in my life tell of them or saw them." "Alboges," said Don Quixote, "are brass plates like candlesticks that, struck against one another on the hollow side, make a noise which, if not very pleasing or harmonious, is not disagreeable, and accords very well with the rude notes of the bagpipe and tabor. The word alboge is Morisco, as are all those in our Spanish tongue that begin with al, For example, Almahaza, Almozar, Alhambra, Alguada, Alguacil, Alhucema, Almacen, Alsania, and others of the same sort, of which there are not many more. Our language has only 3 that are Morisco and end with I, which are Bosegui, Zaquisami, and Maravedi. Alheli and Alfaqui are seen to be Arabic, as well by the al at the beginning as by the I they end with. I mention this incidentally, the chance allusion to Albauge having reminded me of it, and it will be of great assistance to us in the perfect practice of this calling that I am something of a poet, as thou knowest, and that besides the bachelor Samson Carrasco is an accomplished one. Of the curate I say nothing, but I will wager he has some spice of the poet in him, and no doubt Master Nicholas too, for all barbers, or most of them, are guitar players and stringers of verses. I will bewail my separation. Thou shalt glorify thyself as a constant lover. The shepherd Carrascon will figure as a rejected one, and the curate Curiambro as whatever may please him best. And so all will go as gaily as heart could wish. To this Sancho made answer, I am so unlucky, señor, that I am afraid the day will never come when I'll see myself at such a calling. Oh, what neat spoons I'll make when I'm a shepherd! What messes, creams, garlands, pastoral odds and ends, and if they don't get me a name for wisdom, they'll not fail to get me one for ingenuity. My daughter Sanchica will bring us our dinner to the pasture. But stay, she's good-looking, and shepherds there are with more mischief than simplicity in them. I would not have her come for wool and go back shorn. Love-making and lawless desires are just as common in the fields as in the cities, and in shepherds' shanties as in royal palaces. Do away with the cause, you do away with the sin. If eyes don't see, hearts don't break, and better a clear escape than good men's prayers. "A truce to thy proverb, Sancho," exclaimed Don Quixote. "Any one of those that thou hast uttered would suffice to explain thy meaning. Many a time have I recommended thee not to be so lavish with proverbs, and to exercise some moderation in delivering them. But it seems to me it is only preaching in the desert. My mother beats me, and I go on with my tricks." "It seems to me," said Sancho, "that your worship is like the common saying, 'Said the frying pan to the kettle, get away, black breech.' You chide me for uttering proverbs, and you string them in couples yourself." "Observe, Sancho," replied Don Quixote, "I bring in proverbs to the purpose, and when I quote them they fit like a ring to the finger. Thou bringest them in by the head and shoulders, in such a way that thou dost drag them in rather than introduce them. If I am not mistaken, I have told thee already that proverbs are shorn maxims drawn from the experience and observation of our wise men of old, but the proverb that is not to the purpose is a piece of nonsense and not a maxim. But enough of this. As nightfall is drawing on, let us retire some little distance from the high road to pass the night. What is in store for us tomorrow, God knoweth." They turned aside, and supped late and poorly, very much against Sancho's will, who turned over in his mind the hardships attendant upon knight-errantry in woods and forests, even though at times plenty presented itself in castles and houses, as at Don Diego de Miranda's, at the wedding of Camacho the Rich, and at Don Antonio Moreno's. He reflected, however, that it could not be always day nor always night, and so that night he passed in sleeping, and his master in waking. Chapter 68. Of the bristly adventure that befell Don Quixote. The night was somewhat dark, for though there was a moon in the sky, it was not in a quarter where she could be seen. For sometimes the Lady Diana goes on a stroll to the Antipodes, and leaves the mountains all black, and the valleys in darkness. Don Quixote obeyed nature so far as to sleep his first sleep, but did not give way to the second, very different from Sancho, who never had any second, because with him sleep lasted from night till morning, wherein he showed what a sound constitution and few cares he had. Don Quixote's cares kept him restless, so much so that he awoke Sancho and said to him, "I am amazed, Sancho, at the unconcern of thy temperament. I believe thou art made of marble or hard brass, incapable of any emotion or feeling whatever. I lie awake while thou sleepest. I weep while thou singest. I am faint with fasting while thou art sluggish and torpid from pure repletion. It is the duty of good servants to share the sufferings and feel the sorrows of their masters, if it be only for the sake of appearances. See the calmness of the night, the solitude of the spot, inviting us to break our slumbers by a vigil of some sort. Rise as thou livest, and retire a little distance, and with a good heart and cheerful courage give thyself 300 or 400 lashes on account of Dulcinea's disenchantment score. And this I entreat of thee, making it a request, for I have no desire to come to grips with thee a second time, as I know thou hast a heavy hand. As soon as thou hast laid them on, we will pass the rest of the night, I singing my separation, thou thy constancy, making a beginning at once with the pastoral life we are to follow at our village. Señor, replied Sancho, I'm no monk to get up out of the middle of my sleep and scourge myself, nor does it seem to me that one can pass from one extreme of the pain of whipping to the other of music. Will your worship let me sleep and not worry me about whipping myself? Or you'll make me swear never to touch a hair of my doublet, not to say my flesh. Oh, hard heart, said Don Quixote. Oh, pitiless squire. Oh, bread ill bestowed, and favours ill acknowledged, both those I have done thee, and those I mean to do thee. Through me hast thou seen thyself a governor, and through me thou seest thyself in immediate expectation of being a count, or obtaining some other equivalent title, for I, post tenebras, spero lucem. I don't know what that is, said Sancho. All I know is that so long as I am asleep I have neither fear nor hope, trouble nor glory, and good luck betide him that invented sleep, the cloak that covers over all a man's thoughts, the food that removes hunger, the drink that drives away thirst, the fire that warms the cold that tempers the heat, and to wind up with the universal coin wherewith everything is bought, the weight and balance that makes the shepherd equal with the king, and the fool with the wise man. Sleep, I have heard say, has only one fault, that it is like death, for between a sleeping man and a dead man there is very little difference. Never have I heard thee speak so eloquently as now, Sancho, said Don Quixote, and here I begin to see the truth of the proverb thou dost sometimes quote, not with whom thou art bred, but with whom thou art fed. Ah, by my life, master mine, said Sancho, it's not I that am stringing proverbs now, for they drop in pairs from your worship's mouth faster than from mine. Only there is this difference between mine and yours, that yours are well-timed and mine are untimely. But anyhow, they are all proverbs. At this point they became aware of a harsh, indistinct noise that seemed to spread through all the valleys around. Don Quixote stood up and laid his hand upon his sword, and Sancho ensconced himself under Dapple, and put the bundle of armour on one side of him and the ass's pack-saddle on the other, in fear and trembling as great as Don Quixote's perturbation. Each instant the noise increased, and came nearer to the two terrified men, or at least to one, for as to the other, his courage is known to all. The fact of the matter was that some men were taking above 600 pigs to sell at a fair, and were on their way with them at that hour, and so great was the noise they made, and their grunting and blowing, that they deafened the ears of Don Quixote and Sancho Panza, and they could not make out what it was. The widespread, grunting drove came on in a surging mass, and without showing any respect for Don Quixote's dignity or Sancho's, passed right over the pair of them, demolishing Sancho's entrenchments, and not only upsetting Don Quixote, but sweeping Rocinante off his feet into the bargain. And what with the trampling and the grunting, and the pace at which the unclean beasts went, pack-saddle, armour, Dapple, and Rocinante were left scattered on the ground, and Sancho and Don Quixote at their wits' end. Sancho got up as well as he could, and begged his master to give him his sword, saying he wanted to kill half a dozen of those dirty, unmannerly pigs, for he had by this time found out that that was what they were. "Let them be, my friend," said Don Quixote. "This insult is the penalty of my sin, and it is the righteous chastisement of heaven that jackals should devour a vanquished knight, and wasps sting him, and pigs trample him underfoot." "I suppose it is the chastisement of heaven, too," said Sancho, "that flies should prick the squires of vanquished knights, and lice eat them, and hunger assail them. If we squires were the sons of the knights we serve, or their very near relations, it would be no wonder if the penalty of their misdeeds overtook us, even to the 4th generation. But what have the panzers to do with the Quixotes? Well, well, let's lie down again and sleep out what little of the night there's left, and God will send us dawn, and we shall be all right." "Sleep thou, Sancho," returned Don Quixote, "for thou wast born to sleep, as I was born to watch, and during the time it now wants of dawn, I will give a loose rein to my thoughts, and seek a vent for them in a little madrigal, which, unknown to thee, I composed in my head last night." "I should think," said Sancho, "that the thoughts that allow one to make verses cannot be of great consequence. Let your worship string verses as much as you like, and I'll sleep as much as I can." And forthwith, taking the space of ground he required, he muffled himself up, and fell into a sound sleep, undisturbed by bond, debt, or trouble of any sort. Don Quixote, propped up against the trunk of a beech or a cork tree, for Cid Hamete does not specify what kind of tree it was, sang in this strain to the accompaniment of his own sighs. "When in my mind I muse, O love, upon thy cruelty, to death I flee, in hope therein the end of all to find. But drawing near that welcome haven in my sea of woe, such joy I know that life revives, and still I linger here. Thus life doth slay, and death again to life restoreth me. Strange destiny that deals with life and death as with a play." He accompanied each verse with many sighs and not a few tears, just like one whose heart was pierced with grief at his defeat and his separation from Dulcinea. And now daylight came, and the sun smote Sancho on the eyes with his beams. He awoke, roused himself, shook himself, and stretched his lazy limbs, and seeing the havoc the pigs had made with his stores, he cursed the drove, and more besides. Then the pair resumed their journey, and as evening closed in, they saw coming towards them some 10 men on horseback, and 4 or 5 on foot. Don Quixote's heart beat quick, and Sancho's quailed with fear, for the persons approaching them carried lances and bucklers, and were in very warlike guise. Don Quixote turned to Sancho and said, "If I could make use of my weapons, and my promise had not tied my hands, I would count this host that comes against us but cakes and fancy bread. But perhaps it may prove something different from what we apprehend." The men on horseback now came up, and raising their lances, surrounded Don Quixote in silence, and pointed them at his back and breast, menacing him with death. One of those on foot, putting his finger to his lips as a sign to him to be silent, seized Rocinante's bridle and drew him out of the road, and the others, driving Sancho and Dapple before them, and all maintaining a strange silence, followed in the steps of the one who led, Don Quixote. The latter 2 or 3 times attempted to ask where they were taking him to, and what they wanted, but the instant he began to open his lips, they threatened to close them with the points of their lances. And Sancho fared the same way, for the moment he seemed about to speak, one of those on foot punched him with a goad, and Dapple likewise, as if he too wanted to talk. Night set in. They quickened their pace, and the fears of the 2 prisoners grew greater, especially as they heard themselves assailed with, "Get on, ye troglodytes! Silence, ye barbarians! March, ye cannibals! No murmuring, ye Scythians! Don't open your eyes, ye murderous Polyphemes, ye bloodthirsty lions!" and such like names with which their captors harassed the ears of the wretched master and man. Sancho went along, saying to himself, "We, tortolites, barbers, animals? I don't like those names at all. It's in a bad wind our corn is being winnowed. Misfortune comes upon us all at once like sticks on a dog, and God grant it may be no worse than them that this unlucky adventure has in store for us." Don Quixote rode completely dazed, unable with the aid of all his wits to make out what could be the meaning of these abusive names they called them, and the only conclusion he could arrive at was that there was no good to be hoped for, and much evil to be feared. And now, about an hour after midnight, they reached a castle, which Don Quixote saw at once was the Duke's, where they had been but a short time before. "God bless me," said he, as he recognized the mansion. "What does this mean? It is all courtesy and politeness in this house, but with the vanquished, good turns into evil, and evil into worse." They entered the chief court of the castle, and found it prepared and fitted up in a style that added to their amazement and doubled their fears, as will be seen in the following chapter. Chapter 69. Of the strangest and most extraordinary adventure that befell Don Quixote in the whole course of this great history. The horsemen dismounted, and together with the men on foot, without a moment's delay, taking up Sancho and Don Quixote bodily, they carried them into the court, all round which near 100 torches fixed in sockets were burning, besides above 500 lamps in the corridors, so that in spite of the night, which was somewhat dark, the want of daylight could not be perceived. In the middle of the court was a catafalque, raised about 2 yards above the ground, and covered completely by an immense canopy of black velvet, and on the steps all round it white wax tapers burned in more than 100 silver candlesticks. Upon the catafalque was seen the dead body of a damsel, so lovely that by her beauty she made death itself look beautiful. She lay with her head resting upon a cushion of brocade, and crowned with a garland of sweet-smelling flowers of divers sorts, her hands crossed upon her bosom, and between them a branch of yellow palm of victory. On one side of the court was erected a stage, where upon 2 chairs were seated 2 persons, who, from having crowns on their heads and sceptres in their hands, appeared to be kings of some sort, whether real or mock ones. By the side of this stage, which was reached by steps, were 2 other chairs on which the men carrying the prisoners seated Don Quixote and Sancho, all in silence, and by signs giving them to understand that they too were to be silent, which, however, they would have been without any signs, for their amazement at all they saw held them tongue-tied. And now 2 persons of distinction, who were at once recognized by Don Quixote as his hosts the Duke and Duchess, ascended the stage, attended by a numerous suite, and seated themselves on 2 gorgeous chairs close to the 2 kings, as they seemed to be. Who would not have been amazed at this? Nor was this all, for Don Quixote had perceived that the dead body on the catafalque was that of the fair Altisidora. As the Duke and Duchess mounted the stage, Don Quixote and Sancho rose and made them a profound obeisance, which they returned by bowing their heads slightly. At this moment an official crossed over, and approaching Sancho, threw over him a robe of black buckram, painted all over with flames of fire, and taking off his cap, put upon his head a mitre, such as those undergoing the sentence of the Holy Office wear, and whispered in his ear that he must not open his lips, or they would put a gag upon him, or take his life. Sancho surveyed himself from head to foot, and saw himself all ablaze with the flames, but as they did not burn him, he did not care 2 farthings for them. He took off the mitre, and seeing it painted with devils, he put it on again, saying to himself, "Well, so far those don't burn me, nor do these carry me off." Don Quixote surveyed him too, and though fear had got the better of his faculties, he could not help smiling to see the figure Sancho presented. And now, from underneath the catafalque, so it seemed, there rose a low, sweet sound of flutes, which, coming unbroken by human voice, for there silence itself kept silence, had a soft and languishing effect. Then, beside the pillow of what seemed to be the dead body, suddenly appeared a fair youth in a Roman habit, who, to the accompaniment of a harp which he himself played, sang in a sweet and clear voice these 2 stanzas. While fair Altisidora, who the sport of cold Don Quixote's cruelty hath been, returns to life, and in this magic court the dames in sable come to grace the scene. And while her matrons all in seemly sort my lady robes in baize and bombazine, her beauty and her sorrows will I sing, with defter quill and touch the Thracian string. But not in life alone, methinks, to me belong the office, lady, when my tongue is cold in death. Believe me, unto thee my voice shall raise its tributary song. My soul from this strait prison house set free, as o'er the Stygian lake it floats along, thy praises singing still shall hold its way, and make the waters of oblivion stay. At this point, one of the two that looked like kings exclaimed, "Enough, enough, divine singer! It would be an endless task to put before us now the death and the charms of the peerless Altisidora, not dead as the ignorant world imagines, but living in the voice of fame and in the penance which Sancho Panza, here present, has to undergo to restore her to the long-lost light. Do thou therefore, O Rhadamanthus, who sittest in judgment with me in the murky caverns of Dis, as thou knowest all that the inscrutable fates have decreed touching the resuscitation of this damsel, announce and declare it at once, that the happiness we look forward to from her restoration be no longer deferred." No sooner had Minos, the fellow judge of Rhadamanthus, said this, than Rhadamanthus, rising up, said, "O officials of this house, high and low, great and small, make haste hither, one and all, and print on Sancho's face 24 smacks, and give him 12 pinches and 6 pin thrusts in the back and arms, for upon this ceremony depends the restoration of Altisidora." On hearing this, Sancho broke silence and cried out, "By all that's good, I'll as soon let my face be smacked or handled as turn more. Body o' me, what has handling my face got to do with the resurrection of this damsel? The old woman took kindly to the blitz. They enchant Dulcinea and whip me in order to disenchant her. Altisidora dies of ailments God was pleased to send her, and to bring her to life again they must give me 24 smacks, and prick holes in my body with pins, and raise wheels on my arms with pinchers. Try those jokes on a brother-in-law. I'm an old dog, and tuss-tuss is no use with me." "Thou shalt die," said Rhadamanthus in a loud voice. "Relent, thou tiger, humble thyself, proud Nimrod, suffer and be silent, for no impossibilities are asked of thee. It is not for thee to inquire into the difficulties in this matter. Smacked thou must be, pricked thou shalt see thyself, and with pinches thou must be made to howl. Oh, I say, officials, obey my orders, or by the word of an honest man ye shall see what ye were born for." At this, some 6 duennas, advancing across the court, made their appearance in procession, one after the other, 4 of them with spectacles, and all with their right hands uplifted, showing 4 fingers of wrist to make their hands look longer, as is the fashion nowadays. No sooner had Sancho caught sight of them, than, bellowing like a bull, he exclaimed, "I might let myself be handled by all the world, but allow duennas to touch me? Not a bit of it. Scratch my face as my master was served in this very castle, run through my body with burnished daggers, pinch my arms with red-hot pincers. I'll bear all in patience to serve these gentlefolk, but I won't let duennas touch me, though the devil should carry me off." Here Don Quixote too broke silence, saying to Sancho, "Have patience, my son, and gratify these noble persons, and give all thanks to heaven that it has infused such virtue into thy person, that by its sufferings thou canst disenchant the enchanted, and restore to life the dead." The duennas were now close to Sancho, and he, having become more tractable and reasonable, settling himself well in his chair, presented his face and beard to the first, who delivered him a smack very stoutly laid on, and then made him a low curtsy. "Less politeness and less paint, Signora Duenna," said Sancho. "By God, your hands smell of vinegar wash." In line, all the duennas smacked him, and several others of the household pinched him. But what he could not stand was being pricked by the pins, and so, apparently out of patience, he started up out of his chair, and seizing a lighted torch that stood near him, fell upon the duennas and the whole set of his tormentors, exclaiming, "Begone, ye ministers of hell! I'm not made of brass, not to feel such out-of-the-way tortures." At this instant Altisidora, who probably was tired of having been so long lying on her back, turned on her side, seeing which the bystanders cried out almost with one voice, "Altisidora is alive! Altisidora lives!" Rhadamanthus bade Sancho put away his wrath, as the object they had in view was now attained. When Don Quixote saw Altisidora move, he went on his knees to Sancho, saying to him, "Now is the time, son of my bowels, not to call thee my squire, for thee to give thyself some of those lashes thou art bound to lay on for the disenchantment of Dulcinea. Now, I say, is the time, when the virtue that is in thee is ripe, and endowed with efficacy to work the good that is looked for from thee." To which Sancho made answer, "That's trick upon trick, I think, and not honey upon pancakes. A nice thing it would be for a whipping to come now, on top of pinches, smacks, and pin proddings. You had better take a big stone and tie it round my neck, and pitch me into a well. I should not mind it much, if I'm to be always made the cow of the wedding for the cure of other people's ailments. Leave me alone, or else, by God, I'll fling the whole thing to the dogs, let come what may." Altisidora had by this time sat up on the catafalque, and as she did so the clarion sounded, accompanied by the flutes, and the voices of all present exclaiming, "Long life to Altisidora! Long life to Altisidora!" The Duke and Duchess and the Kings Minos and Rhadamanthus stood up, and all, together with Don Quixote and Sancho, advanced to receive her and take her down from the catafalque. And she, making as though she were recovering from a swoon, bowed her head to the Duke and Duchess and to the kings, and looking sideways at Don Quixote, said to him, "God forgive thee, insensible knight, for through thy cruelty I have been, to me it seems, more than 1,000 years in the other world, and to thee, the most compassionate upon earth, I render thanks for the life I am now in possession of. From this day forth, friend Sancho, count as thine 6 smocks of mine which I bestow upon thee, to make as many shirts for thyself, and if they are not all quite whole, at any rate they are all clean." Sancho kissed her hands in gratitude, kneeling, and with the mitre in his hand. The Duke bade them take it from him, and give him back his cap and doublet, and remove the flaming robe. Sancho begged the Duke to let them leave him the robe and mitre, as he wanted to take them home for a token and memento of that unexampled adventure. The Duchess said they must leave them with him, for he knew already what a great friend of his she was. The Duke then gave orders that the court should be cleared, and that all should retire to their chambers, and that Don Quixote and Sancho should be conducted to their old quarters. Chapter 70, which follows 69, and deals with matters indispensable for the clear comprehension of this history. Sancho slept that night in a cot in the same chamber with Don Quixote, a thing he would have gladly excused if he could, for he knew very well that with questions and answers his master would not let him sleep, and he was in no humour for talking much, as he still felt the pain of his late martyrdom, which interfered with his freedom of speech, and it would have been more to his taste to sleep in a hovel alone than in that luxurious chamber in company. And so well-founded did his apprehension prove, and so correct was his anticipation, that scarcely had his master got into bed when he said, "What dost thou think of tonight's adventure, Sancho? Great and mighty is the power of cold-hearted scorn, for thou with thine own eyes hast seen Altisidora slain, not by arrows, not by sword, nor by any warlike weapon, nor by deadly poisons, but by the thought of the sternness and scorn with which I have always treated her." "She might have died and welcome," said Sancho, "when she pleased and how she pleased, and she might have left me alone, for I never made her fall in love or scorned her. I don't know, nor can I imagine, how the recovery of Altisidora, a damsel more fanciful than wise, can have, as I said before, anything to do with the sufferings of Sancho Panza. Now I begin to see plainly and clearly that there are enchanters and enchanted people in the world, and may God deliver me from them, since I can't deliver myself. And so I beg of your worship to let me sleep, and not ask me any more questions, unless you want me to throw myself out of the window." "Sleep, Sancho, my friend," said Don Quixote. "If the pin-prodding and pinches thou hast received, and the smacks administered to thee, will let thee." "No pain can come up to the insult of the smacks," said Sancho, "for the simple reason that it was duennas, confound them, that gave them to me. But once more I entreat your worship to let me sleep, for sleep is relief from misery to those who are miserable when awake." "Be it so, and God be with thee," said Don Quixote. They fell asleep, both of them, and Cid Hamete, the author of this great history, took this opportunity to record and relate what it was that induced the Duke and Duchess to get up the elaborate plot that has been described. The bachelor Samson Carrasco, he says, not forgetting how he, as the Knight of the Mirrors, had been vanquished and overthrown by Don Quixote, which defeat and overthrow upset all his plans, resolved to try his hand again, hoping for better luck than he had before. And so, having learned where Don Quixote was from the page who brought the letter and presents to Sancho's wife, Teresa Panza, he got himself new armour and another horse, and put a white moon upon his shield, and to carry his arms he had a mule led by a peasant, not by Tom Cecil, his former squire, for fear he should be recognized by Sancho or Don Quixote. He came to the Duke's castle, and the Duke informed him of the road and route Don Quixote had taken, with the intention of being present at the jousts at Saragossa. He told him, too, of the jokes he had practised upon him, and of the device for the disenchantment of Dulcinea at the expense of Sancho's backside. And finally he gave him an account of the trick Sancho had played upon his master, making him believe that Dulcinea was enchanted and turned into a country wench, and of how the Duchess, his wife, had persuaded Sancho that it was he himself who was deceived, inasmuch as Dulcinea was really enchanted, at which the bachelor laughed not a little, and marvelled as well at the sharpness and simplicity of Sancho as at the length to which Don Quixote's madness went. The Duke begged of him, if he found him, whether he overcame him or not, to return that way and let him know the result. This the bachelor did. He set out in quest of Don Quixote, and not finding him at Saragossa, he went on, and how he fared has been already told. He returned to the Duke's castle and told him all, what the conditions of the combat were, and how Don Quixote was now, like a loyal knight-errant, returning to keep his promise of retiring to his village for a year, by which time, said the bachelor, he might perhaps be cured of his madness, for that was the object that had led him to adopt these disguises, as it was a sad thing for a gentleman of such good parts as Don Quixote to be a madman. And so he took his leave of the Duke, and went home to his village to wait there for Don Quixote, who was coming after him. Thereupon the Duke seized the opportunity of practising this mystification upon him. So much did he enjoy everything connected with Sancho and Don Quixote. He had the roads about the castle far and near, everywhere he thought Don Quixote was likely to pass on his return, occupied by large numbers of his servants on foot and on horseback, who were to bring him to the castle by fair means or foul, if they met him. They did meet him, and sent word to the Duke, who, having already settled what was to be done, as soon as he heard of his arrival, ordered the torches and lamps in the court to be lit, and Altisidora to be placed on the catafalque, with all the pomp and ceremony that has been described, the whole affair being so well arranged and acted that it differed but little from reality. And Cide Hamete says, moreover, that for his part he considers the concoctors of the joke as crazy as the victims of it, and that the Duke and Duchess were not 2 fingers' breadth removed from being something like fools themselves when they took such pains to make a game of a pair of fools. As for the latter, one was sleeping soundly, and the other lying awake, occupied with his desultory thoughts, when daylight came to them, bringing with it the desire to rise, for the lazy down was never a delight to Don Quixote, victor or vanquished. Altisidora, come back from death to life, as Don Quixote fancied, following up the freak of her lord and lady, entered the chamber, crowned with the garland she had worn on the catafalque, and in a robe of white taffeta embroidered with gold flowers, her hair flowing loose over her shoulders, and leaning upon a staff of fine black ebony. Don Quixote, disconcerted and in confusion at her appearance, huddled himself up and well-nigh covered himself altogether with the sheets and counterpane of the bed, tongue-tied and unable to offer her any civility. Altisidora seated herself on a chair at the head of the bed, and, after a deep sigh, said to him in a feeble, soft voice, "When women of rank and modest maidens trample honour under foot, and give a loose to the tongue that breaks through every impediment, publishing abroad the inmost secrets of their hearts, they are reduced to sore extremities. Such a one am I, Señor Don Quixote of La Mancha, crushed, conquered, love-smitten, but yet patient under suffering, and virtuous, and so much so that my heart broke with grief, and I lost my life. For the last 2 days I have been dead, slain by the thought of the cruelty with which thou hast treated me, obdurate night, oh, harder than marble to my plaint, or at least believed to be dead by all who saw me, and had it not been that love, taking pity on me, let my recovery rest upon the sufferings of this good squire, there I should have remained in the other world." "Love might very well have let it rest upon the sufferings of my ass, and I should have been obliged to him," said Sancho. "But tell me, señora, and may heaven send you a tenderer lover than my master, what did you see in the other world? What goes on in hell? For of course that's where one who dies in despair is bound for." "To tell you the truth," said Altisidora, "I cannot have died outright, for I did not go into hell. Had I gone in, it is very certain I should never have come out again, do what I might. The truth is, I came to the gate, where some dozen or so of devils were playing tennis, all in breeches and doublets, with falling collars trimmed with Flemish bone lace, and ruffles of the same that served them for wristbands, with 4 fingers' breadth of the arms exposed to make their hands look longer. In their hands they held rackets of fire, but what amazed me still more was that books, apparently full of wind and rubbish, served them for tennis balls, a strange and marvellous thing. This, however, did not astonish me so much as to observe that, although with players it is usual for the winners to be glad and the losers sorry, there in that game all were growling, all were snarling, and all were cursing one another." "That's no wonder," said Sancho, "for devils, whether playing or not, can never be content, win or lose." "Very likely," said Altisidora, "but there is another thing that surprises me too. Surprised me then, and that was that no ball outlasted the first throw, or was of any use a second time, and it was wonderful the constant succession there was of books, new and old. To one of them, a brand new, well-bound one, they gave such a stroke that they knocked the guts out of it and scattered the leaves about. 'Look what that book is,' said one devil to another, and the other replied, 'It is the second part of the history of Don Quixote of La Mancha, not by Cide Hamete, the original author, but by an Aragonese, who by his own account is of Tordesillas.' 'Out of this with it,' said the first, 'and into the depths of hell with it, out of my sight.' 'Is it so bad?' said the other. 'So bad is it,' said the first, 'that if I had set myself deliberately to make a worse, I could not have done it.' They then went on with their game, knocking other books about, and I, having heard them mention the name of Don Quixote, whom I love and adore so, took care to retain this vision in my memory." "A vision it must have been, no doubt," said Don Quixote, "for there is no other I in the world. This history has been going about there for some time from hand to hand, but it does not stay long in any, for everybody gives it a taste of his foot. I am not disturbed by hearing that I am wandering in a fantastic shape in the darkness of the pit or in the daylight above, for I am not the one that history treats of. If it should be good, faithful, and true, it will have ages of life, but if it should be bad, from its birth to its burial will not be a very long journey. Altisidora was about to proceed with a complaint against Don Quixote, when he said to her, "I have several times told you, Señora, that it grieves me that you should have set your affections upon me, as from mine they can only receive gratitude, but no return. I was born to belong to Dulcinea del Toboso, and the fates, if there are any, dedicated me to her, and to suppose that any other beauty can take the place she occupies in my heart is to suppose an impossibility. This frank declaration should suffice to make you retire within the bounds of your modesty, for no one can bind himself to do impossibilities." Hearing this, Altisidora, with a show of anger and agitation, exclaimed, "God's life, Don Stockfish, soul of a mortar, stone of a date, more obstinate and obdurate than a clown asked a favour when he has his mind made up. If I fall upon you, I'll tear your eyes out. Do you fancy, Don Vanquished, Don Cudgelled, that I died for your sake? All that you have seen tonight has been make-believe. I'm not the woman to let the black of my nails suffer for such a camel, much less die." "That I can well believe," said Sancho, "for all that about lovers pining to death is absurd. They may talk of it, but as for doing it, Judas may believe that." While they were talking, the musician, singer, and poet who had sung the 2 stanzas given above came in, and making a profound obeisance to Don Quixote, said, "Will your worship, Sir Knight, reckon and retain me in the number of your most faithful servants? For I have long been a great admirer of yours, as well because of your fame as because of your achievements." "Will your worship tell me who you are?" replied Don Quixote, "so that my courtesy may be answerable to your deserts." The young man replied that he was the musician and songster of the night before. "Of a truth," said Don Quixote, "your worship has a most excellent voice, but what you sang did not seem to me very much to the purpose, for what have Garcilasso's stanzas to do with the death of this lady?" "Don't be surprised at that," returned the musician, "for with the callow poets of our day, the way is for everyone to write as he pleases, and pilfer where he chooses, whether it be germane to the matter or not, and nowadays there is no piece of silliness they can sing or write that is not set down to poetic license." Don Quixote was about to reply, but was prevented by the Duke and Duchess, who came in to see him, and with them there followed a long and delightful conversation, in the course of which Sancho said so many droll and saucy things that he left the Duke and Duchess wondering not only at his simplicity, but at his sharpness. Don Quixote begged their permission to take his departure that same day, inasmuch as for a vanquished knight like himself it was fitter he should live in a pigsty than in a royal palace. They gave it very readily, and the Duchess asked him if Altisidora was in his good graces. He replied, "Señora, let me tell your ladyship that this damsel's ailment comes entirely of idleness, and the cure for it is honest and constant employment. She herself has told me that lace is worn in hell, and as she must know how to make it, let it never be out of her hands, for when she is occupied in shifting the bobbins to and fro, the image or images of what she loves will not shift to and fro in her thoughts. This is the truth, this is my opinion, and this is my advice." "And mine," added Sancho, "for I never in all my life saw a lace-maker that died for love. When damsels are at work, their minds are more set on finishing their tasks than on thinking of their loves. I speak from my own experience, for when I'm digging, I never think of my old woman, I mean my Teresa Panza, whom I love better than my own eyelids." "You say well, Sancho," said the Duchess, "and I would take care that my Altisidora employs herself henceforward in needlework of some sort, for she is extremely expert at it." "There is no occasion to have recourse to that remedy, Señora," said Altisidora, "for the mere thought of the cruelty with which this vagabond villain has treated me will suffice to blot him out of my memory without any other device. With your Highness's leave I will retire, not to have before my eyes, I won't say his rueful countenance, but his abominable ugly looks." "That reminds me of the common saying, that he that rails is ready to forgive," said the Duke. Altisidora then, pretending to wipe away her tears with a handkerchief, made an obeisance to her master and mistress, and quitted the room. "Ill luck betide thee, poor damsel," said Sancho, "ill luck betide thee. Thou hast fallen in with a soul as dry as a rush, and a heart as hard as oak. Had it been me, i'faith, another cock would have crowed to thee." So the conversation came to an end, and Don Quixote dressed himself and dined with the Duke and Duchess, and set out the same evening. Chapter 71. Of what passed between Don Quixote and his squire Sancho on the way to their village. The vanquished and afflicted Don Quixote went along very downcast in one respect, and very happy in another. His sadness arose from his defeat, and his satisfaction from the thought of the virtue that lay in Sancho, as had been proved by the resurrection of Altisidora, though it was with difficulty he could persuade himself that the love-smitten damsel had been really dead. Sancho went along anything but cheerful, for it grieved him that Altisidora had not kept her promise of giving him the smocks, and turning this over in his mind, he said to his master, "Surely, señor, I'm the most unlucky doctor in the world. There's many a physician that, after killing the sick man he had to cure, requires to be paid for his work, though it is only signing a bill of a list of medicines that the apothecary and not he makes up, and there his labour is over. But with me, though, to cure somebody else costs me drops of blood, smacks, pinches, pin-proddings, and whippings. Nobody gives me a farthing. Well, I swear by all that's good, if they put another patient into my hands, they'll have to grease me for them before I cure him, for as they say, it's by his singing the abbot gets his dinner, and I'm not going to believe that heaven has bestowed upon me the virtue I have, that I should be dealing it out to others all for nothing." "Thou art right, Sancho, my friend," said Don Quixote, "and Altisidora has behaved very badly in not giving thee the smocks she promised. And although that virtue of thine is gratis data, as it has cost thee no study whatever, any more than such study as thy personal sufferings may be, I can say for myself that if thou wouldst have payment for the lashes on account of the disenchantment of Dulcinea, I would have given it to thee freely ere this. I am not sure, however, whether payment will comport with the cure, and I would not have the reward interfere with the medicine. I think there will be nothing lost by trying it. Consider how much thou wouldst have, Sancho, and whip thyself at once, and pay thyself down with thine own hand, as thou hast money of mine." At this proposal Sancho opened his eyes and his ears a palm-breadth wide, and in his heart very readily acquiesced in whipping himself, and said he to his master, "Very well then, señor, I'll hold myself in readiness to gratify your worship's wishes if I'm to profit by it, for the love of my wife and children forces me to seem grasping. Let your worship say how much you will pay me for each lash I give myself." "If, Sancho," replied Don Quixote, "I were to requite thee, as the importance and nature of the cure deserves, the treasures of Venice, the mines of Potosi, would be insufficient to pay thee. See what thou hast of mine, and put a price on each lash." "Of them," said Sancho, "there are 3,300 and odd. Of these I have given myself 5. The rest remain. Let the 5 go for the odd ones, and let us take the 3,300, which at a quarter real apiece, for I will not take less, though the whole world should bid me, make 3,300 quarter reals. The 3,000 are 1,500 half reals, which makes 750 reals, and the 300 make 150 half reals, which come to 75 reals, which added to the 750 make 825 reals in all. These I will stop out of what I have belonging to your worship, and I'll return home rich and content, though well whipped, for there's no taking trout, but I say no more." "Oh, blessed Sancho! Oh, dear Sancho," said Don Quixote, "how we shall be bound to serve thee, Dulcinea and I, all the days of our lives that heaven may grant us. If she returns to her lost shape, and it cannot be that she will, her misfortune will have been good fortune, and my defeat a most happy triumph. But look here, Sancho, when wilt thou begin the scourging? For if thou wilt make short work of it, I will give thee 100 reals over and above." "When?" said Sancho. "This night, without fail. Let your worship order it, so that we pass it out of doors and in the open air, and I'll scarify myself." Night, longed for by Don Quixote with the greatest anxiety in the world, came at last, though it seemed to him that the wheels of Apollo's car had broken down, and that the day was drawing itself out longer than usual, just as is the case with lovers, who never make the reckoning of their desires agree with time. They made their way at length in among some pleasant trees that stood a little distance from the road, and there, vacating Rocinante's saddle and Dapple's pack-saddle, they stretched themselves on the green grass, and made their supper off Sancho's stores, and he, making a powerful and flexible whip out of Dapple's halter and headstall, retreated about 20 paces from his master among some beech trees. Don Quixote, seeing him march off with such resolution and spirit, said to him, "Take care, my friend, not to cut thyself to pieces. Allow the lashes to wait for one another, and do not be in so great a hurry as to run thyself out of breath midway. I mean, do not lay on so strenuously as to make thy life fail thee before thou hast reached the desired number, and that thou mayest not lose by a card too much or too little. I will station myself apart, and count on my rosary here the lashes thou givest thyself. May heaven help thee as thy good intention deserves." "Pledges don't distress a good payer," said Sancho. "I mean to lay on in such a way as, without killing myself, to hurt myself, for in that, no doubt, lies the essence of this miracle." He then stripped himself from the waist upwards, and snatching up the rope, he began to lay on, and Don Quixote to count the lashes. He might have given himself 6 or 8 when he began to think the joke no trifle, and its price very low, and holding his hand for a moment, he told his master that he cried off on the score of a blind bargain, for each of those lashes ought to be paid for at the rate of half a real instead of a quarter. "Go on, Sancho, my friend, and be not disheartened," said Don Quixote, "for I double the stakes as to prize." "In that case," said Sancho, "in God's hand be it, and let it rain lashes." But the rogue no longer laid them on his shoulders, but laid on to the trees, with such groans every now and then that one would have thought at each of them his soul was being plucked up by the roots. Don Quixote, touched to the heart, and fearing he might make an end of himself, and that through Sancho's imprudence he might miss his own object, said to him, "As thou livest, my friend, let the matter rest where it is, for the remedy seems to me a very rough one, and it will be well to have patience. Zamora was not won in an hour. If I have not reckoned wrong, thou hast given thyself over 1,000 lashes. That is enough for the present. For the ass, to put it in homely phrase, bears the load, but not the overload." "No, no, señor," replied Sancho, "it shall never be said of me, the money paid, the arms broken. Go back a little further, your worship, and let me give myself at any rate 1,000 lashes more, for in a couple of bouts like this we shall have finished off the lot, and there will be even cloth to spare." "As thou art in such a willing mood," said Don Quixote, "may heaven aid thee. Lay on, and I'll retire." Sancho returned to his task with so much resolution that he soon had the bark stripped off several trees, such was the severity with which he whipped himself. And one time, raising his voice and giving a beech a tremendous lash, he cried out, "Here dies Samson, and all with him." At the sound of his piteous cry and of the stroke of the cruel lash, Don Quixote ran to him at once, and seizing the twisted halter that served him for a courbash, said to him, "Heaven forbid, Sancho, my friend, that to please me thou should lose thy life, which is needed for the support of thy wife and children. Let Dulcinea wait for a better opportunity, and I will content myself with a hope soon to be realized, and have patience until thou hast gained fresh strength, so as to finish off this business to the satisfaction of everybody." "As your worship will have it so, señor," said Sancho, "so be it. But throw your cloak over my shoulders, for I'm sweating, and I don't want to take a cold. It's a risk that novice disciplines run." Don Quixote obeyed, and stripping himself, covered Sancho, who slept until the sun woke him. They then resumed their journey, which for the time being they brought to an end at a village that lay 3 leagues farther on. They dismounted at a hostelry which Don Quixote recognized as such, and did not take to be a castle with moat, turrets, portcullis, and drawbridge, for ever since he had been vanquished he talked more rationally about everything, as will be shown presently. They quartered him in a room on the ground floor, where in place of leather hangings there were pieces of painted serge, such as they commonly use in villages. On one of them was painted by some very poor hand the rape of Helen, when the bold guest carried her off from Menelaus, and on the other was the story of Dido and Aeneas, she on a high tower, as though she were making signals with a half-sheet to her fugitive guest who was out at sea, flying in a frigate or brigantine. He noticed in the 2 stories that Helen did not go very reluctantly, for she was laughing slyly and roguishly, but the fair Dido was shown dropping tears the size of walnuts from her eyes. Don Quixote, as he looked at them, observed, "Those 2 ladies were very unfortunate not to have been born in this age, and I unfortunate above all men not to have been born in theirs. Had I fallen in with those gentlemen, Troy would not have been burned or Carthage destroyed, for it would have been only for me to slay Paris, and all these misfortunes would have been avoided." "I'll lay a bet," said Sancho, "that before long there won't be a tavern, roadside inn, hostelry, or barber shop where the story of our doings won't be painted up, but I'd like it painted by the hand of a better painter than painted these." "Thou art right, Sancho," said Don Quixote, "for this painter is like Orbanea, a painter there was at Ubeda, who, when they asked him what he was painting, used to say, 'Whatever it may turn out,' and if he chanced to paint a cock, he would write under it, 'This is a cock,' for fear they might think it was a fox. The painter, or writer, for it's all the same, who published the history of this new Don Quixote that has come out, must have been one of this sort, I think, Sancho, for he painted or wrote whatever it might turn out. Or perhaps he is like a poet called Morleon, that was about the court some years ago, who used to answer at haphazard whenever he was asked, and on one asking him what Deum de Deo meant, he replied, De donde diere. But putting this aside, tell me, Sancho, hast thou a mind to have another turn at thyself tonight, and wouldst thou rather have it indoors or in the open air?" "Egad, señor," said Sancho, "for what I'm going to give myself, it comes all the same to me whether it is in a house or in the fields. Still, I'd like it to be among trees, for I think they are company for me, and help me to bear my pain wonderfully." "And yet it must not be, Sancho, my friend," said Don Quixote. "But to enable thee to recover strength, we must keep it for our own village, for at the latest we shall get there the day after tomorrow." Sancho said he might do as he pleased, but that for his own part he would like to finish off the business quickly, before his blood cooled, and while he had an appetite, because in delay there is apt to be danger very often, and praying to God and plying the hammer, and 1 take was better than 2, I'll give these, and a sparrow in the hand than a vulture on the wing. "For God's sake, Sancho, no more proverbs!" exclaimed Don Quixote. "It seems to me thou art becoming sicut erat again. Speak in a plain, simple, straightforward way, as I have often told thee, and thou wilt find the good of it." "I don't know what bad luck it is of mine," said Sancho, "but I can't utter a word without a proverb that is not as good as an argument to my mind. However, I mean to mend it if I can." And so for the present the conversation ended. Chapter 72. Of how Don Quixote and Sancho reached their village. All that day Don Quixote and Sancho remained in the village and inn waiting for night, the one to finish off his task of scourging in the open country, the other to see it accomplished, for therein lay the accomplishment of his wishes. Meanwhile there arrived at the hostelry a traveller on horseback with 3 or 4 servants, one of whom said to him who appeared to be the master, "Here, Señor Don Alvaro Taf, your worship may take your siesta today, The quarters seem clean and cool." When he heard this, Don Quixote said to Sancho, "Look here, Sancho, on turning over the leaves of that book of the second part of my history, I think I came casually upon this name of Don Alvaro Tarfe." "Very likely," said Sancho. "We had better let him dismount, and by we can ask about it." The gentleman dismounted, and the landlady gave him a room on the ground floor opposite Don Quixote's, and adorned with painted serge hangings of the same sort. The newly arrived gentleman put on a summer coat, and coming out to the gateway of the hostelry, which was wide and cool, addressing Don Quixote, who was pacing up and down there, he asked, "In what direction is your worship bound, gentle sir?" "To a village near this, which is my own village," replied Don Quixote. "And your worship, where are you bound for?" "I am going to Granada, señor," said the gentleman, "to my own country." "And a goodly country," said Don Quixote. "But will your worship do me the favour of telling me your name, for it strikes me it is of more importance to me than I can tell you." "My name is Don Alvaro Tarfe," replied the traveller. To which Don Quixote returned, "I have no doubt whatever that your worship is that Don Alvaro Tarfe, who appears in print of the second part of the history of Don Quixote of La Mancha, lately printed and published by a new author." "I am the same," replied the gentleman, "and that same Don Quixote, the principal personage in the said history, was a very great friend of mine, and it was I who took him away from home, or at least induced him to come to some jousts that were to be held at Saragossa, whither I was going myself. Indeed, I showed him many kindnesses, and saved him from having his shoulders touched up by the executioner because of his extreme rashness." "Tell me, Señor Don Alvaro," said Don Quixote, "am I at all like that Don Quixote you talk of?" "No, indeed," replied the traveller, "not a bit." "And that Don Quixote," said our one, "had he with him a squire called Sancho Panza?" "He had," said Don Alvaro, "but though he had the name of being very droll, I never heard him say anything that had any drollery in it." "That I can well believe," said Sancho at this, "for to come out with drolleries is not in everybody's line, and that Sancho your worship speaks of, gentle sir, must be some great scoundrel, dunderhead, and thief, all in one, for I am the real Sancho Panza, and I have more drolleries than if it rained them. Let your worship only try. Come along with me for a year or so, and you will find they fall from me at every turn, and so rich and so plentiful that though mostly I don't know what I am saying, I make everybody that hears me laugh. And the real Don Quixote of La Mancha, the famous, the valiant, the wise, the lover, the righter of wrongs, the guardian of minors and orphans, the protector of widows, the killer of damsels, he who has for his sole mistress the peerless Dulcinea del Toboso, is this gentleman before you, my master. All other Don Quixotes and all other Sancho Panzas are dreams and mockeries." "By God, I believe it," said Don Alvaro, "for you have uttered more drolleries, my friend, in the few words you have spoken than the other Sancho Panza in all I ever heard from him, and they were not a few. He was more greedy than well spoken, and more dull than droll, and I am convinced that the enchanters who persecute Don Quixote the good have been trying to persecute me with Don Quixote the bad. But I don't know what to say, for I am ready to swear I left him shut up in the Casa del Nuncio at Toledo, and here another Don Quixote turns up, though a very different one from mine." "I don't know whether I am good," said Don Quixote, "but I can safely say I am not the bad, and to prove it, let me tell you, Señor Don Alvaro Tarfe, I have never in my life been in Saragossa. So far from that, when it was told me that this imaginary Don Quixote had been present at the jousts in that city, I declined to enter it, in order to drag his falsehood before the face of the world. And so I went on straight to Barcelona, the treasure house of courtesy, haven of strangers, asylum of the poor, home of the valiant, champion of the wronged, pleasant exchange of firm friendships, and city unrivalled in sight and beauty. And though the adventures that befell me there are not by any means matters of enjoyment, but rather of regret, I do not regret them, simply because I have seen it. In a word, Señor Don Alvaro Tarfe, I am Don Quixote of La Mancha, the one that fame speaks of, and not the unlucky one that has attempted to usurp my name and deck himself out in my ideas. I entreat your worship by your devoir as a gentleman to be so good as to make a declaration before the alçade of this village that you never in all your life saw me until now, and that neither I am the Don Quixote in print in the second part, nor this Sancho Panza my squire, the one your worship knew. That I will do most willingly, replied Don Alvaro, though it amazes me to find 2 Don Quixotes and 2 Sancho Panzas at once, as much alike in name as they differ in demeanour. And again I say and declare that what I saw I cannot have seen, and that what happened me cannot have happened. No doubt your worship is enchanted, like my lady Dulcinea del Toboso, said Sancho, and would to heaven your disenchantment rested on my giving myself another 3,000 and odd lashes, like what I'm giving myself for her, for I'd lay them on without looking for anything. I don't understand about the lashes, said Don Alvaro. Sancho replied that it was a long story to tell, but he would tell him if they happened to be going the same road. By this dinner time arrived, and Don Quixote and Don Alvaro dined together. The alçade of the village came by chance into the inn together with a notary, and Don Quixote laid a petition before him, showing that it was requisite for his rights that Don Alvaro Tarfe, the gentleman there present, should make a declaration before him that he did not know Don Quixote of La Mancha, also there present, and that he was not the one that was in print in a history entitled Second Part of Don Quixote of La Mancha, by one Avellaneda of Tordesillas. The alçade finally put it in legal form, and the declaration was made with all the formalities required in such cases, at which Don Quixote and Sancho were in high delight, as if a declaration of the sort was of any great importance to them, and as if their words and deeds did not plainly show the difference between the 2 Don Quixotes and the 2 Sanchos. Many civilities and offers of service were exchanged by Don Alvaro and Don Quixote, in the course of which the great Manchegan displayed such good taste that he disabused Don Alvaro of the error he was under, and he, on his part, felt convinced he must have been enchanted, now that he had been brought in contact with 2 such opposite Don Quixotes. Evening came, they set out from the village, and after half a league 2 roads branched off, one leading to Don Quixote's village, the other the road Don Alvaro was to follow. In this short interval Don Quixote told him of his unfortunate defeat, and of Dulcinea's enchantment, and of the remedy, all which threw Don Alvaro into fresh amazement, and embracing Don Quixote and Sancho, he went his way, and Don Quixote went his. That night he passed among trees again, in order to give Sancho an opportunity of working out his penance, which he did in the same fashion as the night before, at the expense of the bark of the beech trees, much more than of his back, of which he took such good care that the lashes would not have knocked off a fly had there been one there. The duped Don Quixote did not miss a single stroke of the count, and he found that together with those of the night before they made up 3,029. The sun apparently had got up early to witness the sacrifice, and with his light they resumed their journey, discussing the deception practised on Don Alvaro, and saying how well done it was to have taken his declaration before a magistrate in such an unimpeachable form. That day and night they travelled on, nor did anything worth mention happen to them, unless it was that in the course of the night Sancho finished off his task, whereat Don Quixote was beyond measure joyful. He watched for daylight, to see if along the road he should fall in with his already disenchanted lady Dulcinea, and as he pursued his journey there was no woman he met that he did not go up to see if she was Dulcinea del Toboso, as he held it absolutely certain that Merlin's promises could not lie. Full of these thoughts and anxieties, they ascended a rising ground, wherefrom they descried their own village, at the sight of which Sancho fell on his knees, exclaiming, "Open thine eyes, longed-for home, and see how thy son Sancho Panza comes back to thee, if not very rich, very well whipped. Open thine eyes, and receive too thy son Don Quixote, who, if he comes vanquished by the arm of another, comes victor over himself, which, as he himself has told me, is the greatest victory anyone can desire. I'm bringing back money, for if I was well whipped, I went mounted like a gentleman." "Have done with these fooleries," said Don Quixote. "Let us push on straight and get to our own place, where we will give free range to our fancies and settle our plans for our future pastoral life." With this they descended the slope and directed their steps to the village. Chapter 73. Of the omens Don Quixote had as he entered his own village, and other incidents that embellish and give a colour to this great history. At the entrance of the village, so says Cide Hamete, Don Quixote saw two boys quarrelling on the village threshing floor, one of whom said to the other, "Take it easy, Perquillo, thou shalt never see it again as long as thou livest." Don Quixote heard this, and said he to Sancho, "Dost thou not mark, friend, what that boy said? Thou shalt never see it again as long as thou livest?" "Well," said Sancho, "what does it matter if the boy said so?" "What?" said Don Quixote. "Dost thou not see that, applied to the object of my desires, the words mean that I am never to see Dulcinea more?" Sancho was about to answer, when his attention was diverted by seeing a hare come flying across the plain, pursued by several greyhounds and sportsmen. In its terror it ran to take shelter and hide itself under Dapple. Sancho caught it alive and presented it to Don Quixote, who was saying, "Malum signum, malum signum. A hare flies, greyhounds chase it, Dulcinea appears not." "Your worship's a strange man," said Sancho. "Let's take it for granted that this hare is Dulcinea, and these greyhounds chasing it the malignant enchanters who turned her into a country wench. She flies, and I catch her and put her into your worship's hands, and you hold her in your arms and cherish her. What bad sign is that, or what ill omen is there to be found here?" The two boys who had been quarrelling came over to look at the hare, and Sancho asked one of them what their quarrel was about. He was answered by the one who had said, "Thou shalt never see it again as long as thou livest," that he had taken a cage full of crickets from the other boy, and did not mean to give it back to him as long as he lived. Sancho took out 4 cuartos from his pocket and gave them to the boy for the cage, which he placed in Don Quixote's hand, saying, "There, señor, there are the omens broken and destroyed, and they have no more to do with our affairs, to my thinking, fool as I am, than with last year's clouds. And if I remember rightly, I have heard the curate of our village say that it does not become Christians or sensible people to give any heed to these silly things, and even you yourself said the same to me some time ago, telling me that all Christians who minded omens were fools. But there's no need of making words about it. Let us push on and go into our village." The sportsmen came up and asked for their hare, which Don Quixote gave them. They went on, and upon the green at the entrance of the town they came upon the curate and the bachelor Samson Carrasco, busy with their breviaries. It should be mentioned that Sancho had thrown, by way of a sumpter cloth, over Dapple and over the bundle of armour, the buckram robe painted with flames which they had put upon him at the Duke's castle the night Altisidora came back to life. He had also fixed the mitre on Dapple's head, the oddest transformation and decoration that ever ass in the world underwent. They were at once recognized by both the curate and the bachelor, who came towards them with open arms. Don Quixote dismounted and received them with a close embrace, and the boys, who are lynxes that nothing escapes, spied out the ass's mitre and came running to see it, calling out to one another, "Come here, boys, and see Sancho Panza's ass, figged out finer than Mingo, and Don Quixote's beast leaner than ever." So at last, with the boys capering round them, and accompanied by the curate and the bachelor, they made their entrance into the town, and proceeded to Don Quixote's house, at the door of which they found his housekeeper and niece, whom the news of his arrival had already reached. It had been brought to Teresa Panza, Sancho's wife, as well, and she, with her hair all loose and half naked, dragging Sanchica, her daughter, by the hand, ran out to meet her husband. But seeing him coming in by no means as good case as she thought a governor ought to be, she said to him, "How is it you came this way, husband? It seems to me you come tramping and footsore, and looking more like a disorderly vagabond than a governor." "Hold your tongue, Teresa," said Sancho. "Often where there are pegs there are no flitches. Let's go into the house, and there you'll hear strange things. I bring money, and that's the main thing, got by my own industry, without wronging anybody." "You bring the money, my good husband," said Teresa, "and no matter whether it was got this way or that, for however you may have got it, you'll not have brought any new practice into the world." Sanchica embraced her father, and asked him if he brought her anything, for she had been looking out for him as for the showers of May, and she, taking hold of him by the girdle on one side, and his wife by the hand, while the daughter led Dapple, they made for their house, leaving Don Quixote in the hands of his niece and housekeeper, and in the company of the curate and the bachelor. Don Quixote at once, without any regard to time or season, withdrew in private with the bachelor and the curate, and in a few words told them of his defeat, and of the engagement he was under not to quit his village for a year, which he meant to keep to the letter without departing a hair's breadth from it, as became a knight-errant bound by scrupulous good faith and the laws of knight-errantry, and of how he thought of turning shepherd for that year, and taking his diversion in the solitude of the field, where he could with perfect freedom give range to his thoughts of love while he followed the virtuous pastoral calling. And he besought them, if they had not a great deal to do, and were not prevented by more important business, to consent to be his companions, for he would buy sheep enough to qualify them for shepherds, and the most important point of the whole affair, he could tell them, was settled, for he had given them names that would fit them to a T. The curate asked what they were. Don Quixote replied that he himself was to be called the shepherd Quixotes, and the bachelor the shepherd Carrascon, and the curate the shepherd Curambo, and Sancho Panza the shepherd Pansino. Both were astounded at Don Quixote's new craze. However, lest he should once more make off out of the village from them in pursuit of his chivalry, they, trusting that in the course of the year he might be cured, fell in with his new project, applauded his crazy idea as a bright one, and offered to share the life with him. "And what's more," said Samson Carrasco, "I am, as all the world knows, a very famous poet, and I'll be always making verses, pastoral or courtly, or as it may come into my head, to pass away our time in those secluded regions where we shall be roaming. But what is most needful, sirs, is that each of us should choose the name of the shepherdess he means to glorify in his verses, and that we should not leave a tree, be it ever so hard, without writing up and carving her name on it, as is the habit and custom of love-smitten shepherds." "That's the very thing," said Don Quixote, "though I am relieved from looking for the name of an imaginary shepherdess, for there's the peerless Dulcinea del Toboso, the glory of these brooksides, the ornament of these meadows, the mainstay of beauty, the cream of all the graces, and, in a word, the being to whom all praise is appropriate, be it ever so hyperbolical." "Very true," said the curate, "but we, the others, must look about for accommodating shepherdesses that will answer our purpose one way or another." "And," added Samson Carrasco, "if they fail us, we can call them by the name of the ones in print that the world is filled with, Philidas, Amaryllises, Dianas, Floridas, Galateas, Belisaridas, for as they sell them in the marketplace, we may fairly buy them and make them our own. If my lady, or I should say my shepherdess, happens to be called Anna, I'll sing her praises under the name of Anada, and if Francisca, I'll call her Francenia, and if Lucia, Lucinda, for it all comes to the same thing, and Sancho Panza, if he joins this fraternity, may glorify his wife Teresa Panza as Teresina." Don Quixote laughed at the adaptation of the name, and the curate bestowed vast praise upon the worthy and honourable resolution he had made, and again offered to bear him company all the time that he could spare from his imperative duties. And so they took their leave of him, recommending and beseeching him to take care of his health, and treat himself to a suitable diet. It so happened his niece and the housekeeper overheard all the three of them said, and as soon as they were gone, they both of them came in to Don Quixote, and said the niece, "What's this, uncle? Now that we were thinking you had come back to stay at home and lead a quiet, respectable life, there you are going to get into fresh entanglements, and turn young shepherd, thou that comest here, young shepherd, going there. Nay, indeed, the straw is too hard now to make pipes of." And, added the housekeeper, will your worship be able to bear, out in the fields, the heats of summer and the chills of winter and the howling of the wolves? Not you, for that's a life and a business for hardy men, bred and seasoned to such work, almost from the time they were in swaddling clothes. Why, to make choice of evils, it's better to be a knight-errant than a shepherd. Look here, signor, take my advice, and I'm not giving it to you full of bread and wine, but fasting, and with 50 years upon my head. Stay at home, look after your affairs, go often to confession, be good to the poor, and upon my soul be it, if any evil comes to you. Hold your peace, my daughters, said Don Quixote. I know very well what my duty is. Help me to bed, for I don't feel very well. And rest assured that, knight-errant now, or wandering shepherd to be, I shall never fail to have a care for your interests, as you will see in the end. And the good wenches, for that they undoubtedly were, the housekeeper and niece, helped him to bed, where they gave him something to eat, and made him as comfortable as possible. Chapter 74. Of how Don Quixote fell sick, and of the will he made, and how he died. As nothing that is man's can last for ever, but all tends ever downwards from its beginning to its end, and above all man's life, and as Don Quixote's enjoyed no special dispensation from heaven to stay its course, its end and close came when he least looked for it. For whether it was the dejection the thought of his defeat produced, or of heaven's will that so ordered it, a fever settled upon him and kept him in his bed for 6 days, during which he was often visited by his friends the curate, the bachelor, and the barber, while his good squire Sancho Panza never quitted his bedside. They, persuaded that it was grief at finding himself vanquished, and the object of his heart, the liberation and disenchantment of Dulcinea, unattained, that kept him in this state, strove by all the means in their power to cheer him up, the bachelor bidding him take heart and get up to begin his pastoral life, for which he himself, he said, had already composed an eclogue that would take the shine out of all Sannazaro had ever written, and had bought with his own money 2 famous dogs to guard the flock, one called Barcino and the other Boutron, which a herdsman of Quintana had sold him. But for all this Don Quixote could not shake off his sadness. His friends called in the doctor, who felt his pulse and was not very well satisfied with it, and said that in any case it would be well for him to attend to the health of his soul, as that of his body was in a bad way. Don Quixote heard this calmly, but not so his housekeeper, his niece, and his squire, who fell weeping bitterly, as if they had him lying dead before them. The doctor's opinion was that melancholy and depression were bringing him to his end. Don Quixote begged them to leave him to himself, as he had a wish to sleep a little. They obeyed, and he slept at one stretch, as the saying is, more than 6 hours, so that the housekeeper and niece thought he was going to sleep forever. But at the end of that time he woke up, and in a loud voice exclaimed, "Blessed be Almighty God, who has shown me such goodness. In truth his mercies are boundless, and the sins of men can neither limit them nor keep them back." The niece listened with attention to her uncle's words, and they struck her as more coherent than what usually fell from him, at least during his illness. So she asked, "What are you saying, signor? Has anything strange occurred? What mercies or what sins of men are you talking of?" "The mercies, niece," said Don Quixote, "are those that God has this moment shown me, and with him, as I said, my sins are no impediment to them. My reason is now free and clear, rid of the dark shadows of ignorance that my unhappy constant study of those detestable books of chivalry cast over it. Now I see through their absurdities and deceptions, and it only grieves me that this destruction of my illusions has come so late that it leaves me no time to make some amends by reading other books that might be a light to my soul. Niece, I feel myself at the point of death, and I would fain meet it in such a way as to show that my life has not been so ill that I should leave behind me the name of a madman. For though I have been one, I would not that the fact should be made plainer at my death. call in to me, my dear, my good friends the curate, the bachelor Samson Carrasco, and Master Nicholas the barber, for I wish to confess and make my will." But his niece was saved the trouble by the entrance of the three. The instant Don Quixote saw them, he exclaimed, "Good news for you, good sirs, that I am no longer Don Quixote of La Mancha, but Alonso Quixano, whose way of life won for him the name of good. Now am I the enemy of Amadis of Gaul, and of the whole countless troop of his descendants. Odious to me now are all the profane stories of knight-errantry. Now I perceive my folly, and the peril into which reading them brought me. Now, by God's mercy, schooled into my right senses, I loathe them." When the three heard him speak in this way, they had no doubt whatever that some new craze had taken possession of him, and said Samson, "What, Señor Don Quixote, now that we have intelligence of the Lady Dulcinea being disenchanted, are you taking this line? Now, just as we are on the point of becoming shepherds, to pass our lives singing like princes, are you thinking of turning hermit? Hush, for heaven's sake, be rational, and let's have no more nonsense." "All that nonsense," said Don Quixote, "that until now has been a reality to my hurt, my death will, with heaven's help, turn to my good. I feel, sirs, that I am rapidly drawing near death. A truce to jesting. Let me have a confessor to confess me, and a notary to make my will. For in extremities like this, man must not trifle with his soul. And while the curate is confessing me, let someone, I beg, go for the notary." They looked at one another, wondering at Don Quixote's words, but though uncertain, they were inclined to believe him, and one of the signs by which they came to the conclusion he was dying was this so sudden and complete return to his senses after having been mad, for to the words already quoted he added much more, so well expressed, so devout, and so rational, as to banish all doubt and convince them that he was sound of mind. The curate turned them all out, and left alone with him, confessed him. The bachelor went for the notary, and returned shortly afterwards with him, and with Sancho, who, having already learned from the bachelor the condition his master was in, and finding the housekeeper and niece weeping, began to blubber and shed tears. The confession over, the curate came out, saying, "Alonso Quixano the good is indeed dying, and is indeed in his right mind. We may now go in to him while he makes his will." This news gave a tremendous impulse to the brimming eyes of the housekeeper, niece, and Sancho Panza, his good squire, making the tears burst from their eyes, and a host of sighs from their hearts, for of a truth, as has been said more than once, whether as plain Alonso Quixano the good, or as Don Quixote of La Mancha, Don Quixote was always of a gentle disposition, and kindly in all his ways, and hence he was beloved, not only by those of his own house, but by all who knew him. The notary came in with the rest, and as soon as the preamble of the will had been set out, and Don Quixote had commended his soul to God with all the devout formalities that are usual, coming to the bequests, he said, "Item, it is my will that, touching certain moneys in the hands of Sancho Panza, whom in my madness I made my squire, inasmuch as between him and me there have been certain accounts and debits and credits, no claim be made against him, nor any account demanded of him in respect of them, but that if anything remain over and above, after he has paid himself what I owe him, the balance, which will be but little, shall be his, and much good may it do him. And if, as when I was mad, I had a share in giving him the government of an island, so now that I am in my senses, I could give him that of a kingdom, it should be his, for the simplicity of his character and the fidelity of his conduct deserve it." And then, turning to Sancho, he said, "Forgive me, my friend, that I led thee to seem as mad as myself, making thee fall into the same error I myself fell into, that there were and still are knights errant in the world." "Ah," said Sancho, weeping, "don't die, master, but take my advice and live many years, For the foolishest thing a man can do in this life is to let himself die without rhyme or reason, without anybody killing him, or any hands but melancholy's making an end of him. Come, don't be lazy, but get up from your bed, and let us take to the fields in shepherd's trim as we agreed. Perhaps behind some bush we shall find this lady Dulcinea disenchanted, as fine can be. If it be that you are dying of vexation at having been vanquished, lay the blame on me, and say you were overthrown because I had girthed Rocinante badly. Besides, you must have seen in your books of chivalry that it is a common thing for knights to upset one another, and for him who is conquered today to be conqueror tomorrow." "Very true," said Samson, "and good Sancho Panza's view of these cases is quite right." "Sirs, not so fast," said Don Quixote. "In last year's nests there are no birds this year. I was mad, now I am in my senses. I was Don Quixote of La Mancha. I am now, as I said, Alonso Quixano the Good, and may my repentance and sincerity restore me to the esteem you used to have for me. And now let Master Notary proceed. Item: I leave all my property absolutely to Antonia Quixana, my niece, here present, after all has been deducted from the most available portion of it that may be required to satisfy the bequests I have made. And the first disbursement I desire to be made is the payment of the wages I owe for the time my housekeeper has served me, with 20 ducats over and above for a gown. The curate and the bachelor Samson Carrasco, now present, I appoint my executors. Item: it is my wish that if Antonia Quixana, my niece, desires to marry, she shall marry a man of whom it shall be first of all ascertained by information taken that he does not know what books of chivalry are, and if it should be proved that he does, and if, in spite of this, my niece insists upon marrying him, and does marry him, then that she shall forfeit the whole of what I have left her, which my executors shall devote to works of charity as they please. Item: I entreat the aforesaid gentlemen, my executors, that, if any happy chance should lead them to discover the author, who is said to have written a history now going about under the title of Second Part of the Achievements of Don Quixote of La Mancha, they beg of him, on my behalf, as earnestly as they can, to forgive me for having been, without intending it, the cause of his writing so many and such monstrous absurdities as he has written in it, for I am leaving the world with a feeling of compunction at having provoked him to write them. With this he closed his will, and a faintness coming over him, he stretched himself out at full length on the bed. All were in a flutter, and made haste to relieve him, and during the 3 days he lived after that on which he made his will, he fainted away very often. The house was all in confusion, but still the niece ate, and the housekeeper drank, and Sancho Panza enjoyed himself, for inheriting property wipes out or softens down in the air the feeling of grief the dead man might be expected to leave behind him. At last Don Quixote's end came, after he had received all the sacraments, and had in full and forcible terms expressed his detestation of books of chivalry. The notary was there at the time, and he said that in no book of chivalry had he ever read of any knight-errant dying in his bed so calmly and so like a Christian as Don Quixote, who amid the tears and lamentations of all present yielded up his spirit, that is to say, died. On perceiving it, the curate begged the notary to bear witness that Alonso Quixano the Good, commonly called Don Quixote of La Mancha, had passed away from this present life, and died naturally, and said he desired this testimony in order to remove the possibility of any other author save Cid Hamete Benengeli bringing him to life again falsely, and making interminable stories out of his achievements. Such was the end of the ingenious gentleman of La Mancha, whose village Cid Hamete would not indicate precisely, in order to leave all the towns and villages of La Mancha to contend among themselves for the right to adopt him and claim him as a son, as the 7 cities of Greece contended for Homer. The lamentations of Sancho and the niece and housekeeper are omitted here, as well as the new epitaphs upon his tomb. Samson Carrasco, however, put the following lines: "A doughty gentleman lies here, a stranger all his life to fear, nor in his death could death prevail in that last hour to make him quail. He for the world but little cared, and at his feet the world was scared. A crazy man his life he passed, but in his senses died at last." And said most sage Cid Hamete to his pen, "Rest here, hung up by this brass wire upon this shelf, O my pen, whether of skilful make or clumsy cut, I know not. Here shalt thou remain long ages hence, unless presumptuous or malignant storytellers take thee down to profane thee. But ere they touch thee, warn them, and as best thou can, say to them, Hold off, ye weaklings, hold your hands, adventure it let none. For this empire, my lord the king, was meant for me alone. For me alone was Don Quixote born, and I for him. It was his to act, mine to write. We two together make but one, notwithstanding and in spite of that pretended Tordesilesque writer who has ventured or would venture with his great, coarse, ill-trimmed ostrich quill to write the achievements of my valiant knight. No burden for his shoulders, no subject for his frozen wit, whom, if perchance thou shouldst come to know him, thou shalt warn to leave at rest where they lie the weary mouldering bones of Don Quixote, and not to attempt to carry him off in opposition to all the privileges of death to old Castile, making him rise from the grave, where, in reality and truth, he lies stretched at full length, powerless to make any third expedition or new sally. For the 2 that he has already made, so much to the enjoyment and approval of everybody to whom they have become known, in this as well as in foreign countries, are quite sufficient for the purpose of turning into ridicule the whole of those made by the whole set of the knights errant. And so doing shalt thou discharge thy Christian calling, giving good counsel to one that bears ill will to thee. And I shall remain satisfied, and proud to have been the first who has ever enjoyed the fruit of his writings as fully as he could desire, for my desire has been no other than to deliver over to the detestation of mankind the false and foolish tales of the books of chivalry, which, thanks to that of my true Don Quixote, are even now tottering and doubtless doomed to fall forever. Farewell.